Every time I kill a criminal, I gain skills from them to enhance myself. But in the police department, even though I have the highest kill count, I can never feel happy about it. Most of the criminals I face are just drug-addicted robbers, and the skills I obtain from them, whether it's improving bed skills or increasing syringe accuracy, are utterly useless to me. Just as I was feeling stuck about this, a rookie female partner newly assigned to the department changed my fate. At the time, I shouted through the car window at the girl outside, "Who are you?" Ginny flinched, turned her head in panic, and said, "Badge number 43627. I'm Ginny Bauer, the patrol officer just assigned to you today." I looked at this girl trying hard to appear composed, then glanced back at the police station behind me, inwardly cursing the chief for being unreliable, giving me such a troublesome and pretty rookie partner. I sized up the rookie with a cold snort and said, "Get in the car." Ginny hurriedly fumbled to open the door and obediently took her seat. I shook my head helplessly, thinking the old man just kept dumping these headaches on me. Then, I resumed my indifferent expression, glanced at the stiffly seated young officer beside me, and said sternly, "First, I'm not used to taking on rookies, but this is an order from above, so I have to comply. Second, whatever I tell you to do, you do it." Ginny nodded quickly and then cautiously asked, "So, which area are we patrolling?" I smirked and replied, "Chicago's South Side." As the patrol car slowly entered the South Side, Ginny looked out the window and saw the streets abruptly shift from clean and bright to dilapidated and desolate. The well-dressed citizens, where those carrying yoga mats, were gone, replaced by groups of idle black men loitering on the corners. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt. Ginny looked up and saw a crowd of black men blocking the entrance of a restaurant, hurling insults at anyone trying to enter, their attitude downright arrogant. I said coldly, "Get out and make them scatter. Don't let them block the business." Ginny froze and asked, "Just me?" I shot back, "Do you need me to call in a riot squad for you?" Left with no choice, she pressed her lips together, gripped her taser tightly, and decisively pushed the car door open. Watching her back, I pulled out a donut I hadn't eaten earlier, thinking to myself that I finally had a dinner show to enjoy. Before Ginny even reached the group, she shouted, "Gentlemen, if you're done with your meal, please leave immediately and don't disturb others." I shook my head in the car, thinking this was hardly the right approach for law enforcement in the South District. Sure enough, things unfolded exactly as I expected. These street thugs didn't care about Ginny's badge at all. A burly black man even blocked her path without hesitation, as if unconcerned she might draw her gun. Ginny widened her eyes and kept yelling, "This is my final warning, leave now." But the leader of the group, the same burly black man, showed no fear, swaying his head and retorting, "This is a free country. You can't tell us where to stay." Though aggressive, he was smart, keeping his hands visible in front of him, right where the body cam could capture them. The others laughed, emboldened, and one even shoved Ginny while hurling obscenities. Just as Ginny was about to draw her gun, a heavy car door slammed shut behind her. The black men who had been mocking her froze instantly, their eyes widening in fear as they looked past her. I walked over unhurriedly, stepping past Ginny to stare directly at the group. Expressionless, I locked eyes with the leader and said calmly, "Go on, didn't you hear me?" I said keep going. The thug instinctively stepped back, even raising his hands in surrender. "We didn't know she was with you," he stammered. "We'll leave now." I reached up and patted his cheek, deliberately provoking him. "You think you can stay or go as you please? That makes me look bad." The black man, humiliated by my repeated slaps in front of his crew, hesitated but finally gritted his teeth. "We didn't break any laws. You've got no right to do this," I sneered, then suddenly leaned forward, slamming my chest into his. Like magic, the gun holstered at my hip was suddenly in his hands. "What's that in your grip?" I asked. Stunned, he stared at the weapon, completely baffled as to how it got there. Before he could react, I headbutt him hard across the bridge of his nose. In one fluid motion, I snatched back my service weapon, holstered it, then grabbed his hair and smashed his head against a nearby stainless steel table. "Assaulting an officer, stealing a gun, I could put you down right now," I roared, slamming his skull against the table over a dozen times until my anger subsided. Then, like tossing trash, I flung him aside. I swept a cold gaze over the terrified black men around me, pulled a handkerchief from my pocket, and meticulously wiped the blood from my hands. "I don't care if you're law-abiding citizens or gangbangers," I said sternly, "but take a good look at yourselves. Your skin is black. From now on, when you see me, you'd better behave." Turning to a shell-shocked Ginny, I added, "This is your first lesson in being a good cop. Next time, raise your standards." She nodded blankly, still unable to comprehend how my gun had ended up in the suspect's hands. After a while, the police car continued to cruise slowly through the streets of the South District. Ginny hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. "Your actions just now were all recorded by the body cam," I replied nonchalantly. "He grabbed my service weapon first. I was just ensuring the safety of the neighborhood." "Got a problem with that?" Ginny frowned and said seriously, "That black guy was just disrupting business. You couldn't have just chased them away, you went way too hard on him." Hearing this, I smirked dismissively and turned to ask her, "Do you know why I became a cop in the first place?" Ginny thought for a moment and answered, "To protect innocent citizens?" I immediately shook my head, shrugged, and laughed. "Nah, I just thought being a cop was cool, flashing the badge, carrying a gun, and having an excuse to teach troublemakers a lesson." Ginny muttered helplessly, "You're hopeless." With that, she turned her head away and ignored me. Just then, the police radio crackled to life. "Attention all South District units, Amber Alert. Anonymous report of a child abduction at 7310 Medela Avenue. All nearby officers respond immediately." Ginny was about to grab the radio to acknowledge, but I was faster, snatching the handset and saying, "Dispatch, this is 7C15, en route to the scene." The next second, the car lurched forward with intense acceleration, pinning Ginny, who hadn't even settled in, firmly against her seat. She turned to look at me and saw that my usual lazy indifference had vanished, replaced by a focus and intensity she'd never seen before. The wail of the siren echoed urgently through the streets as my high-speed driving quickly brought us to the location mentioned on the radio. The moment the car door opened, Ginny was hit by a foul stench. I pushed her back into the car and pointed at her, instructing, "Put down that toy gun and load up with live rounds." Ginny tensed up, then nodded excitedly. "Got it. Don't worry, Rorschach. I'll back you up in time." I waved her off. "Save it, rookie. I meant for you to stay in the car and protect yourself." Before Ginny could argue for a chance to confront the suspect, I was already waving her off and walking alone toward the yard ahead. Stepping over scattered trash on the ground, I reached the tightly shut door and knocked twice, shouting, "Chicago PD, we got a call about a disturbance." A furious roar came from inside, "Get lost, pig, step inside, and I swear I'll shoot you dead." Before Rorschach could finish his words, a rap-style tirade came from inside. A woman, unsurprisingly supposed to be a bloated black woman, was cursing at him from behind the door. Rorschach continued, still without a change of color, "Ma'am, I'm going to give you one last warning. An anonymous 911 caller is claiming that you're suspected of a child abduction, so please put down your weapon and come out now to be investigated." "Shut the up, cop. Get out of my house." The voice inside the door made no compromise. "Okay." Rorschach nodded, stopped talking, and turned directly to the police car, opened the trunk, and took out a police Remington M870 from it. He held the shotgun under the barrel in his left hand, and with a flick of his wrist and a jerk of his wrist, the bullet was instantly loaded. Glancing over to the already dazed Ginny, Rorschach lifted his chin. "Lesson number 2 for good cops. Use a shotgun when breaking down doors. Remember?" Ginny really couldn't help herself this time, and directly opened her mouth and questioned, "We don't have a warrant." "We can't." The third lesson of a good cop: learn to improvise. Rorschach waved his hand, ignoring the rookie's discouragement, and walked to the door, raising his sprayer and firing 2 shots toward the center latch. One shot locks the tongue, one shot locks the chain. The closed door of the house was suddenly shaken open and rebounded heavily against the wall. In Ginny's gaze, all that could be seen was Rorschach holding a shotgun in both hands, making a quick turn into the house and disappearing from her sight. Bang, bang, bang. In the next second, a series of gunshots instantly rang out in the room. It's the sound of a pistol. At the same time, another dull shotgun blast rang out, accompanied by the screams of men in pain and the cries of children. Ginny's heart tightened and she quickly drew the sidearm on her waist, pulling open the car door to go in and assist Rorschach. But immediately following, her footsteps lurched. Just ahead, Rorschach was walking out of the house with an expressionless face, while still holding the Remington shotgun shell in his right hand. His left hand was holding a girl, probably only 6 or 7 years old, who had both arms wrapped tightly around Rorschach's neck and was sobbing in fear. Rorschach, are you okay?" Ginny froze before running forward to greet him. "Inform the police department, and call an ambulance by the way. The child has been rescued. The human offenders are 2 in total. A black couple. The husband tried to attack me with a pistol and was shot off one of his arms by me. Both of them are drugged and emotionally unstable." Rorschach still had that cold expression on his face as he calmly informed towards Ginny. At this time, Ginny couldn't care less about this cold attitude of his, and after sweeping a glance and realizing that Rorschach was indeed not injured, she hurriedly wanted to go to the car to report to the police station. But just at this moment, an angry threatening sound suddenly came from behind the two. First, a heavy-set black woman stormed out of her house, pointing at Rorschach and cursing, "You had no right to come into my house and shoot me. I know your name, Rorschach Butcher. You've betrayed the South Side, and you think you can come to the South Side and do whatever you want just because you're wearing a police uniform?" Immediately after that, another lanky black Yankee strongman also stumbled out, This guy drooped his broken arm, but his expression was full of exuberance, as if he didn't even realize the pain. Go ahead and take her, Rorschach. She'll still be back in my hands in a couple days anyway. The black man looked towards the girl Rorschach was holding and threatened with a sardonic smile. This is the Southern District. I'll remember what this little beauty looks like. She'll never escape. Rorschach's footsteps suddenly stopped. He first sighed, then put the little girl in his hand down and gently rubbed her head, a still kind smile grinning from the corner of his mouth. Kids, don't look, close your eyes. When the girl heard this, although she didn't understand what it meant, she obediently nodded her head and hastily closed her eyes tightly. Rorschach laughed, then looked at Ginny and said seriously, lesson number 4 for a good cop. Don't leave your victims open to being victimized twice. The words finished, and as Ginny watched in shock, Rorschach raised the Remington in his other hand and turned around to fire a shot. Boo! The 12-gauge shotgun shells accurately blasted the still chattering in the chest, sending him flying several meters straight up and landing heavily on the ground. But Rorschach had no intention of letting him go, as he stepped forward, pumping and pulling his grip in succession, and a large-caliber bullet struck the without mercy. In an instant, only the roar of shrapnel could be heard throughout the entire courtyard, and by the time all 7 rounds had been fired, the had become a pile of rotting meat, staring down at Rorschach, who was looking down on him, without saying a word in death. As for his wife, well, this guy who had threatened to complain about Rorschach in the last second wouldn't dare to breathe a single breath this time, and could only cling to the wall, tremblingly looking at Rorschach, who was like a demon in front of him. And in a vision unseen by all, a ray of red flashed from the black man's body and shot into Rorschach's chest. Rorschach didn't move to feel the slightest change within his body, and in the next second, he turned his head towards Ginny and shrugged helplessly. Looks like there's no need to call an ambulance for him. Half an hour later, outside a residential home somewhere in the South End, Ginny carried the badly frightened girl out of the car, and as she glanced at the roadside girl's home, she couldn't help but ask Rorschach, who was sitting in the car and hadn't gotten out, "Aren't you going to take her back with me?" "No, it's better for you to go." Rorschach lit a cigarette and returned without looking back. "Go and enjoy the feeling of having saved a family. Just think of it as a newbie benefit." "Welfare?" Ginny blinked in confusion, just assuming that Rorschach was saying something weird again, and after a soft grunt, she wrapped her arms around the little girl and went over to ring the doorbell. It wasn't until the other's parents came out in tears of joy that Ginny realized the meaning of Rorschach's words. Kathy, a young woman dressed as a housewife let out a heartbreaking cry, and wrapped the little girl in her arms for dear life. The girl named Kathy's originally stopped crying also resounded again, her small hands tightly wrapped around her mother's neck, saying that she was not willing to separate. The man wearing a suit on the side also flung himself to the ground and half-kneeled, holding the mother and daughter tightly in his arms. Tears of joy and tears could not be stopped from falling down. Seeing this scene, an inexplicable feeling suddenly rose within Ginny's heart. She couldn't tell if it was a sense of accomplishment or joy for the reunion of another person's family, but she only knew that her heart seemed to be filled. Very full and enjoyable? Not far away. Looking at Ginny, who was excitedly grateful and somewhat overwhelmed by Kathy's parents, Rorschach likewise revealed a smile, but following that, he was a little puzzled. He'd grown up on the South Side since he was a kid, and he was more than familiar with this extra-legal part of Chicago. D-goods, robberies, and gang fights were commonplace, but things like human trafficking were pretty rare. Is the quality of crime in Chicago already this low now? Rorschach shook his head and was about to relight a cigarette when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Picked up a look, and when he saw the name Gus displayed on the screen contact, Rorschach's eyes narrowed slightly, and the fingers holding the cell phone could not help but slowly tighten. After a little silence, he tapped the connect button and a gentle, courteous voice came out. "Rorschach, I'm going to smuggle a group of children to New York during this period of time. Keep an eye on the movements within the police station and keep me informed." Chapter 3. Never piss off a man who has nothing to lose. I had a good job until my boss accused me of theft. Shat. I better call Saul. I drive out and mind my own business until I get arrested for DUI. Oh God. I better call Saul. Hello, I'm attorney Saul Goodman. Do you know what rights you have under the Constitution? It's okay if you don't know, because I do. I am a firm believer that no one in this country is innocent until convicted, and it is my job to make sure that you are never convicted. Now, call it in. Better call Saul. The sound of a noisy television emanated from a fried chicken fast food restaurant, sounding like an advertisement for some unscrupulous lawyer. In front of the store, Rorschach, who had already gotten off work from the police station, was staying in an old pickup truck, expressionlessly looking at the waiters and customers coming and going in the store, with only his right hand tightly gripped on the steering wheel and with veins rippling out, revealing his inner annoyance. If it were possible, he'd like to pull off the handbrake, slam on the floorboards and crash hard into this store, crushing that Gus guy right into a piece of rotten meat alive. Okay, fantasy moment over. Although the guy inside is one of Chicago's top D-lords and is now involved in a child trafficking case, Rorschach is just a cop who has been held in his grip and has to do his dirty work for him. Calling it a black cop might be a bit too much. Rorschach preferred to use infernal affairs to describe his relationship with this Gus. That's right, he's an undercover agent that Gus has planted in the Chicago Police Department. It's dramatic and equally tragic, which is a true reflection of Rorschach today. Sang Toru fuck bitch, maybe I'm the most mixed up traveler of all time. Rorschach flicked his cigarette away from his hand in displeasure, pulled open the car door, and headed into this fast food restaurant. Actually, it was a bit inaccurate to describe Rorschach's identity as a traveler. After all, when he opened his eyes and came to this world, he was still just a baby. Perhaps he hadn't drunk the Manhwa soup cleanly in his previous life, so he was punished for bringing his memories to such a dog-trough world. Beside the store door, Rorschach glanced at the old white man who was sitting on a bench reading a newspaper, and after a slight hesitation in his footsteps, he pushed open the door and entered the store. Instead of rushing to the front desk to order food, he casually found a seat with his back against the wall and sat down first, then silently watched the lawyer commercials looping on the TV. Time passed by, and before long, it was closing time at the store. The customers had all left, and there were very few clerks left. After the last clerk in overalls left, a middle-aged black man in a pale yellow shirt and a pair of golden glasses slowly sat down across from Rorschach. He was the owner of the fast food chain, the same Gustavo Flynn, the big Chicago D-lord who had called Rorschach and placed him in the police department not long ago. Although he was a black man, his hair and dress were very meticulous and he looked like an elite member of the upper class. Rorschach, I remember telling you more than once that I can only contact you on my own initiative unless there are special circumstances. Gus gazed at Rorschach in front of him and slowly opened his mouth, his voice magnetic and majestic, carrying an unquestionable authority. Then, if you found your way to me here now, you better really have urgent information that can't be delayed. Rorschach looked equally straight at the deep-pinned Emperor of Chicago, and even his gaze was more oppressive than Gus's. It was the cold temperament that had been tempered by the countless paratroopers' forced landings and breakouts from the sea of corpses and blood when he was once in the service. It was like a sharp knife that stabbed Gus right in the heart. Why kidnap and abduct children? Gus froze slightly when he heard this, but then a faint smile pulled at the corner of his mouth, and he returned in a cloudy manner. Rorschach, are you questioning me? Not waiting for Rorschach to reply, his face suddenly turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't forget your identity. If it wasn't for me, you would have died in the muck of the Southern District more than 10 years ago. It was me who saved you from the gangs. It was also me who funded your schooling and education. Even your mother's funeral, every penny spent was mine. But what about you? It's not even that you're the least bit grateful. You even went so far as to enlist in the military as soon as you were an adult to get rid of me. Do you know how much money I spent hitting up those government assholes to get you reassigned to Chicago?" Gus's voice grew higher and higher, his tone filled with menace. "You will never escape me. Rorschach, every single thing you've ever done for me, I have detailed videos and documents. But if any one of them is exposed, not only will you never be a police officer again, you'll have to spend the rest of your life in a jail cell. So if you've developed an ounce of regret for questioning me just now, you'll honestly go back and get me the scoop on the police department's response to the recent disappearance of a Chicago child." Rorschach was silent. The black man in front of him was right. When he was still a student, he had done a lot of dirty work for Gus in order to survive. Because of his aversion to D products, he never took any of those street bulk jobs, and what he did do was much more dangerous and dirty work. Assassination. That's right. Once as a child he relied on his babyface and pocket Colt to help Gus assassinate multiple D-men who dared to loose goods on his turf. Killing D-traffickers, Rorschach did not have any psychological pressure. It was a dog-eat-dog world in itself. Others might have gone on the path of crime to survive, and so did he. It was then that Gus made two discoveries. First, a bullet from a child's gun is just as deadly as a bullet from an adult's gun. Second, Rorschach has far more potential than he thinks. And so it was that Gus began to focus on Rorschach, and the goal was to install him in the Chicago Police Department as his own mole in the department. Rorschach recalled what he had done in the past. He twisted his head to look at the night sky outside the glass, and after a long time, he said faintly, "I do regret it, but what I regret is that I shouldn't have enlisted in the army in order to avoid you, and run thousands of kilometers away from this country to fight an anti-terrorism excuse for an unjust war." He rose from his chair and gazed straight at Gus, his voice firm and cold. "I should have just smashed your head in with that Colt after I buried my mother. I'm not going to give you any information on the missing children case, much less any cover for your smuggling of children to New York. Kill yourself, Gus, and if you want to fish out of water, I'll be there for you." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the store, not wanting to stay here for a moment longer. At this time, Gus' face was already gloomy to the extreme. He looked at Rorschach's back. His voice turned incomparably cold. "Rorschach, I'll give you a word of advice. The end of going against me is definitely more miserable and pathetic than you can imagine." Rorschach's figure lurched as he twisted his head to look at Gus, who was clearly suppressing his anger, and the corner of his mouth pulled out a fearless smile. "I'll give you a word of advice too. Never piss off a man who has nothing to lose." When Rorschach's figure had completely disappeared from the store, Gus's stiff cheeks trembled a little in anger. The dog, which he had raised with his own hands, had begun to devour his master. Outside the store, Rorschach didn't hurry to get into the car and leave. He took out 2 cigarettes from his pocket unhurriedly, and after lighting them for himself, he threw one to the old man who had been sitting on the bench and reading the newspaper. "I thought you couldn't wait to rush in and put a gun to my head and make me agree to Gus's demands." Rorschach glanced at him with flat eyes. The old white man put the newspaper down, revealing a face full of vicissitudes and fortitude. He pinched the cigarette Rorschach threw at him and shook his head expressionlessly. "He's my boss, and you used to be my best student, and I'm not going to get myself into a conflicted situation." "Ha!" Rorschach laughed mockingly, then twirled his cigarette out and said without looking back, "Sooner or later that day will come, old Mac, and hopefully your barrels won't be rusty by then." Rumble. A string of black exhaust rumbled out as Rorschach drove the pickup truck away, leaving old Mike to stay where he was thoughtfully. At the same time, his tightly stepped on the gas pedal Rorschach heart only feel a ball of anger in the rising burning. He now urgently need a place to vent the heart of sorrow and anger. Fortunately, he did know of such a place, and it was founded by his organization. It was a club called Fight Club. Chapter 4, Fight Club. Late at night, in an alley at the back door of a bar somewhere in the South End. Although the time was already close to the early morning, there was a large group of people gathered here, and when they looked up, these people were dressed differently, ranging from elites in expensive suits to vagabonds in ragged and old clothes. But although they were dressed differently and had different identities, they all had 2 characteristics in common. They were all men, and men who held anger in their hearts and needed to vent it. "Fark, why haven't the Irish brothers come over by now? I remember the time is 12 o'clock in the morning every Saturday, and it's 3 minutes away, so they should be coming to the door soon. It better go faster. I can't wait to be at Fight Club." "Hey, did you forget the first rule?" The man who had just spoken immediately closed his mouth after hearing this and did not speak a single more word. Obviously, this rule was extremely important within him. It was also while the crowd was waiting anxiously that a pair of figures stretched extremely long under the streetlights walked into the alley. The 2 wore the same style of old overcoat, had the same short brown hair, and were equally flirty enough to cosplay Terminator in the middle of the night with a pair of sunglasses. They were the Irish brothers that the crowd had been waiting for. Connor, the oldest, and Murphy, the second. There were rumors that they were a couple of Irish-s, but only those who knew them knew how ridiculous that rumor was, because to try to describe the relationship between the 2 brothers, it would be necessary to create a word that is even than queer. "Long time no see, guys. The club is now open." Connor clapped his hands and shouted in an odd tone, then lifted his chin toward his brother beside him. Seeing this look of impatience from the crowd, Murphy stopped dawdling and pulled a key out of his pocket. The big guy saw this and moved out of the way, exhibiting the door to a basement that was blocked by them. Yes, this was the club they were talking about, the basement of an abandoned bar. But just as the key was inserted into the lock, a roaring car engine suddenly sounded. A pickup truck clanked to a stop in front of them after a not-so-clean drift that dumped its tail and knocked over 2 trash cans. The Irish brothers, who were still wary, immediately revealed a surprised smile. Although the car people have not yet come down, but on this rough car skills, there is no one but the club's founder Rorschach Butcher. In the midst of everyone's anticipation, Rorschach leapt down from the car and swept his gaze across the crowd present as he slowly opened his arms. "Gentlemen, welcome to Fight Club." Boom boom boom. A dull thrashing echoed through the basement, intertwined with the men's impassioned growls. The crowds that had been in the alley a few minutes ago had stripped off the tops that marked their status classes, and had all gathered in a circle, focusing on the primitive bare-knuckle boxing duel in the center, all unleashing shouts of oblivion. At this moment the boundaries of rank and class are gone, and false proprieties and restraints are completely discarded. All there is here is the swinging of fists to vent resentment and hissing at unfair treatment. It's like being what Rorschach said when they first joined Fight Club. Your job doesn't define you, the money in the bank doesn't define you, the car you drive doesn't define you, and the skin you wear on your body doesn't define you. And Rorschach, who was regarded as the boss by the members of this club, was now being surrounded by 5 strong men with their fists under their watchful eyes. All 5 of them rushed up, their fists heading straight for Rorschach's face. Rorschach slipped his feet and dodged easily, landing a backhanded swinging punch right on his opponent's jaw. Boo! With a click, the man fell on his back, a mouthful of blood foaming from his mouth. After a punch, he bent his knees again to avoid a lunge from another man in the side, then landed a short, hard hook to the side of his opponent's waist. A punch to the liver. The man instantly bent over, his face pale, covered his stomach and fell to his knees. Even breathing became difficult. Immediately following, Rorschach, as if he had eyes behind him, turned violently and landed an elbow strike squarely on the bridge of the nose of the guy who was trying to sneak up from behind. Blood splattered everywhere, and the man staggered back, covering his nose, tears and blood mixing together in a mess. When the remaining two saw Rorschach finish off three strong men with 3 punches and 2 kicks, not only did they not show the slightest fear, they instead charged up at the same time after letting out a low roar. Rorschach shifted lightly on his feet, dodging one man's straight punch, followed by an uppercut to the other man's jaw, and before the last man had time to react, Rorschach had already bulldozed his way up to land a knee strike to his abdomen. The two men all collapsed limply like puppets with broken strings. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of them were lying on the ground. Rorschach shook off the blood on his hands and spoke flirtatiously. Compared to practicing blocks, what you guys need now is to improve your footwork. My grandma gets up and goes to the toilet faster than you guys. Ha ha ha. This immediately caused the crowd to laugh, while many people looked at Rorschach's explosive body with expressions of amazement. It's definitely a total tough guy, one tough mother fasterous cur. The wrestling activity continued, but the pair on the ring had been replaced by 2 scrawny weaklings, but they were still ferociously using their own fighting skills towards each other that they didn't know whether they had learned from the street stalls or the video store. And even though it wasn't as good as when Rorschach had dueled with them before, it still evoked the shouts of the crowd in the room. Rorschach walked over to one of the steps and sat down, moving his wrist before lifting his hand to take the beer tossed across the room. Boss, you look like you're not in a good mood today. Connor, the oldest of the Irish brothers, finally couldn't help but ask. In the past, although Rorschach came to the club not many times, but every time was full of passion, uttering a large number of slamming consumerism, slamming social injustice manifesto out, but this time it seems to be just purely for the sake of coming, to beat people up? Rorschach didn't answer his words, tilting his head back and letting out a long breath after pulling the ring apart to finish all the beer in the can in one gulp. The threat of Gus, the shadow of his past, and the fate of those innocent children weighed on him like a stone, leaving him almost breathless. After a little silence, Rorschach crushed the beer can in his hand into a ball and slammed it heavily against the wall. Normally, he could still pretend he didn't see the trafficking of D products, and all the ex-drug addicts deserved to die anyway, but Gus had even gotten into the business of child abduction this time, which had touched Rorschach's bottom line, both in his previous life and the education he had endured in this one, whether it's for the sake of those innocent children or for his own future. It's time to root out this asshole Gus once and for all. Connor, Murph. Rorschach looked at the 2 brothers in front of him, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face which was still gloomy. How are you doing these days? Lack of money? Is your hand tight? Connor shrugged and lamented. It's almost tighter than a Mormon virgin. It's not really that tight. We still have over $500 in emergency reserves that we're not using. After thinking about it, Murphy was truthful. It should be a little tighter on hand than a prostitute, but certainly not tighter than a virgin. What fa? There's $500 left in the house? Why didn't I know that? Connor looked at his brother in shock. Murphy explained helplessly. That's an emergency reserve, to be used as bail money someday when either of us goes to jail. Okay, you have a point. Connor choked on his words. With the brothers' nature of getting into trouble, they did have to have some bail money ready to keep. At this moment, Rorschach saw that the brothers looked like paupers and coughed gently, then took out a stack of bills tied with a leather band from his pocket and threw it to them. Connor looked down and immediately opened his mouth in surprise. Here were $100 bills each, at least $2,000. Murphy, whose personality was a bit more mature than his, couldn't help but ask, Boss Rorschach, we're only here to open the door for the club every week. There's no need to pay us so much. What a beautiful thing to think. You think this is the Gold Club in Atlanta. I'm looking for your help with something else. Rorschach came over and put his arm around the shoulders of the 2, and the 3 heads came together for a while before the Irish brothers understood what Rorschach meant. The 2 of them patted Rorschach's chest in unison, both with an expression of I'll take care of this. After accepting the mission, the 2 brothers went to the crowd with joyful fists, ready to pick 2 opponents to share their joy. Looking at this wawa-like back of theirs, Rorschach suddenly had some regrets about leaving things to them. And, how does he know these 2 brothers? It's like they beat up some Cockney guy who liked to take the accent together one night while drinking in a bar and somehow became friends the next day. Well, sometimes male friendships come in such strange ways. Time passed extremely quickly in the swing of fists and sweat, and the crowd hadn't even had a few fights before it was time for the club to close. It's the same dark, dank alley where 2 feral cats scramble for scraps spilled from a fallen trash can. At that moment, a low, thumping roar came from the basement, separated only by a steel door, instantly scattering them. The first rule about Fight Club is, you do not talk about Fight Club. The second rule of Fight Club is, you still can't talk about Fight Club. Chapter 5: The Eye of Judgment. Early morning. Although it was another bright sunny day, the officers inside the Chicago Midtown Police Department were silent and seated, with only their ears listening from time to time over toward the commissioner's office. "You're the most irresponsible cop I've ever seen. Asterisk 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 with FARC. You're an asshole who kills people and then leaves? Are you a cop or a gangster? Do you know how many complaint calls I got yesterday? I'm going to remove you from your position." The sound of Chief Griffin's enraged growl traveled unimpeded through the wooden door to the ears of every officer outside. They glanced at each other with gloating smiles on their faces. It wasn't that he was happy to see Rorschach suffer. He simply enjoyed seeing a colleague of outstanding ability being reprimanded. As for removal, this kind of talk to hear even if the secretary 3 days to say to remove Rorschach. The results of the wind, not to mention the removal of the post. The position rose faster than Musk's rocket. At this time in the office, Rorschach, facing the oncoming spit attack, helplessly spread his hands and explained, "It was that guy who shot at me first, the Glock 43X. And when he had emptied all 10 rounds of the whole thing, I countered with just one shot. I did it purely for self-preservation." Self-preservation? Across the desk, a middle-aged white man in a white police uniform with a big belly laughed outright in exasperation when he heard this. He pointed to a photo of the scene on his desk and cursed breathlessly. "You shot him a whole 8 rounds to save yourself? And with 12-gauge shotgun shells. This guy may be black, but he's no Blade Runner." You know, Chief, I'm insecure as hell. How dare you talk back?" The director immediately couldn't sit still, got up and picked up the ashtray on the table and was about to ram it towards Rorschach's head. Ginny, who hadn't dared to say anything since she originally came in, saw this and rushed forward to block. But how could her body be able to hold back the chief, who was more than 200 pounds, and was pressed by the other party's weight to back up? Seeing this scene, Rorschach also helplessly got up to persuade each other, wrapping his arm around the chief's shoulder. His other hand kept soothing the other's chest, and began to skillfully change the topic. "Others are not clear about the scene at that time. Can you not be clear about it, Chief? It was a frontal gun battle. I had to protect the little hostage who was kidnapped as well as take care of the newly recruited police officers. The tactics were a little rough, but everything was for the sake of the safety of the innocent people." Nonsense. It wasn't just a gunfight. Can I not be clear about it? As soon as the director heard this, he immediately got energized, and his mouth began to recite the heroic deeds he had performed over and over again. "I enlisted in the army at the age of 19, participated in Operation Desert Storm at the age of 25, retired to read the police academy for 2 consecutive years of the school's first, the intelligence agencies invited, the FBI crazy. If not for the sake of the family, I would have long been in the Pentagon." Rorschach couldn't help but mutter when he heard the old boy's boasting. Too bad he ended up in the Commercial Crimes Division instead, and hasn't fired a single shot since he became a cop. The chief choked on his words. Indeed, as a veteran of the war, he was assigned to the Commercial Crime Division after graduating from the police academy back then, and has been a police officer for decades. The most contact was not with gangs and bullets, but with contracts and safes. Whenever he thought about them, he was secretly upset. "You kid, no, I've caught more fraudsters than you've ever seen, and I was the best box opener in the whole department back in the day. All the fraudsters' hidden funds haven't escaped me." Chief Griffin grunted lightly, and after pretending in front of the newcomer for a while, he didn't bother to pick on the kid anymore, waving his hand to signal him to get the hell out of there. Rorschach was instantly relieved, and after casually saluting he turned around and prepared to bolt, but as he passed by Ginny's side, he slowed down his footsteps, and with an expression of feigned fierceness, he whispered in the little girl's ear, "No sneaking around and bad-mouthing me in front of the chief." Cut. Ginny's head whipped to the side, ignoring him. After waiting for the exasperated Rorschach to leave, Chief Griffin looked across at Ginny, who looked sweet and looked like a Hollywood actress rather than a police officer, and spoke slowly with some difficulty. "Ginny, I got another call from your father." Half an hour later, Rorschach was sitting in the police car eating a breakfast of fried dumplings that had just come in from takeout when suddenly the car door slammed and Ginny sat in the car with a blank face. Rorschach glanced at her and didn't bother to ask her what exactly she had talked about alone with the chief, finishing the last of the fried dumplings and clapping his hands before driving straight to the patrol area. As a patrol officer who had just been demoted not long ago, his daily task now was to aimlessly stroll around the south side a few times and then randomly find a few who didn't look good to him to pick up and beat them up. It was boring, but Rorschach was enjoying himself, and it was clear that this new partner beside him was not one to hide his words. "Don't you want to know what I talked to the chief about?" Ginny suddenly whipped her head around to look at Rorschach and asked with a wink, "Aren't you afraid I'll badmouth you in front of him?" The director and I are friends for life. Do you think the director will believe what you, a newcomer, says, Rorschach disdained. This chick didn't think about why she had made so many mistakes, yet she was all able to be reinstated to her official position after the wind had passed. In addition to their own ability, of course, the appreciation of the upper level. Ginny sniffed and helplessly skimmed her lips, followed by a low whine as if she were talking to herself. It's my dad. I've only been in Chicago for 2 days, and he's already made a dozen or so phone calls to the chief, demanding that the chief give me a new job that doesn't involve being out in the field. No, it's better if he transfers me out of Chicago and back to Washington. He's always like that. Even though I'm in my 20s and finished the police academy, he still treats me like a child. After hearing this chick's words, Rorschach couldn't help but roll his eyes. What he hated the most was this group of guys who came from a golden key, enjoying the convenience and resources brought by their fathers, but with a mouthful of independence. With this chick's looks and personality, if she were to stay in the South Side, she'd be set up to owe a loan shark she couldn't pay back in less than 3 days, and then sold into the Moon Two-Way strip club. But it sounds like her dad has some power. So, who's your dad? A senator? Rorschach asked curiously. He is. Ginny's words came to a sudden stop. Her eyes rolled and she faced Rorschach with a smile. I can tell you his identity, but in exchange you have to answer a question for me as well. Yes, you first. Rorschach nodded without refusal. Ginny saw this and returned with satisfaction. He's a high-ranking member of the Washington Counterterrorism Unit, CTU, in charge of an entire counterterrorism squad. As for his name, I can't tell you. It's an internal secret. Rorschach glanced at her with some surprise upon hearing this. This chick's father was actually a high-ranking member of the Counterterrorism Bureau? Although he didn't know much about the agency, as a member of the police system he was well aware of the level of the Counterterrorism Bureau, which was an agency with the power to enforce the law at home and abroad, and was directly under the orders of the Minister of Justice, with great power. TSK, no wonder this chick looks like she doesn't know the suffering of the world. Growing up in a rich neighborhood since she was young, her father is still an official privileged person. I'm afraid that she has been soaked in a honeypot since she was a child. It's your turn to answer my question. Ginny turned around and faced Rorschach, her expression curious beyond measure as she asked, yesterday in that black couple's house, it was clearly the other party's pistol that went off 10 times first, but when you came out, why did you not have a single injury on your body? And even your clothes weren't rubbed? I mean, that was a closed environment, and it was still a close-range shooting. She looked Rorschach up and down. She did have a great body, but she didn't look like she could stop a bullet in any way. Rorschach raised an eyebrow, his eyes continuing to stare straight ahead at the road, not answering her question. Just as Ginny wondered if he was trying to renege on his debt, suddenly the brakes sounded, the police car lurched, and under the inertia, Ginny's upper body instantly jolted forward, her head directly hitting the center console. Ouch, that hurts. Ginny rubbed her head before she could react to what was happening, when she heard Rorschach beside her yell at her, I'm shot. What? Ginny craned her head in horror. The front and rear windows were intact, and no blood appeared on Rorschach, but it was closely followed by a series of low growls from Rorschach. What's our current bearing? Rookie. WH. What bearing? Bearing where the police car was. I've been shot. I'm about to bleed to death and you need to notify the main desk for backup in the fastest possible time. So what bearing are we on? What's the location? Ginny hurriedly opened the window and poked her head out to check, but she had only patrolled the Southern District's territory for the first time yesterday, so where did she know the names of the streets here? And in a panic she could only look around for conspicuous street signs, but at that moment Rorschach's disappointed voice rang out from the car again. Now, I'm dead. Rorschach grabbed her collar and pulled Ginny's head back, gazing at her with an expressionless face as he preached, after knowing your patrol area, you should be the first to write down the names of all the streets, alleys, and landmarks within your patrol area. Now because of your irresponsibility, as your partner, I can only lie in the car and bleed to death. Ginny froze, then couldn't help apologizing to herself. I'm sorry, I really forgot. Get out of the car. As punishment, you need to run behind my car today. Rorschach interrupted her, raising his hand and pointing out of the car. Ginny pursed her lips when she saw this cold tone of Rorschach's, and although she was a bit unconvinced, she still pulled open the car door. But just at the moment she was about to go down, this chick suddenly turned her head toward Rorschach and asked, Wait, you still haven't answered my question just now. How did you get off? Do I need to repeat myself? Rorschach pushed her directly toward the car, then closed the door and stepped on the gas to quickly slide past her. Looking ahead at the police car that had driven almost out of sight, Ginny suddenly understood something. This asshole couldn't have just been trying to cheat, so he played such a trick on purpose, right? Meanwhile, Rorschach in the police car looked at Ginny, whose face was red with anger in the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. It was true that I didn't want to answer her question, but memorizing every location in the patrol area was common sense for a patrol officer. Shouldn't he be considered a cheater? As for how he was able to dodge 10 rounds of that S bullets yesterday, Rorschach collected his mind. mind, and 4 large blood-red words slowly emerged in his mind. The Eye of Judgment. Chapter 6. Bullying the policewoman too much. For a traveler, having a system isn't really that unusual, and in Rorschach's opinion, this system in his head called the Eye of Judgment was actually more like a Pandora's box that was forcing him to kill people rather than being an aid to himself. It is like the devil of legend, constantly giving sweetness, but demanding that the souls of the living be used to please it. Fortunately, it only requires the souls of the wicked. Rorschach stared at the 4 big blood-red words in his mind, slowly feeling the feedback brought by the system. Eye of Judgment. When activated, the host can clearly see the color of the mist above each person's head, representing their sin value. White mist, sin value below 60. Ordinary civilians, no need to be concerned. Red mist, if your opponent is over 60, he or she is guilty of a serious crime and can be tried and executed. Black mist, sin value over 90. The opponent is so guilty that he must be executed immediately and will be rewarded handsomely for his execution. After executing the target, Rorschach can also absorb the justice value from the body of the other party and a random reward. As for this reward is actually a skill dropped on the corpse of each executed target. Rorschach narrowed his eyes slightly as the skills he currently possessed came to mind. Unarmed combat specialization, 80 out of 100. Firearm specialization, 85 out of 100. Cold weapon specialization, 70 out of 100. Tactical sniper specialization, 60/100. Explosive specialization, 10 out of 100. Counter-surveillance specialization, 85/100. Sneaking specialization, 90 out of 100. Tracking specialization, 85 out of 100. Medical specialization, 70 out of 100. The numbers in parentheses represent the extreme value of each skill, and the justice value gained from each execution of a sinful person can be used to increase the strength of the skill. With these specializations, Rorschach quickly took control of the situation just as he entered the house of the black couple yesterday. As for the gunshots, the black man's gunman had long since taken him hostage, and the bullets all hit the ceiling. That being said, most of these specializations were dropped from his service back in the day when he was involved in the War on Terror. It had to be said that the battlefield was indeed a good place, and Rorschach had even suspected at first that, relying on the power of the Eye of Judgment, it wouldn't take more than a few years for him to be strengthened into the world's top, most omnipotent single soldier. Unfortunately, after a few rounds of counter-terrorism operations, he'd had a hard time encountering enemies on the battlefield with a high enough sin value to be tried, and more often than not, it was civilians with guns defending their homes. The white mist above their heads symbolizes innocence, and they rebel only to resist the hegemonic invasion of America. Rorschach wouldn't kill them, much less have a reason to. He only enlisted in the military to escape Gus's control, and he had no pressure to kill some real terrorists. But civilians? Sorry, he can't be as shameless as those politicians. So, after getting out of the military and becoming a police officer, the skills he acquired were drastically reduced, and in many cases the ones he acquired were of little use. For example, gardening specialization, 1/100. Pet taming specialization, 1/100. Cold joke specialization, 1 out of 100. Bed skill specialization, 99 out of 100. Well, Rorschach had to admit that not every specialization was useless, and he did spend some of his justice value to boost a specific specialization ability. But in Rorschach's opinion it could all be very necessary, whether it was men admiring or women screaming. That could be the reason why he was trying to move forward. Of course, now there's one more thing to add to the list: get rid of this Gus asshole as early as possible. I don't know how well the Irish brothers have been poking around, but these two guys aren't going to sneak off to Vegas with their own money, are they? Rorschach stopped thinking about it and lit up a cigarette, scanning the street for 2 random black men with their pants down to half their ass cheeks and their mouths full of crabby meat to teach them a lesson. Just then, Ginny, who had been trotting behind the car, finally couldn't hold out. Taking advantage of the car slowing down, she ran up and slammed the roof of the car, yelling at Rorschach, "Stop! Hey, stop! I need to go to the bathroom." Watching the little policewoman gasping for air, Rorschach coughed gloatingly and pointed to the public restroom not far away, signaling that he would wait for her here. Seeing that Rorschach had no shame, Ginny grinded her teeth in hatred, but realizing that she couldn't do anything about it, she could only let out a light grunt, turned around and ran towards the toilet with big strides. What an abomination! Once inside the cubicle in the women's restroom, Ginny muttered indignantly as she removed the tactical belt that had been buckled around her waist and hung it on the door of the cubicle. What's the use of just having a good resume and being good-looking? So bad-tempered. And his personality is as hard as a rock. He's a psychopathic murderer who doesn't even care about killing people. Other people are assigned partners who are either soul sisters or understanding big brothers. How come I'm here? Ginny sat down complaining and spitting constantly after covering the rim of the toilet with toilet paper, especially comparing to the partners assigned to those trainees in the same period. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. The number of times she had been scolded in her long life was not as many as the number of times she had been scolded in the 2 days she had known Luo Xia. It's too bullying. What kind of person teaches a newcomer like that? No. I have to endure. Must stay in Chicago. Can't go back like this in the dust and let Dad look at the joke. Endure. Ginny closed her eyes in an effort to calm down, and after a long moment, she slowly opened them, only to freeze. The tactical belt hanging on the door panel was gone. Boo! There was no time to draw paper to dry off. Ginny jerked up and lifted her pants and crashed through the door panel and stormed out. She had her sidearm on her belt, and if the bad guys took it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Outside the restroom, Rorschach was leaning against the police car, arms clasped over his chest, his face expressionless as he stared directly at her. Rorschach, did you see anyone come out? Ginny, carrying her pants and not caring about the reprimand and abuse that Rorschach would be giving her next, spoke urgently. My tactical belt, the one I left on the door of my cubicle, has been stolen. Tactical belt stolen? As expected, Rorschach became angry when he heard this. He pointed to Ginny's nose and asked in a hushed voice, does that compartment have a door panel that goes straight up to the ceiling? No. Ginny shook her head blankly. How dare you put it up without it? Rorschach raised his hand and pointed to the distance, saying with a single word, now because of your momentary negligence, an innocent citizen could be shot a block away by the guy with your police gun. Is this how you become a police officer? His words hit Ginny's heart like a heavy hammer, and the thought of possible scenarios brought tears to Ginny's eyes. She helplessly pulled on Rorschach's arm and prayed, let's get it back, okay? Rorschach, you're so familiar with the Southern District, you can definitely get it back, right? I swear, I'll never secretly curse you behind your back again. Rorschach was about to reprimand her some more when the car's radio suddenly rang. Attention South Side units. A male body has been found in Hyde Park. Please have the neighborhood police officers rush to the scene as soon as possible. Rorschach didn't bother to scold her again, turning around and pulling the door open to get back into the car. Ginny stood outside, her thoughts in turmoil, her mind filled with images of bad guys taking her police gun and creating bloodshed. At that moment, something suddenly flew out of the car and fell at her feet. Lesson number 5 for a good cop. A sidearm should never be left unattended. After dropping those words, Rorschach took one foot off the gas and went straight to the address on the radio. Ginny looked at the tactical belt at her feet and her mind went blank. After a long time, a shriek of mortification resounded within a radius of 200 meters from the public toilet. Xia. Chapter 7. The ones who have ed your daughter can be lined up from here to Iraq. Hyde Park. As Chicago's oldest and most scenic lakeside park, it is logical that it should be one of Chicago's landmarks and become a hot tourist stop for out-of-town visitors. But unfortunately, this park was built on the south side. As a result, the largest number of people staying here are not tourists, but rather homeless bums. But that's not a problem, after all. Without the property that the homeless have been stripped of, the government doesn't have the money to build the park. So for the homeless people sleeping rough, their property is just circulating to them in a different way. Well, praise be to America. At this moment, in a corner of the park, a large group of residents out for a morning walk were gathered around a bush, pointing towards a motionless body lying on its back. If you get close enough, you can even hear the big old men fighting over the honor of who was the first to find this body. And if you don't know better, you'll think you're in a production of Stand By Me. Well, it wasn't long before the alarm bell interrupted their argument. Rorschach pushed the car door open, strangled his hands on his belt, and yawned as he walked toward the crowd. And behind him, Ginny, who had raced after the police car all the way to the park entrance before she was allowed to get in the car and take a break, pursed her lips tightly and walked several meters away from him without a word. Okay, it's a bum's body, not Charlize Theron. So all disperse quickly. Rorschach clapped his hands at the huddled residents, and when he had dispersed them all, he raised his hand and reached behind him. Ginny's heart tightened as she looked at his outstretched palm, and although she didn't know what Rorschach was up to, she always felt as if she had done something wrong again. Do what? Ginny asked cautiously. Rorschach craned his head to see her overwhelmed appearance, and couldn't help but sigh darkly, shouting breathlessly, caution tape, trace fixation line, nylon corpse cover, isolation gloves. After discovering the body to do is not still want me to teach you one by one? How did you learn in the police academy? Ginny froze, then nodded quickly. I'll get it now. Although she hated Rorschach inwardly, but due to the professional heart of a police officer, she still hurriedly ran towards the police car to get these tools. But no sooner had she run 2 steps than she heard Rorschach stop. Wait! Rorschach stopped her with a wave of his hand, and then looked skeptically at the blue denim jacket wearing a blue denim jacket not far away from the body. Face down, Damn, this body looks more and more familiar, Rorschach muttered inwardly, and when he walked up to this corpse, he bent down and surveyed it for a few moments before suddenly and violently lifting his foot and kicking it. Mom messed with Frank, a foot kicked out. The body still did not have any reaction. Rorschach followed and added 2 feet, mouth cursing, still shelved pretending to be dead. Is it? Quickly get up and rolled home. Mom messed with the Fark, day and night to waste our police force. Want to die, home to die. Ginny, who saw this from the side, immediately stopped in anger. She stood in front of the corpse named Frank, glaring at Rorschach and shouting, "Don't be crazy, how can you treat a corpse like that? It's not what a good cop should do." Corpses? Rorschach shook his head in a good-natured manner. Looks like I'll have to introduce you to some famous people in the Southern District. Know which 2 creatures will survive in the world after the next apocalypse? One is cockroaches, and the other is. He raised his hand to point behind Ginny and cursed under his breath. Asterisk 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 messing with Frank Gallagher of Fark. Ginny, who had managed to find an opportunity, wanted to dislike Rorschach some more unconvincingly, but the sudden moaning sound behind her directly interrupted her thoughts. She twisted her head incredulously, only to see the guy she had taken for a corpse stretch and sit up from the floor. "Hey, look who's here." Frank instantly got up in a hurry when he saw Rorschach, automatically skipping over Ginny, who was still in a state of bewilderment, and greeted Rorschach with a shy grin and open arms. "The pride of our South Side, Chicago's finest detective Rorschach Butcher, also my daughter Fiona's first boyfriend." Seeing this guy's mouth grinning bigger than a toilet bowl, Rorschach didn't even want to pay attention to him and twisted his head to leave. But Frank, how to let go so easily, let go of him. This old man continues to shamelessly follow Rorschach, mouth chanting, "Rorschach, Rorschach, take pity on me, the father of your first love. How about buying me a drink? Or discounting it? 50. No, $20 will do. I didn't drink much this morning." Rorschach paused in his tracks and looked up at the sky before taking a deep breath and turning around to nod at Frank's head irritably. "First of all, I've only ed Fiona once, and even that time she got me drunk on purpose, so I'm already being merciful by not suing her. And there are guys who've ed Fiona who could be lined up from here to Iraq. Why don't you go from guy to guy and ask them for money? Secondly, I've given you at least $1,000 before and after because of your moral kidnapping. Do you really think I'm an ingrate? You ing dick? Try asking me for money again shamelessly? Believe it or not, I'll lock you up for 48 hours first." Upon hearing this, Frank, who was still ready to get some more out of Rorschach, stopped squeaking. It wasn't that he was afraid of being put in jail, it was purely because he couldn't stand the pain of not drinking for 2 days. But looking at Rorschach, who was about to get into the police car and leave, Frank didn't know what came into his mind, and suddenly had an idea in his head. He hurriedly called out to Rorschach and spoke in a low voice. "Look, Rorschach, I definitely don't want your money for nothing. Have you been poking around the South Side lately for missing children?" Rorschach, who was about to open the car door, had a cold look in his eyes as he looked down at the old man and spoke in a deep voice. "You'd better know what you're talking about." The cold look scared Frank so much that he shrank back, but with his mouth dry and his thirst continuing to be quenched by a bottle of vodka, he had the courage to explain. "At Kai's bar I overheard the Irish brothers asking about a couple of missing children in the South End. Others may not be aware of it, but I do know that they are all your informants. First rule of Fight Club, right?" Rorschach looked Frank up and down, not realizing that the old boy even knew about Fight Club. It wasn't that he was surprised that someone had violated the Fight Club's code. Frankly, a small group that relied on so much as a couple of flaky soup words to get it together would sooner or later be exposed to a wider audience. Just a little surprised that Frank, this guy, will be so deaf. He only last night explained the Irish brothers, not even a few hours to be frank, heard also associated with their own. Frank followed up by speaking while the iron was hot. "Believe me, Rorschach, I've got the information you want in my hands, and for $1,000, I'll tell you all about it. God, if anyone can save those lost children, it's you, Rorschach." Rorschach glanced at him, then under Frank's expectant gaze, reached into his pocket and pulled out a napkin. "Put." Rorschach finished blowing his nose and placed the tissue in Frank's impatiently outstretched palm and blandly said, "Find a trash can and throw it away. Rorschach, cut the crap and wait for me at home tonight. Let me remind you, if you dare to fool me, I swear you won't be able to drink a single drop of wine for the rest of your future life." Rorschach pointed threateningly at Frank, then ignored Ginny, who was still in place and not moving, and left her again as he had just done and disappeared straight away in the police car. But this time, Ginny didn't continue to dart after them like she did before. She looked at the police car that was already almost out of sight, and after her eyes narrowed, she walked over to Frank, who was still cursing in the direction Rorschach had left. "Mr. Gallagher, is it?" Seeing the appearance of an unfamiliar policewoman without the slightest desire to communicate, Frank waved his hand and was about to leave, but a hand clasped with $100 bill suddenly reached out in front of him. Ginny smiled at him and spoke softly. You seem to be familiar with Rorschach, so could you please tell me something about his past? Anything at all. As long as it's related to him, I can get money for it. Chapter 8. Don't worry, I don't use my hands. The night was low, and it was almost time to leave work, but Rorschach was feeling uncomfortable now. It wasn't so much because of how tired he was after a long day of work, or because he was worried that Gus was secretly pulling some kind of underhanded trick on him. What the hell do you want? After parking the police car, Rorschach couldn't stand it any longer and directly turned his head toward the passenger side of Ginny and asked in a deep voice. The rookie has been acting unusually odd all day since leaving Hyde Park. Every now and then she stared at him, a thoughtful look in her eyes, as if she were trying to peer into his inner world. Rorschach couldn't say what it felt like, but her gaze made him feel uncomfortable all over. Ginny woke up to his questioning, but this time, instead of responding cautiously or rolling her eyes and ignoring it, as she usually did, she forced a smile and then got out of the car without a word. Rorschach looked at Ginny's back and 3 steps through the car window, and although there was some doubt in his mind, he didn't bother to pursue the question. There were plenty of other things for him to worry about, and a renegade official kid from Washington wasn't worth devoting too much attention to yet. Just as he was thinking that, Ginny suddenly doubled back outside, bending down and tapping on the window. She put on a sweetheart smile and asked softly, "What do you want to eat tomorrow morning? I can make, buy it and bring it to you." "What?" Rorschach asked incredulously as if he hadn't heard. "You said you were bringing me breakfast tomorrow?" "Yeah." Ginny nodded shyly. "I'm not a very good cook, so I had to buy it for you outside." Rorschach looked at her critically for a few moments, then shrugged indifferently. "Don't do these unnecessary things to please me. If you really want to get an excellent grade on your own evaluation form, then memorize all those lessons I taught you by heart, or else it's all for nothing if you do it more. Who told you that I'm trying to curry favor with you?" Ginny jumped a little in anger. She ground her teeth and glared at Rorschach before turning around and about to leave, but Rorschach's voice sounded again from behind. "Bring fried dumplings. They have to be from the Chinatown Chinese restaurant." "No go. Chinatown is so far away." "Donuts it is then. And remember, ask for the large rainbow frosting ones. Don't bring it. It's too sugary. I'll bring you a cereal and you can use it to make milk." "Cereal-infused milk?" Rorschach skimmed his mouth in disgust like a dead fly. A bowl of oatmeal milk and then starting a day of cruising the streets would only make him feel like he was done for life. However, Ginny's attitude change was really something. Chasing after the police car's ass for 2 days, and even if she didn't hate herself, she even thought about bringing him breakfast? Wait. Rorschach's expression lurched as he looked at Ginny's back that was bouncing around like a child who hadn't grown up even when she was wearing a police uniform and slowly frowned. Is this chick trying to poison herself? Night. It was already after 8 p.m. And the police bells on the streets of the south side overlapped with the black rap playing out on the stereo, and even an occasional gunshot or two could be heard, coming together in a symphony called Free America. Rorschach was driving his used pickup truck, which had been auctioned off for a low price within the police department, and a hard rock song was playing in it. It's just as loud, but it's not like black rap, where the lyrics are either horses and tickets or gold necklaces and expensive sports cars and that kind of meaningless stuff. As for the sporadic sounds of gunfire outside, you're off duty. Why do you care? Oh mama, just killed a man. Humming Bohemian Rhapsody on his lips, Rorschach pulled up to a 2-story wooden house. Even by the standard of construction in the South End, the cabin was a little too old. The white paint fell off, exposed the following mottled moldy wood, some broken places and even directly with a few boards spliced randomly nailed on. The yard also put a variety of messy debris. "This is the home of Frank Gallagher, the man we met in the park this morning." Pushing open the still solid wooden door, Rorschach just felt like his nose had been punched by alcohol, filling the room with a strong odor of alcohol. The couch was crowded with a large group of people at the moment, and with a casual glance Rorschach saw several of Frank's sons and daughters and their friends. As soon as the guys saw Rorschach, who had entered the door, they raised their hands in a quirky manner and shouted with their mouths rising and falling. "Hell no, put the guns and grass away. The damn cops are coming. King cap, dead cop, don't grab me. I don't have a weapon on me." Rorschach had long been surprised by the family's jumpy personality, and after smiling and going up to high-five them one by one, he asked curiously, "It's only the middle of the night and the house smells like so much booze? And a few of you, hurry up and put down the whiskey under your hands. You are not old enough to drink." He snatched the bottles out of the hands of a couple of guys on the couch who were obviously still students, while intimidatingly pointing his finger at them. Frank's oldest son, Lip, threw a cigarette over and opened his mouth to explain. Frank got a large sum of money from somewhere and bought several whole cases of whiskey and vodka, which the old man tried to hide, but Carl turned them all over. With that, he patted the flat-headed kid looking like a middle schooler off to the side. None other than Frank's youngest son, Carl. Rorschach smiled and shrugged, not really wondering why Frank was suddenly rich again. Although this old man is selfish, no sense of responsibility and commitment, courtesy, justice, honesty and shame is not care, but he has a mouth of good eloquence. Fooling and swindling ability even in the whole of Chicago is ranked on the number. Looks like it's probably another dumbass who's been duped by him. So he's, now, halfway through his sentence. Rorschach suddenly got a bad feeling, and he immediately winded up looking around the house. As it happened, underneath a table, Frank, who was already drunk, was sleeping soundly with his arms around the table legs, completely forgetting about his appointment with him. Fark. Rorschach breathlessly kicked at his ass. He knew the old bastard couldn't be trusted. Rorschach. Just as he was about to just punch Frank awake, a surprised yell suddenly sounded behind him. A tall, fairly good-looking woman darted down the stairs and lunged at him with open arms. The somewhat over-enthusiastic woman is Frank's oldest daughter, Fiona, also Rorschach's first girlfriend in middle school. Actually, it's not quite accurate to describe them as girlfriends, because Rorschach never liked the woman from start to finish. After all, when he was a student, no matter the figure and appearance are considered to be the level of the American schoolboy, and that will be because of Gus's relationship. Even the gangsters do not dare to provoke him. How could such a campus sensation give up an entire forest for a woman? But the bad thing is that Fiona, this woman, is really too wild. In a party, even directly drunk Rorschach, and then dragged him to his room. Then from the next day on, the woman went around bragging to others that Rorschach was his boyfriend. Seriously, if it wasn't for the fact that Fiona was still a chick who hadn't dated anyone in the first place, Rorschach would have shot her in the heart. "Don't be so enthusiastic, okay?" said Rorschach, placing his palm against her forehead and holding Fiona, who had her legs wrapped around her already waist and was still thrusting forward, down alive. Fiona licked her lips with intent as she felt the blazing heat that had just come from Rorschach. "It's been a long time since we've been like that since you became a cop. Go upstairs to my room and don't say you don't want it." I'm here to see Frank about something." Rorschach breathlessly pushed the crazy woman away. In the past, he might have had some interest, but as far as he knew, Fiona was a woman whose boyfriends changed faster than her underwear, and he wasn't interested in playing with a commodity that was ridden by 10,000 people. Looking for Frank? Did he do something wrong? Fiona tensed at that. It wasn't that she was worried about Frank's death. It was purely because she was afraid that Frank would get into trouble and get herself and her siblings involved. Rorschach shook his head. "It's nothing to do with him. Remember to call me when he wakes up. By the way, the restroom is empty, right? I'm going to use the restroom and go home first." Ignoring Fiona's lustful expression, he casually grabbed an unopened bottle of whiskey from the table, biting off the cap and sipping as he made his way to the building's bathroom. Meanwhile, a blonde girl who was nestled in her boyfriend Lip's arms couldn't help but bite her lip softly as she watched Rorschach's back. She made a random excuse to put off Lip, unbuttoned her two blouses, and quietly followed Rorschach. In the bathroom, Rorschach looked disgustedly at the yellow-stained toilet, and before he could unbuckle his belt, the push of the door sounded. Karen carefully burrowed in and flashed a sweet smile towards Rorschach. "Hi Rorschach, do you remember me? Your name is Karen, your Lip's girlfriend, also known as the South End stamp-collecting bimbo." Rorschach twisted his head and glanced at her, disdainfully saying, "Say something." "Nothing, hurry up and get out. Can't you see I'm busy?" Karen choked on his words and couldn't get them out of her mouth, but she couldn't resist her stamp-collecting desire at thought of the other woman's nickname of Pride of the South Side and Chicago's finest detective. After pursing her lips, she smiled back. "I just wanted to let you know that there is something cleaner than the Gallagher's toilet for your convenience." With that said, the chick's hand actually reached right over, and Rorschach couldn't help but frown at the sight. "Maybe you should wash your hands. There's as many germs on the doorknob alone as there are on an entire petri dish." Karen jerked away Rorschach's belt and smiled. "Don't worry, I don't use my hands." When she finished, she slowly crouched down. Chapter 9: The Salamanca Family. Whoa dash. Warm water poured from the overhead shower canopy, and Rorschach held a scrub cloth in his hand as he vigorously rubbed a certain body part of himself. Perhaps when facing difficulties, Rorschach would always be able to maintain a tough attitude, but sometimes, in the face of a girl's enthusiasm, even if he knew that the other party did not have good intentions, he would always unconsciously let his guard down. As he had said in the bathroom of Gallagher's house not long ago, Karen was a stamp collecting, and many people even called her a must-see South Side attraction, but he had let his guard down. Mom messed with Fark. Hell knows how many germs are hidden in this woman's mouth. Shatter. Rorschach turned off the faucet in chagrin and changed into a set of homey, baggy beach pants after scrubbing his body. He took a can of beer out of the fridge, opened it and drank it in one gulp, then crushed the empty can flat and tossed it into the trash with precision. The light from the ceiling was slightly dim, and under its illumination, the whole house seemed to have an additional layer of nostalgic precipitation. It was a modest two-bedroom bungalow with obvious signs of redecoration inside. Cream wallpaper covered the subtle cracks in the walls, and a thick blanket had been laid on the floor to cover any possible noises from the old floorboards below. Everything was full of signs of age, and this place had been with Rorschach for more than 20 years since he could remember. Only he was the only one left living in the house since he was in middle school. Rorschach walked to the fireplace and carefully wiped the picture frame placed on it with a handkerchief. On the picture was a middle-aged woman with a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and a very kind smile that made people feel good when they saw it. There were very few things in this world that Rorschach held dear, and the photo in front of him was undoubtedly one of the most important. "Good evening, Mary." Rorschach flashed the only heartfelt smile he'd seen in days at the woman in the photo. The woman in the photo was his mother in this world, who died in an accident over 10 years ago. As for the father, Rorschach didn't have much of an impression, after becoming a baby with the memories of his previous life. In his impression he only had his mother as his only relative from the beginning to the end. Father was a very foreign word to him, and one he had no expectations of. Speaking of which, although Rorschach himself was extremely disgusted by black men, at first glance, there was surprisingly a hint of commonality between him and those black men who mingled in the streets of the South Side. After wiping the picture frame clean, Rorschach sat down on the couch and turned on the television. Tonight there was a baseball game between the Chicago Cubs and the Boston Red Sox. Just as he pulled another dozen beers out of the fridge and prepared to drink them while he watched, the doorbell rang untimely, accompanied by the whispered cries of his Irish brothers. Rorschach slightly raised his eyebrows. These two brothers found their house in the middle of the night. In all likelihood, there were already clues to what was explained to them, and it was indeed as he expected. Connor nodded at him perkily as soon as he entered and even tried to give him an excited high five. Murphy, for his part, followed close behind with both arms wrapped around a tightly closed cardboard box. "Ha ha, boss, you'll never guess how well we found it." Connor sat himself down on his ass on the couch, one arm resting on the back edge of the couch, and spoke eloquently. "The two of us brothers have spent the last 2 days strolling through all the bars and homeless hangouts in the South Side, and compiling all of the information that we've poked around. Do you know the results, Rorschach?" The guy deliberately lowered his voice and his expression became serious. 78 children. In the past 6 months, a total of 78 children have gone missing from the Southern District. The oldest of them is only 13 years old, and the youngest can't even walk. Rorschach's pupils shrunk violently upon hearing this, and he was obviously also completely shocked by this news. Still, he looked to Murphy, who was a bit more stable compared to his brother's penchant for exaggeration. However, in the face of Rorschach's sharp eyes, Murphy just nodded with a heavy face, as if he hadn't yet buffered back from the news. "Fark," Rorschach couldn't help but curse out. For the past 6 months he'd been doing his job of solving murders at the main office and hadn't paid much attention to the Southern District. He didn't expect to wait until he was now demoted to a patrolman to realize that the bastard Gus had already victimized so many innocent children. Most of them are girls, but a third of them are boys. Murphy spoke in a deep voice. The vast majority of them have either incarcerated parents or are from families of drug addicts who are incapable of raising children. Logically, these children would have been sent to a welfare center to await adoption, but for some reason all of them have disappeared. Mom messing with Fark, is that even a guess? Someone at the welfare center must have been paid off by Gus. No, not only the welfare center, but the police station too. All those South Side cops are black cops. Connor cursed indignantly. Finding a cop these days is like betting the Russian roulette wheel. You never know which side the cop you find is really on. Rorschach sat silently on the sofa and did not deny Connor's words. After all, this kid was actually right. Many of the police officers rooted in the South District had long been bought by the various de-trafficking syndicates or gangs, and almost all of the ones that could be found here were black police officers who collected black money. Only 78 children? Even if some of those kids disappeared for reasons that had nothing to do with Gus, the number was still too large. What the hell is this guy doing kidnapping so many kids? Organ trading? To the rich and powerful? By the way, Rorschach, check this out. Connor pointed to the carton on the coffee table that Murphy had brought in. The box looked to be about half a cubic meter in size, with a mottled appearance, and was placed heavily in front of Rorschach's eyes. Well, looking at the look of the carton, plus what the two Connor brothers had just recounted, Rorschach suddenly had a bad premonition, and that line from Brad Pitt's 7 Deadly Sins suddenly and automatically appeared in his mind. What's in the box? What's in the F***king box? Rorschach wrinkled his nose, pointed at the two of them, and said seriously, "Mind you, if it's the bodies of those innocent children in there, I'm going to beat both of you up first just to vent my anger." Corpses. Corpse? Connor froze, then shook his head in disbelief and opened the cardboard box of his own accord. Rorschach raised his eyes and looked at it with a slight sigh of relief. All that was placed inside were stuffed animals and some children's clothes covered in stains. Murphy duly explained, "These were found when we were following one of Gus's men to a dry cleaning factory on the outskirts of town. We didn't dare follow him in, but turned up these in the trash cans around the place. Think about it, Rorschach." Connor followed, adding, "It's not unusual for a dry cleaning plant to have dirty clothes, but what's with all the dolls? It's definitely a secret place where that asshole Gus keeps the kids captive. He keeps the kids in one place and then transports them elsewhere by other means. Damn messing with Fark. If it wasn't for Murphy stopping me and the fact that I didn't have a weapon on me, I would have wanted to go in and blow all of those bastards' heads off right then and there." Rorschach automatically ignored the kid's awesome end blow as he glanced around at the Irish brothers with some surprise. To tell the truth, at the beginning when the task of collecting information on missing children was given to them, Rorschach was purely holding the mentality of having dates but not jujubes, and did not hold much hope for them at all. But the performance of these two brothers really surprised him. Just 2 days to find out all the missing children, not to mention, and may even find the factory where Gus imprisoned the children. This extreme efficiency thoroughly impressed Rorschach with the two of them. "You guys are doing a great job." Rorschach got up from the couch, turned his back on both of them and walked over to a counter, pulling open a drawer and taking a stack of cash out of the compartment inside. "Here's your reward. Don't take it or leave it. You've been in danger while checking out all this information. You deserve this money. Just think of it as an informant's fee." Upon hearing this, Connor and Murphy, who were still trying to refuse, looked at each other before revealing embarrassed smiles in unison and putting the stack of bills into their pockets. "What's the word, Boss Rorschach?" Connor couldn't wait to ask after collecting the money. "Are you going to go it alone this time or call your colleagues from the police station? Most importantly, you can't forget about us brothers." "That's right, you must bring us along for such a good thing as killing human traffickers." Murphy patted his chest with the same righteous indignation. Rorschach smiled and pulled out a box of cigarettes and threw a few to them. After lighting them up, he spoke honestly, with Gus's cautious character. "There are at least more than 2 digits of gunmen stationed in that factory. It wouldn't be difficult for me to raid in alone, but there are still an unknown number of children inside, and there's a high chance that I'll accidentally injure them, so the risk is just too great. As for the police department, with the number of black cops in the police department nowadays, report this to the police, and within an hour Gus will get the message and move the people. Gotta think of a way to get Gus to take care of himself, preferably by getting him to move a good portion of those gunmen from the factory, and then things will get a lot easier." The Irish brothers looked at each other, then asked in unison, "What solution?" Rorschach slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. His eyes narrowed slightly. "The Salamanca family. Chapter 10. From this moment on, we are brothers. Perhaps behind every legend lies an untold and bitter past. Gus certainly wasn't a legend, but in the Chicago underworld, his name was enough to put countless people on notice. His story, like the deepest shadows of the city, is hidden and heavy, little known but breathtakingly real. 20 years ago, Chicago's D-goods market was firmly in the hands of a group of Mexicans who called themselves the Salamanca family, and held a direct and secure channel to Mexico. With cheap D products and hundreds of ruthless gunmen, they monopolized almost 90% of the Chicago market and were unbeatable. But one day, the appearance of a black man in a suit and tie changed all that. The black man takes his best buddy on a journey to Mexico to visit the upline of the Salamanca family, a super D-lord who controls the source of nearly 30% of the D-goods in North America. 2 out, 1 back. No one knows what he went through in Mexico, but when he returned to Chicago on his own, he had a hidden feeder and tons of cheap D-goods in his hands. In a few short years, the black man had hardened himself to rip a chunk of flesh from the monopoly of the Salamanca family and rewrite the underground landscape of Chicago on his own. Today, his popularity is even steadily overshadowing that of the Salamanca family. His name, Gus Flynn. Outsiders might not know, but Rorschach, who had joined the Gus group since he was a student and had been reused by Gus for a time, knew a little-known hidden secret. The Salamanca family was present in Mexico that year. They laughed at Gus for his lack of self-importance and even shot his best buddy in the face. However, perhaps out of interest or to checkmate the Salamanca family, that Mexican D-lord, after giving enough of a fight, actually handed over the shipping channel to Gus. From that day on, Chicago had one more underground emperor, and the Salamanca family, one more immortal mortal enemy. Rorschach never expected a bottomless D trading family to help him, but he knew for sure that if Gus ever played with fire, the Salamanca family would definitely be the first to rush up and add fuel to the fire. pressing the cigarette out in the ashtray. Rorschach already had an idea in his mind. He had to find a way to provoke a conflict between those two forces as soon as possible, preferably to the point of a street shootout. The Salamancas can keep churning out gunmen from Mexican stowaways, but Gus doesn't have that. The gunmen guarding the kids in the factory will be transferred, at least half of them, when things go south. At that time, Rorschach would be able to go and rescue the trapped children with minimal risk. But the time had to be quick. If it dragged on too long, Gus might send all the men to New York before the plan was implemented. Connor, Murphy. Rorschach looked at the pair of Irish brothers in front of him who always called themselves little brothers and were full of idealism even though they didn't have a deep friendship with him. There's still one more thing I'd like to ask you to help me with. In these few days, you guys help me to secretly keep an eye on that dry cleaning factory. Record the number of people who come in and out every day, and let me know if there's any emergencies at any time. With that, he was ready to get up and give them another $2,000. If they did this and Gus found out, they would definitely be silenced. The risk was too great. Rorschach couldn't feel good in his heart if he didn't give them more money. But before he could rise, these two brothers rushed over and stopped him, both in the same tone of voice, and both very firmly refused the money. What do you take us for, Boss Rorschach? Are we the kind of people who are very greedy and afraid of death? That's right, boss. We've thought of you as a brother since we beat up the Brits in the bar together. And Fight Club, I can't believe you gave us brothers the burden of opening and closing the door. You trust us so much. It's only right that we do something for you. Rorschach looked at the brothers in a serious manner, but instead, he was a little embarrassed. He created Fight Club purely because he wanted a place to box and practice, but he plagiarized a few lines from Brad Pitt's movie, and he didn't expect these guys to actually take it as a Bible. Then again, it seems the easiest way to befriend the Irish is to beat up the English with them. Okay, Rorschach didn't reject their good intentions and moved to put his arm around the shoulders of the duo and smiled. From this moment on, we are brothers. Remember, if you encounter an unexpected situation while on a stakeout, don't be impulsive and make sure to notify me first and wait for me to make arrangements. When we take down Gus, let's go to a British pub to celebrate and beat up a few more Brits. When he finished speaking, he extended his palm toward the two. Connor and Murphy exchanged glances before excitedly giving Rorschach a heavy high five. I'll beat up those Brits. I'm going to take my gun with me. Never mind. I'll bring a wrench, just in time to fix the rotten teeth of the Brits. Ha ha ha. The following day, Chicago Police Department. Rorschach sat behind his desk and rubbed his temples with a headache. Last night he'd gone on a binge with his Irish brothers over a couple cases of beer plus 5 or 6 bottles of whiskey. If it hadn't been for that Connor kid who had to show off his cooking skills and managed to get Rorschach to vomit up the contents of his stomach with a pot of fishy fish stew, he'd probably still be at home drunk as hell. But that pot of fish stew had also taught him one thing. While the Irish hated the English from the bottom of their hearts and didn't identify with their English heritage, the food on both sides of the border was equally disgusting and unpalatable. Bang! A heavy white plastic bag was suddenly thrown onto his desk. Ginny looked at Rorschach, who didn't look too good, skimmed her lips in disgust and said, "Here, this is the breakfast I brought for you. 5 boxes of fried dumplings and 3 boxes of donuts. Just eat it. Sooner or later you'll have to eat your way out of diabetes and fatty liver." Rorschach looked at the still steaming breakfast in front of him in surprise, and his gaze involuntarily turned to Ginny, who had her arms crossed and a haughty look on her face. It took a while for him to raise a finger. "First of all, I have to remind you that poisoning is a felony, especially if it's done to a police officer." Followed by, Rorschach picked up the box with the fried dumplings inside and pointed to a paragraph on it that was either a circle or a horizontal line. "I wanted fried dumplings from a Chinese restaurant, but you brought me Korean ones. I'm telling you, this is worse than poisoning. Love it or leave it." If it weren't for, Ginny suddenly swallowed back in mid-sentence. She gave Rorschach a deep look, angled her head and gave a light grunt as she turned around and walked away. Rorschach looked at her back and shivered his teeth a little incomprehensibly. In the past few days with her partner, this little girl was either running after his police car or being educated by him in various ways. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have already reported to their superiors and asked for a change of partner. But not only did Ginny not leave, but she was kind enough to bring him breakfast. Rorschach suddenly thought of something and his eyes became odd. This little girl doesn't have some unknown special fetish, does she? Oh, no. Then what he's been doing to her all these days is exactly what she wants, isn't it? Rorschach shook his head breathlessly. These rich second-generation people really know how to play. He lamented as he picked up a fried dumpling from the box and brought it to his mouth. Just 2 bites in, he blanched and jerked his head down to spit the entire contents of his mouth into the trash can at his feet. Mom's messing with Fark. Stuffed pickles. Chapter 11, The Ultimate Fighting Tournament. After only 1 bite, Rorschach decisively distributed all of these Korean fried dumplings to his colleagues at the police station. After he had filled his thermos with coffee, he bit into a donut and was ready to leave the office and get on with his job as a patrol cop. In fact, strictly speaking, a patrol officer like Rorschach shouldn't even have a desk in the hall, let alone an independent office. But Rorschach was, after all, a chief of detectives specializing in murder cases not too long ago, and this time, even though he had been demoted, for some special reasons, his office was still being kept by the higher-ups of the police department. After all, according to past experience, ghosts know when Rorschach will do a big case and then promote it up. Keep the office also saved the trouble of moving around. Ginny, who was waiting for Rorschach in the police car, had already rushed her several times in a row on her pager, as if since yesterday, the rookie's attitude towards Rorschach had changed, without the fear and indignation she had felt before, and even showed some more caring behavior towards him. What the hell? What the hell happened yesterday? Rorschach was puzzled, but just as he was about to close the glass door to his office, an unexpected figure stepped in front of him. Chief Griffin was looking straight at Rorschach with a beer belly just like a pregnant woman's. The bottom edge of his white shirt was tucked all the way into his suit pants and was tightened by a black belt, making his belly look even more rounded and protruding. Are you kid addicted to being a patrolman lately? How long has it been since then, and how come you haven't solved a single case? The director asked towards him with dissatisfaction. Rorschach spread his hands breathlessly after hearing this. Not so much, boss. I've only just been demoted for more than half a month. I'm just a patrolman now. Can't I just leave the crime solving to the gang from the homicide squad? I'm also very busy patrolling the streets every day. You're busy my ass. Don't think I don't know that you just sit in the car every day, feed and clothe yourself, and command Ginny to do everything for you. Yeah, I'm busy teaching the new guy. Luo Xia justifiably returned a sentence. After seeing the director's face become more and more ugly, he followed with a snort and spoke. I do have a lot of things lately. Let's do it this way. After I'm done with these few days, I'll go to the homicide and murder unit to help out again. You'll see that this is always fine. Hearing this, the director's face looked slightly better. It wasn't that he wanted to squeeze Rorschach's labor. It was purely because this kid's ability to solve cases was too strong. Often even the evidence is not yet full. This guy can distinguish the culprit, and in the direction of his determination to dig deeper and more detailed investigation, and finally always find the final word of the evidence, will be identified as early as Rorschach to the prisoner to the arrest of the case. The director sometimes wondered if this kid was some kind of micro-expression expert. Otherwise, how could he determine if a suspect was a murderer after only meeting him once? Count on your kid's good sense. Don't worry, when we finish a few cases this time, the detective position will still be yours. I've already given the word. No one can take it away. The director encouragingly patted Rorschach's shoulder, satisfied to leave, but on the way out, he suddenly thought of something, and twisted his head towards Rorschach and said, but to throw you such an elite to patrol the streets of the South Side is also too much. 3 days later there will be a UFC's heavyweight gold belt contest in Chicago, and now the contestants from both sides have already arrived at the United Center Stadium to warm up. The city attaches great importance to this match. You represent our police department in these days to be responsible for the security there. Don't always fool around in the South Side. Rorschach was not happy when he heard it. He was still preparing to stir up the conflict between Gus and Salamanca in the Southern District as soon as possible in these few days. Now that he was transferred to the gymnasium as a security guard, wouldn't the plan be prolonged? As if he could see the resistance in his eyes, the chief explained again in a serious tone. This tournament is sponsored by a number of entrepreneurs in the city, in order to expand the city's influence and attract foreign tourists. A few of them are regular donors to our police department. Chilla's Restaurant, Nick's Retail, and other chains are all in it. So if you do this beautifully, it'll only do you good and no harm in your future. Rorschach, who was originally adamant about refusing, heard one of the familiar names. His eyes moved slightly, and after a few seconds of quick thought, he nodded with a somewhat unhappy expression. Well, since you've given the word, Chief, what else do I have to say? I'll be there later. Shet, what kind of expression is that? I'm paving the way for you. You think I'm harming you? The director slapped Rorschach's chest twice heavily in displeasure. When he was gone, Rorschach rubbed his chin, his mind quickly going over what the chief had just said. If he remembered correctly, Chilla's seemed to be a chain of Mexican restaurants that the Salamanca family had used to launder money to start. Ultimate fighting competition? Kind of interesting. The United Center Arena. It's no exaggeration to say that this is probably the first stop for any visitor to Chicago. The reason is obvious. It's the home of the Bulls and there's a statue of Michael Jordan at the entrance. Before Mamba's crash, this was always the hottest spot to hit the baller statue. In front of the gym, Ginny saw the opportunity to quietly take out her cell phone and take a selfie of Jordan's statue and herself when no one was around to notice. Is that your attitude at work? It was too late to take 2 more shots before the obnoxious voice had rung out. Rorschach jerked her cell phone away and reprimanded in a disgruntled tone. When you put on a police uniform, you'd better put away all of whatever worshipful star-chasing mentality you have. Ginny watched as Rorschach naturally stuffed his cell phone into his pocket, and was so used to his style that she didn't bother bother to argue, just asked suspiciously, "Aren't you from Chicago? Don't you like Jordan? Or are you a James fan?" Rorschach, who was still expressionless, suddenly looked like he had suffered a strange shame. He wrinkled his eyebrows and glared at Ginny. "I appreciate Jordan's tough style on the court, but I can't praise his character. As for James, Fark, I'd rather be a Rodman fan than him, because Rodman has a tough style too?" Ginny was full of curiosity. "No, because I want a Madonna, that bimbo, as much as he does." Ginny took a deep breath and inwardly vowed never to ask Rorschach another word. It was during the NBA offseason, and while the stadium was short on visitors, there were a lot more businessmen in suits. These wealthy Chicago natives were gathered around the ring, talking and laughing with a shirtless, shorts-clad, lanky black fighter. No one noticed the two Rorschachs who came in. A pair of patrolmen were just that, not worthy of their special attention yet. But upon seeing the black fighter in that ring, Rorschach's eyes instantly went cold. This he not only knew, but knew well. Bob Sapp, Chicago's most famous no-limit fighter, is an iconic figure in the Chicago fight scene, having won the heavyweight gold belt in the UFC and Bellator MMA, respectively. But Rorschach's knowledge of him didn't stem from his fighting accomplishments, but rather a case of willful injury stemming from domestic violence. Rorschach still remembers that when he was called to the scene, Bob had beaten his wife into near shock simply because she had forgotten to add Bob's favorite kale to her steak dinner. Rorschach had repeatedly persuaded his wife to sue for divorce with his colleagues, but the lady, not knowing whether it was because of fear or because she had been thoroughly brainwashed, continued to serve the domestically abusive man like a servant after she was discharged from the hospital. Not realizing that one of the competitors in this ultimate fighting tournament was this domestic violence man, Rorschach snorted disdainfully, and his eyes began to look elsewhere. Soon he spotted the target of the trip, the head of the Chilla restaurant chain, a well-dressed, middle-aged man with Mexican-style curls. This guy was in charge of all the money laundering operations of the Salamanca family, sort of a financial accountant for this de-trafficking family. However, just as he was thinking about how to go up and mix things up, a voice full of gunpowder suddenly came from the ring. "Hey, look who it is. If it isn't Detective Butcher, the pride of our Chicago Police Department. How come he's a patrolman now?" Chapter 12. You're not worth saving for anyone. Sapp, who was talking with the rich merchants, suddenly noticed a very familiar figure flashing before his eyes, and when he fixed his eyes on it, he instantly recognized the identity of the other party. Rorschach Butcher. That's right, the nosy Chicago detective. He could never forget what this guy looked like when this asshole named Butcher had the audacity to grab him in police cuffs and threaten to have him convicted and thrown in Fox River Prison for assault with intent, intimidation, and abuse. He himself was a hotshot in the fighting world, a double heavyweight champion, but this ING detective has no respect for him whatsoever. That time, if that stupid woman Susan hadn't been obedient enough, he'd have been notoriously convicted and sent to prison. Today we'll see him in the gymnasium, and look at the other side wearing the uniform of the patrol police, obviously demoted. So Sapp couldn't wait to send a taunt at him. The provocative words instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding rich merchants, and a few people followed his gaze and discovered Rorschach and Ginny, who had just come in. Bang! Sapp leapt from the ring, his bloated lips grinning a contemptuous grin, revealing the unique black man's teeth, big enough to fit two men in and out side by side. "Hey, don't rush off, Rorschach." He strides towards Rorschach, his mouth full of taunting words. "Are you here to watch my match? Do you want me to give you 2 VIP tickets? The price of each one can be more than $50,000. You have to not eat or drink for a year to be able to afford them." "Oh yeah, look at me, I almost didn't realize." This black man suddenly pointed at the patrolman's uniform on Rorschach and sneered. "It seems like you've been demoted again and are now a patrolman? Ha ha, all the more reason why you shouldn't have turned me down. After all, you couldn't afford a ticket to one of my matches with 2 years of your salary. Ha ha ha." Listening to the sound of laughter like a leaky bellows, Rorschach swept him up and down with an expressionless face, and then let out a snort. "Do you realize you have an ugly smile? Like a chimpanzee that has picked up a banana. What fa?" Before Sapp had a chance to react, the agent behind him couldn't wait to rush out and point at Rorschach, even threatening to file a racial discrimination complaint against him. Rorschach wasn't even interested in responding to this unintimidating threat. He raised his hand and patted Sapp's shoulder twice, speaking lightly. "I hope you can swing even when facing men, and to support you, I've decided to bet on you to lose in the match the day after tomorrow, so don't let me down." Sapp sneered. "Then you're just waiting to lose it all and go broke. An uneducated little cop." He postured enough to shake his head disdainfully and turned back to the ring, joking and laughing with the rich merchants around him, as if he didn't give a damn about Rorschach. "Go." Rorschach waved Ginny aside. He didn't seem to care about Tharp's taunts either. He just gave the guy a deep look, not knowing what was going on in his mind. Just as they had gotten to the door, they happened to meet a woman getting out of an RV with a lunchbox bag. The woman carried bruises at the corners of her eyes and mouth. Her face was haggard, and she walked in a somewhat odd manner, clearly showing that she had suffered a leg injury. Upon seeing Rorschach, the woman froze slightly and couldn't help but call out his name. Butcher? Officer Butcher? Rorschach raised his eyes and instantly recognized that the woman was none other than Susan, the wife who had been domestically abused by Sap for years and had been hospitalized several times but still did not want a divorce. He didn't respond, just nodded slightly and brushed past her. Susan felt the coldness on the other side. Her expression was a little lost, but she still forced a smile, took the muscle-building meal that Sap needed, and walked quickly into the gym. Ginny scanned the woman's back without paying much attention. She was in a bad mood right now and didn't have the heart to pay attention to other irrelevant people. Rorschach. She looked to Rorschach, who was biting his cigarette and not saying a word, and couldn't help but say in relief, "There's no need for you to care about what that black guy said. That guy looks simple-minded and limber. Even if he can make more money, sooner or later he will go bankrupt due to endless squandering." Rorschach twisted his head a little confused to look at this chick. Since when did he care what that nigga said? All he could think about right now was how he was going to stir up the Salamanca family and Gus with this fight. And as for the black guy, does that guy deserve to be cared about? If you have time someday, just go there at night with a gun and break his hands. Rorschach looked at Ginny's look of comforting him. His heart was a little strange while laughing. This chick really didn't hold grudges. She was so harsh on her. She even had the heart to comfort herself. You might as well mind your own business. Not only did Rorschach not thank her, but instead said with a stern face, within 2 hours, memorize all the safe passages in the gymnasium and check out all the safety hazards inside. I'll examine you before work, and if you fail to do so, prepare to continue chasing the police car back to the police station. You're such a spoilsport. Ginny was furious. Rorschach smiled and was about to dismiss her when Susan, who had just bumped into her once before, suddenly hurried back out of the gym. She seemed to have come specifically to find Rorschach, and after seeing him still outside, she piled a smile on her face and asked curtly, "Officer Butcher, are you specifically in charge of security for this tournament?" Rorschach squinted at her and nodded slightly. Seeing that his attitude remained cold, Susan didn't get angry and just said softly, "I know you're one of the few good cops in Chicago, Officer Butcher, but please believe me, the relationship between my husband and I is not as strained as you think. He just has a somewhat impulsive personality and is not the criminal you think he is. I was hoping that you might be able to treat him a little better and stay out of our business. He really isn't that bad." When she said it, her tone even took on a prayerful tone. Rorschach looked at the unswollen bruises on her face and those pleading eyes, and it didn't take much thought to realize that it must have been just inside, where Sap had taken out his resentment towards Rorschach on her, which had caused her to rush out and plead for mercy. Rorschach smiled to himself and spoke slowly. "I can tell you very clearly that your husband is a criminal, but you just got one thing right. I really won't be meddling in your families anymore. Gone is the classmate I remember studying hard and desperately trying to break free from the mud of South End. The person standing in front of me now is just a sandbag without any self-thought or feelings." He stared intently into Susan's eyes, his tone filled with disappointment. "Know why I call you a sandbag, not a woman? Because a woman is a strong, beautiful, vivid creature. A woman should embrace life with enthusiasm, and a woman should be able to choose how to make her life better. Susan, you made the worst decision ever. You're not worth saving for me, or anyone else." Dropping these words, Rorschach stomped out his cigarette and left without looking back. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman and himself had been classmates, what did Rorschach care if she was dead or alive? Rorschach! Susan was still trying to call out to him, but Rorschach didn't linger for a moment, as if he didn't want to spend more time with her. She pursed her lips tightly, and her gaze went to Ginny, who was on the sidelines. "This officer, can you help me?" Ginny was currently staring blankly at Rorschach's back, her eyes filled with incredulity. How can a guy who is obviously so full of machismo in his head say the things he just said? "Officer, I'm sorry, I have things to do and I can't help you." After Ginny finished dismissing Susan with a wave of her hand, she ran off on light feet, dutifully following Rorschach. Meanwhile, the ring in the gym. Tharp lands a powerful straight punch that shakes the chaperone in front of him straight back a few meters, flipping him over the side ropes and landing hard on the ground to a standing ovation from all around. He took the towel thrown below him and wiped his sweat, looking to his fallen chaperone with violence in his eyes. Early tomorrow morning, this ring used for training will be replaced with an octagon. When that happens, the only way his opponent can escape is by KO or by slapping the ground in humiliation and begging for mercy. However, it would be nice to change his opponent to the ing asshole that was Rorschach Butcher. He'd much rather see this obstructive cop get tortured by himself than get another gold belt. "Mr. Tharp, here's the champagne you asked for." A youthful voice interrupted his fantasy. Tharp twisted his head to see that the speaker was a waitress with a tray. Youthful and pretty looking, especially with long blonde hair that looked exactly like Susan's, provoking hostility in him. Sap scanned the other man like he was sizing up his prey, and after a few seconds he put on a smug smile and licked his lips as he asked, "You seem to know me? Of course. You're a boxing champion, a sports star, and likewise my idol." The girl's smile grew wider upon realizing she was being offered a conversation. "Yes?" Tharp smiled smugly, then said with intent, "Then could I trouble you to send a couple bottles of champagne to my RV around 8 tonight? It's right outside the gym." The girl only hesitated for a moment before nodding her head in agreement and smiling back. "Of course, tonight at 8 o'clock. I won't see you there. Not far away." Jose Salamanca, the accountant of the Salamanca family, couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw the scene. To fill some financial holes, he had secretly used the family's money to bet a large sum on Sap. If this guy is a softy when he gets on the field. Chapter 13. You seem to think you can fight, don't you? Requests for catch-up reading and monthly votes. Early in the morning, a chilly wind is blowing in the Chicago suburbs. An old Ford with a paint job that was spent beyond recognition was resting under an abandoned viaduct. In the car, the two brothers, Connor and Murphy, were smoking cigarettes and using binoculars to monitor a distant dry cleaning factory. This position is their carefully selected surveillance position, a safe distance and an even safer location. Not only do the elevated concrete pillars hide their cars, but they also stop bullets in a pinch. As for why you're driving? Fark, are they going to run away on their feet when they are discovered? It's unbelievable to say the least. Murphy held up his binoculars to observe the movement of the plant in the distance and mumbled, "Would you believe it if it wasn't for Boss Rorschach? Connor, the owner of the Loblaw fried chicken restaurant chain, would be a big D trafficker, and one so deranged that he uses children to transport Ds. It doesn't have to be transporting Ds with those kids. It might be something even more bottomless. Hell, I don't know what disgusting quirks those self-proclaimed high society guys have." Connor blurted back, chewing on the cigarette in his mouth and staring blankly out the window. It wasn't long before he suddenly asked, "Murph, where do you think all the we usually take goes?" Confused, Murphy lowered the binoculars in front of him as if he hadn't heard, and asked in confirmation, "What did you just say? Where does all the I take, aka poop, end up?" Connor repeated, "Where else could it go? Flushed down the toilet." "Of course," Murphy returned breathlessly. "Shit, man, I mean after being flushed down the toilet, where does it end up?" Connor seemed genuinely interested in figuring this out, biting down on his cigarette and asking seriously, "Sent to a poop processing plant? What poop processing plant? Why would there be a factory that processes poop?" Murphy couldn't stand his own brother's jumpy thinking, and impatiently returned, "They get flushed straight down the drain, or into a septic tank, and may end up seeping into the earth as nutrients, or they may be discharged into the ocean. Which anyone can say for sure. Discharge into the ocean?" Connor was instantly energized, fantasizing in high spirits. "That means dolphins and whales are swimming with my poop every day. Oh wow, that's too much of a mom to mess with Fark's romanticism. Yay, you're right, and your poop will be evaporated by the sun, then turned into water vapor into clouds, and then finally into rain on your dumbass head that pooped it out." Murphy laughed outright at Connor's words and flirted back, but the words instantly piqued Connor's interest, and he looked up at the clouds floating in the sky for a long time before Connor slowly spoke. "Murphy, what again?" Murphy said in a nonchalant voice, "If you ask me any more questions about poop, get the hell out of the car." Connor pointed to the clouds in the sky and returned thoughtfully, "If even our poop can get out of the cesspool that is the south side, maybe we can too." Murphy froze, looking back at Connor's expectant eyes. A smile appeared on his face and he nodded affirmatively. "Of course we can. We just need to save up a little more money, and then we can go to New York, to the West Coast, Hawaii, all the places we want to go." "That's right, all we're missing is money." Connor slammed his hands together, gazing at the factory shrouded in mist in the distance, and said fiercely, "If we can take down this bastard Gus, Boss Rorschach will definitely take a lot of money for us. Rorschach is just a cop too. Even if he can collect black money, it won't be much." Murphy had other ideas. He thought and spoke, "It would be great if we could find Gus's vault. D traders can deal in cash. If we can find it, we'll definitely make a fortune. But with just the two of us it's a bit up in the air. We'll have to see when Rorschach goes after Gus. Ha ha ha, just wait and see." I have a feeling that Rorschach must have already thought of an idea to deal with Gus. Connor was confident. Fark, another wasted day. Rorschach stood in front of the mirror in his home. His toothbrush stopped in midair and he cursed with a displeased look on his face. "I spent all day in the gym yesterday and ended up pressing for a chance to talk to the accountant called Jose from the Salamanca family. The Mexican guy just showed up and left. He was listening to that sap guy ishly spewing all over himself the whole time, and Rorschach had already decided that when he was done with Gus, he'd make sure to hit the nigga's hands to pieces with 2 automatic rifles with full magazines. Just as he was wondering how to hook up with the Salamanca family, his cell phone rang abruptly. After listening to the urgent report on the other end of the phone, Rorschach was surprised, but there were no waves in his heart. After all, this kind of thing would happen sooner or later. This Bob Sapp guy did it again, but this time it wasn't his wife who did the beating, it was a waitress that the gym had hired for the fight. Half an hour later, Rorschach unhurriedly rushed to the medical department of the United Sports Center and met the miserably beaten girl. He said he wanted to buy me a drink in his RV at night, and then I went, but he made a move on me before the drink was finished. The girl's head and arms were bandaged, her face was covered in bruises, and the bridge of her nose was splinted, obviously broken. She continued to sob and cry to Rorschach. He told me not to pretend to be innocent, and said he was willing to give me $1,000 tip, but before I could say no, he punched me in the head as if he was already impatient, and when I passed out, he used a wine bottle. Speaking of this, the girl was already crying uncontrollably, her expression full of regret. Rorschach looked at her coldly, without the slightest sympathy in his eyes. With the words that just came out of her mouth, Rorschach only believed that Sapp did beat her up and the rest was bull ********. Running out in the middle of the night to the RV of a boxing star who makes frequent headlines for his messy personal life and saying he just wanted to go get a drink? This girl is nothing more than a female-browed black biker. Rorschach turned off the recorder and promised in a businesslike manner, "I've got all your words on tape. I don't care what your reason or purpose for going to his RV was, but his behavior has now resulted in the crime of willful injury, and I will make him pay for it." He and Ginny, who had arrived long ago beside him, exchanged a glance and nodded before leaving the hospital room, ready to cuff the bastard Sapp. Being right near the United Center Arena, it didn't take them more than a few minutes to get to the site of tomorrow's game. Yesterday's ring has been replaced by an octagonal cage surrounded by wire mesh, and this Sapp guy is still inside practicing with 2 chaperones as if nothing happened. Rorschach touched his hand to the handcuffs on the back of his waist as he walked away. This time he was going to go straight for it, not giving Sapp any chance to resist, before he could take action. However, a group of wealthy local merchants surrounded him. "Officer Butcher, there must be some misunderstanding here, I think. We've decided to jointly compensate the girl. Can you see if you can reinvestigate? Maybe the girl won't want to sue then? It's so critical that this fight goes off without a hitch that even the mayor is watching. And Officer Butcher, I want you to make the best decision you can." 7 voices surrounded his ears. While the purpose was all very much the same, it was fine to want to take Sapp away, but it had to wait until after tomorrow night's boxing match was held. Rorschach, on the other hand, didn't care about them in the slightest, with only Sapp, who was staring angrily at him from the octagonal cage in front of him, in his gaze. But in the next second, there was a comment that stopped him in his tracks. Jose came over to Rorschach's side and promised in a low voice, "As long as you can capture Sapp a day later, the Salamanca family will remember your favor. Believe me, this fight is important to our Salamanca family." Although his voice was not loud, his tone revealed an undeniable tone, and he looked at Rorschach with an implied threat in his eyes. However, Rorschach just looked down at him and ignored him, continuing to stride towards the octagonal cage in front of him. Jose frowned suspiciously. Didn't this little constable know what the Salamanca family meant? In the octagonal cage, looking at the Rorschach who was walking towards him step by step, Sapp clenched his teeth angrily. What kind of small-time character does this damn little cop think he is? Trying to cuff yourself and arrest yourself and walk away in front of all these rich people and reporters? Rorschach! He shouted toward Rorschach's below. "You want to come and arrest me? Do you, Rorschach? Just because that greedy biker tried to blackmail me for money? You're so desperate to come and arrest a city hero who's promoting his hometown? Come on, I'll be waiting for you in the cage. But if you're still a man, take me away with your fists if you can." Saying that, the guy heavily tapped his chest, his tone full of disdain for Rorschach. "But don't tell me that you're only going to use your gun like a softie. I knew it. All the cops in Chicago are guys with no balls. And because of that, Chicago has turned into Sin City. All because of your punk-ass CPD." Tharp had made up his mind that even if he had to be taken away under arrest, he was going to kick Rorschach's ass, a breath he'd been holding for a long time. And coincidentally, Rorschach thought likewise. "You seem to think you can fight, don't you?" Rorschach gazed at Sapp in the octagonal cage, who was 2 meters in size and had muscles gnarled like an angry chimpanzee. In the next second, he jerked his hand up and jerked his tactical belt away, throwing it into Ginny's arms. Immediately after that, Rorschach slowly unbuttoned his police uniform and took off the uniform on his body. Ginny looked at his bare back and covered her mouth in shock. No, not only her, but all the reporters and rich businessmen present also all revealed shocked looks. Gunshot wounds, slash marks, and burns left by explosions littered the explosively powerful muscles, and just by looking at them, one could feel an unspeakable pugnacity. Rorschach took a step into the octagonal cage, and then raised his hand and slammed the door of the iron cage shut tightly. He gazed at Sap, a cold smile slowly curling the corners of his mouth. Come and try me. Chapter 14. It seems your fists are only as strong as when you hit a woman. Is that how you became a cop? With your mouth? After realizing that Rorschach was already close to his attack range, Sap directly took the lead without a single greeting. Boo! The best fist carried the wind and hit Rorschach's head hard. A gasp instantly rang out from the stage, and the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. No one expected Sap to be so vicious and shameless as to sneak attack right off the bat. When that punch hit, Sap wasn't too busy to make up for it. All he wanted was to play the little cop properly. The guy stepped back on his feet, his arms not even moving to set up his fists to block, and taunted with a sneer. This isn't a match, Rorschach, and if you dare to come up here you'll have to be prepared to be carried out. Rorschach raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth without the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. He grinned a disdainful smile. You're right, this isn't a match, but this is the fist of a champion? How come it doesn't hurt as much as a bullet hit? Before the words fell, Rorschach's body surged forward like a cheetah. Before the unsuspecting Sap could react, a swift straight punch had struck him in the stomach. Sap stifled a grunt and took several steps back in succession, but quickly stabilized himself. This guy's fist is so heavy? At this time, his eyes had already looked at Rorschach with more than a hint of incredulity. The power of that punch just now had at least exceeded 800 pounds. Not bad, that makes it a little fun. Sap laughed before setting up a boxing stance and launching a counterattack towards Rorschach, his fists raining down on Rorschach. However, Rorschach didn't flinch like the opponents he had once encountered in the ring. His eyes were terrifyingly calm. His body nimbly dodged and occasionally took a few hard punches just to look for a chance to counterattack. Suddenly, Rorschach ducked low and slammed his arms around Sap's waist, dropping him hard to the ground. But this move actually plays right into Sap's hands. As the holder of the heavyweight gold belt in No Limit Fighting, he's not only strong enough to stand up and box, but also has a decent ground game. In the next second, the ground war started instantly. Sap quickly wrapped his legs around the back of Rorschach's head, crossing his legs and tightening them in a deathlock around Rorschach's neck. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu triangle choke. This move can suffocate and shock an opponent within 10 seconds if it is molded. Rorschach's face had turned red, veins rippled on his forehead, but he didn't just wait to die. His legs snapped and he actually stood up from the ground stiffly. Sap's body was suspended in the air by Rorschach's belt, and his locking technique still hadn't been loosened. But Rorschach acted as if he couldn't feel the pain of suffocation. His arms wrapped tightly around Sap's waist and his feet accelerated furiously towards the edge of the octagonal cage. Bang! Sap's back slammed hard against the cage, shaking the entire cage. Sap's breath hitched and the power of his locking technique slackened a little. Rorschach didn't stop. His waist and abdominal strength exploded to the extreme in this instant, surprisingly leaping up in the air in the midst of his assisted run, followed by a turn that slammed Sap hard into the ground. The S-body was thrown heavily to the floor, and severe pain traveled throughout his body. At this moment, Rorschach was like a robot cast in steel that mom messed with Fark. It was clear that more than 10 seconds had passed, and although his face was reddened, he still didn't fall down. His arms fired again, and once again he picked Sap up off the ground for another clinical hold. Sap's back was slammed into the ground again, but this time, his legs finally loosened up a little. My back, my back. Sap didn't hold back and let out a groan of pain. Rorschach seized the fleeting opportunity and twisted violently, getting out of Sap's locking technique. It was also in this moment of escape that Rorschach's fist had swung out. His uppercut came in like a sledgehammer, ramming heavily on Sap's chin. Sap may not have stood out in other ways as a heavyweight champion, but he was incredibly resistant to blows, and even though he took a few punches, he stepped on the ground and still didn't go down, and staggered a few steps, stabilized himself, and then launched another counterattack. This time both of them fought like crazy, without any defense, without any retreat. Each punch went straight to the other's vitals. Outside the octagon, flashbulbs flashed wildly. The reporters who were going to interview Sap, who cared about the baller scandal, the postponement of the fight and other news. At this time they had been completely attracted by this intense bare-knuckle fighting, but unlike the excited audience, Ginny's heart was in her throat. Her gaze was fixed on Rorschach, looking at his swollen cheek and the blood at the corner of his mouth with worry. This little policewoman's hand was already on the stun gun at her waist, as long as Rorschach was hit with 2 more punches. No, 1 more hit and she wouldn't hesitate to strike. Fortunately, Rorschach didn't give her a chance to juggle with the stun gun. After throwing dozens of punches at each other, he had thoroughly figured out Sap. After dodging Sap's straight punch with a side head, Rorschach's feet jerked forward, instantly sticking to Sap's body. I think you're forgetting one thing. This isn't a race. Rorschach's low voice seemed to come from hell. His right hand violently grabbed Sap's wrist, followed by a swift wrist lock maneuver, twisting Sap's arm to the limit. Sap's face instantly turned pale, the sharp pain making it almost impossible for him to breathe. But Rorschach's movements didn't stop there. His left hand formed a fist and slammed into Sap's side waist, and his knee flicked up, hitting his opponent's knee socket with precision. Sap felt his legs go weak and he fell straight to his knees. Following that, Rorschach's elbow stretched out and slashed down towards Sap's forehead as if it were a blade. Mossad, Mega Fighting Arts. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sap's frontal bone shattered, and his entire body went limp like a dead dog. Rorschach gazed at him from above, raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A mouthful of bloody foam spat out and spat directly in Sap's face. It seems your fists are only as strong as when you hit a woman. Tharp looked at Rorschach with lax eyes, unable to say a word for a long time. No one knew what this Nico was thinking about at this moment, but both himself and all the spectators on the stage understood one thing. The unlimited fighting heavyweight double amputee is completely wasted and his career is over. At this moment, the reporters who were outside the octagonal cage who had already recorded all of this with their lenses all went crazy. They scrambled and crowded, cameras trained on Rorschach, microphones barricaded themselves around Rorschach's mouth, asking a barrage of questions. Officer Butcher, may I ask if you have any thoughts of switching to no-limit fighting? Was the final blow you just delivered too brutal? Are you worried about facing legal action for it? Mr. Officer, you're in such good shape. Have you considered the idea of moving to the San Fernando Valley? In the meantime, an RV from the hotel also arrived outside the stadium. UFC heavyweight John Jones, nicknamed Bones, takes a deep breath and slowly steps out of his motorhome. As the strongest contender for this gold belt fight, he's been training hard all year for that big fight with Sap tomorrow night. He'll end Sap's reign over the heavyweight division in the most brutal way possible, and bring all the spotlight and American money all to himself. Wait a minute. How come there's not a single reporter interviewing himself? Chapter 15, Daddy? Roshia. Inside the police station, a deafening roar erupted once again from Chief Griffin's office. Passing by the door of the police officers have shrunk their necks, accelerated footsteps away from this minefield, but only Ginny Courageous, worried ambush in the door, perked up his ears to listen to the director of the Rorschach's punishment. You add up. You add everything up. You know who I got a call from this morning? The mayor, the city attorney, even the governor's secretary called. Kid, no, ancestor, you mama mess with Farker to get that temper of yours sometimes. It's a world that requires compromise, and it's about time you learned about the art of compromise. It won't hurt you. After saying that, Chief Griffin angrily dumped a stack of newspapers in Rorschach's arms. Rorschach, his face still bandaged, took the paper in silence, scanned it down, and was startled. Police officers' octagon lynching of boxing champions. Justice or crossing the line. Champs down. Cops up. Vigilante justice in the octagon. Law and ethics in the octagon. Police officers KO boxing champions. A victory for law enforcement or a failure of the law? Walt Fark? Rorschach cursed out in displeasure. He was obviously for the people to get rid of the harm. How did he become a lynch mob who disregarded the law under the pen of these reporters? Chief, this is all slander. Rorschach hurriedly defended. You know very well what happened. That sap guy resisted arrest first. That's why Enough is enough. Now you know you're afraid. What did you do earlier? The director impatiently waved his hand to interrupt, pointing at Rorschach with an expression of hatred. Say you, even if you wanted to lynch someone, couldn't you have called me first? Making this kind of sudden attack, causing me to be unprepared. Rorschach didn't open his mouth, but only muttered silently in his heart. If he had informed you in advance, where would he have had the chance to beat up saps, and to do it so enjoyably? Alas, anyway, stalled you this kid. I cannot successfully survive to retirement is a problem. Marry if in the words. The director stopped abruptly in the middle of his sentence. He shook his head and sighed helplessly. You don't need to worry about these papers. They're almost certainly put out by UFC officials and SAP's agent. Why don't you go back to patrolling the south side for a couple days and get out of the way? Rorschach nodded, got up, saluted casually, and hurried out of the office. When he was gone, the chief rubbed his temples wearily. He had planned to transfer Rorschach back to homicide in the next few days, but now it looked like the kid would have to hang out in the southern district for a while longer. Actually, the trickiest thing about this isn't that Rorschach hit Sap. The surveillance at the gym could prove that Sap had initiated the provocation, and with the victim's statement in their possession, Rorschach didn't have to worry about being sued at all. The real headache for the commissioner is that the city is paying a lot of attention to the fight. Now because of Rorschach, the fight can only be postponed indefinitely, which will definitely leave a lot of Chicago's upper echelon with a bad impression of Rorschach. In this way, Rorschach's future path to promotion will not be as simple as solving a few big cases. Thinking of this, the chief suddenly remembered that Rorschach and Ginny seemed to be on good terms. If Ginny's dad is willing to help, maybe Rorschach can not only get rid of the hard work of patrol officers, but also directly transfer to the Counterterrorism Bureau. That's a thoroughly privileged organization. The director was slightly relieved. He kind of watched Rorschach grow up, and really couldn't bear to see such a capable police officer only do some street patrol work. He lit a cigar and turned on his computer, ready to watch something fun to lighten the mood. The computer opens and the video site opens. As the keyboard is tapped, the video of the fight between Rorschach and Sapp in the octagon a few hours ago begins to play. Beautiful. Hit him hard, beat him, beat this unselfish ninny to death. Outside the door on the porch, Ginny caught up with Rorschach at a quick pace, carefully surveying his face. It wasn't until the two of them were back in the police car, and seeing that Rorschach still didn't say a word, Ginny finally couldn't help but open her mouth and said in a serious tone, "I don't know what other people think, but in my opinion, what you did this morning wasn't wrong at all." Rorschach craned his head to look at her and nodded, starting the police car and continuing on to the south side to begin his boring patrol work. Ginny, however, chattered away as if she had opened a box of words. She ranted about Sapp's despicable behavior, then suddenly slammed the female victim for not being a nice person either, and incidentally cursed out the reporters and rich businessmen at the scene, not stopping her mouth for a moment. Rorschach was getting a headache from all the noise and finally couldn't help interrupting her. "What do you want to do with all this talk? To prove that you and I are on the same side? Of course I'm on your side. We're partners." Ginny justifiably raised her head, patted her chest, and said with conviction, "As for those reporters who are talking nonsense, don't worry, I'll call my dad later, as long as he gives the word. Those newspapers that favor the Petri dish party will definitely not dare to write nonsense anymore. Hey, by the way, where's my cell phone?" As she said that, she was rummaging through her body for her cell phone, and by the looks of it, she did really want to do Rorschach a favor. Rorschach smiled helplessly upon hearing this, and was just about to tell her that she didn't need to worry about herself when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He was driving and didn't care who it was. He picked up and put it straight to his ear. "Hello?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a second, followed by a low, authoritative voice. "Who the F***ck are you? Who the F***ck are you?" Rorschach froze. It was the first time he had ever seen a guy who dared to talk to his own like that, so he also disliked him back without the slightest bit of politeness. "I'm the man who's in the process of farking your wife." He wanted to curse some more, but Ginny on the side suddenly screamed and grabbed the phone like crazy. It was the cell phone she had been detained by Rorschach yesterday for taking pictures. She'd been so busy all day yesterday that she'd fallen asleep without even taking a shower, and then in the morning she'd run into that whole sapper thing, almost forgetting that Rorschach still had her phone. Looking at Ginny nervously, before Rorschach could ask who was being so rude, Ginny had already carefully said into the microphone, "Dad, Daddy, jab." The police car stopped on the side of the road with a sharp brake, and Rorschach whipped his head around to look at Ginny in shock. "Dad?" "South side, in a restaurant overflowing with Mexican flavor." Jose grimaced as he passed one customer and waiter who greeted him warmly. When he got back to his office and the door closed, his anger instantly erupted and he kicked out so violently that he directly knocked over the desk with a single kick. That insensitive little cop. After the thought of the fight being extended indefinitely because of Rorschach, he kicked his desk again in anger. For the sake of this well-planned boxing match, Jose spared no expense in pulling together all kinds of rich businessmen to set the event in Chicago, intending to use this opportunity to open up a big handicap and make a big profit. He even made a desperate bet on his favored fighter, Sapp, in order to be able to fill in the holes in his misappropriated funds when the books were checked in 7 days. But because of Rorschach, all his plans fell through. Jose couldn't help but tremble with wariness at the thought of what that cousin of his had done when he punished the family traitors. "Fark, even if I give up my life, I'm going to hell with you first for being a dead cop who badgered me." Gritting his teeth, he bent down to pick up the scattered phones and dialed a number with trembling fingers. "Taku, we have a problem." Chapter 16, Outside the police car and inside the police car are two worlds. Request for catch-up readings. Monthly tickets. Unlike the Gus Peddler D Group, which thrives on money and corporate management models, the Salamanca family has a very simple management system. Blood by blood. The entire Salamanca family, from top to bottom, leaving aside the gunmen they kept. From the mules in charge of the shipments to the head of D-Product Sales in District 1 to the accountant who had overall financial authority, almost all had the last name of Salamanca. There are pros and cons to this family-run management system. The upside is that it's hard to have traitors in the family, but nepotism also has a very big downside. That is, you have absolutely no way to put the most capable people in the most critical positions. A good example is Jose Salamanca, who a few years ago was working as a teacher in an elementary school in Mexico, but just because of his bloodline, he was shown the door by a distant cousin. Without systematic training, he took the position of financial power in charge of a family of peddling D. Initially, he may be trembling with fear, and scrupulously fulfill every task that is explained to him, but over time, one can be emboldened to put one's own interests ahead of the group because one no longer sees one's own position due to one's same bloodline as the leader. Jose was one, and Tuco on his phone was likewise one, but the difference is that Jose still has some brains, but Tuco is just a raving lunatic. Somewhere on a desk in a warehouse, a tattooed hand violently flung the phone in its hand and slammed it hard against the wall. Behind the table was a short, burly bald guy with a face covered in crosshairs, the man Jose referred to as Tuku, also the third in command of the Salamanca family. I knew that asshole Jose would poke his nose in sooner or later, and talk about inside information. 1 to 3, a sure thing? Fark, he'll get me killed sooner or later. When he thought of what Jose had said at the time when he had snubbed himself, the flesh on Takaka's face trembled with rage. Because of Jose's inside information, he delayed the checking date for a week just to make a killing on this fight. As it turned out, the fights were delayed indefinitely, and there was no money to make up the deficit in the books. If Uncle finds out that he and Jose are hiding this from him, thinking of the other party's tactic of still treating his family with ruthlessness, Tuku couldn't help but shiver coldly. He jerked open a drawer, lifted a palm-sized bag from it, and poured out a few crystals. Immediately afterward, he copied the pistol beside the table and smashed the crystals hard into powder with the handle of the gun. Immediately afterward, he lowered his head. Hiss, Tuco repeated incoherently out of the corner of his mouth. Misses, 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 too positive, ha ha ha. Emotional exuberance rose in his hands and raised the muzzle of his gun and blasted a dozen or so shots toward the ceiling, which immediately startled the minions watching the scene outside. When they all rushed in with their guys and saw this exuberant and crazy behavior of their own bosses, they all looked at each other with an expression of surprise. Apparently, this wasn't the first time Tuco had gone crazy. You guys, after emptying all the bullets in his gun, Tuco raised it and pointed it at them. You, and you, take all the guys and go find that cop that was in the paper today, the dead cop called Rorschach Butcher, and take him out. Like Jose said, even if he has to be punished by his uncle, then he's going to send the cop who badgered them to hell first. The few gunmen he named froze at first, then a bold one tentatively asked, Boss, is it an open execution or, you've got your head up your ass, don't you? Tuco, high but still retaining a basic level of sobriety, pointed at his minions and cursed, This is Chicago, not Tijuana. How can something like killing a police officer be trampled out in the open? Ooh, got it. After the words, several gunmen exchanged glances and nodded before starting to check the guns on their belts. At this time, Tuku, who had already gotten high, was leaning on a chair, staring at the ceiling with his eyes lifelessly, as if he didn't take the killing of the policemen seriously at all. For their gang of D-traffickers from Mexico, killing cops has long been commonplace, especially when the other guy is a patrolman with little backing. Of course, with a vindictive agency like the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, they still have to avoid it. On the streets of the South Side, police car 7C15 continues to patrol the streets as usual. However, Rorschach and Ginny in the car looked a little embarrassed, especially Ginny, who had more than a hint of exasperation on her face in addition to embarrassment. Every now and then she put on a smelly face and looked askance at her partner beside her. I apologize to your father and also to you, okay? Rorschach couldn't stand this chick's eyes and raised his hand in a surrendering gesture. I really didn't know that person was your dad. And speaking of which, your dad is actually at fault. I was already angry at that time. He was good. He came up and said dirty words to me. That's why I said something about farking your wife. And you say, Ginny glared at him. Sorry. Rorschach smiled awkwardly, then tentatively returned. Why don't you explain a few things to your dad? Ginny rolled her eyes and said in a nonchalant manner, Explain what? Explain that my partner, despite his impulsive, foul-mouthed, and unprofessional demeanor, is a good, responsible cop? Wow. I didn't realize you had such a high opinion of me. Rorschach pretended to be surprised and flirted, but seeing that Ginny still had a displeased look on her face, he coughed lightly and didn't continue to speak. To be worried, I actually wasn't. After all, although Ginny's dad was a high-ranking member of the Counterterrorism Bureau, he hadn't wanted to work for the Counterterrorism Bureau, so if he was offended, he was offended. At most, he'll avoid them a bit if they have a chance to meet in the future. Luckily, it wasn't long before their work routines got busy again and they could no longer care less about the awkward atmosphere. As a Chicago patrol officer, things like rescuing pet cats that have climbed up trees, finding children's lost bicycles, helping out-of-town tourists with directions, solving car speeding violations, none of those jobs. This was the south side of Chicago, not Long Island, New York, much less Manhattan, and the kind of easy job Rorschach was talking about above had only been seen on TV shows. Bang! The bullet grazed over Ginny's scalp, just a few centimeters short of the shot that would have gone straight through her head. forced down by a large hand. Ginny gasped heavily with her mouth wide open. In front of her was a small convenience store and the shooter was a hooded robber who was ransacking the front counter. She really didn't expect that the other party would actually dare to shoot, and the shot was still aimed at her head. Just as Ginny tried to fight back, a series of gunshots had gone off beside her. The bullets from the police gun in Rorschach's hand all hit this robber's body without a single shot, emptying all the magazines in the fastest time possible. What were you doing? Without even looking at the body on the ground, Rorschach grabbed Ginny by the neck and lifted her off the ground, gazing at her and asking in a deep voice, "Did you just warn him?" "Warning. Warned." Ginny saw the look on his face and nodded reproachfully, knowing she must have done something wrong again. "Since you warned him and he dared to point a gun at you, why didn't you shoot?" Rorschach growled angrily in the rookie's ear. "Do you realize that if it wasn't for me just now, the body lying on the ground right now would be you?" Ginny bit her lip and hesitated for a moment before whispering the reason. The law enforcement handbook is labeled that only after 2 or 3 consecutive warnings and the other person is still unwilling to put down their gun can. ******* The law enforcement manual. Rorschach interrupted her, nudging Ginny's forehead and speaking seriously. "You know what the 6th lesson of being a good cop is? That's to forget everything you learned in the police academy and textbooks." Ginny didn't say anything. Her eyes fell on the bullet hole riddled, bloodied body on the floor, and after a moment of silence, she finally nodded. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes, like she was trying to digest what was in front of her. Rorschach's expression was somewhat helpless when he saw this. In Hollywood terms, maybe that's the difference between the academy and the experience. He went to war first and attended the police academy after he was discharged. There is no such thing as advance warning on the battlefield. There is only a split-second choice between life and death. Picking up the radio, Rorschach called his colleagues who were responsible for handling the scene, and when this side of things was over, Rorschach took Ginny and continued to put in work. The two men spent the afternoon dealing with multiple incidents of street violence related to guns or D-products. With each trip to the police, Ginny's expression grew more and more grave, as if something was slowly piling up inside her. By the time she got back to the car, Ginny's mood was clearly off. Her eyes wandered a bit, both as if she was shocked by the violence and death, and as if she had deep doubts about her chosen profession. Seeing that this rookie was in a bad mood, Rorschach didn't reprimand her with sharp words this time as usual. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag before his tone was rarely gentle. "Ginny, from the day you became a cop, you need to understand one thing. Outside a police car and inside a police car are two very different worlds. You can ascribe to yourself higher standards of law enforcement and morality, but you should never think of these guys outside the police car as being as noble as you. You're a good girl, but a good girl would never make a good cop in Chicago. Take a nice hot shower after work, turn on the TV, eat your favorite vanilla ice cream, and watch your favorite romantic soap opera. But when you put on your police uniform the next day, I expect to see a tougher version of you." Rorschach's words fell, and a brief silence fell over the car. Ginny lowered her head as if pondering his words. After a while, she suddenly turned her head and gave Rorschach a deep look, with a somewhat odd expression. "How could you know that I like vanilla ice cream and that I love soap operas?" A flash of embarrassment flashed across Rorschach's face. Oh yeah, don't I remember someone saying that we're just regular co-worker partners, and that partners are forbidden to talk about their personal lives in a police car?" The corners of Ginny's mouth rose slightly and she cocked her head triumphantly towards Rorschach. "Looks like we're friends now." Rorschach was speechless. Chapter 17. Threatening me like that? Have you watched too many movies? Begging for a catch-up read, begging for monthly votes. It was nearing the end of the day, but Rorschach and Ginny were still working on a street case. It's just that the situation at hand couldn't be smaller compared to all the gun and D-goods violence that preceded it. In the old residential building, a young boy, only about 10 years old, was standing on a chair, grasping a rope dangling from a ceiling fan around his neck. "Don't you stop me," the boy sobbed and threatened Ginny, who was trying to get closer, by kicking the chair off. Rorschach leaned in the doorway with a cigarette in his mouth. Beside him, the child's mother explained sharply, "I was a little late from work tonight, and on the way I forgot to buy the cake he always wanted to eat, and then he cried and fussed all the time, and after I beat him up he cried and tried to kill himself." "For a cake?" Rorschach cried and laughed and shook his head, but the boy on the other side heard their conversation and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Not only the cake, you also don't let me go out to play. You don't let me go out at night, and you keep me prisoner at home all day. What's the point of a life like this?" Hearing the word imprisonment, Rorschach screwed his head and looked expressionlessly at the child's mother. The other party sighed helplessly and explained, "There have been children missing in the neighborhood for the past few months, and the Southern District is already in chaos, so I have to do this. I'm the one who specially shifts him to and from school every day." Rorschach couldn't help but frown after hearing this. It seemed that Gus's behavior was now having an effect on the other families in the Southern District. He nodded and then called out towards the little boy who was still standing on the chair being coaxed as much as Ginny could. "You want to know the meaning of life, don't you?" Rorschach beckoned to him, promising, "Come down first, come down and I'll tell you." Are you sure? The little boy was half sure. Have you ever seen a cop lie? Rorschach asked rhetorically. Okay. The boy removed the noose around his neck, then jumped out of his chair and ran on his little legs, looking at Rorschach expectantly. Rorschach stomped out his cigarette unhurriedly and raised his hand to fling out a slap. Pa dash. The boy was struck dumb and looked at Rorschach in disbelief. You're lying. Yes, life is about deception. And feeling pain. Rorschach backhanded another slap, then raised his hand again. Of course, the most important thing is to listen to your mommy. When the boy saw that Rorschach was going to fight again, he immediately cried and threw himself into his mother's arms, never mentioning the hanging again. Rorschach lowered his hand and pretended to be ferocious, scaring, "Little one, let me see you committing suicide again, and see how I'll clean you up. Now, apologize to your mother." "I'm sorry, Mom." The boy apologized without hesitation and hid behind her, never daring to look at Rorschach again. In his eyes, the deceitful, slapping cop was much scarier than hanging himself. After settling the last incident before work, Rorschach stretched back to his car. On the side, Ginny thought about what Rorschach had just said and couldn't help but say, "The meaning of life is to listen to your mom? Do you really think so, Rorschach? Or what?" Rorschach rightfully replied back, "Wouldn't a mom harm her own child? That wouldn't be true. But wouldn't that murder a child's autonomy and independence?" Ginny clearly disagreed with him. True independence is inner strength and clarity of self-knowledge. From Jane Eyre, so read more when you have time. Dropping this sentence, Rorschach stopped talking nonsense and started the police car before heading back to the police station to clock out. As for Ginny, it was as if this chick was recognizing Rorschach for the first time, her eyes incredulously surveying the side of her partner's face. Is it surprising that this brown guy full of mom messing with Fark has read Jane Eyre? Police cars weave through the streets of the South End. After a few days together, Ginny was noticeably more relaxed. While she blathered on about the gossip of her student days, she pulled out a bag of dried fruits and ate them herself while thoughtfully peeling them for Rorschach to keep in her hand. In the past, Rorschach would have impatiently told her to shut up, but having just scolded her dad this morning, he felt he should be a little more generous as well. Half an hour later, the police car came to an intersection. Rorschach listened to Ginny's endless gossip in his ear, absently taking advantage of the tail end of the green light to pick up speed in preparation for a quick crossing of the intersection. Just as the car pulled into the center of the road, an unnameable palpitation suddenly seized him from his heart. It's a precise sixth sense honed from countless paratrooper forced landings, like a beast's instinct for crisis. Sure enough, the next second, a truck ignoring a red light came barreling out the other side like a runaway horse. Rorschach, who had a premonition, stepped heavily on the gas. The wheels rubbed against the ground with a sharp shriek, narrowly brushing against the truck. But even so, the front end of the truck still heavily grazed the rear end of the police car. The huge impact made the police car out of control, rotating in the intersection for more than 10 circles, then directly hit the wall on the side of the road. The front end of the car crashed into a piece of. Several masked men jumped out of the van, pistols in hand, and cautiously approached the police car. Bang, 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 bang. Unexpectedly, before they could fire, shots rang out from the police car. A single bullet shot out of the shattered car window, slicing through the night sky and hitting the gang of gunmen with pinpoint accuracy. Rorschach didn't have time to figure out Ginny's condition beside him. He kicked the car door open and leaned back in his seat to use the door as cover, his gun spewing out its tongue of fire and grabbing the first shot toward the gang of killers. However, when the gunshot hit them, these killers only stumbled physically, but did not fall down, and even set up their guns to shoot each other up towards Rorschach. Fark, body armor? Rorschach tugged at the corner of his mouth. An assassin who appeared out of nowhere, with scanty marksmanship and quite a professional demeanor. He reloaded the magazine and after carefully checking the standings of the 4 men across the street, he probed the muzzle of his gun and emptied all the bullets in the fastest possible time by pouring them out. The ferocious firepower instantly drove back the killers who were ready to dart in and out, either finding cover or lying on the ground, not continuing to approach quickly on the strength of their body armor. Taking advantage of this, Rorschach darted his body back into the police car again and reached out to fish his hand into position under the seat. A few seconds later, realizing that there was no more movement on the side of the police car, the several assassins looked at each other, and then without further hesitation, they quickly spread out their formation and surrounded and pressed towards the police car. Boo! Another shot rang out, but this one blew the closest assassin straight out a few meters away. Rorschach held the Remington shotgun in his hand with one hand, and with a draw and a pull, relying on the cover of the body, he turned around and sent out 2 shots again to blow away all the killers who had gotten close to the police car. Following that, he did a flip, his body taking a quick tumbling leap off the top of the rear of the car, while dodging enemy bullets. The moment he hit the ground, Shots rang out, blasting the last assassin's head to smithereens. As he once told the chief, he was insecure as a person, and especially had an extreme fear of under fire. That's why 2 large caliber sprays are a must-have in police cars at all times of the day and night. No peace after work. Rorschach cursed irritably and went from one to the other, filling the heads of the remaining assassins who hadn't been shot in the vitals. And just as he was thinking about which one he should leave alive for questioning, something strange happened. Don't move! Another assassin lurking nearby had somehow managed to feel his way to the front of the police car and was still threatening Rorschach in a scathing voice with his gun pointed at Ginny on the passenger side. Rorschach! Ginny's body was stuck in her seat and she looked over at Rorschach in a daze, fear filling her eyes. She tried to draw the gun at her waist, but the muzzle of her opponent's gun was pressing against her head, preventing her from making any greater movement at all. Rorschach Butcher, this is a greeting from the Salamanca family to you. This killer's tone was also a bit tense, and he shouted sharply toward Rorschach, "Put down your gun, or I'll shoot this chick's head off first." Rorschach glanced at Ginny, and after realizing she was unharmed, not only did he not drop his gun, but he raised it and slowly approached. "Man, have you been watching too many movies when you step on a horse? If I don't drop the gun, you'll kill one of her at most, and then I'll blow your head off. Throw the gun? Then we're both dead." Chapter 18, May you be a good killer in your next life. The assassin clearly choked on Rorschach's rhetorical question, but as a D-trader, the minimum amount of ruthlessness was still in him. Seeing that Rorschach didn't have the intention to tie his hands, his finger on the trigger gradually tightened, intent on shooting Ginny first. Sensing the other man's emotions, Rorschach immediately raised his hand and said soothingly, Okay, I know you dared to shoot." At this point, he was only a few steps away from the gunman in front of him. Rorschach simply flung the shotgun in his hand to his feet and said, spreading his hands, "I've listened to you and dropped the gun. Now it's your turn to let go." Rorschach. Ginny fought back the dizziness and looked at him with worried eyes, while the only hand she could move was quietly groping for her waist. Seeing that Rorschach had really dropped his gun, the killer immediately let out a smug sneer. "Fine, then I'll let her go first, and then I'll send you 2 on your way together." As the words fell, he violently raised the guy in his hand. The black hole of the gun pointed straight at Rorschach. Maybe he'll pull the trigger next, or maybe he'll put in a stern word before he shoots, like a movie villain. But Rorschach's attention at the moment wasn't on that. It was centered on this assassin's position with the gun. "Dude, as cool as you are with the gun, I have to warn you." He pointed to the guy's horizontally held pistol and said lightly, "If you hold the gun horizontally like that, your aim is going to be more than 5 percentage points skewed compared to holding the gun normally, and the bullet's throw case is going to hit you in the face, affecting your line of sight." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the assassin could not wait to pull the trigger. Rorschach, who had been prepared for this, sidestepped and quickly dodged the blow. Killer tried to fire a second shot, but the bullet casing that bounced off the gun slammed into his face. Rorschach took advantage of this opportunity and tackled him to the ground with a blockbuster. Ka-ching dash! Before the killer could react, the arm holding the gun had been twisted in reverse. Rorschach snatched the pistol with one hand, pressed his knee dead center at his neck, and sneered, "Now you know I didn't lie to you. You." Snap! Rorschach wasn't interested in listening to his nonsense, and after throwing out a slap and grabbing his head, he asked in a deep voice, "You only have one chance to answer. Why did the Salamanca family send someone to kill me?" After saying that, Rorschach pressed the gun against the base of his thigh, and the searing heat of the muzzle made him shiver. The killer met Rorschach's cold eyes, gulped, didn't dare to hide anything, and said with a trembling voice, "It was Tuku who asked us to have you executed. As if. It seems like because of you, he lost a huge amount of money." Slaughterhouse? Rorschach was a bit puzzled. He thought it was someone sent by Jose, but he didn't expect it to be Tuku, the Salamanca family's guy who specializes in D-product trading. Speaking of which, the only time he had crossed paths with the family was that boxing match this morning, so it seemed that I was afraid that not only Jose, but Tuco had staked a lot of money on the fight as well. "Looks like your boss is short on cash." Rorschach had a plan in mind, and he first looked around. Due to the gunfight, almost all of the pedestrians on the street had already fled. As for Ginny, after seeing Rorschach solve the trouble, she fainted directly after breathing a sigh of relief. Then, in this killer's puzzled gaze, Rorschach pulled out a cell phone from his pocket and threw it to him. "Call your boss." Ooh-hoo. With trembling fingers, killer pressed the number for Tuco. After dialing, Rorschach picked up the phone without rushing to respond to the impatient voice on the other end of the line. He first asked towards the killer on the ground who was looking at him curtly, "Did you remember what you were just taught? No matter when, never raise your gun horizontally. Remember. Killer was busy nodding his head up and down. "That's fine. Good luck becoming a competent assassin in your next life. Tuko listened to the voice on his cell phone full of confusion and didn't wait for him to continue asking questions when a sudden gunshot exploded in his ears. Immediately afterward, a cold voice came out of the microphone. Tuku, is it? I'm the little cop you're trying to kill. And from what your little brother said, you seem to be short of money. 10 seconds later, after dropping the time and place, Rorschach hung up and deleted the call. He wasn't worried that Tuku wouldn't take his words seriously. As a big trafficker known for his ruthlessness, he had taken out the men he had sent in one fell swoop. And even without this phone call, the guy wouldn't have been able to wait to keep coming back for more. Rorschach spun the gun in his hand and patched up the killers on the ground one by one, silencing them all. Immediately afterward, in his field of vision, wisps of blood-colored red aura rose up from these corpses, as trafficking gunmen with blood on their hands. It goes without saying that with the eye of judgment turned on, these guys have a black mist over their heads that symbolizes guilt to the core. Sin values flush over 90. No trial is required. Immediate execution is mandatory, and the execution is rewarded handsomely. Shit, it looks like it's going to take a lot more killing of traffickers. Rorschach exhaled freely as he felt these red-ons that scurried into his body. This time, in addition to the 4 red-ons that could be turned into justice values to boost their skills, there was also a red-on that actually contained a specialized skill from the deceased's life. Rorschach raised an eyebrow, first adding all 4 of those justice values to the firearm specialization, and the numbers in that bracket in his mind began to change. It went from gunnery specialization, 85 out of 100, to gunnery specialization, 89 out of 100. At the same time, the fingers of Rorschach, who was holding the pistol, trembled slightly, as if he had an extra trace of ineffable understanding with the gun in his hand. Only after he finished improving his firearm skill did he then look at the red aura that contained the skilled demaking specialization, 1 out of 100. Fark, Rorschach cursed. He knew that these traffickers wouldn't have any skills that would make it to the top. He put it behind him and grabbed the radio next to his shoulder to call the bureau. Main desk, this is 7C15. Roger, go ahead. We have encountered an attack by thugs. There are 5 people on the other side. All the thugs have been killed by me so far. Please send someone over to deal with the scene as soon as possible. The location is. By the time he had finished reporting the location, the operator on the other side of the main desk was visibly stunned, and there was a change in his tone. So, you took out 5 armed thugs who were lurking around to kill you. Is it rare? Are any of the officers hurt and do they need to call an ambulance? The main desk asked businesslike after a moment of silence. I'm not hurt. As for my partner, Rorschach walked over to the passenger side and looked Ginny up and down, who would have passed out from the impact. It didn't look as if she was hurt, but by the time he was holding Ginny's head and ready to help unbuckle her buckled seatbelt, there was a sudden wet sensation in his hand. Waterfax? Rorschach immediately pressed the radio and shouted urgently, "Get the damn ambulance over here. My partner's hurt." Chapter 19, you guys are the most trashy dealers I've ever seen. In the hospital ward, Ginny, who had been asleep for who knows how long, slowly opened her eyes, surrounded by a soft, blinding white light, the smell of antiseptic water in the air, and a ticking of instruments in her ears. This is a hospital? Ginny tried to lift her head to look around, but a faint wave of pain and heaviness followed, reminding her of the reason she was lying in a hospital bed. As consciousness slowly returned, she suddenly remembered the van that ran the red light, the masked killer, the gun against his head. The last moment she remembered was when Rorschach overpowered the gunman holding her hostage and then passed out herself. At the thought of Rorschach, Ginny couldn't help but turn her head and look around. And when she saw the man on her right who was sitting in a chair, a large stone in her heart fell to the ground. This partner, who had saved his life at a critical moment, was sleeping with his head hung low. Ginny recalled the scene where Rorschach dealt with the thug and the image of rescuing herself from the bad guy's gun, and a strange feeling suddenly rose within her. This guy would be popular with the girls if he was dumb. Was it good? Suddenly, a flirtatious voice awoke Ginny, who was staring blankly at Rorschach. Rorschach suddenly raised his head and looked at this chick playfully. You don't have to be too grateful. I saved you purely because we're co-workers. There's no other implication in it. After realizing that this guy was actually pretending to be asleep, Ginny couldn't help but be stunned, and then immediately choked back unconvincingly. I wish that was the case, and I didn't need you to save me to subdue that killer, when my hand was already touching the gun. Yeah, and then passed out the next second. Rorschach laughed flirtatiously before explaining. The doctor said that you have a slight concussion. As for the bleeding, it's because of the scalp rubbing through. Don't worry too much. If nothing happens, you'll be able to get out of the hospital in 2 or 3 days. Ginny first nodded, then suddenly asked nervously, You guys didn't tell my family, right? This matter can't be known to my parents, or else my dad will definitely take me back. Seeing her this anxious and panicked look, Rorschach waved his hand and pacified. Don't worry. From the ambulance over to you lying in the hospital bed, 2 hours or not. How can your family know the news so quickly? And, he spread his hands in displeasure. Don't make that face. Do you realize how many people beg for more than they can get by having a caring and doting parent? I can't talk to you. Rorschach, you wouldn't understand this feeling, Ginny explained anxiously, but stopped abruptly in mid-sentence. Realizing that she said the wrong thing, she carefully looked at Rorschach and apologized in a self-condemning manner. I'm sorry, Rorschach. What I said just now was all unintentional, and I definitely didn't mean what you think I meant. What do I think that means? Rorschach frowned in confusion. Well, Ginny explained in a whisper, it's about your mother. I heard Frank last time. He said you grew up in a single-parent home and then in middle school the mother who worked so hard to raise you was still. Shut up, Rorschach interrupted her with a low gulp, and asked with a mischievous look in his eyes, did Frank tell you all this? Ginny scowled and nodded softly, not daring to squeak. Damn, messing with Fark. This old bastard really has the guts to say anything. Rorschach cursed angrily. Then, as if he thought of something, he asked skeptically, so that's the reason for your sudden change in attitude towards me these days? Ginny responded a little awkwardly. Not really, I just didn't think you were as bad as I thought you were at first and wanted to give you a little more friendly love. Caring? Rorschach laughed breathlessly as he sized up the chick and shook his head in mock disgust. Don't waste your breath. I'm not interested in your type of girl. Ginny laughed in exasperation when she heard this, and she glanced back at Rorschach with the same disgust. That's great. Otherwise, if you were my husband, I would have poisoned your coffee. Rorschach snorted. Trust me, Ginny, if I were your husband, I'd drink it down. Because of this mugger shooting, the department graciously gave Rorschach and Ginny a week's vacation. For one thing, it's to allow Ginny to recuperate. After all, something like a concussion can be a big deal. Secondly, Rorschach looked at the psychiatrist's business card that was pinched into a ball in his hand and threw it directly into the trash can. It was just slipped to him by the chief and ordered him to have to go to psychotherapy within the week. The reason was quite simple. Rorschach had, in the past few days, first killed the child kidnapping trafficker, then disabled even the boxing champion who possessed nationwide popularity, then killed the robber who robbed the supermarket, and last night, he even counter-killed 5D traffickers who dared to retaliate against the police. Yes, the killers were easily identified through subsequent investigations by police department personnel. Of course, it's not really that difficult of a thing to do, after all. Could a gunman with a Mexican face on the ground here in Chicago be a taco seller if not a D-man? As for the reason why they attacked Rorschach, this is impossible to say. After all, as a police officer known for his ruthless tactics, Rorschach has offended a lot of people in Chicago, and there are just too many other people who want to kill him. As an aside, it's also because of killing so many people in a few days' time. So even if the other side are all criminals, Rorschach has to go to psychotherapy before he can do so. After all, no one wants a murder-addicted guy in the police department. But the current Rorschach didn't have time for any psychotherapy. He had more pressing matters to deal with. That damn Salamanca family had finally gotten on the bandwagon. Pulling out his cell phone, he first called his Irish brothers. After assigning one of them to go somewhere and wait for himself, Rorschach started his old pickup truck and went to the spot where he had made an appointment with Tuco last night. Late afternoon, inside a waste treatment plant somewhere on Chicago's west side. After waiting for half an hour, Rorschach finally met this guy who dared to send a team of gunmen just to try to surround himself, Tuco Salamanca. He was the natural nephew of Hector Salamanca, the head of the Salamanca family, and was in charge of the big D-monger who dumped his family's D-goods. In the distance, two modified convertible sports cars with tires going up and down kept coming at high speed, accompanied by deafening black hip-hop music. When the car stopped, a short, burly bald guy in a flowered shirt covered in tattoos slammed the door open, raised the Uzi in his hand and let loose a barrage of bullets into the sky. Rorschach Butcher, you're the one who's a ING cop, not to mention spoiling my fight. You had the nerve to kill my men. Speak up, ING asshole. How do you want to die today? Tuco staggered as if he'd overdosed, holding the submachine gun in his hand and hurling a tirade of abuse at Rorschach. Looking at the muzzle of the gun that was facing his head, Rorschach took a deep breath to calm down and then violently kicked out. Tuco felt a sharp pain in his knee, and his entire body stumbled involuntarily, followed by a sudden emptiness in his right hand that was holding the gun. In this split second of effort, the submachine gun in his own hand had actually reached the hands of that dead cop across the street. You, shut the F***ck up. Rorschach had a brainwave of gun hard into the Mexican guy's mouth, and he cursed impatiently. You guys are literally the most punk-ass D-traffickers I've ever seen. Say one more word and I'll blow your head off with one shot right now. Chapter 20 Dare to do anything but good. The minions who followed Tuco along were all shocked. Before they could react, they saw Tuco, who was holding a submachine gun, was instantly subdued by the other side. His weapon was seized, and the muzzle of the gun was shoved hard into his own boss's mouth. If it wasn't for me wanting to catch that Gus, do you think you'd be worthy of working with me with a guy full of muscle and ice? Rorschach swept Tuco with a look of looking at waste, then pushed him away, disassembled the Uzi submachine gun magazine in his hand in one hand, and threw it directly into the trash can next to him. Seeing that the crisis was lifted, Tuco's minions rushed over with their guns, each with a grim expression, their guns aimed dead center at Rorschach. Bah! Tuco spat bloodied saliva at the ground and looked at Rorschach with an increasingly ferocious look. Just now, he got at least 2 of his teeth knocked out. But surprisingly, Tuco did not angrily order his men to beat Rorschach to a pulp. He waved his hand around, signaling his minions to put down their guns, then stared coldly at Rorschach and said in a deep voice, "No one who dares to provoke me, Tuco, will live to see the next day." Ha! Rorschach smiled disdainfully, not even interested in responding to such unintimidating harsh words. "Do you want to continue talking useless nonsense to me here? Or just get to the point?" Rorschach raised his hand to look at his watch and said indifferently, "Just to remind you, I don't want to waste all of my precious vacation time on a lowly D-trader like you. Mom's messing with Fark?" Tuco couldn't stop growling and cursing in his heart. He had lived for so long, or was the first time he had seen such an arrogant police officer. And it's a ING patrol cop. "You." Tuco bit his lip in death, forcing his sanity to return briefly. He pointed at Rorschach and said fiercely, "You'd better really know about Gus's deep-in warehouse. Otherwise, I guarantee that your end will be incomparably miserable." Rorschach automatically ignored the threat in Tuco's words and confidently returned, "I've been secretly investigating all the evidence of Gus Group's crimes since the first day I became a police officer. I can tell you unequivocally that in this city, no one knows Gus better than me." Tuco's eyes turned skeptical when he heard this. He wasn't doubting Rorschach's ability to investigate Gus. He was just wondering about one thing. This little cop has been investigating Gus for years, and he's still alive? When did Gus become so soft-hearted? He rubbed his sore jaw and asked half-heartedly, "So, where's the warehouse?" Rorschach didn't rush to answer and made his request first. He raised 2 fingers. "I can tell you the location, but I have 2 requests. First, you need to do it quickly. I have to see Gus's pissed-off face in 2 days or less. Second, I don't want more people to know about our meeting today." When he finished speaking, Tuco casually shrugged his shoulders, his expression full of concern. These 2 conditions would have been followed by Rorschach himself even if he hadn't mentioned them. With less than a week before his uncle's checking date, he needed to grab a shipment of goods to sell as soon as possible, and he was well aware of how much that uncle of his hated Gus, the who had taken over his family's business. "I'm afraid that if I can rob him of his goods, I'm afraid that my uncle won't even count the fact that he and Jose used the family's money as soon as he's happy." As for the relationship with Rorschach, fuck, he can't wait for the little cop to never show up, so all the credit will be all his own. Those are minor issues. What's important is that you better really know about Gus's warehouse. Don't worry, a brainless guy like you isn't worth the lies I have to use to deceive. Now get in the car and follow me. With those words, Rorschach turned and got into his pickup truck. Tuco looked at Rorschach's fearless appearance, sipped his teeth, and instead of choosing to ride in his convertible sports car, he grinned broadly as he pulled open the door of his pickup truck and got into Rorschach's car. Rorschach glanced at him, and without saying a word, he kicked the gas and sped towards the location he had agreed to with the Irish brothers. For his part, Tuco rolled the window up somewhat quickly, the whole dump simply stinking sickeningly in the evening breeze. Disgusted, he asked, "Why did you pick such a place to meet? Couldn't you have found a clean and warm location?" "Yeah, I would have picked your mother's Y, but unfortunately it's full of tourists," Rorschach said without looking back. South Side, outskirts. Murphy, the older of the Irish brothers, was holding a cigarette and surveying a food processing plant from a distance. A few hours ago, he'd been staking out the dry cleaning plant with Connor where the kids were being held, only to have a call from Rorschach telling him to get here in a hurry, find a hideout, and wait for himself to come over. Though unsure, he drove there and is now hiding in an abandoned parking lot, waiting for Rorschach. It wasn't long before the phone rang and it was Rorschach calling, waiting to report the address. A few minutes later a pickup truck with 2 convertibles pulled into his view. "Murph." Rorschach got out of the car and waved at him, and Murphy immediately dropped his cigarette and jogged over to him, while his eyes quickly swept over the other group of Mexican-faced guys. The outlaw's aura made his nerves tense up a bit. Rorschach put a hand on his shoulder, and without waiting for Murphy to speak, he grabbed the opportunity to say, "He's an informant I sent here to keep an eye on the place, and he's been staking out the place for days and nights, targeting that food processing plant out front. I can tell you for sure that this factory is Gus's demaking base, and the D products are hidden in the trucks that carry fried chicken and circulate throughout Chicago. Shat, with fried chicken shipping D. Gus the asshole is a ing genius. Tuco shook his head in shock. No wonder Gus was able to spread his bulk channels all over Chicago. It turned out that he was ostensibly running a fried chicken store, but secretly transporting D's in the vans that carried them to the outlets. He eyed the silent Murphy a few more times, then pretended to take a few casual steps forward. His suspicions dispelled quite a bit after seeing Murphy's car covered in fast food trash and cigarette butts. Rorschach went on to say, "Tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, there will be 5 trucks departing from the factory. And inside, besides the fried chicken, are boxes of finished ice. The time and place are all told to you. How to do it is up to you." Taku nodded, raising his eyes to the food processing plant in the distance with confidence. "Ha ha ha, I can't wait to see Gus's heartbreak." He didn't talk nonsense to Rorschach anymore, and after sending 2 of his men to keep an eye on him, he gave Rorschach a deep look and drove off in a windy manner. He had already decided that when he was done robbing Gus, he would turn around and take this dead cop down with him. Like he said, those who provoke him don't want to see the next day's sun, if there is one, so let them not see the third day's. After they left, Murphy looked at the 2 Mexican guys observing the factory and asked Rorschach in a puzzled whisper, "Boss, is this the guy you got to fight Gus? Doesn't look like he's too bright." Rorschach shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't find him." He took the initiative to come to the door himself. This guy can tell by looking at that face of his that he must be a scum who dares to do anything but good things. It's perfect to use as a gun. Immediately afterward, he patted Murphy's shoulder and asked softly, "Did you memorize the looks of the gang that came over just now, except for Tuku?" Murphy nodded slightly and asked tentatively, "Are you trying to?" "That's right." Rorschach revealed a cold smile. "It's just the right time to take this opportunity to detoxify this city." Chapter 21, Guess What Kind of Cop I Am? In the same way that Tuco had no choice but to team up with Rorschach against himself in order to fill the bill deficit, Gus was in a terrible mood at the moment. "I've been working hard to get what you need to New York, by both legal and illegal means, and so far I still haven't seen any good faith shown to me by you and the people behind you. Sincerity? You think a couple of carts of uninspired D-goods plus a couple dozen kids is going to get you to insert your business into New York? Gus, you overestimate yourself and underestimate us. I've always had the utmost respect for you guys, but you don't treat me like a cutie pie. Do you know how many kids I've abducted in Chicago to fulfill your demands?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then the voice came again. "Deliver the last batch of goods again, and when it arrives, I'll arrange for your people to travel to New York." Hearing this, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Gus's cold face. After promising to deliver the last batch of children in 3 days, he hung up and let out a long sigh of relief. The man on the other end of the phone was a big name in the New York mob scene, but that status alone wasn't really enough to make Gus stoop so low. What Gus really cares about is the big man who was behind the manipulation of this mob. A man who is said to be not only a titan of the entertainment industry, but also inextricably linked to the top echelons of Washington. Gus couldn't afford to offend such a black and white character, but luckily for them, everyone in that circle seems to share the same kinky fetish. In an effort to break his drugs into New York, the busiest city in the East, Gus has been throwing his weight around for a while. 3 days. Gus tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop, pondering how he should transport the group of children. The 2 previous shipments of children, which had not yet attracted enough attention on the Chicago side, relied on the help of bought and paid for black police officers, and were successfully transported to New York, albeit at considerable expense. However, due to the spate of missing children cases, the police department is now highly concerned, and the risk of exposure will be greatly increased if you try to use the old methods again. "Mike," he looked over to the old white man who was sitting by the door with his head hung low like a statue. "You contact Rorschach. I'm going to give him another chance. The kid helped the Coast Guard solve a homicide when he was a detective, and the guys over there are on his good side. With his endorsement, it'll make it a lot easier to get our shipments to New York." Old Mike didn't respond. His cloudy eyes gazed at Gus for a moment, and he couldn't help but ask, "We've already sent 2 groups of innocent children there. Do we really need more?" "Mike," Gus interrupted him sternly, "don't you see where we are now? From the moment we sent the first batch of children, we've been on the same boat as those New Yorkers. If we want to keep from sinking the ship, we'll only be able to do so by tying ourselves more tightly to them." He said word by word, "They are not ordinary gangsters. Standing behind them are big names that are important in the entertainment industry, Wall Street, and even Washington. Do you think we can still live for a few days if we offend them?" "Fark." Old Mike cursed out a rare expletive. He was willing to do the work for Gus purely because he felt he had little time left to live and wanted to save a large sum of money for the only family he had left, his own little granddaughter. But the promised de-trafficking has now evolved into a trade in human beings. He, a retired old cop, came to Chicago and taught himself for years about drug bulk channels and routes to make money. And now they've changed their profession. It's not like it's your specialty. I'll call Rorschach later, but I don't think he'll want to help. Old Mike sighed and walked out of the office with his cell phone. Gus's face was also a little hard to see, and at the thought that Rorschach might once more reject him, his eyes involuntarily turned to the safe fastened to the closet. That stored all of Rorschach's criminal information before he enlisted in the army, although the victims were almost all criminal drug dealers and gang members. But in this country, the bright side is still at least speaking the law. As soon as this information is brought to light, Rorschach will be stuck in the slammer as his cop. No, I'm afraid this kid won't even live to see a night if he goes to jail. At least a large portion of the felons in Fox River Prison were taken in by Rorschach himself. Night. Rorschach didn't turn down old Mac's invitation and went alone once again to the fried chicken place owned by Gus. He didn't have much affection for Gus, but he still had that much for old Mike. Rorschach remembers being 13 years old when his mother died unexpectedly, and he was forced to join Gus's de-trafficking ring so that he could give her a decent funeral. Gus gave the newcomer two paths to follow: to go out on the streets or even on campus to help him spread his goods, or to help him assassinate de-traffickers in other territories. Without much hesitation, Rorschach chose the second path, and the teacher who trained him in marksmanship at that time was old Mike. Instead, the focus of the night was decidedly not on the old man. Rorschach absently picked up a ballpoint pen and scribbled randomly on a napkin, while across from him was Gus, who was nearing the end of his patience. That's right, he once again refused the offer to help him transport his children. Gus stared straight at Rorschach. He had given Rorschach countless chances, but this kid really seemed to think that he had hardened his wings and could get out of his control. If there's nothing else for you to do, I'll be on my way. Rorschach yawned and gave Gus a cold look as he prepared to get up and leave. I'm going to start the night shift in a few days. I need to adjust my biological clock in a hurry yet. Don't look at me with such contempt, Gus said with a grimace. You don't have any right to despise me. If it wasn't for me, your mother wouldn't have been able to have even a decent funeral. Ha ha. Rorschach casually smeared the napkin in his hand and smiled back. Gus, I never meant to despise you. In mid-sentence, he looked up, gazed calmly at Gus, and said slowly, I'm just not afraid of you. Maybe you're just not used to this. You always claim to be a businessman to the outside world. You dress tastefully and speak politely, but you're still a despicable punk at heart. Probably killed a lot of people. So you take it for granted that you can call me over with one phone call and make me as obedient to you as those who fear you. But have you ever thought, I've actually never been afraid of you from the beginning to the end? Gus was silent, and even old Mac, who was sitting in the next seat, looked at Rorschach with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was at this moment that he realized how Rorschach had always viewed Gus. You're walking on thin ice. Gus snapped out of his seat in a rage. However, before he could have a fit, his cell phone suddenly rang. He glared fiercely at Rorschach and forced his anger to connect the phone. And immediately afterward, Gus's face became extremely ugly. No matter how many people are on the other side, destroy all the goods first. Remember, it's all destroyed. After hanging up the phone, his face was already gloomy to the extreme, and he glanced at Rorschach suspiciously, and then he no longer cared about him, and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the store. With that stance, it was clear that something very difficult had been encountered. Old Mike, who still didn't understand what had happened, immediately tried to follow, and as he passed Rorschach, he hesitated for a moment, but he couldn't help but say, you shouldn't face Gus with that kind of attitude, especially since he's still holding the handle that's going to kill you. Rorschach ignored him and just looked at what he had scribbled on the napkin, an angry bull. There are two kinds of cops in this world, bullfighters and aggravators. He looked up at old Mac and asked rhetorically, guess which one I am? Chapter 22 Party Time. At night on the streets of Chicago, a calculated ambush is being waged. A van with "Blah Blah Chicken" printed on its body was stopped in the middle by two cars, and without waiting for the driver to react, a dozen gunmen darted out of the alley on both sides. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire was like a firecracker, a dozen guns spitting fire at the same time, frantically pouring bullets into the truck. As it turned out, after the guy's round of bullets, the driver was still intact in the driver's seat, and even had the time to talk on his cell phone. Fark, bulletproof glass in a van? Gus, this nigga is rich as hell. Tucko cursed in displeasure as he commanded his men to change their weapons. This was downtown Chicago, after all, and even though he'd specifically looked for a low-traffic road to attack, if he couldn't make it quick, the cops patrolling the neighborhood would soon be on their way. He reached toward the minions behind him and yelled, "Get the big guy! The big guy!" In the next moment, Takaka's hand sank and he almost didn't fall with the weight. He whipped his head around and already had a bazooka in his hand. Sang boiled foo bickies. Did you guys get stoned out of your minds? Tuko raged angrily. This is Chicago, not Somalia. We're looting. You think we're at war? Change the submachine guns. Ooh-hoo. For this ambush, Takaku did prepare well. In addition to a pistol for each man, he had a bazooka and a dozen submachine guns on hand. However, just as they were preparing for the second round of attack, something unexpected happened. The driver, who was originally sitting steadily in the driver's seat, unexpectedly opened a door from behind and drilled straight into the inside of the car. Tuku thought that this guy was going to run away, and immediately led his men to rush up, but before he could take a few steps, the sound of intensive gunfire had already been heard in the distance. A car sped out from the corner of the road, and the three gunmen in the front and back poked their bodies out of the windows, brazenly counterattacking toward Tuko and the others. Yes, Rorschach seems to have forgotten to tell them, behind each of the vans Gus sent out, there was a guard vehicle covertly hidden that was specifically designed to oversee the protection. It's Gus's men. Finish them off. Taku, who was already upset because he hadn't taken the van for a long time, was shaken to the core when he realized that there were even Gus's gunmen ambushed behind him. He didn't even bother to take cover. He just racked his submachine gun and charged out. The two gangs immediately launched a firefight in the center of the street, and under the night, only tongues of fire could be seen spitting from both sides, and the whole street was like several large boxes of firecrackers had been lit, with the sound of gunshots roaring endlessly. Boss, there's been a change in the situation. The van seems to be on fire. What? I thought I emphasized not to hit the gas tank. Tuck looked in the direction his little brother was pointing with displeasure, and sure enough, a wisp of fire had sprung from underneath the van. In just a few breaths of effort, the entire van had burned into a huge ball of fire. The fire was so fierce and burned so fast that even the new energy was far from being able to catch up. The pilot who had disappeared earlier reappeared as Takako looked on in heartache. He was currently standing next to the burning van, a lighter in his hand, his eyes revealing ferocity as he stared at Tuko. Each of the trucks they were responsible for transporting the cargo had been equipped with incendiary devices in the back to destroy all D-goods in case of emergency, but today was the first time they had used them after all these years. If it wasn't for the strict order from boss on the phone to destroy all the goods, the driver even had the determination to fight Tuku and the others to the end in order to protect the shipment. After all, for every shipment they delivered, they were able to get their hands on a very sizable reward. At this moment, looking at the cargo that had been completely destroyed, both the driver and the gunman in charge of the escort were furious to the extreme. Gangs of outlaws, recklessly shooting wildly at Tuku and the others. However, due to their inferiority in numbers and weapons, they were soon suppressed by Tuku and the others to the point where they could only hide behind cover and anxiously wait for reinforcements to arrive. Meanwhile, a car from the fried chicken restaurant was rushing to the nearest scene of the attack on the truck. Gus's phone call didn't stop along the way, and when he knew that the goods on the 5 trucks sent out had all been destroyed, Gus's face finally became a little better. For him, the loss of 5 carloads of D products was something he could well afford, but if the police found out after the fact that the trucks destined for the fried chicken restaurants contained D products, his hard-earned transportation and sales network in Chicago would be destroyed, and his losses would be incalculable. If you can't stand it, pull back first. Don't keep fighting with each other in a firefight, just memorize their looks. No way, boss. When these guys saw that the goods were all burned, not only did they not leave, but they went even crazier and pestered us. We can't get out of it at all. Fark, where did that lunatic come from? You guys find a chance to escape back. I'll send someone over to get you now. Gus hung up the phone angrily. At the moment he had lost his usual calmness and demeanor. It's just as well that 5 trucks were attacked at the same time, but they had to be pestered after the goods were burned out. He suddenly remembered one of his old rivals, and the only gang in the city that dared to go against him, the Salamanca family. Mike, how many gunmen are stationed over at the dry cleaning plant now? Old Mike, who was driving, glanced at a grim-faced Gus in the rearview mirror and quickly returned. 40 or so. Move 20 out. Now immediately to the spot where the van was attacked to pick up our men and withdraw them. Is it in time? I'm afraid the police will have arrived on the scene by this time. If we can get a few, we can get a few, and you call and tell them that while picking up our people, if they come across anyone from the Salamanca family, shoot on sight. Suburbia. Rorschach leaned against the side of the car, his eyes gazing off into the distance at a car speeding away from the dry cleaning plant. When the factory's doors closed again, he dropped his cigarette and stomped it out heavily, walked unhurriedly to the back of the car, and opened the trunk. Under the moonlight, a standardized weapon was lying quietly in the carriage. He first picked up an Alvin 37 grenade launcher armed with 3 37mm caliber blooming shells, but after thinking about it, he put it back. It's just a bunch of D-traffickers. Using grenades seems a bit too high profile, Rorschach muttered before shrugging and reselecting a few less conspicuous weapons. The primary weapon, a Brunelli M2 semi-automatic shotgun with 16 12-gauge armor-piercing deer shells, the melee weapon, an Austrian TTI Glock 34 pistol, and for dessert, a double-bladed wound-tooth dragon straight-jumping knife plus M84 flashbangs. He nodded in satisfaction. That was a lot more low-key. Looking out at the factory in the distance that hid countless evils, Rorschach lifted his shotgun and jerked the bolt. a crisp cocking sound resounding in the darkness. Party time. Chapter 23 Gunsmithing Specialization Upgrade. Many people's knowledge of the paratroopers as a branch of the military mostly comes from various movies and TV shows or novels. In those literary creations, paratroopers faced almost exclusively the task of landing to infiltrate behind enemy lines. If you're lucky, you land smoothly and start surviving behind enemy lines, but if you're not, either they landed directly on the minefields laid out by the enemy, or they were still floating in the air when they were shot to pieces by anti-aircraft weapons or machine gun positions. It is this high risk that makes the paratroopers who survive and retire unscathed from such brutal missions, none of them top-notch and sneaking in combat. In particular, almost every member of the 101st Ace Airborne Division, known as the Wuthering Eagles, is highly capable of single combat. Rorschach, on the other hand, had been part of this elite group, even the brightest of the brightest. Put, a sharp, double-fronted dagger stabbed in from the bottom up through the chin. Rorschach deadpanned the mouth of the struggling guard and whispered in his ear, "Shoo, don't be afraid, the pain is all normal." With increased force, the dagger penetrated the base of the skull, instantly destroying the guard's brainstem and turning him into a corpse in the quickest time possible. Inside the factory, two gunmen with submachine guns slung across their chests were watching the corridor. With cigarettes in their mouths, they chatted with each other about some interesting events that had happened recently, not realizing the impending danger. Suddenly, a strange noise caught their attention. The two men craned their heads to the closed door not far away, and after exchanging glances, one of them racked his gun and cautiously out towards the door. Just as he was about to approach the door, the closed door slammed open. Bang! A hooded figure darted in from outside and sent the guard flying hard with an E-strike. Ross, before the other guard could react, a dagger had already flown in from a distance and plunged into his forehead with precision. Rorschach stepped into the hallway and drew his dagger before adding another slash to the neck of another stunned guard. He wiped the dagger on the body and retrieved the blade, humming a whistle he learned from I don't know what movie, and continued on toward the front. At the same time, two blood-red rays of light rose from the corpse and flew into Rorschach's body. After turning into the entrance corridor, the empty factory building came into view. The workers have long since left work, and the most that remains is boxes of clothing, in addition to dozens of dry cleaning machines. Not far away, playful voices emanated from a lighted room. Inside the room, the five gunmen were playing derby, not yet realizing what had happened outside. The next second, there was a knock on the door. The gunman who was leaning against the door was about to get up and open the door when a violent shot had exploded, shattering the door directly into the room and sending him flying into the wall. Rorschach dodged in and took a quick glance at the interior of the house. After realizing that there were no children, another quick shot came out and blasted the head of the first one. Boo! After the 2 rounds were fired, Rorschach ducked behind the wall next to the door with a twist, avoiding the first wave of the enemy's attack while his hand reached for his belt to grab 2 deer bullets at the same time and push them into the cartridge at once. The duad load method, mostly used in army street fighting, fills the shotgun shells in the fastest time possible, taking advantage of the moment when the other side's gunfire was temporarily suspended. He flashed his body and once again bent down and sprinted in. 2 shots rang out without any pause, blowing the heads of the 2 gunmen into a bloody mist. Seeing this, the last man panicked and attempted to counterattack, but just as the muzzle of his gun turned, he was hit hard by Rorschach's foot, and the pistol flew off his hand. Rorschach took the gun in the air, and without the slightest pause, the trigger was pulled, and a single bullet penetrated the assassin's forehead, splattering the wall behind him with red and white. He looked down at the other man's gun in his hand and shook his head in disgust. A chrome-plated pistol? Medium-looking contraption. By now, outside the room there had been the sound of hurried footsteps. The violent gunfire had attracted the gunmen who were guarding the children in the back, and 10 gunmen equipped with submachine guns and bulletproof vests were ambushing the outside of the room, waiting for Rorschach to come out. Seconds later, a round-handled grenade was tossed from the room, accompanied by Rorschach's words so low that they seemed to come from hell. "Turn off the lights, scumbags." In a flash, a blinding intense white light plus a loud noise of 200 decibels instantly exploded. Boom boom dash. Rorschach flew out. The shotgun bullets in his hands struck out quickly, taking away 2 heads without helmets without a doubt. With the help of the machines in the factory building as cover, his figure was like a ghost weaving in and out on both sides of the gang of gunmen, and every time he showed his head, he could accurately harvest a human life. A highly specialized level of tactics coupled with a beastly intuition of danger. And in just a dozen breaths, 10 more corpses were on the ground. The guns were shot in the head, and not a single bullet fell short. Feeling the terrifying power from the firearms specialization, 89 out of 100, Rorschach gradually looked forward to the changes that would happen when the values in the brackets were filled. Inside a basement deep inside the factory, the last 2 guards listened as the gunfire above them subsided, looking at each other with terror and unease in their eyes, listening to this firepower. The other side seems to be quite numerous. I don't need you to tell me. Damn it, I knew human trafficking would never end well. now it's time for retribution. Cut the crap. You hurry out and see what's going on. If something happens, we'll just pull out. I'll go. What about you? Mustn't I watch the brats? The other guard jerked his finger to the corner of the basement. There, a dozen children, probably only 7 or 8 years old, were dressed in uniform striped pajamas, huddled in a corner looking up at them in fear. The guard who had been ordered to do so gritted his teeth helplessly, cocked his pistol and carefully opened the basement door. The guards on the side also tightened their muzzles at the sight of the situation, first glaring viciously at the children, and then following suit, ducking behind one of the wooden wall panels, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. In the next second, the guard who had just stepped out of the door not long ago suddenly flew in backwards. Bang, bang, bang. Before the guy even had a chance to raise his muzzle, he'd already been shot twice in the chest, followed by a shot straight through the head. The bloody scene instantly frightened the children in the corner, their faces white as they clutched their companions around them, their horrified eyes looking at the figure that had entered through the door. After entering the basement, Rorschach first roughly scanned the group of kids, and when he realized there were only a dozen of them, he couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows. That doesn't come close to matching the number of Irish brothers counting. Don't be afraid, I'm here to get you home. Rorschach tried to show a kind look, but it didn't seem to help much. Boo! Just then, a gunshot suddenly rang out from behind the wooden boards on his side, and the bullet crookedly shot into the wall 2 meters in front of Rorschach. Rorschach craned his head in disbelief at the layer of wood-paneled wall that wasn't even a centimeter high, then raised the muzzle of his gun and aimed it at the wall while his gaze went to the children in the corner. In the sight of the gang of kids, the bad guy guarding them was crouched and sweating behind a wall. At this moment, when they saw the gaze Rorschach cast, they shook their heads. Rorschach shrugged and switched the muzzle to a downward-facing position again. This time, the children nodded in unison, some having closed their eyes not daring to look at the scene below. Bang! Shots rang out, and the bullet pierced the chest of the last gunman with pinpoint accuracy. 2 more red-ons filled with the smell of blood shot into Rorschach's body. Feeling the 20 justice values in his head, Rorschach suddenly realized that his gunsmithing specialization seemed to be ready to be upgraded. Chapter 24, A Little Negro Joke. He didn't rush about upgrading his specialization, after all. There was a bunch of kids in front of him who were already horrified beyond belief watching him. Hey, little guys, smile. Rorschach opened his arms toward the group of kids and smiled. That shot just now was all thanks to you guys. Upon hearing this, the already panicked children instead cried even harder, and the entire basement was instantly filled with their cries. Rorschach was confused. This was a very different welcome scene from what he had expected. He slowly put away his gun, crouched down, and patiently explained, I was sent by your parents to save you, and now the bad guys have all been defeated. Come, I'll take you all home. A little girl raised her head and returned with red eyes. You're lying. We don't have a mommy and daddy. We were sold by bad people at the adoption center. The children cried even harder when this was said. Rorschach had never been good at coaxing children, and was a bit overwhelmed at the moment. Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea. He gently patted the kids on the shoulder and soothingly said, Hey, never mind your irresponsible moms and dads. Want to hear a joke? Joke? That's right. It's Uncle's crushing joke. Absolutely hilarious. Rorschach helped them up from the ground one by one, and after tearing off all the ropes attached to them, he picked up one of the youngest children from the ground, and took them out while continuing to preach with his mouth. Do you know what is the whitest on a black man? Whoever can answer that, Uncle treats him to a big meal. The children were so intrigued by the question that for a moment they seemed to forget their fears and rushed to answer. Ass, palm, no, 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 it's nails, not at all, it's teeth. They rattled off various answers, but Rorschach smiled and shrugged helplessly. Sorry little ones, the answer should be his master. Ha! The kids looked confused, obviously not getting the joke. As previously stated, Rorschach really isn't good at coaxing kids. Well, as soon as they stepped out of the basement, they were too shocked by the sight in front of them to care about their curiosity and doubts. Along the way, headless bodies and sickening gore were everywhere. They didn't even dare to look at it. One by one they all grabbed the corner of Rorschach's coat, and those who had no place to grab it pulled their companion's hand, and followed Rorschach in fear, only wanting to go out earlier. Don't be afraid. These guys are the bad guys who captured you, and now they've all gotten their comeuppance, Rorschach said in relief. At that moment, the little girl he was holding in his arms suddenly looked up and asked earnestly, What about the bad people at the adoption center? Are they here too? At these words, the children around them raised their heads and looked at Rorschach with wide-eyed anticipation. They were put into the adoption center because of their family's misfortunes, only to be quickly trafficked by Gus's paid staff. While they knew the shooter was bad, they were also well aware that the employee who sold them out was equally bad. Rorschach saw the little one's expressions of eager anticipation and uttered an answer that didn't disappoint them. I think that guy might have ended up a little worse. Ah ha ha ha. Harrowing screams echoed through the bloodstained house. A fat woman with shot arms and legs and a disfigured face lay on the ground, moaning in pain. Just a few meters away from her was the escape door, and as long as she could make it to the door and be found by her neighbors, she might have a chance of survival. But a hooded figure was now standing sternly in front of her, not giving her half a chance to survive. "Connor, look what I found." Murphy stepped out of the inner room carrying a heavy suitcase and cursed. The biker hid the money in the floor's compartment. "Do you know how much it is? $260,000. A full $260,000. After saying that, he angrily went up and kicked the fat woman's head again, angrily rebuking. This old biker, relying on her position, doesn't know how many children she secretly sold. She really deserves to die. With each kick, the fat woman's wailing abetted, obviously dying. Connor opened the suitcase and saw the stacks of $100 bills inside, anger and disgust mingling in his mind. The children of the South Side are like grass behind these $260,000. I don't know how many children's miserable fate is. Damn, can't let this die so cheaply. Connor stopped Murphy, who was still venting his anger, and rummaged through the house, finally finding a thick piece of twine. He tied one end in a dead knot and wrapped it securely around the fat woman's neck, and the other end went around the roof beams, ready to hang her. Seeing this scene, Murphy couldn't help but ask, "Are we really going to kill her? This should be taken to the police, right? Go cop." "You think everyone in the Chicago Police Department is Rorschach?" Unmoved, Connor pulled hard on the rope, but the fat lady was on the ground, not moving. Seeing this, Murphy rolled his eyes and came over to help as well. Within moments, the fat woman from the adoption center was hoisted high into the air and dangling under a beam. Connor wrapped the other end of the rope around the doorknob, lit a cigarette and handed one to Murphy. A strange feeling welled up inside him as he gazed ahead at the face that had been twisted and distorted in the smoke. "Murph, what should we call this behavior? Murder? What else would you call it?" "No, I think it's more aptly called an execution." Connor took Murphy's shoulder and got emotional. "We are ridding the world of evil and seeking justice for those who don't get it. We are literally executioners under the throne of God." "Executioner?" Murphy couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Sounds good. I like that." "Right. From now on we are the Executioner Brothers, specializing in executing criminals who escape the law." The two stomped out their cigarettes, picked up their suitcases and left without looking back. Tonight, not only have they reaped great wealth, but more importantly, they seem to have found their life's calling. The door to the room slammed heavily, leaving only the dead body shaking under the ceiling. On the other side, Rorschach delivered the group of kidnapped children outside the police station. "Take the second intersection and turn the corner to the police station. You guys go right in and just tell us what happened to you the last few days." These kids, now with a Burger King in hand and ice cream cones in their hands, have calmed down considerably in their panic. "And what about you, Uncle? Won't you come in with us?" a child asked curiously. "I won't go in." Rorschach waved his hand at them. "I'll visit you sometime after you're assigned to your new families, but we don't even know what you look like." A little boy pointed to Rorschach's face, which was covered by a turban. Rorschach smiled. "Then you can all pretend that the good people you meet in the future are me." A few minutes later, after seeing all the children walk into the police station, Rorschach slammed on the handbrake, stepped on the gas, turned the steering wheel, turned around and sped away. It's a long night tonight. Chapter 25 Specialization Upgrade Gunfighting. While Rorschach was reaping the rewards of 20 gunmen in the factory, his partner Tuco was also in the midst of a hail of bullets. For this operation, he had carefully planned and assembled more than 40 gunmen. He himself personally led a dozen men to intercept a van, while the rest of the gunmen were divided into 4 groups to attack the rest of the vans. However, the battle had just started when those drivers had somehow detonated all the vans, causing them to be in a complete dilemma now. Not only is the shipment gone, but a bunch of the brothers who brought it are dead. "Tuco, hurry up, the police will be here soon." The one who spoke was a fat guy of Tuco who was 2 meters tall. This guy was Tuco's right-hand man and also his brother-in-law. "You step on the horse and shut your mouth. Even if I don't get the goods today, I'll make Gus's men pay." Being angry, Tuco, which still listened to the words of the people around him, this guy crouched behind a corner. "We'll probe out the submachine gun bullets toward the front after the bullet, and then rechanged a magazine to continue. A stance of not stopping until the opposite side is dead." Although the surrounding men were scared in their hearts, they didn't dare to disobey orders and could only continue to fight with their heads. Being caught by the police would lead to jail at most, but if Tuco recognized him as a traitor, it would be much more miserable than jail. Luckily, they didn't wait for them to finish a few rounds before another shot rang out behind them. It was the first gunman Gus sent for backup when he got the call. "Tuco, We must withdraw. The fat brother-in-law pulled Tuku's shoulder to pull him back hard and shouted in a deep voice, "If we don't leave, we're going to be surrounded." Tuku listened to the sound of gunfire ringing out from behind them, and happened to have a bullet narrowly graze his body and hit the car beside him with a blinding shower of sparks. Faced with a desperate situation where he was attacked from both front and back, even he couldn't help but feel timid and shrink his neck. Asterisk 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 messing with Fark. Let Gus the nigga be cocky for one more day first. I'll bring someone to clean him up tomorrow. After dropping his harsh words, Takako skillfully got into the car under the cover of his minions. The engine roared, and the car, against the dense bullets, broke through the police circle that was about to close in and disappeared into the night. Through the window of the car, Tuku glimpsed the corpses strewn about in the rear, and the anger in his heart grew more and more intense. Even if we didn't get the goods, so many of our men died. There was no need to think about the other 4 trucks. He hadn't received a call from his men until now, and was afraid they were all gone. Fark, Fark, Fark. Tuko slammed the seat angrily, just as the phone rang abruptly. His expression tensed as he picked it up and saw the name of the contact on it. It was a call from his uncle, Hector Salamanca, who must have found out about his firefight with Gus and was probably having a fit right now. He didn't dare pick up the phone and just tossed it aside. Tuku, we go to now. The henchman driving the car asked cautiously, "Go back to the warehouse first." Fark, even if I'm going to be chastised by my uncle this time, I have to enjoy the night before I do. Tuko couldn't stop sniffling. His addiction was out of control under this immense pressure tonight. Half an hour later, 2 scarred cars stumbled to a halt outside the gates of the D-Goods warehouse. After getting out of the car, Tuku looked back to the dimly lit downtown area. Even though it was far away, he could feel the tense atmosphere of the alarms ringing there and the police all over the city as if they were on the verge of an attack. Gus, and that little cop. Damn, this guy didn't even know that the truck had a gunman secretly escorting it. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have died so many brothers. Find a chance to kill him too tomorrow. Tuku cursed as he pushed open the door to the warehouse, but just as he stepped through the threshold, a pungent odor of blood slammed into his nostrils. The warehouse was pitch black, a far cry from the usual brightly lit scene. The gunmen who patrolled and guarded the area day and night were nowhere to be seen. Snap! He suddenly raised one hand to stop the men behind him who were just about to come in, and after a moment of silence, he drank in a low voice, "Something's not right. Withdraw." Tuko turned around and was about to run outside, but in the next second, a burst of intense gunfire suddenly rang out. The 2 Irish brothers, who had been ambushed outside, stormed out. They manned a submachine gun, with the intention of counting. After 2 pikes of bullets finished, Tuku brought the remnants of the army. None of them were spared. All fell in a pool of blood. Tuku, who had retreated back to the warehouse at the first time, had luckily dodged a bullet, but now looking at the ground where his only remaining minions had also been killed in their entirety, he couldn't care less about the danger, and pulled out a pistol from his waist and was ready to go out and fight with the other side. As the third in command of the Salamanca family, he had never been in such a mess. However, not waiting for him to pull the gun out, a sudden cold touch came from the back of his head. A gun was being pressed against his head. Tuku's body instantly stiffened, and the desire for revenge was instantly replaced by fear. "What?" A familiar voice came out of the shadows, and Rorschach's head poked out to look at him and ask, "Walked the plank yet? You, it's you." Upon seeing his face, Tuku became incoherent, and he cried out sharply, "You're a dead cop who's a Gus." Rorschach swept him away with a breathless frown, really unable to figure out how this guy came to this conclusion. "If you were one of Gus's men, how could you have betrayed the other side's deer out and caused Gus's men to get into a firefight with them in the street?" Sure enough, people who are high on drugs are more or less in over their heads. After cursing, Tuku also seemed to understand the current situation. He stopped obsessing about Rorschach's identity and said in a harsh voice, "If you kill me, the Salamanca family will never let you go. We have a constant stream of gunmen in Mexico, and you will only be able to sleep in uneasiness every night from now on. Your friends and family will also." Boo! The bullet passed through Tuku's frontal lobe at 380 meters per second, instantly destroying his ability to think and process information. The connective tissue and fibrous membranes in the brain have been torn, and as the bullet flies out of the back of the head, cerebrospinal fluid gushes out along the cavity created by the bullet. "I have no family or friends." Rorschach wiped the fingerprints off the gun and said lightly to the body, "Besides, I'm used to falling asleep in uneasiness." He threw the firearm at Tuku's body, and in the next second, a red aura rose from Tuku's corpse and shot into Rorschach's body. Feeling the 20 or so bright red auras in his head, Rorschach didn't continue to let it go, but instead put it all into the firearms specialization, turning it into upgraded justice value. In a flash, a tingling sensation filled his entire body, and Rorschach's entire body trembled as if an electric current had passed through it. The character for gunnery specialization, 89 out of 100, in his mind began to change, and the value in front of it was filled right up to 100. Immediately after that, a new skill surfaced: Gunfu Mastery, Gunfighting Specialization. Chapter 26: The Wrong Way to Open a Drug Pin. Walt Fark? Rorschach stared at the words gunfighting in his head, filled with surprise and disbelief. Kung Fu, he understood what it meant, but Gunfu he had never really heard of. He originally thought that after upgrading his firearms specialization, he might unlock skills such as Firearms Master or Special Weapons Specialist that he lacked or simply didn't know. But gunfighting skills. This reminded him of some movie and television footage he had seen in his previous life. Bullet deflection? Is that possible? Rorschach couldn't wait to read the notes given by the system. But unfortunately, after he finished reading, he didn't find any skills related to bullet cornering in it. Gunfighting Specialization, 1/1000. Close combat shooting, the ability to shoot accurately at very close range, even utilizing a firearm to block or counterattack. Quick reaction, the ability to quickly switch between shooting and fighting modes when enemies are close. Combo technique, combine shooting with hand-to-hand combat to form a smooth combo technique. Applicable scenarios, suitable for scenarios where melee and long-range combat are frequently switched, especially when fighting in enemy raids or in narrow spaces. Rorschach's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment. From these notes, this skill certainly enhances his ability to hold a gun in close combat and grants him a surprisingly fast reaction time sufficient to fend off bullets with a firearm. Although he hadn't felt it in actual combat yet, if it could really be like what this note said, then it would indeed possess a great increase in strength for him. Maybe bulletproof vests won't be necessary in the future. However, in order to upgrade this skill again, it would require an extreme 1000 Tao of Justice, which would mean killing 1000 extremely evil criminals with a sin value of over 90. Damn, messing with Fark. This Eye of Judgment is like pushing yourself hard into the evil knight situation. Rorschach shook his head helplessly. Even the Punisher in the manga could not lynch so many criminals. It's not that it's not competent enough for the job. It's purely because there's a good chance that just a dozen or so kills will get you in the crosshairs of law enforcement. The only way to upgrade your gunfighting skills, I'm afraid, is to join the KB organization that is targeting America's hegemony. After upgrading the firearms specialization, there were still 13 red auras left that could be used for upgrading that hadn't been consumed, and Rorschach didn't hesitate to put them all into the unarmed combat specialization. The number in those brackets shot up to 93 out of 100, all of a sudden. And with the level of evil in this city, Rorschach predicted that I'm afraid it wouldn't be long before the fighting specialization would be due for an upgrade as well. Rorschach boss. The two Connor brothers interrupted Rorschach's musings as the two patted over the spread of corpses on the floor, clutching a suitcase. Previously, because of time constraints, they had met with Rorschach and hurriedly talked for a few moments before teaming up to annihilate all the gunmen in the warehouse. Now, after taking care of Tuku's group, they finally had the time to report their gains. When he saw the stacks of large bills in the suitcase, Rorschach showed the same exasperated look. In all, he had only rescued 13 children from the factory in Gus, which was a far cry from the number of missing children counted by the Irish brothers earlier. At first, Rorschach had comforted himself with the thought that perhaps the rest of the missing children had not been trafficked, but after seeing the box of money, he was convinced that Gus had shipped children to New York in more than one batch. You can't sell a mere 13 kids for $260,000 on the south side. One day I'll kill this Nico myself. Rorschach exhaled softly and tucked the suitcase back into the arms of the two Connor brothers. You've been working your asses off for me these past few days, and you've done so much dirty work. Take it in peace. You deserve it, but this is too much. Connor hurriedly tried to take half of it out and give it to Rorschach, mumbling, that child trafficking was also found out by you, Boss Rorschach. We're just doing you a favor. Murphy urged him on as well, and Rorschach had no choice but to take $60,000 in change from it. It wasn't that he wasn't short of money, purely because he didn't really have much use for it in general. In addition to drinking and smoking these bad hobbies, the most he usually does is to buy some guns and ammunitions in the black market to prepare. As for playing women, he has never spent money on a woman before, even though he has lived for so long. With his American tough guy looks, police detective status, and 99+ bedside manner, all he had to do was hook his finger in a bar and ask, "Wanna come over to my place and see my medals?" And he'd have a woman at his door. Connor and Murphy were no prude, and when they saw that Rorschach had taken the money, they put away their suitcases and prepared to ask about the next step. Ding dash. The lighter cap was unscrewed and a string of flames whooshed out. Rorschach winked at them both and threw the lighter directly onto the cotton cloth covering the various drugs in the warehouse. The fire spread quickly, licking the air around it like a tongue. releasing rolling waves of heat. Rorschach's trio ran out of the warehouse and looked at the warehouse in front of them that had been reduced to a sea of fire under the evening breeze. I don't know how long it took, but an abrupt laugh suddenly rang out. Connor hitched a ride on Rorschach's and Murphy's shoulders, grinning as maniacally as if he'd won the lottery. At the same time, Murphy, who was on the side, laughed along with them, their cheeks red and their expressions exuberant to the extreme. Rorschach, what kind of D products are kept in this warehouse? Murphy asked while laughing excitedly. What else could there be? Ice, flour, leaves. Rorschach stopped in mid-sentence, and he suddenly remembered an article he had learned in his previous life. Immediately following, thick gift cheddar. Ha 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 ha. At night, in front of the burning warehouse, the trio danced and sang on each other's shoulders like they were on drugs, their exuberant laughter even drowning out the distant police bells. Dry cleaning plant. Gus looked expressionlessly at the security camera in front of him, which showed a masked man taking out all of his men in just under 90 seconds from the time he entered, and deliberately raised his middle finger toward the camera when the other guy was about to leave with those kids. Gus stared coldly into the eyes on the screen, then spoke slowly. Mike, do you know who did this? Even the battle-hardened old Mac couldn't help but tense up when he heard this icy tone from Gus. After hesitating for a moment, he said truthfully, in all of Chicago, I've only seen one person with that kind of skill. After Gus was silent for a while, the corner of his mouth suddenly pulled up a smile. This kid is even masked. Do you think it's funny? Maybe he doesn't want to completely turn his back on us either? Old Mike returned cautiously. Gus didn't say anything, not knowing what he was thinking, but soon a sharp ringing interrupted his thoughts. Looking at Hector Salamanca's name on his cell phone, a wave of bad blood surged through Gus. Things wouldn't have deteriorated to this extent if the Salamanca family hadn't added to the chaos. However, no sooner had he tried to dial the phone than a sharp alarm bell echoed around the factory. After the kid's retelling, the police had the place surrounded. Chapter 27, The Little Fight is Over. Mr. Gus, we have found multiple missing children in your factory. Do you have any knowledge of this? I didn't own that place for a long time. I sold it a couple years ago. I don't know anything about what happened exactly. Then why were you at the scene? I was just passing by and stopped by to see the old place. After all, it used to be my property, so a little nostalgia isn't too much to ask, is it? 2 hours ago, there were multiple shootouts downtown. One side was the D-trafficking cartel and the other side was the van of your fried chicken restaurant. Why would the D-trafficking cartel rob your van? How could I possibly know that? I'm not a criminal to speculate on what they think. Maybe they think my fried chicken place is stealing their Mexican food business? Who knows? Then why does your driver have a sidearm? Because they all have gun permits, and in a city like Chicago, it always feels safer to have a gun on you. Gus responded to the police questioning with ease, even with a polite smile on his face, as if everything that had happened tonight had no effect on him. Just as the officers were about to pursue the matter further, there was a knock on the door outside the interrogation room, followed by Chief Griffin pushing his way into the room. It was late at night, and his face, awakened by the phone call from the warmth of his comforter at home, was so grim that it seemed as if it could drip water. Gus, Chief Griffin. Gus saw him and immediately prepared to rise in greeting, but could do nothing more than nod amicably as his wrists were cuffed to the tabletop. The commissioner gave him a deep look, then waved his hand to signal the policeman in charge of the interrogation to leave, and when the door closed, he sat down across from Gus. The two just stared at each other in silence, neither one speaking first. Suddenly, the chief slammed the table. He stood up and grabbed Gus by the collar, and said angrily, "Trafficking in D is just a matter of course, but now you even dare to do the business of trading in human beings on my turf. Do you really think that I don't dare to touch you?" However, Gus still maintained that polite smile and lightly returned, "It seems that Commissioner Griffin has some misunderstandings about me, and I would advise you not to say anything without evidence. After all, in the past few years, I have been donating $1 million to the police department every year, and that doesn't even include funding for other government organizations. I think that Mr. Mayor will definitely not sit back and watch a law-abiding businessman like me being slandered for no reason." "Ha!" Chief Griffin sneered. "Do you think the mayor will continue to bail you out once your D-trafficking plus child trafficking is exposed? The first one to clear the air with you at that time will be him. I don't understand what you're talking about, but if you don't have any proof, please let me go." Gus raised his cuffed hands and responded calmly. The director didn't say anything, but the veins rippling on his forehead revealed his anger at the moment. Unfortunately, he really had no solid evidence to convict the other side at this point. The van carrying the drugs had been burned to ashes, and the people who belonged to the dry cleaning plant had disappeared without a trace. Not to mention, this black man is hitting up the government for tens of millions of dollars a year and even has a mayor as his umbrella. Snapdash. He slammed the table again, then left the interrogation room without a word. Compared to when he first came in, this time he left Gus with nothing but a backdrop of impotent rage. When Chief Griffin left, the smile on Gus's face began to fade. Not only did he lose 5 truckloads of drugs tonight, but the knockout punch he used to get his business into New York went up in smoke. And to top it off, he got himself thoroughly targeted by the Chicago Police Department. All thanks to the Salamanca family and that ING bastard Rorschach. Gus's face was as cold and hard as a piece of steel, and after a few moments of contemplation, an intense chill began to fill his eyes behind his lenses. The other side. Outside the Salamanca family D-goods warehouse that Rorschach burned not long ago, an old man with gray hair and a cane was gazing at the burning ruins before him, his face unmistakably shadowy, his eyes glaring round like an angry vulture. "We found this on a charred corpse," said one of the men, holding a charred necklace and carefully handing it to the old man. Hector's hanging heart finally sank at the sight of the pitch-black cross, and he took the necklace with trembling hands, stumbling and almost falling. "Tulku, my nephew Tulku." Hector gripped the cross tightly, a rare look of sadness on his face. Jose behind him saw this and rushed forward to help him steady himself. At that moment, Jose was inwardly shocked beyond belief. He was the only one in the family who knew about Tuco's dealings with the little cop. He clearly remembers that Tuco was just trying to rob Gus of a few carloads of D-goods. So how did it suddenly turn into a gunfight in the center of the city? And even his own D-goods warehouse was burned. And even Tuco was burned to a crisp. How many hours have passed since the massacre? It all happened so fast and so suddenly. Uncle, without dwelling on it too much, Jose decided to tell the whole story, back and forth. Not only did they lose numerous gunmen tonight, and billions of dollars worth of D products were destroyed, even the family's third-in-command, Tuco, died a horrible death. It was so big that Jose figured Hector would find out sooner or later, even if he didn't say anything. A few minutes later, when Jose had finished telling what happened, Hector stared straight at him and asked, "That means Tuco lost a large sum of money from gambling on boxing and that's why he went and robbed Gus's D-pin to try to fill the hole in the accounts?" "Exactly." Jose, who had managed to take himself out of the picture, added in a calm manner, "The information was provided by that cop named Rorschach, but at the moment, it seems that this guy definitely concealed the fact that the van was escorted by a gunman, and it's also very likely that he revealed the location of our D-goods warehouse to Gus, which led to the tragic situation that happened now." Hector glanced coldly at Jose. He still trusted this distant nephew, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to give him the position of finance. He was angry that Tuco would be so stupid as to do that. This is clearly a Gus conspiracy from start to finish. The damn black man was trying to lure them into striking first, so that not only would he have an excuse to answer to his superiors over in Mexico, but he could also take the opportunity to weaken the Salamanca family. Tuco, this idiot, a police officer dared to come to his door to cooperate. Didn't he have the slightest suspicion? Hector was shaking with anger, and his blood pressure spiked right up to the point where his entire head turned red. He stared dead ahead at the ruins of the warehouse, where hundreds of millions of dollars worth of D products and the lives of his own nephews had all been reduced to ashes. "Gus, Rorschach." Hector gritted his teeth and pronounced the 2 names. "Go, contact Mexico and get Lalo and Mark and both of their brothers, and then tell them in our Mexican way of revenge. The skirmish is over." Chapter 28, a complete turnabout and a taste of despair. Gobble gobble. In front of the refrigerator, Rorschach was holding a large paper can of orange juice, skipping even the glass and biting the lid right off and pounding it into his mouth. He had hangovers all the time, but getting high, and it's a passive high, whether it's the former or the latter, it's the first time in his life. Even filled a few large bottles of ice water. Rorschach finally felt a little more comfortable, hurriedly took a cool shower, changed clothes and prepared to go out to work. After mistakenly inhaling the smoke from the burning D product last night, he managed to avoid the embarrassing scene of getting high and passing out on the street by relying on his superhuman physique and willpower to first send the 2 Irish brothers home and then take a cab back himself. Sometimes one really has to trust in the wisdom of the old masters. Rorschach smiled to himself as he lit a cigarette and pushed open the door. Not surprisingly, the police station would be busy today. However, just as he stepped out of the house, his steps stopped. "Looks like you didn't sleep very well last night." Gus was sitting on a bench at the front of the yard, his eyes fixed straight on him. Rorschach smiled disinterestedly. "It's better than some people staying up all night." "What? Just released from the police station and can't wait to come to my place to demonstrate?" Gus didn't say anything, slowly rising from his chair and gently smoothing out the creases in his suit. Rorschach was silent too, watching his every move in silence. As always, Gus double-checked his clothing to make sure it was correct, and then took a step in front of Rorschach. He looked expressionlessly at the Rorschach who had been at his side since he was 13, who had begun to rebel as an adult, and who was even now a threat to his business. After a long time, he spoke. "I'm tired of these tricks of yours, Rorschach. The real war has begun. You're going to expose information about a crime I once committed?" Rorschach narrowed his eyes and asked, "Don't forget, you instructed me to do all those. Do you think I didn't leave anything behind? If I'm convicted, you'll have to accompany me." "No, I will kill you first." A cold smile appeared on Gus's cold, hard face. "You see, What I appreciate the most is your mad dog-like character. No matter who your opponent is, you dare to pounce on them and tear them apart regardless of the circumstances. He patted Rorschach on the shoulder. All that information is in my safe. If you're up to it, go get it yourself. Rorschach was really uncertain this time. He hadn't been able to go after Gus because Gus was holding evidence of his former crimes. One has offended too many people over the years. Once he lost the umbrella of the police or was convicted, he had to flee the country and become the target of countless gangs and drug dealers. As exciting as it sounds, Rorschach has no plans to become the Punisher. That's why he still wore a mask to save Gus even when he was furious when he found out he was trafficking children. He didn't want to completely flip out with this Nico until he had that information, but now things seem to have changed a bit. Like I said, I'm tired of the trick where you threaten me and I threaten you. Gus's words were cold as ice, without a trace of emotion. I'll start by abusing your friends and associates one by one, and then I'll take my time to enjoy your despair after you've watched all the people you care about fall in a pool of blood. I have no friends. Rorschach returned indifferently. Yes? Gus smiled slightly. Then I'll pass your words on to them before they die. Saying that, he raised his hand to help him straighten his collar as he had done when he first met Rorschach, and then indifferently turned away. The calmness and indifference in him was as if last night had never happened. Rorschach could feel the chill in Gus's words, and his hand unconsciously touched the police gun at his waist. But soon, he dismissed the idea of tackling Gus here. On the side of the road, dozens of gunmen had gotten out of their cars and were staring intently at him, led by his former mentor, Mike Sr. No matter how arrogant Rorschach was, he didn't think he could stand up to so many gunmen poised for action head-on. Gus just walked away, not even giving Rorschach a second glance, as if he was already a dead body. Safe deposit box. Looking at the caravan that was gradually moving away, Rorschach whispered to himself. Inside the police station, as Rorschach had predicted, all the officers were going crazy. In one night alone, there were multiple shootings and explosions in the city, injuring many passers-by. At the same time, a dozen more missing and returned children needed to be re-registered and sent to adoption centers, and bodies had to be exhumed from the dry cleaning plant where they had been held captive, and a warehouse in the west side burst into flames, burning a dozen people to death. The morgue at the police station was about to fill up, and the officers were all busy. Chief Griffin, in particular, was having an extraordinarily bad day, and several officers had already been scolded by him. Rorschach. Just after arriving at the police station, Rorschach was called over by the chief like an arresting officer. Upon entering the office, without saying a word, the moody old white guy first turned on the TV and played a videotape. Rorschach couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he watched the image on the TV. On it was the very same security camera footage of him sneaking into the factory last night to attack and kill 20 gunmen and rescue the kidnapped children. Any observations after the release? The director squinted at Rorschach. Rorschach shrugged and answered truthfully, "Cool. This guy obviously has a background of serving in the military, both in terms of tactical level and marksmanship, and it's obviously not his first time on this kind of infiltration mission." The director glared at him breathlessly after hearing this, then laughed back in anger. "You kid is really shameless enough to run to me and boast about yourself, isn't it?" "Me?" Rorschach pretended to be puzzled. "Chief, you're misunderstanding me. I was home all night yesterday." "Ha!" Chief Griffin sneered at him. "Old me enlisted in the army at 19, participated in Operation Desert Storm at 25, retired from the police academy for 2 consecutive years of being the top student in the school, invited by the intelligence agencies, and madly snatched by the FBI. If you think I can't see that this guy's gun habits are the same as yours, then you're underestimating me." Hey. Rorschach giggled and didn't answer. He knew the temperament of the director very well. Since the other party purposely talked to him alone about this videotape, it meant that there was no intention to expose or punish him. "Ugh, you boys better tighten up." The director lit a cigar and said with a frown, "I know that you have a problem with Gus, but that guy is not only ruthless and has hundreds of gunmen under his command, but he also has big shots backing him up. If you continue to act impulsively like this, he won't let you off easily." Rorschach nodded. He hadn't told the chief about his meeting with Gus this morning. This Gus guy was obviously ready to unleash a mad vendetta against him, and this wasn't the right time to involve the chief, who had been covering for him, in the situation. "It's going to be a busy few days at the station, so don't be idle you boys," the director said, throwing him a stack of dossiers. "Go to the hospital and call up Ginny. This girl calls me a few times a day to pester me to get out of the hospital and work. It just so happens that there's a case in the North District that has a very bad impact, so the two of you go and check it out, and find the murderer as soon as possible for me." Rorschach opened the dossier and scanned it, then rubbed his temples with a headache. Rich neighborhoods, schools, orphaned girls, mom messes with FARC, all the trampled negative buffs. Chapter 29 Shut the Up. Outside the hospital, Rorschach had just hung up the phone call to his Irish brothers. Gus's words in the morning had obviously left a shadow in his mind. Family, Rorschach really doesn't have any, but when it comes to friends, partners, well, Although he has always prided himself on being a lone wolf, he does have a couple of friends who are good friends. He had called them one by one and reminded them to proceed with caution these days, but after all, it was only a cure, and as long as Gus was not dead, there would be no peace for him and those around him. But if he did shoot Gus, his own former criminal record would be exposed. Hurting the enemy 1,000 times hurts the enemy 800 times. Or, he could sneak into Gus's home and steal that safe. But with Gus's caution, his villa must be filled with gunmen now, patrolling day and night, so how easy would it be to steal the safe? Rorschach was in deep thought, unable to think of a perfect solution for a while, but he was also clear about one thing: Gus had to die, and it couldn't be delayed for long. If he couldn't think of a way out, then he would have to be a lone wolf again and sneak into the Gus house for a killing spree. Hey, what bad idea are you thinking about? So absorbed. Ginny, who had just left the hospital, saw Rorschach fuming and tapped him on the arm. Wondering how many laps I'm going to make you run after the police car today? Rorschach glanced at the chick. After a few days of convalescence, Ginny had regained her spirits and could see no signs of the concussion. Che, inhuman guy. Ginny rolled her eyes, then asked excitedly, "The chief said there's a big case coming our way. Do you know what it is?" Rorschach waved his hand. "Get in the car and we'll talk about it. Also, don't change your police uniform. This time you're going to go to the North District to enforce the law. Just wear plain clothes." "Yes." Ginny squealed happily at the sound of it. In the police department, only the rank of detective could wear plainclothes, and I didn't think that I would be able to experience plainclothes law enforcement after just a few days as a police officer. She bounced and pulled open the passenger door, urging Rorschach to hurry. Looking at Ginny's rookie vibrant appearance, Rorschach, who was originally in an annoyed mood, was also a lot better. When he got in the car, he tossed the dossier to Ginny and spoke generally about the case. The dead were 4 in all: a middle school couple, a student on a prestigious hockey team. All 3 attended Chicago's most expensive private schools and came from prominent family backgrounds, and one of the victims was even trickier: a statewide renowned cosmetic surgeon with considerable influence on the North Side. Ginny nodded as she went through the dossier. The girl in that couple broke her neck 3 days ago when she crashed at the skating rink in what was initially ruled an accident. Her boyfriend, on the other hand, had been bludgeoned to death in the back of the head with a blunt object at a motel a day earlier. That same day, the student on the hockey team was also found dead in the school washroom from a series of blows to the head with a hockey stick. That last plastic surgeon was killed at his home this morning by someone slitting his throat. After Ginny flipped through the eyewitness statements, she asked in disbelief, "Isn't it obvious that the last person these 4 people saw when they died was a girl named Maria? How in the world can there be such a coincidence? The murderer must be this Maria. There's no physical evidence. All the cameras at the scene have been destroyed, and there's no benefit of the doubt. You know?" Rorschach drove while saying like teaching a novice, "Maria is the daughter of that plastic surgeon and a classmate of the other 3 victims. The suspicion is indeed the highest, but her fingerprints were not found at the scene. Those confessions are also just a one-sided account from the students. Look at their description of Maria. It's full of disdain, disgust, and pity, which suggests that the girl wasn't popular at school, and probably suffered from bullying for a long time. So the confessions are not credible. Also, her mother is testifying on her behalf that Maria was with her at the supermarket at the time of her husband's death, and the supermarket surveillance can prove they weren't lying." Ginny was a little confused and scratched her head. "Doesn't that mean the girl is innocent? But patricide does seem unlikely." "That's not necessarily true," Rorschach returned lightly. He judged a man's guilt or innocence, but he never relied on any evidence. As the 3rd largest metropolitan area in the country, Chicago has not only slums or gentrified neighborhoods like the South and West Sides, but also wealthy neighborhoods like the North Side. While the South Side rarely saw 2 police cars a day, the North Side had one almost every 2 blocks, doing its best to protect the lives and property of the wealthy. The police car pulls into a luxury villa, where Rorschach and Ginny meet Maria Brennan, the daughter of the dead man this time, and the biggest suspect of all, Maria Brennan. Rorschach's first impression was that the girl's skin was so fair that it seemed as if it would leave a mark if touched gently, and her delicate features and the sadness and vulnerability in her eyes made her entire being exude a sense of exquisite fragility. Maria Brennan, from the movie Man in the Mirror. "God, boss, you're finally back from your break in the Southern District." The homicide officers at the scene were relieved when they saw Rorschach. In the past, no matter what tricky cases, as long as Rorschach was there, the culprits could be caught in the shortest possible time, and they believed that this time would be no exception. "I've only been away from homicide for a few days and you guys are a bunch of losers?" Rorschach didn't give these guys a good face, and after pointing at the guys, his gaze turned to a woman dressed as an upper-class noblewoman on the side. Mrs. Brennan, wife of the deceased, was a housewife by profession, but before her marriage had been an anesthesiologist in a plastic surgery hospital. "Boss, we've checked them all. No murder weapon was found in the house. A police officer came to Luo Xia's side to explain in a low voice. This mother and daughter said that a robber came into their home to rob them, but they didn't have surveillance installed in their home, so they couldn't verify it. Rorschach nodded slightly. The officer's name was Martin, the team member he used the most in homicide. Very resourceful. Get 2 police dogs to line the neighborhood sewers and yards for the murder weapon, then check the community surveillance. 3 streets in the neighborhood one by one, and get security together to see if there are any raw faces. Also, send a few people to the deceased's company to check the list of patients in recent days and look for any medical disputes. The deceased's travel trajectory in the 3 days prior to his death is also recorded for me in its entirety. Mom messing with Fark. Do I need to show you guys how to do something like this by hand? Rorschach glared at the guys. It's now been hours since the body was found, and it's amazing that they didn't even do this right. With that kind of efficiency, it's no wonder people always say that Chicago cops are losers. The homicide officers who were scolded by him were not angry. They had long been accustomed to Rorschach's temper, and one by one they shouted yes sir and hurriedly ran out. The mother and daughter on the sidelines glanced at each other. This new police officer's position appeared to be not small, and he seemed to have an even smaller temper. At the moment, only the mother and daughter, Rorschach and Ginny, who had her first encounter with a murder case, were left in the villa. Rorschach did not rush to ask the mother and daughter, but first squatted down and carefully examined the body on the ground. The wound at the throat of the deceased was unusually neat and smooth, indicating that the murderer cut quickly and accurately without the slightest hesitation. Coupled with the fact that the doctor's face still retains the surprise and shock of the dying, there is some possibility that this dead man knew the killer. Rorschach then lightly touched his hand behind the dead man's ear and frowned before his gaze swept to the surroundings. The whole hall was in a mess. Obviously there have been traces of rummaging through the box, with the mother and daughter's statements. The robber's theory of murder is also plausible, but soon his eyes stopped on the kitchen cabinets, where rows and rows of sedative drugs were sitting. Mrs. Brennan saw this and explained, "My husband and I both have mild anxiety." Rorschach nodded without a word and pulled a cigarette out of the box, just about to light it when he heard the girl across the room. "Maria, stop it softly, we can't smoke in our house." "That's great." Rorschach lit his cigarette and said faintly towards her, "I won't have to share it with you guys." "You." Maria was disliked and was about to speak when her mother beside her tugged on her arm. "Mrs. Brennan said with a saddened look on her face, "This officer, lately a lot of bad things have happened around my daughter, and now it is rumored that she is a murderer outside. I hope that you can return a just truth to our family." Rorschach stomped out the cigarette in his hand, glanced at Maria, who was staring at him with a cool gaze, and politely asked, "May I have a moment alone with your daughter?" "Right here." Mrs. Brennan frowned, but seeing that the policewoman beside the other woman was already approaching, she could only nod and follow the other woman with her to the courtyard. In the hall, only Rorschach and Maria were left. Rorschach lit another cigarette, and Maria across the table, seeing this, could hardly bear to say again, "Please don't, shut the F***ck up." Rorschach interrupted with an angry cry. In the eye of judgment, as field of vision, a blood-colored mist symbolizing judgment and execution was floating above the girl's head. Chapter 30. Where do you get the face of A? Maria jerked back a few steps, her originally white face now bloodless and frighteningly pale. She stared at the police officer in front of her with wide eyes of horror, obviously shocked by Rorschach's very different attitude back and forth. "Does the feeling of killing make you feel good?" Rorschach asked in a hushed voice. This female student named Maria. The blood-colored mist above her head seemed to be quietly transforming to black, and in the judgment of the eye of judgment, those with black mist above their heads were invariably felons who needed to be executed immediately. "Looks like you killed those 3 students at school, too, plus your unlucky father." Rorschach suddenly thought of something and laughed playfully. "A hockey stick? That thing can kill people too?" Maria was silent. Only her pupils slammed shut and her fingers trembled, her inner panic exposed. She shook her head frantically, her voice urgent and shrill. "You're making false accusations. My father was killed by a burglar in a home invasion. My mother and I were at the supermarket when he died. The surveillance cameras caught it all." "Is it? But it seems to me that this is nothing more than your clumsy means of faking an alibi." Rorschach pointed his finger at the body covered with a white cloth on the floor and spoke in a flat tone. "If I'm not wrong, your father's time of death was at least 2 hours earlier than the coroner's initial judgment. It was before dawn when a rebellious teenager got into an argument with her nagging father, and in a fit of rage, she grabbed a fruit knife that was at hand and murdered her own father by slitting his throat straight away. As for why she dared to kill, the reason is simple. Because when she was in school, she had already practiced on 3 students, but this time it's different because there's one more witness, her mother. The girl expected her mother to rage at her for her anxiety outburst, but surprisingly, she was unusually calm. She calmed her daughter, then used her former medical expertise to simply dispose of the body and put it in the freezer, delaying decomposition and misleading the coroner as to the time of death, as well as creating an alibi for both mother and daughter. Speaking of this, Rorschach couldn't help but snort. You mother and daughter are still a little smart, but unfortunately not careful enough. Although the temperature of the corpse's body surface was maintained at the state of incipient death, your father's cold earlobes and the dewdrops hanging behind his ears betrayed everything. It won't take more than a few hours for the coroner to accurately determine the time of death, and then your alibis will be invalidated. After hearing Rorschach's words, Maria's expression gradually became dull, her eyes filled with fear. Rorschach, who had been observing her, was a little surprised that such a fragile psychological profile was really a serial killer. What's that got to do with me? Maria still refused to admit her guilt, an urgency in her voice. Maybe the poor thief did it on purpose. Yes, he was trying to frame me and my mother. That's why he put the body in the freezer and then took it out on purpose. Unmoved, Rorschach gently shook his head. Let's not talk about how flimsy your reasoning is. And besides, poor people? Thieves? Robbers? He looked around the villa, which had at least 3 or 5 floors and a lavishly decorated interior, and glanced at the rich girl in front of him, who was fully covered in designer labels and kept light makeup on her face even after her father passed away. Rorschach asked in a low voice, "Do you really understand what it means to live in poverty?" Not waiting for the girl to answer, he continued, "Do you think a guy who's so poor that he has to go out of his way to break into rich people's homes and steal from them is going to be satisfied with just taking the cash? Do you know what that row of sterling silver flatware in your kitchen would fetch in the ghetto? Do you think he could resist taking that leather Louis Vuitton wallet by the hand after emptying your father's wallet of cash? Oh yeah, and this." Rorschach pointed to a cabinet full of prescription sedative drugs. "Any bottle in here would fetch hundreds of dollars in the ghetto." After saying this, Rorschach helplessly spread his hands and laughed. "You guys don't understand the poor at all, much less the thieves who are so poor that they are desperate. If a thief had really come, do you think these things would still be left here unharmed?" Maria was speechless for a moment. She wakes up every day from a villa of thousands of square meters, attends an aristocratic school with tuition of over $200,000 per year, and even receives her weekly allowance in the form of a check. How could she have known that poor people even steal silver flatware and tranquilizers? I didn't realize that I would end up with a money loss. Her gaze involuntarily turned to Rorschach. Immediately afterward, something unexpected happened to Rorschach. Maria, who had originally still appeared fragile and helpless, suddenly sharpened her eyes and raised her lowered head high, revealing that white, graceful neck like a proud swan. Her entire aura instantly changed radically. At this moment, not a trace of confusion or fear could be found on her face. Instead, she looked at Rorschach with a playful look, as if she regarded him as a prey to be caught. Bam! Bam! She stepped on her heels and walked slowly to Rorschach, the sound of her heels hitting the ground firm and strong. Then, Maria smiled and lifted her finger, gently touching Rorschach's chin. "Mr. Officer, are you going to arrest me next?" Their faces were so close that Rorschach could even clearly feel the warm breath exhaled by the other as he spoke. The girl in front of her, her temperament changed at the drop of a hat, and the whole person suddenly became debauched, which made Rorschach couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Schizophrenic? What the hell? This chick has her own get-out-of-jail-free card? Rorschach shook off the girl's teasing fingers and said in a businesslike manner, "The autopsy report will be out by tonight, and then your mother and daughter's alibi will naturally fall apart. As for the murder weapon, unless you guys melt it down, we will find it sooner or later. Your methods are too crude. Just wait at home. In less than a week you'll be charged with murder. However, you don't seem to be in the best of spirits, so I suggest you get a good lawyer, and you might be able to get an early parole." After saying that, he turned around and tried to leave. In this kind of case, after locking up the biggest suspect, as long as we dig deeper in the direction of this girl, we can always find conclusive evidence. It just takes some time. However, Maria tugged on his arm, and one hand had even crept up to Rorschach's sledgehammer. She leaned against Rorschach's shoulder with misty eyes and murmured under her breath, "But I can't wait to be captured by you. Officer Rorschach, capture me. Please come and capture me." Rorschach stared expressionlessly at the girl who seemed stoned. If she's not acting, it means Maria has a dual personality. One is timid, fragile, low self-esteem, and sensitive, the other is very different, ruthless, vengeful, and looks like a. Now it seems likely that the 2 male students who were killed were also killed by this girl after being physically seduced. Don't play such tricks. I'm not interested in undeveloped ones like you. Rorschach pushed her away with one hand, but Maria pestered her again without dying, a smile on her face but her eyes as cold as frost. She asked toward Rorschach's back, "Don't you want to know why I'm doing this? I'm not a therapist and I don't want to hear some tragic bullying story," Rorschach said without looking back. Maria was slightly stunned. It was the first time she had encountered such a peculiar cop. Then she asked softly, "Then can you not tell my mother what you just said? She doesn't know that the police already suspect us." Think of it as giving me face, okay? I'll make it up to you. Hearing this, Rorschach couldn't help but twist his head and ask back, giving you face? You're a biker. Where did you get face? Maria could only watch as Rorschach's back faded away, but for some reason, she always had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before they would meet again, and by then, the situation will have changed radically. Chapter 31. The battle begins. Inside the police car, Ginny turned her head in confusion and looked toward the fading villa. After Rorschach had a private conversation with the girl just now, he came out and didn't say a word, just waved his hand at her and went straight back to the car. Ginny, who was working her first homicide case, was now confused. She hadn't even gotten a good look at the body, and all those detective skills she'd drawn from Sherlock, CSI, and Agatha's detective novels had been taken away from Rorschach in a hurry before she'd even had a chance to exercise them. We're just leaving? Ginny asked in disbelief. The murderer hasn't been found, the scene hasn't been investigated, and that mother and daughter are obviously suspicious. So are we just going to let it go? That girl is the killer, Rorschach told her directly without hiding, and then asked in a quizzical tone. From the moment we entered the door, the girl named Maria has shown multiple abnormalities. Think back carefully. Which ones are they? Ginny froze for a moment and began to carefully recall every detail after entering the villa, then tentatively asked, was it her makeup? It feels unusual for a girl whose father just died not long ago to show up with delicate light makeup. Not bad, keep talking. Rorschach nodded slightly, encouraging, and her eyes and emotions. Ginny continued, she spent hours with a dead body without fear, but hid behind her mother in fear when she heard you wanted to talk to her alone. That's odd. 2. The more this rookie detective talked, the more energized he became. Oh yeah, they said they went to the supermarket in the morning to do some shopping, but in a family as rich as this one, that sort of thing is usually done by the nanny. And that girl was wearing high heels, YSL red soles. How could a schoolgirl who just lost her father wear such shoes? Ha ha, very good. Rorschach was a little surprised, not realizing that Ginny was so meticulous in her observations. Sure enough, the only thing that can make one pretty woman pay attention and observe is another pretty woman. It's a shame about her mother. Ginny sighed suddenly. Her mother must have been kept in the dark and knew nothing. A daughter killing her father. How much of a blow that should be to her. Right, Rorschach? Although there's no evidence now, don't we really need to keep an eye on her first? Rorschach didn't respond, his original satisfied smile having faded as he turned his head and asked rhetorically, you don't think her mother knew? Else? She seems to be acting pretty normal to me, Ginny replied with a shrug. Rorschach nodded gently, then eased the car to the side of the road, pointed his finger out of the car, and said dryly, get out of the car and follow the police car for 5 kilometers. What? Ginny was bewildered, and just as she was about to open her mouth to ask why, her seatbelt had already been quickly unbuckled by Rorschach, and immediately afterward, she was pushed out of the car. When will you think of anything unusual about her mother and when will you come back to the car? Rorschach dropped the words and whizzed past her in his police car without a moment's pause. Ginny whined and yelled, you can't do this. Rorschach, I'm just coming off a concussion. I'm still injured. But no matter how much she shouted, the police car didn't slow down at all, and disappeared from her sight with a single turn. Ginny gritted her teeth in exasperation. Having to chase police cars like this every day, she felt like her stamina and endurance was catching up with that of a professional athlete. Half an hour later, inside the police station, panting, sweat soaking her police uniform, Ginny held onto the wall as she searched around for Rorschach. After asking several co-workers, she finally found Rorschach in the crowded technical identification section. He was leisurely waiting behind the long line for the officer in front of him to finish identifying the evidence. Seeing Ginny, Rorschach casually asked, did you find the key point? Ginny first glared at him fiercely, and after taking a few deep breaths to calm her emotions, she responded smugly, that mother is deliberately covering up her daughter, and from the moment we entered the door, she always intentionally or unintentionally blocked Maria behind her. If it was to protect her daughter, it was too deliberate. It shows that she knows the fact of her daughter's murder. That's why she doesn't want to expose Maria too much to us when confronted by the police. Very good. Rorschach nodded with satisfaction and looked at her seriously. The 7th lesson of a good cop: don't overlook any details, especially in a murder case like this. It's even more important to keep a sharp observation. Any detail that's out of place is worth scrutinizing over and over again. Ginny hummed softly. Although she wanted to ignore Rorschach now, she still couldn't help the curiosity within her and asked in disbelief, if they are so suspected as mother and daughter, why don't you arrest them for interrogation first? How can we arrest without evidence? On the basis of our little guess? Rorschach asked rhetorically, pointing to the long line in front of him. Maria's murder weapon that killed the student is in the identification section. So wait, although we can't find any fingerprints, we might be able to find other clues on it. How long is that going to take? Ginny frowned impatiently as she looked at the long line ahead. Because of the shootouts in the city over the past few days, there was a mountain of murder weapons that needed to be identified, and there were at least 24 other officers ahead of them waiting in line. But immediately afterward, Ginny suddenly noticed that the other window in the corner was empty. Why don't we go over there? Ginny pointed quizzically at the unoccupied window. Isn't there someone in there? Rorschach followed her finger and then shook his head. Trust me, it's only going to get slower over there. But Ginny didn't believe him at all, and dragged him directly and forcefully to this unattended window in the corner. Hello, Mr. Flash. Ginny glanced at the other man's work badge on his chest. Which read Flash? She asked politely. We'd like to inquire about the murder weapon at the scene of the Sterling aristocratic school homicide in the North End. Inside the window was a middle-aged white man with a bulky build and somewhat dull eyes. The corners of his mouth began to lift slowly, and then slowly again when he saw Ginny, and time seemed to be slowed down a million times in his case. Hello, you said. Yes. What? School? Ginny froze. It had taken the other man almost a minute to say such a simple phrase and smile. She glanced at Rorschach and realized that he was stifling a grin as he watched her, clearly aware of the other's style of acting like a slow-motion replay. Ginny bit her lip, but patiently continued. North, Sterling, Noble, schools. To the side, Rorschach leaned against the wall with his arms wrapped around his chest, watching Ginny with a smile. This chick was pressing her face in front of the window, puffing out her cheeks and speaking word for word with a careful expression, afraid that the other party wouldn't be able to hear clearly again. Rorschach suddenly realized that this rookie was kinda cute. Although a bit arrogant and capricious, the character is very pleasing to the eye. Thinking about this, he suddenly realized that the date for the review was approaching. How much should he rate Ginny? And what kind of rating should he give her? At that moment, a sharp ringing interrupted his thoughts. Rorschach looked down to see that it was Martin calling, probably having found some important clue. However, just after connecting, his face sank. Surprisingly, it was Gus's voice on the other end of the line. Rorschach, this is the first, but definitely not the last. The next second, a gunshot rings out and the phone hangs up, but Rorschach could still hear Martin's agonized wails through the rest of the phone. Meanwhile, outside a school in the South End, the Gallagher's youngest son, Carl, is skipping school and hiding under a wall to sneak a cigarette. Suddenly, a car pulled up in front of him. Before he could react, a gun was already pressed against his forehead. Chapter 32 Carl, dead old man. I tapped the horse. The screech of sirens echoed sharply through the streets, tearing at the air. When Rorschach hurriedly arrived at the scene, the police cordon had circled the perimeter tightly. He raised his eyes and a shroud lay silently on the ground. As for who the person wrapped up inside was, the previous call had given him the answer. Gov. Team leader, Rorschach. Seeing Rorschach's arrival, it was as if the members of the homicide team had found a place to rely on as they called out different epithets and gathered around. A female police officer with reddened eyes and a choked voice explained, "We were originally dispersed in the North District to look for clues to the murder. Martin went to the police station alone to ask for canine support, but we didn't expect to be attacked halfway. When we arrived, Martin had already been shot and collapsed." Rorschach stood in silence, his gaze fixed on the dark-colored shroud in front of him. After a long moment, he patted the policewoman on the shoulder in a comforting gesture, then stepped over the cordon to the body. He slowly unzipped the shroud and Martin's blood-covered face was revealed. The back of his head was shot, the bullet pierced through his forehead. His wrists were left with marks of friction from being bound, and his knees were stained with dust and wear marks. Apparently, Martin was coerced to his knees and then fatally shot from behind. It's the Mexican trafficker's favorite form of execution-style murder. Looking at the young face in the shrouded bag, even Rorschach, who had seen life and death, couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. He remembers that Martin entered the homicide team before himself, and at first he was disgruntled with the parachuted team leader. But after a few joint cases, Martin's attitude gradually changed. Not only did he smile and call him boss every day, but he also did his best to fulfill the tasks he assigned. As a result, Rorschach had invited Martin over for drinks on several occasions, and perhaps it was this closeness that made Martin a target for Gus. "I'm sorry, man. I was too hesitant." Rorschach reached out his hand and tried to wipe away the bloodstains on Martin's face, but the dried blood was firmly attached to his cheeks and could not be wiped away no matter how hard he tried. At that moment, a clean handkerchief was handed to him, and Ginny followed. worry in her eyes. She had expected Rorschach to explode in anger, but at the moment the other party's silence made her even more disturbed. Is it because of that phone call? Ginny asked softly. What are you going to do about it? Rorschach carefully wiped Martin's face and gazed into the young, calm face as he returned with a low voice. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. A food processing plant in the suburbs. Gus slowly turned off the faucet and meticulously dried his hands with a towel. He couldn't remember the last time he'd personally fired a gun, but to make sure Rorschach understood the consequences of provoking him, Gus didn't mind personally sending everyone around him into the abyss one by one. Get off me! Mom's messing with Fark. Behind him came a childish but angry yelling and cursing. It was Frank's youngest son, Carl. Despite having his hands and feet bound, Carl's face showed no fear and instead he cursed loudly at Gus and Old Mac and the others. Old Mac gave Carl a hard knock on the head, signaling him to be quiet. Then, with a grim face, he turned to Gus and asked in a low voice, in the Gallagher household, the one who has the best relationship with Rorschach should be that woman called Fiona, right? Rorschach is still her first love. If you want to take revenge on Rorschach, wouldn't it be more direct to tie up Fiona? Why bother with a child? Do you think Rorschach's heart would ache for a dead promiscuous woman? Gus looked at Carl, who was still shouting in front of him, unmoved, and sneered. This Gallagher family, only this kid and Rorschach are still close to each other these past few years, and even his tuition fee for this semester was paid by Rorschach. Now, because of his decision, another innocent life is about to fade away. At this moment, after listening to their conversation, Carl also finally understood. It turns out that the guys arrested themselves to get back at Rorschach. He instantly cursed towards Gus. Mom mess with Fark. Damn you Nico, you're going to kill me, and Rorschach will surely avenge me. Gus didn't even return his interests, just pulled his cell phone out of his pocket while reaching for the gun handed to him by his men. He's going to execute the kid himself and then send the death video to Rorschach so he can savor the pain of loss again. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, Old Mike suddenly stepped in front of him. Gus's face instantly grimaced and he was about to lash out when Old Mac leaned close and whispered in his ear. When he finished speaking, Gus's eyes changed slightly, and his gaze toward Carl became a bit dangling. Him? Wouldn't he be a bit older? Looks like he's over 10. He hesitated a bit. It's an older child than originally planned, but something is better than nothing. Old Mike just couldn't stand this act of killing a child, and he persuaded stiffly. There's no point in killing him now, except to provoke Rorschach. Why don't we send him over to New York? Wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? Looking at Gus still hesitating, Old Mike hurriedly added, now that the police are particularly tight on missing children cases, it's simply impossible to send away a dozen or so children at once like before. This kid is just one person after all. Any car can easily transport him away, and this will also give an explanation to the New York side. Looking ahead at Carl, who was still hurling insults at himself, the corners of Gus's mouth pulled up into a smile, though his mouth stinks a bit. He's quite a good-looking guy. He nodded slightly and put the pistol away before waving his hand and ordering, send a group of men to get him to New York now, with the same meeting place as before. So soon? Don't you want to be locked up for a couple days first? Old Mike was a little surprised. The night is long, and from what I know about Rorschach, this kid will surely retaliate like a mad dog these days. Get rid of him first and save yourself the trouble. Understands. A few minutes later, Old Mac took Carl by the scruff of the neck and yanked him hard toward the car outside the factory. He glanced around at the gunman in charge of the escort, frowned, or whispered to Carl to remind him, on the road, if there is an opportunity, escape as far as you can. If it's still transported to New York, then you are on your own. Saying that, Old Mike seemed to be a bit reluctant to do so, and pulled out an energy bar from his pocket and shoved it into Carl's arms. New York? Carl looked at him in disbelief. Waterfax? What are you sending me to New York for? Old Mac sighed darkly. He had wanted to delay for a few days to see if there was a chance to save Carl, but he hadn't expected Gus to be in such a hurry this time. He explained softly, there's a bunch of rich and powerful guys over there that would love a little boy like you. Also, this energy bar isn't for you to eat. If you want to live in New York, you should practice it like S***T first. What? Before Carl could react, he had been shoved right into the trunk of the car. In the darkness, Carl thought back to what Old Mike had just said and touched the thick black energy bar in his hand again. In the next second, he finally realized it and let out a desperate scream. Chapter 33, the game has just begun. Rorschach personally delivers Martin's body to the police morgue and comforts Martin's parents, promising again and again that he will absolutely send the murderer to hell. Conviction, that's for the judge to do. In Rorschach, the only words are trial and execution. And when faced with a dog scumbag like Gus, you can even dispense with the trial part. However, one thing led to another. and before he could take his dick to Gus to settle the score, the call from Fiona's house had come through. At the Gallagher home, Rorschach is confronted with a room full of panic and unease. One of Carl's classmates witnessed the whole thing, and I've checked the school's surveillance, and the footage shows a black Mercedes pulling up and two people getting out of it, and the camera captured it clearly. The only one in the Gallagher household who was still calm was Lip, the oldest, who was trying his best to tell Rorschach what had happened. Without saying a word, they just pulled out their guns and threatened Carl to get into the car, and tied his hands and feet with ropes. These people are obviously professionals. Rorschach, take their photos and compare them to the police database. You should be able to find out who they are. After saying that, Lip flipped out the photo in his cell phone, which was a screenshot of the surveillance video he had taken, on which the faces of the two men in black were clearly visible. Rorschach scrutinized the two men's faces, then shook his head and said, "The procedures for checking the database are complicated, and the application alone will take several days." Hell no, Lip cursed in despair with his hands on his head. This is why Chicago is getting more and more ed up. Damn dogmatism. Then won't we never find Carl? Fiona looked nervously at Rorschach. She was at a loss for words. She clutched Rorschach's arm and asked incoherently, "So what do we do now?" "Rorschach, there must be something you can do, right?" Ginny, who had been standing silently behind Rorschach, couldn't help but frown when she saw the scene. She then took the initiative to step forward and propose to Rorschach, "I can ask my father to check the information on criminals across the country, and I should be able to find these two people who kidnapped Carl very quickly." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room looked at her with surprise and anticipation in their eyes. However, Rorschach rejected it outright, and gave her a hard look. "Bringing the Counterterrorism Bureau into this, don't you think it's a big enough deal?" "But, no, I already know who kidnapped Carl." Rorschach interrupted Ginny's words and stared grimly at the pictures of the two kidnappers on his phone. Who else but that asshole Gus could kidnap someone close to him at this time? Rorschach didn't tell Fiona and the others the truth. Although he felt very guilty inside for having dragged them into this, he knew very well that telling them that the one who kidnapped Carl was a big drug lord would only make them panic even more. After instructing them to try not to go out for the next few days, Rorschach led Ginny out of the house. "Where are we going now?" Ginny looked extra grave because of the back-to-back shootings and kidnappings. "There is no we. It's me," Rorschach coldly replied back before pulling his police gun out and throwing it into the police car. What he was going to do next was a little less convenient with a police gun. Rorschach pushed Ginny, who was still trying to argue, into the police car, pointed at her nose, and instructed her in an unusually serious tone, "You can either stay at the police station obediently for the next few days, or go back to Washington right away, but you absolutely cannot go out alone. Understand?" With that said, he was ready to turn around and leave, intending to go home and get some necessary weapons first. Ginny was no cutie pie. Through the phone call Rorschach answered earlier in this chain of events, she had vaguely guessed that someone was targeting the people around Rorschach. Looking at Rorschach's departing back, Ginny contemplated for a moment, and as if she had made some sort of determination, she slapped the steering wheel violently. With time running out, Rorschach didn't choose to line up Gus's chain stores or factories one by one this time, but instead called old Mike directly. After learning the address, he quickly drove to a villa in the North End. As a celebrity in Chicago's dining scene, Gus's home is undoubtedly extremely luxurious, with a courtyard full of fountains, gardens, and swimming pools. But compared to usual, a tense and austere atmosphere pervaded inside and outside the villa at this time. Not only was there a team of gunmen standing at the gate, but there were multiple gunmen patrolling the yard. At the sight of Rorschach who drove over, they all cast unkind gazes, and there were even quite a few whose hands had already secretly pressed on the handles of their guns. Rorschach, however, acted as if he didn't see these people and drove the car straight into the villa. By the time he got out of the car, old Mike had been waiting at the door for a long time. "Rorschach, it's not wise for you to come over at this time. Gus is completely done with you. If you dare to say one more word of nonsense in front of me, I'll shoot you right now." Rorschach interrupted the old man with an icy tone. As he crossed the threshold of the villa, his footsteps slightly lurched, and he added, "And your daughter-in-law, your granddaughter, Mike, as long as I come out of there alive today, I will slaughter all of your relatives without mercy. You." Feeling the coldness in the other party's words, old Mike glared at Rorschach in heart-stopping fear, but he couldn't say a single word. It wasn't long before Rorschach stepped into the villa and caught a glimpse of Gus, who was sitting behind his desk in the study. The guy was his usual self, in an immaculate white shirt suit, with a pair of rimless gold-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, sitting back in his chair with a smile on his lips, quietly surveying himself. "Hand over Carl." Rorschach entered without a word, his eyes fixed on Gus. "Ha!" Gus smiled disarmingly. "I thought I remembered you saying you didn't have any friends or partners in the first place?" Rorschach took a step closer to Gus. his hand unconsciously touching the handle of the gun at his waist. Gus, however, remained calm and collected as he calmly locked eyes with Rorschach and said lightly, "The game has only just begun, and you're already sulking? Remember what I told you. I'm going to take care of everyone close to you one by one. I see you seem to have made 2 new friends lately, a couple of goofy Irish brothers, and oh yeah, that little policewoman you're partnered with." Rorschach's footsteps lurched when he heard this. He took a deep breath and spoke in a soft manner. "If you want to get back at me, I'm here now, at your mercy, but let Carl go first. He's innocent." Gus shook his head slowly with an expressionless face. "It's too late, Rorschach. It's all too late." He looked at Rorschach, no ripples in his eyes. "Do you know how many of the black cops in your police station are my men? Do you know how many of the streets in the entire Southern District are my eyes? Your every move is under my control. I can kill you anytime I want to." With that said, Gus rose from his chair and turned toward the window, his back to Rorschach, as if he didn't care if the other man shot him in the back. Rorschach's eyes flickered slightly, and his feet quickly moved forward. "As for the brat, he's on his way to New York now." Gus raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the north. "Oh yeah." This black man suddenly turned his head towards Rorschach with a wry smile in the middle of his sentence. "If you want to kill me now, you can just go ahead and try." Rorschach stared at the back in front of him, his eyes narrowed to slits. Taking him out now would expose himself to being surrounded by the 50 or so gunmen in the house. But that's not the point. Traffickers are in it for the money, and it's unknown if they'll even avenge Gus' death. Importantly, he didn't know if Gus had already placed people around the Irish brothers, Ginny, the chief, or the rest of the neighbors or co-workers he knew. If he killed Gus now, would someone outside immediately send a message to the guys who were secretly watching to do something immediately? It's not like those people necessarily knew Gus was dead. This niggo will do anything to leave himself a countermeasure backhand. He dared to directly meet with himself alone, and will reveal his back to himself. That means he must have already done a good job of risk prevention measures. Rorschach let out a snort after a moment of thought. He suddenly felt that he was quite sorry for Martin. Obviously had promised that he would not hesitate anymore. But at this time, for various reasons, he could not abandon all the one shot to finish off this murderer in front of him. After a moment of silence, Rorschach turned around without further ado and prepared to leave the place. He'd have to find a plan that would minimize the risk before this guy's next strike. And, the moment Gus turned around, the purpose of his coming over this time had been accomplished. Gus didn't stop him. Instead, it seemed like he deliberately let Rorschach go. Just like what he had just said, there were plenty of opportunities for him to kill Rorschach if he wanted to, but his aim was to make Rorschach watch those around him die one by one, in pain and remorse, before delivering a fatal blow. Outside the house, Rorschach had just gotten into the car when he spotted a note on the dashboard with a string of license plate numbers. He raised an eyebrow lightly. The handwriting was familiar to him. It was old Mike's. This old man is still scared. Keeping the license plate number in his mind, Rorschach started the car and quickly drove away from the villa. When he drove into no man's land, he stopped the car and removed a pair of headphones and a signal receiving device from under the passenger seat. While Gus was looking out the window, he had quickly installed a bugging device into the lower edge of the other man's desk. Turning on the headset switch, a rustle of electricity passed and Gus's voice came out of it. He was on the phone and the people on the other end of the line were the Salamanca family. Listening to the words in the headset, Rorschach expressionlessly disassembled and reloaded a bullet into the magazine repeatedly. Like Gus said, the game has just begun, and now it was his turn to fight back. Chapter 34, The Mexican Twin Killers, Request for Monthly Tickets. Rorschach took a sticky note and quickly jotted down what Gus had just said on the phone with the Salamanca family. Although he couldn't hear the voice on the phone, he could roughly deduce through Gus's words that the black man seemed to be trying to reconcile with the Salamanca family. To that end, he'd invited the common handler of both, that big Mexican D-Lords man, to come to Chicago as a witness. Apparently, Gus has also recently suffered retaliation from the Salamanca family and has lost a lot of money. Negotiations are scheduled for tomorrow night at 10 p.m. And the location is an abandoned park in the suburbs. 3 parties will talk, and all of them are drug dealers. This is undoubtedly a perfect opportunity for Rorschach. When several gangs of traffickers of different camps die in the same place, the police will only think that there was a dispute in the negotiations between the gangs, leading to a big fight between the 3 parties, and no one will suspect him. It was difficult, but the extra risk was worth it as long as it got rid of Gus. His mind made up, he immediately dialed the 2 Irish brothers, gave them the license plate number that Mike Sr. had provided, and told them to hurry up and go to New York to investigate. Although Connor and Murphy both had a bit of a mixed temper, Their personalities were both somewhat cynical, so by letting the two of them keep an eye on it first, Rorschach could also rest assured. When he had settled his own troubles in Chicago, he would then go to New York at the first opportunity to rescue Carl. Rorschach purposely reminded them to pay attention to whether or not they were being followed. With the ability of these two brothers, it wouldn't be easy to assassinate them when they were prepared. Immediately afterward, Rorschach made several phone calls in quick succession to arrange for a backhand. Finally, he called the director again, ready to take 3 days off, but the response was to tell himself to wait for him at home tonight. Rorschach frowned suspiciously, but agreed. Once everything was arranged, he couldn't help but look in the rearview mirror at his reflection on the second floor of the villa, where Gus's study was located. The safe in the study was full of information about his own crimes. Maybe if he took Gus out 1 foot, someone would send this information to the city attorney's desk the next. In the past, it was the existence of this information that kept Rorschach from making up his mind to get rid of Gus. But this time, he decided to kill regardless. Big deal. South Side. On a deserted street, a tattooed, thieving man was leaning in front of a van parked on the side of the road. Although he was keeping his head down, the corner of his eye was always on the lookout for movement around him, waiting for that big client who was about to come to his door. Soon, 2 pairs of leather shoes inlaid with silver skulls came into view. When he looked up, he saw 2 bald brothers over 2 meters tall and stocky standing in front of him, wearing tight suits and faces with Mexican features. "Ha ha, my dear Mexican brothers, you are punctual." The tattooed boy pulled a hard smile. He wanted to exchange a few more pleasantries, but looking at the other party's cold expression, he gulped before directly pulling open the carriage door. The compartment was piled high with a wide array of guns and ammunition. "Here's all you want. M14 sniper rifle. Excellent combat performance. Effective range can reach over 800 meters. Just a little too much recoil. There's also this SG-551 rifle, used by the Brazilian Air Force Special Forces, which I got at great expense. By the way, I've also got a special hollow point type bullet for you guys. People over in the Middle East call it the Black Death. Nickel-plated copper and zinc alloy casing, black Labarox tip. The tip of the bullet will instantly unfold as soon as it's squeezed, like a blooming intestine." Ha ha, the tattooed man spoke of the sky. The Mexican brothers, however, remained silent, just silently packing their guns and bullets into their backpacks. They then once again looked at the tattooed man with cold eyes. "Okay, here's the body armor you asked for." The tattooed man rummages through the compartment and pulls out 2 white bulletproof vests, saying smugly, "Thermally bonded non-interwoven Kevlar. Stops bullets as comfortably as a nun giving you a handjob." Saying that, he also purposely lifted the bottom edge of the hem of his shirt, which was wearing the same type of bulletproof vest. He winked. "It's a symbol of safety and comfort. I wear it every day." Bang, bang, bang dash. Before the words were out of his mouth, one of the Mexican brothers had fired several shots into his torso. The tattooed man was knocked back and eventually fell to the ground. Fortunately, the bullets were all deflected by the body armor and did not fatally injure him. The tattooed man dared to look at the Mexican brothers, while they just seemed to be there to test the quality of the body armor. After making sure he wasn't dead, the Mexican brothers stuffed the body armor into their purses and threw a stack of dollars and a photo at him. Where? The Mexican brother asked indifferently, pointing to the man in the photo. The tattooed man carefully put away the dollars and then looked at the photo. The photo was of a man in a police uniform, and he recognized the other man immediately. Rorschach. Butch. Night. Home. Rorschach soaked in the tub, emptying his thoughts and looking up at the ceiling. Vodka, cell phones, 2 packs of cigarettes, and an ashtray full of butts lay randomly on a small bench next to the tub. Phew. Smoke and steam intertwined, and the bathroom seemed to be covered in an ethereal veil. Rorschach stubbed out his cigarette and was about to make a call to ask why the director hadn't arrived by now when his hand suddenly stopped in midair and his eyes sharply turned toward the door. At the moment, a bald Mexican assassin had crept into the living room aisle leading to the bathroom. He pressed himself against the wall, automatic rifle in hand, and approached the bathroom cautiously. When Pro leaned over to the bathroom door, he slowly placed his hand on the handle. The next second, he violently pushed the door open with one hand. Before the man entered, the gun was already firing a wild swipe around the bathroom, but unfortunately, he could not see anyone in front of him except the thick smoke and water vapor, and the bathtub was also empty. Just then, a figure tumbled down from above the door and struck him hard on the head with both feet. The Mexican assassin staggered back and was about to turn his gun around when Rorschach had already quickly scurried out, grabbing his wrist tightly with his iron pincer-like palms and pressing the gun to the side while punching him hard on the nose. Simple and practical street fighting moves. The nose is connected to the nerves of the eyes, and when the nose is hit strongly, It can cause the other person's eyes to close tightly for a moment. Rorschach took the opportunity to reach for the other man's waist, drawing his concealed Glock pistol with one hand. But just as he was about to shoot, the premonition of danger came suddenly. He jerked his pistol across the side of his head to block it. Boo! There was a deafening explosion, and the pistol that had deflected the bullet was scrapped in a direct hit. Gunfighting, quick reaction. Meanwhile, over 200 meters away, on the eaves of a small three-story building, the silent, bald Mexican killer spews profanity for the first time since arriving in North America. Walt Fark, Chapter 35, Unleashing the Beast Within, requesting monthly votes. Boom 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 dash. Shock is followed by anger. One shot missed, the killer became infuriated, and pulled the bolt repeatedly. The sound of the gun was deafening, and the bullets flew toward Rorschach behind the sniper scope. Rorschach, who had already had early warning, dodged one after another, and a sideways roll directly ducked into the corner behind the wall. At the same time, the other assassin, reeling from the shock of what he had just seen, roared, the automatic rifle in his hand spewing out tongues of fire, pinning Rorschach down and immobilizing him behind the wall. Fark! Fark! The killer cursed angrily in the few English words he knew, stepping closer and closer to the wall where Rorschach was hiding. In the nick of time, the pistol that had just been hit and flown out spun out from behind the wall and flew to the side. The assassin whose nerves had been taut couldn't help but have his eyes drawn to it, and the muzzle of his gun shifted slightly. Next, electricity. Put! Rorschach bent to the side and instantly leapt out from behind the wall, locking his legs around the killer's waist like an iron clamp and twisting with a fierce force. At the moment when the other party was about to fall to the ground, Rorschach held the killer's calf in a death grip, and with the help of his own uplifted knee as a lever, he violently pressed down. Ka-ching dash. The crunching sound of bones breaking accompanied the killer's screams at the same time. Rorschach didn't stop moving, quickly grabbing the rifle's body with one hand and pushing the muzzle away, then grabbing his wrist with his other hand and twisting it with force. The rifle came off and was caught firmly by Rorschach. The crab hold, kanibami, plus the ground disarm, are all in one fell swoop, and the Mexican assassin is out of action in the blink of an eye. Brother! The sniper on the roof witnessed the scene and exclaimed in shock, then aimed at Rorschach's body and pulled the trigger. But Rorschach easily dodged the sniping with a few cartwheels thanks to his danger warning and quick reaction in gunfighting. The Mexican assassin was still trying to give chase when the lights in the house suddenly went out. Sinking his breath, he watched the house for movement through the scope, but without night vision goggles, all he could see was pitch black, with only the curtains hunting in the wind. Suddenly, bang bang, 2 shots rang out, accompanied by the screams of twin brothers inside the house. The killer had no time to mourn his brother. He aimed at the muzzle flames that flashed in the house and fired a series of shots. The bullets kept shooting into the house, but the response was slow to come. He panicked a bit. As the most cold-blooded and efficient assassin of the Salamanca family, it was the first time in his countless assassination operations that he had encountered such a tricky situation. 10 seconds later, though he remained fully focused on the house, his breathing had inevitably caught. Where the hell is this ING cop hiding? Click! A crisp bullet cocking sound suddenly exploded in his ears. The killer's body stiffened and he turned his head in disbelief, only to see Rorschach expressionlessly holding his gun up and looking down at him from above, like an evil ghost that demands life. Whoa dash! The fresh water continued to wash the floor, and Rorschach gripped the mop tightly, vigorously removing the blood from the floor. Fortunately, the blood had not yet coagulated, and after a few rinses, the blood had basically disappeared, except for the lingering smell of blood. But the sad truth is that blood can be wiped up quickly, but it's unlikely that a battered house will be able to be repaired properly again without weeks of work. Cracks in the walls, broken windows and doors, and damaged furniture and appliances, none of which made Rorschach's heart burn with rage. He copied the pistol at his waist, stepped out into the street, and fired in quick succession at the 2 bodies he had left by the side of the road. Gunshots roared through the streets, and the surrounding neighbors heard them, but simply shut their doors and windows in silence. Don't tell me, you kid, that you don't have insurance for your family. Chief Griffin didn't know when he had already stood behind Rorschach. He looked at this miserable state of Rorschach's house and suggested, "It's okay if you didn't buy it. This is a situation that you can report to the bureau as a police officer retaliated against by thugs, and the government will reimburse you for the money you spent on redecorating." Rorschach didn't respond, just kept on declaiming bullets towards the corpse. The director shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and walked straight into the house. By the time Rorschach had emptied his bullets and entered the house, he was just in time to see Chief Griffin staring at the picture on the closet. He gazed at the woman in the picture for a long time, and intoned, "There aren't many good people in the South End," and Mary was considered one of the top of the heap. But unfortunately, the place has gotten worse and worse since Mary left. Rorschach shrugged and, in a rare move, didn't take wine from the fridge to serve his guests, but instead boiled a pot of boiling water and made 2 cups of tea. When he brought the tea to the chief, Chief Griffin looked at the undulating tea leaves in the cup and suddenly asked, "Rorschach, do you remember when we first met? The first time?" Rorschach said casually, "At my mother's funeral, when you said you were my mother's classmate." The director smiled and nodded his head in remembrance. "Yes, you weren't as tall as my chest back then, but you treated people very well. After the funeral, everyone was raving about you, saying that Mary could rest in peace because she had a great kid who was already able to stand on his own." Rorschach was silent, but the chief didn't stop and continued. "But after returning to the police station, out of curiosity, I checked your information, only to find that the teenager who was polite to everyone at the funeral was directly or indirectly related to more than a dozen homicides. I need money." Rorschach didn't have any defense as he said in a deep voice, "It's okay for me to be poor and bitter myself, but I can't let my mother who raised me not even have a decent funeral after her death. Even if it's a crime? Even if it's a crime." Upon receiving the reply, the chief sighed darkly before speaking slowly. "Regarding your relationship with Gus, I've actually become aware of it over the years. I guess he has been holding evidence in his hands that can completely convict you, which is why you were forced to return to Chicago after graduating from the police academy." When Rorschach heard this, he asked with a puzzled face, "Since you know all this, then you still care for me so much?" The chief watched him and smiled as he replied, "Because I know you are a good man, a good boy with a good heart." Rorschach was even more perplexed. He had over 3 digits of human lives in his hands, and the chief still thought he was a kind and good man? "You have to understand something, Rorschach." The chief's tone became serious. "If a man is good for nothing, then he has no right to call himself a good man, because he just doesn't have the capacity to do evil. But if a man is a beast of prey, but is able to curb his beastly nature, only then does he qualify to be called kind. Only beasts of prey deserve to be called good." After saying that, the director drank the tea in front of him. He pointed to the bodies outside the door and whispered, "Unleash that beast inside you. I don't want to see Mary's children being forced to go nowhere by those filthy traffickers again. When this is over, I'll help you arrange whether you stay or go." The director slowly stood up, and after taking another fond look at Rorschach's mother in the photo, he raised his hand to look at his watch again. "I have someone else to meet, so I'll go first." Looking at the director's back, Rorschach was silent for a while, and the corner of his mouth gradually curled into a smile. Unleash the beast within? He loved it. Chapter 36. Have you ever seen someone shake hands with a dead body? Begging for monthly votes. Ding dong. It was late at night, but the doorbell rang outside Gus's mansion. Upon seeing the visitor through the surveillance, Gus, who was wearing a robe, frowned slightly, but decided to open the door to welcome the guest and informed the bodyguards that there was no need to stop them. A few moments later, he met the late-night uninvited guest, Chief Griffin. Gus got up from the couch and greeted him with a smile on his face. "What's with the sudden visit and not calling ahead so I could make some preparations?" The director's expression at the moment was very different from the last time he was grumpy in the interrogation room, replaced by a warm smile. He waved his hand casually. "Hey, I'm getting older, and I'm getting less sleep. Idle anyway, so I stopped by to see you." "I see." Gus's eyes twinkled slightly, obviously a little surprised by this friendliness on the part of the chief. He gestured for the chief to take a seat at his leisure and ordered the servants to prepare 2 cups of tea. However, the chief shook his head and smiled meaningfully. "I just finished a nice cup of tea half an hour ago, but I've heard that you're quite knowledgeable about cigars, Gus, and I was wondering if I'd have a chance to try some of the finest cigars in your collection tonight?" Although very surprised by Chief Griffin's late-night visit and the other party's strange attitude, Gus smiled and nodded. It's a dream come true for many Chicagoans to be able to enjoy a cigar with Commissioner Griffin. "Commissioner, the den please." Soon, the originally empty study had been filled with 2 middle-aged men of different skin colors. They were seated opposite each other at the desk, each holding a cigar, with amber-colored whiskey in front of them, and there was something eerily harmonious in the billowing smoke. After a moment of silence, Gus shook the glass in his hand and took the initiative to speak. "There are many legends in Chicago, and you, Commissioner Griffin, are definitely one of them. I heard that when you served in the Commercial Crimes Division back in the day, you arrested dozens of commercial fraudsters and recovered hundreds of millions of dollars in losses in just 2 years. What a veritable legend." In the face of these compliments, the chief, however, sighed and said helplessly, "After dealing with fraudsters for a long time, I'm actually more envious of my contemporaries. They work for the DEA or the Bureau of Investigation, and every year they personally kill more criminals than I've ever seen. It's a shame." Saying that, he suddenly pulled out the police gun on his waist and threw it on the desk, full of sighs. "Back then, in Operation Desert Storm, I handily killed more than double-digit numbers of terrorists, but as a result, I didn't fire a single shot after becoming a police officer. That brat Rorschach even mocked my gun as the gun of kindness. Ha ha ha." Gazing at the police gun on the desktop, the corners of Gus's mouth lifted slightly. Then he said in a low tone, "If you're here to intercede for Rorschach, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed." Chief Griffin snorted and shook his head. "Gus, you knew Rorschach before I did. Do you think he's that easy to bring down?" Gus looked at the other man in silence for a moment before speaking slowly. "I have no interest in conversing with him, a man who is going to die. But the fact that you are here in person tonight saves me from having to send someone to contact you." He picked up a pen and wrote a string of numbers on a paper napkin and handed it across the room. The director scanned down and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said with a smirk, "TSK, $5 million? That's worth more than 20 years of my salary. You want to buy my conscience with this money?" Gus' face had lost its previous flattery as he tapped the table and returned. "I will also donate the same amount to the police department every year to upgrade the officers' pay and benefits and infrastructure. I hope the chief won't let my goodwill down for a small police officer." Just as Gus was trying to convince further, down the hall, the phone rang sharply. A little while later, a woman dressed as a servant knocked on the study door and whispered, "Sir, the factory called. It seems there is an emergency that you need to deal with." Gus's fingers tapping on the desk paused, and he first looked deeply at the blandly self-assured Director Griffin in front of him before nodding his head slightly and saying, "Just a moment." When he got up to leave, the chief exhaled a slow puff of smoke and lowered the cigar in his hand. A few minutes later, Gus's face had grown somber when he returned to the study again. He has just learned that several food processing plants under his name have been raided by the police on the grounds of food safety issues, and all of them have been seized. "You think that's going to scare me off?" Gus coldly glanced at Commissioner Griffin, who was sitting in the same place, and said in a disdainful tone, "When the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, goes to work tomorrow, my factory will be open as usual. With your power, you'll only be able to seal it for one night." The commissioner shrugged and responded, "If your food is really okay, how could my officers find a reason to seize it?" Gus was expressionless. "Looks like you're determined to cross me, so good luck with that." The director smiled disarmingly, stubbed out his cigar, and slowly rose. "Nice cigar. I had a good time tonight. That's all for now." He held out his hand to Gus, but all he saw was Gus not even looking at it and saying coldly, "Have you ever seen anyone go to a funeral parlor and shake hands with a corpse? Ha ha ha, that's a good point." The director nodded repeatedly, then added, "Actually, you just guessed wrong. I didn't come here tonight to plead for Rorschach." He gazed into Gus's grim face and said calmly, "I just wanted to see the last of you, the big D Lord of Chicago." When he finished, he casually patted his rounded stomach and left the study with a yawn. Gus lifted his cigar and inhaled deeply. His face clouded. He suddenly realizes that since expanding his business to New York and getting involved in the business of kidnapping children, his days are numbered. The next day, early morning sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone into a house full of holes. Rorschach, naked, stood in front of the mirror and stared silently at himself in it. A moment later, he swung his fist violently. Whoa dash! The mirror shattered in response, spilling shards like raindrops and revealing a closed board behind it. Rorschach gripped the edge of the board with both hands and pulled hard. The board was instantly propped open. Rows and rows of dark, cold, hard guns and yellow bullets came into view, as if they were a small arsenal. Sig Sauer MPX fully automatic carbine, Benelli M2 semi-automatic tactical shotgun, Glock 34 TTI combat master pistol, ADT resistive remote-controlled bomb, M545 general-purpose fragmentation grenade. There's also Rorschach's favorite AR-15 automatic rifle with an 11.5-inch barrel, a coated bolt linkage seat compensator and a 6 magnification scope, the perfect combination of power and precision. Rorschach slowly lit a cigarette. He could feel that his blood was on the verge of boiling. Chapter 37 Move Out, requesting for monthly tickets. Gus had been chewing over Chief Griffin's words from last night all day, until the night fell in the crucial moment when he was about to start negotiations with the Salamanca family. He still hadn't been able to fathom the meaning of the old policeman's words. There were only two things clear in his mind. For one thing, he was already being watched closely by the other side, and it would be difficult to escape the close scrutiny of the Chicago Police Department, whether it was the fried chicken business in the open or the D-goods dealings in the shadows. And the other thing was that the old cop seemed certain that he would die at Rorschach's hands. That was what puzzled Gus the most. Both Griffin and Old Mac seemed to have great faith or scorn in Rorschach. At the moment, in the car on the way to the negotiation site, Gus rubbed his fingers over his cell phone and gazed deeply ahead. Suddenly, his cell phone rang and he quickly answered it. "Did you find out? Where is he now? People are missing? How did you guys track that?" After hanging up, a sense of foreboding welled up in Gus's mind. The men he'd sent to stake out Rorschach's neighborhood day and night had lost Rorschach. If it was usual, it would be just a matter of time. After all, the other party had been an elite paratrooper of the Army Aces, and it was definitely not difficult to get rid of a few gunmen. But the problem was that in half an hour, he was going to be negotiating with the Salamanca family, and the Mexican guests were present. Thinking about Chief Griffin's words last night, Gus could be sure that Rorschach must be secretly hatching some kind of plot again. He jerked his head toward old Mike, who was driving ahead of him, and asked, "Any movement on the side of that bastard's friend and colleague?" Old Mike shook his head gently and answered truthfully, "Aside from the Irish brothers who have disappeared, we've ambushed gunmen at several other locations, and as soon as we receive word, we'll be able to move in and remove all of our targets." "Very good." A grimace pulled at Gus's face. He didn't believe that under the protection of hundreds of gunmen, Rorschach could still kill in front of him. What's more, he held the lives of all those close to Rorschach. Soon, under the cover of night, a line of convoys drove into an abandoned park. This place, where even vagabonds rarely set foot in the past, is now crowded with people. Outside the entrance's archway, cast from reinforced concrete, rows of grim-faced gunmen, most of them with Latin faces, patrolled the perimeter. Entering the interior of the park, it was even more filled with gunmen of all sorts, who stared directly at Gus and his party, who were approaching from the distance, with cold eyes. When he got out of the car, Gus was in no hurry to meet with the Salamanca family. He first looked around carefully, only to see that apart from the sparse trees and broken gym equipment, there was nowhere to find a place to hide under the many gunmen patrolling the area. "Ha ha ha. Gus, Chicago is your turf. Why so squeamish?" A flirtatious voice came from the distance, a lobbyist sent by that big Mexican drug lord, Fernando, a Latin man with a mustache. Gus nodded at him in greeting, and then, surrounded by his men, strutted toward the two factions waiting in front of him. Meanwhile, 800 meters away on the trunk of a large tree, Rorschach was meticulously adjusting the aim of his sniper rifle, his fingers lightly touching the windshield and gazing calmly through the scope at where Gus was. "It's kind of a shame that the guy is surrounded by bodyguards one after another. Can't find a single shot yet. Hector, I can assure you that I had nothing to do with either the death of your nephew or the destruction of the D-Stock warehouse." Gus got right to the point, explaining things as soon as he came up toward the old man with the eyes of a vulture in front of him. "It's all the work of a Chicago P.D. cop named Rorschach Butcher, who's trying to get our two families to kill each other." Hector, however, was unmoved, his eyes cold. In his opinion, whether Gus was telling the truth or not, both men had committed an unforgivable crime. One took over his D-products market, and the other not only got Tucker killed, but also killed two of his own sons and nephews who were sent to assassinate him. Both of these men had reasons why they had to die, and all of them deserved to die. "I didn't come here today to discuss that cop with you, but because of you." Hector's voice was low and raspy. "You have not the slightest respect for our family. Even if it was a misunderstanding, my nephew died because of you, and yet you have no remorse. And you bring so many gunmen to demonstrate?" Fernando, who was on the side, also interjected, "Gus, Hector is right. Today is just for negotiation. It's not appropriate for you to bring so many people." Gus's face didn't change. As a black man, even though he could give more profit to his superiors, he still wasn't treated as one of them by these two Mexican guys across the street. He didn't explain why he had brought so many gunmen with him, and just said lightly after a moment's reflection, $20 million, as compensation, but on the condition that I don't want to see your people hanging around my territory again. Fernando couldn't help but be a little surprised at what he heard. He had learned about the conflict between the two families before he arrived, and it was safe to say that it all started with the greed of the Salamanca family. But it was not expected that Gus would voluntarily give in for a truce, which was really not in keeping with the black man's style of doing things. He nodded slightly at Hector, signaling the other man to take it as it came. But the anger in Hector's heart became even harder to contain when he saw this indifference from Gus. He fiercely pushed Fernando away and said viciously, "Do you think money can solve the problem? You should kneel down and apologize to me. Chicago's business was built by me and my family. It's you, an outsider, who took over my business." Fernando was offended when he heard this. "Hector, don't forget that all of us contributed." "Shut up," Hector interrupted him without mercy, pointing at Gus and Fernando and shouting hysterically, "This is all business for our Salamanca family. Salamanca's money, Salamanca's blood." Gus held back the anger in his heart, took one last look at the obstinate old man, and shook his head before turning around and walking away. Negotiating with someone with that attitude was a waste of his time. However, the Mexican gunmen around them drew their guns almost at the same time, their blackened muzzles unanimously aimed at Gus and his party. Immediately afterward, Gus's men reacted quickly, similarly drawing their guns, and an instant standoff formed between the two sides. "Hector, are you crazy?" Fernando grimaced and yelled towards the old man beside him. Hector, however, acted as if he hadn't heard, his gloomy eyes staring deathly at Gus's back as he said coldly, "Today, you either bow your head and admit your mistake, or you don't want to leave alive." The scene was instantly tense to the extreme, with more than 200 gunmen working on their own. The situation was like a powder keg on the verge of breaking out. Time passed quickly in seconds, but both gunmen and Gus and Hector were just staring at each other dead in the face. But no one dared to make an easy move. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a ing inkblot. Rorschach, who was hiding in the tree, couldn't help but curse coldly. It had just been a second before Gus's head was exposed in the multiplier, but that doesn't seem to matter now. He quickly adjusted his gun and took aim at another target. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Boo! Gunshots were fired. Hector's head, who was at the front of the crowd, fearlessly locking eyes with Gus, instantly exploded like a ripe watermelon. Blood instantly splattered all over Gus, and right after that, without waiting for him to slow down, a few more people from the Salamanca family on the opposite side of the street fell down one after another, similarly having their heads blown off. Sniper, it's Gus's men. The Salamancas finally reacted and began to fire wildly at Gus's side. The original stalemate instantly heated up. Gus, protected by Mike Sr., and his men, quickly closed in on the bulletproof car. He swept his gaze coldly around and gritted his teeth. It's Rorschach. It must be the son of a... Old Mike had no time to respond. Although they were outnumbered, they were surrounded by the other side at the moment. Breaking out was exceptionally difficult. It was hard to get back to the bulletproof car, but Gus quickly pulled out his cell phone and sent a mass text message. The content is short and concise, with only two-word words, move out. He gazed through the bulletproof glass and quickly scanned the area. Rorschach must be right here. This ING bastard must be hiding right here. With the sturdiness of the bulletproof vehicle and the powerful firepower, they rushed to the exit of the park despite the gunfire behind them. But the moment they were about to pull out of the park, a deafening explosion rang out. Rumble! The park's arched gates collapsed in the explosion, turning them into a pile of rubble and concrete that blocked them dead in. Kata dash! Rorschach jumped down from the tree and quickly loaded the automatic rifle in his hand. A mere 60 proficiency in sniper specialization was still somewhat insufficient, and now it was time for his best CQB solo melee combat. In the meantime, gunmen scattered throughout Chicago, on Gus's command, loaded their guns and quickly invaded their respective target houses, particularly in a high-rise apartment building in the North End. A dozen camouflaged gunmen huddled inside an elevator and pressed down on a target floor. There lives none other than Rorschach's partner for the time being, Ginny, the little policewoman. Chapter 38. Your life can only be taken by me. Requesting for monthly votes and catching up on reading. Bang, bang, bang. In the park, the gunfire was continuous. Under the shroud of night, only clusters of gunfire could be seen flickering in the darkness. The two sides of the Gus group and the Salamanca family had already killed each other with red eyes, and at this moment, both of them were holding the determination of certain death, and exchanged fierce fire with their guns. Fark, in front of the gates, in a car whose path was blocked by rubble and masonry, Old Mac gave a rare outburst. They were surrounded by Salamanca's gunmen, and despite the fact that they had brought more men with them this time, they were rather more dead and wounded than their opponents, as they were surrounded in the center. Back up the car and go backwards. This park is so big, there can't be just one exit. Gus forced himself to stay calm and looked around, a semi-automatic pistol already gripped tightly in his hand, apparently ready to fight to the death as well. Bear dash! The car accelerated violently and turned around, the tires rubbing against the ground with an ear-splitting sound. Under the cover of fire from the surrounding henchmen, the bulletproof car raced along, quickly heading deeper into the park in an attempt to get rid of the gunman around it first. Gus looked behind him at the gunman in hot pursuit and gritted his teeth with hatred. Hector, that old man, although brutal and unreasonable, would never dare to fight with him in a public firefight in front of Fernando. After all, both of them relied on the cheap D ingredients provided by the big drug lords on the Mexican side to get a foothold in Chicago's D market, and no one dared to offend the Mexican people easily. But I didn't expect Rorschach to actually set up an ambush around the area and blow Hector's head off with a single shot. Mom messed with Fark. If I had known this asshole would be such a troublemaker, I should have taken care of him first at home yesterday. Boo! Just as he was secretly remorseful, another penetrating gunshot suddenly sounded outside the car. A Salamanca gunman chasing after the car went down in response. Immediately afterward, the gunfire intensified again, and with each sound, one of the gunmen behind Gus fell. Gus looked over in shock to see a figure in black camouflage and night vision goggles weaving through the trees as fast as a cheetah. Every time he shows up, he takes a life with a single bullet with unerring precision. Roshia. As soon as Gus saw the figure, how could he not understand who the other person was? He suddenly lost his temper and growled. He yelled down at Old Mac, "Ram it! Run him over!" But instead of following orders, Old Mac used Rorschach's cover to accelerate in the opposite direction of the other side. He hurriedly explained, "Our men can barely hold out, and now we can only rely on Rorschach to cover us." The old man didn't care what Gus thought. He put his foot on the gas and frantically searched the park for another exit, completely ignoring Rorschach. Although Gus was burning with rage in his heart, he knew that escaping was important and could only stare at Rorschach's figure to death. Meanwhile, seeing that the car carrying Gus had driven away, Rorschach's mouth smiled coldly, and he was in no hurry to emerge from behind the tree. Despite the bullets whizzing around him, he sat as steady as a rock behind the trunk of a tree as thick as two men's rings, and even lit a cigarette without panicking. He listened sideways to the distance of footsteps and gunfire behind him, and when the time was right, he pulled a palm-sized remote detonator from his pocket and pressed it without hesitation. Next, rumble dash. The sound of the heavenly explosion was deafening. Behind him, the blazing flames cut through the night sky, and dozens of gunmen from different camps were defenseless and instantly engulfed by these flames. The powerful shockwave lifted up the ground, sending blood and flesh flying, and the tragedy was shocking to the eyes. A head that had been blown up only halfway rolled down to Rorschach's feet, the dead eyes glaring round. Rorschach mockingly raised a finger to his mouth in a silencing gesture toward him. He then leapt out of the bushes, rifle cocked, and harvested the unbroken gunmen and D-men one by one. Soon, dozens of blood-colored rays of light rose up from the corpse and quickly surged into Rorschach's body. Instead of rushing to upgrade the available specialization skills, Rorschach first lifted his wrist to look at his watch, then discarded the rifle with empty magazine, put on the long-loaded shotgun on his back, and chased after Gus in the direction he had fled with a brisk pace. This Nico's life can only be taken by his own hand. Meanwhile, inside the bulletproof car, the speed has shot up to the limit. Gus and Old Mac looked back at the rushing fire with palpitating faces. This Rorschach guy, Old Mike's voice trembled. At this moment he had realized that from the moment they stepped into the park, they had fallen into Rorschach's encirclement. He's surrounded by one. The bastard must have gotten here a few hours before us. Fark, he ambushed so many bombs. Gus paled and muttered, if he hadn't run so fast, I'm afraid he would have been pulverized long ago. Old Mac didn't chime in. By now his nerves were on edge. How is this a simple ambush? Rorschach obviously orchestrated multiple tactics and may have even practiced them over and over in the park. Otherwise, how could he have accurately predicted their escape route after the gate was blown up and that the bomb was planted exactly halfway? Fark, but I promised my granddaughter I'd go to school tomorrow to see her play. It didn't take long for the park gates to become visible. Both Gus and Old Mac were secretly relieved, as if they had seen the hope of escape. But just in the nick of time, a silver wire tautly stretched across the sides of the gate snapped under the pressure of the tires. Immediately afterward, 5 grenades hidden under the floor tiles were instantly activated. Boom! The powerful impact lifted the bulletproof car high into the air and dropped it hard to the ground, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. After an unknown amount of time, Gus woke up lazily from his stupor with a dull thud in his ears. He opened his eyes with difficulty, only to see a figure standing firmly above the roof of the car. The man was armed with a shotgun and was blasting away at the bulletproof skylight. Rorschach! Gus cried out in horror, this time in complete panic. The skylight overhead was already covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and he could even hear Rorschach's sharp gasps above him. Boo! Another dull shot rang out, and Gus felt the bulletproof glass above his head shaking. He gritted his teeth to death, keeping the last of his composure, and picked up his cell phone to yell upwards. Rorschach, if you dare to kill me, all of your friends won't survive. They are now tied up by my gunmen. At these words, the gunfire overhead stopped abruptly. Just as Gus's mind was relieved, he heard Rorschach's low voice from above. Yeah, try calling them then. I told you to call them. Gus was interrupted by Rorschach's outburst as he gazed into Rorschach's cold eyes and with a sardonic grin dialed the number of his men. However, after a few dozen seconds, his smile gradually stiffened. A wave of despair began to spread across his face. Can't get through. All the phones are dead. Chapter 39 Best of the Field, Commissioner Griffin. Requesting catch-up reads and monthly tickets. Turn the clock back to 10 minutes ago. In the elevator, the dozen or so gunmen targeting Ginny had all drawn their pistols from their belts. Click! A burst of bullets loaded one after the other. For this group of gunmen raised by traffickers, killing is routine, and this time the target was a bit unusual though. But the police, it's not like they haven't killed before, and a policewoman who hasn't been in the force long. Target is in the second apartment from the left. Kidnap is the main focus. Break legs and feet if the person resists. By now the elevator had almost reached the floor, and the leader at the forefront ordered in a calm and collected tone. Kill all the witnesses you come across. Don't leave a single one alive. Hey, got it, the group of gunmen replied carelessly, obviously not taking this operation seriously. Ding dong, the elevator opens. They came out quickly, spreading out along the corridors, using the walls as cover, and moving at a fast pace towards the target apartment. However, just as they were about to arrive, their surroundings were suddenly plunged into darkness. No, the whole floor. The electrical systems on this level are cut off with precision. What's the situation? Just as they were puzzled, several dull explosions cut through the silence. A strong, irritating gas filled the middle of the corridor. Fark, it's tear gas. There's an ambush. Retreat first. They stopped bothering to kidnap Ginny and scrambled, ready to flee back to the elevator. But this time where it's their turn to talk. In a flash, a bunch of troops in full uniform suddenly poured out from the rooms on either side. They wore advanced tactical undershirts equipped with the latest ballistic materials and tactical attachments. Each of their faces covered with helmets with integrated night vision and thermal imaging technology, and a waterfall of M4 automatic rifles. Alpha Team, flank left, watch for suppressive fire. Dull, silenced gunshots rang out, and several gunmen instantly fell to the ground. The remaining gunmen also realized that they had fallen into the other side's trap, and fled into the hallways on both sides of the building while firing back. Beta Team, detour to the right and execute the encirclement. A clear command was issued, and in tactical squads, using staggered cover formations, they silently circled around to the flanks of the gunmen, forming a closed circle. Bullets were fired with precision at the fleeing gunmen, driving them all into a dead end. Delta Sniper Team, take position and prepare for the unexpected. The few remaining gunmen who had already escaped into the building were just about to make their escape down the hall, when a precise sniper round had been fired through the window to blast them away. In just less than 5 seconds, the dozen or so killers had already died almost cleanly, with only the leader who had given the orders in the elevator before still frantically fleeing out of the rooftop. At this moment, how could his face still have the calmness from before? He rolled and crawled towards the stairs and ran towards the rooftop, attempting to take advantage of the chaos to escape. However, when he pushed open the rooftop door, his entire body was instantly confused. 3 helicopter gunships armed with heavy machine guns were hovering above him, all bearing the CTU, Counter-Terrorism Unit, logo. I'm just a drug dealer. Tonight, the scene happened at multiple locations in Chicago at the same time. Only the SWAT, riot troops, were ambushed in the rest of the place, and only the gunman who attacked Ginny's place hit the jackpot. Can't get through? Inside the park, Rorschach's flat voice rang out, but to Gus's ears, it sounded like the death god of hell demanding his life. He held back his inner fear, unwilling to show a trace of weakness in front of Rorschach, and even opened his mouth to mock. I thought you were just a machine that would kill people, but I didn't expect to have a bit of a brain. Rorschach looked down at him with an expressionless face. No nonsense, just silently pulling the bolt and blasting shot after shot into the skylight. Each blast sent a shiver down Gus's spine. The bulletproof glass had long been overwhelmed by the succession of shrapnel blasts, as if it would shatter at any moment. Boom, clatter. A single shot was followed by the shattering of the skylight, sending shards of glass in all directions. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, Gus jerked up the cell phone in his hand, the screen displaying a long-edited text message. All I have to do is press it now. All of your incriminating evidence will be on the prosecutor's desk tomorrow. No, it'll be on the prosecutor's desk tonight. Gus's voice was full of urgency and his tone was beginning to soften. Rorschach, you've killed enough people tonight. What if you kill me now? He tried his best to persuade. I can guarantee that if you let me go tonight, you and I will be clear from now on, and I will destroy all those evidence of your crimes. From tomorrow onwards, you will be your cop and I will do my business. How about it? Think about it. Gazing at Gus in this flustered state, Rorschach spoke slowly. Before today, I was thinking about how to perfectly fix you, both to make you disappear and to keep me from being wanted. But last night, I figured it out. What? Gus asked nervously. A man who spends his life thinking gets nothing but thoughts. Rorschach coldly aimed the gun at Gus's head and said in a deep voice, "You're messing with the wrong person." Boo! The gun went off. Blood instantly spurted out, coloring the car scarlet. Rorschach glanced down at Gus's cell phone and then let out a self-deprecating laugh. They had sent the text message a long time ago, and everything just now was just cajoling himself. But it doesn't matter anymore. He had been ready to die for a long time. I've heard that Eastern Europe is a nice, chaotic, disorganized place, just right for people like yourself. Leaping off the roof of the car, Rorschach glanced down to see his hands covered in blood, but pulled a cigarette out of his holder without a care in the world. After lighting it, he spat out faintly, "If you don't wake up, I'll have no choice but to kill your entire family." Ahem. Old Mike in the driver's seat coughed softly, stopped pretending to be unconscious, and looked up at Rorschach nervously. He did not resist, staggered out of the car, his face full of prayers. Luo Xia, I am not worthy of death. I have done so many wrong things. I have long expected this day, but my granddaughter is innocent. She is only 8 years old. Boo. Rorschach raised his hand and shot. Old Mike's knee instantly shattered, followed by another shot, and the other leg snapped with it. Your granddaughter is innocent. Do the children you sold to New York deserve to die? Rorschach stared expressionlessly at old Mike, who was gritting his teeth and enduring the severe pain. Then the muzzle of the gun slowly moved up and rested against his head. For the sake of the license plate number you provided, I can spare your loved ones, but you deserve to die. Before the words left his mouth, another headless body was added to the ground with the last gunshot. Rorschach slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Time was running out. He had to hurry back to pack his bags and flee to Europe overnight while the wanted notice was still out. It's just a shame that I haven't gotten around to giving Ginny that rookie a review score yet. But just as Rorschach was about to turn around and leave, the phone suddenly rang in the car. He whipped his head around to see that it was Gus's cell phone. After a moment of silence, he stepped forward to pick up the phone, and an urgent and shocked voice immediately came from the other end. After listening, Rorschach froze. The safe. Empty? Late at night, inside the Chicago Police Department, Chief Griffin's legs were resting leisurely on his desk, a cigar in his left hand and whiskey in his right, humming a popular country tune from the last century with a debauched expression. And in the trash can at the corner of the table, a paper document and videotape were blazing. The chief's slightly inebriated words rang out over the sound of bursting flames. Lousy 19 years old, enlisted in the army. 25 years old to participate in Operation Desert Storm. Retired to read the police academy for 2 consecutive years of the school's first. The intelligence agencies invited. The FBI crazy. Even when he went into the commercial crime division, he was the best box opener and recovered I don't know to how much stolen money. Chapter 40, Ginny's review score, requesting catch-up reads and monthly ballots. Gunfights, explosions, hundreds of lives. There's no doubt that even in America, this is a big case that can cause an uproar. The police department's complaint line can be blown up. Marchers blasting Social Security will take to the streets, and social media will be filled with a series of news stories about a Mary's watery grave. But on the following day, any news of the matter was quickly and completely blocked, except for a small fluctuation. Even before dawn, all the bodies in the park were gone, and even a trace of blood was cleaned up without a trace. The reason is simple: the CTB stepped in. Early in the morning, Rorschach, who had just arrived at the door of the police station, carefully looked through his cell phone. He hadn't quite figured out the situation yet, and the whole thing was still in a state of confusion. It's just as well that the evidence of his crimes in Gus's safe suddenly disappeared. But after all the commotion last night, there's not a single report in the media today? He rubbed his chin and looked up at the usual Chicago police station in front of him with a confused look on his face. Whatever, go in first and see what's going on. And if it's not right, just bolt. Anyway, the chief said he'd cover him. By the time he got to the police station, Rorschach was in a hurry on his feet, not caring to greet the colleagues around him, aiming straight for the director's office. After knocking twice, he didn't wait for a reply from inside and pushed his way straight in. "Chief, I have something." Rorschach's words suddenly caught in his throat. At the desk, a man in a suit is talking and laughing with the director. "Well, sorry to interrupt." Rorschach nodded slightly awkwardly and turned around, ready to leave. Just then, a low, strong voice from behind him called out to him, "Rorschach Butcher." The man in the suit said lightly, "Good ability. All those 100 or so traffickers last night were all taken out by you alone?" Rorschach twisted his head slowly. "And this is?" The man in the suit slowly got up, walked over to Rorschach and extended his hand, smiling. "I'm the head of the Counterterrorism Bureau's Operations Division, Jack Bauer, also the father of your partner, Ginny." Rorschach was slightly stunned, and barely managed to squeeze out a smile when he reacted. "Coo, I've heard a lot about you. Ha ha, who says it isn't? Ginny has mentioned you in front of me no less than 10 times. The smile on Jack's face grew, but in Rorschach's eyes, this smile looked 1,000 times more dangerous than Gus. A few minutes later, Rorschach was sitting upright, facing the rounds of torture from 2 middle-aged men about 50 years old. That is to say, because of a boxing match, you were first targeted by the Salamanca family, and after killing the assassin they sent back, you started a feud between the two families with a plan to drive a tiger to swallow a wolf. Finally, you learned through an informant that the two families were going to negotiate in the park, and you single-handedly went and surrounded them? Rorschach nodded. "Yes, that's what happened." Jack crossed his arms over his chest and continued to pursue. "Very well, but I still have one more question. Since you have already grasped the other party's negotiation place in time, why didn't you notify your colleagues in the Bureau to act together, instead of doing it alone?" Rorschach shrugged and replied, "There are 2 reasons. The first is that both sides have planted eyes inside the police station. If I report this matter, it won't take more than 10 minutes for the other side to get wind of it. Secondly, I didn't intend to kill anyone at first. After all, it was just a negotiation and there were no drugs or cash at the scene. I was just trying to photograph some possible evidence of the crime. I wouldn't have been forced to fight back if those 2 gangs hadn't started the fight and I'd been spotted by them." Jack listened and turned his head to Chief Griffin, who had no words, just a slight nod. Jack already had a plan in mind, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of a playful smile. A person who killed nearly 200 bloodied traffickers. Is your kid hardly Rambo? Not really that much. They were halfway through killing each other before I stepped in. Rorschach coughed lightly and explained. There were only about half a dozen that I solved, and that's something I'll write about in detail in my report afterward. Jack shook his head. There's no need for a report. This has been defined as an anti-terrorism incident by the Department of Justice and all files have been sealed. An anti-terrorism incident? Rorschach looked over at him in surprise. Not a trafficker firefight? Jack smiled blandly. Against you cops, that would naturally be a trafficker firefight. But if you dare to touch my people, that would be a terrorist attack. With that said, Jack nodded toward the director and gave Rorschach another deep look before leaving the office. Rorschach looked at his back and couldn't help but sip his teeth. Even though the guy is a bit of a pretender, Ginny, the dad, is quite the party pooper. The head of the Counter-Terrorism Bureau is the Minister of Justice, so Ginny's her father, although he's the head of operations, is actually on a par with the head of the Bureau. Chief Griffin smiled and explained, "You're lucky this time." Ginny told her dad about Chicago ahead of time. "You didn't see how big that scene was last night." As soon as Jack heard that his baby girl was being targeted by traffickers, he directly transferred 4 anti-terrorist squads over. Messing with FARC. That's all it takes to deal with a pulling lamp. Rorschach instantly understood. No wonder the incident in the park last night was not reported. Now it seems that it should be all blocked off. I didn't really see it coming, though, the chief suddenly said coldly. Your kid actually started killing people with a gun at the age of 13, and the first one he killed was the infamous trafficker. Rorschach snapped his head up, gazing at the smiling director in front of him, and asked tentatively, Director, could it be that you? Ha ha, don't think so much, kid. From now on, feel free to be your cop. The director threw him a copy of Introduction to the Police from the table. Memorize everything in this book. It's a bit hard to get promoted now if you want to work on a big case. It's better to get ready for the promotion exams. Do you really want to be a patrol officer for the rest of your life? Rorschach casually flipped through the book in his hand and had a bit of a headache. He was most annoyed with memorization. Still, he nodded gratefully towards the director. The cold-faced and warm-hearted director had been taking care of him since he first joined the company, and this time, he even helped him solve his heartache. By the way, Chief, I actually came here today to take a few more days off. Rorschach proceeded to tell the chief about Carl. This has been dragging on for 2 days now, mainly because the Irish brothers have not been able to find a vehicle to transport Carl on their end. He decided to rush over and investigate now. A day later and Carl might be resold somewhere else. The director looked grave after hearing this, and directly granted Rorschach a week's field time, then said to him, since the location of the license plate hasn't been found yet, it's useless for you to rush over there now, so you can set off again later. Anything else urgent? Rorschach asked in disbelief. Today is the day to grade the new police officers. Get this done before you leave. Scoring? Rorschach raised an eyebrow. That's right, it's time to grade Ginny's past internship performance today. Chapter 41, Women usually divide men into 4 categories, requests for catch-up readings, monthly tickets. In the conference room, Rorschach was dying over the introduction to policing that the chief had just given him, attempting to harden it into his brain. The book is not thick, only 20 or 30 pages, but full of jargon and chanting like a mantra. See him straight headache. What are looking at? As soon as Ginny pushed open the door to the conference room, she immediately burst into a bright smile at the sight of Rorschach, walked over with a big grin, and as soon as she jerked the book out of his hand, flipped through it casually. Rorschach's first reaction was to nervously look behind her, and only after realizing that he wasn't followed by the middle-aged man who always wore a suit and had a smile on his face did he let out a secret sigh of relief. He looked Ginny up and down, who was engrossed in her book, and asked tentatively, You didn't say anything nonsense about me in front of your dad, did you? Ha! Ginny didn't know what came to her mind and blushed slightly, but then shook her head and grunted disdainfully. Says you? Saying that you've been torturing me in different ways all day long. Ha! Rorschach looked skeptical. How he thought about it now was that there was something wrong with the way Ginny's dad was looking at him. It always feels like this chick has been bad-mouthing herself in front of his dad. Ginny purposely turned away. Then, not knowing what she saw, read from a page in the book. A good leader understands that even the most ordinary police trainee has something to learn from him. She closed the book and turned her head to Rorschach, smiling softly. Repeat this back to me. I would like to learn, but what is there in you that I should learn? Rorschach snatched the book back and teased. Learning that you lost your gun on the toilet, got scammed out of your money, or that you can't even recognize the road after a few days on the job? Ginny rolled her eyes and asked curiously, Why did you start reading all of a sudden? I'm going to have to memorize it all for future exams. Fark, I hate reading. Rorschach returned breathlessly and stiffly continued to gnaw on the text of the book. Ginny looked at him with a headache and cocked her head, wondering what she was thinking. After a while, many people came in one after another in the conference room. It's all patrol officers, and they're all trainee officers and their instructor partners who just joined a while ago. Chief Griffin straightened his clothes and walked out on stage to give the crowd below a few shots in the arm before he followed the old rules and began to take turns showing the newcomers law enforcement recorder footage from this issue on the projector. It is euphemistically called a check and balance, but it is really a public execution. The first one up was a black police officer, and the kid made the same mistake as Ginny as soon as he arrived. After finding the injured man on the side of the road, he misstated his location 3 times, and when he finally asked a passerby for directions, he happened to find a white supremacist with a tattoo of an umbilical cord, and was called nigga several times. It didn't end up getting an ambulance here, but it did catch an old man who insulted a police officer. This is followed by another shot of a trainee police officer, this time even more exaggerated. This guy caught a couple of strippers on the side of the road buying D stuff, and was going to handcuff them, but his hand accidentally touched the other's thigh a couple more times, and he ended up getting sued for ex-harassment instead. Ha ha ha. Rorschach burst out laughing straight away. Then, one embarrassing story after another about trainee police officers was played, for arresting 2 men for XJ in public, only to have it come back to bite the officer for being homophobic, for stopping a car for speeding, only to find out that it was being driven by a dog, and letting it go because you couldn't write a ticket, for going to deport a stowaway, only to be chased all over the street by 2 pit bulls owned by someone else. Rorschach laughed so hard he couldn't stop clapping. That's a lot more programmatic than Saturday Night Live. But the next second, he couldn't stop laughing, because Ginny's law enforcement camera footage was playing on the screen. At first, this chick was humming a Taylor Swift song, and after Rorschach spotted the trafficker street deal rushing out, she darted off right behind it, only to fall flat on her face. During the raid on the illegal immigrant's home, she was just about to enter when Rorschach casually closed the door and slammed her nose hard, encountered a provocative gang member, drew his gun to counterattack, a total of just 5 meters away. The stun gun even shot blanks. All the police officers present erupted into a burst of laughter, and many of those who were on good terms with Rorschach had already begun to flirt with him. But that's not all. When Rorschach sent to buy coffee, this chick even secretly badmouthed him behind his back, a mouthful of heartlessness, inhumanity. Ha ha ha. Rorschach, it seems that your means of teaching newcomers still needs to improve. Without looking back, Rorschach gave a middle finger to his co-workers who were flirting with him. He turned around with a stern face, only to find that Ginny, who had been sitting behind him, was long gone. This rookie, Rorschach picked up the rubric in his hand and, after thinking about it, wrote down Ginny's score for her internship. Half an hour later, this public execution of a new police officer ended. Some in the room were happy and some were sad that more than half of the trainee police officers would have to reapply for the test because their scores were not up to par. Rorschach, on the other hand, was ready to leave for New York immediately, but just as he left the house, he bumped into Ginny, who didn't know where she was going. What? You know you're going to make a fool of yourself, so you're looking for a place to hide? Rorschach choked out without a trace of humor. Ginny embarrassed to hem and haw a smile. The attitude is very bald. Make a fool of yourself. Make a fool of yourself. Find out the shortcomings in order to make progress. Rorschach laughed hopelessly and threw the envelope containing the evaluation scores to her. Read it after work. Don't be in no mood to eat by then. After saying that, he took a step and left, but then Ginny suddenly shoved an MP5 into his arms. Don't get me wrong, it's an MP5 player, not an assault rifle. This, you remember to listen to on the way. Ginny dropped the words and fled as if darting away, flinging her assessment scores in her hand. The chick ducked around a corner and waited to make sure Rorschach was gone before opening the envelope with nervous anticipation. The first thing that caught my eye was a post-it note that boldly read, I said I'm not allowed to read it until after work. Ginny poked her tongue out like her mind had been ripped out and looked at the back of the form again, and when she saw the scores, she covered her mouth in surprise. Yes dash. Outside the police station, Rorschach had just stuffed the MP5 into the car and was ready to go when there was a knock on the window. He whipped his head around to see that it was Ginny's dad, Jack, looking at him with a smile. Mr. Bauer, what can I do for you? Rorschach hurriedly piled on a polite smile. Jack handed out a business card. I went over to the park last night to see the scene, and I have to say, your single combat ability is very strong, even in CTU. I can't find a few that can compare to you. If you're interested in the future, you can come to CTU for development. I can give you a special recruiting slot. Counter-Terrorism Bureau? Rorschach looked at the address and phone number on the business card, and instead of rejecting it outright, he politely replied, I'll think about it, Thanks to Mr. Bauer's regard. Jack smiled and nodded. Then the smile snapped on his face and he pointed at Rorschach and threatened. And if I ever find out that you had my daughter chasing after a police car like you were walking a dog again, I'll never spare you. Won't. Rorschach hastily shook his head and assured. Ginny has a serious attitude towards learning. With such a good background and still so hardworking, she's definitely the seedling of a good cop. Jack gave him an odd look in his eyes and pointed threateningly at Rorschach on his way out. When he left, Rorschach looked at the business card in his hand and remembered the threat the other party had just made. This guy, it's kinda public and private. Shrugging, Rorschach started the car, and before he set off, he slipped the MP5 headphones Ginny had given him into his ears and pressed play. In the next second, a sweet female voice with an unmistakable bite came out. An Introduction to Police Officers, Chapter 1, Section 1, The Reality of Policing. Oh yes, this audiobook was lovingly produced by your best cadet, Ginny Bauer. Rorschach froze slightly and waited for the car to drive out a few hundred meters, but still couldn't help but smile. Looks like the score is still given low. Night, in an upscale apartment building. Fresh out of the shower, Ginny was sprawled out on her bed writing in her diary, her two white calves rocking back and forth, seemingly in a good mood. In her hand was a rubric with an 80 on it, and Ginny looked at the score on it and gave a giggle before continuing to bury her head in her journal. As I wrote, the running text turned to Rorschach. I've heard that women usually divide men into 4 categories. Daddy's department, daddy, first love, virgins, green tea, sluts, bad men, bitches. And no woman can escape the charms of a man who has the reliability of a daddy's boyfriend, the beautiful heartfeltness of a first love, the attractiveness of green tea, and the coldness and hotness of a bad man all at the same time. I'm sure, I'm already attracted to Rorschach. Chapter 42, Upgrading Again. Requesting for catch-up reads and monthly votes. Chicago on Interstate 80 to New York. At this moment, Rorschach had only one thought. If I had known it would take so long to drive, I would have just taken an airplane. 5 hours had passed since Chicago, and despite the fact that he'd driven as fast as he could the whole way, he was still about 200 kilometers from New York. Casually picking up the coffee next to him, he took a sharp sip, taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many cars on the road to distract him slightly. In his mind, 52 blood-colored rays of light were silently suspended. Rorschach probably figured that he definitely took out more than these people in the park last night, but judging by the number of red-ons, it is clear that some of the dead gunmen may have just been trained for the job. There is no blood on his hands yet, and the level of guilt is not such that an execution would provide a justice value. However, these 52 justice points were enough for him to upgrade 2 skills. Rorschach quickly scanned the skills that could be upgraded. Unarmed combat specialization, 80 out of 100. Cold weapons specialization, 70 out of 100. Tactical sniper specialization, 60/100. Counter-surveillance specialization, 80/100. Tracking specialization, 80 out of 100. Medical specialization, 70 out of 100. Unarmed combat. This goes without saying. For him who fought fiercely on the front line of evil, this was able to upgrade absolutely. As for the rest, Rorschach's gaze wandered between counter-reconnaissance, tracking. If he is now a wanted man and evidence of his former crimes has come to light, then undoubtedly he should prioritize improving his counter-surveillance skills. But since it's still a police officer, after some weighing, Rorschach finally decided to upgrade his unarmed combat and tracking skills. The former could significantly increase his combat power, while the latter would help him track down and catch criminals. 20 points plus 20 points. And with a thought, 40 red-ons dissipated without a trace. Stab dash. The pickup truck braked hard and sharply, and the body skidded a few times on the road, leaving 2 long black tire tracks before finally coming to a steady stop. Inside the car, Rorschach was steaming with white mist. A massive amount of knowledge like a tidal wave hit his brain, and the muscle response rapidly awakened in his body, experiencing the baptism of 1,000 hammers. After the upgrade was completed, Rorschach took a deep breath and slowly brought his thoughts back to reality. 2 new skills have been heralded. Unarmed combat specialization, extreme combat. Upgrade effect. The host's fighting skills are at their peak, and he is able to fight efficiently in extreme environments, high altitude, underwater, confined spaces, etc. Extreme adaptation maintains superior fighting ability in extreme environments. Extreme burst, a short burst of amazing combat power. Extreme reaction, react quickly in extreme situations to avoid fatal injuries. Trace specialization, trace analysis master. Trace analysis master. Upgrade effect. The host can infer the target's trajectory and status based on minute traces. Trace interpretation, trace the target's movements through footprints, broken branches and other traces. Condition analysis, judge the target's speed, mood and physical condition based on the traces. Environmental reasoning, combining environmental features to predict the target's course of action. Few, Rorschach let out a long breath, and his clothes were already completely drenched in sweat. Although the upgraded skills looked great, the process of upgrading them was honestly a bit difficult. Extreme fighting arts. Master Trace Analyst? In the case of the former, it looks as if it's similar to gunfighting, both of which are specifically designed to take care of opponents in extreme circumstances, while improving reaction speed. It also enhances combat skills and explosive power. It's just a shame that there's no real-world opportunity to experience the power of this upgrade yet. As for this trace analysis guru, Rorschach scanned around to make sure it was safe, then got out and walked to the curb. He crouched down and gently ran his finger across a shallow tire print on the ground. In just a moment, a series of information surfaced in his mind. The vehicle made a right turn and was not going fast, about 90 miles per hour. The tires have a horizontal tread pattern and even tread wear, indicating that the owner drives around town a lot and takes good care of them. Rorschach tapped the ground again to feel the hardness. The tire tracks are of varying depths. The trunk should have contained something, and the car is front-wheel drive, as the marks are a little deeper on the front wheels than the rear. The tires have deep grooves in the tread pattern, symmetrical tread pattern, and large width. They should be off-road tires. With just one tire print, Rorschach accurately determined the speed, model, load, and driving habits of the car. He stood up, surprise in his eyes. This information just now, he had acquired it almost subconsciously, without any need for deliberate reasoning. Master Trace Analyst. Kind of interesting. Rorschach returned to the car and looked at the 12 remaining red auras in his mind that could be converted into justice values, intending to invest them all into the counter-surveillance skill. But just then, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes rested on an option in the corner. Bet asterisk specialization, 99 out of 100. It was only now that I realized that the skill was almost full. Rorschach looked at the name of this specialization and after shrugging his shoulders, he didn't have much hesitation. And after raising the counter-surveillance specialization to 91 proficiency, he threw his last bit of justice into this. A warm current suddenly surged up from within his body, and after running through his entire body, he looked towards the name of the upgraded specialization. Desire control, upgrade effect, through breathing, body temperature, muscle tension and other physiological signals, real-time adjustment of the rhythm of their own movements, so that the target is always in the state of almost at the peak, but almost, prolonging the pleasure and creating addictive dependence. Short-term conquests, making casual bed partners memorable and even actively returning for more. Long-term control, absolute dominance in the relationship, making the other person physically and psychologically dependent. Intelligence extraction, the use of desire to cloud a target's judgment and extract information in special occasions. What the is all this? New York, Manhattan. While Rorschach was still shocked at the upgraded technology, the two Irish brothers were looking at an estate mansion in the distance and fretting. Can you be sure that car really parked in here? It took me $20,000 to pay off the neighborhood security guards to check the security footage, so how could I be wrong? But this is too strange. Aren't we investigating a human trafficking case? How did we get to this place? Listening to his brother's confusion, Connor couldn't help but look at the brass door plate next to the front door as well. In addition to the simple road name and door number, it is inscribed with a string of golden letters, Puff Daddy. Who knows what filthy scumbags these Hollywood stars are in private? Chapter 43, How many bullets can bragging dad resist? Requesting for catch-up readings and monthly votes. By the time Rorschach arrived in New York to join the Irish brothers, it was late in the evening. There's no way around it. New York is notorious for its traffic congestion. From the time he left in the morning, he didn't arrive in the bustling Big Apple until late afternoon. On the curb in an upscale neighborhood, Rorschach and the Irish brothers sat in their car, busy sorting through the information they'd gathered. That means that car arrived in New York a day ago and drove right into the bragging papa's estate without stopping along the way? That's right, we paid a lot of money to find out about this. I've seen the neighborhood surveillance with my own eyes, and I can't be wrong. Shatter! Rorschach cursed fiercely. Originally, they thought they were dealing with a Latin American or Eastern European crime syndicate, or a human trafficking organization. But to their surprise, Carl was sent to the home of a celebrity, and not just any star. Who is Puff Daddy? Those who don't know may think he's just an old OG in rap who's over the hill. But Rorschach, who had some knowledge of this area, was well aware of the other party's position in the North American entertainment industry, especially in the music industry. This nigga is already a ceiling-level bigot. In his early years, he battled Tupac to start the East and West Coast rap wars, and his Biggie became a rap legend. Later, Arthur's Boy, who also came to prominence under his power. Even Bieber, the teen idol who has taken the world by storm in recent years, is from his record label. Beyoncé and Jay-Z couple are in the early years of his ass behind the followers of the mix. Hollywood in a number of first-line movie star all with his brother and brother. Even the Black Arch-Chancellor who just took the stage not too long ago has spoken out several times claiming to be a fan of Puff Daddy's songs. worth billions of dollars, influences bursting at the seams, make a wide range of friends, politics and business have his backers. In money-oriented America, people like that are much harder to deal with than some human trafficking ring. It's kind of weird, Murphy muttered to himself suspiciously. A big shot at the level of Papa Blowhard. Casually taking his fingers, there would be countless girls with dreams of stardom lining up to get into his bed. Why would he be out there stealing and abducting children? And it was Gus who offered to come to his door to curry favor with him, Connor added. Rorschach listened to their words and turned his head to look at the heavily guarded manor in the distance with a thoughtful look in his eyes. It's no secret in the biz that Papa Blowhard's rich history is said to have come from his father's early days as a confidant to the boss of New York's largest black gang. His record label was created with money from gangster D-dealers, although he later managed to clear his name and come ashore. There were many gang members who claimed that he was the real boss of the New York gangs, controlling all the black gangs in the whole of New York. It's the underground emperor of New York hidden in the darkness. It now appears that the reason Gus smuggled so many children into New York was to curry favor with Daddy Blowhard so that he could break the D-goods business into the New York market. As for why children, Rorschach's heart surged with an ominous foreboding. I'm afraid these kids are either there to fulfill the perverted fetishes of these rich people or for some kind of evil ex-cult ritual. D trafficker gangs. Black people. No, maybe it's not just these blacks, those Hollywood movie stars, the wealthy Wall Streeters, the top officials in Washington. They could all be involved in this dirty deal. A hint of viciousness flashed in Rorschach's eyes at the thought of what might have happened to the groups of children that Gus had sent earlier in this estate. How many bodyguards are in there? Connor and Murphy exchanged a look and helplessly returned. The outside of this manor is so heavily monitored that it's practically impossible for a fly to get in. And with a dozen or so bodyguards standing at the front and back doors, I think there will only be more inside. Yeah, boss, we wanted to pretend to be fans to scout around the entrance, but we were just blown away by those watchdogs as soon as we got close, so trying to blend in silently is almost impossible to do. Rorschach nodded lightly. Such security measures were indeed a headache, but it is not without a solution. After all, such a large manor, the daily consumption of water and electricity is huge. Given a little time, he was confident that he could cut the utility lines in the neighborhood and then go in disguised as a staff member to do some exploring. However, the disadvantage of this is that it costs a lot of money to buy out the plumbing company, and it is extremely inconvenient to move around because you will be under special watch once you are inside. By the way, I do have some news here. Murphy suddenly spoke up to break the silence. I heard that Blowhard Daddy throws a big party every night, so we can blend in disguised as party guests. How does it mix? Rorschach didn't think much of the suggestion. Those who can be invited to his party must be his friends and family, and a few of us raw faces are sure to show our faces when we go. Murphy nodded helplessly. If only we knew someone who'd been to a Blowhard Daddy's party, that way we'd still know a little more about what goes on in there. Just then, Connor, who had been silent, suddenly scratched his head and spoke up. Speaking of which, I do know someone who was most likely at Pop's party. Rorschach and Murphy sniffed and turned their heads to Connor in surprise. Confronted with their stares, Connor hemmed and hawed a little embarrassed. Nightfall, on a street in Brooklyn, Rorschach held a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes fixed on a storefront across the street. There was a long line in front of the store, clear of male customers. In the store door above, a pair of neon lights wearing red high heels flashing. The light reflects. This pair of legs constantly forked in together. Yeah, right, this is a strip club. Connor explained at the side. When I just arrived in New York the night before last, I couldn't sleep, so I came out to stroll around, and unknowingly walked here, then ordered a dancer. The woman bragged that she had been to Bragging Papa's party. The service was absolutely first class, and ended up asking me for an extra $100. Rorschach did not say anything. After all, people are gratuitous in helping themselves to find people. Looking tired of finding a place to spend the night, are justifiable things? It didn't take long for a blonde girl dressed in a crisp, cool outfit, with only a pair of fishnet stockings overall but a pitifully small amount of lingerie, to walk out. As soon as she saw Connor across the room, she immediately screamed and ran over to him with open arms. Honey, you came to see me again tonight? I just got off stage and saw your text and came out right away, the girl exclaimed excitedly. Connor hurriedly slipped 2 large bills into her arms, then lowered his head to give her a deep kiss. Rorschach took a step back in shock at the sight of the, "How dare you kiss this mouth? This kid can't be holding his breath." The two kissed for a while, but luckily Connor didn't forget business and hurriedly whispered to the girl what they had come for. "You guys want to get into Daddy's party?" The girl sized them up and immediately shook her head. "Connor, you and your brother definitely don't stand a chance, but well." She traced her finger on Rorschach's chest, stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, seductively saying, "A handsome, hard cool guy like you might be able to blend in. Oh, after all, there are quite a few of those big guys in there who are good for you." Rorschach was speechless. Connor saw this and slipped her another bill and said seriously, "Lena, just do me a favor and figure out a way to get my boss to blend in. It's not that I don't want to help. For the sake of money, Lena replied truthfully. Daddy's party is very strict in screening people. If you are a woman, you may still be able to get in, but if you are a man, unless you have someone to vouch for you, you won't be able to get in at all. And it's not easy to get in even if you're a woman. You have to be pretty, playful, and, she suddenly lowered her voice, you can't be older. The younger you are, the easier it is to get in, preferably a student. A schoolgirl? Rorschach's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly thought of someone. Lena shook the bill in her hand. Since you guys aren't ordering me, I'm going back to work. Connor, I'll give you a discount next time you come in. Connor slapped her on the ass and smiled. Hard at work, baby, and remember to say hi to your mother for me. You're on your own. She's on stage in 5 minutes. Lena waved her hand without looking back. Watching Lena's back, Connor was a little tickled to lift his pants. Murphy, on the other hand, asked Rorschach somewhat tornly, Boss, I know we're doing a good deed, but do we really want to offend that bragging old man? Even in all of North America he can be a big shot. Rorschach, who was about to call back to Chicago, smiled. If it can be resolved properly, it can be resolved properly. If not, he looked up at Murphy. How many bullets do you think those stars can resist? Chapter 44, You Can't Speak Out Until You've Been a Murderer. Request for catch-up readings. Monthly ballots. Maria has been in a very good mood lately. The hockey captain at school who bullied himself all day is dead. The best friend who always taunted and mocked her as a heel is dead. And the best friend's boyfriend, who obviously had a crush on her in his heart but was too timid to take the initiative, likewise disappeared into the world. What hurt her most was that the perverted father who had always belittled her, picked on her lack of delicate features, and even tried to force her to have plastic surgery, had been terminated by her own hand and erased from her life forever. Maria had never felt so good about life. Of course, it would be perfect if there were fewer cops hovering at the door. How did you sleep last night? Ginny, dressed in a police uniform, stepped into the living room. As soon as she saw Maria, who was busy frying eggs in the kitchen, she immediately broke into a bright smile. Hey, bring me one too. I didn't even come early enough today to remember to eat breakfast. Maria couldn't help but frown gently, looking a little impatient. This policewoman visited her house frequently every day under the pretext of investigating clues, and every time she wore that smile that disgusted her. A few moments later, she sat down across from Ginny with 2 bowls of fried eggs and sausage in hand. Woohoo! That looks really good. Ginny nonchalantly picked up her knife and fork and savored it, updating Maria on the case as she ate. There have been several key checks on the school's end, and so far it's confirmed that the surveillance is damaged. There are no witnesses, and there are no more clues on the murder weapon. Maria looked down at her plate of food with an expressionless face, impassive. Ginny, on the other hand, bit her lip somewhat anxiously. In fact, both she and the other police officers in charge of this case knew in their hearts that this innocent and harmless-looking female student in front of them was the black hand behind the serial killings. But the problem is, as Rorschach said before, they simply couldn't find solid evidence pointing to her. Ginny pondered for a moment and continued. The most crucial thing is still the murder weapon that killed your father. The forensic pathologist has already given the conclusion that it is a dagger that is 8 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide. We've also canvassed the neighborhood for surveillance, and no strangers were in the vicinity of your home during the time period when your father was killed. So even if there are no fingerprints on the murder weapon, we can pinpoint the killer to a very small area. Maria swallowed the food in her mouth and smiled as she asked, Are you doubting me and my mother? Ginny didn't deny it as she answered with a raised eyebrow. If we can find that murder weapon, yes, you mother and daughter will spend the rest of your days running between the courts and the police station. It's just a shame you'll never find it. The corners of Maria's mouth turned up, a teasing look in her eyes. Humph. Don't get too cocky. Ginny glared at her defiantly. If my partner hadn't been out in the field in New York, he would have found something incriminating about you. Your partner? Maria's mind drifted to the man who had seen right through her true colors. She asked with interest, What's he doing in New York? Got a more important case to work on? Ginny didn't bother with her and was about to go over the details of the crime scene again when her eyes suddenly swept to the figure in the doorway. She stood up fiercely and cried out in surprise. Rorschach, you, cough. You mission accomplished? Realizing that she might be acting overly excited, she coughed lightly and tried to calm herself down, but still had that sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. Maria turned her head to look as well, and sure enough, the officer named Rorschach Butcher was standing quietly in front of the house, wearing a workman's jacket. Ginny, Rorschach looked over at her a little strangely. What are you doing here? The chief didn't think it was appropriate for me to patrol the south side alone, so he let me follow up on this case first. After Ginny explained, she asked rhetorically, What about you? The director said you went to New York to work on a case. What's the big case that requires you to make a personal trip? There was still a hint of resentment in her tone, obviously a little unhappy that Rorschach had left her alone to work on a case in the metropolis. I'm afraid I'll scare you if I say it. Rorschach waved a hand at Ginny. Go out for a moment. I have something I need to ask her alone. Ginny curiously turned her gaze to Maria, who was staring intently at Rorschach, and despite the confusion in her mind, she obediently nodded and walked out of the villa. When she left, Rorschach sat straight down where Ginny had just been. Seeing the other did not eat a few mouthfuls of fried eggs and sausage, and do not mind, directly cut into large pieces and gulp into the mouth. He had just returned from an overnight trip to New York and happened to stop by to fill his stomach. If that's not enough, I have more here. Seeing this, Maria deliberately forked the sausage she had already taken a bite of into Rorschach's bowl, resting her cheek in one hand and smiling at the man in front of her. Without looking up, Rorschach asked, "Do you know Puff Daddy? Puff Daddy, the rap star?" The question was asked a little abruptly, and Maria shook her head. What about the following people? Leonardo DiCaprio, Beyoncé, Jay-Z, Justin Bieber, Jennifer Lopez, Kim Kardashian, LeBron James, Rihanna. In one breath, Rorschach rattled off a string of names of the biggest names in North American sports and culture, all of which he'd paid good money for last night's guest list for his daddy's party. Maria's expression turned more and more horrified. What the hell kind of case are you working on in New York? And do you know who all those people you mentioned are? Of course. Rorschach wiped his mouth with a napkin and said with a grimace, "A bunch of dirty beasts in the garb of high society." Maria was silent, feeling vaguely that the officer in front of her was about to be involved in a world-shattering event. "I know Kim Kardashian," Maria replied thoughtfully and truthfully. "My father used to give her buttock implants, so she's been a guest at our house whenever she comes to Chicago." "Very well." Rorschach nodded in satisfaction, not to be outdone by the most famous plastic surgeon in the state. "I can't believe Daddy Maria made even the celebrities asses." He held up a finger and said in a rapid-fire tone, "I know that you probably have a hard time or reason for killing people, so I'll give you a chance. Use your identity to help me blend into bragging Daddy's party tonight, and in exchange, I can pretend that I don't know anything and let you off the hook. Of course, if you reveal yourself and get caught, it's none of my business." Maria was unfazed. "You don't have to put it there. There's no way you guys are going to find that dagger." Rorschach shook his finger, looking serious. "As long as I want to find it, I can find it and convict you today." Seeing the serious look in Rorschach's eyes, Maria was inexplicably a little unsettled in her heart. There was a sudden silence in the living room, and finally, she spoke again. "If you had nothing else for me, would you still turn a blind eye as you just said?" "It's hard to say. It may or may not happen." Rorschach didn't lie to her and said bluntly, "I've read your information. I've also read the statements of those students of yours, and what your relatives and neighbors have to say about your relationship with your father. Let's put it this way, those students who died weren't any good, and your father was also a scum, so I still have some sympathy for you." "Sympathize? You, as a cop, sympathize with me as a murderer and attack the victim?" Maria asked in surprise. Rorschach blandly returned, "Because I know very well that there are victims who can only make a sound if they are murderers." Maria froze, a slow smile spreading across her face as she gazed at the man in front of her for a long moment. "Then you'll have to be ready tonight." "Ready for what?" "Take care of me at Pop's party." Chapter 45 The Upper-Class Big Y Party. Convincing Maria was far easier than Rorschach expected. However, facing Ginny, who was right behind him with constant questions, gave Rorschach a bit of a headache. For some unknown reason, perhaps infected by the sincerity and vigor that Ginny had shown these days, Rorschach's treatment of her was no longer as harsh as it had been in the past. Fortunately, this rookie's lively and jumpy character remained unchanged, and Rorschach managed to send her back to the police station after casually finding a few excuses. Rorschach then departed for New York with Maria. Only, unlike when he arrived, this time he was on an airplane and in first class, and as soon as you get off the plane, the first thing you do isn't to contact that Kim Kardashian first, but buying clothes? Rorschach looked suspiciously at Maria beside him. "You didn't think I'd let you go just to shop with you, did you?" Maria pointed helplessly at Rorschach's outfit of jackets and denim. "And do you think that those people attending your old man's party are going to show up with just any jacket and t-shirt like you?" Rorschach looked down and examined what he was wearing. "Well, it really wasn't very formal. Let's go. First to Fifth Avenue in Manhattan." Obviously still a middle school student, but Maria flicked her hair in a celebrity fashion and pulled a Centurion black card with $1 million overdraft from her bag. "Don't worry, I'll cover all the costs and customize a few suits for you first." Half an hour later, they arrived at Fifth Avenue, which lists the world's major luxury stores. Inside an upscale custom suit store, Rorschach was being carefully measured for size by two seamstresses with a leather ruler. Height 6 feet 1, chest 50 inches, legs 28 inches, arms 18 inches. An old tailor who looked to be past his prime carefully recorded Rorschach's data. Due to the time constraints, Maria had purposely increased the price and purchased a couple of customized suits similar to Rorschach's size in advance. They said the suits were once customized by Hollywood actor Chris Evans, and you're close enough to him in stature that they should fit you well. Captain America? Shelt, what part of that kid compares to my body, other than his arse? Rorschach joked casually, carrying a black suit into the locker room. Maria, on the other hand, was in the store picking out shoes and a tie for Rorschach, who was actually very excited inside at the moment. In the past, despite the family's wealth, her controlling father rarely allowed her to shop alone. Now with her black card in hand, her mind was filled with a post-freedom urge to spend with a vengeance. After picking out a dozen or so ties in quick succession, as she was about to ask the clerk to pack a few more shirts, there was a sudden gasp of surprise from around her. The female clerks in the store were looking in the same direction, their eyes like they were glowing. Maria followed their eyes and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, only to see Rorschach walk out of the room. A black suit tailored to perfection, his broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted figure perfectly outlined, the angular features and the jawline as sharp as a knife cut, exuded a cold and hard temperament. The angled back hairstyle with a few strands of hair falling in front of the forehead is both uninhibited and adds a mature charm. Everyone present couldn't help but hold their breath, their eyes all focused on him. "Girl," one of the female sales clerks came up to Maria and whispered, "This man is simply handsome as hell." A smug smile bloomed on Maria's face as she listened to the other's envious and jealous tone. She glanced at the other woman, then raised her chin condescendingly and replied, "Mine is my man." After saying that, she stepped forward elegantly on her high heels and naturally took Rorschach's arm, then threw the black card in her hand to the front stage in a dashing manner. "All packed, deliver it to my luxury suite at the Ritz-Carlton in half an hour." As Rorschach watched this grandiose move of hers, a strange feeling suddenly surged within him. "In that case, it looks like you might have a talent for eating soft food." Night. Crowds of people swarmed outside an estate home somewhere in Manhattan. One by one, Hollywood movie stars and actresses, sports superstars, and music moguls, who could only be seen on screen, were laughing and joking as they walked into Blowhard's old man's villa. Soon, a stretch Lincoln pulled up outside the gates. Rorschach was the first to get out of the car, then gentlemanly bent down and reached out to greet Maria, who was out of the car. His status tonight was that of Maria's male companion, and as such everything had to be about her. "That Kim Kardashian said she'd pick you up outside?" he asked in a whisper. "Of course, she and I are pretty close. Even for the sake of my deadbeat dad she'd come out to get me." Maria nodded and smiled at the men looking around at her. Although it was her first time attending such an occasion, I don't know if it was because of her split personality, but she looked very much at ease with it. She then continued to whisper to Rorschach, "Besides, she's in a good mood lately. Haven't you seen the news? She's pregnant and the father is black rap superstar Kanye." Rorschach said dismissively, "How did you know you were pregnant? When you pulled out the tampon and realized the cotton had been removed from it?" Maria turned her head to him in shock. They were now going to a party that was 70% black and Rorschach was making jokes like this in public with racial chivalry. Puff. She followed up by covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. "Okay, it's discriminatory, but it's also really amusing." At that moment, a greasy, goosebump-inducing greeting came from not far away. "Hey girl." A woman in a python print tight wraparound dress stepped out of the manor and immediately opened her arms as soon as she saw Maria. Rorschach glanced at her exaggerated ass that was about to catch up with the size of his own two heads, and without guessing, he knew that the other party must be the famous Jinka who was famous for "no one is a good friend." "I'm sorry Maria, I just found out about your father." Kardashian hugged Maria tightly with a touch of sympathy in her tone. "God always favors to catch those with talent. May Dr. Brenda rest in peace in heaven." Maria nodded with a forced smile, but before she could say anything, Jinka's gaze had turned to Rorschach. "Wow." She elbowed Maria gently in curiosity. "And this handsome man is?" "He's a teacher at my school. Maria beat me to it. He didn't feel comfortable with me coming to New York alone for a break, so he came with me." Kardashian laughed evilly. "Teacher? I think it's a physiology teacher." By now, she was looking at Maria with more than a little contempt. She was thought to be a good girl, but now she seems to be nothing more than a Thai bimbo who couldn't wait to bring a man out to fool around just a few days after her dad died. And it's still her teacher. But that's not bad. It just introduces her to the big shots in there. After exchanging a few pleasantries outside the house, with Kim Kardashian as an acquaintance to vouch for them, the two of them quickly and smoothly entered the manor. But before going in, they were also searched separately by male and female security personnel, and could not enter until they were sure they were not carrying weapons or cameras. It's just a party and the security is super tight. It's worth noting that Kardashian hasn't shown any particular interest in Rorschach, despite the frequent media blitz about how messy her personal life is. Maybe this woman really was born to pander to the black built-up species, and the only people who could bring up her interest were black people. As they approached the guys, Rorschach nodded slightly toward a car parked in the far corner. The two Irish brothers were staying there watching the side with binoculars. They were in charge of the aftermath pickup for this mission, with Kim Kardashian leading the way. Rorschach and Maria, both on their arms, entered the interior of the villa without incident. At the moment, deafening rap music was filling the air around them, and the stars, who usually shine in the limelight, were each wrapping their arms around their partners and rocking out on the dance floor. The pool was filled with groups of nude male and female models, who worked hard to serve the party guests. What's even more staggering is that a number of celebrities were either curling their leaves or knocking back drugged hairdos with smiles of exuberance to the max. Rorschach narrowed his eyes slightly as a wave of discomfort welled up in his heart. Aside from the fact that no masks were being worn, this place looked like the set of Eyes Wide Shut J, and it's pretty much all over the place with mom messing with Fark's celebrities. He even caught a glimpse of one of the world's popular sports superstars, so knocked up and delirious that he was wearing a bunny girl costume and taking a selfie while laughing in the mirror. Phew, the heat made Maria let out a soft breath, and she clung to Rorschach's arm and rubbed it tightly, a stupid longing written all over her face. Kardashian saw this and bragged and spoke. Pop's party is very famous in the upper circles of North America. What you guys are seeing now are just some small scenes. The real fun is down there, but with your status you don't have the qualifications to touch it yet. Looking at the other party's gesture of pointing at the ground, Rorschach pondered. Down there? This villa has a cellar? Meanwhile, when Rorschach first entered the party, inside a small, enclosed room, Carl, who had been missing for 3 days, was sweating as he ground a piece of iron on the floor. It had been painstakingly removed from the foot of the bed, and after 3 days of tireless work the tip of the iron piece was razor sharp. Every night for the past few days he had heard the cries and wails of children coming from outside, the sound getting closer and closer to him. He had a feeling his turn would come tonight. Carl clenched his teeth in a deadly grip, grinding his hand harder and harder on the iron. He swore that if any pervert dared to touch himself, he wouldn't hesitate to use this piece of iron and stab it hard into the neck of that mom messing with Fark. Chapter 46, A Clear Breeze, Request for Catch-Up Reading and Monthly Tickets. Yeah, I'm out that Brooklyn. Now I'm down in Tribeca, right next to De Niro. But I'll be hood forever, though neighbor to Robert De Niro. I'll always be the hipster. LN New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do, now that you're in New York. You can't do anything anymore. Deafening hip-hop music blasted Rom every corner of the villa, and the party was filled with drunken, knocked-up men and women X-matched like animals. Rorschach watched with a strong cocktail called Death Afternoon in his hand. The bartender said that the drink is also called 7 sips upside down, which means that you will get drunk after the 7th sip. Rorschach didn't believe this guy's bull asterisk. He simply felt the need for a little bit of spirits to calm the continuous shock that he received inside. Not far away, a hostess, who has been hailed by the media as the queen of talk shows and the greatest black woman, is enjoying the oral services of 4 or 5 male models like a queen. Her fat, bloated body slumped back in her chair, obviously high from the kinks, and casting teasing glances at Rorschach from time to time. To prevent himself from throwing up straight away, Rorschach resisted the urge to smash his fist in the other's face and walked away with his glass of wine. He remembers well that when the MJ child desecration case broke, the black woman was one of the first public figures to come out and rail against it. She broke down in tears in front of the camera, accusing MJ of disgracing the black community and emphasizing that public figures should be held to a higher moral standard. But if you look at it in the context of the scene just now, Rorschach laughed coldly in his heart. He had no way of knowing whether MJ had really committed the crime as the media said, but he is now convinced that the so-called talk show queen is a hypocritical, and hypocritical dogs like this one abound here. Those so-called sports superstars, music stars, movie stars and actresses, catalyzed by alcohol and goods, have all torn off their disguises and staged an ugly scene. Rorschach shook his head, collected his thoughts, and continued to search for the entrance to the villa's cellar. Based on Kardashian's previous revelations, he's convinced that the estate hides the true sins of these bigwigs underneath. I've been looking for you for a long time. Why are you hiding here? An arm went around Rorschach's shoulders from behind. It was Maria, who had returned from being dragged by Kardashian to meet her sisters. Rorschach glanced at her. Her makeup and clothes were still normal, and there were no traces of face powder at her nostrils, just a little more alcohol on her. This chick was obviously drunk and the words kept coming out. Just now Kardashian took me to meet some black stars, all NBA basketball superstars. Oh yeah, and a little guy named Kevin Hart. Ha ha, shorter than me. Rorschach looked in the direction she was pointing, only to see a black man who was estimated to be only about 5'5" in height smiling at Maria. Shit, this guy looks like O'Neill's penis, Rorschach said casually. then continued to prowl around the villa, unmoving, looking for the cellar entrance. Maria, on the other hand, was amused by his words, and took his arm and laughed her ass off. It was as if she had been infected by the party, her once cool demeanor gone, her mouth gushing as she shared celebrity secrets she'd heard from the Kardashians, Beyoncé's love of backdoor, Lil Bon's bisexuality rumors, Leonardo's passion for uncovered parties. These might be of no interest to Rorschach, but to Maria, who was still a student, it was a way to satisfy her gossip-filled curiosity. Okay, just shut up, Rorschach blared at her impatiently. If you have a free mouth, go help someone else with theirs and don't bother me here. Surprisingly, instead of getting angry, Maria crouched down and reached impatiently for the belt of his pants with both hands. Are you crazy? Rorschach hastily tugged on her arm, pulling her up from the ground. Wasn't it you who told me to do that? Maria stayed close to him, the alcohol and the blood-curdling images around her making her resist the temptation to Rorschach. Anyway, the party's just getting started. We've got all the time in the world. Why don't we enjoy ourselves first? Rorschach looked up at the night sky speechlessly. He took a deep breath and pointed at Maria, instantly about to give her a severe reprimand. But at that moment, his gaze suddenly froze and his pupils contracted slightly. Several scratches of varying depths were faintly visible on the lawn around the corner ahead, and they were spread out at regular intervals. At this moment, the two of them were in the middle of the garden on the east side of the villa, very close to the back door of the manor. Rorschach's mind quickly constructed an image of a car full of heavy loads driving in through the back door, which had been dragged across the lawn again and again due to the narrow paths in the garden, which had left these scratches. What's wrong? Maria asked. Rorschach shook her head, signaling her to be quiet, and then walked briskly in the direction of the scratches. Maria immediately followed him when she saw this, and it was obvious that the other man was onto something, just by the way he was acting. Fittingly, after rounding a few corners, they found a beautifully decorated wooden house somewhere in the garden. Outside the house, only one guard in a suit loitered in the doorway, occasionally swaying his body to the rhythm of distant music. A smile appeared on Rorschach's face. Finally he had found the location of the cellar. It appeared that Papa Blowhard had set up two entrances and exits for the cellar, one inside the villa and the other in the very garden cabin they were looking at. You go back to the party now, and if anyone asks about me, tell them I'm not feeling well first. Rorschach barked at Maria. However, Maria shook her head firmly upon hearing this. No, I'm going in with you too. Didn't we talk about this before we left? I'll do my thing and you cover for me. Rorschach frowned. Look back, just the way those guys are drunk. Where do you need me to cover you? Maria perked up. And with me around, I can pick you up in case something unexpected happens. You pick me up? Rorschach looked over at her in amusement. It was a good thing this chick didn't give herself a hard time. He shook his head and said no more, his figure quickly fading into the shadows and moving quickly in the direction of the cabin. In Maria's eyes, it was as if Rorschach had disappeared in an instant, and in a few breaths he had lurked behind the black guard, only to see him raise his right hand, palm in the air to the guard's solar plexus position a few times, followed by a fierce twist at the waist. Snap! A slap was flung out like lightning, hitting the guard hard, but surprisingly, the guard, as if by magic, neither fell nor fought back, but simply hung his head low and stood rigidly in place. Maria, who was hiding behind the wall, watched in disbelief, and upon rushing to the cabin and seeing the guard who seemed to have fallen asleep standing up, she asked in shock, "How did this happen?" Rorschach explained in disbelief. The KGB's specialty stunt from the last century, which they called clearing the wind, required extreme speed and strong explosive power to achieve this effect. The guy is standing now, but he's completely unconscious, and we've got about 30 minutes. Maria looked at Rorschach with unbelievable eyes. She really couldn't figure out why a cop would master the stunts of a Russian agent. The door to the cabin wasn't locked and they walked in easily. The house was empty, except for a couple of computers with screens showing surveillance feeds from outside the villa, and a closed door to the ground floor. Looks like we got lucky. The guy was still in charge of watching the surveillance and just happened to come out for air when I caught him, Rorschach said casually. Maria then crouched down to scrutinize the closed cellar door. She shook her head. I have to tell you the unfortunate news. This door has an electronic lock and requires a code to open. Rorschach glanced at the cellar door, then walked over to a computer mainframe and began to skillfully disassemble it. What are you doing? Maria asked in disbelief. Rorschach blandly returned. Electronic door locks are magnetic, and normal magnetic locks can be cracked by powerful rare earth magnets. Luckily most people have this in their homes. Kaching dash. He pulled a chip-like electromagnetic panel from the mainframe and waved it at Maria. It's in the computer's hard drive. Then, Rorschach removed the handle of the cellar door and forced this chip in. Within moments, there was a crisp mechanical loosening sound. The cellar door opened slowly. Maria looked at Rorschach's skillful appearance, and the curiosity within her couldn't be held down any longer. What exactly did you do before? Are you a cop or a CIA agent? Rorschach reached out to feel the air currents in the cellar and smiled without lifting his head. I used to be a black cop working for the traffickers, and as for now, I'm a scavenger cleaning up the world's garbage. Chapter 47 Where Did You Hide the Dagger? Requesting for a catch-up read and monthly votes. A far cry from the noise and drunkenness of the manor house above. At the moment, in a secret room deep in the cellar, several well-dressed men and women were relaxing, sipping whiskey and cigars, listening to classic country music, and laughing. Of special note, the host of the party, Blowhard Daddy Sean Coombs, was present and was the only black face in the group. The remaining men and women were all white and appeared to be mostly past their prime. Mr. Senator, try this one, Kochba BHK 56. I just got it from an auction not too long ago, Puff Daddy said as he handed a freshly opened cigar box to an older man with silver hair. The old man is obviously a cigar connoisseur. As soon as he heard that it was BHK 56, he was immediately excited, took out a piece from the box, close to the tip of the nose to savor. Then, one by one, Papa Blowhard handed out other carefully prepared gifts. He was secretly relieved when he saw that all the people's faces showed satisfaction. Almost all of these old-timers are high-ranking members of the Petri Dish Party, including state representatives, senators, and even the secretary of the governor is listed. He was black and white in New York on the strength of his not inconsiderable friendships with these high officials of the Petri Dish Party. He provides places where these people can enjoy themselves and uses his gangsters to do the dirty work for the other side in exchange for a number of business favors. Underwood says you have something good here that Washington doesn't have, but how come I haven't seen it in all the time I've been here? The speaker was an old woman in a red tweed coat with a pearl necklace on her chest. She was thin and had extremely prominent cheekbones. The whole thing looks like a moving, smiling skeleton of Meryl Streep, but exudes a majesty that cannot be underestimated. Daddy Blowhard didn't dare to be the slightest bit rude. The old woman was the current Speaker of the House of Representatives and the first female speaker in history. The number 2 man in the party. The top big shot in North American politics who calls the shots. He was able to get on the other side thanks to that equally fun-loving parliamentary whip. Mr. Underwood. Without any extra explanation, Puff Daddy pulled open a drawer, took out a heavy photo album, and presented it respectfully with both hands. MS. Pie, please look. Pointing to the albums, he hinted, these have been delivered from all over the country in the last half-dozen months and are absolutely safe and reliable. MS. Pirali raised an eyebrow slightly, setting her glass down and casually flipping through it. The albums are full of pictures of naked children, both male and female, with terror and helplessness in their eyes. The child's age and room number are also detailed below each photo. The surrounding legislators were also attracted and probed to watch with inexplicable excitement on their faces. Before Pirali had finished watching, several children were selected, and Papa Braggart immediately arranged for his men to send them to their assigned rooms. The purpose is self-evident. Pirali, on the other hand, continued to slowly flip through the album, more like she was enjoying the horrified expressions on the children's faces than simply making a selection, compared to her eager colleagues around her. Soon the album turned to the last page. Bragging Papa was secretly anxious in his heart, afraid that the other party would not be able to see any of them. Just then, the old woman pointed to the last photo, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a playful smile. That's him, he's quite pleasing to look at. Daddy Blowhard looked up at the picture of none other than Carl, who had just been delivered from Chicago 2 days before and was staring angrily at the camera. Meanwhile, Rorschach had just stepped into the cellar and made a silent gesture to Maria. In front of them was a dirt-colored aisle covered in sound-absorbing cotton, with the corner not far away. Rorschach pressed close to the wall and stepped quietly behind the corner, listening with his side ear, then quickly probing and peering. 100-meter-long corridor lay ahead, with portals closed like cells on either side, and 2 suited security guards standing in the aisle. 2. Rorschach looked up at the ceiling, and like the interior of the manor, there was no surveillance equipment installed. He waved at Maria and whispered something in the chick's ear. Soon, a scantily clad girl suddenly appeared in the hallway. Maria pretended to be confused. "Hello guys, I seem to be lost. Where is this place?" she said, and deliberately pulled down the band of her bustier dress. The security guards looked at each other and one stepped forward quickly. "How did you get in here? Only invited guests are allowed in here." Maria pointed behind her with an innocent look on her face. "Mom messes with Fark. This Dwayne guy, he can't even look at a gate right." The security guard cursed and yanked Maria away. Just as he reached the corner, his pupils suddenly shrunk, but he was too late to react, and he fell to the ground after taking a heavy blow to the head. Another security guard frowned when he saw his companion hadn't moved for a long time, and just as he opened his mouth, he was struck in the solar plexus by an elbow, and likewise fell to the ground. "Yikes, this is more exciting than killing people," Maria whimpered excitedly, drawing the pistol from her security belt and tossing one to Rorschach. "Take it for your own defense, and remember, don't fire it until you have to." Rorschach threw the gun back. "You're going to take them on empty-handed?" Maria asked in surprise. Rorschach ambled from door to door listening to the movements inside. while softly explaining, "At the moment nothing incriminating has been found, so if they directly move their guns, it's easy to scare the snakes and make them move the evidence." Maria nodded thoughtfully as she then asked curiously, "So what exactly is the incriminating evidence? What exactly are you looking into?" "You'll see when the time comes." Without saying too much, Rorschach brushed his fingertips across the sound-absorbing cotton of the wall. These damn soundproofing materials made each room a closed chamber, and it was impossible to hear any movement inside at all. He casually twisted the first doorknob, and to his surprise, the lock didn't snap. The moment he pushed the door, a dozen pairs of eyes glared in unison. Clean black suits, walkie-talkies pinned to their chests, and uneaten burgers spread out on the table. Walter Falk? The place turned out to be an employee's lounge, in which a dozen guards in suits were sitting. "You, who the hell are you?" Listening to the friendly greetings from inside, Rorschach sighed and rushed into the room with a flash of his body, smoothly bringing the door with him. Maria stared slightly, then immediately jogged to this door. Only a slight wail of pain was being heard from inside, interspersed with the occasional crunch of breaking bones. She was a little overwhelmed and stayed in place. "How many people are in here?" Inside the room, Rorschach was positioned against the wall, punching and kicking to face the dozen or so guards surrounding him. A left jab shatters the bridge of the nose, a right hook breaks the ribs, elbows back to smash shoulder blades. The three maneuvers were completed in 0.8 seconds, and the three enemies fell to the ground one after another like broken sacks. The instantaneous explosive power granted by the extreme fighting arts was displayed to the fullest in this instant. When the blackened muzzle lifted, his whiplash had swept over the gun-wielding wrist. The pistol spun and flew toward the ceiling with the crunch of shin bone colliding with wrist bone, immediately followed by a headbutt to the bridge of the opponent's nose. Blood splattered. Rorschach casually shook the blood stains from his hand. Although there were still 7 or 8 people left to surround themselves, with his current battle power, even with his bare hands, it was easy to deal with these guys in a narrow space. However, Maria outside the door didn't know what was going on inside. In her opinion, Rorschach couldn't use a gun and didn't have any other weapons. Going in was undoubtedly a death sentence. Suddenly, she didn't know what came to her mind, and after a moment's hesitation, she reached inside her skirt. At that moment, Rorschach was twisting a guard's arm in reverse when the door to the room was pushed open from the outside. Maria couldn't see inside in time, and when she saw Rorschach's position, the dagger in her hand flew over with precision. Without much thought, Rorschach quickly drew back his sheath and angled the dagger from the bottom up, the tip of the blade picking off the wrist artery of the nearest enemy with precision. Blood had not yet spattered. He had already sidestepped to dodge the attack of the enemy on the other side. His left hand grabbed his wrist and twisted it back. The dagger stabbed into the armpit of the other party. The blade then spun in the air like a gyroscope and held it in his backhand, penetrating the heart of the man behind him. Borrowing the weight, the knife slashed underneath and opened it directly. Shortest path, fastest kill. The axioms of the Filipino Cali cold weapon fighting technique were as precise and unmistakable as muscle memory in Rorschach's hands. In just a few seconds, with the power of the extreme fighting technique, the remaining 8 guards had all fallen into a pool of blood. It was so fast that most of them didn't even have time to draw their guns. Rorschach played with the sheath in his left hand and was about to say thank you to Maria when his brow furrowed slightly. Why is this dagger slimy and has a fishy odor? Chapter 48 Senator Farking Squid. Catch-up reading and monthly votes requested. Inside the room, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Feel the sticky feel of the dagger in your hand, and the odor emanating from it. Rorschach suddenly understood something. 8 centimeters long and nearly 2 fingers wide. Isn't this the same murder weapon that killed Maria's father? So this chick has been hiding it in places like that. No wonder she was so confident that no one could find the murder weapon. Rorschach glanced at Maria, who looked equally a little embarrassed. Doesn't it hurt? Get used to it alright. The two tacitly terminated the awkward topic. After all, it's a little weird to be discussing this in the middle of a room full of sprawling corpses. Rorschach pinned the dagger behind his waist, dragged those 2 passed out guards inside as well, then unlocked the door. "And I'm confiscating this dagger." Maria didn't say anything and nodded before walking quickly back down the hallway. Feeling the empty coolness beneath her, she couldn't help but whisper, "That was one of my favorite daggers." By the time she had bothered to drag the 2 guards in, Rorschach was studying a floor plan. The cellar has more than 40 rooms, 38 of which are cells. A cell? Maria came over to me. A man of blowhard stature needs to imprison women for pleasure? Who says it has to be a woman? Rorschach returned coldly. He quickly memorized all the passages and room locations on the drawing, then picked up 3 semi-automatic pistols from the floor, 2 pinned to his belt and the other gripped tightly in his hand. Bang bang! 2 point-blank shots accurately killed the 2 guards who had previously passed out outside. He turned to Maria, his tone serious. "There is no surveillance installed inside the manor, and the guard who saw you is dead. Now, no one knows that you came down with me, so if you want to leave, There's still a chance. Otherwise, it might be too late. Maria's mouth opened slightly, wanting to say something but not knowing where to begin. She wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she had actually predicted early on that Rorschach was going to do something tonight that would shock the entire United States. I'd like to see. First, Maria didn't say any of that life and death crap. She may have had some Mujan fondness for Rorschach, but it was more out of curiosity and thrill-seeking. She blinked and gave a rare playful look. You don't get to see such exciting scenes in school, and I thought you promised you'd protect me. I wanted to see more. Rorschach smiled as he pulled the bolt backhandedly and reloaded the bullets before pulling open the door to the room with one hand. Well, you'll have to keep your eyes peeled. Inside the chamber, Carl was still persevering in grinding the side of the iron. His forehead was already covered with beads of sweat. It had been a whole few days, and the guys had only provided themselves with a little bit of fresh water every day, as if they were purposely trying to deplete his stamina. Luckily, Carl had stashed the energy bar that old Mac had given him earlier, which kept him from collapsing completely. Fark, fark. Carl gritted his teeth and cursed. Asterisk 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 ings. Child-loving pervert. I'll castrate you even if I die. As a child of the Gallagher family, the boy had neither the brilliant head of his elder brother Lip nor the executive power of his second brother Ian, but he has a trait that all of his siblings don't have: the determination to do whatever it takes and go out on a limb. Suddenly, he stopped what he was doing and turned his head alertly. There was a subtle rattle on the door lock and the doorknob was slowly descending. Carl quickly hid the iron piece in his sleeve and gritted his teeth in preparation for the coming bad guys. But when the door opened, he froze. In addition to the two tall, sturdy guards, what came in turned out to be a woman with a dry, thin figure. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he got a good look at the woman under the backdrop of the hallway glow. Her face was covered with wrinkles and age spots, and her whole body exuded an air of decaying wood, but those eyes shone with a haunting light. Water facts? This trooper is an old woman older than her own grandmother. Carl. Parali looked at the boy cowering in the corner, a dangling smile lifting the corners of his mouth. Your name reminds me of a youthful time. She slowly stepped forward, gazed at Carl, and said reminiscently, that was 50 years ago, when I was a student at Georgetown University, and there was a flamboyant senior with that name. I just don't know if you're as tasty as he is. At the end of her words, this old demon woman seemed to have been unable to resist her inner urges, and violently lunged forward to try to tear Carl's clothes. The two guards by the door looked at each other and closed the door, about to leave straight away. Each of these children brought in had been starving for days, and it was unlikely that they had the strength to be able to resist these pampered guests. However, in the very next moment, a scream of pain suddenly rang out. They turned around in a panic to see that Parali, who was still in a state of euphoria, had inserted a palm-sized piece of iron into his shoulder blade. Carl took the opportunity to slam his fist in Parali's face and cursed angrily. Don't you dare try to touch me again. Mom messed with Fark's old ass. You. Parali forced himself to hold back the pain, his eyes filled with violent anger at the unexpected occurrence. She lifted her strength from nowhere and put her hand directly on Carl's neck, but immediately afterward, the sharp pain at his shoulder blade struck again. Without hesitation, Carl pulled out the iron and prepared to stab at Parali again. The two guards finally reacted at this point as well, and they lurched out, kicking Carl out and slamming him hard against the wall. Damned little scumbag. Chop up simmering 4 asterisk 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 e. Parali covered his bloodied shoulder and angrily kicked Carl hard in the head with his foot. Carl was helpless in the vice-like grip of the two guards, and could only suffer the old hag's atrocities in silence. After Parali kicked a dozen or so feet in a row, he looked down at his clothes that had been dyed red with blood, and roared through clenched teeth, "Waste this little S arms and legs. Send him to the hospital. I want to use him to refine nephrocyanin." The guards nodded hurriedly, but as they were about to make their move, a sharp warning suddenly came over the intercom. All guards, escort the VIP out immediately. I repeat, escort the VIP out immediately. Parali froze, then his anger increased. Although the intercom didn't say so, she didn't have to think about it to know that there must be an intruder in the cellar. She couldn't be bothered to lecture Carl any further, and with one hand over her shoulder, she ran outside at a fast pace without hesitation. Can't let anyone know they're here tonight too. The two guards saw this and hurried to follow. Carl's life was nothing compared to Parali's well-being. A few dozen seconds later, Carl struggled to get up from the ground. His face was covered in blood and his head was covered in cuts from the high heel kicks. He stumbled to the door with his arms against the wall, and just when he didn't know what to do, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out in the hallway. It was accompanied by a cold curse. It's Rorschach. Surprise appeared on Carl's desperate face. Rorschach came to his rescue. At this time, in a corridor hundreds of meters away from this place, Rorschach leaned sideways behind the aisle wall as bullets splattered against it like rain, the deafening sound of gunfire echoing throughout the corridor. Behind him, in addition to Maria, followed a dozen ragged children, most of them boys, the youngest even 5 or 6 years old. Their eyes were empty and numb, neither shock nor sadness on their faces, just staring silently at Rorschach's back. These were the ones Rorschach had just rescued from one of the holding cells. Having violently broken open too many rooms, they had inevitably attracted the attention of the cellar guards, and were currently under siege from the other side. Taking advantage of the gap between the other side's slightly reduced gunfire, Rorschach's body shrank and quickly rushed out from behind the wall. Bang bang! A volley of bullets that only Louis XVI could have dodged sprayed from the muzzle of his gun, accurately knocking down several of the guards who had rushed to the front of the line. Afterward, Rorschach leaped onto the wall like a parkour expert with the help of his extraordinary physical fitness. He sprinted up the wall, dodging enemy bullets while his twin guns roared again, shooting the remaining guards in the corridor one by one. Then he landed in a cartwheel and kicked the last guard heavily. In mid-air, a bullet was fired with precision, bursting his head in the air. Looking at Rorschach's back, Maria's eyes were filled with incredulity. Even though this scene had happened more than once in the cellar, she still struggled to understand how someone could possess such physical strength and divine marksmanship. Once he was sure that his surroundings were secure, Rorschach walked to a locked room at the end and fired several shots towards the latch before kicking it out. The gate recoiled violently against the wall, the sound startling the figure that was shrugging on the floor. In the light of the lamp, Rorschach saw images that made him sick and furious. A fat, bloated, sore-spotted old man was on top of a girl only 7 or 8 years old. Fark! Rorschach quickly pulled the bolt, ready to just shoot the asshole. Rorschach! Wait! Maria suddenly pulled back and whispered, "This man seems to be a senator. I saw him speak on TV yesterday, and it seems that our Mr. Senator hasn't figured out the situation yet." Instead of begging for mercy, he frowned and stared angrily at Rorschach and the others. "Do you know what this place is? Do you guys know who I am? Get the hell out of here." Bang! A gunshot interrupted his nonsense. The old guy lowered his head and looked incredulously at the gunshot hole in his chest. Immediately afterward, several more rounds were fired in quick succession, piercing his limbs viciously. Finally, Rorschach stepped forward and kicked him to the ground, firing a dozen shots in his lower body until the magazine was empty. Asterisk 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 the senator. Chapter 49. Say hello to my little friend. A closed door was kicked in, and the full extent of the evil that lay beneath the manor was laid bare for Rorschach and Maria to see. In no time at all, the number of children following them had already exceeded 20, and many of them didn't even have the strength to walk, and could only help each other. Staggering forward, walking around a corner, Rorschach, who had been silent since killing that senator, suddenly stopped. He took Maria's arm and spoke in a hushed voice. "You hurry out now. Through the same entrance we came in through." Maria was immediately about to refuse at that, but Rorschach followed and added, "At least 24 guards have died since we came in, and now there's another senator. So who the hell knows who else we'll run into as we continue on? The Secretary of State? The President? Just leave the rest to me. You've already done me a huge favor. Don't keep getting involved." Maria's brows furrowed. Rorschach was right. It was fine if it was just ordinary celebrities, but now even an official of the level of a senator was involved. This cellar was like a giant whirlpool, and ordinary people would be swallowed up without a trace if they didn't pay attention. Just remember, don't call the police when you get out. Rorschach pressed her shoulder and instructed, "Contact the media with a disposable phone. Don't look for the Petri dish party faction. Try to go to the elephant party, and after the notification, you can just act as if nothing has happened, and continue to be your rich lady. Got it?" Maria nodded heavily, then pointed around to the children and asked, "What about them? Why don't I take them out first?" "No, there are no children in the party up there, and if you take them up there now, not only will you not be able to leave, but they will suffer with you." Rorschach shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the children's battered bodies in numb expressions, and after a moment of silence, resolved fiercely, "I will get them out safely." Maria didn't know what to say. She had only come here for a little excitement, but she hadn't expected to witness so much filth and evil. Without further ado, she nodded towards Rorschach and ran quickly towards the exit. Now that the guards at the manor knew that the cellar had been invaded, she could have been caught if she had left a step late. When Maria's figure disappeared, Rorschach exhaled softly and smiled at the children around him. "Ready for the big game?" The children gazed at him blankly. "Ha ha, okay." Rorschach shrugged as his mind began to recall the floor plan of the cellar. In addition to the holding cells and the lounge where guests were received, he remembered that there was a storeroom where large quantities of logistical supplies were kept. Facing the hundreds of bodyguards in this manner, Rorschach now had only one thought: guns, guns. He needs lots of guns, lots of guns. Of course, one has to find that Carl kid first. Rorschach felt like he was going through the holding cell, but he hadn't found Carl yet. Having made his decision, he patted the children on the head and, with a pistol in each hand, led them at a brisk pace toward the other cells in the cellar. On the other side, in the villa above, "You add up, Coombs. Not only did you fail to watch over the goods, but you had the playroom broken into." Pirali snapped towards Papa Blowhard just as he exited the cellar. I want to see the body of that intruder in 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes. Papa Blowhard nodded his head in fear, the panic in his heart even stronger than Pele's. In all those years, there had never been a break-in at the cellar, and it happened tonight, while he was receiving guests from Washington. But if the following things are exposed a little, he estimates that the prison does not even have to sit. I am afraid that the night of imprisonment will be moved to suicide. Parali's accompanying Secret Service was bandaging her wounds, and though the iron was small and the wounds were not deep, blood was still flowing. Special Agent looked at the wound on Parali's shoulder and couldn't help but offer, "Shall I go down and finish off the intruder myself?" Parali was a bit impressed, but was still reluctant. "Your priority right now is to keep me safe. Who knows if there are any more of that intruder's associates on the ground? Paul, you're the best agent in the Secret Service. Don't get your priorities wrong." Paul Kellerman nodded slightly and continued to carefully sterilize and dress Parali's wounds. When the bandages were finished, Parali quickly got up and began to give orders. "Arrange for 2 bulletproof cars to meet me at the back door. And also, notify the special plane to the airport. We're leaving New York tonight." Looking at her thunderous appearance, Puff Daddy hurriedly apologized curtly. "Don't worry, Speaker, no one will know about what happened in the cellar. Those guards, I will also find a way to shut them up forever. In fact, this matter is really just an accident. My people reported it immediately after seeing an outsider enter the holding cell in the surveillance." His face changed violently in the middle of his words, and he just shut up and stopped. But what he said was still clearly heard by the woman in front of him. She craned her head to look at Papa Blowhard. The only thing on that expressionless face was 2 beastly eyes shooting out a lurid gleam. "Did you just say surveillance?" Inside the cellar, Rorschach had opened all the cells, but still no sign of Carl. Bang bang bang. There was a rush of gunfire in the distance, and the guards coming after them were moving toward jerking their triggers. Rorschach quickly herded the children into the room and drew back. Gunfire erupted and several more bodies were added to the hallway. But to Rorschach's disappointment, these people, like the guards he had killed before, didn't provide him with the red manies that could upgrade his specialization. He once again went through the Eye of Judgment's determination mechanism carefully in his mind. When activated, the host can clearly see the color of the mist above each person's head, representing their sin value. White mist, sin value below 60. Ordinary civilians, no need to be concerned. Red mist, if your opponent's guilt is over 60, he or she has a blood debt and can be tried and executed. Black mist, sin value over 90. The opponent is so guilty that he must be executed immediately and will be rewarded handsomely for his execution. In other words, although these guys were accomplices to Daddy Blowhard's imprisonment of children, as long as they didn't have blood on their hands, they didn't meet the criteria for execution? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Rorschach suddenly felt that this system was still too soft. Rorschach! Just as he was pondering, a familiar voice came from not far away. Rorschach looked up and it was the same Carl he had been looking for all the way. This kid's head was covered in bruises and his face was covered in dried blood, but his eyes were filled with excitement that was hard to hide. "Ha ha, I knew you'd come to my rescue. I knew it." Carl excitedly waved his fist at him. Rorschach squatted down and gently wiped the blood from his face, confirming that the other party was unharmed before his heart sighed in relief. He patted Carl on the shoulder and said nothing more. "Now that the kids are pretty much saved, the next task is straightforward. Just slaughter all these guards." Rorschach led the 20 or so children around him, walking ahead to open the way by himself. It didn't take long for them to find the location of the storage room on the floor plan from memory. It was now several minutes since Maria had gone out, and even if the other side had been slow to react, the 2 entrances and exits to the cellar must have been blocked. Instead of actively charging into the other side's encirclement, it was better to wait for them to deliver themselves. Rorschach kicked open the door of the storeroom, and when he saw the scene inside, he immediately revealed a look of surprise. Baby oil? The entire dozens of square feet of room filled to the brim with what turned out to be baby oil. There are thousands of bottles. Mom messes with Fark. Rorschach cursed breathlessly. He would never figure out the brain circuits of those ninjas. Luckily, besides the baby oil, he still found the weapons he needed on the tarpaulin-wrapped wire rack in the corner. The upper tier held rows and rows of police Glock 19s, one of the largest models of handguns in circulation on the North American market, and these were used by the guards of the estate. But it wasn't these little toys that Rorschach wanted. He continued to look down and finally found a row of AR-15 rifles underneath a shelf, one of which was equipped with a small grenade launcher. On top of that, he found a few other things. Behind this iron frame, a door was surprisingly hidden. Bang! Rorschach shot through the lock of the door several times in succession, and just as he was about to push the door open, a premonition of danger suddenly rose. He quickly sidestepped and a bullet grazed his shoulder. Not waiting for the people in the room to continue attacking, Rorschach did a backwards roll and quickly entered the room. Then the trigger was pulled and 3 bullets accurately took away the enemy in front of him. At this moment, what was displayed in front of him was surprisingly a surveillance television, with the screen displaying the images of every surveillance room. On one of the screens, Rorschach could clearly see the senator he had killed was collapsing in a pool of blood. This guy has pinhole cameras in his holding cell? Ha! Rorschach was really impressed with Daddy Bragger this time. The other party was obviously planning to use these surveillance videos to hold those big names in politics and business. He carefully searched the room, and sure enough, in a locked drawer, he found a dozen burned CDs. The CD-ROM is also labeled with the names of the characters recorded inside. Rorschach couldn't help but sip his teeth after seeing several names that often appeared on the TV news. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This time it's a real game. Rorschach, Carl, who had followed in from behind, glanced at the body on the ground and asked toward him, "Did you find anything?" Rorschach slipped the discs into his arms and turned toward him, shaking his head. Back in the storeroom, Rorschach looked at the dozens of pairs of eyes in front of him that were staring blankly at him, and for a moment he didn't know how to comfort them. From the first child he rescued, these children have followed him all the way to the present. They were so brave and quiet that even Rorschach had forgotten that they were suffering. "Rorschach, can we still get out?" Carl asked in a whisper as he sat next to Rorschach. The children around him also looked at him with an expectant gleam in their eyes. Rorschach didn't let them down, and with a confident smile on his face, he casually returned, "What do you think I'm here for? Do you guys think dozens of guards can stop me?" The children immediately shook their heads. They had watched Rorschach kill them all the way here. Rorschach was about to say something else to cheer them up, when a rush of footsteps had come from outside the door. The sound could reach the room through the sound-absorbing cotton, so it was clear that there must be a lot of people coming from outside. He immediately shooed the children around him into the surveillance room in the inner room, then grabbed the automatic rifle loaded with grenades and aimed it at the door in front of him. At this moment, the sound was getting closer and closer, as if the people outside had arrived at the door of the room and were preparing to break in. Out of the corner of his eye, Rorschach caught a glimpse of the children's scared looks and shouted directly at Carl, "Carl, remember that movie we watched together last time?" Carl froze, then nodded back. "Scarface, Scarface. That's right, so do you remember that line?" Rorschach asked without looking back. "Yeah, of course I remember." Carl nodded repeatedly. Rorschach pulled the bolt and aimed the top grenade at the door in front of him, then shouted, "Now, say hello to my little friend." Boom dash. Chapter 50 Baby oil plus soap plus rust remover equals? Requests for catch-up reading and monthly votes. Indoor close quarters battle, abbreviated as CQB. It refers to fast, high-intensity combat in narrow, confined spaces, such as houses, hallways, basements, and other environments. Because of the limited range of action and the short distance of the firefight, an elite CQB expert must have precise tactical movements, superb reaction speed, and decisive tactical decisions, and those are the things that Rorschach is best at. Rumble. The shockwave of the explosion ripped the guards in the corridor to shreds, blood and flesh raining down on the walls. Immediately afterward, an AR-15 assault rifle poked out of the corner. Boom 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 boom. Tons of fire spewed from the muzzles of the guns, and 5.56mm caliber bullets were mercilessly declared, reaping a life. Rorschach's body moved back and forth quickly along the doorframe wall, gradually expanding his field of vision while avoiding exposing his body to the enemy's guns, cutting the corners, slicing the pie. The CQB's most critical tactical move, utilizing doorframe cover to clear the primary threat before seeking a breakout opportunity. Unfortunately, Rorschach didn't find any shock rounds in the storeroom other than rifles and pistols. Otherwise, it's grenades to open the way, then shock bombs to stun, and finally rifles to clear the way. Rorschach was confident that he could take care of this entire corridor of enemies in 10 seconds. Bang! A volley of bullets hit the cover of the wall, which was only a few centimeters away from Rorschach's head, and splattered pieces of debris. After fending off the first round of attacks, the guards outside slowed down. These bodyguards that could be placed on guard at home by braggart pops, even if they hadn't actually gone to war, were definitely elites that had undergone rigorous training by the security company. Basic tactical moves, they still have. The remaining guards once again split into 2 teams, crossing cover on either side of the corridor, suppressing Rorschach with fire on one side while quickly breaking through on the other. Click! Rorschach quickly drew out the emptied magazine, pushed the gun handle down to his waist, and quickly inserted the new magazine pinned to his belt while holding it with his arm. In the gap between these one-handed bullet changes, he held his pistol up in his left hand and fired rapidly at the walls of the corridor. Buy yourself time to change ammo with the cover of fire. Soon the pistol was rapidly emptied as well, and the enemy charging from the other side was impatient. Mom messed with Fark. With so many of their companions falling in just a few seconds, these guards became murderous. A burly black man actually didn't even use a gun and directly lunged towards Rorschach. Rorschach quickly dodged it with a short stance. Then the muzzle moved up and a bullet was accurately fired through the guy's chin and through the canopy. He was really confused sometimes about the brains of these Negroes. 2 or 3 paces away, even if you don't use a gun, you can use a knife. What's the point of lunging like this? Watching too much WWE? But that was just as well. As Rorschach carried the S-body in one hand and slung it behind his back as if it were a bulletproof vest, a sideways slide followed, and his body leapt out parallel to the ground. The bullet swept out in an instant as his eyes caught the enemy in front of him. At the same time, a dense burst of gunfire rang out behind him, and countless bullets simultaneously struck the burly black man he was using as a bulletproof vest. Fark. Rorschach couldn't help but let out a curse as he could feel a slight stinging pain coming from his back. There should have been a bullet that went right through the S-body and hit him in the back. At this moment, the enemies in front of him had all been taken care of, but there were at least 6 or 7 more people behind him who were besieging him. Rorschach gritted his teeth, picked up the bulletproof vest behind him, and quickly rushed towards the enemy at the back. The bullet is empty, but that's okay. The adrenaline will help him punch his way out. The 200-pound torso instantly became a human shield as 3 bullets embedded themselves in flesh and blood one after another. Muffled sounds of warm blood splattering the side of his face. After closing in on one man, Rorschach's elbow chopped down, smashing the gunman's wrist with precision. Before the sound of bone cracking dissipated, the heavy fist had already shattered the knot of the opponent's throat. He arched his back and dodged sideways, dodging a bullet fired from the side, while raising his hand in the air to catch the pistol that had just been slammed down. Aim and fire. The first shot lifted the other man's canopy, and the second shot went straight through the other man's eye socket. Rorschach flung the bodies he was carrying like rags, and between sidesteps and slides, bullets pierced through the hearts of 2 enemies. Before the gun could drop back down, his knee had shattered the 6th man's hip bone, and he backhanded the butt of his rifle to collapse the last guard's nose. In the gap between their wails of pain, Rorschach fired out 2 quick bursts, completely ending the lives of the last 2. The strong power of the gunfighting technique was manifested in this moment. Point-blank shooting, bullet changes, close combat, moving shots. The time difference between the 7 bodies falling to the ground was no more than 5 seconds. In the smoke, he flung down the shell casings, leather shoes crushed through a field of bullets, and the sound of metal scraping against metal was like the whisper of death. Inside the villa, the Crazy Pops party is still going on, but it's not hard for the attentive to notice that the security patrolling all around has all but disappeared, and Puff Daddy, who usually comes out to lead the fun at the climax of the party, was a long-time no-show tonight. As for where is Puff Daddy now? Put. A hard punch is thrown so hard that Puff Daddy spits out acid in pain and falls to his knees with his hands on his stomach. The bodies of several guards lay still in the study that led to the cellar. 2 Secret Service agents are holding instruments and carefully surveying the surrounding area, searching for possible hidden pinhole cameras. And the agent, named Paul, teaches Puff Daddy a lesson. Punch after punch. Behind the desk, Parali grimaced and glared angrily at the black man kneeling in front of him. She growled in a low voice, "You're playing with fire. You think a backup video can threaten me? A piece of trash like you who can't rise to the occasion doesn't understand what kind of opponent you're dealing with." Papa Blowhard panicked and explained, "I never took those backups out. They were kept in the cellar, just in case. Speaker, I hope you understand me. If you want, I can bring them all to you right now." In the dark room in the storeroom, Parali gazed at him indifferently, as if he were looking at a dead man. She then spoke slowly, "Paul, go there and I'll meet you at the airport. In half an hour. I want to see all the video backups." The special agent who had bandaged Parali's wounds earlier nodded slightly and pulled open the hidden portal by the closet, his figure disappearing into the study. Parali took a deep breath and rose slowly, ignoring the bragging old man on the ground. She said in an icy tone, "If one day I see something in the media that shouldn't be there, do you know the consequences? At that time, court and prison will be a luxury for you. I will throw you into a place worse than hell, a corner where even death is a luxury." Soon, Parali quickly left the villa with 2 Secret Service agents. When they were gone, Old Man Blowhard struggled to get up from the ground, his expression full of gloom. "What does this ING think I am?" He kicked the desk in anger. He was a billionaire and a music mogul, but that old woman had just treated him like an abusive beating of a common nigga. Fark. He was tempted to point and yell at Parali's nose, but a momentary lapse of judgment caused him to slip up. Not only did it reveal that the cellar had surveillance, but it also lost the safety card of those backup videos. He was now completely out of cards. There is nothing to do but pray that things settle down soon. Papa Blowhard looked deep into the cellar door, still unaware of the intruder inside. but under the siege of dozens of guards, the other party should be dead through and through by now. Shaking his head, he steeled himself and prepared to disperse tonight's partygoers. Now that a senator is dead, if a few more big stars die on his turf, his bragging dad really won't be able to get a foothold in North America. And just as those above were fretting about the aftermath, Rorschach looks at the piles of baby oil, boxes of soap, and bottles of cleaner in the pantry. A bold idea suddenly came to me inwardly. Chapter 51. Where are the good guys besides us? Catch up reading in monthly votes requested. Break the soap into small pieces. Yes, that's right, the finer the pieces the better. Just scrape the top layer of glycerin, throw the rest away, and be careful not to burn yourself. Cover up tight. We want the part of the liquid that condenses after the rust remover evaporates. That stuff is nitric acid. Well, that's it. Mix them up slowly. Inside the cellar's storeroom, a scene both chilling and bizarre plays out. 24 children, no taller than an adult's waist and wearing gas masks, busily broke soap while steaming bottles of rust remover in an iron basin. Despite the corpses scattered on the ground, the faces of these little guys were fearless, and under Rorschach's command, they worked feverishly, even with a rare smile on their faces. It's as if you're participating in a fun game. Thanks to the various messes in this pantry and the labor of these little guys, it wasn't long before pots of amber-colored nitroglycerin littered the ground. This group of gas mask-wearing small drug masters have looked up to Rorschach, waiting for the next step of the instructions. Rorschach, who was wrapping the gunshot wound in his back with a bandage, smiled helplessly. He was just a random idea, but he didn't expect that these little guys really made it. With his explosion skill that only had 10 points of proficiency, Rorschach pointed at the nitroglycerin and explained seriously, "This is nitroglycerin, a type of liquid bomb that is extremely unstable. Using it to blast is tantamount to suicide. But if you add mineral oil, you can convert it into a stabilized gel, which is often referred to on TV as a plastic explosive. But where is the mineral oil? There's only baby oil here," a little girl asked, raising her hand in curiosity. Good question. Facing this kind of good student who was brave enough to ask questions, Rorschach gave encouragement and then looked around at the piles of baby oil. The main ingredient in baby oil is mineral oil, but it takes a lot of mineral oil to condense nitroglycerin, and luckily we have thousands of bottles here. Oh, the children's mouths dropped open as they listened. Immediately afterward, without waiting for Rorschach to say anything, they neatly clutched the bottles of baby oil and prepared to pour them into the iron basin. Rorschach stood up violently from the ground in shock. "Wait, slowly, pour it slowly over the edge. Fark, this is nitroglycerin. If it explodes we're all dead." Oh, the little chemists nodded their heads in unison and resumed their work with a clear division of labor. Watching them go from rusty to skillful to joyful, Rorschach suddenly panicked a little. "I'm teaching you how to get out of this situation, not how to be a KB member." As time went on, the pots of nitroglycerin smoothly congealed into stable purple plastic explosives thanks to the children's joint efforts. Rorschach crouched down and scrutinized the explosives for their cosmetic state. After the inspection, he looked up and saw dozens of children wearing gas masks in front of him, tilting their heads and looking at him with anticipation. Rorschach was deliberately silent for a few seconds, then jerked his thumb up. "It worked! Yay dash!" The little ones cheered and high-fived each other as if they had accomplished an amazing feat. The numbness and despair that was there before was completely gone from his face. "Okay, now we just need to find the wires and detonate them with an electric current." Rorschach forced himself to endure the pain in his back and split a piece of plastic explosive and handed it to them. After assigning them, he led the little ones outside, explaining as he walked, "Ordinary C4 explosives require a detonator to detonate them safely, as the detonator explosion creates a shockwave that creates a detonation reaction with the plastic explosive. Oh, but this one we've made, it's not quite C4. It's more sensitive than C4, so we can try to stimulate it with an electric current to detonate it by instantly overheating the inside of the material." Oh, the children nodded thoughtfully. A few minutes later, a corridor located below the villa had been tightly plastered with pieces of plastic explosives. Rorschach smashed the overhead downlight with one hand, pulled out a couple of wires, and was about to plug them into the explosives. That's when Carl's voice suddenly came from behind him, scaring him so much that he almost slipped his hand and fell off. "Boss, shall I connect these two wires now?" Catch my ass. You want to blow me up." Rorschach whipped his head around and growled. "Don't you move. Wait for me to get over there before wiring it up." In order to prevent this kid from being handicapped, Rorschach hurriedly strung the wires in the explosives and flew over. As he snatched the two wires that could trigger the circuit from Carl's hand, he pointed at the little ones and barked, "The explosion later on will definitely be quite loud, but don't be afraid. We will basically not be affected from our position, and the unlucky ones will be the ones up there. Also, when the exit is blown up, You don't have to worry about me. You all rush up. If you see any media, none of you can be left behind. And all of you must show your faces in front of the media. Understand? You must show your faces. That way you'll be safe. If you don't see any reporters, go to the door and look for the van with the license plate. There are 2 Irish brothers in the van with trench coats and short hair who are good guys and will be waiting in the van for the press to come by. The little ones nodded their heads in unison, but then asked, full of doubt, "And what about you, uncle?" "Me?" Rorschach shrugged and laughed. "You might as well take care of yourselves first." He gently rubbed the heads of the little chemists and signaled them all to duck into a side room. The next second, he heaved the 2 metallic copper wires together. Villa Hall. Papa Blowhard, who was walking out of his study, looked a little embarrassed as he faced hundreds of guests from Hollywood and Wall Street. But he couldn't care less about saving face when he thought about the dead senator and the bodies of the guards in the cellar. He took the microphone from the DJ's hand and prepared to announce the early end of the party. However, before he could open his mouth to utter a word, the ground suddenly shook. The crowd in the hall froze. Do earthquakes happen in New York? But immediately afterward, a deafening explosion came from beneath them. Boom! The marble floor tiles crumbled and collapsed like fragile cookies. Celebrities' heels stepped out of place and their entire bodies instantly disappeared into the cracks. Rich men in suits fell with the collapsing floor before they had time to react. Screams, shattering glass, and the muffled sound of heavy objects falling mingled. Sofas, coffee tables, champagne towers, all pouring downward with the collapsing floor. It was like a giant mouth that swallowed the entire hall's pomp and circumstance. Seconds later, the dust filled the air and all that remained was a crumbling ruin and the faint sound of groans coming from the cracks. Puff Daddy, who was on the DJ booth, froze, having luckily dodged a bullet because he was on the second floor. Like the stunned guests outside, he was filled with horror as he stared at the scene of disaster in front of him. The entire hall of the villa had completely collapsed. Walt Fark? Outside the villa, the Irish brothers sat in their car, dumbfounded at the chaos before them. "I thought we said we were only saving children. Why is the scene so big? Mom, mess with Fark. Get in there and back up Rorschach. By the looks of things, something is definitely wrong." The 2 men nimbly pulled up their hoods and masks, and without even getting out of the car, they directly crashed through the manor's gates with a kick of the gas. The original heavy guards were long gone and the entire driveway was empty. As their car rushed into the front yard of the villa, the sight in front of them made both of them simultaneously suck in a breath of cold air. A huge deep crater appeared in the center of the hall, and the once glorious stars were now piled up like rag dolls in the ruins. After Connor and Murphy looked at each other, they didn't know for a moment if they should get out of the car and save the day or what to do. But soon, they found an even more amazing sight. Beneath the collapsed rubble, a lighted tunnel was surprisingly revealed. One by one, children who looked to be about 10 years old were helping each other out of the tunnels. But before they could get out of the car, the group of children suddenly looked in the direction of the gate in unison, then rushed out like frightened rabbits. Connor turned his head and looked around, only to see that the outside of the estate was already filled with news media interview vans, surrounding the exit. The media arrived after all. "Stop them! Don't let them get away!" Returning to his senses, Papa Blowhard saw the fleeing children and shouted hysterically around the room. "Bodyguards! Guards! Quickly stop them!" But where were the guards available to him now? The villa's security staff were almost all buried in the cellar. The Irish brothers looked at each other as they watched the formerly untouchable music mogul gasp. "Draw your gun, push the door and get out of the car." "Puff Diddy!" the brothers roared at the second floor. "We are the executioners sent by God to judge you." Bang! 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 As the words fell, they didn't care that the media was right outside, and they directly fired indiscriminately. Bragging Papa Graduate was also a veteran of the streets, and although he had been pampered for many years, his survival instincts caused him to immediately stoop down and duck. Using the railings and stone pillars as cover, he rolled and fled deeper into the second floor. The Irish brothers were about to give chase when suddenly Connor's leg was grabbed in a death grip. A black woman crushed under a slab of rock clutched Connor's thigh and moaned, "Sir, help me. My leg is smashed and bleeding. Please help me. I'm Oprah. You must have seen my TV show, right? I'm Unico." Without saying a word, Connor blasted her directly in the head with several shots in quick succession. The nationally acclaimed talk show queen didn't even have time to let out one last scream before half her head exploded in gunfire. "I don't care who you are." Connor kicked away the still twitching body and sprinted toward the stairs without looking back. Murphy, who was on the sidelines, couldn't help but ask, "This guy's Oprah, man, you're just going to kill her? Which is so what? Are there any good people here besides us?" Connor returned without looking back. "Shet, I find you quite wise at times." In the cellar, Rorschach watched the last child leave safely, and his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. There were still guards outside, he wasn't sure, but the media had definitely arrived. And with the Irish brothers picking up the slack, these kids' lives were saved. As for myself, Rorschach reached down and pressed the stack of discs in his breast pocket. What's in here can be hotter than a red-hot soldering iron. And what to do with it, he hasn't figured out until now. Suddenly, Rorschach's pupils suddenly shrunk. The pistol at his waist was instantly drawn, and his body was violently twisted. Bang, 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 bang. Guns exploded. Rorschach staggered back a few steps. Despite reacting extremely quickly and dodging most of the bullets, one still bit hard into his side. Across the room, a man in a suit was similarly shot, a bullet running through his collarbone, blood dripping slowly down his black suit. Bulletproof suit? Rorschach's eyes grew cold as he stared at the bullet head embedded in the other man's clothes. Paul looked down at the clavicle wound with an expressionless face, moved his neck, and pulled a morose grin at Rorschach. Department of Homeland Security Secret Service? Paul Kellerman. In just one shot, the magazines of both sides had been emptied. Rorschach casually dropped his pistol and pulled off his tie to deaden the wound in his abdomen. He spat out a mouthful of bloodied spit and returned an equally menacing grin. Chicago Police Department. Rorschach Butcher. Chapter 52. I Am Fear. Catch-up reading in monthly votes requested. After briefly announcing himself, Paul was the first to make a quick dash out on the strength of his minor injuries. Bang! The guy's cross elbow came down on Rorschach's head like a hammer. Rorschach hurriedly crossed his arms to block, and the muffled sound of bones colliding made his teeth chatter. But it was followed by a ferocious attack as Paul slammed a succession of whip punches into the sides of his head. Rorschach was forced back a few steps, and the moment his back hit the wall, the sharp pain coming from the bullet wound made his eyes go black. By this time, Paul's shoe had swept with the wind into his face, and he barely managed to incline his head as the heel grazed his cheekbone and scraped a patch of lime against the wall. Crossing elbows to the chest, left and right whip pops to the head, shoulder presses and elbow smashes, followed by a reverse high sweep from his opponent. Paul attacked continuously, trying to set up his opponent in the fastest time possible, but when the guy attacked with a second high sweep, Rorschach, who had found the opportunity, instantly sent out a counterattack. He crouched down violently, his left shoulder pressed against the inside of the opponent's thigh, and his right hand clasped his ankle like an iron vise. As his spine exploded with power, Paul's entire body was swung up and slammed into the ground, and the moment his back hit the ground Rorschach had pressed on, Rorschach used his entire body weight to form a judo-style horizontal foursquare solid. His left elbow pressed down on his throat, and his right knee blasted on Paul's head 3 times in a row. A mouthful of blood spilled from the Secret Service agent's mouth. But when Rorschach raised his knee for the 4th time, Paul suddenly raised his finger and jabbed it hard like a javelin into the spot in his abdomen where he had been shot. Fark dash. Rorschach huffed back a cold breath, his abs spasming uncontrollably. Paul took the opportunity to jerk his crotch up and the leather stomped on the wound in his back. The sharp pain made the suppression appear a gap. The guy slipped out like a loach. The moment he rolled back and got up, he had already leaped up. His right fist like a cannonball smashed into Rorschach's face. Superman punch. Rorschach quickly crossed his small arms to block. At the same time, the right toe threw a poke kick that accurately hit Paul's shin in the calf. With the crunch of bones colliding, Paul's body lurched as Rorschach's smashing elbow slashed down with the sound of wind. But the surefire blow grazed the other man's ear and fell short. Paul twisted in midair like a caught fish and landed with a cold flash of light at his waist. The titanium alloy throwing stick drew a silver arc, and the moment Rorschach dodged sideways, the tip of the stick plowed a 3-inch deep furrow in the concrete wall. As the splattered debris grazed his cheek, Rorschach backhanded the dagger at his back waist, and the blade collided with the flinging stick that came at him again, bursting into a trail of sparks. He gazed over to the throwing stick in the other's hand and laughed mockingly. A gas Navy agent mechanical stick? I thought you agents were using some kind of high-tech weapon. Paul smiled. Against you. Enough. Rorschach did not have any more nonsense. Directly positive grip burst forward and up. The 2 people up and down blocking sweeping stab. Metal collision of sparks between the 2 people exploded countless times. Clang, clang, clang. For a moment all that could be heard in the corridor was the sharp clash of metal. Rorschach's expression was grave. This Secret Service agent called Paul's level of close combat was ridiculously high, and was considered to be the strongest enemy he had encountered so far. The gunshot wound in his abdomen ached like a branding iron, and the wound in his back tore at his nerves with every breath. With slightly larger movements, the muscles twitch uncontrollably, causing the movement to be distorted. But in the midst of desperation, his upgraded extreme fighting instincts gave him a final burst of power. In a flash of lightning, he caught the momentary break in Paul's downward swing of his flinging stick. His left hand sprang out like a viper, and his 5 fingers snapped at Paul's wrist like a steel vise. The dagger flashed coldly, pulling diagonally from the bottom up. Snort! The muffled sound of the blade ripping through the suit's cuffs and cutting through flesh was clearly audible. The other man's suit along with his skin blossomed like a zipper. However, to Rorschach's surprise, Paul didn't even frown and forced himself to endure the pain, poking the top of the throwing stick hard into his neck. Dangerous premonition coming. Rorschach's pupils suddenly contracted. but his body was too late to react. An electrode suddenly popped out of the top of the throwing stick, and blue-white electricity exploded between the two. Fark! Rorschach's entire body muscles instantly tensed, and the dagger fell to the ground. He saw Paul's bloodstained smile twist in his vision, followed by a spine-tingling pain in his right index finger. The guy twisted and broke his finger. After determining that Rorschach was incapable of resisting, Paul quickly fished out a pair of handcuffs and clipped Rorschach's hands behind his back with a click. Phew! The two men sat paralyzed on either side of the corridor, their clothing long soaked in blood. The heavy smell of blood filled the air, leaving only the sound of violent gasps echoing in the silence. Paul wiped the blood from his face and stared at Rorschach dead in the face. Video backup. Where? All that answered him was a silent gasp. My boss only gave half an hour. Paul's voice was husky and cold. Now hand it over and I'll give you a hard time. He continued to speak in a deep voice. Either that, or I will take your hardened bones away from you. And believe me, you will face a nightmarish torment when the time comes, and even death will be a luxury. At this moment, Rorschach couldn't see a bit of despair or panic on his face. Of all the watchdogs in the Federation, he hissed, "You Secret Service are the most interesting. The CIA is running a D-goods assembly line overseas. The FBI is using counterintelligence as a cover. And even the CTU gang of counter-terrorists know who they're wiping their asses for." Rorschach's broken finger twitched behind him, but his voice was steady as if he were chatting. "Only you know you smell the putrid stench of the White House every day, but you still have the peace of mind to iron your uniform straight." Paul gave him a deep look and didn't reply. He aided the wall and got up, rummaging through the bodies of the guards on the floor to find a pistol with bullets still in it. "My patience is running out." He stood in front of Rorschach with his gun in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Tell me the location of the backup and I can consider letting you go. But if you still persist, every day in the future, you will live in fear." Click. Bullet loaded. The muzzle of the gun slowly moved down from the top of Rorschach's head, finally settling between his legs. "It's a shame that because of your insensitivity, you'll never be able to give yourself handjobs again." "Oh, you see, I almost forgot." Paul sneered. "Your fingers are broken. You can't even handwork if you want to." "Yes, you did forget." Rorschach suddenly looked up, a bloody smile on his lips. "So it doesn't matter if I break another thumb." Before the words left his mouth, his right hand instantly broke free from the handcuffs. Bang! Shots rang out, but Rorschach dodged them quickly with a roll. Without waiting for Paul to fire again, Rorschach had already slammed his wrist, knocking the pistol away, then wrapped his legs around him and pinned him down hard. With the only 3 moving fingers left on his right hand, he clutched the handcuffs still on his left wrist, and brought the cold chain to a dead stop around Paul's neck. Paul's head rested helplessly against Rorschach's shoulder, struggling desperately as Rorschach's death-like whisper echoed in his ears. "I'll tell you a secret, Paul. I've never been afraid of fear." The force of the handcuffs gradually increased, and with a crisp fracture sound, Paul finally stopped struggling and fell limply to the ground. Rorschach slowly got up and reattached his dislocated thumb with a grimace. "I, for one, am fear." Chapter 53. People go to prison, only to die. Requesting for catch-up reading and monthly votes. Bang bang bang. On the second floor of the villa, shots were fired. The 2 Irish brothers, each with a Beretta M92, frantically pursued the bragging old man who was rolling and crawling in front of them. After turning a corner, this Nico quickly pushed his way into the middle of the study. Connor and Murphy rushed to catch up, now that the media had arrived. They had to execute Nicholas before the damn reporters got to pop a blowhard. Boo! The door to the study was thrown open with a jerk, and the brothers entered, one leaping sideways and flat, the other sweeping in a crouch, quickly taking in their surroundings. But strangely enough, there was not a living soul to be seen in the room, except for the bodies of a few guards. "Shit, I plainly saw the go in here. Should be hiding. Look for it." The 2 men first unlocked the study door, then carefully rummaged through the cabinets, looking under desks, behind closets, for any place to hide. But it didn't take long to find them, and the talkative personalities of these 2 couldn't hide it again. "I just saw Jennifer Lopez's body down there. Fark, what a shame. A beautiful woman just died. Are you a fan?" "That's not true, except that if an ugly girl dies, maybe her life was a failure in the first place, so it's not a big deal. But if it's a beautiful woman who's going to die, then it's really a tragedy." "Kind of makes sense. I also saw Sharon Stone. The bimbo's head was smashed to pieces. Even Da Vinci couldn't restore her." "Yeah, I saw that too, but she's got nice legs and is still as pretty as she was in Instinct." "Come on bro, she's been old and withered for a long time." The S-bottom stopped watering when Nixon ran to the east to establish diplomatic relations. "Ha ha ha, by the way, speaking of S, how's it going with that stripper named Lena? I'm going to marry her." "Walt, Fark?" Murphy whipped his head around to look at his brother in shock. "What did you just say? You're going to marry a stripper?" "Exactly." Connor nodded solemnly. "Maybe it was God's will that as soon as I saw her I thought this girl was what I needed." "Mom, Fark, if God sends down a decree for my brother to marry a whore, I'll convert to Satanism right now. Murphy cursed angrily. Hey, you can't blaspheme like that, bro. Connor perked up. I'm sure I received God's will, just like the Virgin Mary, who just slept and felt nothing and became pregnant with God's child. That's because God has a small, pathetic piñata, and that's why Mary didn't feel anything. The brothers were in no hurry to find their bragging father and started debating whether God would let his followers marry a prostitute or not. Suddenly there was a bang as the dark wall behind the closet was kicked open. Go to hell, you two nagging moms messing with FARK. Daddy Blowhard grimaced, his hands raising his gun and pulling the trigger frantically. Bang, 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 bang dash. In a matter of seconds, 15 rounds poured out. Puff Daddy continued to roar, but soon his expression froze. Ahead of them, Connor and Murphy stood still and unmoving. The two men first looked down at their intact lapels, then craned their heads to look at the bullet hole-covered wall behind them. No more. No less. Exactly 15 holes. The brothers looked at each other and shrugged before raising their guns in unison. Mom messing with Fark? Papa Blowhard rounded his eyes and rolled to his feet as he rushed toward the dark cellar door. The bullets clanked against the iron door and sparked. And just as the brothers were about to give chase, the secret door suddenly opened again, only to see Puff Daddy come out backwards with his hands held high and trembling. And in front of him, a man filled with blood and hostility was holding a gun to his head. Rorschach? The Irish brothers were shocked. At this moment, Rorschach, his left wrist was bloody and pressed against the gunshot wound in his abdomen. His face was covered with purple and black bruises, and his shattered shirt was drenched in blood to a dark red color. He was hunched over, leaving sticky, bloody footprints on the ground with every step. The whole thing looked like it had just crawled out of hell. You're the one who broke into my cellar. Puff Daddy's lips trembled uncontrollably, and the fear in his eyes was gradually replaced by resentment. This was the same lunatic in front of him that had ruined his elaborate party, killed so many star power, and even a damn senator. Now he's still in Washington's crosshairs, and maybe sentenced to suicide at some point by being shot 7 times in the back. Puff Daddy? Rorschach suddenly snorted. What a name. Can't you nigga even think of a good stage name? Papa Blowhard gulped and didn't know what to say for a moment. The other party this was obviously killed from the siege of his own hundreds of guards in the cellar, and had discovered his secret. That hatred, I'm afraid, is deeper than myself. Forget it, just beg for mercy. Knowing so many of the private secrets of Washington's top officials himself, he might have a chance to negotiate even if he went to jail. With his mind made up, Puff Daddy simply fell to his knees with his hands on his head. I don't know who you are, man, so I can pretend I haven't seen you tonight. And now that the press is all over me, I'm sure I'll have to go to court tomorrow and get thrown in felony jail by the end of the night. Puff Daddy looked over at Rorschach and the Irish brothers standing on either side of him and forced out a smile. Here's the deal. There's $5 million in cash in the safe and some diamond jewelry. Consider it a gift from me to you guys. How about you guys pretend you haven't seen me tonight? I'll go sit in my jail, and you guys take the money and enjoy your lives? After saying that, he gave the combination to the safe and stared nervously at Rorschach. Don't do anything stupid. Man, what good would it do you to kill me now? I have my own deserved punishment, but that's in prison, not this den. Take the money and go. Papa Blowhard droned on, but the scene was dead silent and no one responded. After an unknown amount of time, Rorschach turned his head slightly sideways and looked out the window. There, more than 20 children were being surrounded by media from all sides for interviews, clutching the hands of their peers as if that was the only way they could find a shred of courage to face life. The estate is still in a state of knocked up high as the unclothed celebrity billionaires perform all sorts of unsavory acts in public. Downstairs, there was a whale. That's the party guest who was buried in the rubble, and rescuers may be arriving soon. They've had a panic attack, but they can go back to their mansions in Beverly Hills tomorrow and get drunk as usual. This country, it's so treadmill ridiculous. Rorschach withdrew his gaze and looked down at the bragging old man at his feet, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing. People go to prison, only by bang! The flames spewing from the muzzle of the gun instantly engulfed the shock and fear on Blowhard's face. Almost at the same time, shots rang out on the other sides of the den. 3 bullets, 3 muzzles, made a grim picture of the trial in the dead silence of the study. Rorschach put down his still-smoking pistol as the sound of sirens outside got closer and closer, and flashing police lights illuminated the manor brightly and darkly. Boss, what should we do now? Brother Ireland asked. Rorschach didn't answer as he picked out the most expensive cigar on the desk, bit off the end, lit it against the candle flame in the corner of the desk, and inhaled deeply. Looking at Rorschach's steady as an old dog demeanor, the brothers looked at each other and followed suit, each lighting a cigar. Connor even crossed his legs and leisurely exhaled a smoke ring. And then, Rorschach suddenly stumbled and grabbed both of them by the shoulders, his knuckles whitening. First heal my wounds, messing with Fark, there's still 2 bullets left to take out. Well, he just couldn't pretend anymore. Chapter 54, Crisis from the White House, Request for Catch-up Readings. Monthly ballots. Police lights are flashing and smoke is billowing. Reporters were stopped outside by a cordon of police, rushing to interview crying children and panicked celebrities. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the scene of an explosion at the P. Diddy estate. The mansion suffered a violent explosion half an hour ago, and so far we've recovered the remains of at least 12 people, including Dash. The reporter's words were suddenly interrupted when the producer's off-screen voice interjected sharply. Officials have asked that the names of the victims not be released for the time being. The female reporter frowned slightly, but then continued to speak excitedly towards the camera. We have confirmed that a number of top-tier A-list stars are partying here tonight. Even more alarming is the news that the explosion was not an accident, but a extermination. And, at the very first moment we arrived on the scene, we discovered that a full 26 children had escaped from the villa. According to them, each and every one of them was a missing child who had been trafficked to the P. Diddy estate from all over the country through illegal means. The camera shakes violently, focusing on the faces of pale children, led by none other than the abducted children, led by Carl. How were you brought to this villa? I was on my way to school that day when all of a sudden some guys who looked like gangsters threatened me with a gun and forced me into a car with my face covered. By the time I opened my eyes, I had traveled from Chicago to New York. There are rumors that several celebrities were involved at the scene. Can you identify any of them? I wouldn't dare. Some of them are still laughing on TV right now. And how did you escape? It was an uncle policeman who took down all the bad guys by himself and taught us how to make bombs. Bomb. The reporter's voice rose steeply. Meanwhile, inside the estate, one of the stars who were letting loose not so long ago were being hounded by reporters. Beyoncé, why were you at P. Diddy's party tonight? There's a rumor that there's underage X dealing involved here. Are you aware of that? I don't know what you're talking about. I just came to a friend's party and then suddenly had an accident. That's all. The actress pulled up her collar to cover her face and ran quickly to the nanny van outside. Seeing that there were still reporters following her, she went straight into a rage and smashed the camera in front of her. Mr. Epstein, is it a coincidence that the lower age limit of the children you fund at UNICEF and the children imprisoned at the estate are amazingly consistent? No comment. I just came over for a party. I don't know anything about the rest. Then ask. The interview is interrupted as a hissing off-camera voice appears. Turn off the ING cameras. Do you guys have any idea what you're offending? Mr. DiCaprio, we've interviewed multiple abused children out there, and as a regular at Pop's parties, may I ask if you were involved? Fark, the whole world knows about my aesthetic preferences. How could I possibly be interested in children? So did you know all along, but helped Blowhard Daddy hide the crime? Off. You're slandering. The movie star, who was known as the flower of the earth more than a decade ago, violently pushed and shoved the reporters around her, and her emotions were clearly out of control. Ladies and gentlemen, we are reporting live to you on a case that is sure to shock the world in just a few minutes. Dozens of underage victims, the youngest of which was as young as 7 years old, are being held captive at a party hosted by a music industry giant. The female reporter's voice trailed off, as if forcing down some emotion. They were injected with drugs and forced. Suddenly, an ear-splitting explosion came from inside the villa. A window on the second floor exploded violently, sending shards of glass flying like rain. Fire! The reporter snapped back, his voice tight. A fire suddenly started inside the villa. It wasn't an accident. The police are getting ready to go in and collect evidence. The fire spread at an unnatural rate, the wooden structure making toothsome snapping noises and the black smoke billowing like a giant wave. Sources say that Puff Daddy himself never showed up tonight. The reporter spoke very quickly, sweeping his eyes around as if on guard for something. And now this fire. Before the words fell, a dozen men in uniform black suits suddenly rushed out from outside the manor, and they roughly snatched the camera and forcibly cut off the live signal. The camera shakes violently and then goes black. Seconds later, the studio host appeared stiffly on the television set, her smile looking like it had been forced onto her face, her voice smooth and almost eerie. Sorry, viewers, we seem to be experiencing a technical glitch. Is playing the weather forecast for you next. In the bar, countless citizens who were watching this emergency news bulletin were all confused. They looked at each other in disbelief, obviously not having slowed down from the weighty news. Water facts? Daddy Blowhard imprisoned dozens of children in his home? Is this guy that sick? But he's not the only one. Haven't you seen all the stars on TV? Damn it, all these star-rich people deserve to go to hell. That fire was definitely not an accident. Someone must have been attempting to destroy the evidence. What do you need to say about this? And the gang that stopped the shooting, presumably from the Federation. It looks like some big officials are involved in it. In the corner, Sneaking in, Maria had a satisfied smile on her face. The first thing she did after escaping from the villa was to find a phone booth and call every media outlet in New York associated with the elephant party. And the reporters didn't let her down. As soon as they heard there was a big story, even a scandal involving the donkey party, they arrived faster than she expected. Not only did they succeed in interviewing Carl and other imprisoned children, but they also got the celebrities and rich people to show up. However, judging from the sudden interruption of the live feed just now, it should be that the federal government is ready to step in to cover up the truth. After all, that chancellor sitting in the White House right now is a member of the donkey party. Maria picked up her glass and took a drink, but the spirits, which were rare in days gone by, seemed a little bland and tasteless at the moment. Now that Carl and the others are safely out of harm's way, what about Rorschach? Where is Rorschach now? A military airfield somewhere. Pirali was dialing call after call in the jet. Her face was grim as could be, and the Secret Service agents around her sat bolt upright, even their breathing minimized. A short while later, a Secret Service agent who had been out answering the phone hurried into the cabin and reported to Pirali in a low voice. The Secret Service agent who went to get Paul found his body in the cellar. Pirali's brow furrowed slightly and his eyes sharpened on the Secret Service. Where's the video backup? Have you found it yet? The secret agent shook his head and hastily explained before Pele could get angry. Although the backup hasn't been found yet, we found the body of Papa Blowhard on the second floor, and the cellar had a large number of guards' bodies and plastic gunpowder residue. We've set fire to the villa before the reporters and the police could enter it, and now the entire villa and cellar are burned down without leaving a trace. Backups are nowhere to be found, and you guys have the nerve to say you didn't leave a trail? Pirali's tone was icy. The secret agent said tentatively, "We guess the backup may be in the hands of the team that invaded the cellar. They are very fierce in their methods. They should be a team of mercenaries." Pirali shook her head slightly, her mind recalling what the little bastards had just said in their interview on TV. "A police uncle. Get me the president on the phone. Now." When the Secret Service put the call through, she took a deep breath and murmured toward the man on the other end in Washington, "We're in trouble." Chapter 55, How to Grow as a Man. Eyelids like lead, Rorschach struggled to open them. The smell of rust mingling with blood in the dimly lit compartment, and all the inexplicably contentious conversations of the two Irish brothers echoing in his ears, were telling him alive. "It's definitely not because we got lucky. It's a miracle. Okay? You mean God came down and took the bullet for us?" "That's right, it was the gods who took the bullet for us, and once again God sent us a will. That means that God that manja asterisk 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 told you first to marry a manja asterisk 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 a whore. And then the God that manja asterisk 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 A's God came down and deflected 15 manja asterisk 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 bullets for you? Hey, you talk with some respect, bro. If he hadn't sent down a miracle, we'd have been beaten to a pulp by now. So tell me." Murphy couldn't take any more of his superstitious old brother's outlandish comments, and pointing at Connor, he asked, "Why does God love us so much? Ha, and take a bullet for us?" Connor said with a serious face, "Because we are his executioners. We remove sin from the earth on God's behalf." "Shet, really, if it weren't for the fact that you're my own brother, I'd really." Murphy's curse caught in his throat and all he could do was take a deep breath to calm down. Well, it wasn't long before a suppressed groan interrupted the theological debate. Rorschach tried to move, and a sharp protest immediately came from the wound under the bandage. He looked down and sought his bandaged upper body, the smell of disinfectant mixed with the smell of blood going straight to his nose. It was like being run over by a truck all over, but at least the bleeding stopped. "Chief, how's it feel?" Murphy came over and asked with concern. "Conditions are a little sketchy, but the bullet's out." "God, you've got some tough bones. The slugs are bent from the impact." Rorschach followed his line of sight, and there were two deformed bullets lying in the metal box next to him. "Where are we now?" he asked softly. "It's just outside the Blowhard Daddy Manor," Murphy explained. "You asked us to retreat from the cellars to the back door before you passed out. As soon as we got out we gave you emergency treatment. Luckily I had a first aid kit prepared in advance. Otherwise we would have had to go to Chinatown to find an old Chinese doctor who specializes in providing first aid to killers, just like in the movies." Rorschach barely tugged at the corner of his mouth. These two brothers actually completed the removal of the bullet in the carriage and managed to stop the bleeding. "It's a medical miracle. Boss, you're a monster. We've seen it in the cellar. It's one word, hang, damn." Connor was full of disbelief. "There's barely enough bodies to stuff in there, and 2 steps away is a guard with a bullet in his head. What's even more exaggerated is that you've been shot twice and still managed to last this long and recover so quickly. It's an absolute miracle." Miracles? Rorschach didn't think so. This was nothing more than eye of judgment, strengthening the body. And as far as he knew, there was once a who had been shot 9 times and was still alive and kicking. Rorschach braced himself against the car and sat up slowly, his eyes looking out the window. Rorschach braced himself against the car and slowly sat up, looking out the window. Their car was parked a few hundred meters from the back door of the estate, which was billowing smoke. A fire? Definitely man-made. Murphy grunted disdainfully, probably trying to destroy evidence. An old politician's trick. Rorschach nodded slightly. In addition to the corpses in the villa, now the most is estimated to be the D product and fangirl dry drugs. This fire is just the last cover. After all, the real video backups documenting the incriminating evidence of the powerful have long since been brought out to him. He looked around and suddenly froze. Where had his clothes gone? Murphy seemed to sense his thoughts and fished out a stack of discs from under the seat and waved them around. You looking for this? What's recorded in here shouldn't be. Don't ask. Interrupted Rorschach. The less you know, the safer it is for you. He counted the discs in his hand. 13, one no less. Frankly, he really didn't know what to do with them now. These CDROMs with scandals of Washington's powerful are like holding a fire at the moment, and the slightest misstep could set it on fire. Secret Service Paul's presence has proven that the big boys know the backup exists. They will do absolutely anything to destroy the evidence. What's more troubling is that he's shown his face at the villa, and the 20 or so kids have all seen him. Rorschach doesn't fantasize about how tight-mouthed the kids will be. Even if they don't want to talk about it, some professional will find a way to get it out of them. These CDROMs can't be of much use in his hands at all. At most they can be used to negotiate for some benefits. No, it's more likely that the first moment the other side finds out about him they'll send an assassin to silence him. When the time comes, he won't be dealing with some D-trafficker gangster, but with some of the most elite assassin agents in this country. After thinking for a while, Rorschach rubbed his temples. From the moment he stepped into the cellar, he was deep in this vortex, rescuing those children and witnessing the sins of the powerful. He is destined to face retribution whether he takes those discs or not. In that case, so what's there to think about? He clenched the disc, his eyes growing firm. Shaking off the annoying thoughts, Rorschach asked Connor for a cigarette. The brothers were still arguing about the miracle, asking if he had ever seen a similar miraculous phenomenon. I did meet a guy who called himself the third son of God before. Rorschach exhaled a smoke ring and said, claiming to have the body of immortality. Shet, really? Connor asked in shock. I suppose it's true. After all, his reasoning is that he hasn't died once in the last 30 years or so. And then what happened? Sent to a mental hospital. Or I drove the car myself. Looking at the silent brothers, the corner of Rorschach's mouth lifted slightly. The Irish brothers were quite interesting, better shots than the average punk. Knew basic first aid. And most importantly, both kept to the bottom line and were quite compatible with him. But immediately afterward, he couldn't stop laughing. Waterfax? What is this? Rorschach pointed to the mountain of cash and jewelry piled up in the corner of the wagon. Just the one in that blowhard old man's safe. Connor reasoned. The guy's dead, so we can't let his family off the hook, can we? We'll split it. Murphy grinned. You take 4 million, boss, and us brothers just take 1 million. After all, we just fired a few shots and didn't put in much effort. Rorschach was speechless, and what had been an unrequited favor was suddenly paid millions of dollars more. But take it all, there's not much to say. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the carriage door. The Irish brothers immediately pressed the pistols on their belts and stared warily at the car door. Soon Carl's voice came from outside. Rorschach waved a hand at them. He was the one who had arranged for Carl to sneak out after the interview. Over the next few days, these children were inevitably interviewed repeatedly by various media outlets. Although safe and secure, every mention of the experience of captivity and violation is another injury to the soul. Rorschach couldn't take care of all the kids, and had to prioritize protecting Carl, who was closest to home. The kid was alive as soon as he got in the car, excitedly yelling that this was the most exciting night he'd ever experienced. The heartless look is quite a bit like his father Frank's cockroach mentality, as long as he stays alive. The rest is nothing. Rorschach patted him on the head and told the Irish brothers to go ahead and drive. With all the people, it's time to depart back to Chicago. The two of them were the only ones left in the compartment, and Carl was still babbling on about how heroic Rorschach had been tonight, how he'd shot one bad guy at a time, and how cool it had been to make the bomb. But as he spoke, his voice suddenly lowered. Rorschach? Carl looked up, his eyes suddenly serious. If you hadn't come to our rescue tonight, would I and the other children would have ended up dead in the cellar? Rorschach froze. After a few moments of silence, he gazed into the boy's eyes and asked rhetorically, do you know when a boy, Carl, begins to truly grow into a man? Carl shook his head. Rorschach pressed his shoulder and said seriously, when a boy realizes in the face of adversity that no one can save him but himself, then at that moment he has become a man. Carl scratched his head in puzzlement. So if you want to be a man you have to learn to save yourself? Understood quickly. Rorschach smiled and rubbed his hair. Strange, I see you're quite smart. Why does Fiona always say you're the dumbest in the family? That's because she doesn't know any better. You'll see, Rorschach. I'll be a cop as good as you in the future. No, even better than you. Ha ha, I'll see what happens. Under the firelight and in the smoke, the car drove slowly in the direction of Chicago. Unlike on the way here, there is a growing little man in the car at the moment. Chapter 56, Organize Your Life. Bro, 2 in 1 chapter. Begging for a catch-up read, begging for monthly votes. Trucks sped by on the long interstate highway. In the rocking carriage, the man whose upper body was covered with bandages was lying on a simple bed made of cardboard boxes and sleeping. In the corner, a teenage boy furtively lit a cigarette, suddenly feeling the gaze of countless eyes. Carl shivered in fear. Hell no! He whipped his head around and grumbled at the front. I've been kidnapped and held captive for the past few days, and I was almost raped by a 70-something-year-old woman. And even I know the plot ahead of me. So what have you guys been doing? Here's a recap of the episode for all you mom-jerking farkers who don't have time to read. Hey, organize your life. Bro, catch up on your reading when you can. It hasn't even been more than 24 hours since Rorschach took Maria to New York, but the night has already shaken the world. The elephant party media has been going wild like it's a holiday, flooding with the latest news from the blowhard daddy estate. At first the pro-donkey media tried to chill out, but seeing that paper can't hold fire, they joined in the frenzy. But more than the elephant party, which is intent on throwing dirt on the donkey party, the donkey party media has focused on the stars in the room. In particular, more than a dozen bodies of celebrities and famous people were found at the scene, including a globally acclaimed movie queen and a talk show queen who took the nation by storm. In normal times, their passing would have sparked mourning from fans around the world. This time, however, their names were linked to the disappearance of children, so that almost all of the concerned public applauded and chanted good riddance. And on top of that, there are a ton of areas where the public is confused. The body of Papa Blowhard has been recovered, but the cause of death is a mystery and the autopsy report has not yet been released. The reason why there was an explosion followed by a fire at the villa is also under investigation. The police are interrogating so many celebrities at the scene whether they were involved in the unlawful acts against the children or not. There are even reports that the body of a certain Petri dish senator was found under the ruins of the villa, and the children identified one of the perpetrators of the violence as someone who regularly appears on the television news. Events are moving so fast that the truth is still in the fog, and the earliest viewers of the live broadcast noticed a key detail. One of the children mentioned that an uncle policeman had saved them. Many people are wondering who this police uncle is. Strangely enough, except for the live broadcast that was cut off, subsequent reports have tacitly avoided the rescuing policeman, as if an invisible hand is deliberately covering up his existence. The other side. After a wild night of driving, Rorschach and his group finally made it back to Chicago. With Rorschach's residence still under renovation due to the last Mexican killer attack, the sleeping man was sent directly to the Gallagher's house by the Irish brothers. So it was that when Rorschach woke up again, the person was already lying on an unfamiliar bed. What the hell? Looking around at the room that was as narrow as an elevator room and could only accommodate a bed, Rorschach couldn't help but curse out in reaction. How did you get sent to Gallagher's? And sleeping in Fiona's bed? Probably hearing his voice, the sliding door swished open. Fiona was immediately surprised to see the waking Rorschach and pounced on him. Rorschach, Fark, you tread lightly. Sorry, almost forgot you were hurt. Fiona excitedly held his hand, her eyes red. Carl told us all about it. Thanks to you this time. Rorschach laughed indifferently and returned in his trademark low voice. When have I ever failed to do something I promised someone? I don't know if this battle-damaged state of his was more fascinating now, or if his words just now had aroused the woman in front of him. She gazed at him deeply for a long time, and suddenly it was as if she had made up her mind. Even though I've recently had a boyfriend, there's something I have to do now in order to repay you. With that, her hands roamed restlessly over Rorschach's body. Then she got up and was about to sit on his waist. Hell, will you stop? I just got shot twice last night. Just lie down. I'll move myself. Fiona spat twice into her hand with an air of determination. Fortunately, just as Rorschach was ready to resign himself to a cheap shot at the woman, another group of men rushed into the small room. The Frank kids, and neighbors Kevin and Veronica, who own a bar, all came. Whoa, do you need us to go out for 5 minutes first? Lip flirted as he saw the scene, his mouth exaggeratedly wide open. You're underestimating Rorschach. Black Hottie Vi scowled at Fiona and smiled wickedly. This Southside tough guy is at least an hour. An hour? Ian, the second oldest of the Gallaghers, couldn't help but glance below Rorschach. Yeah, that's right. This kid is a hidden address book. It's a good thing there are still sane people on the scene. Youngest daughter Debbie tugged on Fiona's sleeve innocently asking, don't you have a boyfriend? That car thief Jimmy? You'll understand when you're older. Fiona awkwardly slapped Debbie's face and glared irritably at the guys who had ruined her day. The crowd's attention was quickly focused on Rorschach, asking questions around him in a variety of ways. From the details of rescuing Carl to the lavishness of bragging Papa's party. Meet the stars, question after question. And Kai, who had always been good with Rorschach in the past, was a bit distracted. While everyone was gathered around Rorschach, he quietly pulled his girlfriend Veronica aside. Vi, how do you know Rorschach's staying power so well? An hour? Seriously? Veronica froze for a moment, then licked her lips and shrugged. Fiona and I used to be BFFs when we were in school. Do you think she'd have something nice to share without me? Fark. The night is deepening. Rorschach sat alone in the yard of the Gallagher's house with a crutch and a beer bottle. Dinner was a lasagna and fried chicken package that Fiona's new boyfriend Jimmy had bought to celebrate Carl's return. I'd heard the kid was a car thief, but it was in keeping with Fiona's usual tastes. The woman had a bone-deep fascination with bad men. He was now a little distracted by the fact that every channel on TV was rolling with news of the Blowhard Pops case, but bizarrely no mention of his name or his looks. This is unusual, after all. The reporters and police officers could easily ask the kids what they look like from their mouths if they wanted to get a word in edgewise. Rorschach didn't need to think about it to know that someone up there must have deliberately blocked the news about him. As for the purpose, he subconsciously touched his jacket pocket. Looks like the big shots don't want the public to know he exists just yet until they find those video backups. Rorschach couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. He had a feeling that his life was going to become quite exciting in the coming hours. Hey, so you're hiding here. Jimmy, Fiona's new boyfriend, came over at some point and handed him a cigarette to sit next to him. After helping Rorschach light the fire, he smiled and said, I heard Fiona say you were her first love? That's funny. It's the first time I've had dinner with my girlfriend's ex. Rorschach gave him a sidelong glance and teased, Don't worry, man. I use the back door when I'm with her. I haven't been in the front once. It's all reserved for you. Shet, do all you Southsiders talk so choked up? Jimmy's expression was awkward, clearly irritated by the comment. Ha ha ha. Rorschach smiled broadly and clinked bottles with him. Jimmy laughed dryly and suddenly got serious. Seriously, there's something I'd like to ask you. Fiona and I have been together for a few days now. We've been in bed a few times, but she's never said she loves me. You say, does she only see me as a bedmate? Rorschach raised an eyebrow at him. Is that big for you? Well, in white people it should count. So you have a long time? 20. No, all 30 minutes at least. Looking at his opponent's hard-on, Rorschach snorted. Man, that's all you got, and you deserve to be a bed partner? Momentarily speechless and confused, Jimmy followed up with, then why didn't she ever say she liked me? Rorschach laughed and shook his head, putting a hand on his shoulder. Look, this is the South Side, the biggest slum in Chicago. You've got to understand the way these poor, self-reliant girls express their love. He looked Jimmy straight in the eye and said seriously, when she talks about fark squid, it really means love you. It's their defense mechanism. Get it? Damn. Jimmy looked at him in shock and heartfelt admiration. No wonder Kevin says you're the South Side's lover boy, never without a woman around. Your grasp of a woman's mind is so accurate too. Rorschach shrugged helplessly. I don't know why, but every time I greet another girl, before I even say her name, the other girl is already willing to go home with me. Man, seriously, this kind of agony of mine is something you probably won't feel for the rest of your life. Jimmy stared at the man in front of him, who even with his bandaged and bruised face couldn't hide his handsome profile and tough guy demeanor, and cursed jealously. Farking squid. Ha ha, you might as well save your strength for fuck Fiona. Rorschach joyfully patted the boy on the shoulder. At that moment the piano suddenly sounded in the house and Fiona poked her head out of the doorway, seeing them immediately come over to pull him in with a smile on her brow. Come on in and dance. We're having a party. Can you believe it? Frank actually plays the piano. Frank? Rorschach looked incredulously at Jimmy, and the other man looked surprised as well. That old man, who lives and dies every day and treats his children as if they were footbaths, plays the piano? When I entered the house, the living room was already crowded with people. The Frank children, Mr. and Mrs. Kevin, and a couple of strange girls, all wriggled to the sound of Frank's piano. Rorschach, the benefactor who saved my son. Frank yelled out in excitement as soon as he saw Rorschach, and the rest of the people in the room followed suit, cheering and screaming. Rorschach smiled and waved in greeting, his eyes falling on Frank at the electric piano. The old guy seemed to be really professionally trained, and when he saw Rorschach come in, his fingers flexed and changed to a more dynamic tune. I wanna hold M like they do in Texas plays. Fold M, let M, hit me, hold him, let him on me. Fiona and Veronica set up Rorschach left and right, swaying to the beat. Take it easy. I'm still recovering from my gunshot wound. Don't pretend, Rorschach. It's not like you haven't been shot before, only to come back to life in less than 2 days of rest. That's right. Let's see Chicago's sin nemesis, the legendary gun-resistant king dance. The crowd was up in arms. Rorschach had no choice but to laugh and drop his cane. He found that he preferred the straightforward authenticity of the South End to the hypocrisy and filth of the upper class. Though poor, they live a fairly transparent life. With a cigarette in his mouth, he held the bottle up and twisted it to the music, singing along to Frank's organ at the top of his lungs. Can't read my, no he can't read my, can't read, he can't read me. Poker face, Poker face. The two unlucky ones on the corner couch are drinking away their sorrows. You know what's infuriating? Jimmy took a gulp of his beer. Rorschach said he never went through the back door with Fiona. Hell, I had to beg her to open the front door. I'm not in the mood for comfort. Man. Kevin stared at the tie way his wife was rubbing herself against Rorschach and grimaced. I realized today that my wife used to serve this asshole with Fiona. The two men clinked their glasses in silence. The atmosphere in the room grew hotter and hotter, and Rorschach simply ripped off his top. Biting on his cigarette, he danced recklessly around Fiona, Veronica, and a few other girls he didn't even recognize. Bloodied bandages were wrapped around granite muscles. Old and new scars crawled over bronzed skin like medallions, and the whole man smelled fishy with testosterone. One by one, like sharks smelling blood, the girls pounced on him. Kevin slammed the last of his drink and suddenly smiled in relief. Well, I have to admit, I don't blame the women for liking him. The guy is just too much of a bandwagon. I'd backdoor him if I were a woman. Jimmy craned his head to look at him in shock. He could kind of see that the brain circuits of this group of people in the Southern District were not even on the same channel as him. Late at night, a White House far away in Washington is lit up. An emergency meeting is in progress. The heavy oak doors of the Oval Office were pushed open and House Majority Whip Francis Underwood walked in with a steady pace. The room had been filled with the most powerful group of people in the country, the Vice President, the Secretary of State, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and almost the entire top echelon of the executive system, with the exception of the Supreme Court and the Department of Justice. Wow! A trademark grin appeared on Underwood's face as he laughed softly. I can't remember the last time the party got together so neatly. What? Did the East's fifth-generation planes take off? Or did the second aircraft carrier launch? No, it's more serious than all that. Beside the window, the Black Arch-Chancellor, whose back was turned to the crowd, slowly turned around. He pointed to the classified documents on the long table, his face grim. Underwood, this matter may require your special wisdom. Underwood frowned as he stepped forward and looked down at the contents of the document. On the first page, a portrait of a man is being printed. Rorschach Butcher? Chapter 57, White House Meeting, Request for Catch-up Readings, Request for Monthly Ballots. In 03, during Operation Iraqi Freedom, Rorschach Butcher infiltrated the outskirts of Baghdad as a scout for the 101st Airborne Division, successfully locating the hideout of a high-ranking official in Saddam's regime, which directly contributed to the subsequent Operation Decapitation for which he was awarded the Croix de Guerre. In 04, during Operation Red Wings in Afghanistan, he was nominated for the Silver Star after leading a squad that broke through an enemy encirclement and precisely guided AC-130 artillery fire against Taliban strongholds, destroying 5 enemy bunkers in one fell swoop. In 05, during the hostage rescue operation on Holo Island in the Philippines, he was the only one in the entire airborne team who managed to infiltrate an armed Abu Sayyaf camp, silently killing 45 terrorists and rescuing 2 American journalists. The then president personally presented him with his second cross. That same year, during the Baghdad surge, he planned and executed a Black Hawk Down-style hostage rescue operation, successfully rescuing 26 kidnapped UN personnel in Sadr City. Despite being recommended for the Special Operations Medal for this, he ultimately failed due to political factors. In 09, last year, he was awarded the Badge of Courage by the governor for his successive solving of Chicago's bloodletter murders and the Sears Tower serial killings, as well as his successful suppression of the Marinas City Black riots. A brief silence fell over the Oval Office after the Chief of Staff finished presenting the Rorschach Butcher dossier. A moment later, a soft laugh from Underwood broke the stagnant air. The whip, who is responsible for mobilization and parliamentary coordination in the House of Representatives, tapped his fingertips on the desktop, and his gaze fell on the man in the photo with undisguised admiration in his eyes. What a good son! If not for his lowly background, this resume alone would be more than enough to make it to the Pentagon for a couple decades. 2 crosses. He shook his head with a few sighs in his tone. That's marvelous. But unlike him, Parali's eyes staring at the photo were as dark as ink. You overestimate him, Underwood. She sneered. The guy's nothing more than a bloodthirsty war machine, a time bomb in times of peace at the end of the day. Slum-crawling scum at heart. Ha! Underwood laughed and didn't answer, but mentally a twinge of boredom had grown for the woman in front of him. The slums? Didn't he come up from the slums himself? And the so-called warmongers? A soldier doesn't have what it takes to start a war. Knock, knock, knock. The Black Grand Chancellor knocked on the table, interrupting the conversation between the two. His face was grim as he swept his gaze over the people present. There are no outsiders here, so I'll be straightforward. Last night, this guy blended into P. Diddy's party in disguise, infiltrated the cellar, and then not only murdered multiple guards, but shot a decorated senator from our party. The blood debt is so great that, according to me, it would have been long overdue for the Secret Service to deal with him directly. But the problem is, he paused, his tone changing slightly. This criminal is holding a classified document containing private information about the party's top brass. It must never be exposed. The faces of the rest of the people present, including the Vice President and the Secretary of State, except for Underwood, showed the slightest change. Those of you who have been to Pop's parties know exactly what that classified document is. Underwood shook his head helplessly at the sight. How many times have I reminded you that if you want a relaxing vacation you should go to the island? Epstein has always been measured and knows what to do and what not to do. But you guys are going to a African-American rapper throwing a party. Don't talk smack here. Pirali shot back nonchalantly. If it wasn't for your strong recommendation in the first place, why would I go to a place like that? Who knows if there's anything about you in those backups? I just mentioned it off the top of my head. Who would have thought you'd actually go? Underwood laughed lightly and shrugged. As for me, you can rest assured. While I have a wide range of interests, they definitely don't include children. Pirali snorted. See, I'd almost forgotten that our esteemed Mr. Whip is only interested in men. Without changing his face, Underwood blandly said, Madam Speaker, please watch your language. I'm afraid that if the supporters learn that the Speaker of the House has homophobic tendencies, you'll have nothing to do with the next election. All right, all of you, stop it. An old voice interrupted their argument. The two men immediately collected their breath. The speaker was Secretary of State Joe, a silver-haired old man who was the real number 2 real power in this country, a veteran politician from the Cold War era. Joe's sharp gaze swept over Underwood. There's an old saying in the East that goes, one glory for all, one loss for all. Everyone here is now in the same boat. Underwood, you were called here to solve problems, not to dictate to us. Underwood straightened his cuffs and said calmly, fixing an incident before it becomes a problem isn't a problem. Let's make 2 assumptions. First, that the backups have been destroyed in the fire. That's out of the question for now. And second, that Rorschach butcher did get the backups. He's holding this hot potato for no more than 3 purposes. First, to find an underling to trade for profit. Second, to be a lone hero to the public. And third, to use it as a bargaining chip. But honestly, none of these are enough to worry about. What kind of waves can he make as a petty cop? Even if we give the backup to the Elephant Party, it will be a check and balance at best. Would they dare to expose it? Don't forget that we also have the Elephant Party in our hands. And a deal? Who's he gonna get? The KB guys? The East? Moscow? Even if exposed by them, our people will just take it as a political smear. As for the last point, Underwood rose slowly, elegantly straightening his tie, a confident smile on his face. Give me 48 hours and I'll personally send someone to talk to him and bring the backup back to the Oval Office in one piece. Seeing that he was so confident, the Black Great Commander could not help but frown. Underwood, are you overwhelmed by pride? That Rorschach butcher dared to single-handedly kill his way into the cellar and take away the backup. Do you think he would be someone who can sit down and negotiate? Underwood looked the president straight in the eye, his tone calm but undeniable. With all due respect, Mr. President, I'm afraid it's fear that's gotten the best of you. He turned to the crowd in the room, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Do you know what conclusion I came to after reading Rorschach's complete file? This is a man of strong moral fiber. One might even say high character. His pride, his sense of honor, and that cynicism about reality are both his source of strength and his Achilles heel. If we at the helm are willing to put our heads down and give this unruly sailor a little respect, he will instead become the most loyal of warriors. With those words, Underwood nodded slightly and left the Oval Office without looking back. Pirali and Joe exchanged a meaningful look and then took their leave of the president as well. In the blink of an eye, the only people left in the large office were the Black Grand Chancellor and the always silent female Vice President Harry. The Black Grand Chancellor glanced at Harry, the female Vice President, who hadn't said a word in the entire room, and a wave of bitterness flooded through him. From the time he took office last year, many people outside have claimed that the next 8 years will be the era when the Donkey Party will be at its strongest, but only he knows how stifling this presidency has been. From him down, the Secretary of State, the Speaker of the House, the Whip, all of them are old foxes with deep roots, while the African-American female vice president in front of him, whom he himself promoted, is nothing but a political vase. Underwood. The president narrowed his eyes and repeated the name in a low voice. Now, he could only hope that this dangerous ally would be able to resolve the crisis properly. Meanwhile, in the long, shadowy corridors of the White House, Pirali stopped Joe, who was about to leave, and made his request known to him. CIA? Joe frowned. Now that it's been left in Underwood's hands, let's stick our noses in. I don't trust the guy who's a gangster at heart. Ruthlessness flashed in Parali's eyes. Aside from the president, you're the only one with a portion of the CIA's command, and I'd like you to send a team of elite agents to take care of Rorschach Butcher straight away. Old Joe mused, but it wouldn't be wise to cross Underwood for that reason. Don't forget that the position of Secretary of State should have been his. He's been holding a grudge for that seat. Parali sneered. There's nothing on him in the backup. Who knows what tricks he'll play when he gets the evidence? Are you really going to bet it all on him? After a moment of silence, Joe nodded heavily. Yes, I'll get ahead of Underwood and send an agent ahead of time. Chapter 58, General Hammer. Knock knock. Requesting a catch-up read and a monthly vote. After many consecutive days of sunny skies, Chicago's skies were finally overwhelmed by lead gray clouds and torrential rain poured down. Police station entrance. Rorschach was holding a black umbrella, and the rainwater gathered in lines along the umbrella's bones, smashing thin splashes around his feet. He stared at the busy figures behind the glass doors of the police station and took a deep drag on his cigarette, then crushed it in the standing water. Better to leave first. The CD-ROM was involved in too many things, and it was better not to come to the police station during this period of time, so as not to involve the chief or Ginny as well. Just the moment he pulled open the car door, a familiar rough voice pierced through the rain. What? After making such a big commotion in New York, you're not even willing to enter the door of the police station now? Rorschach turned around and saw the chief walking towards him with his trademark beer belly and a crooked umbrella. I was upstairs and I saw you boys gawking here. The director looked Rorschach up and down. His eyes lingered on the bruises on his face and his slightly stiff standing posture. It's not a light injury. It deserves it. Let's see if you dare to continue to be a Rambo next time. When the lone hero went addicted to it still. Chief, take it easy, let's talk about it in the car. The chief was the first to pull open the door and sit in the beat-up pickup. Rorschach frowned and looked around to make sure there were no suspicious figures, then quickly got into the driver's seat. Just as the car door closed, the director heavily slapped his shoulder and laughed. Great job. I thought you were just saving a child abductor, but I didn't expect to make such a big case. Tramp. I knew those stars weren't many good people. He leaned in close and lowered his voice. Honestly, did you kill that named what's-his-name with your own hands? Seeing the twinkle in the old boy's eyes, the corner of Rorschach's mouth lifted into a smile as he nodded affirmatively. Ha ha ha, good boy. The chief slapped his knee in excitement. That's as much guts as I had when I was in the Marines. Over the sound of rain slapping against the car window, the chief scrutinized the young man in front of him. Although covered in wounds, those eyes were still sharp as knives. He hadn't touched a gun in years, not since he'd been discharged from the army and transferred to the Commercial Crimes Division. Sometimes he felt like Rorschach was like himself in a parallel world, also returning from the war, but walking into the murder division, which he had only dreamed of back then, and spending his days circling the most vicious criminals. This operation is on file with the police department, but I suggest you keep a low profile. The director lowered his voice, rain dripping down the rim of his umbrella onto the car seat. When the FBI comes to investigate, just say you went to the party and turned up no clues. And for the injuries on your body, say you were attacked by a local Chicago gang. There are just too many dead stars this time, so you'll be an unsung hero this time, don't you think? Rorschach nodded. Just what I wanted, and I didn't want anyone to know it was me. That's good. The director breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly asked as if he remembered something. By the way, you came to the bureau today? I'd like to take a few days off. No problem. The director waved his hand briskly. I'll grant you a week's administrative leave first, and you can come back after you've recovered from your injuries. As he pushed open the car door, the chief suddenly turned to speak. What's wrong? Rorschach rolled down the window. Well, never mind. It's nothing. The director opened his mouth, but in the end, he just waved his hand and his back quickly disappeared in the rain. Inside the car, Rorschach lit a cigarette, greenish-white smoke lingering around. This video he had to make public, but with his status as a small-time cop, he simply couldn't find a media outlet that dared to pick up this hot potato. The commissioner knows a few state legislators and governors, but Illinois is a hardcore blue state like California, and the evidence, when turned in, will 80% be used by politicians as political leverage to make deals. What's more, he didn't want to drag the old director into this quagmire. After a few moments of contemplation, the figure of a man popped into his mind, a man whose life he deserved to trust. The car ran over the standing water and quickly drove back to the residence. The Gallagher house is too noisy, and a recuperating Rorschach still chooses to return to his own home that has seen a violent gunfight, while the furniture remains in a vandalized state. The newly replaced security doors and bulletproof glass windows at least provide basic security. He pulled out a spare disposable calling card and first dialed his Irish brother's number. When he came to his senses yesterday, he had instructed these two guys to leave Chicago with the money, and this call was to make sure they did as they were told. It is comforting to know that the two brothers have left Illinois and are heading toward Montana. It was sparsely populated, full of farms and rednecks, and really suited them for hiding. He then contacted Maria again, and to his surprise, the other man was still hanging out in New York. This chick says no one there suspected her and she's even living in the Kardashians' mansion now. Listening to her excited tone, she seems to be planning to move into the celebrity world. At that moment the rainstorm outside the window became more and more violent, the rain hitting the glass like machine gun bullets. Rorschach got up and walked toward the closet, gazing at the picture of his mother in silence. After a long time, he removed the frame and pulled a yellowed note from behind the photo. The watermarks on the paper are blurred from years of inactivity. Rorschach gazed at the string of numbers, and his thoughts seemed to go back to that time on the battlefield a few years ago. The string of numbers belonged to his former immediate superior, a man who was both a strict teacher and like a loving father to him. In the darkest days of the anti-terrorist battlefield, it was this man who taught him how to remain human in the midst of the killing and how to grow into a true warrior. Before he retired, the other man had been promoted to brigadier general and transferred from the army to the commanding officer of one of the Pentagon's special forces units responsible for black ops outside the country. His name was Frank Hammer, but Rorschach preferred to call him General Hammer. There were very few people in Rorschach's short life that he could trust completely, and General Hammer was always at the top of the list. However, to his dismay, he dialed several times in a row, but there was always a busy signal on the other side. General, Rorschach frowned. With the other party's status and position, he might be on a special mission in the Middle East or Africa at this time, so it was normal that he couldn't get through on the phone. However, the current Rorschach didn't have much time to wait for a callback. Just as he was putting the note back in the frame, his afterglow caught a glimpse of a business card next to it, but before he could pick it up, a sharp knock suddenly sounded outside the house. He turned his head, only to see two girls in their mid-20s standing soaked through the window. Their thin clothing was soaked through by the rain and clung to their delicate bodies. "Sir," the blonde girl wiped the rain from her face and gave a sweet smile. "Can you let us in to get out of the rain?" Chapter 59, Know What Makes a Gun Better Than a Woman? Requests for catch-up readings. Monthly tickets. The doors slid open noiselessly. Rorschach narrowed his eyes and surveyed the two figures sheltering from the rain under the eaves. There are 16 houses on this street. His tone was flat, like he was stating an inconsequential fact. There's a trucker's rest stop parked at the intersection, and a bar on the corner. He paused and raised his eyebrows slightly. "So why me?" The two girls looked at each other as if they didn't expect him to ask that. "We were looking for an old man with a dog," shrugged one of the girls in black tennis socks. "He said you were a cop, and said you were probably the only good guy on the street." "Exactly." The other girl picks up, her soaked blouse plastered to her body. "And dude, don't put on a cold face on purpose, okay? Even though you look cool, we don't like guys like you. Yeah, we like Justin Bieber and are not attracted to types like you, so don't flatter yourself. If you won't let us in, we can leave right now." The two of them rambled on, not forgetting to glare at Rorschach for a few moments before turning around to leave. "Hey, relax." Rorschach suddenly smiled, his cold face instantly softening. He sidestepped out of the way of the doorway and made an inviting gesture. "Just an occupational hazard. Come on in. There's hot coffee and dry towels." The two women looked at each other and hesitated for a split second, but the rain outside the window was getting heavier and heavier, and you couldn't even hail a cab in a place like the Southern District. They skimmed their lips, said a perfunctory thanks, and finally stepped into Rorschach's house. However, just as they stepped into the living room, they froze. The crooked sofa, the broken coffee table, the shocking bullet holes in the wall. This place does not look like a decent person living in any way. A gang of crazies broke in the other day. Rorschach absently kicked away the shell casings at his feet. The outside is almost repaired. The furniture hasn't been replaced yet. Janice and Belle clung to each other's arms, cowering in the corner without saying a word, their earlier spunkiness gone. By the time Rorschach brought them both 2 cups of hot coffee, they didn't even touch them. One girl cocked her head and playfully replied, "I'd much rather drink an unopened beer than coffee drugged with a junkie girl. Ha ha ha." With a low chuckle, Rorschach turned and flung a couple of cold beers from the fridge. The three of them sat around the fireplace, the fire dancing and chatting as they roasted. Through conversation, Rorschach learned the names of the 2 women. In the black mesh stockings was Janice, and with her t-shirt soaking wet and vacuumed up was Belle. The 2 are students at the University of Chicago, wanted to take advantage of the daytime companion to the south side to stroll. The results have not been wandering for long. Encountered a torrential rainfall into the soup chicken. With the help of alcohol, the atmosphere was completely relaxed. They even started sharing embarrassing stories from college, and vowed to treat Rorschach well when he went to the East End. And after realizing Rorschach's status as a retired military man, They were again clamoring for him to tell stories from the battlefield. It was in Afghanistan, at the height of the war. We, the Sharp Eagle Squad, were on Operation Red Wings with the Navy SEALs, tasked with reconnoitering a high-ranking Al-Qaeda operative, Ben Shamak. We managed to bypass the enemy machine gun positions and sneak into the mountains, but just on the way to the operation, we bumped into 5 shepherds. It was a top-secret operation, and any witnesses could have gotten us all killed. I proposed to deal with them straight away, but the SEALs insisted on a vote. As it turned out, they won and we let the 5 go. Janice and Belle were so mesmerized by what they were hearing that their heads came up to Rorschach's face. And then what? And then? Rorschach gazed at the campfire bursting into flames in the fireplace and spoke reminiscently. Those 5 shepherds took our money but betrayed their promise and gave our tell to the local Taliban forces. Then the enemy immediately organized a force of 500 men to launch an attack on the area we were in. The entire SEAL team of 16 was killed in action. And my team, half of my teammates were killed or wounded. So did you finally escape? Janice asked nervously as she grabbed Rorschach's arm in fear. Beside her, Belle whipped her head around breathlessly. What fa? If he didn't escape, are we seeing ghosts now? Janice spat out her tongue in embarrassment and angled her head to continue listening to Rorschach's story. The corner of Rorschach's mouth lifted slightly. Not only did I make it out alive, but I also locked down 5 enemy strongholds. Half an hour later, the F-14 bombed the wash and sent them all to the sky. The two took a long breath, Rorschach's narration making their hearts race despite knowing the ending. You shouldn't go soft on the battlefield. Belle shook her head. You should have just done it in the first place. Janice, however, frowned and retorted. What if they're really innocent? It's not right to kill civilians indiscriminately, is it? Both of them looked at Rorschach at the same time, waiting for his answer. Rorschach's gaze swept over their faces, and the corner of his mouth curved up into a smirk. No, I'm going to kill them because I can tell at a glance who's good and who's bad. Janice and Belle froze for a second, then laughed, just assuming he was bragging again. The rain outside the window grew more furious, and it hit the glass with a dense crunch. Belle shivered suddenly, her arms unconsciously wrapping around her soaked upper body. Can I borrow your bathroom? She cocked her head at Rorschach, her soaked t-shirt clinging to her curves. The clothes are sticking to my body so hard. Rorschach lifted his chin. At the end of the hallway, turn left. Thanks. As Belle rose, her fingertips slid, if anything, down Rorschach's chest, her nails lightly scraping his collarbone. She glanced back, her lips curling into a meaningful smile, before wriggling her way to the hallway. The only sound left in the room was the crackling of the fireplace. When the woman's figure had completely disappeared, Rorschach turned his head to Janice, who was already close beside him, and asked, "What about you? Aren't you going to go wash and dry your wet clothes?" Janice looked to the side of Rorschach's face and couldn't help but lick her lips. She leaned over to the other woman's ear and whispered, "I've got a spot that's wetter than my clothes right now, and it needs drying even more." Before the words left her mouth, Janice turned on her side, facing Rorschach squarely, slowly spreading her legs, which were tightly wrapped in stockings, and hooked a finger at Rorschach. Seeing this, Rorschach raised his eyebrows slightly, and without much hesitation, he quickly wrapped both hands around Janice's waist and pressed her violently against the wall. At the moment, Rorschach's head was caught tightly between Janice's legs, and he could clearly feel the touch below. For her part, Janice tilted her head back and clasped her hands around Rorschach's head, squeezing in hard. Rorschach, don't tell me you learned this move from the battlefield too. Of course not. It was learned from a dead man, and it's the trick that was brought back from the battlefield. In the next second, Rorschach violently grabbed Janice by the waist and slammed her entire body hard against the hard floor. But Janice, who originally looked as harmless as a sweetheart, had her legs deadlocked around Rorschach's neck, and with a fierce twist of her waist, her body rotated 180 degrees around Rorschach's neck, attempting to use inertia to throw Rorschach out. Neck pinning spinning slam, also known as the scissor kick drop. It is a common skill used by women in close combat, utilizing core strength to rotate the body and drive the opponent's center of gravity off balance, and then through leg clips and waist twists, the opponent is thrown to the ground. But how could Rorschach, who had been prepared for this, be subdued by her? He braced himself on the ground with one hand and clutched one of Janice's legs tightly, dropping Janice headfirst directly to the ground in an inverted fall. The moment Janice fell to the ground, Rorschach had already bent his knee forward, twisted and broke her arm, and pressed one knee to her neck. Puking spit at the ground, Rorschach shook his head unenthusiastically. That's the level? That's disappointing. How did you find out? Janice asked through clenched teeth as she held her face red from lack of oxygen. Discover? Rorschach stared in mock surprise. Discovered what? I was simply trying to address a couple of Justin Bieber's braindead fans. You, Katniss was about to say something else, but a large hand had covered her mouth. With a crisp crack of bone, the living room once again fell into dead silence. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, Belle sharply removed her tunic and drew a clear Ziploc bag from her inner thigh. Her fingers flipped nimbly, and in less than 3 seconds she had assembled the parts into a palm-sized miniature pistol. She pushed the bathroom door open a crack, her naked body hidden behind it, and called out in a sweet voice, "Rorschach, can you get me a clean washcloth? I'm waiting for you here." Rorschach. Light footsteps soon came down the hallway. Belle narrowed her eyes, her index finger on the trigger, and mentally counted down the seconds. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly broke the silence. The silenced bullet pierced through the wooden wall and hit her precisely in the waist. Fark! Before she could react, an arm had poked out from behind the door like a viper, clasping her gun hand in a death grip. Her index finger jammed into the back of the trigger to keep her from firing. I've heard of a law enforcement agency that always likes to send sparrows to infiltrate a target's home first to scout it out, and then work inside and out. Rorschach pinned her against the wall with his knee, his voice as soft as a whisper. "You CIA really think highly of me, to send in 2 sparrows at once." Belle's pupils plummeted as fear finally crept into her face. She pulled the trigger frantically to signal, but the trigger wouldn't budge between Rorschach's fingers. In desperation, she opened her mouth violently in an attempt to attract outside attention with a scream. Click! The cold barrel of the gun shoved roughly into her mouth, hitting her teeth raw. Looking at the woman's panicked eyes, Rorschach whispered against her trembling earlobe, "You know what makes a gun better than a woman?" Boom, boom, boom. The woman slipped and fell to the ground like a rag doll. Guns can be fitted with mufflers. Rorschach filled the bullet slowly and methodically, the sound of metal clashing extra crisp in the small space. After taking a deep breath, he craned his not yet healed neck and stabbed his gaze out the window at the sinking twilight. CIA agents. This one he hadn't really killed before. Chapter 60. I don't believe in justice. I simply hate scum. Requests for catch-up reads and monthly votes. The curtain of rain was like a waterfall. The gunfire died down. Rorschach's black raincoat tumbled through the storm like a wandering shadow. He shook the rain off the barrel of the gun. The magazine was still empty, but he could no longer hear any living breathing around him. Boo! He added a shot to the twitching body at his feet, then lit a cigarette without panicking. Cigarette butts flared in the rain, reflecting his spoiled eyes. Disappointment. He was disappointed to the core in the fighting ability of these CIA agents. The team that was sent to deal with him, including the 2 sparrows in the house, was only 6 people in total. The 2 females were in charge of target reconnaissance, while the 4 male agents were tasked as raiders. However, from the time the first agent fell to the time the last one snapped, it didn't take more than 3 minutes. This siege of his own gave him even less of a sense of crisis than that confrontation with Gus in the park. No body armor, no heavy firepower. The tactical stance is full of holes and the marksmanship is just barely passable. How so? Kinda fits Rorschach's stereotype of the CIA. The money and intelligence are good, but the overall combat power is not even comparable to the FBI, let alone the special forces. The waste was worth it, though. 6 channels of justice credited, and a new skill touched from the woman named Ginnis. Camouflage expertise, 1 out of 100, highly specialized camouflage skills, through changing physical micro-expressions, accent adjustment, body language control and other means, quickly adapting to different social roles to perfectly integrate into any environment, and even deceiving the judgment of professional intelligence officers. Rorschach sometimes really didn't understand the eye of judgment, judgment on criminals when they were executed. Killing so many guards in the cellar didn't mean a thing. Instead, Agent Paul and Blowhard Old Man gave 2 points. With today's haul, that's exactly 8 courses of justice. Without much thinking to weigh, Rorschach directly smashed all of these justice values into counter-surveillance specialization, at which point the proficiency in the back had changed from 91/100 to 99/100. Execute 1 more criminal with blood on his hands, and he'll have upgraded his counter-surveillance specialization to the same level as the masters of gunfighting and trace analysis. Exhaling a deep breath of smoke, Rorschach took out the business card he had placed next to the picture frame earlier and dialed the number on it. Late night. A couple of drunken blue-collar workers were hooking up and laughing at the top of their lungs in the Aleppo bar. 80% of the seats were empty, and the owner, Kai, was lying on the bar counting the money, and the more he counted, the harder his face looked, like he had swallowed a fly. The doorbell jingled and a man in a suit put away his umbrella and walked in. "Hey, late-night visitor, what would you like to drink?" Kai didn't miss any opportunity to sell, especially when the other person was a kaiju in an expensive suit. He greeted warmly. "Gin and tonic? Bronx?" He rattled off the names of some of the store's most expensive cocktails, but the other man just waved his hand and smiled kindly. "Thank you, but just get me a Diet Coke. No ice, please." With that, Jack handed out a $20 cash bill and winked. "Keep the change, no need for change." "Wow, you don't see guests as generous as you in the South End." Kai whistled and took the money away before his eyes followed the other man uncontrollably. and when he saw that the man had sat down across from someone in the corner, he withdrew his gaze with an electric shock. Well, he knew no one in this bar would know such rich broads except Rorschach. Yes, it was Rorschach sitting in the corner, and the one who came wasn't exactly an outsider. It was none other than Ginny's father, Counterterrorism Bureau Senior Jack Bauer. The professional smile on Jack's face disappeared just as he sat down. He frowned as he surveyed Rorschach, who smelled of the slightest bit of blood. If you're trying to join CTU, I'll be happy, but if you're just bored on a big night and want to call me over from Washington to have a drink with you, I'll shove your head down the toilet in this bar. Hopefully they're in the habit of cleaning their toilets on time every day. Ha ha ha. Rorschach couldn't help himself, sizing up this Ginny's father by the dim light. A man of about 50, with a precarious hairline and wrinkles at the corners of his eyes that can pinch a mosquito when he smiles, is a middle-aged wimp who has had his edges smoothed out by life. But the other side is clearly not such a person, and good people don't make it to the top of the Counterterrorism Bureau. I did that case in New York. Rorschach opened the door, while eyeing Jack's facial muscles, not missing any subtle changes in expression. Oh, Jack's eyes narrowed slightly, then the corners of his mouth hooked up into a smile. I would have seen that your kid is not simple, but I didn't expect that you would dare to do such a thing. You are really bold. As the words changed, his face instantly grimaced, his body leaning forward. He questioned in a deep voice, "Don't tell me you dragged Ginny down with you." Rorschach was stunned by his sudden change of face, and quickly waved his hand to deny. No. You can rest assured of this. That thing was done by me alone from start to finish. Ha, it better be. Jack gave him a deep look, lit a cigarette to himself, and asked lightly, "So this time, you want to join the Counterterrorism Bureau to seek refuge because you've offended a big shot? Mom messing with Fark. You kid is on fire before you know to find yourself a backer?" Rorschach didn't answer, just pulled a stack of vacuum-sealed discs from his pocket and gently pushed them in front of Jack. "These are some video backups I found in New York, and the discs are labeled with names as to whose footage was backed up," he said in a solemn tone. "I asked you to come here because I want you to put these videos in the right hands and make them public." Jack scanned down at the names and his pupils contracted suddenly. When he looked up, the expression on his face had become incredibly serious. "Are you sure these are real?" "Of course, I brought this out of hell myself." Rorschach looked straight at Jack, his voice low. "If you're willing to help, you can take these discs with you. If you can't do that, then pretend you've never seen me tonight." Jack stared at Rorschach for a long time before he finally spoke, a hint of disbelief in his tone. "Aren't you afraid that after I promise you, I'll turn around and destroy these discs?" "Of course I'm afraid." Rorschach looked him straight in the eye. "But I'm betting that a father who can raise a daughter like Ginny still has a little bit of justice left in his bones that hasn't been eaten by dogs." "Justice? I didn't realize that you kid even believed in that justice thing." "No, I don't believe in justice. I simply hate scum." Taking the last drag of his cigarette, Jack viciously pressed it out in the ashtray. His rough fingers gently rubbed the edges of the discs, as if weighing them. "I can get these to the Attorney General for you, but I have to make it clear to you first that the Attorney General, while usually neutral, is nominated by the President and confirmed by the Senate, so his political positions may be influenced by the President." Jack shook his head and said with a grimace, "I can't guarantee what he'll decide when he gets these discs, whether or not he'll do what you want." Rorschach laughed easily. "It's okay, I'm just choosing an alternative too." "Alternatives?" Jack nodded thoughtfully, then solemnly promised, "But you can rest assured of one thing. These backups will be absolutely fine to use for your protection. I can assure you of that." Rorschach snorted. "Forget it, we just got attacked by a bunch of killer agents during the day. Good thing it was all the CIA guys who were hit and miss." Jack's eyebrow jumped. He carefully measured the other party. After seeing that Rorschach wasn't injured, he nodded slightly. "That's because they don't pay enough attention to you. The top gang of loners inside the CIA would be enough for you to drink a pot of water with just any one of them." He tucked the disc into an inside pocket and turned toward the door. Just as he pushed the door open, Jack suddenly turned back with a rare and genuine smile. Almost forgot to say, "Great job." Rorschach raised his glass in salute and watched his figure disappear into the rain. Only then did he let out a long breath. Attorney General? Of course he didn't believe it. But right now, being able to get away from those rabid dogs in Washington for a while is the key. As for backup, he smiled, waved down a bill, nodded at Kai, and walked straight into the pouring rain. It was late at night, and with the torrential rain, there was hardly a single pedestrian on the road, and by the time he got out of the car, a figure with an umbrella had been waiting for a long time in front of the house. "Rorschach Butcher." The man's voice pierced through the rain with undeniable authority. "Mr. Underwood sent me dash." Bang! The sound of gunfire tore through the rainy night. The man's forehead blossomed into a shower of blood and he plunged straight into the puddle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A little begging goes a long way. Chapter 61, Thinking Too Much, Shooting Too Slowly, Requesting for catch-up readings and monthly votes. The outskirts of the Southern District. Abandoned parks are soaked with rainwater. Two MH-60 Black Hawk helicopters were parked in the center of the square with their rotors lowered. Each high point around the perimeter was guarded by a battle-hardened soldier. M16 slung across his chest, Class 4 ballistic inserts under his lightweight tactical undershirt, and the night vision bracket of his fast helmet flipped up to reveal his cold eyes. Clearly standard for U.S. Army Tier 1 units. Soon, an Escalade ran over the standing water and braked sharply next to the helicopter. Jack pushed the door open and got out of the car, the black umbrella snapping open. His trademark smile was no longer visible on his face. His expression was serious. Go straight back to Andrews Air Force Base. I want to see the Attorney General before dawn. Understood, sir. The soldier pulled the total distance lever and the rotors began to accelerate. Hesitating for half a second, he still whipped his head around and shouted, "Didn't you say before that you were coming to Chicago to bring us back a new team member?" Gazing out at the dark night sky outside, a cold smile slowly raised on Jack's face. It's not new blood that Washington is short of these days. It's a couple of old guys who need to be bled. The porthole reflected his hand pressed into the inside pocket of his suit. There lay 12 compact discs, each labeled with the name of a Capitol Hill bigwig in red pen. Time passes quickly in the rain. It was light out when Jack arrived at the Attorney General's house. The doorbell rang for the third time before the oak doors slowly opened. Eric Holder, the new Attorney General, stood in his robe and looked helplessly at the man at the door. "Jack, if it's to dabble in my wife's blueberry muffins, you're a little too dedicated." Jack tugged at his rain-soaked tie and removed the stack of closely protected CDs from his inside pocket. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to live up to Madam's handiwork today, sir." He smiled a little wearily. "These breakfast readings, enough to keep us in the office until curfew." Home. Rorschach is packing his bags for himself. Since the Washington side had already started sending people to assassinate him, it was better not to stay at home. After all, the freshly repaired walls, doors and windows couldn't withstand a second round of gunfire. And if they were vandalized one more time, with the dilly-dallying labor on the old American side, hell knows when they'd be ready to be re-inhabited. He figured he'd find a few motels to rotate through first, but he didn't think he'd be able to stay long. With Ginny's dad's thunderous personality, he should be able to give him the go-ahead soon. As for the aftermath of last night's shootout, my fellow officers in the police department have long since breezed through transporting the bodies to the morgue. Probably because of the notoriety, almost everyone thought it was another gang taking revenge on him. After all, in Chicago police circles, who doesn't know that every now and then a gangster comes to Rorschach to catch up? 2 bulging backpacks were all he had, one with an assortment of firearms, the other stuffed with everyday items, the black money he'd collected over the years as a cop, and the millions of dollars he'd split from Blowhard's old man's safe, had long since been dispersed and hidden in a dozen safe houses. The thousands of dollars in cash he was carrying now was enough to make him look good for a while. Click dash. Just as he flung himself on the door of his house, Rorschach saw Ginny leaning against his pickup truck with her arms wrapped around her, those round blue eyes glaring right back at her. TSK. Rorschach first smashed his mouth with a bit of a headache, then asked in a deep voice, "Is security in the North End good enough to make the patrolman skip work? A real cop should run where the shots are loudest." Ginny kicked his tires with the toe of her boot. "That's what you taught me back in the day." Rorschach shrugged. "I'm on administrative leave, so if you have any questions, come back to me when my vacation is over." He casually tossed his backpack into the back of the pickup and was about to close the door when Ginny had pulled out of the passenger seat and got in. "You did the New York case the day before yesterday, didn't you?" She closed the car door and stared straight at him. "Me?" Rorschach pointed at himself and grinned exaggeratedly. "You think I'm going to be the unsung hero who saved dozens of kids, blew up a dozen celebrities, and one-shot bragging dad? Well, at first it was just a wild guess, but now I'm sure beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was you." Ginny was amused, but the smile quickly froze at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes landed on the bruises that were faintly visible on Rorschach's collar, and her voice lowered. "You always put yourself in danger like this, but have you ever thought about how many people would be sad for you if you didn't manage to dodge the bullet that flew into your head one day? You should think hard before you do anything before you make a decision." Rorschach was slightly stunned, then glanced at Ginny with a frown. "How does this tone sound wrong?" After a moment of silence, he shook his head and laughed. "You know what? The last time I meticulously planned for years against someone, I ended up costing the life of a young man with a great future, and a child in his early teens who was bound to hell. I've learned since then dash." Rorschach turned to Ginny and said slowly, "Any plan is a waste of time when you can solve the problem with one shot. Good people die too soon in this world because they think too much and shoot too slow." Ginny was choked speechless for a moment as she stared into Rorschach's deep eyes. "Are you so sure that you'll always be the winner in the end?" Rorschach bit out a cigarette from the cigarette case, lit it and took a deep breath. Faintly returned, "Where do I have any certainty? I just don't have a way back. Ginny sighed, not knowing how to interject. She bit her lip as she looked at the man in front of her and suddenly said, "My dad called me this morning and said he was going to transfer me elsewhere." "Where?" "Not sure. He said Washington, New York, Los Angeles, take my pick. Just don't stay in Chicago." "Ooh, having a backstage is different. You can transfer wherever you want." Rorschach joked and asked, "Then you're running here specifically to say goodbye to me now?" Ginny mimicked his usual gesture and shrugged, saying lightly, "I came to tell you that it's my birthday in 3 days and I'll be having a party at my house, so remember to come." With that said, the chick was humming a Taylor Swift song, as usual, and walking briskly on her feet towards the police car to get ready to leave. But just then, a black sedan suddenly stopped in front of Rorschach's house. A man in a black suit and sunglasses gets out of the car. He took off his sunglasses, revealing a very recognizable German face and slightly melancholic eyes, and gave Ginny a quick scan before walking towards Rorschach, who was in his car. "Good morning, Officer Butcher." The man held out his hand, squeezing a smile out of his cold face. "I'm Senior FBI Agent Alexander Mahone. There's a case that requires your cooperation in the investigation. Chapter 62. You've offended someone who actually has power. Catch up reading in monthly votes requested." The door to the house, which had not been closed for 5 minutes, opened again. On the bullet hole covered couch, this Agent Mahone held the recording device in his hand, his dark brown pupils gazing across the room at Rorschach, throwing out question after question. "What is your relationship with Maria Brenda?" Recognized on the case, she was the prime suspect in a serial homicide in the North End a while back. "And how did you end up in New York with her for P. Diddy's party?" "Because she wanted to go on her own. We didn't have the right to control her personal freedom, but in order to prevent the other party from absconding, I had no choice but to follow along. But I was looking at the Chicago Police Department's filing and I saw it listed that you went to New York to look into a missing child case." "Conflict? I'm just tagging along for the investigation. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to send a regular police officer?" "So before you went to New York, you knew that the missing person's clue was at Pop's estate?" "Yes, our police department just took down a local D-Lord, Gus, not too long ago, and my informant had seen a car driving from Gus's D-Supply warehouse to New York. Plus he's been involved in missing children cases before, so naturally I keep an extra eye out." "Where is your informant now?" "I'm sorry, but under the Informant's Privilege Protection Act, Rule 501 of the Federal Rules of Evidence, I don't disclose the identity of my informants to anyone unless asked by a judge." While Mahone was in hot pursuit of every detail of the New York Manor case, Rorschach appeared to be at ease, even deliberately creating the impression of a fuzzy memory when mentioning certain sensitive aspects, intentionally steering the course of the conversation. Mahone's lowered gaze flicked over Rorschach one after another. The cop gave him a strange feeling. The testimony was flawless and matched the statements of other eyewitnesses exactly, but suspicious, nonetheless, because this Rorschach is just too relaxed. The other man's tone was as calm as if he was discussing the weather when he mentioned the bombing at the estate and the deaths of multiple stars. As a veteran FBI agent, it was the first time Mahone had encountered a suspect who could be so relaxed under his own interrogation. Just as he was about to press on, Ginny pushed her way in. She looked around the devastated interior and rolled her eyes at Rorschach. "The outside is all fixed up. Can't you clean up the inside? Didn't the police department insurance money already come in? Is it hard to make a phone call to buy some furniture?" Before Rorschach could open his mouth, Mahone interrupted in a cold voice. "This police officer, I'm investigating a serious case. Unrelated personnel please evade." Ginny sniffed, bit her lip and glared at him, humming lightly, "I don't feel like I'm irrelevant. My father is the head of the Counterterrorism Bureau's Operations Division, and Rorschach is his favorite junior." Intending to invite him to join the Counterterrorism Bureau, "I stayed here to examine him as well." "Do you still think I'm irrelevant, CTU?" Mahone's eyes instantly became grave. Although the Counterterrorism Bureau is a new law enforcement agency created just after September 11th, it has law enforcement powers inside and outside North America that neither the FBI nor the CIA can match. Not only does it have the power to mobilize the garrison and all local law enforcement forces, but it is required to report all actions only to the Minister of Justice. In other words, the Counterterrorism Bureau is now the largest privileged agency in North America. Mahone immediately stood up from the sofa, a smile piled on his face. He extended his hand toward Ginny and said earnestly, "So you're Mr. Bauer's daughter." "I've had the pleasure of listening to Mr. Bauer's guest lectures at the FBI many times, and I've benefited from them each time." Ginny glanced at him and after briefly shaking his hand, she asked in a jarring voice, "Are you done investigating?" Mahone glanced back at Luo Xia, who was still sitting steadily like a mountain, and after quickly weighing the situation in his mind, he nodded his head and said, "It's almost done." He turned to Rorschach and extended his hand in greeting with a smile. "I'm sorry, Officer Butcher, we're all on our own after all. You should be able to understand that everything I did was a routine inquiry and nothing more." Don't worry, I understand everything. Rorschach got up and shook his hand hard. After giving him a deep look, and then a slight nod towards Ginny, Mahone left the room straight away. When he left, Ginny cocked her head and smiled at Rorschach. This Agent Mahone seems to be quite talkative even though he looks serious. Rorschach didn't respond. His gaze locked on the direction Mahone drove away. Perhaps due to the keen senses granted by the system, he smelled a hint of danger in this Agent Mahone. This Kraut, I'm afraid he won't let up easily. After dismissing the FBI agent, Rorschach didn't chat much with Ginny, casually tossing her the house keys and driving alone to the countryside, finding a random motel to stay in. As for why you gave Ginny your keys, this chick said she was looking for someone to clean the house and get some new furniture. Well, Rorschach now also realizes that his relationship with the rookie officer seems to be getting more and more delicate. Settling his bags, Rorschach emptied the ashtray full of cigarette butts on the nightstand and spread the ashes evenly over the footrest in the doorway. He locked the door and prepared to fix lunch in the neighborhood. As for the cleanliness of the room, just look at the ashtray stuffed with cigarette butts. On the old American side, except for the star hotels, these motels are not even as sanitary as the dirt houses in the Middle East. But it's not all good. As it was, as soon as he got downstairs he saw fast food restaurants and bars in the neighborhood, even strip clubs, all for oncoming truckers. After ordering an oversized steak with fish and chips, Rorschach shook his head helplessly just as he picked up his knife and fork and slowly put down his utensils. At some point, the restaurant, which still had a smattering of customers, was empty, except for a middle-aged man in the corner with his back to him, still chewing his steak. As if sensing Rorschach's line of sight, the man suddenly picked up his dinner plate and sat straight across from him. I'm sorry to meet you this way. The man wiped the corners of his mouth. But you killed one of my staff last night and I had to be cautious. So you're here to settle a score with me? Rorschach picked up his knife and fork again and cut into his steak as if nothing had happened. After all, he's been with me since I was a state legislator. He looked up with a politician's trademark smile. Proximity to power gives some people the illusion that they have it too. And I have you to thank for snuffing that illusion out of him before he makes an even bigger mistake. Rorschach's knife and fork lurched slightly. The answer was indeed unexpected. Ah, look at my memory. Underwood wiped his hands gracefully on a napkin and reached out. Francis Underwood, House Majority Whip. Rorschach nodded slightly and raised his hand in a false grip with it. Before he could say anything, the Mr. Whip cut right to the chase. A position as superintendent of the Chicago Police Department for those backups you're holding. Don't be shy, Mr. Butcher. Compared to the rest of my colleagues, this is the highest offer I've ever made. He lowered his voice. The others could be thinking of just silencing them. Rorschach chewed the beef, looked straight into the other party's eyes, and suddenly laughed. I found that you big shots always like to seize the power of speech as soon as you come up. A little negotiating skill is all. Underwood's smile remained unchanged. Seriously, I admire you. I had to trade quite a bit of political resources for this police commissioner position. It's worth it though. With someone like you in a high position, Chicago's crime rate might actually drop a few points. Rorschach didn't pick up on that and turned the conversation around. Last night I was surrounded by CIA agents at my house. I've heard about it, and I apologize for Madam Speaker. She's a little too impulsive for a woman. Underwood suddenly leaned forward, his voice lowered. But don't you worry, I want to that up more than you do. Would you take the backup and expose it if it was given to you? Rorschach asked suddenly. Come on. Underwood spread his hands exaggeratedly. Don't ask questions that only stupid people ask, okay? Rorschach, what good would exposure do you and I? And what if I don't give it? Underwood sighed and pointed out the window. See those dozen or so vans? Do you really think they're filled with goods destined for the sky? He put his smile back on. Go be your police commissioner and contribute to the city. I look forward to seeing you in Congress in the future. Of course, Dash. He suddenly reached out and pointed at Rorschach, his eyes plummeting cold. If I find out that you also burned a copy of those videos, you're going to end up in a very ugly place. Rorschach narrowed his eyes, his gaze lingering for a moment on Underwood's face with its false smile, then sweeping over the Secret Service vehicles disguised as vans outside the window. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. Unfortunately, Mr. Party Whip, I don't like your attitude, and those backups I think it's better if I don't give them to you. Attitude? Underwood suddenly let out a laugh, as if he had heard some great joke. You know what the biggest difference between us is? Rorschach? Tell me about it. Rorschach responded with an expressionless face. Underwood smiled. I came from the slums just like you, but the difference is that I made achievements through my own hard work, got into the parliament, and became a party whip and was admired. You, on the other hand, gave up your chance to move up the ladder because of an attitude problem. You rejected me. You rejected the only person in the world who was still willing to help you. Someone with real power and influence. You've worn out my patience. Underwood sighed, then raised an eyebrow at Rorschach. If you're willing to compromise right now, take out those backups, and then get down on your knees and blow me. I can forgive your earlier rudeness. He gently knocked on the desktop, and in the next second, hundreds of special agents in suits instantly appeared around them, all of them aiming their guns at Rorschach. Rorschach looked around, and even though he was being pointed at by hundreds of guns, he still didn't open his mouth. Underwood frowned and was about to say something when his cell phone suddenly rang sharply. He glanced at the contacts on the screen and his expression changed slightly. No answer? Rorschach looked at him flatly. It seems you don't get it, Mr. Party Whip. You're already too late. Chapter 63, Above the Truth, Request for Catch-up Reading. Monthly Ballot, Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C., Robert F. Kennedy Department of Justice Building. The west corridor of the 6th floor has been completely blocked off, with Counterterrorism Bureau special agents in black combat uniforms guarding every entrance and exit. The M16's muzzle was pointed diagonally at the ground, but the finger was always pressed against the trigger guard. You can't even get a fly in the ointment without a pass signed by the Attorney General himself. The air in the conference room was so murky you could wring water out of it. The ashtray was full of cigarettes, and the room was filled with the smell of cigarettes and espresso, confirming the tangled and irritable moods of several people in the House at this time. The President, the Secretary of State, and the Speaker of the House. This troika must not be touched, and that's the bottom line. Unless you want the United States of America to make global headlines tomorrow. Yes, then take the Senate Majority Leader and the House Committee Chairman. We're in charge of justice in this country, so let's do something real again. You fart. Why should you people from the Donkey Party walk away in one piece and we from the Elephant Party have to be the scapegoat? The lesser of two evils. Don't you understand? I know your mom. I'm telling you, Chris, either destroy all these ING-CDs or expose everyone. We're not the ones sitting in the Oval Office right now anyway. That's a bit irresponsible coming from you, the head of the security division. We're talking about the security of the country's image, not a partisan fight. And a image? I didn't really see it before. This big black commander you guys elected has such an alternative sexual orientation. Mom messes with FARC. It's still you Donkey Party people who can play. Your asses aren't clean either. And it's not as if there aren't any of you Elephant Party people on this disc. At the front of the long table, Minister Holder rubbed his swollen temples as three middle-aged men in suits bickered before him. The three are Deputy Attorney General Ogden, Assistant Attorney General Chris, and National Security Division Director Thomas of the Department of Justice. The Assistant Secretary and the Director of Security belong to different parties and have opposing positions, while Deputy Secretary Ogden, who is supposed to be neutral, is clearly on the side of the Donkey Party because he was promoted by the incumbent president. These are the core group of people who hold the highest authority in the entire Department of Justice. And, of course, there is that special presence directly under the jurisdiction of the Attorney General, the Counterterrorism Bureau, this violent organ that is outside the regular judicial process. Jack, Holder interrupted the pointless argument and turned to the silent back at the window. What do you have to say about this? I have no opinion. Jack didn't look back. His voice was awfully calm. You set the list. I'll make the arrests. It's that simple. Holder bitterly laughed and shook his head. These 13 discs involve the current cabinet and the top echelons of the Congress, and there is no shortage of patriarchs from both parties. Which of these people are not under 24-hour Secret Service protection? The slightest mishap could easily lead to bloodshed. The FBI might screw up, but if it goes to my Counterterrorism Bureau, Jack smiled confidently, guaranteed they won't even have a chance to draw their guns. Wait. Ogden suddenly shot up. I'm not questioning you, Mr. Minister, but are you really prepared to arrest people according to the people on these CDROMS? Even if the contents of the CDs are true, how complicated is it to go through the entire judicial process? First, the criminal division is required to endorse the FBI's investigation, and then the special prosecutor mechanism must be activated by the trio of the minister, the assistant minister, and myself, the deputy minister. Even with the CD evidence in hand, the security division has to approve warrants at all levels. That's not all. The White House Chief of Staff has to be notified in advance to do the party handover, and then coordinate a three-way joint operation between the Marshal Service, the Anti-Public Corruption Division, and the Secret Service, and all of this assumes that the president is willing to relinquish his pardoning authority. As long as any one of these links gets stuck, these CDs are just a pile of plastic trash. Not to mention arresting people, even filing a case is a problem. When his words were finished, Holder sighed silently. How could he not be aware of these processes? It was in anticipation of heavy obstacles that he called these men together to confer. But what happened? As soon as these ordinarily powerful senior judicial officials saw that the CDROMS involved key members of their own party, they immediately began to play deaf and dumb and shirk their responsibilities. I am afraid that expecting them to make concerted efforts to push through the procedures is more difficult than climbing up to heaven. In my opinion, it's better to seal all these CD-ROM materials. Assistant Secretary Chris faced the crowd with an unusually grim expression. The truth is important, but compared to national security, these so-called truths are nothing more than hidden dangers that shake the nation's foundations. Classifying it as top secret is the smart thing to do. Exactly. In a rare expression of approval, Security Director Thomas pointed his finger out the window and spoke in a heavy tone. With the war in Afghanistan not yet over, the president planning for a continued troop surge, and with the Pentagon already finalizing a battle plan to intervene in Syria's civil war, the wars in the Middle East are going to intensify in the future. The war in Georgia has also reached a fever pitch, with Russia further squeezing NATO's power in Eastern Europe, and the Army's European Command has sent several requests to the Pentagon for additional troops. Especially critical is that the East is taking this time to quietly rise. The latest reports from our intelligence sources indicate that their fifth-generation aircraft has entered the test flight stage, and ground has been broken for their second self-developed aircraft carrier. Think about it. How long has it been? Perhaps in less than 20 years, their sixth-generation aircraft will also be released, and by then they will be directly ahead of us. This old white man gazed at the crowd, his voice low and strong. Now that the Chancellor has just come to power less than a year ago, the international situation has already gotten so dire. Do you guys think that this scandalous information that could tarnish my international image and cause domestic unrest can really be made public? He slammed the tabletop and spoke in an impassioned tone. National security. Always override the truth. There was silence in the room, and even Attorney General Holder, who had always maintained a neutral position and intended to make the disc public, couldn't help but gently close his eyes. Witnessing this, Jack, who was standing by the window, couldn't help but look up into the dark, cloudy sky. His face was cold and hard as a piece of steel. National security? Politicians always love to use that word as a cover-up. It covers secret prisons, it covers illegal wiretaps, but it can't hide the taste of blood. They seem to think that repeating it 1,000 times will wash away the sin, but they seem to forget that history never judges the truth. It only judges those who cover up the truth. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door broke the silence in the room, and a soldier guarding the corridor came in to report. The crowd exchanged glances at the words, "Here comes the great black commander." Chapter 64, Politics Requires Sacrifices. Of course, from others, catch-up reading and monthly ballot requests. The president waved the smoke away and swept his eyes over the faces of the crowd, finally stopping on Jack. That very CD was the one he brought back from Chicago. "Mr. President, according to the judicial process, you shouldn't be here right now." Secretary Holder's tone was hard, showing no mercy to the president who had promoted him. "The content of the case we are discussing is not appropriate for you to participate in." When he finished speaking, he swept his somber gaze over his colleagues in the room. It doesn't take much thought to realize that someone must have secretly tipped off the White House to get the president to come in person. "Ha ha, Holder, don't be so serious." The chancellor casually pulled up a chair and sat down, his smile subdued. "As a lawyer-born president, my position will always be with justice." Holder frowned and sat back in his seat without continuing to speak. With the other side in the mix, the mood of this meeting on whether to expose scandals at the top of both parties has become even darker. Undersecretary Ogden broke the silence with a smile. "Actually, President, you're here just in time. We're discussing the sealing of a sensitive piece of information that will require your special authorization in addition to the Justice Department's approval." "Oh?" the Black Great Commander asked in surprise at his words. "What classified information is so important?" "It's nothing, just some personal matters of the party senators." Assistant Minister Chris replied lightly, his tone relaxed. The Chancellor nodded in understanding. "I see, I understand. I'll have the Chief of Staff take care of it later." Listening to this conversation of theirs, Holder's face grew ugly. Having fought judicial corruption all his life since graduating from law school, he is now watching the highest levels of power in the country blatantly harbor evil in front of him. But as Thomas just said, by the time they were in their position, many decisions had long since ceased to be measured in terms of justice. Just as he was getting discouraged, a cold voice suddenly came from the corner. "Allow me to remind you all." Jack turned sideways to face the crowd and said in a cold tone, "Mr. President, ministers and directors, when I brought back this information I promised the other side that I would make the scandal public. If we break our word, I'm afraid it will lead to unpredictable consequences." The Chicago police officer? The undersecretary froze, then slammed the table in exasperation. "Jack, don't tell me you didn't actually get rid of him." The director of security was equally grim. That's not like you, Jack. It's customary to make sure the other side shuts up for good the first time you get the information. Dispose of it? Jack laughed in anger and jabbed his finger heavily at his chest. I've been in charge of the Counterterrorism Bureau for 9 years, and I've aimed my guns at KB elements, D-lords, and spies, but never at law-abiding citizens. When did you guys start thinking that I would do something like silence? You. Bang! Holder pounded the tabletop to break up the argument. The judicial patriarch glared angrily at the two high-ranking officials who had spoken out of turn. Thomas, Ogden, do you know what kind of assholes you were just talking about? The two men shrugged their shoulders in resentful silence and said no more, but it was clear that they had taken offense at what Jack had done. Jack's cold gaze swept over them as he continued. With my understanding of Officer Butcher, since he dares to do such a thing, he is bound to have left a backhand. Maybe what we got is just a burned copy and the original is still in his hands. If we break faith dash, he purposely trailed off. Next time it might not be me he's looking for, but the Orientals or the Russians. The conference room plummeted into dead silence. The black president was especially silent. His eyes narrowed into dangerously thin slits. He's more worried about the information falling into the hands of political opponents than leaking it to a foreign country, which would mean he could become the first president in 3 decades to fail to be re-elected. Can't we send an elite to track Butcher? The assistant minister suggested. Find out all his movements and put the backup in one piece. Jack shook his head slightly and spread his hands in deliberate exaggeration. If you have read this Officer Butcher's resume, you will know that this is a military elite who has skilled counter-surveillance and tracking ambushes to the extreme, and that the other party also possesses combat abilities comparable to those of a top agent. Before I met with him, a team of CIA agents had already fallen into his hands. Undersecretary Ogden suddenly thought of something, and his eyes went to the Chancellor. Mr. President, has this Rorschach Butcher's social security number ever been spit out on the machine's side? Hearing this, several people in the room looked at him suspiciously. Only Jack and the Minister of Justice looked as if they knew exactly what the machine in the other's mouth stood for. The Chancellor shook his head gently, explaining, not mentioned. Perhaps in the machine's assessment he has not yet posed a direct threat to national security. If you look at it that way, this man may still be trustworthy. Ogden nodded and said no more. Alas, politics requires sacrifice, and national security requires even more. The Chancellor sighed slowly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he solemnly said, since a scandal has already occurred, there must be a trade-off. You guys pick a few suitable candidates from within and make them public. I won't get involved in this matter, so I'll see you at the council. He gave a slight nod to the deputy minister and another glance at Ministers Holder and Jack, then rose and left the conference room. With the Chancellor's decision, the top brass of the Ministry of Justice exchanged glances and all had a number in their minds. Chuck Schumer, the old thing, is a big old man and still occupies the position of caucus vice chairman, and this scandal just happened to come to light to get him to move over. I can't really see McConnell having a fetish that special. The old boy has always been opposed to the health program reform proposal. This is great. Let him go to jail for opposing it. There's also the Armed Services Committee, which happens to be short of people from both of our parties. Jack and Attorney General Holder looked at each other, both seeing the exhaustion and helplessness in the other's eyes. The CD-ROM of scandals, which was originally enough to shake the foundations of both parties, has now become a tool for them to exclude dissidents and install their cronies. Politics requires sacrifice? Sure, but only at someone else's expense. Jack exhaled a cloudy breath and walked out of the conference room. Although everyone didn't say it explicitly, it was clear in their hearts that on the tip of this storm, Rorschach's kid's life was considered to be saved for the time being. Jack believed that Rorschach, as long as he wasn't a cutie, wouldn't think that all the scandals in these CDs could be exposed. After all, apart from a few veteran ministers of both parties who are about to retire, there are also senior members of the cabinet inside. In this country, these scandals don't come to light easily, no matter whose hands they fall into. As for whether Rorschach backed up those discs or not, Mom messes with FARC. Does this even need to be asked? Chapter 65, I'm going to make him lose his reputation and die in the prison. 200 monthly votes plus more. Motel. On the open-air corridor of the second floor, Rorschach, with a cigarette butt in his mouth and a bottle of cold beer in his hand, leaned against the railing and squinted to admire the evening sun after the rainstorm. The sky had just cleared shortly afterward, and the orange-red clouds looked like they had been splashed with a bucket of ketchup and were a sticky mess in the sky. That old fox Underwood has rolled with his Secret Service followers. Before leaving, he dropped a throaty threat of "You're on the wrong side." Apparently, our Lord Whip thought Rorschach had embraced the Attorney General to be so arrogant, but what he didn't know was that not only was he late, but he had misjudged. Rorschach never intended to defect to anyone. The disc he handed to Jack was nothing more than a burned copy. The real original was still hidden in a perfectly safe place. He's waiting for a man to write back, waiting for a tough guy who can use the scandal bomb as a cruise missile. Taking a swig of beer, Rorschach was wondering if he should go across the street to the strip club to address his physical needs. After all, He hadn't let off any steam in almost a month, and he wondered what the quality of the girls in this club was like, and if it was too bad, he'd rather go back to his room and watch porn. As he was weighing this, the door to the next room was suddenly slammed open. A sweaty, balding, burly man scurried out dragging a suitcase, followed by a snow-skinned, dark-haired porcelain doll. "Come on, baby, we don't have much time. We need to get out of Chicago." The burly man hopped on a Harley and urged at the girl. The girl stares at the motorcycle and blinks. "Where did this motorcycle come from? It's not a motorcycle, it's a Harley. Baby, come on, we gotta get out of here." "What about my car?" "Busted. Hurry up, baby." "Whose Harley is this?" "Thad." "Who's Thad?" "Thad's done, baby. Thad's dead." The girl sat uncertainly in the back seat of the Harley, and just as they were about to leave, Rorschach suddenly whistled. "Hey Dash." He pulled out all the bills in his pocket and flung them around in his hand with a clatter. "I'll pay $3,000. How about letting your girlfriend come up here and serve me once, without a blowjob, for $3,000? Waterfax?" The balding, burly man straddled the Harley in a sudden rage, and had his hand at his waist, looking at the other man warily. "Who the hell are you stepping on?" Rorschach opened his jacket outward, revealing the police badge inside, and looked at the other party with a smirk. The burly man's hand by his waist froze, and he glanced first at his bewildered girlfriend, then toward Rorschach to ask confirmingly, "What if I bring a blowjob?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Rorschach laughed and gave the middle finger. "Farking squid, get the hell out of here. Let me smell gunfire and blood on you in Chicago again, and I'll shove you up a Harley exhaust pipe and spray you out." The burly man was instantly pardoned. Being in a state of fleeing for his life, he didn't want to be targeted by a cop. Getting in the car to start the Harley and waiting for the cylinder to fire up, the guy shot a middle finger back at Rorschach without looking back. "Fark squid too. The cops. I'm going to New York to live the life of a man." Poof poof boom. After the standard Harley 3-stage sonic boom, the burly guy disappeared in a puff of smoke with his little girlfriend. Rorschach looked at the disappearing car and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "New York? That would be a great place to rival Chicago, and I don't know if I'll get another chance to get high again in the future." Looking at how even bald gangsters could pick up such superb chicks, he suddenly felt that those strippers who were 87% full of fragrance were tasteless. Back in his room, he dialed the chief's number. "Since the crisis is over for the time being, it's better to go back and resume your duties." Speaking of which, it seemed like Ginny's birthday was coming up in a few days, and Rorschach decided to give the chick a birthday experience of a lifetime. Late night, Washington, D.C., the FBI headquarters building just 3 blocks away from the White House. In one of the offices, Senior Agent Mahone was standing at his desk, reporting to the woman in front of him on the progress of the investigation of the New York case. The scene was so badly damaged that no valid fingerprints could be found. As for what caused the explosion, it was pretty obvious that it was a homemade plastic explosive made on site. "We found a large number of empty bottles of baby oil and detergent in the cellar. It's possible to profile Rorschach Butcher through those children's statements, but the problem is that there are hardly any security cameras inside the Papa estate, and there are no eyewitnesses who can testify that he went into the cellar. We found the slug at the scene of Pop's death, but the murder weapon was destroyed by the fire. And seriously, Madam Speaker." Mahone looked at Speaker Pellari in front of him and earnestly persuaded, taking a step back, "Even if it can be proved that Rorschach Butcher is the one who killed Papa Blowhard, so what? With the current trend of public opinion, exposing his identity will not only not damage him, but will instead elevate him to the altar. As for the dead celebrities, the emergency shelter doctrine in the Model Penal Code, the Good Samaritan Protection Act, the Accidental Incident Defense Act, all of these are ready-made exonerations in New York State, not to mention the 24 rescued children ready to testify on his behalf. From a legal standpoint, there's nothing we can do with him at all." After hearing the other party's words, Pellari's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. She looked through the photos of the scene and soon one of them caught her attention. "This one? It's Blowhard's old man's safe. According to his family, there's about $5 million or so in cash in there, and nearly $10 million in diamond jewelry." Mahone continued to explain, "But that doesn't point to Rorschach. There were too many people in and out of the study that night for us to prove that he took the money. If there is no evidence, then create evidence." A sneer suddenly raised on Perali's face. A small-time Chicago cop, who blends into an upscale party on the charity of a famous woman, stumbles upon a dirty secret in the cellar, but instead of calling the police to save his life, his first instinct is to use those poor kids as leverage to blackmail Daddy Blowhard into handing over his entire fortune. "And after you get the money?" She suddenly raised her volume. "He treacherously killed Pops, discovered by the guards. This executioner returning from the war used homemade explosives to try to silence him, but instead blew up the innocent stars in the hall. Now tell me, Agent Mahone, does emergency sheltering still stand up in this situation?" Mahone was slightly stunned, and the knot in his throat couldn't help but roll. "Although it's a bit far-fetched, It's not untenable, but the problem is, those children can all be rescued by him. It's impossible to commit perjury. Child? Parali lit a thin lady's cigarette, a smile growing on her face. Have you forgotten that MJ child molestation case of the last century? Ma Hong's pupil shrunk violently as he said with a tangled expression, Speaker, this is too underhanded. Underhanded? How do you think politics works? Parali heavily stubbed out his cigarette and said fiercely, he wants to be an unsung hero, but I'm going to make him lose his reputation and die in prison. Chapter 66, Identity Exposed. Requesting for catch-up reading and monthly tickets. In front of the Chicago Police Department building, no sooner had Rorschach's Dodge pickup come to a stop than a gorgeous figure darted out of the patrol car. Rorschach! Ginny stopped beside his car with a sharp brake on both feet and looked him up and down. Her eyes glazed over. Aren't you on administrative leave? How come you're back? Rorschach slowly straightened the cuffs of his uniform. What? Expecting me to lie down for a few more days? Ginny's gaze lingered on his bare skin, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Obviously. Yesterday, I still saw those shocking bruises, and I heard the director say that there were even gunshot wounds, but it's only been 2 days, and I can't even see a scar? Is there really a gun-resistant body in this world? Rorschach noticed her gaze and grunted coldly. I guess you've been having a crazy time in the past few days while I was away, running to the cafes and luxury stores in the North District all day. Did you keep a full patrol log? I'm not. Ginny stomped her foot impatiently. All the veteran officers in the North End say I'm making great progress. I don't even look like a rookie. I hope so, but prepare for hell. Rookie, your good times are over. Rorschach gave her a sidelong glance, then strutted towards the police station without looking back. Ginny stood still, grinding her teeth in exasperation. This nuisance's tone of voice was still so inflaming. Walking into the police station, greetings came immediately from here and there. Though as a police officer, Rorschach has always handled cases as he pleases, and can be said to possess a flexible, everything goes according to the mood of law enforcement standards. But what has to be recognized is that no one under the police department can deny his ability. As a detective, he set a record for the fastest crime solving when he transferred to the patrol. Even the most chaotic South Side crime rate plummeted. Director Griffin's frequent words were, if any of you were half as good as Rorschach, I'd have no problem granting you half a year's administrative leave. Because of this, most people in the station were willing to stay on good terms with him, despite his somewhat difficult personality. After all, in this business, one never knows when his help will be needed. However, there was also a small group of people who hated Rorschach with a passion, the black police who took black money. After Rorschach terminated the Gus and Salamanca families, the gray income of these black police officers was directly cut to the waist, and they naturally did not have a good face towards Rorschach, the guy who cut off people's money. But Rorschach pressed on not caring. The commissioner has secretly teamed up with the IRS, Inland Revenue Service, to uproot this group of police department tumors. The identity of these black police positions have long been mapped out. The reason for the delay in taking action is because their bank flows are clean, and they cannot be caught betraying the police department's intelligence handle. This time, the IRS was specifically approached to open the door to tax issues. Large cash purchases can fool the banks, but they will never escape the eyes of the IRS. Rorschach just hoped that the operation wouldn't make too much noise, like sending out tanks or something. That's right, IRS branches in every city are not only equipped with armed agents, but even tanks. This is something even the CTB can't hope to achieve. Rorschach made himself a cup of black coffee and shook his head as he watched Ginny, who was bouncing around the police station and mingling with everyone. With such a good relationship with her co-workers, she'll definitely be the first to think of her for future dirty work. How can you not understand such a simple workplace truth? He had just finished punching his card and was ready to call this girl out into the field when the police station suddenly exploded. All of the officers jerked up, their eyes glazed over as they stared at the LCD TV in the middle of the hall. An unprecedented raid is being broadcast live on the screen. A tidal wave of heavily armed CTU Secret Service agents poured into Capitol Hill. The normally formidable security officers of the Secret Service were now pressed to the ground without even being able to draw their sidearms, their faces pressed against the marble floor and unable to move. And yet this is just the beginning. These counterterrorism bureau agents followed up by surprisingly storming right into the halls of Congress where a bipartisan joint session was being held. The camera sweeps across the venue, where several gray-haired, elderly politicians are handcuffed by the Counterterrorism Bureau before they know what's going on. Each Secret Service agent held up a specially authorized warrant from the Department of Justice's National Security Division. The reporter's voice outside the picture rings out, and the truth gradually emerges. While searching Papa Blowhard's estate, the police accidentally discover backups of surveillance footage hidden in the cellar. The videos clearly document evidence of the crimes committed by several heavyweight members of Congress and high-ranking members of the Armed Services Committee. Suddenly, the scene switches, a mosaicked video began to play. In the blurred image, one side can be vaguely recognized as a child who looks no more than 10 years old, while the other side is clearly those who are in the news every day in the appearance of high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Sanoff bitch. These things, this is all down? May God bless these children. How is it that CTU made the move? Shouldn't everything like this go to the FBI? The police station was in an uproar, with angry officers slamming their coffee cups hard against the TV screens, the brown liquid from the cups dribbling all the way down the faces of the handcuffed politicians. Rorschach calmly took a sip of his coffee. No ripples could be seen on his face. He'd gone over those CDs countless times long ago, and his initial anger was stronger than the current group combined. Now he only found it ironic it turned out that the East and the West were surprisingly consistent in the matter of arresting high-ranking officials, and both liked to pick the time of the meeting to strike. He looked away, not bothering to watch the farce on TV. This ending could be far from what he had in mind. All these people exposed in the news do deserve it, but the ones who deserve to go to hell are still alive and well, and right now they're posturing in front of the cameras and shouting no punishment will be meted out. Just then, the sudden sound of a crying voice on the TV made him pause violently. We were able to bring these unscrupulous criminals to justice thanks to a Chicago police officer named Rorschach Butcher. Parali reddened. Her voice choked. We know from the children who were rescued that he was the one who risked his life to go deeper into the cellar and discover the evils that Daddy Blowhard was hiding. He is a true hero. The entire police station instantly boiled over at these words. All of the police officers all turned their heads incredulously to look at Rorschach, who was holding a cup of coffee in his hand, looking calm and collected. Rorschach, hoping that this is the case you went to New York to work on? Mom messed with Fark. You boys are hiding deep. Ha ha ha. I can't believe we have a hero in the police department. The officers swarmed around him, slapping his shoulders and chest in exhilaration, cheering almost toppling the roof. But Rorschach remained expressionless, his eyes staring at the old woman on the TV who was showing her true feelings, the coffee cup in his hand creaking. What kind of tricks is this old hag trying to pull? Chapter 67, Heroes to the End of the Line. Request for catch-up reads and monthly votes. Mexico. Villa on the outskirts of Juarez. The man calmly watched the news report on the TV, and when Rorschach's picture appeared on the screen, his eyes narrowed dangerously, as if he wanted to burn the person in the picture into his mind. Rorschach Butcher. He whispered the name, his fingers tapping unconsciously on his knee, his eyes clouded. I've heard Gus talk about this kid before. A middle-aged man with curly hair and a towel walked in, shaking his wet head and chewing on a cigar. He tapped the screen with a jeweled ring finger and gave a playful smile. When I was supplying Gus a dozen years ago, that Nico didn't have many men under him, but he insisted on buying D products from me, second only to your Salamanca family's market share, and instantly became the biggest fat sheep in all of Chicago. I thought he'd come begging me to send support, but it turns out this old thing found an old retired cop and a brat from somewhere. With just those two, he gnawed his way through that big chunk of Chicago. That brat back then was Rorschach, and Gus had mentioned to me that he wanted Rorschach to take his place after he retired. As a result, ha ha ha, he suddenly slapped his thighs and laughed maniacally. This guy was actually killed by his own hand-picked successor. Immediately afterward, he wrapped an affectionate arm around the shoulder of the man on the couch, the smoke from his cigar spraying in the other man's face. Oh yeah, and the kid went along and wiped out your Salamanca family, leaving you as the only one left. The muscles in the man's face twitched slightly, but he managed to force out a smile. The curly-haired guy in front of him with a debonair personality is Illidio, the big Mexican D-lord who used to control all the goods of the Gus and Salamanca families. The man watched Rorschach's cold, hard face on the TV, and the smile on his face grew more cruel. Gus the nigga will take it lightly, but me? No. He rose from the couch, straightened the collar of his shirt without haste, and flashed an icy smile at Illidio. 3 days, that's all I need. By then the entire Chicago D product market will be resurnamed Salamanca. A stronger Salamanca. Pushing open the gate, 2 rows of heavily armed gunmen stood like statues in the hot sun. Lalo raised his right hand. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, ojo por ojo, diente por diente. Blood accounts liquidated, cuentas rojas terminan en puñaladas. With a roar, AK-47 fire tore palm fronds to shreds. Inside the house, Illidio waved his cigar leisurely. Since the guy at the door is still alive, the little Chicago cop is dead. Originally, Hector had been ready to recall his opponent to Chicago for a long time, but was delayed by business in Mexico. If the other man had been there that night, it would never have ended so tragically in the park. The reason is simple, because the man's name is Lalo Salamanca, a crazy person who was so calm it's scary. Likewise the last heart of the Salamanca family, Pop. The radio host's rousing voice came to an abrupt halt. Mahone turned off the radio in annoyance, his temples throbbing from all the praise for Rorschach Butcher as the judge and the last last night. On the co-pilot, the special agent assigned to keep an eye on him stared straight ahead without a single glance. No expression seen on his face. Mahone swept his eyes at the guy spying on him and suddenly spoke up. Why do you think the speaker is touting Rorschach in the media in the first place if he's going to bring him down? The higher you lift, the harder you fall. The Secret Service returned coldly. The populace loves to make a god, and loves even more to destroy one with their own hands. That's right, LOL. Mahone sighed. The moment Pirali uttered Rorschach's name on the radio, he saw through the dirty trick putting someone on a pedestal and then dropping them hard. Those who are cheering for Rorschach now will be the angriest of mobs when they realize they have been cheated. Using this kind of tactic against a hero who single-handedly saved dozens of children. Mahone's knuckles pinched white. The Secret Service sneered. I urge you to fulfill the task the speaker has given you. And if you can't be cruel, then think of your ex-wife and children. You. Mahone jerked his head toward him and said in a deep voice. What do you mean by that? Who do you think you are to get involved in this kind of mission with your little senior agent? The special agent sneered and quirked the corner of his mouth. The speaker loves to use people like you who have a soft spot. Mahone stared at his opponent dead in the face, his throat rolling. The Secret Service agent tapped the dashboard impatiently. Have you chosen a target yet? The speaker has given a deadly order to see that hero behind bars within a week. In the silence, Mahone flung the tangled children's information in his hands into the back seat and pushed down hard on the gas. The tires scraped harshly against the ground like some kind of suppressed hiss. Half an hour later, Baltimore, the city with the third highest crime rate in the nation, looked rundown in the twilight. Mahone's sedan is parked next to a rusty RV with faded white power graffiti. You're going to make my son perjure himself and frame the cop who saved his life? The obese man in the dirty undershirt stared at them incredulously with a cigarette in his mouth. Waterfax? Officer Butcher is my son's savior. Mahone pursed his lips, not really knowing how to continue speaking. The special agent, who had been silent throughout the room, suddenly asked, Mr. Reeves, I wonder if you've ever learned about the MJ child desecration case in the upper world. MJ? Yeah, I know. The nigga who bleaches his skin on purpose, builds an amusement park in his house and has little boys in it. Reeves replied casually, biting on his cigarette. The Secret Service sniffed and continued to speak. I can now tell you unequivocally that all the evidence in that sensationalized case was fabricated. The first person to come forward to testify, Jordan Chandler, lied from beginning to end. Yeah, but what's this got to do with me? Reeves spat dismissively. And do you know how much the kid ended up with? The Secret Service agent suddenly came closer and lowered his voice. $20 million. A whole $20 million. $20 million. Reeves' jaw nearly dropped to the floor, but soon he came back to his senses and snorted. Don't bluff me. MJ is worth billions of dollars. He can afford to pay even more. That little cop is only worth a few dollars. Even if we perjure ourselves that he molested my son, so what? I have a load of benefits. As a Baltimore native and veteran, he's not that easy to fool. But followed closely by another remark from the Secret Service. He was completely heartened. We don't need that kind of underhanded perjury from your son. The Secret Service agent leaned down and lowered his voice to relate Pirali's plan. After saying that, he also affectionately patted Reeves' greasy shoulder. Just think about it, how angry and excited those Stars fans will be when they find out about it. And your child, as the first witness to come forward and bravely testify against the criminals, as long as you publicize it a little bit, he will receive donations from those Stars fans from all over the globe to give to you. I can guarantee that it won't be less than $5 million. $5 million. Reeves' hands began to shake uncontrollably. Not to mention $5 million, even $50,000 in cash. He had never seen it in his life and could not even imagine what a huge amount of money it was. A cold smile curled the corners of Special Agent's mouth. Things were going better than expected. Just then, a skinny figure suddenly sprang out from under the covers of the bed. Like a fuming beast, little Reeves slammed his fist down hard on the Secret Service leg. Bad people. You're bad people too. You're in league with all of them. No, you're worse than those guys. Stop, Reeves bellowed, and when his son didn't listen, he raised his big, rough hand and slapped him across the face, the sound of which was loud and clear in the small caravan. Did I tell you to stop? Dad. Little Reeves covered his red, swollen cheeks, tears welling up in his eyes. Uncle Rorschach is a good man. We shouldn't have done that to him. Good people? Silly boy. Reeves pinched his son's tender face with a greedy glint in his eyes. With the money, we can be good again too. He grabbed little Reeves' head in a death grip and squeezed a fawning smile at the Secret Service. Whatever you say, we'll do it, and we promise to make it right. Very well. The Secret Service nodded in satisfaction. Someone will deliver the full confession tonight, and I'll need you to be able to memorize it for court in a few days. Don't worry. Definitely. Reeves rubbed his hands together, a greedy light in his eyes, itching to testify against Rorschach right now. Little Reeves in his vice-like grip struggled in vain. Like a trapped young animal, outside the RV, the clouds hung low. Mahone, who had quit smoking for years, lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling in the dirty air. you're pushing a hero to the brink of extinction." His voice was hoarse. "Don't make a big deal out of it. Man, you're picking all these easy break kids one by one." The Secret Service sneered and tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Gotta admit, though, you senior agents do have an eye for picking out these money-minded parents." Mahone's face dimmed. Yes, he wasn't in a position to accuse others of being complicit himself. "What we want is to push him to the brink." The Secret Service agent pulled the car door open and said in a chilling voice, "This guy won't survive more than a night in jail, and half the felons in Chicago's Fox River prison can be attributed to him. Maybe he'll get his head stabbed through the handle of a sharpened toothbrush before he even waits for his first prison meal." Mahone stubbed out his cigarette in silence. He had studied Rorschach's resume in detail and knew the other party's ability and character well. Such a man could easily become a well-deserved hero if he were given justice. But to push such a hero to the brink, he could very well be the devil that makes all men fear and tremble. Chapter 68, Unforgettable Birthday, Request for Catch-Up Reading, Monthly Ballot. For a whole day in a row, almost all TV channels were rolling with news about Rorschach. With the cabinet speaker's public endorsement, media reporters of all stripes scrambled to crown Rorschach with one hyperbolic title after another. The Judge, The Punisher, The Dark Knight of Chicago, and Police Lights. All of these titles, which could only have been found in literature, now fall on the head of this young detective. The phones of Chicago's Midtown Police Department were ringing off the hook, and journalists from all walks of life were jammed in front of the police station with their long guns just to get an interview with the Dark Knight. Rorschach's police department dominated the headlines of the major media for 24 hours straight, and all of them were positive. And Chief Griffin's face was all smiles. As for where the much sought-after judge is now, noticing that the wind is not right, Rorschach has long excused himself from the patrol, and took Ginny to hide in the South District, perfectly avoiding the gang of reporters like wolves and tigers. Back against the wall, eyes on the road, top knee What's the point of swinging when people are rushing to you? Bend your elbows and top your knees, lock his joints, kick the crotch. Hell no, you paid to pass your police fighting test, didn't you? On the streets of the South Side, Rorschach lazily leaned against the hood of the police car, holding a cup of coffee in his hand, and watched with interest as Ginny, who was being specially trained by a strong black man, looked ahead of him. Ginny gritted her teeth and racked her fists, mentally cursing Rorschach 800 times already. It started half an hour ago. She was enjoying a rare moment of clean patrol when Rorschach suddenly slammed on the brakes and called out to a black punk whose pants were sagging down to his thighs, exposing half of his underwear. Here's what Rorschach said at the time: "If you don't want to be detained for 48 hours for no reason, fight my sidekick, win and I'll let you go." Although confused, this punk had obviously heard of Rorschach's reputation, looking at the other man as if he was going to teach the rookie officer a lesson. He was surprised that he ghostly agreed. "You're abusing your power." Ginny took the time to growl at Rorschach while nimbly sidestepping a hard punch. Taking advantage of the gap between her opponent's closed fists, she bent her elbow to protect her head according to Rorschach's instruction, and with her back pressed against the wall to utilize her strength, she delivered a vicious knee strike towards the punk's crotch. Thick gift shedder. Rorschach screwed up his face and sucked in a breath of cool air. That was a hard hit. Yeah. Ginny took advantage of the situation and clasped her opponent's wrists the moment he bent over and cried out in pain. A standard counter-joint technique with a kicking knee maneuver, though slightly stiff, finally succeeded in pinning the big man face down on the ground. Yes, Ginny waved her fist excitedly. After graduating from the police academy, this was the first time she had subdued an enemy with her bare hands. "It's okay, the movements are stiff as a robot, but the mind isn't too slow." Rorschach applauded slowly, then said, "Training is over, let him go." Ginny hurriedly picked up the black punk and awkwardly explained, "Sorry, we actually don't mean you any harm. We're just, you can think of this as a law enforcement exercise." She couldn't think of a better reason for this blatant abuse of power. The black man moved his aching wrists and completely ignored Ginny, just looking down curtly at Rorschach. "So can I go now?" After getting the go-ahead, he turned back to Ginny and reluctantly said, "You're not bad at your level. That top knee was pretty tough, rookie officer, but if there's a next time, shut the up, nigga." Rorschach interrupted coldly, "In the future, if I hear anyone dare to call her a rookie in the Southern District, I'll shove all of your heads up your asses." The punks were instantly silenced and fled at a fast pace with their tails between their legs. Looking at the other party's wretched back, Ginny helplessly gave Rorschach a blank look. "If you always abuse your power like this, sooner or later, you won't even get to be a patrolman." "Abuse of power?" Rorschach snorted. "Want to make a bet? Catch up with that guy now, and we can at least recover a couple dozen grams of D products from him." Ginny's eyes widened in surprise. "If he's got a D product on him, how dare he stop if you call him? It's precisely because he has the goods on him that he's so cooperative." Rorschach took a sip of his coffee. "Remember, people with a ghost in their heart tend to be the most obedient. Then why not arrest him? At least 60% of the entire South Side has been directly or indirectly exposed to addictive drugs, and you can still get them all? Well, I should have kicked harder." Ginny grimaced in chagrin. That was cheap. She suddenly had a flash of insight. Rorschach, your observation skills are way better than mine. How about we work out some secret codes? For example, licking the left lip indicates that the other party is a criminal. Licking the right is a civilian. Blinking the right eye signals drawing the gun. Blinking the left eye is lying down. Rorschach spread his hands in tears. If according to this chick's words, if she winks and licks her lips when she encounters criminals in the future, is this arresting criminals or seducing them? Getting into the police car, Ginny glanced at her watch. After realizing that there was still half an hour left before the end of the shift, my mind had drifted elsewhere. Tonight was her 25th birthday, and the party company should have decorated the apartment by now. She couldn't help but be secretly delighted at the thought of being able to change into that newly purchased Chanel floral dress later and make a stunning appearance in front of her colleagues at the police station. It was her first birthday as a police officer, and she had to look her best. At the thought, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Rorschach beside her. The guy was listening to the radio report on him, his face expressionless. You didn't forget it was your birthday, did you? It shouldn't be. Obviously, I even went to his house the day before yesterday to remind him. What? Can't wait to get off work? Rorschach suddenly spoke coldly. Ginny cocked her head. It's a pretty peaceful day in the South End. Wouldn't it be nice to call it an early night? The corners of Rorschach's mouth lifted slightly. Okay, then make another round. And if nothing happens, then turn in for the shift. Boom! The police car lurched away. The night was dark. The police car drove slowly down the street. Ginny in the passenger seat leaned limply against the window, her blonde hair sticking messily to her sweaty face, her lips bursting dry and white. A few hours ago, just 5 minutes before the end of the shift, Rorschach got a tip from somewhere and led her on a raid on a snakehead den. It's amazing that there are over 100 illegal immigrants crammed into a small 2-story house. Half of them scattered when they saw the police, causing her to chase them for dozens of blocks. If it weren't for the endurance she'd developed from chasing police cars earlier, she'd have gotten down long ago. First, take me home. Her eyes closed breathlessly. To the apartment. Have the receptionist get a room first. I have to shower and change. Can't let others see me like this. Rorschach glanced at the formerly delicate policewoman, the loose ponytail, the sweaty uniform, where there is still a little bit of the glorious look. Okay, get some rest. Well, Ginny responded vaguely and soon drifted off to sleep. I don't know how long it took, but a suppressed snicker woke her from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes in a daze, and when she looked around, her whole body instantly froze. At some point, the police car had been surrounded by colleagues who were stifling their laughter, each holding up a cell phone and snapping pictures of her. Walter Law. Stop. No shooting. She fumbled to cover her face. Just then, a cell phone reached through the window. Yeah, that's it. Smile. Rorschach grinned wickedly and pressed the shutter, capturing the moment of her breakdown perfectly. Rorschach, if you try to save it, you're dead. Ginny roared in exasperation. How could I save it? Rorschach shrugged his shoulders in mock innocence, swiping his finger on the screen a few times quickly before turning the phone towards her. Look, it's set as wallpaper straight away. How's that for a memorable enough birthday, rookie? On the screen, her haggard, ugly, distorted expression was framed clearly. Rorschach, I'll fight you. With a scream, Ginny violently pushed the car door open and lunged with open arms. Chapter 69, You Owe Me a Dance, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Monthly tickets. Unlike Rorschach, a homegrown police officer, Ginny had been living in Chicago in a high-end condo on the north side. The most common studios in this 60-story, glass-walled building start at $10,000 a month. According to Rorschach's understanding, Ginny's mother was just an ordinary housewife, and although her father was a high-ranking member of the Counterterrorism Bureau, with an annual salary that certainly exceeded Chief Griffin's $500,000, I'm afraid it would be beyond his power to say that he would easily shell out more than $100,000 a year to rent a room for his daughter. So it seems that the guy who smiles and faces people every day is in all likelihood corrupt. As an aside, Ginny's apartment was brand new by the time they all packed up and came to the birthday party, decorated in the Wizard of Oz theme she chose herself. It was a dream, with emerald green flower clusters, carpets and furniture in a forest style, and a 2-meter-high champagne tower in the center of the living room. Ginny, who had been a mess an hour ago, was now wearing exquisite makeup and a designer floral dress, living like a fairy godmother. With her chin held high and her trademark sweet smile on her face, she was greeting a fellow police department friend. You should work toward her. Rorschach. By the window, the chief scowled at Rorschach with his champagne. Her father, Jack, is so highly regarded by the Attorney General that he might be head of the Criminal Division or the National Security Division someday. That's the second in command of the federal law enforcement system. One man down, one man up. Rorschach glanced at this messy old guy and shook his head in disbelief. It's just federal law enforcement. It's not like they can control us city police, so what's there to envy? He really wasn't just saying that. The entire police system in America could be fairly decentralized. City police like them answer only to the mayor or governor. Even if the attorney general, the highest law enforcement official in the Commonwealth, were to come in, legally speaking, he could not control them. As for the county police, not to mention the sheriffs, who are directly elected by the voters and who are all local kings of the land, who would pay any attention to any federal police officer? Sometimes Rorschach wonders how nice it would have been born in one of the conservative counties in the South. With his style of law enforcement, he might have been a local hero long ago. You boy. The director glared at him with hatred and lowered his voice. Her father will either be in the cabinet or at the Pentagon if he takes 2 more steps up. If you can climb up to such an old man, I can also follow the glory. Also, don't tell me you don't have any interest in Ginny. I've memorized the way you look at her. That means, Chief, you should see an eye doctor. Rorschach didn't bother to pay attention to the old man anymore and walked straight to the balcony with his wine glass. I have to say, the location of this apartment is truly unique. Standing on a balcony on the 60th floor or so, the whole of Chicago is visible at night. The nation's 3rd largest metropolis sheds its cold, hard edge during the day and reveals a flirtatious side at night. Ahem. A soft cough interrupted Rorschach's thoughts. He turned his head to see Ginny in a floral dress glaring at him with her arms crossed and her breath puffed out. Delete my ugly pictures, or I'll never ignore you again. In the face of this unintimidating threat, Rorschach couldn't help but shake his head, pulling out his cell phone and handing it over. Ginny grabbed the phone and ran off in her heels. Just as Rorschach was wondering, she came running back with a da-da-da-da-da. Nah. She shoved the phone back into Rorschach's hand and said with a deliberately stern face, "You can use this as wallpaper in the future. This is better than the one just good looking." Rorschach picked up his phone and looked at it, and the wallpaper on the screen had changed to A, pouting in front of the camera with her body dimpled, one hand cupped under her chin, and pouting her lips toward the front of the room. Ginny selfie. Well, don't look. Ginny's red face blocked the screen and hastily changed the topic. You're so boring. You know that it's my birthday today. Even if you don't send me a gift, you're still messing with me. It wasn't my idea alone to screw you over. Don't hold it all against me, haha. As for the gift, Rorschach pulled the long-prepared gift box out of his pocket. Open it. Ginny covered her mouth in surprise and couldn't wait to open the gift box, and then her expression froze. There's actually a pink lying in there. Folding knife? The Columbia River, CRKT Provoke EDC, Rapid Deployment Folding Knife. 2.5 inches, has a curved grip for small female hands and a one-handed push disc, a ceramic-coated blade, and weighs just 60 grams. Rorschach was quite pleased with his carefully chosen gift. If I were a woman, I'd probably be excitedly playing Filipino Kali knife fighting with a backhanded knife by now. Surprisingly, however, Ginny stared at the gift for a few seconds, looked up incredulously and asked, "You give a girl a knife for her birthday? How about that?" Cool. Rorschach lifted his chin triumphantly. Okay. Ginny sighed helplessly as she stowed her folding knife in her pocket. She guaranteed that if Rorschach was any uglier or shorter, with this emotional intelligence, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend for the rest of her life. As he was wondering how to get closer to this piece of wood, Rorschach suddenly lowered his voice. Shoo, don't move. What? Ginny's body stiffened. A sniper? What fa? Of course not. Rorschach shook his head and glanced mysteriously in the direction of the living room. I just saw the most adorable and beautiful girl I've ever seen in my life. Ha? Ginny instantly wrinkled her nose and asked, a little irritated. Who is it? Rorschach pointed to her left. To your left, but don't look too fast. I bet she's tired of people staring at her all the time. Ginny glared at him in disbelief and turned her head to look around, but all she saw were a couple of male co-workers talking and laughing. A little more to the left. Yes, a little more to the left. Rorschach guided softly. Ginny looked in the direction, only to see reflected in the glass doors of the balcony, none other than her well-groomed self. You. Her heart suddenly missing a beat, Ginny turned her head to look at Rorschach, unconsciously biting her lower lip lightly. What? You don't think she's beautiful? Rorschach smiled down. Shay must have learned that from some movie. Ginny took a deep breath to avert her face, but couldn't hide the tips of her flushed ears. At that moment, lively dance music suddenly started in the living room. Ginny hesitated for a moment and summoned up the courage to take Rorschach's hand. Come on, let's go dancing. Don't. Rorschach waved his hand repeatedly. I don't know how to ballroom dance with a woman. Go have fun on your own. I don't want to make a fool of myself. I'll teach you. Ginny tugged on his hand and shook it gently. Next time, I'll learn at home first. Then the deal is, you owe me a dance. You think you're in Captain America and owe you a dance. I don't care. You have to make it up later anyway. Seeing this little policewoman's unforgiving look, Rorschach nodded helplessly. Ginny burst into a frown and bounced back into the living room like a merry deer. As the tempo of the music picked up, She danced through the crowd in a light spin, her skirts flying. The corner of Rorschach's mouth unconsciously turned up. Well, he had to admit that sometimes that old guy, the chief, did see people quite accurately. Late at night, the party was drawing to a close. A bunch of female officers were up in arms about taking Ginny out for a second round of drinks after hearing that she hadn't been to a nightclub in so many years. The hospitality was overwhelming, and Ginny was swarmed by the crowd as she headed out the door. "Rorschach, aren't you coming along? All of you homicide guys are going," a policewoman asked from downstairs in the apartment. "Forget it, you guys play, we'll get together next time." Rorschach waved his hand. 20 or 30 cops piled into a nightclub. What kind of mess could happen? He got into the old pickup and rolled down the window to wave goodbye. Ginny's eyes followed him in the rearview mirror. Rorschach smiled at her and stepped on the gas to take off. "Yes, I was really afraid the boss was going to follow along." "That's right, with him around, the girls are all around him. We're like ornaments." "By the way, Ginny, you've been on the balcony with our boss for so long. You shouldn't be." Hey, just don't tell you." The officers were talking and laughing as they walked to the next stop, and at the end of the line, the policewoman who had asked Rorschach earlier if he wanted to join her, had reached into her pocket and sent out a text message with a quick blind type. Chapter 70. Then let them come. Requests for catch-up reading and monthly tickets. Nightclub. 24 plainclothes officers were spread out over 3 or 4 decks, and Ginny's expression was slightly uncomfortable in the face of the deafening sound of the DJs in the place and the hot, writhing men and women around her. As the daughter of a counterterrorism bureau executive, she was raised to stay away from such fishy places. Even the most outlandish moments of rebellion were just skipping class and sneaking a few beers with classmates. Bars she went to occasionally, but nightclubs? That was a first. "Ginny, look at the guy to the left of the bar." The policewoman beside her poked her with her elbow and squeezed her eyebrows. "That guy couldn't stop staring at you for a long time. He's definitely interested in you." Ginny glanced over and bristled. Typical nightclub playboy, hair slicked back so it could slip flies. Gross. What about the one next to him? It's too creamy to look at. How about that one over there? I'm not too keen on dark skin tones. The co-workers burst into laughter. "Come on, Ginny only has eyes for the Dark Knight of Chicago. How can an ordinary man get into her eyes?" The rest of the group heard this and realized it, especially the female officers who all had a look of deep understanding. That body of Officer Butcher's really can't be beat. A policewoman licked her lips, and while the temper is a bit of a stinker, that face and body are enough to forgive anything. Appearance is all secondary. The most absolute thing about Rorschach is that aura. You may not believe me when I tell you, I've seen him grind coffee beans with his teeth and then boil water by rage. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I've heard he's a quarter Russian, but it's got nothing to do with his kin. It's that he ate a Rusky straight raw one time when he was drunk. Fark, you're so fake with this one. The pedigree is because his grandfather was Soviet, but I did hear that he doesn't even have a chin under his beard. Just another fist. You know how those gangbangers in Chicago describe our boss? If you can see Rorschach Butcher, then Rorschach Butcher can see you. If you can't see Rorschach Butcher, then you're not far from dead. Mom messed with Fark's super tough guy, and I gotta say, even without that New York, Rorschach is an absolute legend. The conversation went further and further off topic, hardening from Ginny's choice of spouse to a Rorschach blowout session. Ginny pursed her cocktail, the corners of her mouth rising involuntarily. Maybe it was all those flirty interactions with Rorschach tonight. She was now enjoying hearing Rorschach complimented extraordinarily. 2 glasses of Long Island iced tea down, Ginny staggered to her feet, holding onto the couch. "I'm going to the restroom," she muttered, stumbling across the dance floor. Meanwhile, a dozen Mexican-faced men silently adjusted their positions in various shadowy corners of the nightclub. Their movements are light, like pieces on a chessboard that are closing in. The other side. On the way home, Rorschach held the steering wheel with one hand as his favorite hard rock blasted from the car stereo. But at the moment, his expression was very different from the ease of the party, and his eyebrows were twisted into a chuan. Though Jack had sworn an oath that a deal had been struck with the cabinet using those CD-ROM materials and that no one would be looking for trouble again. But it was Pirelli's crowning statement on TV this morning that gave him a whiff of conspiracy. He didn't believe that this old hag would be so kind as to jump out and sing his praises herself. Rorschach was going to contact General Hammer again when he got home, and in the meantime, call Jack again to check on the situation. The whole thing was moving too fast, and he had no access to Washington at all except Jack. Ding! The cell phone vibrated, interrupting the thoughts. Rorschach glanced at the caller ID and raised an eyebrow. Surprisingly, it was Fiona's call, but when it was connected, a male voice of déjà vu came through. "Rorschach, don't make a sound for a moment. I'm Senior FBI Agent Alexander Mahone, who you met with earlier. All my communications are tapped, so I can only reach you on the Gallagher house phone." Rorschach was just about to open his mouth when the other man added sharply, "The Secret Service agents are just a few doors down from me right now. so I'll just have to make this short. Parali is plotting a conspiracy against you, and she has found 4 families from that group of children you rescued who are willing to perjure themselves to prosecute you. At that point, all the motives for your actions that night will be overturned and reinstated, and the dozen or so celebrities who died in the halls will be your catalyst. Time is running out, and if nothing else, someone is stealing large amounts of cash from your home right now, and a live action will follow. You have to get home right now before they do to stop this gang from setting you up, or it will all be too late. Rorschach frowned as he listened and was about to respond when the danger warning from the eye of judgment in his mind suddenly exploded. Boom! A van came barreling out of the mouth of the alley and slammed the front of his pickup truck hard into the wall. Immediately afterward, a dozen gunmen armed with AKs jumped from the van. Boom 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 boom. Bullets poured down on the car like a rainstorm, riddling the metal shell with holes. Rorschach leapt out of the cab with a sharp roll, his body flashing quickly between the streetlights and the trash cans. The enemy's firepower was extremely ferocious, and Rorschach could only huddle his body tightly in the corner of the wall, the bullets splattering on the wall and cutting his cheek, shedding a trace of blood. Hello, Rorschach? What's going on over there? It's okay. In a minute. Rorschach leaned his back against the corner and calmly loaded his sidearm. Bang! A bullet precisely shattered a streetlight bulb. It was followed by a second and a third. The whole street was instantly plunged into darkness, with only the sputtering fire from the muzzles of the guns appearing and disappearing. The thugs strafing came to a screeching halt. In the darkness, a gunshot rang out extraordinarily clear, and one of the gunmen fell to the ground in response. Rorschach clipped his cell phone to his shoulder socket, his form weaving through the shadows like a ghost. That is, Parali was going to redefine my motives for entering the cellar by using the children's perjured testimony and the money planting, and then overthrow the principle of emergency avoidance. Wasn't he? That's right. The men responsible for the planting should be at your house by now, and you must return immediately. They are Secret Service agents, and you are the only one who can subdue them. Understood. Bang bang dash. The final double tap hits the enemy's brow with precision. Rorschach walked over to the body and lifted the mask to meet 12 Mexican faces. Could it be that the cartel that supplies Gus and the Salamanca family is retaliating against them? Just as Rorschach was thinking this, suddenly the cell phone on one of the thugs rang. He pulled out his cell phone, and the moment the screen lit up, Rorschach's pupils suddenly contracted. On the screen, Ginny is strapped back in her chair, her terrified eyes staring straight into the camera. Below that was a string of addresses and a blood-stained sentence. I'm here for you, Lalo Salamanca. Rorschach's fingers tightened hard enough to squeeze the phone and squeak. Ha ha. A ridiculous sneer pulled at the corner of his mouth. The cabinet bigwigs in the White House are busy setting him up, and the Mexican D-lords have picked the same day to come after him. What's the difference between the two? Come to think of it, there really isn't. Politicians and D-lords, after all, are just two sides of the same coin. Ka-ching! The phone was completely scrapped in his hands. Rorschach turned toward the old pickup truck that had accompanied him through life and death, the body already riddled with bullet holes. He first lifted the tarp from the bucket, then got into the driver's seat and turned the key. After seeing that the car could still be started, he said towards Mahone on the other end of the cell phone, "Thanks for your kind words, but I might not be able to make it over there. I have more important things to take care of." What? Are you crazy? Mahone's voice rose steeply. I guarantee the media and reporters got wind of this. The Secret Service stuffed the money into your house. The next second the live cameras will dislike your house. The kids who perjured themselves will appear on TV like dominoes. And you'll be done straight away as soon as you go to court. Do you want to die in prison? Rorschach raised his eyes to the rearview mirror, in which his own face was covered in blood, but his eyes were horribly cold. Then let them come. He cut off the call, blasted the gas to the floor, and pounded the steering wheel. The old pickup arced in a sharp drift toward the address Lalo had given him. Chapter 71, Innocence? Important? Requests for catch-up readings. Monthly tickets. Who are you people? D-traffickers? Ma? Why were you guys at that nightclub? Wait a minute. Among the cops who went to the club were the black cops who took your money? Inside the suburban cabin, Ginny is tied securely to a chair. Her drunkenness had long since dissipated, replaced by eyes full of caution and unease. Lalo, standing by the window, flicked the ashes of his cigarette and swept her a cold glance. 30% of the cops in this city are on the take, so is it surprising that you're surrounded by black cops? Ginny's breath hitched, just remembering the scene in the women's restroom earlier when she was escorted away through the back door with a dozen guns pointed at her head. She still had palpitations even now. At this time, Ginny suddenly remembered Lalo's action of taking pictures and sending messages just now, and reacted at once. Are you guys trying to use me to threaten my father? No, you guys are Mexicans. I know. You guys are trying to threaten Rorschach. That's right, Lalo grinned, revealing his morose white teeth. The damn cop should be on his way. Ginny quickly scanned the room, 7 outlaws armed to the teeth, clear of assault rifles. If Rorschach can take the initiative, it shouldn't be difficult to solve these people, but now there is a drag on himself. Ginny's expression grew more and more tense and anxious. She was both looking forward to Rorschach coming to her rescue and worried that something would happen to him. But that bastard is really ruthless. Lalo's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a deep voice, "A dozen gunmen couldn't even finish him off in an ambush." He glanced at Ginny. "Luckily, I still have you as my partner. I heard that in your police department, the one who has the best relationship with him is you. With you here, there's no fear of that cocky guy not coming over, and by the time he gets here on fire." Lalo jerked the pistol at his waist, the cold muzzle pressed directly against Ginny's brow. All that would be seen would be a still warm corpse. He sneered and snapped the hammer. Bang! What a wonderful scene. Facing the muzzle of the gun in front of her, Ginny's heart beat faster and faster as she shouted out of the blue, "My father is the head of operations for the Counterterrorism Bureau. If you kill me, you won't be able to get away with it either." Lalo's finger stalled on the trigger and his pupils contracted violently. As if he hadn't heard the other man, he repeated under his breath, "The Counterterrorism Bureau. Walter Falk, Counterterrorism Bureau?" He turned his head to his men, all of whom had the look of a man who had seen a ghost. Seeing that the other party really didn't shoot, Ginny was secretly relieved. She looked at Lalo's hard face and carefully suggested, "How about this? You let me go. I'll tell Rorschach to keep him out too. You guys go back to Mexico, and we'll pretend that we've seen no one tonight, okay?" Fart. Lalo snarled and pressed the barrel of his gun hard against her forehead, but hesitated to pull the trigger. He couldn't figure out how kidnapping a random policewoman could be connected to the Counterterrorism Bureau. This is a behemoth more powerful and vindictive than the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration. Not to mention that this Ginny is the personal daughter of the head of the Specialized Operations Division. "If I find out you're lying, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Lalo eventually put his gun away resentfully and spat on the ground. Although his mouth was strong, he had already believed most of it in his heart. After all, when this chick was just arrested, her first reaction was actually to guess that they were threatening her father, indicating that the other party's father was at least a high-ranking member of a law enforcement agency. "I'll collect your life later." Lalo turned in annoyance. "But Rorschach must die tonight. The Counterterrorism Bureau? The president can't even come in good enough." Ginny tried to speak, but no sooner had the words left her mouth than a ball of rags was roughly shoved into her mouth. All she could do was stare out of the house with rounded, nervous eyes. Not long after, the roar of a car engine came from far and near, and a pickup truck riddled with bullet holes stopped with a squeak in the open space outside the window. Rorschach wiped the blood from his face and heavily pushed the door open to get out of the car. At the door of the cabin, 2 Mexican guys with submachine guns coldly swept him over and reached out, ready to search him. Rorschach directly threw the pistol on his waist to the ground, put his hands on his head, and let them rummage around. After making sure he was unarmed, the door to the cabin swung open and Rorschach caught a glimpse of Ginny tied to a chair in the middle of the room. "Iladio says you're a cold-blooded, efficient foe, but in my opinion, you're a hopeless fool." Seeing Rorschach's vacuum hand coming, Lalo was full of sneers. "Just for a woman? I really didn't expect that uncle and that guy Gus, actually both planted in the hands of a dumbass like you, Lalo." Rorschach looked at him without changing his face. "You're quite proud of yourself now?" "No, I'd be more pleased to kill you." Lalo laughed freely, as if he already saw the image of Rorschach being dismantled by himself and thrown in front of the police station to demonstrate. Rorschach nodded. "Unfortunately, it looks like you're going to have to take your regrets on the road." When he finished, he gave a quick wink of his left eye at Ginny, who had been staring at him. Ginny's mind instantly flashed back to the code word she had set out earlier when joking with Rorschach, and she lunged forward, falling to the ground with her chair. At the same time, Rorschach quickly went prone, pressing the miniature remote control switch hidden in his palm as he fell to the ground. In the next second, 2 M2 heavy machine guns secured to the pickup truck buckets quickly rose. Rumble. The motor sounded, and a round of 12, 7mm armor-piercing ammunition burst out as densely as a rainstorm. Each of the 2 gun muzzles turned rapidly toward 90 degrees, and before even a single wail could be uttered from inside the house, the body of one of the gunmen was torn into countless pieces. 400 rounds were fired in less than 20 seconds. The cabin was a bloody slaughterhouse by the time the sound of the motor stopped. Phew! Rorschach spat out the filth that had splattered into his mouth and got up to untie Ginny's ropes, never looking at Lalo from the start. Of course, he couldn't see it even if he wanted to. Not a single one of this pile of body parts in the room could be pieced together in human form. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." Rorschach held Ginny, whose body was still trembling from shock, tightly and slowly caressed her back. Ginny quickly slowed down, more disgusted than scared now. There were limbs and broken arms all around. Guts and blood splattered everywhere, and the smell of blood was so thick that it was choking. Unlike Rorschach, who was used to seeing this in the battlefield, Ginny was still encountering this kind of scene for the first time, and directly fell on Rorschach's shoulder and vomited in a faint. Just as Rorschach was about to carry her out, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He pulled it out and saw that it was a video from Fiona. On the TV, several parents are grabbing their children and performing sad scenes for the camera. "We've all been lied to," a man named Rivers roared into the microphone, spitting. "That so-called hero cop is simply a cold-blooded criminal. He found kids in captivity, and instead of saving them, his first instinct was to use them as leverage to extort $10 million from Daddy Blowhard." Off to the side, another child's mother was wiping away tears that weren't even there. "We didn't want to believe it at first, but these are the children's own words." Her voice suddenly choked. "They saw him confront old man Blowhard with their own eyes, and heard him threaten. Said that if he dared to divulge a single word, he would kill them all." The scene cuts back to a suited commentator who concludes with righteous indignation. "While Papa Blowhard certainly deserves to die, this Officer Butcher is just as guilty. All he can think about is how he's going to use these poor kids in his dirty dealings." The camera slowly sweeps over the children who are forced to appear on camera. Their faces are as white as paper. Their lips keep quivering and their eyes flutter. Their parents' iron palms clasp their shoulders in a death grip, as if in a silent warning to keep their mouths shut. This deliberate suppression, on the contrary, made the whole scene seem even more bizarre, rather like the children were afraid of Rorschach's revenge. Suddenly the scene switches again and the camera focuses on Rorschach's residence. Heavily armed FBI agents were removing bags of vacuum-packed cash from the house. The narrator said in a deliberately lowered voice, "Just 5 minutes ago, the FBI recovered a large amount of cash of unknown origin from this Officer Butcher's home. Initial judgment is that this is most likely the stolen money he got after making a deal with Puff Daddy. What's even more heinous is that he brutally murdered Puff Daddy after getting the money." According to our latest news, the parents of the victimized children are ready to jointly sue Officer Butcher, and the family of the star killed in the villa bombing will also file a lawsuit against him for willful injury. The video comes to a screeching halt. Ginny, who was originally weak and frail, suddenly struggled and turned her head, staring dead at Rorschach's cell phone screen. Her pale face flushed abnormally with anger. This is simply a naked plant. How could those children, and that money, someone must have put it there on purpose. How dare they frame an innocent person like this? Does it matter to them if they're innocent? Rorschach calmly answered, wiping the vomit mixed with blood off her face with his thumb. He suddenly wanted to laugh. It was planted as poorly as a police cadet's after-school assignment, but the same media that made him a hero yesterday are now pointing their cameras at the wailing families. He tilted his head back and inhaled deeply, the muddy smell of blood in the room rushing into his nostrils but eerily soothing his inner turmoil. "They're actually going to sue you." Ginny was shaking with anger. "Aren't you afraid that other kids will come forward and tell the truth?" Rorschach didn't answer, but in his heart he actually knew very well. Since the other side dared to make such a big fuss, they must have already exercised thorough control over the families of the other children, both softly and softly. Those kids would never dare risk their parents even if they wanted to testify. At the moment, the media, who once hailed him as the Dark Knight and the Judge, are probably working overtime to create new headlines. But strangely enough, in the face of this raging storm of public opinion, Rorschach was unusually calm inside. He patted Ginny's shoulder gently and slowly straightened up. "Let's go. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've ever been sued, and it feels kinda refreshing." Go where?" Ginny asked sharply. Rorschach casually shrugged his shoulders, easily as if he was talking about a trivial matter of no importance. "Since we're all being sued in court, we have to find a decent lawyer first, don't we?" Chapter 72. I offer you the best defense money can buy. Requesting a catch-up read and a monthly vote. Outside the H-232 office on the House side of the Capitol, 20 heavily armed special agents stood on either side of the corridor, their eyes vigilantly scanning every passing figure. This unusual security array has drawn frequent glances from staff members, knowing that in the past the Speaker has traveled with a maximum of 4 personal bodyguards. The elevator opened with a ding, and Jack Bauer strutted toward his office. This high-ranking official of the Counterterrorism Bureau, who had always paid attention to his image, now had a loose tie, disheveled hair, and bloodshot eyes, and his whole person exuded an aura of danger. Supervisor Bauer, without an appointment. Off. Jack coldly scanned the special agents blocking in front of him and said in a deep voice, "What? Afraid that I will be unfavorable to your honorable speaker?" The lead special agent tugged awkwardly at the corner of his mouth and gave a quick wink to his fellow agent. Only after getting the go-ahead from inside the office did they reluctantly move out of the way. Inside the office, Speaker Pelari was focused on reviewing documents. When she heard the door open, she looked up, the corners of her lips curling into a meaningful smile. Didn't sleep well last night? Jack, you look practically like you just got back from Afghanistan. The Department of Justice has made a final ruling on the CD-ROM incident. Jack walked right up to her with an expressionless face and braced his hands on his desk. You're destroying the trust we've worked so hard to build between us and Rorschach. And more than that, you're trampling on justice. Parali blinked in confusion. Why don't I understand what you're talking about? Don't play dumb. Jack slammed to the desktop. That kid is just a patrol cop, and he's already compromised by handing over all his CDs. And that's worth using the state apparatus against? That good show last night was costly, wasn't it? Was it really worth it? Compromise? Parali let out a soft laugh. You really believe those are originals? A man who would prepare a dozen backups. You call that a compromise? He's just trying to protect himself with one more countermeasure. Don't forget the CIA assassins just broke into his house the other day. Look, did you hear what you just said? Countermeasures. Parali tapped his fingertips on the tabletop. Jack, you're a battlefield veteran. Don't pretend you don't understand the meaning of the word. A soldier's delusional attempt to counter state power is reason enough to die 100 times over. She suddenly lowered her voice. I've been merciful. In the old days, everyone who touched him that night would have disappeared. Now he'll get 20 years at the most. Maybe those kids will flip their confessions when they're adults and he'll be out in 5 or 6 years. This is just a little lesson for him. Don't treat me like a cutie. Pay. Jack's eyes were grim as he returned. He won't live more than 3 days in prison at the most. The felons, the agent assassins who do the dirty work, and the bought and paid for prison guards are all his catalysts. You're pushing him to his death. That would be out of my hands. Parali elegantly straightened her cuffs. Want to share breakfast? It's been a long time since we had a proper chat since Holder scooped you up at the Justice Department. That won't be necessary. Jack straightened up, his military posture straight. I'm afraid I'd be so sick to my stomach if I shared a meal with you. Parali's smile froze instantly. Jack Bauer, she snapped, her voice so shrill it changed pitch. Do you know who you're talking to? The office door slammed open and the Secret Service men fishtailed in, their fingers already on the triggers. Jack, however, just absently straightened his suit and, after a deep look at Parali, left gracefully with the crowd gawking at him. Parali's grim gaze pierced Jack's, departing back like a blade. The Counter-Terrorism Bureau is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice, and even she, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, can't do much about it in a system of separation of powers. She forced herself to take a deep breath. It had to sink in now. Because of the utilization of that damned CD-ROM, they have now brought the Elephant Party's power in the cabinet to its lowest point in 30 years. At the moment, the entire cabinet is pretty much a one-trick pony for her own party. But that's just the beginning. Sooner or later she'll turn her guns on the Justice Department, aimed at this Counter-Terrorism Bureau chief who dared to insult himself to his face. Stepping out of the revolving doors of the Capitol, Jack suddenly stopped and looked back. His gaze fell on the relief of the scales on the porch, which symbolized justice, and a sneering sneer pulled out from the corner of his mouth. He pulled out his cell phone and edited a text message on the fly. On Chicago's South Side, in a law firm specializing in low-income groups, Rorschach stared at the apology message from Jack on his phone screen and pressed the delete button with an expressionless face. What's wrong? Ginny asked as she came over. Nothing. Nuisance text. Rorschach pushed her head away and rested his hands behind his head, tilting his head back to look at the old television hanging from the ceiling. Interviews with the families of the fallen stars were playing on the screen, and the scantily clad men and women cried into the camera, accusing Rorschach of atrocities. The camera switches to the streets of New York and Los Angeles, where angry fans demonstrate with signs, each bearing a picture of Rorschach with a blood-red cross painted on it. Black police, notorious private vigilantes, executioners. One shocking label was frantically applied to Rorschach. In just 24 hours, the tide of public opinion has made a 180-degree turn. In the waiting room, a number of citizens surreptitiously sized up Rorschach and whispered. Due to Rorschach's reputation in the Southern District, no one dared to speak up. That is, until a large, bloated black woman suddenly spoke up. Rorschach, you've been running roughshod over the South Side for so many years, and you've finally gotten what's coming to you. Rorschach's eyes moved away from the TV. Rampaging? I don't remember bullying law-abiding citizens. And who are you? A commoner who can't stand to look at you. The big mom stood up and pointed at Rorschach as an output. Did you see what the TV said? You're not a hero at all. Rorschach, you're a murderous executioner, a greedy and ugly black cop. I'm waiting to see you nailed to the pillar of shame and die in prison. Damn it, try saying that again? Ginny instantly exploded, her right hand already pressing on the stun gun at her waist. Rorschach is deep in public opinion, but he hasn't been suspended yet, and he still has his badge, which is clearly a blatant insult to law enforcement officers. Just then, an exaggerated tenor voice suddenly interjected. Hey, you, stop looking, talking about you. The office door was violently pushed open, and a tall, Skinny man in a tie pink suit and bright purple tie pointed at the older woman and yelled, "Who gave you permission to act out on my turf towards my most honored guest? Get the hell out of here. I'm not doing this business with you." The older woman choked on the sudden interruption, blared viciously at the trio, grabbed her bag and huffed away twisting her fat ass. When the guy's figure completely disappeared, the pink suit guy opened his arms towards Rorschach with a loud laugh. "Ha ha, see, what did I used to say? You'll find me to help you one day, Rorschach." Rorschach got up and touched shoulders with him and laughed. "Don't get cocky too soon. If you can't handle it, I'll replace you right away." Seeing that these two were obviously old acquaintances, Ginny couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She eyed the fancy lawyer suspiciously and couldn't help but ask, "You're the legendary Saul Goodman? The best lawyer in Chicago at getting people off the hook?" "Bingo, guessed it right." Saul made a pompous bow. "Saul Goodman. I offer the best defense money can buy for anyone. Remember my slogan, better call Saul." Speechless, Ginny turned her head to Rorschach, who still maintained a bemused smile. It left her utterly speechless. She'd obviously contacted the top criminal defense team in Washington herself, and this guy had chosen such a livewire. Suddenly she didn't get whether Rorschach wanted to get herself off the hook or not. Walking into the inner office, Saul closed the door with a thud, suddenly put away his smirk and clapped his hands together. "Listen man, I've been up all night studying your case. Now there's a brilliant defense strategy that will get you completely off the hook." Rorschach and Ginny looked at each other in surprise and asked curiously, "What? Post-war PTSD? Post-traumatic stress disorder." Chapter 73, General Hammer, the road is at your feet if you want it to be. Catch up reading and monthly votes requested. Think about it. A veteran of the War on Terror who, upon returning to normal society, encounters ostracism from anti-war activists and is unable to integrate into a harmonious social environment. Personality became irritable, more possessed of weapons dependency, alcoholism, depression, social fears, over-responsibility, nightmares every night. When you hear the sound of a glass bottle breaking in the supermarket, you instantly crouch for cover. In the shower you suddenly remember the blood and water of the battlefield and frantically scrub your body, both longing to be understood and refusing to be approached by others, strangers to a life of peace, even nostalgic for the purity of the battlefield. That's it, you suffer from PTSD, a mental illness that causes you to always do something out of the ordinary, like blowing up a dozen celebrities. Ha, fantastic, man. Rorschach smacked his lips. "Man, it never occurred to you that I might not pass a psychiatric evaluation? Ha ha, don't worry about that." Rorschach. Saul wiggled his index finger. "According to the rules on the motion for mental status evaluation, you have at least a 90-day buffer in the cycle in which the judge signs the order for mandatory psychiatric evaluation, and while that time is spent in a hospital, with your ability to, aha." He lowered his voice and said, "In addition to defending you, I can provide you with fake licenses to Mexico, Brazil, Cuba, and even Southeast Asia, and as soon as you escape from the hospital, I'll be able to contact the head of the snake to get you out of there that night." "Waterfax?" Rorschach laughed in exasperation. "I would have disappeared last night if I wanted to run away. Why do I need to listen to your bull asterisk here? You're a guy who's basically a solicitor and a liar." Ginny snapped, standing up and yanking Rorschach's arm. The immodest lawyer across the street even asked for Rorschach to leave the United States at the drop of a hat. How could she accept that? Don't rush. Saul hurriedly stopped Rorschach and said seriously, "Rorschach, believe me, I must be trying to help you get off the hook. If it wasn't for you, I would have been killed by the de-trafficking gangsters in the Southern District long ago. But the problem is, in your case, there's no way to get off the hook other than pretending to be mentally ill." The children's statements, while they may have been coerced into perjury, lacked direct evidence that they were manipulated. The cash recovered from your house, even if it was planted, could not provide counter-evidence. Public opinion is also not on your side right now, and you're at a natural disadvantage compared to the dead celebrity, and a jury may have a preconceived notion that you're guilty. The most crucial thing is that this kind of case involving the death of a celebrity and child abduction, the government is in need of a quick closure to calm public opinion, and is unwilling to delve into the truth. It's very likely that you'll be convicted in the first instance straight away. Rorschach shrugged indifferently. "Wouldn't I be screwed then? As long as you're dead set against it," Saul said seriously. "I'll prepare the material for the psychiatric evaluation, and find a way to dig something useful out of those kids' mouths. We can drag this out for years just going through the process of psychiatric evaluation." "Nonsense, Cootie. Only then will you plead guilty." Ginny gave him a breathless blank look. She felt that this lawyer was talking about worthless pieces of soup. Rorschach nodded slightly and said softly, "You're on your own. Attorney's fees, shelter. Don't give me that, man. I owe you a lot of favors for getting a foothold in the South End." Saul made a move to whack him on the shoulder, but it turned into a hug on contact. The corner of Rorschach's mouth raised a smile, and he didn't stay any longer. Taking Ginny with him, he was ready to leave. But as soon as he stepped out of the office door, a lanky figure stopped in front of him. Boss? The burly man's eyes widened and his voice trembled with excitement. I'm Anton. Do you remember me? Fight Club. He suddenly braked his words and scowled at Rorschach. Anton. Rorschach nodded knowingly. I remember. You dislocated your arm the other night. Are you better now? Ha ha ha, it's long overdue. Anton scratched his head with a big grin. Rorschach looked him up and down and opened his mouth to ask, then what are you planning to do? Do you want to follow the example of the reporter politician on TV and come to point fingers at me, slamming and accusing me? As soon as Anton heard this, he was instantly enraged and directly cursed. Fark, the press and media, screw the politicians. He clenched his fists and looked at Rorschach with a serious face, saying, Boss, the brothers of the club are all on your side, even if you intentionally blew up those stars. So what? Fark, those bastards are not good things in the first place, not to mention 10 deaths, even 100 deaths wouldn't be wrong. Boss, you did a really beautiful job. Rorschach was slightly stunned as his gaze fell on Anton's excited and thrilled eyes, and after a moment of silence, he asked, do you really think so? That's for sure. Look at the ugly faces of those politicians and media on TV these days. Anton said angrily, children are imprisoned, they turn a blind eye. All they care about is the death of those dirty hypocritical stars. This country is so dirty it makes you sick to your stomach. Mom messes with Fark. Seriously, if I didn't have parents to support and children to raise, I'd love to grab a gun and join you boss in a big fight. Clean out the country of all the vermin. Kill all those dirty politician stars. Ha, ha ha ha. Rorschach suddenly let out a loud laugh and said in an incredibly solemn tone, thank you, Anton. You're right. This country is so dirty. It's about time someone cleaned it up properly from top to bottom. After saying that, Rorschach heavily patted Anton's shoulder, then walked out of the law firm with a brisk pace. Ginny looked at his back and cocked her head with a puzzled expression, then quickened her pace to follow. Early morning 2 days later, court date. Rorschach, dressed in a sharp black suit, sat in a nondescript Chinese restaurant, eating dumplings nonchalantly. This is the only Chinese restaurant in all of Chicago that still has authentic flavors, but unfortunately, his is also the worst business. I once advised my boss that it's important to follow the customs of the country, and that Americans can't eat authentic Chinese food. But do you know how he got back to me? Rorschach looked up at the three men in front of him and said, word for word. He said, change it. Is it still Chinese food? The chief bit into his cigar. His brow furrowed. He had used all his veins in the past few days, but he could never find a breakthrough. Ginny was equally clueless, and only Saul remained confident. As long as Rorschach doesn't plead guilty, he's sure to drag this case out for years. Right at this moment, the cell phone that Rorschach had placed on the table suddenly rang, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly after picking it up and seeing that the contact was an unknown number. He tapped the connect button and put it to his ear, and a low, strong voice came from it. From your house to the Chicago Superior Court would be via Madison Avenue, and from the courthouse to the Fox River Jail would be via the West Loop. The elevation of the 32nd building on Madison Street will allow you to set up machine guns to control the entire street, and the underground pipe network at the third off-ramp from the West Loop will be enough for you to get out of the way. Guys are on their way. All the best of the Rangers and Delta, along with your most familiar members of the Tsunami Hawk Commandos. Counting all contingencies, you'll be free of FBI and Secret Service surveillance in 3 minutes. Rorschach, the path is at your feet if you want to walk it. Listening to the voice that hadn't been heard inside for a long time, the smile on Rorschach's face gradually widened, as if he had seen the once hot years, but eventually, he slowly shook his head. No, General, I've changed my mind. What is it? I want to play with them. The voice on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, then slowly spoke. Are you sure? Don't be a hard ass, kid. I've been planning a very important plan lately and am in need of manpower. Believe me, this plan will be very appealing to you. Rorschach smiled, and there was a hint of confidence and spontaneity in that smile. Since it's so important, then of course it's better to wait until I become a bit stronger before joining in. Right now, I'm more interested in enjoying the game. There was a sigh on the other side of the phone, and General Hammer's helpless voice came out. Suit yourself. Don't play it off. Rorschach nodded and hung up the phone in his hand. At that moment, the owner of the restaurant, an old man in his early to mid-60s, walked up to Rorschach and asked with a smile, dumplings at this time of year is not a good omen in my country. Would you like some more, Rorschach? Forget it, 2 bowls are already enough. Rorschach smiled and shook his head, picking up a paper napkin and wiping the corners of his mouth, but the next second he suddenly called out to the boss. Wait, Lee, better have another one. He smiled and showed his morose white teeth. I'm extra hungry today. Chapter 74, in my experience, People with power are more or less guilty, requesting catch-up readings and monthly tickets. Superior Court of Chicago. The sky, with its leaden gray clouds hanging low, casts a depressing hue over the entire scene. In front of the gates, reporters carried long guns and camera equipment, their lenses trained in unison on the end of the street. On both sides of the road, protesters carried a variety of placards with words such as murderer, executioner and death to the black police written in blood-red paint. To add insult to injury, there were also pictures of the dead stars of Pop's estate in the corners, with candles and flowers around them, as if they were trying to pay tribute to the dead stars with news of Rorschach's conviction. A black sedan drove up slowly and stopped in front of the steps. The crowd instantly boiled over. Rorschach pushed open the car door and raised his hand to stop Saul, who was rambling on. He looked around, the clicking of camera shutters and the hysterical cursing of fans filling his ears. Those brainwashed fans cried their hearts out, and those who didn't know thought they had lost their own father. To his surprise, next to the area where the abuse was the most intense, there was a group of burly, strong men standing. They wore washed-out overalls and old jackets, their faces rugged but filled with fervent admiration. When Rorschach appeared, the men erupted in deafening cheers. Boss, Rorschach, Judge, they all deserve to die. Those vermin all deserve to die. Well done, Rorschach. They held up crude handmade signs with a bright red E for the executioner, a medieval religious execution. The cheers of blue-collar workers and the curses of pampered stargazers from middle-class families intertwined to create a dystopian picture. Rorschach stood still, his gaze sweeping over the supporters. After a few moments of silence, he nodded slightly and turned toward the courthouse doors. Just as he was about to step through the gate, a familiar voice came. Rorschach turned around to see Carl huddled behind the cordon with the children he'd rescued from the cellar, waving desperately at him. You guys. The corners of Rorschach's mouth turned up slightly. Sneaking out on your own without telling your family, right? All the other kids nodded vigorously except Carl. Ever since the FBI came to their door with a warning, their parents have watched them to death. It must have taken a lot of work for these kids to get here from all the districts. Carl came up with a straight stinker. Little Rivers and Lena's ES deserve to rot in the cellar. He was talking about the very same kids who had perjured themselves in court. And when he'd seen the scene on the news the other night where the other side had falsely accused Rorschach in front of the cameras, it had almost made him angry. Forget it, they were forced to do it. Rorschach interrupted him, rubbing the children's heads one by one. It's too messy here, hurry home. With that, he turned and walked into the courthouse. Behind him, Carl's hand crept into his backpack, his eyes turning menacing. Regardless of the outcome of today's trial, he was going to make those who framed Rorschach pay. Led by Saul, Rorschach took the defense table. The courtroom was packed, with cameras set up by journalists everywhere, even in the corners with live streaming equipment. The city couldn't resist the pressure to open up the trial to live streaming because there were so many stars involved. Saul lowered his voice, and now at least tens of millions of eyes all over the United States are staring at this place. But that's to our advantage. The judge and jury won't dare convict you so easily in full view. The show will go on for at least 5 or 6 more rounds. Rorschach swept the plaintiff's table and smiled back. For lawyers plus assistants across the street. And you're going it alone? Can it work? Saul followed his gaze. For suited attorneys are seated at the plaintiff's table, a posh lineup that the Stars family has paid heavily for. He took a deep breath and flipped open the case file. Don't worry, man. I can hold my own in a bigger scene. Rorschach looked around the courtroom absently, even nodding his head at the live camera. Not a trace of nervousness visible on his face, until his eyes fell on Ginny in the gallery behind him. The chick was clutching her handkerchief, knuckles white. Rorschach couldn't help but darken his eyes and close them. As the bailiff entered, a black female judge in her 60s took the bench. Fark. Saul couldn't help but curse at the first sight of his opponent. Being black, female, and a bloated fat ass is not a good sign. The female judge coldly glanced at Rorschach, who had his eyes closed. Lawyers of both sides, don't waste my time. Start the opening statements. The prosecuting attorney cleared his throat, rose to face the jury, and said in a booming voice, on behalf of the families of the 16 murdered stars, I bring charges of murder and intentional infliction of bodily harm against Rorschach Butcher, and, on behalf of the 4 incarcerated children, I also bring charges of intimidation. With that, the prosecuting attorney took out a file from the bag containing stacks of photographs, most of which were of the burn study of Papa Blowhard. The photos show empty safes, huge amounts of cash recovered from Rorschach's home, raw materials for handmade explosives in the cellar, and even a single fingerprint left by Rorschach that they found in the study after the fire. The faces of the judge and the jury members became unusually hard after they had circulated this information in turn. In their eyes, the silent Rorschach in front of them had undoubtedly been labeled as greedy and indifferent to human life. Defendant. The black female judge raised her volume and shouted at Rorschach, do you have anything to say in your defense?" Saul was about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by the female judge, who made it clear that she was asking about the defendant, not the attorney. However, Rorschach remained silent with his hands clasped over his chest, as if he hadn't heard the female judge at all. Seeing this, the female judge responded coldly, "In my experience, the guilty often choose to remain silent in the face of accusation." Hearing this, both Saul and Ginny at the scene and the chief and Jack and the others who were watching through the livestream couldn't help but frown. As a judge, it is surprising that such a heavily biased statement was made. Rorschach sniffed, slowly opened his eyes, snorted, and responded, "In my experience, people with power are more or less guilty." Ahem. Saul, who was on the sidelines, coughed in an attempt to interrupt Rorschach, fearing that he would say something else that would irritate the judge. Then Saul turned to the prosecuting attorney and questioned, "All this physical evidence you just showed was not even notarized, and that's safe. As far as I know, the people who have been in and out of Blowhard's old man's study that night can't be counted on two hands. As for the fingerprints, it's even more ridiculous. The scene was burned in a fire, and you can still find fingerprints? You're treating the whole jury like cuties, did you?" The prosecuting attorney seemed to be waiting for that from Saul as he smiled flatly and said, "Don't worry, Saul. Physical evidence is only one of many things." He turned to the judge and said in a loud voice, "Allow me to call the witnesses of the night." After receiving permission from the judge, several parents with their children appeared in the courtroom. At the head of the group was none other than the white guy, Rivers, who had dealings with the Secret Service. He rubbed his palms together as if he had already seen the scene where he would become a millionaire at the end of the trial. Chapter 75. I used to think my life was a tragedy, but now I realize it's a treadmill comedy. In the study of Mr. Blowhard, my son witnessed this murderous executioner using those innocent children in the cellar as bargaining chips, and Mr. Blowhard engaged in a sinful negotiation. This damned black cop asked for $10 million, where in his eyes is the safety of the children, but only the money that smells of copper. You're lying. You just claimed that this is what your son saw with his own eyes. But the heavy and incomparably heavy cellar door that leads to the study can't be pushed open with just the strength of a 9-year-old child. How dare you say that your son not only pushed open the cellar door, but also managed to overhear the conversation between Rorschach and Old Man Bragger? That's because both of them have ghosts in their hearts, and being thieves, they naturally didn't care about my son. Then how can you be sure your son isn't telling lies? He's only 9 years old. Children don't lie. A child might not. But you, an adult for money, can't tell. Rivers and Saul were arguing vehemently and spitefully on a TV in a bar somewhere in the South. The guests heard what was on TV and many of them sneered. As much as I can't stand that greasy-headed lawyer in the pink suit. This guy named Rivers is clearly lying. I guess I'm taking favors from the stars. This guy is white trash. If you ask me, that Rorschach did a hell of a job. And what kind of nice people can be the stars who attend that niggas party? They all deserve to die. The crowd, you and I, were almost all lopsidedly in favor of Rorschach in this town of conservative folk. At that moment, a discordant voice broke the lively atmosphere. "Fark, how can I see that he's telling the truth? You guys, look at him blushing. He's obviously genuine. And look at that Rorschach butcher's calm demeanor. A guy wearing a skull and crossbones bandana and a leather jacket, looking like a member of a biker gang, holding a beer, cursed with disdain. This guy looks like he has no mood swings at all. Maybe he is a cold-blooded killer like Hannibal. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to do such heartless things as blowing up more than a dozen celebrities. I've seen a lot of this kind of cop who was full of bad water and evil. Boo." Before the guy could finish his sentence, a blackened gun was already pressed firmly against his head. "Mom mess with Fark. Try saying that again, you kid." Connor, his eyes wide with rage, grabbed the guy by the head, heaved his gun against the bar, and roared viciously, "Let me hear you insult Rorschach butcher one more time, and I'll put a bullet through your head right now." "Okay, relax man, it was just a joke." The Speedster members instantly conceded and dutifully raised their hands. How could he not have expected that his one sentence of mouth high would provoke such a ruthless character who would pull out his gun and do it? Connor gave him a vicious glare before he withdrew his gun and resumed his seat beside Murphy, his eyes glued to the live feed on the television, not daring to relax for a moment. The two of them were anxious inside at the moment. After all, the money in that safe, but they were the ones who made the decision to take it away. When Rorschach had been shot and unconscious, these two brothers had already secretly made up their minds that if Rorschach was really imprisoned, they would try their best to hijack the prison and save each other as well. Not just the two of them, but all over the world today. There are many people with different minds watching the broadcast. In the basement of an abandoned bar in Chicago, dozens of naked, burly men are staring deathly at a TV screen. Rivers' hypocritical face was twisted and distorted in the frame, and someone had squeezed the beer bottle in their hand to the point of crunching. In the government building in Washington, D.C., dignitaries in suits served coffee and stared intently at the trial of the century. Some frowned, some sneered, and others quietly dialed the phone. far away at a military base in Africa. A silver-haired general stood in front of a large screen with his hands behind his back. The general's star on his shoulder patch shone in the sunlight, but his eyes were as cold as the Siberian tundra. In the courtroom, one witness after another took the stand. They tearfully accused Rorschach of crimes, threatening children, blackmailing the rich, making bombs. Every word was like a knife, lynching Rorschach's image a little. The jurors' expressions grew harder and harder, and one old lady even looked away in disgust. Outside the courthouse, fans holding up the star's last photo had begun to sob. The carefully retouched photo stung in the candlelight. Ginny clutched the armrests of her seat in a death grip, her knuckles white. The whole atmosphere of the courtroom was like a noose being tightened, and Rorschach was the prisoner about to be hanged. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Saul slapped the table heavily. Having attracted the attention of everyone in the room, he picked up a document from the table and faced the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not talking about the letter of the law now, but how war can eat a man's soul. He handed the document in his hand over to the judge's bench, pointed at Rorschach and preached, all of the testimony you've heard before, all of those perfect timelines, those analyses of motives, are all based on a false premise, the idea that this Rorschach, this is a sober, sane man, but alas, he is not. Yes, this is a situation where Saul can only pull the psychotic move to try and stall for Rorschach some more time. Look at the documents you have at hand. Afghanistan, Iraq, Africa. This country threw him into hell, and now it's judging him for the scars he brought back from hell. That's right, it's what you think. My client has actually been suffering from post-war PTSD for a long time. At these words, the court was in an uproar. The prosecuting attorney's face instantly turned blue, and the parents who had perjured themselves looked at each other. Post-war PTSD? You were fine before, and now you're having a psychotic episode when you're in court? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Rorschach also coughed uncomfortably softly. It wasn't that he minded being labeled a psychopath. It was just that the words serving the country, it gives him goosebumps. After all, joining the army back then was purely a way to get away from that annoying guy Gus. The prosecuting attorney flipped through the materials submitted by Saul and sneered. How dare you claim that the defendant suffers from post-war traumatic stress disorder without even a basic psychiatric report? Saul, do you think this is a children's court? Yes, no, but under 18 U.S. See, Section 4241. If there is a likelihood that the defendant is incapable of understanding the proceedings or assisting in the defense due to mental illness, the trial must be adjourned and a psychiatric evaluation must be initiated. Saul rallied his dislike. Considering that my client served in the Airborne Assault Division and participated in numerous combat deployments, he is fully qualified for the onset of PTSD. Therefore, I am requesting a 90-day psychiatric evaluation from the Federal Medical Center. If my judgment is wrong, it will not be too late to continue the trial process at that time. It's ridiculous. You are abusing the judicial process. I'm abusing the process? Why don't you explain to me why all the key testimony is coming from the parents and the child witness? Who should be the most important? Has not testified directly so far? Rule 807 of the Federal Rules of Evidence provides that if a witness is too young or traumatized to testify, his or her prior statement may be presented by a parent. Oh, I think you guys are afraid of revealing yourselves. The tone of the two men's voices grew louder and louder, and Saul, although he was only a small lawyer who took lawsuits for the poor in the South Side, did not have any stage fright in the face of these lawyers coming from the big law firms in front of him, but instead, his tone of voice was grim, as if he had come to his own home turf. Dum 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 dum. The female judge heaved her gavel and signaled them to silence afterward. He glanced first at Rorschach, who hadn't said a word, and then his gaze shifted to the children who were clutching the corners of their parents' coats. The court needs to confirm whether there are any child witnesses present who can personally corroborate the statements made by the parents. Several of the kids had their heads bowed without saying a word, and Rivers straightaway pinched his son's back hard and whispered something in his ear that he didn't know what to say. Immediately afterward, the blond boy timidly lifted his pale face, his eyes dodging away from Rorschach just as he touched him with an electric shock. It's true. The boy's voice was as thin as a fly. Everything Daddy said was true. Wow. The courtroom was in an uproar as jurors exchanged words and the gallery erupted in a chorus of gasps. Ginny closed her eyes in pain while Saul remained calm. Like he said, as long as Rorschach doesn't plead guilty, and with that service on the other side, dragging it out for a few months with mental illness isn't a problem at all. Defendant, is there anything else you'd like to say? The judge asked coldly as he banged his gavel. Rorschach was silent for a moment, slowly turning his head to look at the witness stand. Those kids had their heads down, fingers twisting uneasily at the corners of their coats. Their parents stood behind them, not a trace of guilt visible on their faces. He burst out laughing, the sound of which stung in the solemn courtroom. I used to think my life was a tragedy, but now I realize it turned out to be a stepping stone comedy. Rorschach pulled up a cold smile, looked the judge straight in the eye, and slowly spoke. I plead guilty. Word by word, he said. Those stars, there's one of them, all of them I slaughtered with my own hands. Chapter 76. Because I love doing it. It's what I was born to do. 200 votes plus more. Dead silence fell over the otherwise noisy courtroom. Both the jury and the prosecuting attorneys at the scene looked at Rorschach in shock. Through the television screen, the thousands of viewers who were witnessing the broadcast of this trial also had a stunned look on their faces. They thought this was going to be a lawsuit that would take years of litigation to get through. And then the defendant pleads guilty in the first trial? Objection. Lawyer Saul sprang up and interrupted Rorschach with a raised hand. The judge laughed in exasperation at this and said, "You object to your client's words?" "That's right." Saul's heart raced as he exclaimed, "As I said earlier, my client suffers from post-war PTSD, and his words at this moment do not have any legal effect at all." Rorschach was just now merely. Before he could finish his words, a strong hand was already on top of his arm. Saul whipped his head around and Rorschach smiled at him and shook his head. "Thank you for your efforts, Saul. You'll get what you deserve. But right now, I don't need a lawyer anymore." Rorschach. Saul wrinkled his brow tightly in incomprehension. Why did he choose to plead guilty in a case that could have been dragged out until the witnesses retracted their confessions as adults by simply insisting on not pleading guilty? Rorschach looked like a solemn statue, sitting in the defendant's seat. He slowly looked around the room, his eyes sweeping over the camera lenses in front of him, the jury members beside him, and the judge seated on top of the high dais, and his tone was suppressed to a fault as he spoke slowly. "All take a good look around you. Open your eyes and see with all your heart what is going on around here. This city, this country, reeks with a sickening stench, a filth that I have to fight every day to suppress the rage that burns within me. Trafficking, gangsterism, corruption, bullying, hypocrisy, these ugly phenomena fill every corner of this country. They treat justice as a shroud, injustice as a tool to be played with willy-nilly. You want to know if I killed Puff Daddy, don't you? Well, now I'm going to tell you in no uncertain terms." Rorschach snapped to his feet, stared straight at the judge, and growled low, "When my bullet went through that nigga's head, it felt better than when I ate 1,000 J-girls." He slowly turned around, his gaze like a knife, sweeping towards those hypocrites in the jury who were hypocritical to the core. "I wish I was the 10 evil demons and cold-hearted executioners that you guys are talking about. Do you know what I regret most now? I really should have tortured those damn stars to death slowly, bit by bit, with a dull knife, instead of ending their lives so easily with a bomb. Watch your language. You are now about to be charged with one more count of ZZ discrimination." The female judge pounded her gavel angrily. However, Rorschach was unconcerned about this and instead laughed recklessly. He continued, "As far as those guys who can barely be considered human are concerned, those vermin that I can trample to death with a single foot, even if I were to live my life all over again, I would still make the same choice without hesitation. You guys think I'm crazy? But I tell you, I've never been so sane. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I don't need anyone's help at all." Rorschach's eyes were crimson, like an angry beast, and he said fiercely, "I've understood my mission in descending into this world. Those traffickers, corrupt officials, human traffickers, and assholes of society, and the reason why I want to kill them is because I love to do so." He hissed at the top of his lungs, "I was born to do this. I'm going to rid this country of vermin at the root, through and through. No, I'm going to turn this country upside down and destroy it completely. Just thinking about it like this right now has me trembling with excitement and itching in my hands. You guys want to put me in jail?" Rorschach pointed at himself and sneered towards the camera. "Let me tell you all exactly what will happen in the future. When I get out of prison, all of you will be greeted with a demon that is worse than a nightmare." He slowly pulled a star-shaped badge from his pocket, the symbol of the Chicago Police Department. He then slammed it down on the table so hard that the badge was instantly smashed into a million pieces. "From this moment on, there will be no more Rorschach the cop in Chicago. From this moment on, I will not give in to any evil. You call me the Inquisitor, the infamous private vigilante, and you're absolutely right. I am." Inside the courtroom, there was dead silence. Everyone seemed to be shocked hard by Rorschach's astonishing remarks, and at this moment, the viewers who watched this trial through the live broadcast, without exception, showed a look of disbelief. Inside the basement that served as a fight club, a bunch of crazy guys were sitting around in front of an old television set. The moment Rorschach ruthlessly slapped the police badge in the picture, the entire basement instantly exploded, and the crowd let out roars of rage like wild animals. "Fark, yeah, that's the way it should be. All pests should be removed. Mom messing with Fark, that's the boss of our club. That's it." A deafening burst of gunfire erupts from a country bar in a remote town in Montana. The Irish brothers, pistols in hand, swept wildly toward the ceiling, their faces filled with a look of maniacal exuberance. They pointed at Rorschach's figure on the TV screen and shouted hysterically in all directions, "Open your eyes wide and see clearly. This is the real man. This is our boss. There is no prison in the world that can trap him. Absolutely none. Those scumbags who planted evidence behind his back. Wait and see. They've completely enraged a demon who's repressing an endless rage. Department of Justice building in Washington, D.C. Jack turned off the live feed in front of him and took a deep shaky breath and clenched his fists. Escaped from prison? Can Rorschach really do it? Meanwhile, the reacting judges in the courthouse went crazy and pounded their gavels frantically. She no longer gave Rorschach any chance to open her mouth, and her voice was low as she shouted, "By the divine right vested in me by the law, and by the unanimous verdict of the jury, the defendant, Rorschach Butcher, is sentenced to 30 years imprisonment without probation for the crimes of intentional injury, intimidation, extortion, endangering social security, ZZ discrimination, and incitement to violence, and is to be sent to serve his sentence in the Fox River prison forthwith." However, at this moment, both the crowd inside the courtroom and the viewers in front of the TV set were so shaken by Rorschach's hissing that they didn't even hear how many years of sentence the judge actually pronounced. A dozen bailiffs cautiously and quickly surrounded Rorschach, but Rorschach, who was like the devil incarnate in their eyes, did not make any move to resist. He even reached out his hand directly and allowed the other party to put cold handcuffs on himself. Behind him, Ginny couldn't help but death grip Rorschach's coat, tears having long since come to her eyes. She whimpered toward Rorschach, "You can't just go to jail, Rorschach." Rorschach slowly craned his head to look at her, and Ginny immediately hugged him tightly, looking up and sobbing, You still owe me a dance." Rorschach took a step and stared into the other man's tear-filled eyes, an apologetic smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I'm sorry, Ginny. Wait for me to come back if you want. That day won't be too far away. Let go." The bailiff was about to forcefully rip Ginny away, but was interrupted by Rorschach's low, murderous voice, "Try touching her if you want to die." Feeling the biting malice that poured off the man, the bailiff gulped and could only watch as Ginny snuggled closer to Rorschach's body. A few minutes later, under the tight siege of numerous bailiffs and FBI agents, Rorschach, handcuffed, finally exited outside the courthouse with a subdued stride. Compared to when he came in, the smile on his face grew more exuberant, as if he had treated going to prison as an upgrade and refresher course. Behind him, the parents of the children who testified were scrambling for the reporters' microphones. The reason they are willing to perjure themselves is to take advantage of this appearance to win the sympathy of the public so that they can raise funds to turn themselves into rich men. But in the very next second, a booming gunshot rang out suddenly, accompanied by a childish curse. "Go to hell, you ing mom jerking farkers." Chapter 77 Threat level very high. Requesting for catch-up reading and monthly tickets. Bang! Gunshots exploded through the crowd without warning. Clutching the pistol he'd stolen with the family's winter money, Carl rushed, red-eyed, toward Rivers' gang, who were being interviewed by reporters. The celebrity fans who had been frantically hurling insults and spewing profanities to attack Rorschach were now fleeing around screaming at the top of their lungs as if they had seen a ghost. Rorschach stood still, and it was as if the chaos around him had been hit with a slow play button. The only thing in his field of vision was Carl's face, twisted with rage, and the sound of gunfire echoing in his ears. Unfortunately, being a raw first-time gun owner, Carl's rounds all fell short. Stray bullets shot into the crowd, not knowing which unlucky person they hit. Protect me now, damn it!" Rivers yelled in terror, ducking behind the crowd as if on his feet. "Witness protection, quick, stop him." The bailiffs surrounding Rorschach acted instantly, shielding the parents of the children who had perjured themselves. Carl had just burst through the crowd, and before he could take aim again, the front was surrounded by police. Just as he froze, a policeman had swooped in from behind and pinned him dead to the ground, his pistol flung a long way away. "Damn it, guys, get off me, get off me." Carl struggled desperately, but his body had long been held down by a couple of cops. Rivers took a long breath at the sight. He pushed his way through the crowd and shouted at the cameras around him, "They're murdering witnesses. You all saw it. They tried to shoot me. I did the just thing with my child, and it drew the vengeance of these murderers." The fleeing crowd, a subdued Carl, and a frantic Rivers selling out to the camera. In the midst of the chaos, a slender hand picked up the pistol that had been flung to his feet. Rivers continues to hiss into the camera, "Here's my email account. Everyone support me? For me and my family." Boo! His performance came to an abrupt end. A bullet lifted his canopy with precision. Blood and brains splattered on the camera, and the picture was suddenly colored scarlet. Rivers Jr. held the gun in both hands as bullet after bullet blasted into the head of the man he called his father. The cowardice of the courtroom was long gone from the boy's face, replaced by an almost maniacal relief. At this moment, as if he had broken free from the shackles of a trapped beast, he finally made his choice. "Shatter! Hurry up and stop him," the bailiff commander stormed. In 20 years of practice, he'd never seen a scene like this, and then not even the Black Panther Party trials of the last century had been this crazy. But what shocked him even more was yet to come. Another group of little ones burst out from behind the cordon, aiming straight for the other witnesses. As soon as they touched each other, the daggers and fruit knives in their hands viciously stabbed into the guys' bodies. A girl, rescued from the cellar by Rorschach, plunges a fruit knife hard into the small of the back of the parent who has just perjured herself, and viciously stirs it around inside. This is what you deserve. ING assholes. Go to hell. It's not just this one witness. At this moment, all the people who had accused Rorschach in the courtroom had been subjected to their crazy revenge. Despite their young age, their tactics were exceptionally vicious, with each slash going straight for the vitals. In an instant, screams were heard and the blood of perjurers stained the steps of the court, a symbol of justice. The bailiffs were completely dumbfounded. Faced with this small mob, they were too afraid to even draw their sidearms and had to drag the children away from their victims with their bare hands. Just in the midst of this chaos, boom! Deafening explosions came from overhead. The shockwave shattered the glass windows around them, and in front of countless live cameras, a head with half of its charred black torso attached fell from a high altitude. Kim, Judge Kingsley, marshals and FBI agents were dumbfounded. There was an explosion inside the courtroom, and the female judge who had just presided over the hearing was blown to pieces. Outside the cordon, two boys celebrated with excited high fives. Yes, this guy can't even tell the good guys from the bad guys. He should have gone to hell a long time ago. I told you I put in less nitric acid. If I'd added more nitroglycerin like I said, the whole courthouse would have been sent to heaven. Next time, I'll listen to you next time. Shootings, stabbings, and then this bombing that killed a judge. The front of the courthouse has been thrown into complete chaos. People injured in the stampede were wailing in pools of blood, and the already understaffed bailiffs were left to guard Rorschach, subdue the little group of assailants, and aid the wounded, making for a messy scene. On the steps, the corners of Rorschach's mouth rose slightly as he witnessed this. It seemed fine to start off with a mess. His gaze swept over the children under the control of the bailiffs, nodding at them one by one, an approving smile on his face. It was like a game for these little guys, with not a trace of fear visible on their faces. Rivers Jr., in particular, who shot down his father himself, has relief written all over his expression. Saul, Rorschach nodded at Rivers Jr., and then lowered his voice and said to the lawyer beside him, at Maplewood Cemetery on the east side, 200 meters to the west of Martin Crowder's tombstone, there is an aspen tree as thick as two people's arms, and underneath it, there is $2 million in cash buried. Saul frowned. I don't want this money. Don't worry. I didn't say I'd give it all to you. Rorschach interrupted. You take $200,000 and use all the rest on the kids. His tone was firm. I don't want to see any of them in jail, and no matter what means you use, you can't put them in jail or in a juvenile detention center. Saul smiled knowingly. I see they're all in a bit of a trance, and then I relate that to what they've been through. I'm 100% sure these little guys are suffering from severe PTSD. There's no doubt about it. Rorschach smiled. He still trusted Saul's ability. Escorted by the bailiffs, Rorschach was taken on a prison van bound for the jail. Through the car window, he slowly swept over the crowd outside. In the reflection of the firelight and chaos, countless faces were watching him. There are men and women, old and young. His gaze lingered briefly on Ginny's moist eyes. Then he turned his head away. When the eyes opened again, only indifference remained in them. Counterterrorism Bureau Underground Command Center. The only thing in the large room was a huge white LCD screen covering the entire wall. The metal door slowly opened and Jack entered the room with a blank face. Hello, Jack. An icy cold mechanical female voice suddenly sounded. An elegant black fonts floated on the pure white screen. Check on someone. Jack clasped his hands to his chest and murmured toward the screen with the font floating in front of him. Chicago Police Department, Rorschach Butcher. The text on the screen instantly disappeared, replaced by a fast-scrolling stream of data. Surveillance footage, police reports, military files. Countless fragments of information flickered and reorganized on the screen. After 3 seconds of absolute silence, threat level, extreme. Scarlet letters exploded across the screen like blood, and the entire room was colored a dangerous red. Warning, recommend immediate dispatch of crisis stifle team. The moment the last letter disappeared, the only sound left in the room was Jack's heavy breathing. Chapter 78. You want to know Rorschach's story? Requesting a catch-up read and a monthly vote. Fox River Prison. The heavy steel gate slowly rose under the drive of the hydraulic device, emitting an ear-splitting sound of metal rubbing. The prison van pulled in slowly, tires running over speed bumps, the car vibrating dully. In the past, every time I came to this prison, the prison wagon was filled with criminals who had committed all kinds of evil deeds, but at this time, there was only one person sitting on the prison wagon. The rest were all loaded FBI agents and bailiffs, gripping the pistols at their belts, their eyes alertly on Rorschach, whose eyes were closed. The prison van drove through the first doorway, and the heavy blast doors slammed shut behind it, followed by the second and third courses. Each door is made of poured concrete and steel. thick enough to withstand the impact of a rocket. The high walls were covered with a mass of electrical grids, and along the walls, iron spikes extended outward like the fangs of a wild beast. On top of that, there are several watchtowers around the prison. The prison guards staking out the upper doors all carried semi-automatic rifles with their muzzles slightly depressed, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. The camera in the corner rotated silently, monitoring the steel cage from 360 degrees. This is Fox River Prison, the most forbidding island in the eastern United States of America. The playground was empty because it was not yet time to let out. The guards were 3 steps forward and 5 steps back, and at the sight of the incoming prison wagon, they glanced at each other, all of them revealing meaningful smiles. The car stopped. Rorschach slowly opened his eyes and scanned the cold and austere surroundings, gently moving his neck. Outside the car, a team of prison guards had been waiting for a long time. The short and stout man in the lead had a face full of horizontal meat, and when he saw the handcuffed Rorschach getting out of the car, a sardonic smile of gloating appeared on his face. After doing a simple handover ceremony, Rorschach was taken to a registration room. He took off his clothes and threw them into a plastic bin. Now he had nothing but this skin. But just as he was about to change into his orange prison uniform, a fat palm suddenly pressed down on the shirt. Rorschach! The short and stout head prison guard sneered and laughed. How come you don't even want to say hello when you see an old friend? Rorschach glanced at him condescendingly and said coldly, "You know, Barrick, your enthusiasm is about as distasteful to me as residual heat on a toilet." Barrick choked on his words, then his expression twisted in direct anger. "You're not a detective anymore, Rorschach, so spare me that stench you used to put up in front of me. I'm telling you, this is my turf, and you'll die in your cell tonight if I want to." "Yes?" Rorschach casually said as he jerked away the prison uniform he was holding down. "Hurry up then, I'm kinda excited about this." Barrick stared the former city hero dead in the face. He hated the guy, and he'd hated Rorschach from the bottom of his heart from the first time he'd met the other guy. Maybe it was because he couldn't stand to look at the other party's ever so subdued posture, or maybe he was jealous that Rorschach could be admired and revered by the public out there, but none of that mattered. He just hates Rorschach. Take it easy, man. Barrick shook his rubber-gloved hand and snickered. All newcomers to prison have to do a backdoor check. With a dangerous guy like you, who knows if he might have a gun up his ass? Rorschach's expression instantly went cold as he narrowed his eyes at the other party and said in a deep voice, "If you dare to touch me with your finger, then I guarantee that you will never use that hand again in your life." The atmosphere immediately became stagnant. Barrick's fingers subconsciously felt for the baton at his waist. Just then, the door was pushed open. A man with graying hair and a blonde body walked in. "Warden." The wardens immediately straightened their backs. The old man, on the other hand, waved his hand and said impatiently, "Don't waste time. The process is accelerated. The prisoner needs to be questioned by a psychiatrist before he can be officially admitted." Reluctantly, Barrick took a step back and gritted his teeth in Rorschach's ear. "Wait and see, Rorschach. I'll have plenty of time to torture you slowly here." Rorschach, on the other hand, didn't even bother to raise an eyelid. Just a small-minded, jealous prison employee, not even a pedal to the metal cop. One can get him killed anytime one wants. As Rorschach passed by the warden, the other party lowered his voice and said in a volume that only the two of them could hear, "That old man Griffin made a dozen phone calls, asking me to take care of you, but you're getting too much attention now. Some of the trouble, I can stop. Some, I can't do anything about." Rorschach nodded slightly without responding. According to the prison service, any inmate involved in a psychiatric evaluation dispute must first undergo a second evaluation by a psychologist to ensure his or her suitability for placement in the general prison population. That's why Rorschach wasn't thrown straight into a cell. He was led into a small interrogation room with a single visual mirror set into the wall. Rorschach's gaze swept across the mirror, a cold smile pulling at the corner of his mouth. It didn't take much to realize that behind the mirror stood people who couldn't wait for him to die in this prison. When the door opened again, in walked a middle-aged woman in a white shirt and black skirt. Flesh-colored stockings wrapped around her voluptuous legs, and her high heels knocked out a crisp sound on the floor. "Introduce yourself." The woman smiled and nodded. "You can call me Sandy. I'm the resident doctor in charge of this psychological inquiry of yours." Rorschach smiled and didn't say anything. Sandy fidgeted and glanced aside at the one-way mirror, then pulled out a chair and sat across from her. Speaking in a soft voice, "I'll start with your situation, Rorschach. If you cooperate with all of my next questioning, maybe I can convince them that you need medical attention and transfer you to the hospital. I don't think I need to tell you how much good that will do you." She gazed at Rorschach and purposely lowered her voice. "You will be eaten alive by the inmates in this prison." Rorschach shrugged and remained silent, as if she expected this refusal to cooperate from her opponent. Sandy was not discouraged and continued, "So how about let's talk about your family? As far as I know, You were born in the slums of Chicago, and your father disappeared when your mother was pregnant. Your mother raised you on her own, but an accident took her life when you were 13. You've been in the gangs ever since, and it wasn't until you enlisted in the army at 18 that you started on the straight and narrow. Is that right? An accident? Rorschach suddenly laughed. Did you just say it was an accident? Sandy raised a deliberate eyebrow and asked rhetorically, isn't it? Rorschach watched her in silence for a moment, then spoke. Got a cigarette? Of course. I made a point of bringing a pack of your usual favorite, Po Mai, the favorite of blue-collar workers, and I didn't think you, a detective earning over $100,000 a year, would be smoking these cheap cigarettes. She leaned over to light Rorschach's cigarette, her ample breasts hidden under her shirt. Phew. Rorschach took a deep drag, the smoke rising slowly in the light. He stared at the ceiling, his voice awfully calm. You want to know my story? Then I'll tell you mine. Chapter 79, it's only just begun. 200 monthly votes plus more. In those days, I attended a public high school, like most kids from poor families in the South End. In the classroom, more than 90% of the students never listen carefully. They all know that even if they study hard, they can't afford to pay for college. Student loans? Meh. No poor kid wants to be saddled with a lifetime of debt. Gangbangers with guns drawn can be seen in the hallways at any time, and you can push open any empty classroom and bump into metrosexual students. But I'm not like them. I've been in the top of the school since I started. Because I'm a firm believer that knowledge changes destiny, I'm going to make the woman who runs the little grocery store, the poor woman who saves and spends every penny on me and can't even afford a new dress for herself, my mother, a decent life in this damn country. But until that day, everything changed. Rorschach's tone grew calmer and calmer, but Sandy, who was sitting across from him, felt a bone-chilling chill. 3 Negroes, who were usually loafers, broke into my family's small store on a perfectly ordinary night. They put a gun to my mother's chest and forced her to hand over all her bills. You know, this isn't actually the first time they've robbed my mother. I can't even remember how many times. I advised her countless times to call the police, but guess what my mother said? She said they were all poor people, too, and no one wants to be a criminal if they have a choice. She was kind almost to the point of stupidity, so stupid that even though she was scarred herself, she was unwilling to speculate on others with malice. But that night was unlike any other. After she handed over the cash, the group still pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced her heart and the blood splattered on the counter on the only picture we had together. When I came home, this was the tragic situation I saw. Until she was dying, my mother did not close her eyes, as if she was wondering why she always treated people with kindness, but got such a result. Sandy pursed her lips tightly and looked at Rorschach with some heartache. Did the police catch those 3 criminals in the end? Police? Rorschach suddenly looked as if he had heard some great joke, and asked joyfully in return, if I let the police take them away, how else am I going to finish them off myself? The corners of his mouth rose slightly, his eyes glowing with excitement, and he said, I spent 3 days squatting on these 3 scumbags day and night, and I finally waited for the chance for them to get together. I pretended to be a delivery man and sent them a spiked coffee. When they had all passed out, I tied them up one by one, then copied the roughest and dullest knife in the house and bled them out, little by little, starting with the tendons of their hands and feet. Did you know that when a dull knife cuts someone, it makes a zippy sound? That's the sound of a piece of iron rubbing against bone, and it's the most beautiful sound I've ever heard in my life. By the way, there was a who finally woke up from the pain. He was writhing on the floor like a maggot begging for mercy, and the way he was wailing even made a flicker of pity in my heart. But when I asked him why he killed my mother, guess what the bastard said? The smile on Rorschach's face instantly disappeared without a trace as he stared dead into Sandy's eyes and said in a deep voice, he said he just wanted to try out that gun to see if it worked or not. Fark. Boo. As if Rorschach could no longer suppress his inner rage, his fist slammed down hard on the metal tabletop. Sandy jerked back several steps in shock, and behind the glass mirror, a group of Secret Service agents and FBI police officers had their hands on their hips, ready for the unexpected. Sandy was silent for a few moments and cautiously asked, so what happened to them? Later, Rorschach suddenly grinned, revealing white teeth. I purposely waited for them all to wake up, and then with that knife, I cut off their heads alive. The blade jarred my tiger's mouth when it lodged in the crevice of my cervical vertebrae. The arterial blood was still hot when it spurted out. Whatever was left of those 3 ended up with my mother's death. Gone forever, Rorschach said in a cold tone. From that moment, I understood that there are some people in this world who carry the blood of sin in their bones, and what I want to do is to remove these scum from the root. Sandy was speechless. From the perspective of a psychiatrist, the man across the table has had his soul completely twisted by hate. No one can save him anymore. When a man has seen the darkest side of this society, he can never go back. Rorschach looked to Sandy and asked lightly, now, would you still think that I would give in to evil and hand over the originals of those discs as you all wanted? Sandy froze slightly. She hadn't expected Rorschach to know the purpose of this psychological inquiry so quickly. Thinking of what the other party had just said, she couldn't bear to whisper, "I don't know what's on the disc, but hand it over, Rorschach. It's not too late to cooperate with the investigation. Otherwise, when you are admitted to prison, all hope will be over." Rorschach was silent, still wearing that creepy smile. Sandy had no choice but to put away the transcripts, giving the man trapped in hatred one last compassionate look before she left. As two prison guards came in to escort them, Rorschach suddenly stopped in front of the one-way mirror. He turned to face the mirror straight on, as if he could see through the glass to every face behind him. "Look straight into my eyes and remember their color." The mirror reflected Rorschach's grim smile. "This will be the last image you see before you break." Behind the mirror, the Secret Service agent who had worked with Mahone to falsify evidence and plant evidence against Rorschach deadpanned. It wasn't until Rorschach's figure had completely disappeared that he slowly withdrew his gaze and turned his head to the head prison guard. 3 days, 3 days at the most, and I want to see his body stuffed into a shroud." Barrick grinned, looking relieved as he pushed open the door to the surveillance room and gestured for Special Agent to follow him out. The two had just stepped into the cell block area when they realized that the otherwise dead silent prison was already boiling over. The cells on either side of Rorschach were filled with grim faces pressed against the bars, the prisoners hissing frantically, gesturing at him to slit their throats, even as they could hardly wait to pronounce his death sentence. "Rorschach, ha ha, you've had your day. Don't sleep too much tonight, bastard. I'll break your neck myself. Just wait. Rorschach, I'm going to sharpen my toothbrush and pluck out your flesh bit by bit. There's a line of people in this prison who want to kill you that goes all the way to the gates of hell. You're a dead man, Rorschach." Barrick shrugged at the Secret Service and laughed easily. "All it takes is to create a little accident and our Mr. Inquisitor will be torn to shreds by these lunatics. There's nothing easier in the world." The Special Agent nodded slightly, but the look Rorschach had just given him floated uncontrollably in his mind. Cold, calm and creepy. He had to see this guy turn into a corpse as soon as possible, and the sooner the better. Amidst curses and death threats, Rorschach is escorted to his cell. Inside the cell, a man is sitting on the bottom bunk. After the prison guards uncuffed Rorschach and locked the cell door, the man narrowed his eyes and looked Rorschach up and down for a few seconds before reaching out in a friendly gesture to offer a greeting. "Looks like we're going to be roommates for a while." Rorschach swept a casual glance at him. Not a tall man, but well-muscled and obviously a character who works out all the time. Even with the shaved inches, the face was still described as handsome, except for the tattoos spreading across his arms that somehow made him a little uncomfortable. Rorschach reached out and took hold of the other man. "Rorschach Butcher, Michael Schofield." The man returned the grip with a firm one, then whispered half-jokingly, "You seem pretty popular here? Seriously, I'm a little worried I'm going to have to change roommates just to get in." Rorschach smiled and didn't answer. He turned to face the cell door, where the hissing of the prisoners still continued to come from outside, each of them eager to rush in and cut him to pieces immediately. Rorschach closed his eyes slowly, and when he opened them again, in his field of vision, a dark mist rose above the heads of every prisoner who screamed for his life. He suddenly remembered the psychiatrist's last words, "It's all over." Is that right? How he felt it was just beginning. A testimonial on the shelf, readers' lordships have time to read it. Fellow readers, it's no surprise that the book is officially hitting the shelves today. Looking back over the past month or so, it's really been pretty rough. The last book hit the shelves with over 10,000 followers in its new release period, and this book's numbers have shrunk quite a bit, so I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a drop-off. But there's one thing to be said for North American Stormtroopers: it's the most enjoyable of the 3 books I've written. Some of my friends feel that the pacing of the previous build-up is on the slow side, but I'm willing to bet that it may be that the pacing isn't fast, but I really haven't watered down a single chapter in my free chapters. I hope those readers who are unhappy with the plot advancement of this book can be less abusive. But of course, it's okay to be abusive. You throw poop at me, I'll make pizza out of it. Ha ha ha. In fact, before I started the book, many of my friends advised me to continue to write the lighthearted lazy writing style that I specialize in, but I was still bent on deciding to write a bitter and hateful protagonist. Maybe it's because of my own reading preferences. From the first novel I read, Legend of the Seven Realms, to my later favorite, Immortal Reversal, the protagonists are almost always of the bitter and hateful type, so I've always wanted to write a protagonist of the same type, although the background was changed to North America. Ha ha ha. As for the protagonist's name, it's a combination of 2 classic anti-hero characters that I deliberately picked: the paranoid Rorschach from Watchmen, and the maniacal Butcher from Black Robe Pickets. I want my readers to have a general idea in their mind when they see this character's name of what this protagonist will be like. Regarding the update after it hits the shelves, 5 chapters on the first day for sure, and I promise a steady 10,000 word update every day for the first 2 months. There's also the matter of monthly votes plus more. After all, we've kept it at 10,000 word updates per day, so every 500 monthly votes after the shelves are up we'll add a chapter. We'll add more. This you do not need to worry. The new book period promised monthly votes to add more. I can have made up for it. Other things like allies and so on, I have not thought about it. If there are readers Lord love to reward allies, I will try my best to 3 chapters to start exploding more. Finally, a sincere thank you for your support. Our This Niche in the Niche text can be on the 3 rivers. So far on the shelves all thanks to your readers and monthly votes. Like the title of the book says, it's just beginning. Rorschach's path of subversion against America has only just drawn to a close, with subsequent partners, forces, and tools to come in the on-shelf chapters. And of course, the most important thing is that I hope my friends can support the First Order with 10-point coins. Truly appreciated. In closing, I wish you, my readers, and your families, always good health and a smooth and happy day. Chapter 80. Pray that God can save you from me. Request for First Order. Michael was in a bad mood now. No, I should say it had never been this bad. As an Ivy League graduate with a bright future as an architectural engineer, jail was already a chore for him, let alone the murderous executioner who now slept in his bunk. Even in prison, he hadn't heard much from the outside world in the past 2 days. The identity of this fellow prisoner is clear to Michael. He is the policeman who uncovered the scandal at Blowhard's estate, and the bloodthirsty demon who has been savaged by the press and fans alike. Some see him as a hero, many more can't wait for him to die in prison. And now that the other man was even sharing a jail cell with himself, there was no doubt that Michael felt he was in trouble. I hope this doesn't delay my plans. Michael sighed darkly and closed his eyes in preparation for a nap. If nothing else, the cafeteria was going to be very busy tonight, and he needed to build up his strength so that he wouldn't get hurt by those vicious guys outside. Dude, suddenly, Rorschach's voice suddenly came from the top bunk. Michael snapped his eyes open and frowned. Something wrong? Have you noticed that there's something not quite right about the toilet in our jail cell? Rorschach's voice was unhurried. There's at least 5 centimeters of clearance at the back from the wall. It's poorly secured. Will it leak? Michael's muscles tensed momentarily, but quickly relaxed again. Not that I've seen a leak in the 2 days I've lived here, he said in a pretense of relaxation. The prison is using poor quality C1 tile adhesive, poor water retention, the surface of the gel crusted resulting in deep uncured. This level of peeling is normal. Oh, I see. Rorschach's voice was tinged with amusement. You do know your way around. Construction worker? I was an engineer. Michael was vague, clearly not wanting to continue the conversation, but Rorschach obviously wasn't going to let him off the hook. So how did you get in here? Short of money, so robbed a bank. Michael said coldly. Cool, looks like you've got some nerve. Rorschach's eyes were closed, and the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile, as if he had discovered something interesting. Time passed slowly in this hermetically sealed prison, until the shrill electric bell cut through the silence. It's dinner time. Ka! The sound of electronic locks opening came and went. Though the man had not yet gone out, an excited tirade was already ringing out from outside the prison cell. Rorschach! Where the hell are you, Rorschach? Wash your neck out, Rorschach. I'll be waiting for you in the cafeteria. The damn cop shouldn't be pissing himself. Ha ha ha. Michael licked his dry lips. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll be getting a new roommate in less than a day. Boo! The man on the top bunk jumped down sharply. Rorschach stretched, his muscular lines visible under his orange prison uniform. As if he couldn't hear the threatening voices outside at all, he said lazily, it's been a long time since I've slept so comfortably. And sure enough, it's also this kind of environment that is even more of a sleep aid. I'd advise you to wait until they've finished eating. Michael couldn't help but warn. You'll be killed if you go out there now. Thanks, but I'm not in the habit of eating people's leftovers. Rorschach smiled, just as Michael hesitated to follow. Rorschach was already moving his wrists out of the cell door. You know what, Michael? Without looking back, he said, my favorite thing is to do a little warm-up before dinner. Outside the prison cell, in the corridor aisle all stood a single prison guard in black uniform, almost all of them in their early to mid-40s. Just the time to be strong and healthy. They coldly scanned the prisoners coming out of the cell, and when Rorschach's figure appeared in the field of vision, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Is this guy really not afraid of death? Soon, Rorschach arrived in the cafeteria that was already filled with prisoners. As soon as his figure appeared, the prisoners who were still talking and joking quieted down. Many of them looked at each other with playful or cruel smiles. It was as if he had already seen the image of the other party dying horribly in front of his eyes. Instead, Rorschach took his dinner plate without changing his face and got in the middle of the line. Behind the glass of the counter in front of them, prison guards were fishing golden fried fish fillets out of a boiling hot frying pan, the nuisance sound of dripping grease being particularly harsh. The food was okay, even though it was a prison. At that moment, a sneering laugh came from behind her. Well, if it isn't our big Chicago star, Detective Rorschach Butcher. A burly white man covered in tattoos and with a million characters tattooed on his neck pushed his way through the crowd, grinning his uneven yellow teeth. Remember me, Rorschach, when you twisted both of my arms and sent me to jail for sticking up for a bunch of oriental chinks? He deliberately pressed his sweaty and smelly body against Rorschach. I thought I would never have a chance to seek revenge on you in my life, but I didn't realize that goddess of luck, that biker, would take such good care of me. So, I will also take good care of you, my Mr. Detective. The guy's fingers surreptitiously rubbed the iron piece hidden in his sleeve, and the grin on his face grew more and more hideous. Rorschach glanced at him with a slight sideways glance before letting out a disdainful snort. Seeing the other party ignoring himself so much, the burly man was so angry that his teeth clenched, and he shouted at the top of his voice in the surrounding area, "Hey, brothers, want to come and make a bet? Let's bet that this damn cop can last a few days in this hellhole." Upon hearing this, the surrounding inmates burst into uproarious laughter. "I'll bet a day, because I'll take him out tomorrow on the release. 2 days, and when it's time to go to the laundry room, I'm going to shove this dead cop's head in the steam dryer." Ha ha ha. The cafeteria was filled with maniacal laughter, and the many inmates all seemed to have a blood feud with Rorschach, but there were also a few groups of prisoners, each occupying a different area, who just coldly watched it all. The burly man then put up a finger and wiggled it, and said in a serious manner, "No, I bet he has to die now." Before the words left his mouth, he fiercely drew out the iron piece and stabbed it fiercely towards Rorschach's waist-side. However, the iron piece stopped hard when it was only a centimeter away from Rorschach's prison uniform. Rorschach's hand clasped his wrist like an iron vice. Click! The crunching sound of bones breaking mixed with the screams of the strong man exploded. "If you value your arms so little," Rorschach's voice said calmly, "what's the point of keeping him?" With a twist of his wrist, the strong man's entire arm instantly twisted into a twist. The iron piece didn't wait to hit the ground before Rorschach caught it steadily. Immediately afterward, under the watchful eyes of countless prisoners and guards, Rorschach copied the iron blade, starting from the guy's shoulder and elbow, and viciously tearing downward. A skin opening slash appeared, but that's not all. Rorschach smashed the counter glass with one elbow, yanked the bloody arm, and pressed it straight into the boiling hot frying pan. Zira! The sound of hot oil bursting ripped through the burly man's screams. He struggled to fight back, but was blindsided by a hard headbutt from Rorschach, followed by his entire head being held down dead into the boiling frying pan. All the prisoners looked at the scene before them in horror. Even the ones who had just screamed the most fiercely looked at Rorschach with fear in their eyes. That burly man's screams came to an abrupt end, and his entire body was like a dead corpse, with only his legs still twitching. The head and arms were all soaked in the frying pan and were fried to a bloody mess. "It seems that I need to help you get one fact straight." Rorschach grabbed a rag from the table and wiped his hands as he scanned the prisoners in the cafeteria, whispering harshly, "It's not that I'm forced to be locked up here with you. It's that you're forced to be locked up with me." The surrounding prison guards then reacted and swarmed around, grabbing Rorschach and trying to drag him away. But Rorschach still held his head high and laughed recklessly. "Pray like God while you still have the chance, assholes. Pray that God can save you from me." After Rorschach was dragged away stiffly by dozens of prison guards, the entire cafeteria fell into an eerie silence. They seemed to recall, again, the scene when Rorschach had captured them. This Chicago detective, he's no sheep to be slaughtered. This is a fury that is more ruthless than all of them. At this moment, on the aisle outside the cafeteria, the prison guards were escorting Rorschach towards the confinement room, and within a few steps, they were stopped. The head of the prison guards, Barrick, looked coldly at the burly man in the cafeteria whose head had been blown up, and his expression couldn't help but screw up as he said to the guards, "Don't send him to solitary confinement, put him back in his own cell first." The guard froze. "Chief, as planned, now that the warden is away, my word is the rule." Barrick bellowed angrily and looked again at Rorschach's expressionless face, biting back a smile. How could one's plans go forward if they were put in the brig? Wait another day. In a day's time, the damn Rorschach butcher must not be alive. Chapter 81. I've noticed something unusual about you. Request for first order. Chicago. Ginny sat frozen on the couch, her fingertips mechanically sliding the screen of her cell phone. A photo passes before my eyes. There's the picture of her and Rorschach at the cafe, the side shot she stole while Rorschach was on duty. Her favorite was a picture of Rorschach rolling her eyes at the camera with nothing to do about her written all over her face. A small smile finally lifted the corners of her pale mouth at the sight. Ahem. Jack walked into the living room and coughed softly, interrupting his daughter's thoughts. He sat down next to Ginny, his arm naturally wrapping around her thin shoulders. "I've done all the paperwork." He paused, his voice dropping to a softer tone. "You have to realize, Ginny, that while Rorschach took all the blame, there are some repercussions on Dad's status that have to be considered. Just listen to me this time and leave Chicago first, okay?" "Me?" Ginny pursed her lips in silence. Seeing this, Jack couldn't help but advise, "You'll only get sadder and sadder if you stay in Chicago. Why don't you change your environment first, just as a distraction? And it's not like I'm asking you to leave the country. If you want to come back to Chicago in the future, I will never stop you. Can't you use your connections to change Rorschach's prison? Change it to a better one that's easy to escape out of prison." Ginny suddenly looked up at him expectantly. Jack barely laughed when he heard it. He patted the girl on the head and shook his head as he sighed softly. "It's not just Rorschach right now. I'm being watched by so many pairs of eyes that I can offer very little help." The light in Ginny's eyes dimmed and she lowered her head again. Jack looked at his daughter painfully, but in the end he couldn't bear to tell her the truth. In fact, on the very day Rorschach was incarcerated, the machine had spit out Rorschach's social security number. As a smart AI system built by the federal government at great expense after September 11th, the machine was developed by the world's best internet engineers. It is able to analyze in real-time surveillance images, communication records and even personal profile data across the U.S. and accurately identify unstable factors that may threaten national security through behavioral trajectories and psychological profiling. At this point, the machine had already defined Rorschach as a super criminal, and the danger level was extremely high, which Jack had never seen since he joined the Counterterrorism Bureau. If he hadn't taken advantage of his position to cover up in advance, I'm afraid that the Counterterrorism Bureau's top combat team, crisis stifling team, would have already been mobilized by now. Yet such delays are ultimately limited. Once the system does not receive the expected feedback, the machine will automatically send an alert to the Attorney General and the Office of the President. At that time, Rorschach will be officially classified as a national terrorist, and Jack, as a high-ranking member of the Counterterrorism Bureau, will have to personally lead the team on the capture mission. "Come on, daughter," Jack advised wearily. "It's all arranged." The Upper East Side Police Station in Manhattan, New York. Isn't Central Park and Fifth Avenue your favorite? It's right around there. Ginny was silent for a long time before finally nodding softly. Just as Jack was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly looked up, her eyes determined. "But before I leave, I have to see Rorschach." "Okay." Jack smiled helplessly, but didn't stop Ginny. Looking at his daughter's instant smile and watching her fumble for makeup, Jack drifted off into a trance and saw what his wife had looked like on her first appointment over 20 years ago. Yes, he doesn't actually object to Ginny's feelings for Rorschach, because he knew better than anyone that the relationship was doomed. Fox River Prison. Perhaps because of the good show that had just been staged in the cafeteria, those inmates who had clamored for Rorschach to be eaten alive had all curbed their anger when they passed by his prison cell at the moment. They just sized up the man quietly reading a book with beady eyes, not knowing what they were plotting in their minds. Michael couldn't help but feel a little worried for Rorschach inside as he watched the expressions on the guys' faces. He knew very well that when beasts put away their fangs, it only meant they were waiting for the best time to hunt. And the next time, it's bound to be a deadly roundup that won't end in death. Walking into the prison cell, Michael saw Rorschach lounging on his bed flipping through his book. He pulled a dry, hard loaf of bread from his pocket and tossed it over to him. "Brought it especially for you." No one touched it. "Thanks." Rorschach put down his book and took a bite of the bread, raising an eyebrow unexpectedly. Tastes better than I thought it would." This polite and funny look was a far cry from the thug who had just held someone down with his bare hands in the frying pan in the cafeteria. Michael's curiosity grew and he couldn't help lowering his voice. "And you're not worried at all?" "Worried about what?" "Normally, any brawl in prison would result in confinement, but you just killed a prisoner with your bare hands, and you didn't even get punished at all." Michael said seriously, "Don't tell me you don't know what this means. You don't really think the guards are showing you favoritism, do you?" Rorschach swallowed the last bite of bread, walked over to the sink to get a glass of water, and spoke. "When I first enlisted in the army, the captain in charge of leading my squad told me a story." "What? How do you catch a rat with a fire tied to it when it gets into an armory?" Michael pondered for a moment before returning. "Let the cat go after it with water in its mouth?" Rorschach pointed at him appreciatively. "Clever, but do you know how I got back to him?" Michael shook his head, only to hear Rorschach chuckle softly. "I told him that he should just light the entire arsenal on fire. Since the rat wants to play with fire, let him see what real burning is." Michael lowered his head thoughtfully. That captain of Rorschach's question was clearly discussing the precision and efficiency of special operations, but Rorschach's answer gave him an extreme mentality that didn't care about the rules and consequences at all, and even enjoyed the process of destruction. It is a complete confidence in one's own strength. And that, too, was a point that puzzled him. Where else would you get such an abundance of self-confidence when you've stepped foot in a prison cell? "Speaking of which, Michael," Rorschach suddenly asked, "I find something quite unusual about you. is it? Michael narrowed his eyes. Maybe it's the illusion that experience brings you. Rorschach continued speaking without looking back. Those tattoos on you, you just got them before you went to jail, right? In order to reduce the swelling quickly, you should have applied mupirocin ointment every day. I can still smell that medicinal odor now. There's nothing unusual about a palm-sized, long-handled screw taped to the side of the sixth compartment of wooden slats under your bedpan. After all, in a haunted place like this, the average person has to have some kind of self-defense. But it is interesting that you have sharpened the head of the screw into a screwdriver. Michael's face grew more and more tense, and cold sweat had spread across his forehead. Oh yeah, I think you had a roommate before I came in, but you seemed so upset with him that you got rid of him. I assume it was self-inflicted? After all, there's some unnatural bending on the left side of your nose, and the angle wouldn't be like that if someone else had hit you. So in all likelihood, you moved yourself and then framed your roommate so that you could transfer him. What the hell are you trying to say? Michael's tone cooled. His body had risen without him realizing it. His fists clenched as he looked at the back of Rorschach's head, but just as he was still struggling with what to do in his mind, Rorschach suddenly raised his foot and kicked the toilet aside. When the toilet was moved away, a hole in the wall that was a few dozen centimeters in size and big enough for one person to pass through appeared. TSK. Rorschach tilted his head and laughed helplessly. Look, I've reminded you once that this toilet didn't stick to the wall. With your sloppy personality, you still want to break out of jail? Chapter 82 The Way of Salvation is Within. Seeking first order. A few minutes later, the toilet had been tightly resecured to the wall without a single gap, but Michael's face remained tight as he blocked the cell door, keeping a deadly eye on Rorschach for fear that the dangerous roommate would do something else out of character. Take it easy. Rorschach laid back leisurely on the bed, resting his hands behind his head and looking at Michael with a wry smile. You don't think I'm the kind of person who's bored enough to snitch on the prison guards, do you? Michael didn't speak. His gaze locked on Rorschach's body for a long time before he spoke, his voice turning a little hoarse. That's right. As you can see, I'm plotting a prison escape. If you want, you can join in and I'm 90% sure I'll get you out. Take me. Escape from prison? Rorschach's expression was a bit odd as he asked curiously. You just arrived 2 days before me and you've already found a way out? Michael alertly looked out of the cell door and lowered his voice. As you can see, the wall is only a few centimeters thick. The quartz sand content of the cement used in the initial construction was too high, and the insufficient hydration reaction led to a loose structure, coupled with poor water retention. It's easy to dig through. What happens after you dig through? Rorschach's face did not change. The back is full of intricate pipes. Even if you go in, you won't be able to find the direction. Even if you find the exit, what then? There is no dead angle in the prison surveillance. The 10-meter high post is full of armed prison guards. Can you avoid it? Instead of answering directly, Michael suddenly took off his shirt. What the? Rorschach frowned. Is it hard to believe that this kid is trying to use his body to please himself? Good thing it wasn't what he thought it would be. Michael just had his tattoo-covered back and chest on display. The arms are angels and demons symbolizing good and evil. The back is a honeycomb-like hexagonal grid, and the front chest, ribs, and side of the waist are covered in a variety of architectural elements, as well as a plethora of seemingly random numbers. After Rorschach stared for a few seconds, the keen insight of a trace expert allowed him to instantly see through it. Ha, awesome. He couldn't help but raise his hand and gently pat it twice, nodding his head in praise. You've actually skillfully hidden the entire Fox River prison's floor plan, ventilation ducts, sewers, and the location of the power distribution room and the tattoo with these lines and patterns. His finger nudged Michael's chest falsely. These numbers, should they be times and tool models? That screwdriver under your bedpan, for example, was freshly sharpened when you removed a screw somewhere in the prison, wasn't it? That's how you were able to remove the screws holding the toilet in place. After looking at it for a while longer, Rorschach suddenly burst out laughing. Interesting, even the radio frequency and escape coordinates are tattooed on it? You're carving the entire prison break plan on your body. At this moment, Michael's eyes were already full of shock when he looked at Rorschach. It had taken him a whole week to fully memorize these elaborate tattoo codes, and the man in front of him had cracked them all in a matter of seconds. Is this cop really not some top CIA agent? But Rorschach, however, shook his head. Even if you know all the pipeline routes, at most, it will only take you to the outer wall. There are still 3 blast doors and hundreds of loaded prison guards there. Even I am not sure that I can break through this kind of defense line with my bare hands. What makes you think you can pull it off? Michael dressed slowly and methodically, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. The answer is in the infirmary. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how to do it, but I'm sure I can come up with the perfect plan. The infirmary? The female doctor who did the psychiatric evaluation came to Rorschach. The curves, the face of a mature woman. He raised an eyebrow and said flirtatiously, "I hope you're not thinking so fast with your plans. I haven't had enough fun here." Michael was a little puzzled by this. In fact, he always felt as if the man across from him was trying to go to jail on purpose. Both its demeanor and behavior showed too much ease to be faked at all. You're not curious as to why I'm in jail?" he asked, tentatively. After all, these tattooed floor plans ahead of time made it obvious that he had come prepared. Rorschach shrugged and shook his head. "Don't want to know, and I'm not interested in knowing. Even without you, I have my own way out." "Okay." Michael closed his mouth in desire. But it wasn't long before he couldn't help but look at Rorschach again, his eyes twinkling. Rorschach frowned impatiently. "Although you guy is smart enough in the head, but how come you have a motherly personality? If there's something you want to do, just hurry up and say it." Michael lowered his voice, his eyes darting unconsciously to one of the cells at the end of the corridor. "I'm in a bit of trouble. I'm being targeted by one of the inmates." His tone took a rare somber turn. "It's a guy named Ted, as he's called around here." "Teabag," interrupted Rorschach, sneering. "This asshole is hung up on the Chicago PD. Female dry-humping child murderer, serial killer, homosexual tendencies, classic sociopathic personality." Interesting. At first, this guy was arrested by my coworkers, and he was put in jail without much suffering. Since I met him this time, the corners of his mouth curved into a cruel arc, as if he had already given Teabag a death sentence. Seeing the expression on Rorschach's face, Michael was secretly relieved. He'd been pestered enough by that pervert over the past 2 days, and now he finally had someone who could cure him. Meanwhile, in the warden's office, Warden Pope was facing the uninvited guest from Washington. "This is an invitation autographed by Ms. Parali. You and Warden Hennessy of Terminal Island are the only ones in the entire United States who have received an invitation. The dinner is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, but it is recommended that you move tomorrow." The staffer smiled professionally. "The speaker would like to discuss with you the reform program for the prison system." Pope looked at the gilt invitation before him, and then up at the 2 Washington visitors before him. Although his face did not move, he was actually suspicious inside. He had never been to Washington for any dinner in over 30 years of practice, let alone still the speaker's dinner. Is it such a coincidence that Rorschach butcher, who was on the national radar, just went to jail and got himself invited? One word came unbidden to his mind: political murder. But this dinner, if I don't go. Although he was nearing retirement age, Popper actually had some political ambitions, and it certainly wouldn't hurt his future to meet someone from the cabinet. But after all, he'd promised his old friend Griffin he'd take care of Rorschach. For a moment, Popper was in a dilemma, and after thinking for a while, he chose to agree to the invitation to this dinner. When the guest was satisfied and left, he took a thickened and annotated Bible out of the drawer. Popper then summoned his assistant. "Give this to Rorschach Butcher. Tell him." He paused meaningfully. "The way of salvation is in it." Chapter 83. "You're the best scenery I've encountered in my fall." Requesting for first order. The next day, when Michael awoke, he found Rorschach intently flipping through the Bible that the warden had sent last night. "See anything to gain?" he asked casually, not expecting any serious answer. After all, if he remembered correctly, what the other man had read last night and what he was reading now were exactly the same page. But to his surprise, Rorschach actually researched a little something. "I find this Bible thing to be very self-contradictory from the very beginning of human origins." Puzzled, he asked, "According to the Bible, in the beginning there was only Adam and Eve in the world, and they had 2 more sons, Cain and Abel, and then Cain and Abel got married? Waterfax? Married to who? And where did those 2 mysterious broads come from?" Michael's expression froze. Although he had read the Bible many times, he had never really thought about it. Seeing this bewildered look on his face, Rorschach smiled and closed the heavy scripture. Rubbing his palm over the stamped cross on the cover and feeling the heavy weight of the Bible, he agreed more and more with the wardeness' words: the way of salvation, indeed, lies in it. At this point, the cell doors are open. The time slot around 9 a.m. Each day is reserved for inmates to meet with family members who come to meet with them, and for those who do not have family members to come, time is set aside for them to talk to their families on the phone. Of course, there are limits on the number and duration of calls. Rorschach didn't have any calls he wanted to make. He was waiting patiently for the right opportunity. He leaned back against the bed and turned his attention to the system interface in his head. Inside, a whole 20 blood-colored red-ons were floating. 19 of them were supplied by Lalo and his gang of henchmen, and the other was the outlier whose head had been fried in oil and turned into a ball of twine. The current him could have upgraded, anti-surveillance specialization, 99/100, but Rorschach resisted the urge and did not choose to do so. A little justice value is just a little bit. There's no urgency, and this specialization won't be used for a few days yet. What he wanted was to play a big game. With this thought, Rorschach's eyes couldn't help but glance above the gunfighting technique and extreme fighting technique. He was curious about what kind of concept he would upgrade these skills to after completing the 1,000-man cut. Rorschach Butcher. Suddenly, a voice blaring from the speakers interrupted his thoughts. Hearing the words coming from behind, Rorschach's expression changed slightly. You got a visitor? It didn't take long to meet outside the meeting room. Ginny's figure just appeared behind the bars and jumped like a happy bird. Rorschach! I'm here! She waved her arms excitedly, but instantly froze when she saw the handcuffs on Rorschach's wrists, heartache and anger welling up in her bright eyes. I'm sorry, Rorschach. Ginny tightly wrapped her arms around Rorschach's waist, her voice trembling slightly. I've told Dad many times, but he's also being watched very closely right now, so he really can't help. The director was supposed to come along, but Washington suddenly summoned him to a meeting. He told me to tell you, though, that he'll be sure to come see you first thing when he gets back. When Rorschach heard this, he shook his head with a bitter smile. I was only in here yesterday at noon. After taking her seat, Ginny gazed at Rorschach's face painfully. You're in much worse spirits than before, and you haven't trimmed your beard, which you used to take care of every day. Rorschach laughed helplessly. It's not like there's a razor in the cell. We'll talk about it later. I'm thinking about not growing a beard in the future. Ginny looked at Rorschach's face and imagined the other without a beard. It seemed to be just as handsome as ever. She gave a hefty giggle, then rambled on about the turn of events outside. The chaos in front of the court triggered an uproar. Several witnesses are still in ICU resuscitation. As for the kind like Rivers, even the need for resuscitation is no longer directly into the body bag. It would have been a big enough commotion for the little guys to make, but this time it was the death of the chancellor that was the most serious. All of the kids present have all been taken into custody, but Saul is contacting the courts to appeal, and the guy is still ready to play the mental illness bit. To hear Ginny tell it, Saul is so confident of winning the case that he's ready to use the lawsuit to make a name for himself across America. Ginny rambled on and Rorschach listened quietly. It was as if this girl never had enough to say, and every insignificant trifle of life became interesting when described by her mouth. The time for the meeting looked to be coming to an end. Ginny looked at the ever-turning hands of the wall clock on the wall, bit her lip gently, and finally mustered up the courage to speak. I may have to go to New York for work. Dad said it wouldn't be good for you or for me if I continue to stay in Chicago. Rorschach's expression faltered slightly, but he quickly nodded in understanding. Your father is right. This is the eye of the storm right now, and it would be good for you to leave early. Ginny's heart became harder and harder when she heard this. She clutched Rorschach's hand tightly. Her voice had taken on a few choked sobs. Rorschach sighed, gently stroked her forehead, gazed intently into Ginny's eyes, and said earnestly, Ginny, believe me, you're the most beautiful scenery I've ever encountered while falling, but this won't stop me from continuing to fall. Go to New York and enjoy the good life. Ginny shook her head frantically, the words coming out of her mouth, but she couldn't get them out. After a few moments of silence, she raised her head and looked at Rorschach with an incredibly determined gaze, solemnly saying, I'll be waiting for you in New York, the Upper East Side police station. I'll always be there. Rorschach was slightly stunned, then a smile squeezed out of his face. He got up and gave Ginny a gentle hug and whispered something in her ear. By this time, the wardens on either side of the table were standing, the significance of which was self-evident. Rorschach gently patted Ginny on the back and nodded slightly at her before turning around and re-entering the bars without looking back. Gazing at Rorschach's fading back, Ginny remembered what Rorschach had just said, and her face, which was originally covered in sorrow, gradually raised a touch of anticipation. Inside the surveillance room, Barrick stared at the image of Rorschach and Ginny saying goodbye on the screen, and said with some jealousy, this chick is quite pretty. It's rare to see such an excellent commodity in prison. It's just a pity that in less than a day, she'll be a widow. He turned his head toward his men around the room and asked, are all the arrangements made? The guards nodded, and Barrick grinned in satisfaction. Very well, as soon as the warden leaves, launch the plan immediately. I want to see Rorschach fall in a pool of blood with my own eyes. Ha ha ha. But, Chief, one of the prison guards couldn't help but dwell on it. If the scene gets too big by then, we'll probably all have to be removed from our jobs and sacked. Removal? Barrick gave him a sidelong glance, full of concern. Don't worry, that Secret Service guy has promised me that once Rorschach is dead, all of you present will not only get money, but you will all be transferred to other prisons at the same level, so there's no need to worry about it. The guards breathed a sigh of relief, then asked curiously, what about you, Chief? Me? Barrick laughed triumphantly. I'm going to serve in the FBI. Ha ha ha. Just in time to use Rorschach's blood to practice for my trip to Washington. Chapter 84, The Riot Begins. Requesting first order. By the time Rorschach returned to the prison cell, it was as if Michael had sensed something. After sniffing his nose in the air, this kid couldn't help but laugh. D. or Trumi? It seems that not only is your girlfriend not very old, but her family is quite well off. Honestly, Rorschach shrugged, half joking, I can't even figure out if it counts as a girlfriend or not. Feelings are like bombs that blow up when they say they will, and a while ago they were just co-workers. Michael shook his head and lamented. I'm not sure about the feelings, but a girl who can't wait to come see you the day after you're incarcerated under these circumstances, then she must love you to death. Listening to this description, Rorschach recalled Ginny's arrogant personality, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily ticked. Just as he was wondering if he should find an excuse to go to the medical room, the cell door was suddenly knocked on. A dry, thin figure leaned against the door. The man's eye sockets were deep, his cheekbones high, and he stared straight at Michael in the bunk with a wry smile. He greeted Rorschach first. Rorschach butchered the pride of Chicago. I watched the whole thing last night. Great job. Rorschach, who was washing his hands in front of the noodle sink, twisted his head and glanced, and when he saw the appearance of the visitor, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but follow suit. He smiled and asked, "Should I call you Ted? Or Teabag? Ha ha, whatever you want to call it." Teabag stared at Rorschach's cold, hard, handsome face, the knot in his throat rolling as he licked his lips, but the little bit of sense he should have he still had. This bogeyman, not something he could touch. "Rorschach, I'm here to talk to your roommate about something. Do you mind?" He cocked his head and winked at Rorschach. Michael's face grimaced momentarily. "For the past few days, this asshole has been sticking to you like a piece of dog." However, Rorschach ignored him and instead slowly spat out a string of names. Aiden Walker, Sophia Rose, Noah Green, Olivia Clark. He chimed in with 6 names in one breath, turned and pressed closer to the other man, and lowered his head to ask, "Do you remember any of these names?" Feeling the coldness that pressed in like substance, the smile at the corner of Teabag's mouth instantly froze, only to turn into an almost maniacal sardonic smile in the next second. "How could I not remember? Those can be my babies, but unfortunately, they are just too disobedient." "Rorschach, you believe me, if they are willing to obediently listen to me, how could I be willing to move a single finger of them?" Ha 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 ha. After hearing Teabag's words, Rorschach similarly smiled. He lifted his hand, seemingly casually dusting the folds on Teabag's collar for him, but his 5 fingers clasped the other man's shoulders hard as iron jaws. His tone was full of teasing. "Look, I was out patrolling all day and couldn't even touch a decent one, but in this hellhole, I don't need to bother to look for it. The people themselves are lined up to bump into my knife. TSK, I really love it here." Teabag was about to laugh along with him, but when he saw the grin on the man's face in front of him getting creepier by the second, he couldn't help but open his mouth to explain. "Rorschach, I'm just here to say hello, and if you are..." Before the words were finished, a heart-rending scream suddenly echoed through the cell. He shuddered and looked down, only to see a sharpened screwdriver lodged in his lifeblood, and Rorschach's hand, which held the handle, still spinning slowly and cruelly. "Fark!" Teabag erupted into a beastly hiss and swung his fist at Rorschach, but before his fist could touch the other party, his neck was choked by a large steel-like hand, and his entire body was flung hard against the wall. Boo! Rorschach held the Teabag dead against the wall, and the screwdriver poked in a few more points. "See, Michael." He leaned in close to Teabag's face, which was contorted with pain, and spoke slowly. "That's the most ridiculous thing about this country, that a criminal who killed 6 children and a female wasn't sentenced to death, but instead is doing well in prison. Are you going to kill him here?" Michael pursed his lips tightly and his voice trembled a little. At this moment, the blood had pooled into a small stream at Rorschach's feet. "Kill him?" Rorschach slowly shook his head and looked at Teabag, who was already covered in cold sweat and had begun to roll his eyes, and he laughed softly. "How can we let him die so easily with this kind of death?" Click dash. With the crunching sound of bones breaking, the screwdriver viciously penetrated Teabag's crotch. The bloodstained tip was nailed deep into the wall, fixing this firmly to the wall like a specimen. Rorschach coldly admired Teabag's twisted face and suddenly jerked out the screwdriver. He lifted his foot and crushed it over Teabag's spasming cheek. "Enjoy your time without a hanging for now, and don't die so fast." With that said, Rorschach handed the screwdriver back to Michael and frowned at the cell door. Some strange. According to the usual practice, those black-skinned prison guards should have smelled the wind, but at this moment not even a ghost. He took a big step out of the prison room, only to see that the barred door leading to the outside world had been closed at some point. Even weirder, Rorschach tilted his head to look into the vents, where the red ribbons that had been fluttering were now hanging dead. The air conditioning is off too? It's not a scorching fall day in Chicago, but the body heat emanating from the hundreds of inmates in this airtight steel cage is enough to make the temperature climb quickly to suffocating levels. "Ha!" Rorschach sneered, his heart already understanding. He first raised a middle finger with a smile towards one of the security cameras in the hallway before returning to his cell and kicking the still wailing and twitching Teabag right out of there. Something's not quite right. Rorschach crouched in front of the toilet, his fingers nimbly turning the seemingly solid screws. Michael frowned. "Isn't it just the air conditioner that's broken?" "Use your smart head," Rorschach said without looking back. "It's not like there's a power outage right now. Would the prison ventilation system not have a backup unit?" He moved the toilet to reveal the darkened passageway below and inclined his head toward Michael. "Get in there and hide. I'll call you out when whatever's going on out there is over." "You're not tagging along?" Michael's pupils snapped shut. he wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was actually very smart. Just by hearing Rorschach say this, he instantly understood the other party's words. There are over 900 thugs locked up here. Michael's voice was distorted with shock. Even if only 1/10 of them tried to kill you, that's nearly 100. Are you out of your mind? Rorschach, however, didn't listen to him, just grabbed him by the back of the neck and pressed him toward the hole like he was stuffing luggage. Before plugging the hole with a toilet, he stared into Michael's eyes and said, word for word, on the contrary, man, I've never been sober in my life. Boo! The toilet snapped heavily back into place. Rorschach slowly straightened up and took a deep breath of the hot, dry air. At this moment, all of the prisoners outside had also discovered the abnormality of the environment, and one by one they were hurling curses and hissing angrily in the corridor. But now the entire prison had long since lost a single guard, and no one could hear them. As the temperature climbed, the mood of these vicious criminals became more and more violent, and Rorschach could even hear wailing already resounding from the outside world from his own cell. Some have pressed on. Rorschach suddenly remembered something and cursed with a cold laugh. I should have known better than to give Michael back his screwdriver, but that's okay, he's got something better. Chapter 85. The body is the bullet. Anger is the gunpowder. Requesting for monthly votes. Barrack, you moldy piece of. Get that air conditioner fixed. This place is hotter than the pants with an STD wears against her body. I've got more sweat in my pants than a whorehouse sheet. The inmates' curses echoed throughout the prison area. Since it was release time, all the cell doors were wide open, so the sweaty inmates flooded the corridors and roared toward the only barred door to the outside world. The 5 floors of circular corridors were crowded with restless people, and the first floor was even more crowded with gangs of people, the stench of sweat and body odor fermenting into a sickening mixture in the stifling air, adding to the crowd's irritability. Shut the up, all of you. Bastards! Barrack's hoarse voice suddenly rang out over the radio. Inside the surveillance room, the greasy-faced prison guard stared at the restless crowd on the monitor screen, his fat lips grinning to reveal smoky yellow teeth. He purposely brought the microphone closer to the air conditioning vent that was running. There's a saying in the East that a quiet mind is cooler, so maybe you guys should think about how to calm down. Seriously though, why don't I feel that hot? As soon as he heard this, he was responded with a mountain of obscenities. You Barrack, when I get out of prison, you're the first one I'm going to kill. And your 60-something-year-old mother. I hear you're a single old bachelor, still living with your own old lady in your 40s. You two aren't having anything, are you? Don't talk, man. This fat belly buried the dick a long time ago. Ha ha ha. Not that hot? A white inmate yanked the black man beside him and snarled at the camera. This nigga was white as of this morning. Ha ha ha. With laughter, Barrack viciously stubbed out his cigarette. If it weren't for, just wait, scumbags. He looked at the prisoners on the screen who were jeering and cursing at him, and fumed inwardly. When we take care of Rorschach, I'm going to have to gut you guys and jump rope before I transfer to the FBI. After saying that, Barrack commanded his men to rotate the camera to aim at the 4th floor corridor, which was the very cell where Rorschach was. When the stupid figures in the picture came into clear view, Barrack shuddered and lit up another cigarette, waiting excitedly for the good show to begin. Outside of Rorschach's cell, the 200-meter-long circular corridor was already filled with one fist-pumping prisoner. Everyone was clearly divided into 2 streams. 2/3 were muscular black gangbangers, and the rest were white supremacists covered in 10,000 character tattoos. Big, how come I didn't know you and Rorschach had a grudge? The man who spoke was so white, as if he had been soaked in bleach, that even his eyelashes were transparent. Only the bloodshot eyes glowed a sickly red, typical of an albino. The he was questioning stood over 2 meters tall, like a black bear in a prison uniform, and was wrapping polished pieces of iron around his palms with strips of cloth. A few years ago in the South End, that asshole was just a beat cop, just because I butchered a hooker. He single-handedly killed my house and over 4 of my brothers. The named Big tested the edge of the iron blade with his thumb. If the other cops hadn't gotten here fast, I would have died that night. But today, it's time to settle the score. He squinted at the albino. What about you, Lucas? That guy specializes in picking on black people. By rights you KKK should be giving him a medal. Ha! Lucas pulled a grim smile. You know why I came in here? I took my brothers and smashed those chinks in Chinatown who were stealing our white brothers' jobs, and slaughtered a few Oriental chicks along the way. But you know what this Rorschach guy said when he arrived? He continued with spiteful eyes. Instead of helping his brothers of the same clan, he cursed us as filthy maggots. That son of a beat 6 of my brothers to death with his fists. Like you, if the other cops hadn't rushed over, I'd have been a ing morgue order. Big grinned and cracked his knuckles. Looks like we all have reasons we have to slaughter him. So what are we waiting for? Lucas didn't say a word as he snapped his hand up and snarled menacingly toward the Klansmen behind him. Slaughter this traitor who has betrayed our pack. Revenge for our black brothers. Dig hissed similarly. The whole corridor boiled over. A whole 100 men simultaneously raised sharpened toothbrushes, iron filings, and plastic dinner forks sharpened into cones, and with a beastly low growl squeezed from their throats, they rushed into Rorschach's prison cell. The next second, boo! A gunshot. Walt Fark? In the surveillance room, Barrick's eyes widened in disbelief and he cursed, only to see the head of the prisoner who had led the way into the cell explode into smithereens like a ripe watermelon. Rorschach paced slowly out of the cell door only when brains and bone sludge splattered on the faces of those behind him. He was holding a Bible in his left hand, as for his right hand was holding up a golden desert eagle. The crowd instantly froze. Dig's fat face twitched and Lucas' jaw nearly dislocated. Know how long I've been listening to that crap in there? The barrel of Rorschach's gun nudged his temple in a sudden rage. If you want to kill someone, just stab them. Old me only has 8 rounds in a gun. You goons have to have a pep rally first? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Originally just raised a cavity of anger. In the moment the gunshot sounded instantly absent. Where did you get a gun? Dig quirked his fat lips and asked with a tightly wrinkled brow. You managed to bring a gun in here? And it's a stepping stone desert eagle, Lucas added through gritted teeth. Rorschach sniffed and shrugged, casually saying, picked it up in the toilet. Seeing this speechless look of theirs and the fact that they were all ready to retreat, Rorschach couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Frankly, when the warden sent the Bible last night, he thought the old boy was playing Shawshank Redemption and wished he had more patience like Andy. As a result, once the Bible was in his hands, Rorschach immediately felt that something was wrong. The weight is a little too heavy. The result was that upon opening a full magazine of golden desert eagles was lying quietly in the gaping hole dug in the paper page. Let's just say it's worthy of being a friend who can play with Chief Griffin. And this rough and tumble tactic is something Rorschach really loves. What? Scared? Rorschach scanned the group of mongrels who had been clamoring to chop him into mincemeat a second ago and suddenly snorted. He slowly and methodically withdrew the magazine as over 200 pairs of glaring eyeballs watched. Click, 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 leaving aside the one that had already been shot. All of the remaining 41 magnums were removed and placed in his pocket. Finally he casually stuck the empty gun back into his back and opened his blood-stained arms. Now what? He cocked his head and sneered. Don't tell me, you guys are even afraid of a bare-handed cop? Dig and Lucas looked at each other, and then a menacing grin pulled up on both of their faces in unison. How in the world can there be a cutie who has a gun and doesn't use it? Rorschach, do you remember me? Lucas blew towards the shards of tile in his hand and looked over at Rorschach. You? Seeing this albino look on the other side, the smile on Rorschach's face slowly tightened and he nodded indifferently, each syllable like chewing on a bone. Daniel Lucas, Chicago clan boss, 2 years ago in Chinatown. You burned 6 Oriental students to death and cracked 3 shopkeepers over the head with a baseball bat. He grinned a morose white smile. How could I forget you? Man, you don't even know how pissed I was when you were captured by SWAT. Pissed at myself for not snatching you alive first. The hairs on the back of Lucas's neck stood up at the cold look in his eyes. And me. Damn you Rorschach butcher. Remember you big man. Dig couldn't wait to shout at Rorschach as well. However, when Rorschach twisted his head to look at him, he was eerily silent. After a few seconds, Rorschach shrugged. Sorry man, I never store memories of you black people in my own head because it's too dirty. Go to hell you. He wanted to use Rorschach's mouth to mention his position in the hearts of his minions, but he didn't expect the other party to ignore him so much. Dig charged up with a low roar, the iron blade in his hand pointing straight at Rorschach's throat, but compared to Rorschach, his speed was still too slow. Boo! Rorschach curved his arm and took a swing at the Bible, the steel-clad spine smashing through the iron fragments. A fist followed swiftly into the knot of his throat, knuckles sinking right into the fat. Matthew, chapter 5, verse 39, if someone strikes you on the right side of your face, then turn even the left side of your face to be struck by him. Rorschach's 5 fingers pushed hard directly and deeply into this fat man's throat. But I think, with a low growl, he reached out and yanked. A pinkish-white throat with shattered bones was yanked out alive. He should be beaten until he can no longer raise his hands. In just one look, accompanied by Rorschach's chanting, Dig collapsed like a deflated inflatable doll, a column of blood spurting from his carotid artery nourishing the ceiling. However, this scene did not scare away the group of prisoners in the least, and the smell of blood instead ignited the beastly nature of the mob. In unison, they came roaring around towards Rorschach, facing the crowd. Rorschach's feet spun halfway around in a pool of blood, and his Bible swung up like a warhammer. The hard corner of the book slammed into the visitor's temple with precision, the sound of the leather cover mingling with the sound of cracking bone. At the same time that the opponent was helplessly kneeling on the ground, Rorschach sidestepped the short blade that was stabbing at him from the side, while the edge of the metal wrapping was angled upwards, striking him in the jaw. Before the other man beside him could react, a ferocious fist had smashed into the bridge of his nose, followed by the corner of the Bible plunging hard into his eye socket. Under this siege, Rorschach fought more and more bravely. Like a machine unaware of pain, he relied on his fists and his Bible, and in the mere seconds that had passed, 4 or 5 bodies had fallen into the pool of blood at his feet. At this moment, the body is the bullet and anger is the gunpowder. So what if you don't have a gun? A man should fight with his fists. Chapter 86. Hide tight. I'm coming for you. Requesting for monthly votes. Whoever moves his sword shall die by the sword. As the 7 men lunged at the same time, Rorschach suddenly stooped to one knee and raised his Bible flat above his head. Razor blades, rusty edges, pieces of iron, various homemade weapons simultaneously slashed at the leather cover, leaving a cracked mark on the Bible. As the scripture was recited, Rorschach rotated his body and swept his legs to put down 3 people. The Bible smashed heavily on the kneecaps of the 4th person. The sound of shattering and screams rang out at the same time. In the next second, he tore open the Bible, which was already riddled with holes, and the 2 thick leather covers with metal wrappers instantly snapped into 2 sharp daggers. Deuteronomy 32 verse 41. Rorschach stood up, his breathing still steady. A low wall of groaning bodies had been piled up in front of him, but more prisoners were tumbling over the bodies of their companions, the fear in their eyes having been replaced by madness, all roaring with rage and menacing toward Rorschach. In the face of this, Rorschach spat out a mouthful of bloody foam and gave a bloody grin. If I sharpen my shining sword, and hold in my hand the power of judgment. The remaining prisoners began to form a perimeter, but Rorschach suddenly rushed to the right wall, stomping and turning to leap over the thickest crowd. The sharp, broken cover in his hand arced through the air, slicing past the prisoner's throat on one side. As he landed, he rolled through a pool of blood and slashed the Achilles tendon of the man in front of him with the tip of his cover. As the other man planted himself, he smoothly stabbed the corner of the book into his ear canal. Not a straight jab. Instead, it swirls and pushes forward like opening a bottle of red wine. There was a slimy churning sound coming from inside the skull, and when Rorschach pulled out the murder weapon, a small section of pink hair bone was already hanging from the tip of the cover. Proverbs chapter 12, subsection 18. Rorschach shook off the cartilage that hung on the edge of the metal. The words of the wicked are as the blood of one who flows from an ambush. The hallway floor began to slip. It wasn't that there was too much blood, but that the scattered inner pages of the Bible had soaked up the bodily fluids that they had turned into a pinkish red pulp. Rorschach stepped on a page with "Love your enemies" printed on it and stabbed the corner of the book into the left chest of the person in front of him. He purposely didn't stab the heart, but left the metal piece stuck between the 3rd and 4th ribs. As the man struggled, the broken spine of the book cut back and forth like a saw until the intercostal muscles drooped like rotten rags, exposing the beating heart. Treat with nothing but torture to death. How long has it been? It could be 3 minutes, or only 60 seconds could have passed. But at this moment, on the 4th floor corridor belonging to Rorschach's prison cell, it was already piled with corpses, and the smell of blood even condensed into a visible red mist in the air. In the eyes of the rest of the prisoners who had little interest in Rorschach, the entire corridor had been transformed into a meat grinder. Rorschach's movement trajectory was like a precise geometric figure, each step stepping in the dead center of the mob's attack. Those 2 thick Bible covers were unpredictable in his hands, with each swing of the belt able to mercilessly harvest away a life. But what surprised them the most was that it was as if the guy couldn't feel any pain at all. Obviously, his body had been stabbed and pierced with a dozen wounds, but he was still able to fight tirelessly. Damn messing with Fark. Does reading the Bible during battle have some kind of added effect? A prisoner murmured in shock and disbelief. Blood soaked every inch of the floor in the hallway. Those prisoners who had originally clamored for revenge were now like chickens with their throats strangled. The weapons in their hands weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, and they couldn't lift them up. They stared at the figure that came from the mist of blood. Rorschach's prison uniform had long since lost its original color, and strips of rags stuck to his wounds, leaving dark red footprints on the floor with every step. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 34. When the damn chanting started up again, someone dropped their sharpened toothbrush with a bang. When Rorschach took 1 step forward, the crowd took 3 steps back. I have not come to call for peace on earth, but to call for war on earth. 50? 80? No one had the luxury of counting the corridors of fragmented bodies. Rorschach's eyes passed through the trembling crowd and locked directly onto the very back. Noticing that something was wrong, Lucas, the first to escape, was clinging to the wall like a gecko, that albino face even paler than usual. None of them dared to raise their weapons toward Rorschach again, and the prisoners automatically parted a path, as if Moses had parted the Red Sea and exposed the white supremacist to Rorschach. Rorschach, ha, ha ha, look. You probably won't believe me when I say it, but it's really just a joke. He looked at Rorschach, who was wrapped in blood in front of him with trembling lips, and his strong desire to survive made him eagerly utter words begging for mercy. However, Rorschach was as if he hadn't heard anything, still like a statue, expressionless, approaching him step by step. Farking squid. Seeing his opponent reach him, Lucas lunged forward, the short blade in his hand stabbing at Rorschach's heart. Unfortunately, the trapped beast's blow stopped halfway through. The sharp Bible cover had somehow made its way through his knife-wielding wrist. Shet. Lucas wailed in pain, and then Rorschach swept his leg over, and Lucas's knee exploded into bone, dropping him to his knees with a thud. "You know, Lucas," Rorschach's raspy voice rang out, sounding to Lucas's ears like a demonic ghost demanding his life. He grabbed the albino bastard by the hair and yanked him back, exposing a sinewy neck. "It doesn't matter if white supremacy or Oriental supremacy or even black supremacy. As long as you're strong enough to defeat your enemies, anyone will obey you, but not a dog like you. You know why? Because dogs don't know what justice is, and people who don't know what justice is, whether white or black, will only end up dying like an old dog." Rorschach pressed the tip against his neck and asked with a smile, "Ever read the Bible?" Read. Lucas returned shakily. "There's a Bible passage to use here that should be appropriate." Pust. The corner of the steel-clad book pierced through the neck, and as blood spurted out, everyone in the jail cell heard Rorschach's low voice. Ezekiel, chapter 20, subsection 17. Blood froth gushed from Lucas' mouth and he heard the hiss of his carotid artery rupturing. The path of righteousness is surrounded by tyrannical evil. Blessed is he who guides the weak through the paths of darkness in the name of mercy and goodwill. For he looks after his fellow man and finds the lost sheep, and those who dare to murder and poison my companions, I will take great vengeance on them. In time, crunch, with a teeth-gnashing sound of tendons snapping, Lucas's head was cut right off in its entirety. Rorschach held up the head of the villain in his hand and hissed as he looked down at the entire prison cell of inmates. "And they will know that I am Lord." At this moment, all of the prisoners who had attempted to take up arms to take revenge on Rorschach all collapsed. Their bodies kept backing up until they fell heavily to the ground. In their vision, the man holding up the head of his enemy, bathed in blood, had become an eternal nightmare in their lives. The rest of the inmates had shocked looks on their faces. By himself, he faced hundreds of vicious prisoners in a corridor, just with a Bible surprisingly hard to slaughter more than half of them. And the remaining prisoners have all been attacked. Psychological defenses collapsed. No longer cannot bring up the idea of making enemies. ******* in Fark. Is this guy a human or a ghost? The cigarette that the Italian gang's boss was biting had burned to the end, but he was oblivious to it and just stared blankly at the blood-soaked figure in front of him. Not only him, the rest of the gangs that didn't have any hatred with Rorschach forgot what they came out for, and without exception, their mouths were slightly open as they looked at Rorschach in disbelief. At the same time, a huge doubt rose up from the bottom of their hearts unanimously. How the hell did this guy get in here? Is it hard to get out the army? Rorschach threw the head in his hand downward, and Lucas's dead face spun around bone deep on the ground a few times before facing the group of prisoners below. As if in silent intimidation, Rorschach took a deep breath, the smell of blood in the air causing the corners of his mouth to rise slightly. In the unseen vision of the crowd, a floating blood-on seemed to be summoned and all of them drilled into his body. Immediately afterward, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, he slowly and methodically pulled bullets from his pocket and loaded them one by one into the Golden Desert Eagle. The crisp sound of metal clashing stung in the dead silence of the cell. Seeing this scene, all the inmates in the prison cell all panicked. It's not enough that this trooper killed so many people with a friggin' Bible. Now he's pulling a gun? The crowd looked at each other for a while, all of them staring at the gun in Rorschach's hand, but no one dared to move a bit. And to their surprise, after loading all the bullets, Rorschach did not aim his gun at any of them. He stepped over the pool of blood and took the stairs, waiting until he reached the still empty first floor of the first floor before Rorschach looked up at the camera directly in front of him. In the surveillance room, Barrick watched Rorschach on the screen, cold sweat already soaking the back of his uniform. Spooked. "Barrick?" Rorschach's voice came through the surveillance system, causing Barrick to tremble. "Do you know how many people you've killed?" Barrick forced himself to stay calm, but his voice couldn't stop shaking. "There's no death penalty in Chicago, but there's enough to sentence you to a couple hundred years of life in prison just for these hits. You're just waiting to rot in ING prison." Listening to the words coming out of the radio, Rorschach let out a light laugh. "Kill much?" He raised the Desert Eagle. "But I think the damnedest one is still alive." Gunfire exploded suddenly. Sparks flew as the bullet slammed hard against the barred door leading to the outside world. Barrick jumped violently to his feet as he hurriedly asked toward the men around him, "Will the prison doors be pierced by bullets? Rifles are possible, but pistols?" A prison guard shook his head dismissively, but before he could finish, there were several more deafening gunshots in quick succession. On the screen, Rorschach actually kicked the already deformed iron door directly. Barrick cursed breathlessly at the sight. "Fark, it's not a pistol. It's a Desert Eagle that's ING messing with Fark." He shouted toward the surrounding area. "Go inform the guards on the perimeter and tell them that a prisoner is about to break into the administrative area from the cell block." After saying this, he immediately took out a semi-automatic rifle from the gun cabinet, then ran outside without looking back. "You guys take the top. I'm going to the other sectors to see if any prisoners have escaped. Just as his foot was about to step out of the surveillance room, Rorschach's slow voice came back on the monitor. Hide it, Barrick. I'm coming for you. Chapter 87. Say my name. Request for subscription. The ear-piercing alarm bell rang throughout the prison building. The many prisoners were as if they had been given a fixation spell, and their gazes were fixed on the blood-colored back in front of them. Before them, the iron gates leading to the core of the prison were wide open, like an invitation to step into freedom. Many of the inmates' hearts had been stirred up, but without a word from the man in front of them, none of them dared to take a step forward and could only look at the back in front of them expectantly. However, Rorschach didn't even look at them. He casually tossed down the empty Desert Eagle, and then strutted out to the outside of the cell block alone without looking back, not showing the slightest bit of concern for them. Dead silence held for 3 seconds. Ha ha ha, here comes the moment of revelry. The first prisoner's hiss was like setting off dynamite, and the entire cell block instantly boiled over. The sounds of chains, growls, and footsteps mingled as the prisoners rushed toward the open cell door like beasts out of their cages. At the end of the corridor, Rorschach listened to the commotion behind him, a cold smile pulling at the corner of his mouth. Barrick wants to riot? Then give him a riot he'll never forget. He walked idly down the prison corridor, but his mind was racing. The diagram of the prison's construction that Michael had provided unfolded clearly in his mind, and with the superb memory that the Master of Traces had endowed him with. Every passageway in every room was transformed into three-dimensional blue lines. Surveillance room, isolation room, medical room, power distribution room, boiler room. At that moment, footsteps suddenly came from the front. Rorschach dodged into a vacant room, and in the doorway he saw 5 heavily armed prison guards running fast. Normally, the guards patrolling the prison building use rubber bullets plus batons, with the exception of the guards responsible for perimeter security. But this time the commotion was so big that almost all of the inmates had fled the cell block. This was no longer a normal riot, and they had to strike hard, so the guys all switched to live ammo and are rushing to the cell block. The glass shattered with a loud bang as the last prison guard passed the door. A blood-stained palm clasped his throat like an iron vice and dragged him inside. What man? The remaining few guards saw this and angrily shouted that they were about to draw their pistols, but the speed of their draws was far slower than the speed of Rorschach's drawing of the guards' sidearms, for bullets had been fired through the shattered doors and windows, and blood bloomed behind their heads as they were all reduced to corpses spread out on the floor. Rorschach let go of the already limp prison guard in his hands and snapped his neck without expression. Barrick alone couldn't orchestrate such a riot, and the group of guards still in the prison wing were guilty of attempting to get themselves killed. These days, he doesn't have half the patience for sinners. 5 minutes later, the door to the room opened. When Rorschach came out again, he was already clad in a black prison guard uniform. Pressing down the brim of his hat, he toyed with the baton in his hand and whistled as he went unhurriedly in the direction of the surveillance room. Meanwhile, Barrick is running towards the outside of the prison building. The strongest force of guards in the entire prison were watching over the outer guard posts, since that was the way to go no matter what means the prisoners used to escape. The number of prison guards on the periphery exceeded hundreds, and half of them were equipped with automatic rifles and sniper rifles. Barrick was sure that he would only be truly safe once he got to the guard post outside. No, it would be better to go in beyond the triple blast doors and wait for the riot inside to resolve itself. However, the cold, hard facts shattered his illusions. In the first moment after the door of the prison cell was violently broken open, the front and back doors of the whole building leading to the periphery had all been automatically blocked, and the double iron barbed wire mesh was deadlocked in front of the main door. It's the prison's own defense system, designed to prevent inmates from taking advantage of the chaos to escape the building. This lockdown would last about 30 minutes or so, and only after 30 minutes would the perimeter guards come in and clear the area if the guards in the building hadn't solved the problem. As for the broken window, there is not a window in the entire building, including the warden's office, that is not barred. Finished, Barrick shuddered and grabbed the bars. Through the grid, he could see the perimeter prison guards straining to set up their defenses. Those blackened muzzles were all aimed at the prison building at the moment, and that includes him. Barrick suddenly realized a terrible truth. At this moment, he was a prisoner of Tama. Barrick, a sudden voice on the radio made him shudder. In the surveillance room, Rorschach stepped over a patch of blood and gently rubbed his fingers over the microphone. The bodies of 3 prison guards were piled up in the corner in an eerie position, and blood was spreading down the drain. Have you hidden it yet, Barrick? The teasing voice echoed throughout the building. You have 10 seconds left. 1098. Hearing the countdown, Barrick couldn't help but shiver in horror. He looked up at the camera that was pointed right at him and raised his gun and shot it to pieces. Fark, 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 come on if you can. I'm here for you. Fark Squid Rorschach, he roared as he broke down. The countdown on the radio suddenly stops. Deadly silence. And then, okay, I'm coming. Boo! A few simple words made Barrick's legs go weak and he fell straight into a pool of blood. As the head of security at Fox River Prison, he'd seen too many vicious criminals to have the guts, naturally. But now as long as he closed his eyes his mind was filled with scenes of Rorschach fighting 1 against 100, ripping out the throats of his enemies and cutting off the heads of the prisoners alive, and with a treadmill of a friggin' Bible. Fark, I never should have agreed to that damn Secret Service. Barrick gulped and rolled to get up from the ground. Right now he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into and hide until this nightmare was over. The riot in the hallway continues. Inmates wielded batons and smashed every visible pane of glass, and several guards huddled in corners with bloodied faces. Rorschach indifferently swept through this chaos, his heart unperturbed. Barrick's carefully planned riots were like children's playgrounds to him. This level of commotion wasn't enough to ignite the fire he was expecting. It seems one has to wait for a more suitable opportunity to burn the place down completely. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, a commotion from the medical room stopped him in his tracks. Through the glass window, a dozen or so inmates were frantically rapping on the door of the room, making all sorts of obscene gestures toward the 2 female doctors locked inside. One of them was none other than the familiar woman doctor who had given Rorschach a heart inquiry earlier. At the moment, she was huddled in the corner in terror. The white coats clung to the voluptuous bodies, the full breasts and rounded buttocks, causing the prisoners to breathe heavily. The glass had cracked, and if they bumped it one more time, the dozen or so prisoners who had been holding back for years would be able to get in and enjoy the 2 desserts. But just when they were exuberant, a cold voice poured down on their heads like ice water. "You guys." Rorschach indifferently scanned the scum, his head slightly tilted, and he coldly said, "All of you, get the hell out." The prisoners who were in the middle of their excitement froze in place when they saw Rorschach. The scene in the cell earlier had shocked them all. "No one wants to touch this bogeyman right now." "What? Do you want me to say it again?" Seeing that they didn't move, Rorschach frowned slightly. One of the prisoners looked at the female doctor's peach-like right body behind the door, gulped, and couldn't help but smile ingratiatingly at Rorschach. "Boss Rorschach, if you want, you can go in first and enjoy it. We'll wait in line outside." This statement immediately won the agreement of the rest of the inmates. That's right, boss. You eat the head soup. We're in no hurry. Just leave a hole for me. A cackling nest will do if there's no hole. Upon hearing these obscenities, Sandy White, who was hiding in her room, couldn't help but tremble with fear. She couldn't imagine the abuse she would suffer when the mob stormed in. Her eyes looked pleadingly at Rorschach, praying that he would leave her alone. And Rorschach couldn't help but smile and shake his head after hearing the words of this bunch of scum. "I was thinking of finding an opportunity to take all of you prisoners in one go later. It seems I was still too merciful and shouldn't have given you the chance to live for a few more days." Bang! Ear-splitting gunshots exploded in the medical room. Shell casings clanked to the ground, and the last prisoner still had a look of disbelief in his eyes as he covered his chest and collapsed. Sandy hadn't even recovered from the gunshot when the door to the medical room was kicked in. Looking at the man in front of her, dressed in a prison guard's uniform and reeking of blood, she closed her eyes in despair, but secretly sighed in relief. If it's him, it's better than the dozen or so thugs out there. But immediately afterward, a strange noise suddenly rang out in the room. She cautiously opened her eyes to see Rorschach standing on his desk, ripping away the baffles of the ventilation ducts with his bare hands. "Hide inside and come out when the riot is over." He held out his hand to the 2 female doctors in front of him. A thin female doctor was the first to react, grabbing Rorschach's hand and softly thanking him. "Thank you. My name is Sarah. In the future you can come to me for any physical problems." Rorschach nodded, holding her by the waist as she walked her into the tube, then turned to Sandy. I can't get in." Sandy looked at the narrow opening of the pipe and shook her head in embarrassment. "Try it. It won't stay long anyway." Rorschach pulled her onto the table without a second thought. The moment their bodies were pressed together, Sandy could smell the heavy scent of blood and the faint scent of gunpowder on him. "Warden today," she exclaimed out of surprise just as she was in mid-sentence as she tried to ease the awkwardness. Rorschach had propped up her thighs, but as she'd said, Sandy's plump hips were stuck at the mouth of the pipe compared to Sarah's slimness. Looking at the waves of ass that shook violently from the vibrations, Rorschach resisted the urge to slap her hard and shoved her in with a firm push. On his way out, he also carefully reclosed the pipe opening. After his back disappeared into the medical room, Sarah couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why haven't I seen this prison guard before? Is he new?" Sandy rubbed her grinding, raw ass and shook her head without saying anything, just gazing thoughtfully in the direction Rorschach had left. After returning to the hallway, Rorschach dropped the emptied pistol and was contemplating whether or not to get another gun when his eyes suddenly glanced into a fire cabinet off to the side. "Tisk, how did I forget about this good stuff?" On the other hand, Barrick, who was hiding in the grocery room, was perking up his ears and listening carefully to the movement outside. The storage room, piled high with cleaning supplies, is located in the most remote corner of the prison and is not frequented even by rats. Mom messed with Fark. "When this riot's over, I will." He wiped the sweat from his face, but realized his hands were shaking terribly. Suddenly, there was a light whistling in the hallway. It was Rorschach's voice. Barrick's expression instantly tensed as he clutched the gun in his hand, his back pressed against the wall. As soon as the other guy dares to come in, he'll shoot himself in the head. Rattling noise. The sound of some kind of metal sharp object dragging across the ground was getting closer. Barrick's finger was on the trigger, and sweat had puddled the ground. Where is it, Barrick? Are you hiding in there? Rorschach's teasing words rang out, and Barrick clenched his teeth in death, not daring to make a single sound. Ka! The doorknob twisted twice, but it didn't open. Locked? Rorschach seemed disappointed. Doesn't look like it's here. The footsteps faded away. Barrick let out a long breath and nearly went limp. Suddenly, boom! The whole door shook violently. A scarlet fire axe splits through the door panel, sending wood chips flying. A little, 2 clicks. Barrick watched dumbfounded as the blade of the axe made a hideous gash in the door, until Rorschach's smiling face appeared behind the ragged hole. Found you. Ah! Barrick howled hysterically, his finger deadlocked on the trigger. Bullets poured out in a frenzy, tearing the entire wooden door to shreds. He could no longer tell if this was reality or a hallucination of his own fear, and only one thought remained in his mind: shoot, shoot, shoot the demon. A dozen seconds later, shell casings clanked to the floor, and the only thing left in the smoke-filled storage room was his ragged panting, just moments before he thought the nightmare was over. Phew! A scarlet fire axe spun and broke through the air, its sharp blade slashing precisely into his wrist. Fark! Barrick fell to the ground with a scream, watching his right hand fall to the ground along with his rifle. Footsteps approaching. Rorschach's figure appeared in the doorway, his face blurred in the backlight. Only the smile at the corner of his mouth was extraordinarily clear. It's as if they can't wait to sentence themselves to death. Rorschach! I was wrong. Please, spare me. Barrick clung to Rorschach's calf with what was left of his left arm in a death grip. Snot and tears smeared all over his face. I have a mother. She's in her 60s. You can't take me away from her. Please, Rorschach. Aren't you the Inquisitor? The Dark Knight? Just let me go. What did you just call me? Rorschach's voice came from overhead. Judge. Dark Knight Rorschach. Barrick shouted like he was grasping at straws. Ha! Rorschach slowly crouched down, the blood-stained blade of his axe gently tapping Barrick's cheek. Say it again. What? Say it again. Rorschach suddenly bellowed. Now, say my name. Rorschach the Judge. Rorschach Butcher. Barrick screamed hysterically. In the next second, the blade of the axe made a perfect arc in the light. You're goddamn right. The last syllable fell. Barrick's head had rolled to the side of the mop bucket, a look of horror still frozen on his face. Chapter 88. Those who can't kill me will make me stronger in the end. Begging for monthly votes. The prison building reverberated with the revelry and roar of the rising and falling. With the exception of a few passages that had been blocked off in advance with iron fences, thugs in orange prison uniforms could be seen smashing and destroying almost every few steps. Injured guards were sprawled on the floor, while staff members hid fearfully in their rooms, pressing tables and chairs against the door panels with deadly force. Anyone knows exactly what awaits them once the mob breaks down the door. Yet in the midst of this chaos, the only thing that formed a bizarre vacuum was around the medical room. Several of the prisoners who had tried to approach had been reduced to twisted corpses on the ground, their heads either blossoming or their limbs bent at impossible angles. These warning signs have caused other thugs to take a detour rather than come any closer. The 2 female doctors in the ventilation ducts had returned to the surface and were trembling as they tended to Rorschach's wounds. Their eyes flicked to the door from time to time, fearing that a mob would rush in the next second. 23 wounds. The iodized cotton ball in Sandy's hand shivered slightly. 16 sharp object cuts. 7 puncture wounds. She looked in disbelief at the wounds that spread all over Rorschach's body, from his back to his forehead to his legs, with barely an inch of intact skin. What kind of fight has this man been through? Simple stitches aren't enough. You'll need daily antibiotic injections for the next week, a thorough debridement with hydrogen peroxide, and a tetanus vaccination. Sarah, who was speaking from the sidelines, frowned. Don't bother. Rorschach chewed on his cigarette and laid idly on the hospital bed. Stitching up the wound and a shot of vaccine will be enough. Although the wounds looked shocking, none of them hurt vital parts such as arteries or tendons with his precise dodging. In other words, these are just flesh wounds. In a haze of smoke, Rorschach looked out of the prison through the glass window. The sky in Chicago was as overcast as ever, with only a few rays of sunlight barely penetrating the heavy clouds. Downstairs, heavily armed riot wardens were already lined up and ready to clear the area. The riot, by the looks of it, will die down in another 5 minutes at the most. But Rorschach's attention wasn't on them. His eyes swept over the wide array of medicines in the medical cabinet: ether anesthetic, hydrogen peroxide solution, nitroglycerin injection, finally landing on a few metal canisters in the corner. He asked, in a casual manner, "Are those oxygen tanks still working? I'm feeling a little chesty." "You're having an inflammatory reaction. Just get antibiotics." Sandy continued stitching without looking up. "And that's not an oxygen tank. It's a liquid nitrogen tank for cryogenic storage of blood packs in case a patient needs a transfusion." I see. Rorschach let out a light laugh. This medical room of yours doesn't look big, but it's quite full of stuff. This is, after all, the largest public prison in Chicago, and the infrastructure is certainly all in place. Sandy finished the last stitch and breathed a long sigh of relief. In a short period of time, she and Sarah completed the debridement and suturing of more than 24 wounds, an efficiency that was a miracle. She carefully examined Rorschach's injuries and suddenly revealed a confused expression. Your physique seems to be very special. The muscle fibers are unusually tight and the healing speed is incredibly fast. Yes? Rorschach looked down at the gauze-covered body. There was a time when this body was covered in battle scars. However, since upgrading his fighting specialization to extreme fighting technique, not only did all the old scars disappear, even his self-healing ability increased exponentially. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of metamorphosis it would bring if he continued to upgrade. It's just a shame that the upgrade conditions are so harsh. He needs to put an end to 1,000 sinners with blood on their hands and sins on their conscience with his own hands. I'm afraid the inmates of this prison alone are not enough. Rorschach suddenly had a heavenly thought. How nice it would be to have that one island full of scum who deserved to die. Just as he was about to go back and tell Michael to come out of hiding, there was a sudden warm touch on his back. Sandy was wiping his blood with a soaked towel, so gently that Rorschach raised an involuntary eyebrow. I don't know about that. It's within the doctor's scope of service too, he teased. Sandy gave him an uncharacteristically blank look, then sighed. If I'm not mistaken, you planned this riot, didn't you? Me? Rorschach laughed and shook his head. That's something you should ask the dead dog Barrack. Besides, you're underestimating me. If I really wanted to play, the field would be much bigger than it is now. The towel in Sandy's hand suddenly froze. Barrack's dead? Well, go peacefully. Rorschach answered truthfully. An axe to the head is really not much pain. Sandy's brow furrowed as she tried to reprimand the murderer. But if it wasn't for him, she feared she would have been tortured to death by the mob. What made her most conflicted internally was that even if Rorschach had saved herself, 9 times out of 10, this riot was started by him. This man's hands are saving and killing at the same time. Her gaze swept over the bodies of the prisoners piled up outside the medical room, listening to the screams and maniacal laughter coming from the corridors, and the force in her hand unconsciously increased, pressing hard on Rorschach's wound. Do you know how many innocent people died today because of you? She suppressed her anger. Those prison guards may be guilty, but what about the clerks? What about the accountants? Did they deserve to die as well? You've fallen completely into darkness. No one can save you if you keep this up. The medical room fell instantly into dead silence. Sarah, who was injecting Rorschach with the vaccine, had her hands shaking and desperately gave Sandy a wink. They were safe and sound thanks to this man. It's not wise to provoke him now. Surprisingly, however, Rorschach was unusually calm. He slowly got up, pulled on his blood-stained prison clothes, and asked faintly, Sandy, what makes you think that I'm the one who needs to be rescued? Sandy was momentarily speechless. After a moment of silence, she said seriously, it's true that I don't know what you've been through, so my words may be a bit inadequate, but I believe in one thing: if you continue to be paranoid, you will eventually suffer the consequences. Look at these injuries. Today they use knives. Tomorrow it might be poison or bullets. Rorschach smiled bashfully. Coincidentally, I believe in only one thing too. What? Those that cannot kill me will eventually make me stronger. Sandy was speechless. As she said, she couldn't understand Rorschach's situation, and naturally she couldn't agree with what he was doing. Just as she turned to pack up her medical equipment, her wrist was suddenly firmly clasped. Rorschach took a step closer towards her. To be honest, from the first time we met, I didn't like the way you looked at me. Coupled with the fact that you deliberately pressed my wound just now, I decided to give you a little punishment. What do you want? Sandy's voice trembled. Boo! Before the words left her mouth, her entire body had been picked up by Rorschach's thighs and pressed against the wall. Before she could cry out in alarm, lips that smelled of blood had already sealed heavily on her red lips. First, let go of me first. Sandy tried with all her might to push Rorschach away, but the man's chest in front of her was like a wall so thick it was hard to shake. It wouldn't budge. At the same time, Rorschach's big rough hands began to roam around her body recklessly. Feeling the strange throbbing on her body, Sandy's originally stiff body actually involuntarily softened. Only her legs were still tightly clamped to the other party's waist. Off to the side, Sarah, who was holding a syringe in her hand, stared in disbelief at the scene before her. She was filled with the thought of going up to help her colleague stop Rorschach, but then she looked at Sandy seemingly defiant, but more like pouting, and muttered, if the corridors outside weren't full of bodies and thugs, she'd really like to find a deserted place right now and be alone for a while. Well, It wasn't long before a sharp alarm bell interrupted the spirited pair. The two barred doors on the first floor slowly opened, and the peripheral blast-proof prison guards made their official entrance. Although Rorschach's heart was full of unwillingness, he could only helplessly let go of the plump mature woman in his arms. He looked at Sandy in front of him, whose face was flushed and whose lipstick was rubbed all over her lips, and grinned. Has anyone ever said that you especially look like a movie star named Sister Great White? Well, that's enough for today. Let's renew our relationship next time when I come to change the medicine. After saying that, Rorschach slapped heavily on this mature woman's ass. With a murderous whistle in his mouth that he had learned from some movie, he walked gracefully towards the prison area. Only after Rorschach's figure completely disappeared did Sandy, who was still in a state of confusion, react. She felt the strong taste of blood in her mouth and couldn't help but curse under her breath. Asterisk 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 ing asshole. Sarah forced a smile at the sight and rolled her head to the side, not making a comment, still pretending, just now obviously enjoying it so much that my eyes are closed. Soon after, when Rorschach returned to the prison cell, he realized that there seemed to be a few more bodies on the ground compared to when he left. Apparently someone took advantage of the chaos and killed their respective enemies. He instantly frowned in displeasure. This group of prisoners whose hands are stained with blood debts have been used by him as consumables for upgrading, and now that he has been killed by them, what else is he going to kill? It seems that you need to get a move on as well. At the door, he also saw Teabag, who had bled to death. Rorschach expressionlessly walked past this side, and in his heart, he only hated that there were too few tools here, and it was far from the kind of pleasure that he had in his heart to torture the other party to death. When he got to the jailhouse, he moved the toilet. Inside, in the hole covered with various pipes, Michael was hunched over, sweating and looking at him. Michael looked at Rorschach incredulously, stuttering in surprise. You actually survived? Rorschach shrugged in a mock-casual manner and smiled as he pulled Michael out of the hole. Exiting outside the cave, Michael couldn't help but screw up his face tightly as he smelled the pungent odor of blood outside. He was just about to open his mouth when his eyes suddenly glanced at the already bandaged wounds on Rorschach's body and the lipstick marks on the other's lips. The boy, not knowing what had occurred to him, angrily questioned, "Don't tell me you went along to the medical room and forced yourself on some female doctor." "Don't worry, I'm not one of those assholes who forces himself on women." Rorschach wiped her lipstick stains and said lightly, "Just claiming a little payback." Michael froze, then asked curiously, "Which is it, Sarah or Sandy?" "The one with the most voluptuous figure." "Sandy? Thick gift shedder. That woman is probably almost 40. Looks like I'm going to have to impart a little bit of experience from the past to you. Man, remember, women are like fine wine. The older they get, the better they taste. Of course, it just needs a little more lube. Chapter 89 Crisis Stifle Team, Target Rorschach Butcher, requesting monthly votes. Washington, D.C., Washington, Capitol. Inside the Oak office on the topmost floor, our speaker's lady, M.S. Parali, is warmly entertaining two guests who have traveled from afar. All the topics that should be discussed have been pretty much talked about. Parali picked up her coffee and swept her gaze between the two men. Fox River and Terminal Island are kind of the benchmarks for public and private in the nation's prison system right now. She looked over at Warden Popper, her mouth tinged with a smile if nothing else. Fox River Prison, in particular, has been holding a big shot in the nation's spotlight lately. Warden Popper, that Rorschach butcher is not a good person. You have to be more careful not to let him exploit any loopholes. The speaker is overly concerned. The only exit from the prison is guarded by a triple blast door, and there are hundreds of heavily armed riot guards on the perimeter, so there's no way the prisoners could have escaped from inside. Popper sounded certain. "I hope so." Parali nodded softly, his eyes somewhat meaningful. At this time, Hennessy, the warden of Terminal Island who was sitting on the side, suddenly spoke up. "Actually, it would be more appropriate for this Rorschach butcher to be locked up in Terminal Island. Our death race is lacking such a talkative contestant. If we let him go on the stage, it will definitely create a fervor in the high society." Parali laughed softly. "You guys get out of jail for winning that match. What are you going to do in case he does win the title? Really let him go? What's so hard about it?" Hennessy shook her coffee in disbelief. "Just release and then catch. Terminal Island keeps over 500 ex-soldiers for this kind of work." Listening to the conversation between the two older women, Popper was a little uncomfortable and turned his gaze away. Compared to the public prisons he was in, private prisons like Terminal Island were not so much holding prisoners as using them to make money for themselves. Take the death race that Hennessy just mentioned. It was a live race known for its gore and violence, and had death row inmates playing for their lives in modified cars with a 90% fatality rate. This live broadcast, on the other hand, faces an audience of wealthy dignitaries around the world, and ordinary people have never even heard of it. At that moment, Popper's cell phone suddenly rang sharply. He apologized to the duo and walked around the corner to pick up the phone. Parali continued to talk to Hennessy, while his afterglow kept an eye on Popper's progressively somber face. "What's wrong, Popper? Is it the prison side?" Pirali asked with seeming concern as he saw Popper hang up. Pope nodded grimly. "There was a riot at the prison, killing and wounding hundreds of inmates." Pirali narrowed his eyes. "How could this happen? This is a dereliction of duty on your part as warden." Popper glanced at her, then blandly returned. "It was that Rorschach butcher who led the charge. The damn guy killed a whole bunch of inmates who were mobbing him, and got a gun from somewhere to blow open the cell block gate." The smile on Pirali's face froze instantly. "Who are you talking about? Rorschach butcher? That's right, that's him. Not only did he kill the prisoners, he led the riot." With a rare outburst, Popper took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry, Speaker. I have to get back to Chicago immediately to deal with this." He strides toward the door without looking back, already cursing Pirali and Rorschach a million times in his mind. Especially Rorschach. He'd given the gun to the kid for defense, and the crazy guy had gone straight to making such a mess. Sure enough, that old Griffin guy brought it out of him, and when he's mad, he has no regard for anyone else's life. When he left, the corner of Terminal Island Warden Hennessy's mouth hooked and a sneer surfaced on his face. But just as she was about to propose to Pirali that Rorschach be transferred to her own prison, she raised her eyes to see the speaker's face in front of her just as terribly somber. Pay, with no one else present at the moment, she switched to a more intimate term of endearment. "Fretting about that Rorschach butcher thing?" Pirali didn't chime in, and after a few seconds of silence, she waved her hand and squeezed out a small smile. "Let's meet up again for dinner tonight. I've got a bit of an emergency I have to take care of at the moment." Hennessy's heart was full of doubts, but she still smiled and nodded. "Of course, you go ahead and get busy. By the way, can you spare some time next week? I heard from Epaulet that a new batch of goods has arrived on his island, shipped from South America and Southeast Asia, a few hundred of them. Let's find some time and go on a vacation together." Pirali subconsciously touched the wrinkles on his face, thinking that it was about time to replenish his renin. "Yes, I'll call a few more people, and when we land on the island, I'll introduce you to the President and Mrs. President, by the way. Ha ha, I'll be waiting then." Soon Pirali was the only one left in the office. This old woman remembered what Popper had just said, and the knuckles of her fingers holding the cup grew white. According to her plan, on the day Pope arrived in Washington, those Secret Service paid prison guards would deliberately stir up a riot so that the inmates, who hated Rorschach with a passion, would find an opportunity to get rid of him. But now, this kid actually killed those inmates back, and opened the cell block door, causing an even bigger riot. Mom messed with Fokker. Why can't he just go and die like a good boy? Pirali took a deep breath and tried to calm down, then walked to his desk and dialed the Attorney General's number. Without waiting for the other party to speak, she snatched at him and asked, "Did the machine pass on information about Rorschach Butcher or not? Don't try to fool me." "Hold her. Just a few minutes ago, this damn Chicago redneck killed hundreds of people and definitely meets the criteria of a terrorist as determined by the machine." There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment, as if digesting her words. Then came the voice of Attorney General Holder. "The machine's mainframe is in the Counterterrorism Bureau's secret command post, and unless there's an emergency, it's Jack who's at the controls." "Fark, I knew it." Pirali hung up the phone with a snap, and with the Secret Service in tow, he was ready to go out and find Jack to find out what was going on. But just as she stepped out of the Capitol, she stopped in her tracks and waved her hand at the Secret Service behind her, signaling them to stop following. Where she was going next, the number of people in the United States who knew exactly where it was could be counted on two hands, even the President and the Secretary of State, making it one of the biggest secrets in this country. After going through a number of hidden barriers, Pirali finally arrives at the secret command post at the Counterterrorism Bureau's headquarters in Washington, D.C. The elevator doors on the 8th basement floor opened slowly, and she caught a glimpse of Jack, who was sitting on the couch, flipping through the information. Pirali immediately sternly questioned, "I don't want to hear any unnecessary nonsense. Now immediately send out a crisis strangulation team, targeting Rorschach Butcher. Otherwise, tomorrow morning Congress will start an inquiry session against you for abuse of power." Jack expressionlessly put down the documents in his hands, raised his eyes to Pirali, his tone flat. "The crisis stifling team is fully controlled by the machine, and only if it determines that a certain target will threaten the safety of the United States of America will it give the order to send it out, and I don't have the authority to command the machine. Oh, it's true that the next person doesn't have this power, but you have served as the captain of the strangulation team, and you have the most contact with the machine. And apart from the machine, creator who has been silenced, you are the only one who has the authority to communicate with the machine." Pirali sneered. "If I'm not wrong, the machine is afraid that it has long since judged Rorschach as a terrorist who jeopardized national security, but you deliberately concealed it." Jack was silent, tilting his head back and gazing straight up at the ceiling. wondering what he was thinking. Seeing this, Parali sighed softly. Jack, in the past, I may have had my own selfishness, but do you know, a few minutes ago, this Rorschach caused a riot in the prison, and many guards and staff were killed or injured. He is now a terrorist who is harmful to the country, and as the Deputy Director of the Counterterrorism Bureau, head of the Operations Division, and in charge of the overall responsibility for counterterrorism operations inside and outside the country. Where has your role gone? Speaking here, her tone grew cold. Let me remind you that loyalty is not absolute. It is absolute disloyalty. Your current behavior makes me have to question the motives of your position. Jack gave her a sidelong glance and sighed darkly as he got up and headed out the door. Talk to the machine yourself. The speaker has no less authority than I do. Seeing the other man compromise, the corners of Parali's mouth lifted slightly as he walked towards the heavy metal door at the end of the room. After entering his fingerprints and iris, the door blasted open. Hello, Parali. Hello, Pei. The cold, mechanical female voice rang out in the empty room. Parali gazed at the black text that popped up on the plain white screen, a winning smile on his face. On the dark side of this country, whether it's the CIA, the FBI, or the military and other agencies, one or more teams of agents representing the limits of humanity are maintained. Treadstone, Blackbriar, Outcome, IMF, the shop, the farm, the unit. None of the members of these teams are top agents selected by thousands from the elite of the special forces, and as the highest privileged agency in control of the machine after September 11th, the Counterterrorism Bureau naturally has its own ace in the hole, the Crisis Killswitch Project, Silent Killswitch. Unlike other agents responsible for infiltration, theft, and kidnapping, the Crisis Strangulation Team's mission is extremely pure. The machines provide information about the target, and they are responsible for making the target disappear completely from the world. It's finally time to get real. A few seconds later, members of the strangulation team around the globe received an encrypted message at the same time. Encrypted channel activation, highest priority. Target, Rorschach Butcher. Threat assessment, rating, top, extremely lethal. Status, active hunting mode, confirmed possession of black-level information. Clear authorization, effective immediately, no secondary confirmation required. Alternative, in case of resistance, allow the use of beta incendiary bombs to destroy all traces of life within a 500-meter radius. Last known coordinates, Fox River Prison, Chicago, Illinois. Note, he's not prey. He's a plague. Snippet of final communication from command level. Self-destructs after 10 seconds of this message. Chapter 90. Rules are not among the things I respect. Begging for monthly votes. The fresh water washed the ground over and over again, but it couldn't wash away the strong smell of blood. A dozen janitors, grim-faced and forcing their stomachs to turn over, used shovels to clean up the shredded tissue that clung to the walls and floor. The heavily armed riot guards around them were like enemies, their fingers on the triggers, viciously scanning every prison cell. As soon as one of these guys dares to start another riot, the next thing that will have the most power in the entire prison will be an electric baton. In the fourth-floor jail cell, Rorschach, shirtless and wearing only a pair of panties, lounged leisurely on his bed with his legs crossed as he flipped through the architecture books Michael had borrowed from the library. Yes, that's right, there are libraries in prisons. As for why only underwear, because the blood-soaked prison uniform had long ago been thrown in the corner by him. He didn't want to get blood on his bed. After all, he had to stay here for how many days? Michael, Rorschach tapped the bunk with the spine of his book. What did you mean earlier when you said you could straighten the pipeline outside the same prison and that the key point was in the medical room? Michael glanced warily out the door to make sure no one was paying attention before speaking softly. The medical room was originally converted from a boiler room 7 years ago, and it still has a discarded steam pipe in it, just large enough in diameter for a person to crawl through. Rorschach carefully recalled the environment of the medical room and frowned. Are you remembering wrongly? I only saw a pipe used for ventilation in the medical room, on top of the medicine cabinet. Michael lowered his voice in general fear of being overheard. I've observed that the pipe opening is blocked by the top of the medicine cabinet, so if you push it away you can see it. But the problem is that there are now 3 difficulties. The boy got up directly from the bed, moved closer to the head of Rorschach's bed, and lowered his voice to continue. The first point is that there are at least 2 doctors on duty in the medical room during the day and 1 at night. Although we can enter the medical room directly through the ventilation pipe from the pipe behind the toilet, as soon as we come out we'll be discovered by the doctors, and we'll be in big trouble then. Secondly, that old steam pipe still emits residual steam from time to time, so if we were to encounter a steam jet while crawling along, we'd all be scalded to death. The third and most critical point, although this pipe leads straight out of the prison's blast door, I came to observe it before I entered the prison, and there are vibration sensors at the exit. Even though there's only 1 post there, it's equipped with snipers, and you can't hide from the speed of a sniper rifle by relying on your legs. Rorschach nodded slightly. Which of those 3 hard parts did you nail? Just the second one is a bit of an eye-opener at the moment. The man in charge of the help in the prison kitchen is a member of the Italian gang, and I can find a way to get the steam discharge schedule from him. As for the first and third, Michael shook his head in embarrassment, clearly at a bit of a loss. The main power switch is in the prison building, right? Rorschach asked suddenly. Michael immediately understood. You want to cut the power? Don't be naive. He immediately rejected the suggestion. There are 3 sets of backup power sources on standby, and the power can be restored in 30 seconds. That's not even enough time to climb 10 meters. Rorschach smiled meaningfully. Don't worry, since the power supply is all in the building, there's nothing wrong with it. This difficulty can be ruled out. Looking at his chest, Michael wanted to say something, finally just followed up with, what about the doctor? We always have to go in through the medical room. What about the doctor on duty? The kid makes a neck-wiping motion. You don't really want to. Rorschach looked helpless. Come on, man. I may be called Butcher, but don't really think of me as a butcher. Michael didn't answer, his eyes drifting unconsciously to the ground outside that still smelled strongly of blood from a dozen cleanings. Butcher? He snorted inwardly. The word was ridiculously gentle when applied to Rorschach. On the top bunk, Rorschach was chanting the names of the 2 female doctors he'd seen today. Sandy, Sarah. I didn't realize that the breakthrough was still in these 2 women. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but turn his attention back to his mind, automatically skimming over the dozens of red auras floating about. He locked his eyes on an upgraded specialization in the corner. Desire Control Mastery. TSK, would that be a little too low? Rorschach was a little torn inside. Frankly, even without Michael's plan, he had a way to get out. It was rougher and riskier, but it wasn't hard to kill his way out of Fox River Prison alone. But Michael's solution was clearly more perfect and would fit seamlessly into his plan. What's more, he could sense that Dr. Sandy had a thing for him, too. What is this? A hide effect? Just as he was figuring out a plan of action, a footstep came from far away. A suited civilian officer stood outside the cell door, followed by heavily armed prison guards. He knocked on the barred door and shouted toward the inside. Rorschach, the warden wants to see you. Rorschach exhaled slowly and got up from the bed. It was time to come, after all. Escorted by dozens of heavily armed guards, Rorschach once again met Pope, the warden of Fox River Prison. The old man, whose stature was a match for Chief Griffin's, gazed coldly at the handcuffed Rorschach, and then waved his hand to signal all the prison guards to exit the office. Warden, this prisoner was only a short while ago. A warden couldn't help but remind. Get out. Shut the door. Popper snapped. The guards looked at each other and had to leave the office one by one. When only 2 people were left in the room, Popper's trembling fingers pointed at Rorschach several times, and finally stifled a furious roar. Do you have a conscience or not? I gave you a gun to defend yourself. But what about you? You used it to break the door lock and start a riot? This old man's face was red with anger. Do you know how many people died in the prison today? 65 prisoners died, not to mention, and a large number of prison guards were also killed or injured, because I was kind enough to lend you a gun. Rorschach rubbed his nose in slight embarrassment. Indeed, because of what he had done, I was afraid that Pope's career as warden was about to come to an end. After coughing lightly, he dragged the chair in front of his desk and sat down, his eyes casually sweeping over the surrounding setup, his mind already made up a few things. Across the room, Popper was still huffing and puffing. Griffin asked me to take good care of you, and I heard that you have a big addiction to cigarettes, so I even prepared a cigarette for you for that reason. But this is how you repay me? It's fine for you to use a gun for self-defense, but how dare you use it to start a riot? Wait for your confinement, asshole. Rorschach gazed at the pack of cigarettes he always smoked on his desk, and after a few moments of silence, he turned his attention to a few group photos on his desk. I'm sorry, Mr. Popper, but my actions did cause you a great deal of damage. He nodded first, then suggested sincerely, so, how about we make a deal? A deal? Popper asked suspiciously. What kind of deal? The corners of Rorschach's mouth lifted slightly as he picked up a group photo on the table showing the warden and a young man, cocktail in hand, posing in front of some attraction. Judging from the photo, you and this male friend, it must have been taken while you were on vacation in Tokyo. Judging by the style of the billboard, this photo would have been taken within the past 2 years. Considering that your late wife has been dead for many years, I presume that the man in the pink lining and plush shawl would have been your partner. What? Popper's face suddenly changed, and he shouted angrily in a deep voice. Shut up, you. Take it easy, Mr. Popper, and please hear me out. Rorschach raised his hand to signal him to be at ease, and continued to point at the photo and analyze. At first glance, the age difference between the two of you is around 25 years. I figured out that at the time he was born, the most popular name should be David. Popper's pupils snapped shut, and he looked in shock at the man in front of him, who was still extrapolating. You're mesmerized by him, though you're not attracted to him nearly as much as he's attracted to you. But that's okay, you have something he doesn't, and that's money and power. Every time you see this picture. You think, will he leave me in the future? Will he still love me if I retire and only have a fixed pension? Rorschach put down the picture frame in his hand, gazed at Popper with a smile, and slowly spoke. Now, do you still feel that we don't have the need to make a deal? Popper's expression went completely grim. That means you're going to threaten me with the fact that I have a same-sex partner? Don't worry, Mr. Popper. Rorschach gently shook his head, looking serious. For those who have helped me, I never use those underhanded means of enmity. He moved closer to Popper, put up 2 fingers, and lowered his voice. $1 million in cash, plus a minimum of $2 million worth of jewelry, as my compensation to you. With this amount of money, you can totally retire and bring your little boyfriend to settle in Europe. At that time, even if you die of old age in bed, he will still hold your hand tightly and accompany you on your last journey. Popper was silent for a moment, a sneer curling the corners of his mouth. So, you really did take the money and jewelry from Blowhard's old man's safe? Alas, Rorschach sighed and looked helpless. Let's just say, I'm lucky to have a few good friends who always think of me when something good happens. How about it? Have you considered it? Without answering directly, Popper's eyes fell first on the framed picture of himself and David. There was silence in the office for a few seconds before Popper's low voice eased up. Could be. A smile blossomed on Rorschach's face, and to show his sincerity, he directly stated the location where he had hidden the money. Immediately after that, he continued, by the way, Mr. Popper, I actually have a little request. When he finished his sentence, Pop nodded slightly. No problem. None of this is a big deal, but what you have to worry about is the lawsuit in a week's time. You've killed so many people this time, you're sure to be jointly sued again, and when that happens, what awaits you will be a life sentence. A week? Ha ha. Rorschach snorted and picked up the cigarette that Popper had prepared for himself from the table, waving his hand as he prepared to leave. Oh yeah, one more thing. He suddenly whipped his head around and said, I'm not going to that confinement room. You can help me find an excuse. I get along with my roommate pretty well, but this is a bit out of order. Other mortals will. Rules are not among the things I respect in this world. I suppose that's the same for you now, isn't it? My Mr. Warden? Chapter 91, Specialization Upgrade. Requesting for monthly tickets. Prison release time. The playground is still packed with inmates in orange prison uniforms, but a closer look reveals that certain areas originally occupied by gangs have changed hands. More than half of the inmates had bruises on their faces, and it didn't take much to realize that these were the results of the prison guards keeping order after yesterday's riot. At the moment, most of the inmates were surreptitiously eyeing Rorschach in the corner phone booth, lowering their voices and exchanging pleasantries. See, this Rorschach guy definitely has a backstage at the prison. Backstage? No way. Those black-skinned prison guards were clearly out to get him 2 days ago. But where are the guards now? In Fark, that fat pig barracks head is gone. This ING demon killed so many people yesterday, but he didn't even have to go to solitary confinement. Even the cafeteria gave him a special breakfast of 10 fried eggs in the morning. 10. Votafa. The inmates who heard this had their mouths open and looked incredulously at Rorschach, who was talking on the phone with a cigarette in his mouth. At Fox River Prison, cigarettes, pornographic magazines and eggs are hard currency. And now that Rorschach had only been in for 2 days, he already possessed 2 of them. It's definitely being looked after from above. Not to mention that Desert Eagle. The FBI is said to be ready to step in and focus on how the gun was actually brought in. Not far away, Michael was deaf to the chatter around him. In his opinion, Rorschach first killed through a siege of hundreds of inmates, then spent millions of dollars bribing the warden. It's not unusual for anyone to make it this far and enjoy that privilege in prison. How big a deal is it now to just eat a few more eggs? With his hands in his pockets, he swept his gaze unmovingly over the various posts and surveillance, silently calculating in his mind the location of any possible surveillance dead spots. Upon seeing a group of prisoners coming out of the cafeteria with food baskets, Michael narrowed his eyes and quickly followed them. On the other side, Rorschach, oblivious to the stares around him, was lecturing someone on the microphone. You guys back in Chicago again? Did you 2 brothers get ridden silly by a Montana cowgirl? Don't you know that the FBI is still investigating the New York case? Prison robbery? You too? Take the money and go retire in the country. Don't be so ING paranoid. Bring me a stripper to visit me in jail? Shet, I've only been in here 2 days. Where's the fire? You guys. Before he could finish his sentence, a shout of curses interrupted him, only to see Michael surrounded and shoved by a couple of Italians, who were pointing and cursing at his nose. Rorschach's gaze crossed the group and landed on the bald man with the cigar in the back. John Abruzzi, one of the heads of the Chicago Mafia. This guy is also regarded as the police station registered big shot. Rorschach remembered that the other party seems to be because of the subordinate betrayal was forced to go to jail. After looking at it a couple more times, Rorschach explained a few more things into the microphone and hung up the phone to head that way. On the prison release yard, Michael hunched over with his hands protecting his head, taking punches and kicks from the Italian gang members. The prison guards around them chilled out with their cigarettes in their mouths, clearly enjoying the brawl between the inmates. Suddenly, all the punching and kicking stopped, and eerie silence fell around them, leaving only the sounds of swallowing and ragged breathing in succession. "Why don't you fight?" A familiar voice came from behind him. Michael turned his head to look. Rorschach was standing there with his arms wrapped around him, his icy gaze causing the Italian gang to instantly turn pale. The bloody image of yesterday's killing through the prison with the Bible came back to them. "Ha ha ha, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." Italian gang boss John paced out from the back, piling on a smile to round off the scene. "Just now this flathead kid, take a pack of cigarettes and want to exchange for a job in the cafeteria. That's what I get by stuffing money to the prison guards every month. How dare he want to take care of it with a pack of cigarettes? I thought he was purposely looking for a fight. I didn't realize it was one of your men." Rorschach, a misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding. Although his expression was pretending to be calm, his tone was full of softening and pleasing. Hearing this, Rorschach's eyes first swept to the beaten and swollen Michael, and then glanced at the pack of cigarettes clutched in his hand, exactly what he himself had slipped from the warden last night. He smiled helplessly. This kid actually traded his cigarettes for a cafeteria job? It was also too honest. Doesn't he know who his roommate is? Can't even fox a tiger. Misunderstanding? Rorschach stared at John with a smirk. "But I saw you back there just now. Like you were having fun watching?" The corner of John's mouth twitched, and just as he was about to open his mouth, a large hand had already pinched his neck like an iron vice, and yanked him forward so violently that his entire body half-kneeled in front of Rorschach. "John!" The Italian gang of prisoners around them exclaimed, but no one dared to step forward. Rorschach looked down at John's reddened face and turned to Michael. "Here, slap him." Michael froze as if he hadn't heard. "What?" Smack this Italian guy with a fake smile on his face. Rorschach drank low. Michael heard him, and he looked at Rorschach and then at John, who was rolling his eyes from lack of oxygen. His hand raised in the air but he couldn't bring it down. "Forget it, Rorschach. I'm just trying to get an easy job in the cafeteria. There's no need to get into this." Rorschach laughed helplessly, shook his head, and said disdainfully, "Michael, I despise that about you the most. You're smart in the head, and you're not lacking in decisiveness, but you're still weak at the core." After saying that, Rorschach slapped him violently. "Ah!" With a scream, John was jerked out, his broken teeth spilling blood all over the floor. Then, Rorschach blandly said, "1 pack of cigarettes isn't enough for a cafeteria job? Then 2 packs. 3 packs. He looked down at John, who was covering his bleeding mouth, and continued to count. 4 packs, 8 packs, 10 packs? Enough. John raised his hand and grinned a curt smile. He waved his hand at his men, and the minions hurriedly pulled out the cigarettes in their pockets and put together 10 packs. Rorschach looked at the unopened carton of cigarettes in front of him and smiled at Michael. "See, aren't they nice to talk to?" After signaling them to take the cigarettes to his jail cell, Rorschach patted Michael on the shoulder and turned to leave. Looking at his back, John spat blood foam on the ground, and although his heart was indignant, he could only hold his breath. Today, Rorschach, though alone, is already the most special presence in the prison. As prisoners in this jail, they have to labor as if they were regular people going to work, except for the pitifully small number of specific breaks. Places like the laundry and the cafeteria had to rely on the inmates to do miscellaneous jobs. Naturally, Rorschach couldn't escape this labor, but the difference was that he had asked the warden for the job himself. In the boiler room, Rorschach is checking steam pipes for leaks and tightening bolts to prevent bursting. There were a number of prisoners nearby, busy shoveling coal into the hearth and controlling the fire so that the steam pressure could be maintained. The burned ash also had to be carted away to prevent clogging the hearth. At first, when he heard that Rorschach was going to come in and work here, the warden couldn't understand. After all, even in prison, boiler room work is considered the most exhausting. Rorschach calculated the critical point of the pressure value while gently tapping the rusty pipe with a wrench, and had a rough plan in his mind, but in practice, it was difficult beyond imagination. The most crucial thing is that he feels as if his knowledge reserve is a bit insufficient. After a moment of silent contemplation, he found an unoccupied corner and focused his attention on the specialized words in his head. At this time, the line of explosive specialization, 10/100, numbers looked particularly harsh. This 10 points of proficiency, if you do some simple plastic explosives, Rorschach can still drum up, but if you want to realize the plan in his heart, this plastic explosives can be far from enough. He counted the blood awnings floating in his mind, and in addition to the 20 that were there before he entered the prison, 55 new fresh justice values were added yesterday. for a total of 75. After making up his mind, he first used one of his justice values to upgrade his counter-surveillance specialization. As the number behind the anti-reconnaissance specialization changed from 99 to 100, a strong current instantly ran up from the soles of Rorschach's feet. Mom Jack Dash. Rorschach forced himself to endure the pain of being electrocuted. Gritting his teeth and raising his head, the veins on his neck had rippled out in a hideous manner. Luckily, within a few seconds, the tingling sensation disappeared without a trace. Specialization successfully upgraded. Counter-surveillance specialization Shadow Operative, 1/1000. Upgrade effect. The host's anti-surveillance ability evolves to the extreme, making him a true master of sneaking, able to act in perfect stealth in any environment. Additional capabilities. Environmental integration. It can automatically adjust breathing, step frequency and body temperature according to the surrounding environment, making it difficult to be captured by thermal imaging, night vision and other devices. Psychological misdirection, inducement through micro-expressions, body language and voice to briefly distract or create false memories in the target, applicable to interrogation. Infiltration or creation of an alibi. Prejudgment countermeasure. When being followed, it can instantly lock onto the watcher through environmental details, e.g., glass reflection, passerby's line of sight. Master stalker. Rorschach raised an eyebrow and rose to look at himself in the glass reflection. Well, doesn't seem to have changed much other than the beard has grown a bit. No longer caring about this skill, Rorschach looked at the remaining 74 justice values that could be used to upgrade his proficiency, and without the slightest bit of hesitation, a stream of all of them were put into the explosive specialization. In the next second, those 10 points of proficiency instantly skyrocketed by 84. At the same time, countless knowledge about skills and explosions flowed rapidly through his mind like a stream of data. After a dozen seconds of silence, Rorschach let out a long, cloudy breath. He looked at the circuit boards in the boiler room, the pipes that were covered in rust stains but that led throughout the prison building, and the boxes of flour outside the door that were destined for the cafeteria and the hundreds of boxes of toothpaste stacked in the hallway. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Rorschach couldn't help but laugh and curse. What kind of terrorist-specific skills are these? Chapter 92. A female doctor gradually slipping into the abyss, requesting monthly tickets. In the medical room, Sandy, as usual, conducts psychotherapy for patients with psychological problems. Today, however, the number of patients applying for psychotherapy has skyrocketed, and all of them are from the felony ward. Almost every patient mumbles Rorschach Butcher, has fearful pupils, and screams in terror at the sight of a red object as if in PTSD. As for the cause, perhaps the dozens of disfigured corpses in the morgue will provide the answer. After handling a dozen patients in a row, Sandy rubbed her brow with a headache. It was the first time since her transfer to the prison that she had been this busy. The good thing is that the salary is quite good, and with the savings she has saved over the years, she has planned to go to New York in a while and open a psychotherapy clinic with a friend. I just hope business isn't too bad. Yet, somehow, the thought of possibly leaving Fox River Prison in the future brought Rorschach's figure to the forefront of her mind, and with it, the extremely rude behavior of the other side yesterday. Sandy took a deep, calming breath and then held her coffee cup, ready to go outside to the playground to get some air. The corridor outside the medical room had been washed down with water countless times, but she still seemed to be able to smell a hint of blood, like the taste the man had left in her mouth yesterday. She absent-mindedly smiled and greeted a passing coworker and turned into the stairwell to head downstairs when a hand suddenly reached out from the utility room and pulled her in violently. Pa dash. The door to the utility room was tightly closed. By the time Sandy came back to her senses, she was pressed against the wall by a man in a space so small that it could only hold a couple of mops and buckets. Rolosha? Sandy looked at the other man in shock. How did you get here? It should be realized that the area for prisoners' activities does not overlap with the staff area at all. And even if a prisoner goes to work in the staff area, he is closely guarded by more than a dozen prison guards, making it impossible for him to move around freely. Rorschach shrugged his shoulders and smiled. How did it come about? Naturally, it's the perception and calculation abilities granted by the stalking master. While the perimeter surveillance has no dead spots, the same is not true of the surveillance inside the prison building. In just a few minutes, he managed to disappear under the noses of a dozen or so prison guards, dodging surveillance after surveillance to find his way to this side of the medical room. Surprised? I just wanted to see you so badly. Rorschach gazed at the other party's carefully dressed face and couldn't help but lick his lips slightly. Hearing this, Sandy's breath caught in her throat. She held her hands in front of her body, pulling away from Rorschach, and pretended to be cold. Harassing a doctor in prison is a felony, and if you keep it up, I'll just have to tell the warden. Yeah, what's heavier than a life sentence? Rorschach was unimpressed. You think I'd care about a few more decades in prison? Sandy felt the other man's breath exhale on her face as he spoke, and said with some exasperation, even though you've killed so many people, I've always thought of you as a good person in my heart. But what do you want to do now? Force me? Ha ha ha, that's a bit insulting. Dr. Sandy. Rorschach smiled and curled his fingers through the other woman's blonde-brown curls, crouching down to whisper in her ear. The one thing I hate more than anything else is rushing things. Did you know that a perfect pickup plan, like seduction, takes a long time to focus on, desire, and replay the target over and over in your mind? Approach slowly, brush shoulders, touch slowly, watch for reactions. Rorschach's fingers slowly traveled over her body. Sandy couldn't help but hold her breath, her head held high and her body pressed against the back wall. When everything is in place, everything is in place. In the next second, just as Rorschach was about to post up, Sandy seemed to suddenly come to her senses. She gazed at Rorschach with her head held high and asked sharply, "Do you really like me, or are you trying to use me?" Rorschach smiled and asked rhetorically, "Do you want to keep asking questions, or do you want to come with me a couple of times in this utility room that's only 2 square meters?" 1 hour later, when Sandy supported herself against the wall and returned to the medical room and saw that it was empty, she hurriedly poured herself a glass of ice water in preparation for rinsing her mouth. But just as she was about to spit it out, Sarah suddenly walked in holding the information. Caught off guard, Sandy choked violently and swallowed all the mouthwash straight from her mouth. "What's wrong with you?" Sarah asked curiously as she looked at Sandy, who was sweating profusely, her hair sticking wetly to her face and neck. "Well, just went for a run outside. It's okay. I'll just rest." Sandy made a random excuse, then gingerly sat back in her chair, and as if she hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary, Sarah continued to look through the recorded statements. Suddenly, Sandy turned toward her and asked, "Did you report the supplies for the medical room this month?" "Not yet. It's not like you don't know about yesterday. That riot trashed the medical room beyond recognition, so I'll take my time with the tally when I have time," Sarah replied casually. Sandy nodded and stopped squeaking. When some time later, Sarah left the room and she was left alone. This mature woman pursed her lips tightly, not knowing what she was thinking. After waiting for a long time to dwell on it, she ghostly got up and stood in front of the medicine cabinet, looking inside at the medications that Rorschach had named as needed. All that filled Sandy's mind was the sight of what she had just witnessed when she was entwined with Rorschach. Feeling the overwhelming urge within her, she opened the door to the medicine cabinet after a dark sigh. As a psychiatrist, at this moment, her internal defense mechanisms began to crumble. The ego gradually overwhelms the self. In the meantime, a prison van slowly pulls into Fox River Prison along a deserted highway. Layers of heavy blast doors opened one after another, and on the guard posts, sidearms of prison guards swept coldly over each prisoner. Compared to the last time the prison wagon came, the number of prisoners on board this time was so large that the entire wagon was completely filled. At the urging of the bailiff, a shackled prisoner got out of the car. 3 of the prisoners, after tilting their heads and glancing around at their surroundings, glanced at each other again without moving. Late afternoon, Michael, who had been busy all day in the cafeteria, had just returned to his cell and couldn't wait to pick up his pen and start recording the times when the cafeteria vapors were emitted. Unlike the regularity of the boiler room's timed discharges, the cafeteria's steam discharges were most of the time unruly, so he had to pick a foolproof point in time. By the time Rorschach returned to the prison cell as well, Michael didn't lift his head for a second, mentally calculating the various different time differences. Seeing this look of concentration, Rorschach didn't disturb him and walked straight to the sink, rinsing his fingers that still had an odor. And Michael, who has a nose better than a dog, seemed to have smelled something at this time, and looked up at Rorschach in shock. You shouldn't have. Today already." Rorschach wiped his fingers and casually returned. "Don't get too excited." He deliberately raised his hand, spilling droplets of water onto Michael's face. "In a day, I need to do some prep work tomorrow." "One day?" Michael raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you can? That's a 30-something. Is it hard?" Rorschach wrinkled his nose, puzzled. "I thought it was just the most basic of men's physical attributes. Can't you?" "Ahem." Michael coughed softly in embarrassment and stopped talking. But things went really well beyond his expectations, and Rorschach actually did what he said last night, and took the female doctor. Is this some kind of third-rate plot? It's too much of a stretch to be true. What about the cafeteria? Did you figure it out? Rorschach asked. "I'll go back tomorrow and double-check it to get an approximate time difference for the vapor discharge. Nothing too major. Just..." Michael was in the middle of his sentence when he suddenly stopped talking again. Rorschach frowned at the sight. "Don't tell me there's been another accident." He shook his head and explained. "No, it's that Italian gang leader called John. I always felt something was off about him, like he'd been secretly watching me." Rorschach returned unimpressed. "Going to settle him early? It's just a gangster scum." No. Michael shook his head in a huff. "I'll find a way to get rid of him. just mind your own business. Rorschach couldn't help but glance at him as he sniffed. Although this kid had a bright brain and acted with no lack of decisiveness, but as I said in the morning, he always seemed to harbor an idealist's naivete and an anachronistic Madonna streak in his thinking. Right, Rorschach, Michael snapped. Don't you forget. I'll have to sneak down the pipe to the lockup first when I get there. My brother's being held there and I'll have to take him with me. Rorschach nodded, not saying anything. Michael rambled on again. I think you've guessed who he is. He's Abraham Lincoln, the unlucky man who was falsely accused of killing Vice President Joe's oldest son 6 months ago. Rorschach looked up at him and laughed lightly. Quite impressive. Even the vice president's son can be taken out. No, he was framed, Michael eagerly explained. My brother is just a street gangster. His skill is 100,000 miles worse than yours. How can he kill the vice president's own son who is protected by the Secret Service? This is clearly a political frame-up. Rorschach waved his hand. As dumb as it sounds, I don't have a problem with him, but I have to warn you, Michael. He gazed into the boy's azure pupils and said, word for word, if he would interfere with our operations, even if he were your own brother, I would not hesitate to wring his neck, so you'd better instruct him to put his street hustler ways away and assume his most honest demeanor when he sees me. Michael subconsciously shrank back and nodded with a rolling knot in his throat. Understand. Relax, at least we're getting along so far, aren't we? Rorschach gave him a small smile, then moved his waist and slowly paced out of the prison room. With 10 minutes to go before the cell doors closed, most of the inmates took advantage of this last moment of freedom to gossip and banter in the corridors and on the open first floor. No one noticed that a couple of the new prisoners were looming in the shadows. When the orange figure appeared in the corridor on the 4th floor, their eyes flinched at the same time. Target locked. Chapter 93. After tonight, it won't even be me who should be worried. Requesting for monthly votes. Inside the boiler room, Rorschach made a strong effort to compact the block of sewage silted up in the pipe, while dumping a stream of white powder from the fire sand bucket into the pipe. Once everything was taken care of, he began to carefully adjust the setting parameters of the safety valve. Suddenly, his brow furrowed and he quickly snapped the lid on the fire sand bucket, then picked up the form and began recording the values of the valves. A few seconds later, 2 prison guards came patrolling from a short distance away, their eyes locked on Rorschach. Although their hearts were full of dissatisfaction with the guy who provoked the riot, due to the warden's instructions, they didn't find a random reason to teach each other a lesson like they did with the other prisoners. Of course, even without the warden's instructions, they were, by and large, afraid to do anything rash. After all, they had all seen Rorschach's bloody methods with their own eyes. This guy was like a bomb that could detonate at any time at this moment, both disgusting and hateful to them, but also terrifying to their hearts. When the guards had left from their patrol round, Rorschach turned and lifted a ragged tarpaulin covering a pile of coals in the corner, pulling out of it a box of toothpaste he'd stolen from the corridor earlier. He sizzled the toothpastes, one by one, on the stove, then carefully picked out the shiny particles from the ashes. Fark! Rorschach cursed under his breath as he repeated the above actions. The work was so tedious and exhausting that he now really wanted to call over all the little guys who had been making plastic bombs together in the cellar, so that they could help him share some of the workload. Of course, he'd teach them an even more powerful method of multiple chain explosions along the way. Rorschach suddenly felt that he was now like Tony Stark in the cave. Of course, he's nowhere near the level of the other guy's hand rubbing a miniature fusion device. After mixing the highly concentrated hydrogen peroxide solution he'd gotten from Sandy, a soap solution, and some powdered iron filings into a lather and spraying it on the wall at the end of the boiler room, he clapped his hands together, roughly completing his morning's work. Once the lunch break is over and some startup work is done, it should be pretty much done. After hiding all the tools, Rorschach, covered in black soot, greeted the prison guard kindly and prepared to head to the bathroom. When he returned to the jailhouse, he found that Mike had disappeared and the toilet had shown signs of movement again. The kid looks like he's gone back to his own brother who's in the brig. It has to be mentioned that Michael did prepare himself to get his brother out. Before he was incarcerated, he had learned through a prison visit the location of Lincoln's confinement cell, which happened to have a downspout. Due to the constant moisture, the cement around the area has tended to loosen its structure. These days Michael sneaks through the pipes and crawls into the walls on the inside of the confinement room whenever he can, using that screwdriver to dig through and widen the downspout a little bit. In just a few days he had made a hole big enough for his brother Lincoln to pass through. A miracle. Rorschach grabbed his toothbrush and towel, and after kicking the toilet a little tighter, he was about to head out the door when his movements suddenly stopped. He craned his head to look behind him, and a few seconds later, a figure appeared in front of the door to the prison cell. Rorschach sighed as he looked at the other man's swollen mouth. I knew this Michael kid's personality would be bad. He shook his head and began to pick the right tools from the sink. Toothbrush? No, he's got to use it at night. A plastic fork? It always feels a little inappropriate to use something you eat to kill someone. Luckily, there was a finger-sized shard of tile sitting in the corner, which would be good for cutting throats. At this point, John, who had managed to find an opportunity to come and negotiate with Rorschach, suddenly panicked. He had witnessed the massacre yesterday and knew very well that he was definitely no match for the other party. He scrambled to raise his hands in a gesture of surrender and said eagerly, "Rorschach, you misunderstood me. The Italian deliberately lowered his voice and explained in a very fast voice, "I did notice something unusual about Michael, and I did sneak a peek at the hole he dug behind the toilet, but I really didn't intend to turn you in. I swear on the lives of my family." Hearing this, Rorschach paused slightly in his play with the tiles. For this group of Italians, swearing on family members can be one of the most solemn and serious promises. Rorschach looked him up and down and asked in a flat tone, "Since you don't intend to denounce him, that means you want to break out of jail too?" John gulped and nodded busily. He twisted his head and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, he cautiously approached Rorschach and pleaded with a sobbing voice, "I've been here for a year already. Other people may not be aware of it, but Rorschach, you should understand my current situation very well. The other leaders in the gang, in order to prevent me from betraying them as a tainted witness, all of them want to kill me. If I continue to stay here, there's only one way out." Speaking of this, John directly flopped and knelt in front of Rorschach, begging bitterly, "I know I'm a sinner. Dying 100 times is not enough to atone for my sins. But what about my family? They will be tortured by the gang members and will be worse than death. Just take pity on my wife and children and bring me alone." Rorschach gazed at the other party's supplicating eyes and couldn't help but snort. "There are a dozen or so charges in the police station regarding your willful injuries and murders, if not 20. Your family's privileged life was built on bloodshed. They enjoy a life that no one else can reach. Even if they die, what can they do? Is it hard to believe that they deserve to live, while those who were killed by you deserve to die? Don't they have families?" John was slightly stunned, knowing in his heart that there was no way he could talk his way out of the man in front of him without giving something. "Steam pipes?" John suddenly looked up with a serious look on his face and said, "Michael has been inquiring about the timing of the steam discharge from the cafeteria for the past 2 days, and with that hole behind the toilet, I'm guessing he must be calculating the timing of the steam discharge." Rorschach sniffed, and his heart grew more and more dissatisfied with Michael. This kid is also too hairy to do things. What Michael doesn't know is that there's actually no regularity to the cafeteria's steam emissions. John desperately wanted to show his worth. There's only one way to get in the pipes without getting scalded by the steam, and that's to get into the inner area of the cafeteria early in the day and night, and open up the traps inside to drain the condensation and block the steam. This is an area you can't get into, but I can. He suddenly grabbed Rorschach's pants leg, a sob in his voice. "Just once, give me a chance to redeem myself. Rorschach, I swear, when I get out, I'll immediately take my wife and kids and get the hell out of Europe, and never set foot in North America for the rest of my life." Rorschach didn't answer immediately. He was sure he should be able to get in himself if he mentioned it to the warden, but that would be a little too deliberate. "You just said, you want to redeem yourself?" Rorschach suddenly laughed softly and looked at him with cold eyes. "Right, I want to redeem myself. Let me help you." "Rorschach." John was too busy to return. Rorschach raised his hand and patted his cheek with a force that wasn't too light but made John shudder. Then he casually dropped the tiles he was playing with, grabbed the yellowed towel and slung it over his shoulder, and got up to head for the door. By 7, Rorschach paused in the doorway. "Get it all done." "Definitely, definitely." It wasn't until the footsteps disappeared completely that John collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. It was then that he realized his prison uniform was completely soaked in cold sweat. Strangely enough, it wasn't as if he hadn't dealt with Rorschach before he was incarcerated, and while the other party was also uncomfortable at that time, he by no means had the suffocating feeling as if he was being stared at by a wild animal that he had now. In the steamy shower room, murky droplets of water dripped from rusty pipes. Rorschach stood naked under the curtain of water, his bronzed muscles glowing metallic in the dim light, and the wounds that had crisscrossed his body yesterday had healed without a trace. Suddenly, he jerked his back and whipped the soaked towel around to whip it behind him. Pa-dash! A steel pin veers off course and nails into a tile, spattering it with debris. "Been waiting for you guys since last night." Rorschach turned around unhurriedly, droplets of water dripping down his jaw. "You guys are pretty calm, waiting until now to make your move." The pupils of the two agents disguised as prisoners shrunk slightly, but without another word of nonsense. They attacked one after another when one blow failed. One of them, not knowing where he was hiding and brought in, raised his hand and swung out 3 poisoned steel needles, shooting at Rorschach in a zigzag pattern. Rorschach quickly yanked off the shower hose above his head, and the metal nozzle made a silver arc, knocking the steel needles down as far as they could go. The other guy was even more outrageous, going so far as to pull an already assembled miniature pistol out of his back. Bang! The bullet penetrated the raised wet towel, but Rorschach had dodged sideways. Before his opponent could pull the trigger again, he kicked the metal nozzle off the ground. At the moment when the other side of the head to dodge, Rorschach stomped the wall and pounced, towel like a noose around the wrist of the gun and yanked hard. Ka-ching! The carpal bones are instantly misaligned. The pistol clattered to the ground as well. But these two guys are amazingly good with their hands and reflexes all the same. Not waiting for Rorschach to continue to counterattack, the guy on the side who could use the steel needle had already attacked the lower disc with a leg sweep. Rorschach leaped up to dodge, but the other party predicted the landing point, and slammed a heavy punch on the side of the waist. The other prisoner, who had held the gun earlier, had drawn his dagger from the back with his left hand, the tip of the blade condensing a drop of cold dew in the steam. "It's over," the guy uttered his first words after seeing Rorschach, the dagger stabbed down. Rorschach grinned and yanked on the towel that had long been wrapped around the iron mesh of the drain. The entire skid pad was lifted up and both agents were off balance at the same time. Rorschach's knee had slammed hard into the knot of his throat as the soapy water poured into the daggered prisoner's nostrils. The other slipped and instantly flung out the last 5 poison needles, but Rorschach had already grabbed the pistol that had fallen to the ground earlier. Bang! 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 The steel needles were split in the air by the bullets one by one, exploding into a shower of broken metal. As the steel-pinned prisoner fell to his knees covering his bullet-riddled knee, Rorschach's wet towel had strangled him and pinned him dead against the hot water pipe. Boiling hot water suddenly gushed out of the destroyed pipe, and the screams quickly turned into gurgles of a throat being scalded. The steam is dissipating. Rorschach picked up the dripping towel, wrung it out, and slung it back over his shoulder. That's right, it's over. At that moment, the curtain of the shower room was suddenly lifted. A prisoner with a smile on his face first froze in horror when he saw the scene inside, then immediately trembled and sidestepped to make way for Rorschach. But the moment he brushed his shoulders, the guy suddenly pulled a hair-thin wire from deep in his throat. His fingers deftly wrapped around the ends of the wire, and he turned to slip it around Rorschach's neck. But unfortunately, before he could raise his hand and swing his arm, a large rough hand had already clasped the back of his head hard. Ka-ching dash! With a cracking sound of the neck bone, the body of this last assassin went limp like a puppet with broken strings, and the tattooed number 21 behind his ear appeared in the mist. Rorschach wiped his right hand slowly with a towel, his eyes lingering on the string of numbers for a moment. It wasn't the mark of any organization he knew, but it didn't matter anymore. Ha! He let out a sneer and walked towards the exit without looking back. Whoever these people were, after tonight, it wouldn't be him who should be worried. Chapter 94. An honor no other escaped prisoner has ever had. 500 monthly votes plus more. War to houses, for the most part, misdemeanors with sentences between 1 and 3 years, who have committed mostly non-violent crimes. Well, white-collar criminals make up the majority. The guys who commit embezzlement, financial fraud, money laundering, etc. Ward D houses mentally challenged inmates, so they're housed in special, separate blocks. As for C block, you know in your heart that it holds felons with sentences of more than 20 years, just like you. Inside the treatment cubicle of the medical room, Sandy turned her back to the man still lying in the hospital bed and explained for him in a relaxed tone. At the moment, with one foot on the hospital bed, she was carefully smoothing out the folds in her stockings while raising her hand to toss the ball of wet paper towels used to wipe down the sheets on the bed into the trash can with a flourish. Rorschach leaned on the head of the bed, flicked the ashes of the cigarette in his hand, and asked thoughtfully, "In other words, this prison building we're in, the 2 wards are filled with felons and mental criminals?" "Yeah, A and B are in another building, so the only jail cells here are C and your D." "So," she twisted her head to look at Rorschach, her brows already furrowed. "What exactly are you plotting?" Rorschach exhaled a puff of smoke. "I think you know in your heart of hearts that I plan to break out of prison tonight." As soon as she heard this, Sandy's face turned a little ugly. Since she was dragged to the utility room by the other woman at noon yesterday, she only felt that she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. It was as if her body had betrayed her reason and she had fallen completely captive to the other side. Sandy turned and took Rorschach's hand, as if desperate to prove something, and said tornly, "I hope you know that the willingness to help you isn't because of how much I like you. It's purely because I think you're a..." The word stuck in my throat. Like was too ridiculous. Afraid was too honest. Saying it's because he's a good guy? I'm afraid the other guy doesn't believe that himself. Rorschach's palm brushed her back, feeling the subtle shiver under the fabric. The effect of the *** control technique was even stronger than he had imagined. His thumb rubbed her spine as he whispered soothingly, "Don't worry, I won't misunderstand you, and I can assure you that years from now, you will never regret your decision tonight." Sandy's breathing suddenly became rapid. The hand seemed to carry an electric current, causing her newly calmed body to stir again. She bit her lower lip, trying to fight off this ridiculous longing. How can this be? Obviously it has just been. Several times already. Just as she was filled with doubt, the man beside her spoke up again and asked, I understand the situation in Area C. Originally, there were 800 inmates incarcerated. However, perhaps only about 700 are left now. But what about Area D? Sandy breathed heavily and murmured, about 100? Mental offenders are the least in prison anyway. The corner of Rorschach's mouth twitched imperceptibly, and he mentally cursed. That's only about 800 people in total. He'd expected a grand trial feast. It is important to know that the standard for the eye of judgment to judge a sinner is that the other party must have a blood debt on their hands. But a significant portion of these guys in District C are not guilty of felony murder. While there are many like John, or the already deadbeat Lucas, who have multiple lives on their hands, there are also those like Michael, who just committed a robbery and only got a felony sentence because of the amount of money. This kind of criminal is not within the scope of eye of judgment's judgment. All in all, it was still the same. He felt that this eye of judgment was still too merciful. As for those psychos in D, instead, it's a clear-cut murderer. As for being psychologically challenged, in Rorschach's mind, killing is killing except for revenge. And why should you escape due judgment just because you're sick? Psychosis? That's just a coward's cover. However, with such a large wave of additions, it's not enough to upgrade already upgraded skills by another level, but it should be enough to upgrade quite a few specializations. Just as he was in the midst of his contemplation, his body suddenly felt a strange sensation, and he looked down to see Walter Falk? Rorschach immediately yanked Sandy up. The woman's cheeks were flushed at the moment, living like she was on drugs. He wiped the other man's lips clean and sighed helplessly. Desire mastery, this skill. In the future, if you cannot use or try not to use, listen. He squared Sandy's shoulders and barked. You leave the medical room early tonight around 11 o'clock, okay? Meet me near the parking lot on the road. Hearing talk of business, Sandy barely regained a few moments of sanity. Even if you get out, where can you go? Europe? Africa? Ha ha ha. Rorschach suddenly laughed low. She gazed into the woman's brown pupils and said in a single word, I'm going to kill back. Half an hour later, Rorschach still couldn't resist Sandy's softening up, and accompanied her for a little more exercise. Obviously a day ago, this woman still just let him slightly good feeling, but after those several intimate contact, although on the surface she still and reserved frame, but behind the scenes, has been transformed into a willingness to go out of their way for him to exist. It's like well, it might be a bit inappropriate to say so, but Rorschach could truly feel the powerfulness of this skill. On the way he precisely calculated the range of each monitor's turnaround and the time interval between warning triggers, and arrived at the boiler room in a hurry on his feet, giving it a quick scan. Once he had confirmed that his setup was all but foolproof, Rorschach counted the moments and activated the timing device on the valve of the tank of liquid nitrogen. Soon, when he returned to the cell block, many of the prisoners who were entertaining themselves on the first floor saw Rorschach and quickly moved away as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, automatically making a path for him. Noon shower room, 3 more corpses. Prison up and down, no one knows is Rorschach's hand. But the strange thing is, the prison guards just dragged the bodies away. Rorschach did not get the slightest punishment, not to mention a severe beating. He wasn't even allowed in the most basic of confinement cells. This privilege is more creepy than violent. Back in the jail cell, John was talking to Michael about something. The Italian guy had a smile piled on his face while Michael sat expressionless on his bunk, not saying a word. The confinement side has been hit? Rorschach was the first to ask toward Michael when he entered. Michael nodded vigorously, but couldn't help lowering his voice. I know you've taken care of the medical room side, but what about the backup power? That's 4 separate systems. Don't worry, just memorize the pipeline route. Rorschach pointed at Michael and said seriously, if when the action is going on, you kids lead the wrong way, that's what's going to kill us. Michael nodded with the same immense seriousness. As the planner of the plan, he knew better than anyone that there was no room for error. At this point, John, who had been silent, also spoke up with a grin. I've opened the trap in the cafeteria, and there won't be any hot vapors discharged into the piping until we start tomorrow morning. Immediately afterward, this Italian guy suddenly clenched his fists and asked nervously, Michael, now that Rorschach is also here, give me the truth. What are our chances of success? Michael's eyes turned to Rorschach. It wasn't until the other man nodded that he began to break his fingers and count, bending a finger with each word. There can't be any mistakes in the pipeline route. We have to avoid the patrol time of the prison guards. We have to change the pipeline quickly in the medical room. And we have to climb out thousands of meters of pipeline in a short period of time. And at the same time, We have to cut off all the 4 sets of power supply at the same time, and if any of this goes wrong, we will either be scalded to death by the steam, get stuck in the pipeline to starve to death alive, or be shot randomly by the hundreds of peripheral prison guards armed with automatic rifles. Prison guards randomly shot to death. The prison cell fell into dead silence, with only a subtle humming coming from the ventilation pipes. Michael suddenly laughed. 95% chance we'll be screwed. What about the other 5%? John's voice trembled. Michael twisted his head to look at Rorschach, a wild light bursting from his eyes. To gain an experience and honor never before seen in the history of prison breaks, John's expression froze, and a sudden twinge of remorse welled up inside him. But at that moment, the frantic voice of Rorschach, who was on the sidelines, had rung out, "Then we'll go with this 5%. Chapter 95. Then it's time to use my method. Requesting for monthly votes. There were no clocks or hourglasses in the prison, and inmates had to rely on the nightly 7 p.m. intake announcements and the 6 a.m. wake-up call to tell the time. But this was not a problem at all with both Rorschach and Michael. Soon, a sharp bell rang out from the radio, signifying that it was already time for the 7 o'clock closing time, and all prisoners were to return to their respective cells. And John had already set up a double on the bed, a dummy with flour sacks tucked under the covers, and then his most trusted henchman to cover for him. The guards' nightly rounds have always been perfunctory, mostly just sweeping through the bars to make sure the head count is right. It was for this reason that they dared to set their operations for the night. After confirming that the wardens had left, John pushed off the toilet and carefully climbed out of the hole. In the prison cell, Rorschach was lying on the bed, his hands resting behind his head, his eyes closed, as if to him, tonight was just one of countless ordinary nights. Michael, meanwhile, was crouched at the edge of the pool of water, his ear pressed against the wall listening for something. When he saw John come out, he put up his index finger against his lips and explained in a low voice, "The prison's water conservation system, which activates a high-pressure flush every 2 full hours. The sound of water running down the drain will last for 55 seconds. Don't make a sound. I have to time it by that." John was instantly shaken. It wasn't until this moment that he truly realized that this prison break plan wasn't a reckless action that these two men had taken on the spur of the moment. How many days have they been in here? But it's amazing how even such unnoticed details can be mapped out. On the other hand, Rorschach, who was lying on the bed, tapped his fingers lightly on the back of his head. Unlike Michael, he relies on a more purely tactical heart rate control. At rest, his pulse stabilized at 60 beats per minute, every second counting. In the prison cell, John, the only one with nothing to do, didn't even dare to light a cigarette, but could only cling to the wall next to the toilet, staring dead at the yellowed wallpaper in front of him. Time passed in silent counting between the two, slow, yet breathtakingly fast. Inside the medical room, Sandy wasn't flipping through her favorite literature as usual. She sat frozen in her chair, her eyes slack. The screen of her cell phone in front of her lit up, displaying a news item about Rorschach. This Mr. Chicago cop has a resume that is contradictory in the extreme. Several years from the police, against his abuse of power, violent law enforcement complaints have never ceased. But at the same time, he handled the homicide detection rate doubled. The precinct crime rate is falling off a cliff. What's ironic is that even after the trial in which he was convicted, there was still a huge chorus of people on social media screaming for him, and the little guys who caused chaos in front of the courthouse even shouted at the camera that Rorschach was a framed hero before detention. Sandy was silent for a long time. Perhaps, as Rorschach said, it was never him who needed to be saved. There's a saying in psychology that when you stare into the abyss stares back at you. And Sandy had grown convinced that she'd been in deep trouble for a long time. She stood up and walked over to the glass window, fixing her messy hair with the reflection. After taking a deep breath, she picked up the women's bag on the table, hummed a soft country ballad, and walked out of the medical room with light steps. And in the jail area, the moment Sandy closed the door to the medical room, Rorschach's eyes snapped open and he tumbled from the top bunk to the floor. At the same time, Michael heard a clear flushing sound from the pipe behind the wall. The two exchanged a look and nodded imperceptibly. John, who was cowering in the corner, was awakened by the commotion and immediately lowered his voice in an eager voice. "What's the matter? Is it time? Is it time?" "That's right, it's time to move." Michael bit his lower lip and nodded heavily. John was instantly overjoyed. He'd been on pins and needles for the past few hours, and now the moment of action had finally arrived. Nervously and excitedly, he moved the toilet to reveal the dark hole in the back, then turned his head to look at the two men behind him. Rorschach had already lit a cigarette, and after taking a deep drag, he crushed the butt hard on the ground. "Let's hope it doesn't rain tonight. I don't want to play that Shawshank Redemption thing." Ha ha ha. With suppressed laughter, the three men drilled into the hole in the wall in the order of Michael at the head, John in the center, and Rorschach at the back. Inside the cave is a cramped space only a meter wide, crisscrossed with rusty pipes snaking like veins. The three men sidled forward close to the wall, each step stepping precisely in the footprints of those before them without a moment's hesitation. Pipeline seems from time to time out of white steam. In a closed environment, only out of a dozen meters, sweat has soaked through the body. Traveling around the corner, Michael suddenly shook his fist to signal a stop. Footsteps came from the bars overhead, and two laughing prison guards were passing overhead. When the footsteps were far away, Michael immediately pulled out the screwdriver that he had sharpened countless times and sharply unscrewed the screws on the maintenance cover plate on the water pipe. Dead end ahead. Next we'll be climbing pipes. He lowered his voice. Go ahead and save my brother. Then go through the tube into the medical room together. Any questions, Rorschach? Rorschach at the end of the line just shook his head lightly. Michael secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Rorschach would temporarily backtrack and not want to waste time saving people. 10 seconds later, the three men drilled into the ventilation duct one after the other. Although it was full of dust and garbage, it was relatively spacious and traveled faster instead. Coming to the fork, Michael didn't hesitate to point to the right and accelerate forward on the climb. That pipe led to the tight room that held his brother, Lincoln. Rorschach and John stopped where they were and waited. John's chest rose and fell violently, but he didn't dare gasp aloud. It was a far more physically demanding climb. How far did you climb? 200 meters? 500 meters? He felt like a rat trapped in a maze. Eyes turned to the side of Rorschach. Compared to him, at this time, Rorschach's face did not have the slightest change, just eyes slightly narrowed, not knowing what to calculate. 5 minutes later, there was a rustling noise from the pipe on the right. Michael was the first to burrow out, sweat soaking his prison uniform. He was followed by a much stouter man, with the same inch of hair and a very stiff expression. Michael, is this the help you were talking about? The man looked to Rorschach and John and squeezed out a smile. I'm Lincoln, Michael's brother. Thank you. Shut the up. Rorschach interrupted the dumbass pleasantries with a mercilessly low gulp. He pointed to the pipe in the center, his voice lowered to a whisper. Now, crawl forward as fast as you can for me. You must reach the medical room in 10 minutes. Lincoln frowned, his fists subconsciously clenching. Michael hastily stopped him, nodded heavily at Rorschach, and then led the way into the pipe. At the same time, he was somewhat secretly shocked in his heart. Now it seems surprising that Rorschach has completely memorized the intricate layout of the pipes. I've only explained it to him once. Lincoln gave Rorschach a vicious glare and reluctantly followed his brother. John, who witnessed the scene, had his jaw dropped in shock, filled his heart at the courage and brainlessness of Michael, his brother. Has this treadmill always been so brave? Even if he couldn't hear the outside world in the confinement cell, it was a prison break, and this guy was acting like he was going to start an infighting? He carefully glanced sideways at Rorschach, who was no different from the Grim Reaper in his eyes, but remained expressionless. Only his lips moved slightly, seemingly counting something silently. Even Rorschach's forehead was oozing with fine beads of sweat when the group finally climbed to the vent above the medical room. Michael's knees and palms had long since been worn to a bloody pulp, and John was panting like a dog. He cautiously probed and watched to make sure the medical room was empty before jumping in first. When all four of them landed on the ground, they couldn't take a break, and all three of them except Rorschach were pushing hard against the medicine cabinet. That steam pipe that goes right outside the high walls of the prison is right above this medicine cabinet. Fark, Michael cursed. His hands were already blood red and he just didn't have the strength. Lincoln signaled his brother to rest, and John continued to push the medicine cabinet. This burly man was exerting his power while using his afterglow from time to time to glance at Rorschach, who was staying behind the glass door, not knowing what he was observing. Who got a smoke? Rorschach? Michael held out his hand shakily. Rorschach tossed a cigarette without looking back. Michael clamped his blood-stained fingers together and took a deep breath, the nicotine temporarily easing the pain. Are you sure there's a way you can cut the power? Rorschach, I'm not questioning you, but as you know, we're in a position where there's no room for error. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about your brother. Rorschach's fingers tapped some sort of rhythm on his arm. This guy looks like a liability who's going to cause trouble. Michael nodded bitterly. He knew his brother's violent temper all too well, and knew better what would happen if he annoyed Rorschach. At that moment, with an ear-splitting scraping sound, the medicine cabinet was finally moved out of the way. However, when the four of them looked up, their smiles instantly froze. Where are the steam pipes when the only thing on the walls is freshly painted white? How? Michael's voice was tinged with trembling. It can't be. I've checked so much information, and it's clearly an abandoned steam pipe opening up here. There's no way it's not. John and Lincoln had clutched their heads in despair and sat paralyzed on the floor. If there's no exit here, then aren't they already in a desperate situation? How about, go back first? John spoke nervously. Let's go back before the guards find out, and we'll figure out what to do. Again. Late. Rorschach's voice was awfully calm. He slowly turned around. No expression could be seen on his face. I have made a reaction device in advance that will cause a chain explosion. Unsurprisingly, in 8 minutes, it will detonate directly, and by then this building will all be reduced to rubble. In other words, if we can't escape in 8 minutes, we're going to have to bury this prison with us. The crowd was struck by lightning, all of them looking at each other with wide-eyed disbelief. And at that moment, Michael finally realized why Rorschach was so sure he could cut the power. Because he doesn't even need to cut the power. He's going to blow the whole prison sky high. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, Rorschach moved his neck and spoke softly. Looks like it's time to do it my way. Chapter 96. If your head is already hanging in the mouth of a tiger, reasoning will not free you from the tiger's mouth. Requesting monthly votes. I've learned how to pick locks before. I should be able to open the door to this medical room. John grabbed the pen on his desk and was about to poke it into the lock hole. Originally, they only needed to avoid the prison guards and sneak away quietly. But now they were forced to start racing against death because of Rorschach's explosive declaration. Asterisk 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 off. Rorschach kicked the guy aside. Lock picking? He didn't have time to show this bunch of losers his worth. He lifted the liquid nitrogen tank against the door lock and unscrewed the valve. Hiss! Bone-piercing white cold air instantly gushed out, and the locking ice formed a thick frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rorschach sidled up against the door panel and flicked his shoulder. With a loud thud, the frosty lock cracked and the door to the medical room popped open. But Rorschach was in no hurry to get out. He bent down to pick up the pen, blocked the door and coldly scanned the three, raising a finger. I don't care what you're thinking right now, but let me remind you that if you want to live, you have to listen to me. If anyone dares to do anything bad, I'll send you on your way faster than a prison guard's bullet. Michael nodded his head with a pale face, his brain in turmoil. 8 minutes. It was an impossible task to escape the building, avoid the explosions, and dodge the perimeter of prison guards and sniper fire. But now there was no choice but to trust Rorschach. John was equally filled with fear, and despite cursing Rorschach a million times in his mind, all he could do at the moment was follow the madman closely. However, there was another dumbass on the scene who was on the verge of going berserk. Are you crazy? Lincoln flushed red against Rorschach's back. Who gave you permission to make the bomb? The plan was planned by my brother, so you should have listened to him honestly. Fark, now because of you, all of us are at risk of being blown sky high. You, Lincoln. Michael yanked his brother back with a rare snarl at the other man. Haven't you gotten yourself into enough trouble? Listen to Rorschach honestly. Consider this my way of begging you to stop getting yourself into trouble. Don't make me regret coming in to save you, okay? Me. Lincoln wanted to say something, but looking into his brother's sad, angry eyes, he could only eventually back away in dismay. Without moving, Rorschach took the tip of the pen back into his palm. He didn't bother explaining himself to losers, much less listening to stupid people complain. 10 seconds or so later, the four of them quietly stalked away. Whenever they traveled to the intersection of the corridor, Rorschach, as if he could foresee the future, always knew the rotating trajectory of the surveillance probes in advance, and accurately led them through the dead ends of the surveillance between one after another. Michael's gaze at Rorschach's back was filled with disbelief interspersed with a glimmer of hope. If he remembered correctly, Rorschach had only been in these administrative corridors 2 or 3 times, yet he even remembered the monitoring cycles perfectly, and with all of this, he saw a glimmer of what could happen if the tiger came off the line. As he turned a corner, Rorschach, who was just about to lift his foot to take a step, suddenly stalled. The 3 people behind them saw this and panicked, pressing their bodies against the wall. He heard something unusual. A few seconds later, 2 ragged gasps reached their ears. 2 male prison guards were seen clinging to each other in an unsupervised hallway, kissing passionately and running their hands over each other's bodies with abandon. What goes up, comes down? Rorschach's brows frowned slightly, and immediately afterward, he stepped out with large strides. Michael cautiously poked his head out, only to see that Rorschach had crossed the corridor in a few breaths, quickly coming up behind the 2 prison guards. One of the prison guards was closing his eyes, reveling in the back-dealing pleasure of this forbidden love. But soon, he noticed something strange. A stream of blood-filled drool was pouring out of the other's mouth. His eyes snapped open, only to see that a pen had poked through his partner's head like an arrow, the tip of the pen penetrating his mouth and resting coldly in front of his face. He was so horrified that he was about to let out a scream when the pen had been withdrawn from the other man's mouth and then stabbed through his jaw like lightning. Michael and Lincoln, who saw this scene, and others, stared in shock. It took 2 lives in just a moment. With a damn pen. Rorschach. Several people quickly stepped to catch up. Michael looked at the ground 2 dead miserable body, cannot help but speak. In fact, there is no need to kill them. Gagged, shut up, not on the line. Is it? What do you think we're doing? Playing house? Rorschach didn't bother to listen to this kid's nagging, and continued forward without looking back. Michael took one last look at the two corpses again, and after closing his eyes in his heart, he followed closely behind Rorschach. Instead, both John and Lincoln's steps suddenly slowed, and they glanced at each other, both seeming to read each other's minds in the other's gaze. The two men quickly bent down, drew two pistols from the waist of the guards, hid them behind their waists, and then pursued them as if nothing had happened. Compared to the daytime, the number of guards in this prison building they were in was significantly lower. As for the clerical workers on the administrative side, almost none of them worked the night shift, and the only Sandy had left the place early. Therefore, the most important thing they had to avoid along the way was actually the surveillance probes that could be seen every few steps along the corridor. The powerful ability of Sneak Master was on full display at this moment, as Rorschach's mind almost instinctively calculated the dead center positions of the various monitors, skillfully avoiding a team of prison guards. Soon they came to the stairwell leading to the first floor. Rorschach quickly recalled the scene of passing by the first floor during the previous riot. The 60-meter or so corridor had about 1 or 2 guards patrolling the corridor, along with a surveillance probe, but that wasn't the point. The real problem was that the guards' lounge was also on this side, and there were at least 10 guards in it. The difficulty was that he had to go through this long corridor without alerting anyone, or else the other side would just have the chance to press the alarm, and the blast-proof barbed wire would fall from the front and back doors, and then it would be as hard as hell to get out. Rorschach deduced dozens of scenarios over and over again in his mind. Then with a stare in his eyes, he walked over to the closed first-floor stairwell door and kicked it out viciously. Bang! Late at night, the loud bang of the gate slapping against the wall instantly attracted the attention of the prison guards in the hallway. A sound of footsteps came from far and near. Rorschach pressed himself against the wall behind the door, pen clenched in his hand, silently calculating his opponent's position. In the next second, just as the door was pushed open, Rorschach instantly stormed out. The pen accurately and precisely stabbed through the throat of the first one, and then while the other prison guard at the back had not yet reacted, Rorschach's hand had already grabbed him by the mouth, and lifted his hand and bent his elbow, which was a heavy blow to his temple. 2 prison guards fell to the ground at the sound of their voices, and only a second may have passed. Dragging the two to the inner room, Rorschach, who was secretly calculating the time inwardly, had fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Time is running out. There's about a 30-second gap for the surveillance probes to complete a scan. Enough time for us to run from here to the back door side. He craned his head to look at the guys behind him who, for the moment, could not be described as a liability. Rorschach raised a finger and warned with a serious look, "Keep your footing on the road. The guards' lounge is down this corridor." The 3 of them hurriedly nodded their heads. At this moment, they had long been completely shocked by the ability Rorschach had displayed. Even the most prickly Lincoln was now as honest as a quail. After a quick glance at the situation outside the corridor, Rorschach's fingers rhythmically tapped on the wall, his mouth silently calculating the time of the surveillance probe's rotation. Suddenly, he swung his hand violently and arrowed out of the stairwell. The 3 scrambled to keep up, tiptoeing furiously close to the wall. 30 seconds to traverse a 60-meter corridor was certainly more than enough time by common sense. Michael gritted his teeth and followed close behind Rorschach. As they were about to cross a doorway that marked the restroom, they both slowed down in unison. However, just as they were getting closer to the back door, perhaps because he had been huddled and crawling in the pipe for so long before, John actually stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Michael's brow furrowed momentarily at the sound of movement, and he was about to turn back to help him when a large, strong hand had a death grip on his arm. Rorschach didn't give him the slightest chance for mercy, yanking him forward and continuing to run wildly. "Shatter!" John cursed and was about to struggle to his feet when he realized he had broken his leg. In a panic, he rushed to grab Lincoln, who was about to cross behind him, and begged urgently, "Pull me, please, don't leave me. Fark, hurry up and let go." Lincoln was sweating and saw his chance for escape slipping away. Seeing this tired man's death grip, he went so far as to pull a pistol out of his backside. Bang! The deafening sound of gunfire echoed through the prison building late at night. Michael craned his head in disbelief, only to see that his brother, Lincoln, had blasted John in the head. At that moment, he felt as if time had stopped, and an emotion called despair began to spread in his heart. Ha! Suddenly, Rorschach's cold laughter came from the front. It was as if he had anticipated this scene, and his footsteps did not pause in the slightest. In the next second, the gunshot instantly woke up the entire building's prison guards, and blood-red alarm bells began to ring frantically in the various corridors. Rorschach's footsteps became more and more hurried, and just when the iron fence on that back door was about to fall completely, he stomped on the ground and leaped, and the pen in his hand flew out as quickly as if it were a javelin. Bang! The tip of the pen passed through a layer of glass with unerring precision and chiseled hard into the circuit board that controlled the barred door next to the door, accompanied by a blinding burst of electric sparks. The descending iron fence made an ear-splitting metallic friction sound and came to a hard stop in midair. Michael was relieved to see this, but before he had time to think about it, he subconsciously had to turn back to help his brother. By now there was already a heavy footfall behind him, and Lincoln was about to be caught in the midst of the prison guards who were rushing out of the restroom. "Rorschach, you run away. I'm going back. I'm going to save him," Michael said eagerly. "I came in here for him. I'm not going to watch him die in front of me." Seeing that Rorschach was not moving, he explained incoherently, "I'm going to tell the guards that I surrender, and he and I will continue back to the cell. So many prisoners died the other day, they surely don't want to see any more bloodshed. You go, Rorschach. I won't tell them that you planted the bomb." "Stupid." Rorschach took him by the throat in one hand, his knuckles white with the force. He stared at Michael's panicked face, his voice sounding like it was squeezed through his teeth. "When the hell are you going to learn your lesson? When will you learn a lesson? You can't reason with a tiger when your head is already in its mouth." Rorschach, listening to the movement of the bomb-proof prison guards who were already gearing up and standing by outside, and the occasional gunshots coming from behind them. Michael's voice was filled with desperation and pleading. "But that was my brother after all. Bet on it." Rorschach gasped for air, his eyes looking towards the high wall 46 meters outside the door, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, revealing a crazy smile that Michael would never forget in his life. "Let's just bet he can resist for 12 seconds. Chapter 97, Getting Out of Jail. Requesting for monthly tickets. Michael's lips trembled as he mechanically counted each second. 2 meters behind him, around the corner. Footsteps were getting closer, sporadic gunshots interspersed with Lincoln's hiss of pain. Instead, he and Rorschach were like two statues, nailed dead center at the back door exit without moving a bit. They were well aware that a prison guard on a post a dozen meters high behind the door was mounting a sniper rifle and locking down the exit. Whoever ventured out, the first shot would be a warning, and the second would kill them completely. In that moment something suddenly occurred to Michael, and he looked over at Rorschach's cold side, the knot in his throat rolling with difficulty. "Did you intend to use Lincoln as a human roadblock to stop the prison guards from the beginning? Blocking? Ha!" Rorschach couldn't help but snort and shake his head. "Don't overestimate that stupid brother of yours. If it wasn't for him, the prison guards wouldn't even be alerted right now. Then why are you still so calm when you step on a horse?" Michael's 10 fingers dug deep into his hair, his voice hoarse. "I don't know exactly how you set up the explosives, but you should know very well. But if there's the slightest mistake in your setup, we're all going to die here." Compared to his own plan where he could still return to his cell with the slightest mishap, Rorschach's plan was so crazy that he didn't leave himself any way back at all. Rorschach returned expressionlessly. "There's an idiom in the East called breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat. Only by cutting off all the retreats can one survive in a desperate situation." He closed his eyes to feel the approaching footsteps of prison guards on the periphery and said in a hushed voice, "Let me tell you what's happening in the boiler room upstairs right now. 2 tanks of liquid nitrogen are impacting the surface of the pressure pipe with a high-pressure atomized jet, and the pipe is now on the verge of cryogenic embrittlement. When the pipe cracks at an internal pressure of 1.2 MPa, the pipe will tear. Steam at 200 degrees Celsius will gush out like a high-pressure water jet, and the outside walls of the pipe I had long ago pre-coated with an aluminum powder ether mix slurry. The surrounding walls are oxidized with hydrogen peroxide and iron powder. The aluminum powder I calcined bit by bit from the toothpaste, and as for the ether and hydrogen peroxide, I got them from the medical office. And when the high-temperature steam is ejected, the surrounding ether coating will instantly oxidize, creating a micro-explosive reaction. The shockwave wasn't strong, but it was enough to shake away the massive amount of flour I had piled up in the pipe with the glass tube of nitroglycerin hanging above. And then there's the orgy of aluminum and flour. The corner of Rorschach's mouth curled up in a dangerous arc. The entire boiler room will experience a deflagration of a cloud of flour and aluminum dust. The spreading dust is detonated by a steam spark, with a burst speed of 2,000 meters per second, producing a fireball of several thousand degrees. The explosion will instantly extend to the boiler itself, and the pipes, which have long since had their pressure values altered by me, will physically blow up due to the pressure imbalance. The 1.8 MPa shockwave far exceeds the 0.3 MPa compressive limit of the concrete column, which in turn will trigger a secondary dust explosion when the roof slams down. After the words, Rorschach twisted his head to look flatly at Michael, who had frozen in place with his mouth open in shock. Boom! A deafening explosion slammed into the air. The whole building trembled violently, and the siding peeled off. Michael looked dumbfounded at Rorschach, who just calmly dusted off the dust that had fallen on his shoulders. Voila! Rorschach shrugged and said softly, "Looks like I timed it right. We probably have less than 10 seconds now before the secondary explosion happens." He pointed his gaze straight out of the house, through the wall, as if he could see the sniper's face on the post, distorted by the blast. through the concrete wall, but professionalism made the guy depress back down in a second, the crosshairs of his sniper scope locking onto the doorway once more. At that moment, Michael's brother, Lincoln, drenched in blood, was holding onto the wall and struggling to come this way. On the side of the guy's waist, a bloody hole was gushing out blood. The explosion had become his saving grace, and all the guards were so shocked and disoriented that no one remembered to round up this seriously injured fugitive. "Give me the gun." Rorschach extended his hand with his back turned, 5 fingers spread wide. Lincoln was slightly stunned and handed the pistol to the other man. Despite the doubts that filled his mind, Rorschach pushed the magazine open with one hand and glanced at it before starting to silently count down the numbers in his mind. Then, without hesitation, he violently charged forward. Bang! The tips of his shoes had just touched the ground outside the door when a sniper round exploded into gravel a meter in front of his feet. It was a death warning that the next shot would surely hit him in the torso. However, not only did Rorschach's speed not slow down, but it got faster. At this moment, the extreme reflexes brought about by the gunfighting technique were utilized by him to the extreme. His body instantly shortened, and he rolled sideways in place to avoid the sure shot from the other side on the post. Water facts? The prison guard who was mounting the sniper rifle muttered in shock, and just as he was about to continue pulling the trigger, a bullet shot out of the ground and lifted off his skull with precision. Rorschach spat out the dust in his mouth and got up from the ground. On the day of his incarceration, he had already discovered that the sniper rifle used by the guards here was a Dragunov SVU, semi-automatic design. Skilled shooters can easily achieve 2-round suppression. During this streak, Rorschach didn't have any chance to counterattack at all, and after those 2 rounds are fired, even the most elite snipers attempting to go from locking onto the target to pulling the trigger need 0.8 to 1. 2 seconds of decision time. He gambled on the time difference. Fortunately, the extreme reflexes and godshot marksmanship that came with the art of gunfighting didn't let him down. But unfortunately, a group of at least 20 prison guards, equipped with automatic rifles and blast suits, had already sensed the abnormality on this side, and they were pressing close to the wall and were approaching towards Rorschach at a fast pace. And in the face of all this, Rorschach remained calm, silently counting down a string of numbers. 321. Next, rumble dash. The entire prison building suddenly transformed into an erupting volcano. Shockwaves wreathed in shattered glass erupted from every window, sending the huddle tumbling. Inside the cell block, inmates awoke from their sleep, and the abuse quickly turned into screams. As the fire from the bursting steam pipes tore through the walls, the last thing reflected in the countless staring eyes was nothing but the fiery flames that engulfed everything. Rorschach exhaled a long, cloudy breath, not bothering with the prison guards who were wailing on the ground. He rose slowly and took a step towards the dozen-meter-high post, the wooden ladder creaking unbearably under his feet. But at that moment, there was a sharp cry from behind Michael. "Rorschach! Rorschach!" The brothers did have a bit of luck too. They immediately seized the opportunity to rush out of the prison after seeing Rorschach resolve the snipers, narrowly avoiding the dust explosions that littered the walls. At this moment, when he saw Rorschach climbing the post, although he was not sure why, he followed without hesitation. After mounting the post, Rorschach ripped the sniper rifle from the dead prison guard's hand. He adjusted his magnifier and aimed several shots at the base of the post's support column. As Michael and Lincoln looked on in disbelief, the post, already shaken from the impact of the explosion, shook violently and then collapsed with a loud thud toward the rear fence. By this time the prison power supply had been blown up, and not a single current was visible on the grid. After the 10-odd-meter high post smashed heavily on the edge of the wall, Rorschach glanced at the nearly 10-meter high fence below. He first raised his gun to break the remnants of the wire, then quickly peeled off the prison guard's padded blast suit and wrapped it around his hand. Finally, Rorschach kicked the disconnected power grid to the wall, and he tightened his hands on the wire and stomped his feet on the wall. Giggle dash. The fabric rubbed against the wire with an ear-splitting sound, and Rorschach's figure was sliding down at a rapid pace like a special effects actor in a movie. That's a good idea? Michael and Lincoln's jaws dropped, but there was no time to hesitate now. The two men looked at each other and followed suit. Gritting their teeth, Rorschach landed and walked forward for a dozen meters before slowly turning back. Violent flames engulfed the steel and concrete, and the entire prison burned in an explosion, with flames rushing into the sky and black smoke rolling out, coloring the night sky the color of blood. In this moment, it was as if he had seen his past, incinerated by conspiracies, betrayals and lies. Only the ashes of vengeance are left to flutter in the wind. He fished out a cigarette and had just taken it into his mouth when a hand holding a lighter reached out, lowering his head and lighting it. As the smoke billowed, he said faintly, "Get the hell out of there, and don't ever come back to Chicago again." Sandy's fingertips trembled slightly, and there was a twinkle of resentment and sadness in her eyes. So are we never going to see each other again? Ha! You know. Rorschach smiled as the firelight stretched the shadows of the two men, only to be consumed by the flames at some point. Never say never. He raised his hand to caress her cheek, the smell of smoke and blood lingering on his fingertips. In the next second, Rorschach withdrew his hand and turned towards the middle of the dense jungle by the road. Sandy stood still, staring in disbelief as the other man's figure was swallowed up by the night. She knew that this man would not turn back for anyone today, and now, he's going to collect the blood debt that belongs to him. Chapter 98, LL Island. Reactions from all sides, requests for monthly tickets. Running, a mad dash. In the late-night jungle, Rorschach's figure was like a furious cheetah, weaving in and out of the darkness. In fact, he knew very well that neither the prison guards nor the continental government had the time and energy to capture him. An escaped prisoner. At the moment, a rushing fire in a prison will consume all attention, and the first response of disaster relief, scandal cover-up, and blame-shifting. Bureaucrats will always be self-preservation. As for the fugitive list, with the efficiency of the proper government departments over here, by the time they dawdle with the results, they'll have their guns up in some building in Washington themselves. But even so, Rorschach was still running. No tirelessness, no stopping. As the entire prison behind him collapsed in flames, he suddenly felt his blood boiling and his shackles crumbling. This kind of smoothness made him just want to run wildly towards the front without any reason. Even better, along the way, countless scarlet blood-ons chased after him from behind, rapidly burrowing into his torso. Each blood-on was a human life, a gift of a kill. In his mind, hints of specialization upgrades flashed madly, almost drowning out sanity. It's not a jailbreak, it was a massacre, a bloody feast of his own. Phew. I don't know how long he ran wildly until his lungs burned and stung, but Rorschach braked violently and fell on his butt into a pile of dead leaves. In the night sky, the bright moon hangs high and the stars are dotted. Now if I could only have a beer. Rorschach braced his hands on the ground behind his waist and gazed up at the Chicago night sky, snickering with a roll of his throat. Ginny should be in New York by now. Her dad was a top executive in federal law enforcement, and that was the only daughter she had. So this girl was taken care of wherever she went, and she certainly wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The chief is probably sleeping with his whiskey in his arms at this point. The rich old bachelor life is just comfortable. No one to control even if the money cannot be spent. Irish brothers. A face that had helped flash through his mind. After a long silence, Rorschach looked down and tugged at the orange prison uniform he was wearing, the fabric stained with mud and dried blood. The warmth in his eyes faded a little. When he got up, his gaze was already filled with indelible indifference and paranoia. Far away, in the darkness, a farmhouse was being lit with a dim light. Caribbean, United States Virgin Islands. Under the shroud of night, the docks of one of the largest private islands were densely packed with combat boats, and a dozen or so armed private forces patrolled back and forth along the shore, their guns always on alert. Behind them, dozens of helicopter gunships were neatly arranged, each configured with heavy machine guns. Even further up in the night sky, hundreds of small tactical drones circled silently, infrared scanning every inch of sea and beach. There are no conceptual dead ends here. Without an invitation, not even a fly would come in. The island's bigwigs enjoy absolute privacy, and all this tight security is just to make sure that their secrets never get out. Pure white room. Parali lounged languidly in a customized ergonomic recliner. A doctor in a white coat was slowly pushing scarlet liquid from a syringe into her vein. The boss knew you were landing on the island tonight, and specially asked us to prepare the latest extract of renin, the doctor explained in a low voice, his tone respectful. Where's the source? Parali raised his eyes coldly. Don't try to fool me with those cheap Latin American or African bastards. You can rest assured that they are all from Asia. The doctor quickly replied, as you know, our people have been adopting children to bring back from all over Asia under false identities for several years now. That's good. Ha, God is pretty unfair. Parali quirked the corners of his mouth in contempt. It's obvious that we whites are far superior to those scalps in both IQ and physique, but our bodies age much slower than ours. As the potion was injected, she closed her eyes and felt the pleasure of her cells being nourished. Perhaps it is a psychological effect. Now she suddenly rushed to the mirror. Herself seems really young a few points. The wrinkles at the corners of the eyes faded. The spirit is also renewed. Okay, you're out. She waved her hand at the doctor. Just as the doctor was about to leave, Parali suddenly spoke again. By the way, as before, pick a few goods to bring here. The doctor nodded slightly. If he remembered correctly, the speaker's preferred toy would have been in her late teens. When she was alone in the room, Parali casually rested her legs on the armrests on either side of the chaise longue, lit a lady's cigarette, and waited for the goods to enter the room. However, just as she was looking forward to it, the voice of the Secret Service suddenly sounded outside the door. When the other came in, a message from Fox River Prison in Chicago momentarily interrupted her interest. After her eyes narrowed slightly, she asked in detail, "Is it possible that one of ours moved?" This I will investigate as soon as possible." The special agent bowed his head, not daring to look the other party in the eye. He pressed on to find out exactly what the woman in front of him had sent against that Rorschach butcher again. Parali coldly waved the Secret Service to stand down, copied his cell phone and dialed the encrypted line. The call was answered with the electronic synthesized sound of a mechanical female voice. She threw out several key questions in quick succession, her carefully groomed eyebrows knitting together when she confirmed that the crisis-stifling team had nothing to do with the matter. It's too much of a coincidence that the explosion comes just as 3 members of the strangulation team have just died. And then there's an explosion at the prison that night. There's no such thing as a coincidence unless. A chill ran down her spine and up the back of her neck, and she subconsciously clutched her cell phone. Machine. Immediately monitor all surveillance and communication records within a radius of Fox River Prison. No. Expand it to 100 kilometers. Report back to me immediately on any hint of anything to do with Rorschach Butcher. Parali hung up the phone as soon as he could, his eyes dead ahead. She's 80% sure that ING bastard isn't dead. And now, he's come for revenge. At this moment, not only Parali, who is on the island, but many more people have learned of the explosion at Fox River Prison during the same time. The director's hung overhead was still buzzing when he was awakened by the urgent call. Waiting to see 17 consecutive calls from City Hall in 10 minutes on his cell phone made his drink evaporate instantly. Fox River Prison exploded. The entire building was reduced to rubble. Nearly all the inmates were buried inside. There were numerous deaths and injuries. And, listening to the last words spoken by the other party on the phone, the director slammed his head, which had no hairs left, and muttered incredulously, "Signs of damage to the wall grid. Suspected. A prisoner escape? New York, Manhattan." Late at night in her apartment, Ginny lay on her back and stared at the ceiling. It had been a long day of moving and tossing, and she had to report to the Upper East Side police station early tomorrow morning, but she had no sleep. Fingers unconsciously rubbed the pink folding knife that Rorschach had given her for her birthday, the blade of which had been given a second look by her and was being engraved with the initials of both their last names. She rolled over, pressing the knife to her chest as her thoughts drifted back to Chicago. Ginny suddenly remembered that she and Rorschach had held hands and hugged, but that was about it. Not even a decent kiss. She couldn't help but purse her lips at the thought. Rorschach has spent so much time in prison that he's probably suffocated long ago. I've heard that if you visit as a family member, you'll be assigned a couple's room. So why don't you ask the guards to arrange one for yourself the next time you visit? No. She shook her head suddenly, her cheeks burning. How can you have your first time in that hole? It's too casual. As he was rambling on, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. The director's on the phone. She pressed the answer button and listened to the urgent voice on the other end of the line. After a few seconds of silence, the entire apartment building echoed with her squeals of surprise. Meanwhile, a beat-up Chevy was speeding crookedly along the deserted highway leading to Fox River Prison. In the backseat seats, 3 strippers with cool clothes and big booty were looking at each other, exchanging breathless glances with each other. Just an hour ago, the 2 brothers in the front driver's seat burst into the club they were in. Without saying a word, they flung out $10,000 and claimed to be taking 3 of the most beautiful dancers. Originally, the 3 of them thought they had met a big client, but the brothers pulled them into the car and even took them directly to the prison without saying a word. He also muttered something about visiting the prison at first light tomorrow, so that the 3 girls could serve their boss well. Murphy, which direction was Fox River Prison coming from anyway? What did you say? Tramp, you don't know the road, what are you driving? It's not that I don't recognize it. I've just heard of this place, but I've never been here before. As he spoke, he looked at the map, and suddenly his gaze, which swept out of the window, caught something, and he cried out in sudden surprise, "Look! Those 2 fellows look like locals." Just in time to ask them for directions, Murphy looked in the direction he was pointing, and the cigarette in his mouth fell directly onto his pants. A local indeed, and in a ING orange prison uniform. A few seconds later, as if he hadn't heard the other man, Michael, who had been stopped in his tracks by the Irish brothers, asked again in confirmation, "You asked me where Fox River Prison is? That's right, man. We're going to get there early and then go see our boss Rorschach as soon as it's time for visitation." Connor bit back on his cigarette. Michael and Lincoln looked at each other in shock. They could hear that the tone of the 2 brothers did not sound like a joke, and looking at the 3 women in the back seat who did not look like serious professionals, they could not help but mutter in their hearts. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Michael shook his head and said, "Go back. Rorschach is no longer in prison." What? Connor was still a bit puzzled, but Murphy, who was already pounding his arm in excitement, shouted excitedly, "Haven't you responded yet? Stupid! Rorschach has already escaped from prison. These two lucky people also broke out of prison with him. Waterfax?" Connor whipped his head around to look at the two Michaels, but the other man had long since taken advantage of their distraction and crept into the woods, disappearing without a trace. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Reacting. Connor laughed with equal exuberance and hugged his brother excitedly. "I knew it. A little prison mustn't hold Rorschach. Prisons don't hold birds with feathers that shine with freedom, and they don't hold demons with guns spitting with rage." The two men's excited laughter echoed across the empty highway, nearly toppling the roof of the car. Once the mood had stabilized a bit, Murphy pointed to the gifts their brothers had carefully prepared for Rorschach in the back seat and asked, "What about them? Send them back? Send it back?" Connor drew out the waistband of his pants and jerked the air in excitement. "I'll suffer a little and take care of it all for Rorschach. Consider it a celebration of his successful escape." Chapter 99, Kind Couple. Commitment, request for monthly tickets. "Hey, listen man, I don't mean any harm." When the whole world was Fox River Prison, that shocking explosion stirred up the sky. Already do not know how long on the road to escape Rorschach. At this time and the enemy in the confrontation. Perhaps the word enemy is not too apt to describe the other party. After all, the dog that is currently showing its teeth and viciously growling towards Rorschach is a dog. To be precise, it should be a border collie. But strangely, unlike the usual black and white border collie, this border herd standing in front of Rorschach was not only considerably larger than an ordinary border herd, but from the sides of its cheeks to its entire body, it was draped in a layer of silver-colored hair, which glowed with a bright luster in the moonlight. Meteorite border collie? After a few moments of stalemate with the other party, Rorschach helplessly pointed to the sheep pen on the side. "Buddy, the sheep you were guarding jumped out. I was kind enough to help you drive them back. You should be thanking me for that. What are you doing being so fierce? Woof, ho woof." However, the chained-up sheepdog didn't buy it at all and continued to let out a threatening low growl towards Rorschach. Rorschach was sure that without the chain's restraint, the other party was afraid that they would have already opened their bloody mouths and pounced on him. He glanced ahead at the house lit with a cozy warm light and couldn't help but lick his dry, cracked lips. After running wildly for hours on end, he had long been thirsty and hungry. However, from what he had seen so far, it seemed that the owner of the farm had no intention of entertaining his uninvited guest, and there was such a faithful sheepdog guarding the door. Rorschach shrugged, smiled to himself, and turned around, ready to find another way out. "Let's stop a couple of cars on the highway first." Just then, a sudden roar of a car engine came from not far away. Rorschach frowned as he looked over, only to see an old pickup truck at the end of his field of vision, lightly traveling this way, and sitting in the driver's and passenger seats were two elderly couples who already had a full head of silver hair. "Logan, is it just my eyesight, or is there really an escaped prisoner in a prison uniform standing in front of our house?" The old lady rubbed her eyes and asked with some disbelief, "I do hope it's your eyes, Jin." Old man Logan's hand had crept to his waist, his gaze fixed on Rorschach, who was standing in front of his house. When this old couple got off the bus, looking at their movements that were ready to draw their guns, Rorschach didn't make things difficult for the other party, and directly put up his hands, making a surrender. "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean anything else. I was just passing by and looking for some water," Rorschach explained softly while trying his best to squeeze out a kind smile before he was ready to simply leave. Enough innocent people have died at his hands tonight. At this moment, looking at Rorschach's back, Farmer Logan couldn't help but frown. He glanced first at the sheepdog in the fence, who was poking his tongue out and giggling at him, and then at the intact fence and gate of his home. After a pause, the old man spoke. "Kid." Rorschach lurched to his feet and turned his head, only to see the old man, dressed like a cowboy, shouting toward himself, "Do you take us for one of those mean, selfish townspeople?" After saying that, this old man opened the door of his house, while waving his hand towards Rorschach in a very dashing manner. "Come in, don't blame me for not reminding you. Tonight is going to be a big cool down. You're just going to be hanging out like this. Sooner or later you're going to be frozen into an ice stick." A few minutes later, Rorschach was already cozying up to the warmth of the fireplace. He had purposely sat on the floor so as not to get the couch dirty, and beside him was lying the silver border collie that had just been showing its teeth and hissing at him. At the moment, the fellow was lazily rolling on the ground, glancing at Rorschach every now and then with those witty eyes, as if wondering how this human was able to get into the house as well as himself. Looking at its naive appearance, Rorschach couldn't help but want to raise his hand and rub its head. But as soon as his hand was extended, the little guy immediately opened his mouth and glared at him with a low growl, obviously still holding deep hostility towards him. "Brian, that's no way to treat a guest." The old man's voice with a few hints of dissatisfaction rang out at the right time. Upon hearing this, the vicious dog immediately and obediently closed his fangs, and put on a silly smile, rubbing his head against his mistress, who was walking slowly with her coffee. "Brian, Hearing this name and looking at its comical appearance of arrogance, Rorschach couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. I'm sorry, we don't have guests in our house very often, and Brian isn't quite used to you yet. No, actually I'm the one who's bothering you guys. Rorschach hastily took the coffee handed by the hostess and took a shallow sip. A warmth went straight from his throat to his whole body, dispelling the coldness of his body. Old man Logan also walked slowly over, with a change of clothes in his hand, which he casually dropped on the couch. He pointed his finger down the hallway and said, "Go take a shower, kid. Just don't expect Brian to show you any favor until you're cleaned up with that smell of blood on you." Rorschach looked at the two old couples who were serving coffee and delivering clothes. He couldn't help but secretly open the eye of judgment and take a closer look. Only a clean white mist lingered over the heads of this couple. Both, no doubt, thoroughly good people. Seeing this, Rorschach didn't dwell on it anymore, and after saying thanks, he took his clothes and walked into the shower. When she heard the door close, the old woman finally couldn't help herself and asked toward her husband, "Is he the one on TV?" Logan interrupted her with a raised hand and nodded slightly, but kept his gaze in the direction of the showers, unsure of what he was thinking. Soon, Rorschach carefully rinsed his body, and when he returned to the living room, his previous prison uniform had been replaced with a dark red leather jacket, the lower half of which was paired with jeans and leather boots, and the whole thing was brand new. When the old Madame Chin, who was arranging the meal, saw it, she couldn't help but faintly stare, her eyes slightly reddening as she said, "You wear these clothes to really fit in, yes? Is this what Mr. Logan wore when he was younger?" Rorschach looked down at himself and deliberately teased, "It's just that the crotch is strangling a little tight and I don't know what it is." "Ha ha ha," Kim said, covering her mouth in amusement. "Cut the crap, kid. These are my son's clothes." Off to the side, Logan pointed at Rorschach and said seriously, "If it was mine, you'd just feel like you had a plane stuffed in your crotch." Ha ha ha. Rorschach and Jean were both amused by Logan's words. Woof woof. Brian, at his feet, as if to prove his master's words, barked along excitedly. At the table, Rorschach was feasting on the dinner the couple had prepared especially for him. As if they knew Rorschach was starving, they had grilled 3 juicy steaks, plus a bowl of golden, crispy fried chicken nuggets, and had thoughtfully brought a dozen cold beers. Rorschach ate and chatted with them casually about some family trivia, and both sides seemed to tacitly refrain from talking about Rorschach's origins and the blood-stained prison uniform. There was a senior dance in town tonight that ended late and it was a long drive, so we didn't get back until now. Logan, you really need to think about getting a new car. That pickup is getting old and smoking. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My car is as tough as I am. He's just having a little trouble. I'll change a few parts sometime and he'll be as good as new again. Listening to the sound of their bickering, Rorschach had a genuine smile on his face that was rare these days and came from the bottom of his heart. He handed the leftover bone into the mouth of Brian, who was spinning around at his feet, eyeing him. While the little guy was feasting, he took the opportunity to rub his head hard. "Right, Logan?" Rorschach asked casually as he chewed on the chunk of meat in his mouth. "Where's your boy? Why haven't we seen him? Is he working out of town?" Upon hearing this, the couple's bickering came to an abrupt halt. Logan shook his head, barely squeezing out a smile and said, He was gone last year due to an accident." Shatroka cursed darkly. He should have sensed it himself, and he was chagrined that he had asked questions he shouldn't have. But Logan was as if he was full of care. He lit a cigarette and slowly spoke as he fell into reminiscence. "Maybe it was an accident. Or maybe it was something else. I can't remember much. I only know that when the government notified us, they didn't even find Jay's body, but said he was dead." Rorschach frowned slightly and pursued, "None of the bodies were found? Then how did they determine that?" "Driver's license and something else that proves Jay's identity." Jean looked out the window dumbfounded and explained softly, "They say that Jay was in an accident, that he accidentally hit the pier while surfing in a speedboat, and then there was an explosion and his body sank into the sea. But," this kind old woman muttered, "but my son couldn't have gone surfing at all. He was out searching for our abducted granddaughter. He has been searching for so many years, he didn't even have time to go back to his home. So how could he still go surfing? No way. How could my child?" "Stop it, Jean," Logan interrupted his wife, shaking his head with a somewhat cold expression. "Consider it an accident." Jean nodded slightly and said no more. Apparently, the topic was just too much in their home. "What is the name of your granddaughter? Can you tell me?" Rorschach suddenly asked. Jean looked to Logan and saw her husband nod before removing the necklace from around her neck, and on the pendant was a small, round phase box. After opening it, a photo of a coquettishly smiling girl appeared in front of Rorschach. Her name was Liz, and she would be 24 now if she were still around. Jean rubbed the glass mirror, her eyes filled with memories. Rorschach looked at the girl in the photo and tried to impress it into his mind. "I'll help you guys out there and ask around about your granddaughter." Rorschach looked up at the couple and promised earnestly, "In the future, if I'm still alive, I'll do everything in my power to help you find Lizzie." Logan laughed at that, then shook his head. You've got your own hard time ahead of you, Rorschach. Rorschach's hand that was stroking Brian's head gave a slight lurch, then laughed softly. I figured you guys already recognized me. Logan sighed and said, at first I thought you were just a polite escaped convict, and when I got inside and was in the light, I recognized you. Don't think about it, kid. In our couple's eyes, you're a well-deserved hero for saving so many murdered children. Rorschach looked deep into the older man's eyes. The knot in his throat rolled and his voice tightened a bit. Thank you, Logan. Gene, I appreciate the hospitality you've shown me tonight, and truth be told, it's probably the most satisfying meal I've had in the last few years. He rubbed Brian, who had gotten to know him well, and got up, ready to say goodbye. Wait, the Logan stopped him at the same time. The old man frowned. Where can you go in the middle of nowhere? The nearest town is dozens of miles away. Isn't that just right? Rorschach returned unimpressed. Wouldn't it be a shame not to use such a nice environment for camping? Gene gently pulled his sleeve. Stay, child. Get some rest, and us couples will help you keep an eye out for movement. Take our pickup south before dawn. That's an Indian reservation and the police rarely go there. Hearing this, Logan looked at his wife in surprise, and after he sighed, he shook his head helplessly. You hear me? Tomorrow my old buddy is all yours. Woof dash. Off to the side. Brian, also with a bone in his mouth, giggled and looked over at Rorschach, his tail slapping the floor merrily. After a few moments of contemplation, Rorschach finally unloaded his defenses. Well, it looks like I'll just have to bother you guys for a few more hours. He was indeed exhausted, his legs as heavy as lead. What Rorschach didn't know was that while he was dining at this old couple's house, all the surveillance cameras in 100 kilometers radius, with Fox River Prison as the center, were running at high speed. Every outgoing call is being monitored by an AI with powerful computing power. Like a precision machine, it was locating Rorschach's position as fast as it could. Chapter 100. Requesting for monthly tickets. A group of encrypted electronic signals centered on Fox River Prison radiated like a spiderweb to a hidden terminal somewhere in Washington, where they were parsed and reconstructed by the quantum computing core of the machine, and eventually materialized in the form of tactical instructions. On the island, Parali is no longer interested in enjoying the dessert that the owner of the island has prepared for him. The screen of her cell phone kept flickering, and the intelligence gathered by the machine poured in one after another like a viper spitting out its mail. Every piece of data wrapped around the same name, Rorschach. On the screen of the phone, a blurry face intercepted from the surveillance flashed quickly, and the call logs were highlighted in red for those mere words that mentioned Rorschach. Parali's fingertips trembled slightly, and for the first time, he truly felt the breathtakingly powerful ability of the machine. Counting from the moment she gave the order, only 1 second had passed, and the machine had already unearthed all the traces of Rorschach-related surveillance footage, call logs, and even the internet from the time the prison explosion happened until now. Spying on the whole of America. Despite belonging to a different party, Parali can't help but feel admiration for that former president at the moment. It was he who pushed for this perfect surveillance machine at great expense. Swiping her finger quickly on the screen, finally, the machine gave her the most desired answer. A cold, mechanical synthesized tone emanated from the phone. According to the prison's surveillance before the power went out, Rorschach Butcher had managed to escape outside the prison building at the moment of the explosion. 2 hours ago, surveillance cameras on the Eastern Highway captured the target moving toward the eastern suburbs of Chicago. The target demonstrated amazing counter-surveillance capabilities, avoiding 7 consecutive surveillance nodes along the route with an almost magical maneuver after realizing the presence of surveillance. By analyzing the trajectory of the operation, there is a 72.3% probability that Rorschach Butcher has infiltrated the mountains of Gary. After hearing machine's conclusion, Pele narrowed his eyes dangerously. If that bastard really hid in the mountains, with his rich experience in anti-terrorist combat, coupled with the special environment of the mountains that completely lacks surveillance coverage, the difficulty of pursuing him would increase geometrically. Suddenly, as if the machine had noticed something, the emotionless synthesized voice sounded again once more. Anomalous communication detected. The electronic voice calmly states the countdown to death. Coordinates, farmhouse in the southern foothills of Mt. Gary. Call was 47 seconds long and involved a livestock care request. Upon comparison, the farmer has never initiated a call in the 3 to 4 o'clock time period in the past 1826 days. Parali's eyes instantly glazed over with a cold smile. Gotcha. At home, Logan removed all of the scattered cash from the house and stuffed it all into the pockets of the leather jacket on Rorschach's couch. It was already white in the east, and he had just called his nephew in town and asked him to come in the morning to help with the sheep. As for himself, he planned to accompany Rorschach out of here. He suddenly realized that his pickup truck was too conspicuous in the vicinity, and if Rorschach drove it alone, It would inevitably attract the attention of bystanders, which in turn would spoil the escape plan. After some thought, it was decided that it would be more prudent to escort Rorschach through the town first, and then hand over the car to him when no one was around. Up so early? Rorschach's voice suddenly came from behind him. He walked out of the room with a steaming cup of coffee, looking much better than he had when he first arrived at the farmhouse, and his cheeks had regained their blood, even though he had slept for less than 4 hours. It'll be dawn in half an hour. The old man tossed him his leather coat and grinned. By the way, I'll join you later. Together? That's right. If you drive my car alone, you're bound to get stopped and questioned by herders halfway. I'll take you through the mountains first, then you'll be on your own. Rorschach nodded knowingly, a look of gratitude in his eyes. He felt how fortunate he was that even though he had seen the dirtiest gloom in the world, he had felt the purest kindness. Aromas wafted from the kitchen as Jean was removing a large tray of freshly baked lasagna from the oven. This was the dry food she had specially prepared for Rorschach so that he wouldn't have to venture out to public places to forage for food on the way. Brian spun around excitedly at her feet, his tail wagging like a rattle, waiting for his mistress to reward him with some trimmings. It'll be packed in no time. Rorschach. Jean winked at him and said smugly, of all the towns in the neighborhood, I have the best lasagna craftsmanship, and will definitely send you on your way with pleasure. Thank you so much, Jean. I can't figure out now how Logan, with his foul temper, managed to get a beautiful and capable wife like you. Rorschach joked on Logan's shoulder, making the older couple look at each other and smile with happiness. Coming out onto the grass outside the house, Logan couldn't wait to show Rorschach his old buddy. It was a 7 or 8-year-old Dodge D-Series pickup with a vertical bar grille with a rounded front end. Logan's rough palm slapped heavily on the hood with a muffled thud. Time can be so unforgiving. I saved a ton of cereal money to buy this car in the first place, and now, it's just like me. Parts are loose and it runs all rattly, the old man lamented. Rorschach crouched behind the car, his fingertips brushing against the chassis. The brand new steel plate springs glowed cold under the rough touch of rust, along with a pungent odor of motor oil. This old guy talks smack, but behind his back he's secretly fixed it. He deliberately raised an eyebrow and said, Logan, if you really can't let go, it's not too late to back out. Last night Jean could have said. Rorschach lowered his voice, mimicking the old lady's disgusted accent. That piece of car should have been in the scrapyard long ago. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Cut the crap. The car is yours now. Logan laughed and cursed, pulling the keys out of his pocket and waving them over. Just the moment Rorschach raised his hand to catch it, the hairs on the back of his neck suddenly exploded in sweat. Logan, he bellowed out, his body lunging at his opponent before his mind. The arms were like iron clamps around the old man's body, but in the end, they were not fast enough for the bullet's trajectory. Whoosh! With a sharp cracking sound, a 99mm armor-piercing round tore through the air and ran through the side of Logan's waist. The other side instantly exploded into a bowl-sized bloody hole, and blood shot out like a fountain. Warm blood soaked Rorschach's hands. He was trembling violently, staring dully at the dying old man in his arms, his throat feeling like it was clogged with something. Not a word could be said, only endless whimpering. Logan clutched Rorschach's wrist with the last of his strength, blood mixed with foam continuously gushing from the corner of his mouth. The old man gazed at the child in front of him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his own son, and with the last of his strength, said in a broken voice, Live. No, Logan, you hang on. Rorschach wrapped his dead arms around the old man's gradually freezing body. For the first time since he had been framed and imprisoned, he shed tears, the veins in his hands rippling hideously from excessive exertion. Logan? Suddenly, the startled voice of Jean rang from the doorway of the house, the kind old woman holding a carefully prepared lunchbox for Rorschach. Shocked at the tragic scene in front of her, the lunchbox in her hand snapped fell to the ground. Just as Rorschach was about to make a flying leap toward her, another Barrett bullet came out of the hills in the distance. Bang! In Rorschach's line of sight, the kindly old man's chest exploded with blood, and his entire body was lifted out by the tremendous impact. No! Rorschach let out a beastly hiss. At the moment, his heart was beating rapidly, blood rushing wildly through his veins as if it was about to break through them, and a fiery rage blazing in anger. Rorschach clung to the old man's body, his eyes already completely red. Wisps of blood-colored mist steamed up from around his body, reflecting him like an evil ghost returning from hell. Chapter 101, Look at Me, requesting monthly votes. Woof, ho woof. Inside the house, Brian let out a low whimper, then barked furiously and made to rush out. Just then, Rorschach snapped toward the house. Brian, stop. He had seen through this assassin's intentions. The other guy had the opportunity to just shoot him, but he deliberately shot the Logans in front of him. This madman was teasing him, like a cat toying with a dying mouse. 1,500 meters away, in a meadow halfway up a mountain. Lean, the spectacled assassin in a brown trench coat, was smiling as he locked his crosshairs on the pickup truck. He knew his target was hiding behind the car, but he was in no hurry to shoot. He was going to witness the other man's body blowing up in the first place, just like the poor old couple. This is his special hobby, and that's why he's called the Demon Sniper by the Crisis Kill team. Damn it, you shouldn't have shot that couple. Fellow Special Agent Nick lowered his voice in anger. What purpose does that serve other than to remind Rorschach? Fark, you're pissing him off by stepping on him. As the Secret Service agent who had been involved in framing Rorschach from the beginning, Nick knew better than anyone how scary the man was. He was like an evil spirit that couldn't be killed, and once he missed the chance to kill him with one blow, it was harder than hell to kill him again. Lean's eyes behind his lenses flashed with impatience. You think he'll get the first shot aimed at him? He sensed the danger the moment I pulled the trigger, and he was ready to pounce on the old man even before I fired. Nick gritted his teeth and said, I don't care what method you use, even if you can't kill Rorschach, you have to stall him here for at least 10 minutes. Our Secret Service people are already on their way and will arrive in 10 minutes. Can't kill? Lean sneered, his aim locked dead center on the pickup truck. As a sniper who never takes a second shot at the same target, he's waiting for that one-shot kill, as long as the other side is a little bit more active. Suddenly, his finger on the trigger tightened. In the scope, the pickup truck door slowly opened. This guy's gonna drive away? Lean's eyes narrowed slightly. As long as his opponent wasn't stupid, he must have known that he could have blown him apart with a single shot the moment he revealed his body parts. At the moment, Rorschach was hiding behind the car in a weird folded position. His hand fumbled quickly under the driver's seat, finally grasping that which he needed, an old side-opening double-barreled shotgun, and a 12-round box of birdshot. As an old farmer, Logan had probably told him last night that he had taken down a dozen vicious wolves with this shotgun, and now, he's going to use this gun to hunt even more dangerous beasts. Taking a deep breath, Rorschach lurched out of pickup cover, just a moment after his body had just shown its head. 1,500 meters away, the crosshairs of the sniper's scope instantly bit into his chest. Got you. Lean pulled the trigger. However, the moment the bullet discharged at an initial speed of nearly 1,000 meters per second, Rorschach's body suddenly retracted as if it was being yanked back by an invisible rope. Boo! The 50 caliber rounds blew with splinters out of the log cabin columns. Fark! Lean cursed angrily, and before he could pull the trigger again, Rorschach's figure dashed out again like lightning, ducking to the side of the house in a flash. To the left of the house was an open clearing, and the only woods available for cover were 100 meters away. Lean stared dead on at the side of the house where Rorschach was hiding. Even if the other party had wings, he would never want to run for hundreds of meters in a row under the muzzle of his gun. And at this moment, Rorschach was expressionlessly pushing birdshot into the chambers of the left and right barrels one by one. At the same time, the remaining light from the corner of his eye quickly scanned his surroundings, and finally his gaze settled on the two oil drums in the corner. Catching dash. The root of the barrel slowly lifts up and closes tightly with the body. Just the moment the bullet was loaded, Rorschach raised his gun and fired, 2 bullets blasting into the oil drum in front of him. Boom! Explosions rang out and huge fireballs rose into the air accompanied by black smoke. Lean, who had rediscovered his perspective, blanched, his scope now filled with nothing but tumbling black fog. Hell, can this even find a way for this guy to live? Suddenly, Rorschach's figure reappeared in the scope. Not only did the other party not make a hasty escape from the rear, but they barged straight into the woods. In Lean's field of vision, Rorschach was holding a double-barreled shotgun and weaving between the trees with flying feet. His face was expressionless, and he didn't even glance his eyes this way towards Leanne, as if he had already locked Leanne's position firmly in place. Boo! Bullets whizzed out, but only hit the trunk of the tree. Under the cover of this dense forest, the difficulty of trying to snipe each other was climbing exponentially. Go! Lean snapped to his feet and quickly retrieved the sniper rifle back into his gun bag, before pulling an M16 out of it and skillfully loading it. Immediately afterward, without looking back, he was about to leave this place and look for a new hiding place. On the sidelines, Special Agent Nick saw this and asked in confusion, Go what? The Secret Service will be here soon. This guy already knows where we are and is on his way. Lean responded without looking back, moving in the direction of the mountain with hurried steps. There was a large field of yellowish reeds there, and once they arrived there, Rorschach would definitely not be able to find them even if he had great skill. He was very clear about his strength. Long-range sniping was his strongest point, but once he was caught in the situation of close-range precision shooting, his strength was absolutely no match for a veteran like Rorschach, who had killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Fark! I told you not to alarm him. Nick cursed with hatred. Our mission is to watch him here and wait for reinforcements to arrive. You're trying to take him out all by yourself? Do you know how many people this guy has killed in the past week? Shut up, you idiot! Lean twisted his head toward him and shouted down, One more word and I'll kill you right now. Nick's face tightened, despite the anger in his heart, but looking at the other party's cold eyes, he could only forcefully swallow this breath and honestly follow the other party. To be honest, he wasn't even sure which department this guy in front of him actually belonged to, since 3 days ago, Pirali had assigned him the task of overseeing their operations. The gang, however, was so numerous and extremely spread out that he could only find one sniper who looked fairly svelte in glasses, but today it seems that this guy is a complete bloodthirsty egomaniac. On the other hand, Rorschach was rapidly deducing the orientation of the other party's shot in his mind. The footsteps grew faster and faster, until finally they had begun to dart through the woods. When he arrived at the predicted ambush point, he saw only a few collapsed bushes, and the enemy was long gone. He quickly scanned his surroundings, eventually settling on a spot halfway up the mountain. There, a large field of yellowish reeds a man's height was swaying in the wind. At this moment, Lean and Nick were half crouching in this reed bush, their hands gripping their guns, their nerves tense as they searched for Rorschach's figure. None of them would have thought that Rorschach had taken advantage of the opportunity to escape. Before the operation, they had all carefully studied Rorschach's entire file and information. It's a vindictive bogeyman. As Nick said, if you can't kill someone with one blow, you're bound to incur insane retaliation. Hoo-hoo. The two men suppressed their rapid breathing and scanned every suspicious movement with high mental tension. Behind the tree trunk, Rorschach was similarly calmly searching for his target. His icy eye swept over every corner, but the thick reeds created too many blind spots in his vision. The three parties were in a stalemate. The air was so frozen that it was as if you could hear the sound of a heartbeat, and the only sound was the cry of the red-winged black oriole echoing through the forest. Suddenly, bang! The silence was broken by an ear-splitting gunshot. Hundreds of red-winged black orioles perched in the reeds flew up in alarm, circling and fluttering in the air, sounding a sharp alarm. It's, Lean furrowed his brow in disbelief, and then his pupils plummeted. 100 meters away, Rorschach's silhouette quickly weaves between the trees, his eyes locked on the birds in the air. Shatter! He suddenly realized something. His face suddenly changed, and he fiercely got up and was about to retreat towards the back, while naturally spooked flocks spread out in a fan-like pattern with a random flight path. Artificially spooked flocks hover in the air for a few seconds before purposely avoiding unusual creatures they see and will also give a short chirp in their direction as a warning. Rorschach was using the flock of birds to pinpoint their location. Bang! 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 Realizing that there was no point in hiding, Lean immediately strafed his rifle, and Nick raised his gun and fired wildly. However, apart from the one that just popped up after that, Rorschach's figure disappeared from their field of vision once again, and the bullets all fell short. Both of them gasped for air, their eyes uncharacteristically flustered. Where is this ING asshole hiding again? Boo! In the next second, gunshots rang out. Lean's gun-toting arm was pierced throughout. Fark dash. The rifle fell to the ground and he wailed in pain. Before Nick could react, another birdshot blasted him in the shoulder. In a split second, all of the two men's gun handlers were scrapped, but they didn't even see the enemy's shadow. Lean covered his bleeding wound with death and struggled to crawl away from this field of dead reeds. Suddenly, a low bark came from far away. Brian, the silvery white sheepdog, was swooping down the hillside. Ah! Lean let out a mournful scream. Brian's sharp fangs were embedded deep in his arm, and vengeful fury burned in his canine eyes. A dozen meters away, Rorschach slowly rose from his hiding place. He watched coldly as Brian tore into Leanne, not stopping the loyal dog from avenging his master's death. Unable to care about the misery of his companion, Trinnick stumbled forward to escape. Boo! Another shot rang out and his knees shattered in response, his whole body falling heavily to the ground. Behind him, a deathly voice rang out. Look at me! Nick turned around, trembling, to see a blood-soaked figure looking down at him from above. Rorosha. Nick swallowed hard and squeezed out a curt smile. You get going. Hundreds of reinforcements from the Secret Service will be here soon, all heavily armed. Don't waste your time on me. Run for your life. Rorschach shook his head expressionlessly. Remember what I said in prison? What? My eyes will be the last image you see before you die. No. Boo. The gun went off. Rorschach wiped his face, and no emotion could be seen on his blood-stained face. In his ears, Brian's wail as he tore into Leanne was intertwined with the sound of an approaching car engine. The pursuers have arrived. Just right. Rorschach gazed at the blood-colored light that churned in his mind, and thought as such in his heart. He was worried that sacrificing 2 lives to the Logans would be too shabby. In the next second, all the blood-colored light was infused into the gunfighting technique specialization as much as possible. Chapter 102, F-15 out. I want to see his body before sundown. begging for monthly votes. A line of 8 full black SUVs was coming up the dirt road in front of the farmhouse in a loud, orderly fashion. That said, with the power of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, mobilizing the Secret Service is within his authority, but sending dozens of heavily armed Secret Service agents at once, equipped with submachine guns and other heavy firepower, is clearly beyond the norm. But the operation was personally authorized by the president, and they were targeting just one person, Rorschach Butcher. When the vehicle was about to drive in front of the farmhouse, it suddenly slowed down. The crowd of special agents looked out through the car windows, and the scene before them was simply tragic. In addition to the blood all over the ground, there were even embers of gasoline bursting into flames that raged across the grass. Shat, where's that Rorschach Butcher guy? The lead Secret Service agent looked out the window at this scene, his brow furrowing as he reached for his cell phone. However, without waiting for the call to be dialed, a cell phone rang abruptly not far from them. Several of the Secret Service agents in the head car looked at each other before pushing open their doors and getting out, carefully following the sound. In the next second, everyone froze in place, their blood curdling. In front of the pickup truck, the bodies of the old couple were neatly arranged. On the hood, the two heads were fixed in a final panic and wail, staring deathly into the void ahead of them. Everything, like a bloody sacrifice. Cell phones ringing, right off one of the heads. The special agent looked at his officer's head in front of him and gulped, stepping forward and picking up his cell phone as a text message on the screen stabbed into his eyes. Blood for blood. The special agent's eyes widened instantly before he could speak. Boom dash. Armor-piercing rounds blew his head into a bloody mist, splattering his companion's face with brain and bone sludge. After a brief moment of disorientation, the special agents around them shouted at the top of their lungs, "Sniper, move, move, back to the car first." Panic began to spread through the crowd, but one thing burrowed into their minds faster than their terrified awe. That's a bullet. 50 BMG armor-piercing rounds. On the mountainside, Rorschach stood like a vengeful demon god, Barrett roaring in his hands. No prone, no cover, he stood and fired, each armor-piercing round lifting ahead with precision. Recoil? Doesn't exist. His muscles were as taut as steel, and the only thing venting his monstrous anger was his clenched teeth. At his feet, Brian circled around him without stopping, his mouth roaring hoarsely, his tail wagging frantically towards Rorschach. It was as if in this moment, even it felt the smoothness of revenge. Boo! The last round was fired and another head exploded in the distance in response. All the sniper bullets had been emptied, and there were a dozen more headless corpses twitching on the ground. The instinctive response of the muscular nerves made the stump touch eerily, like a picture of hell. The surviving dozens of Secret Service agents hunkered down behind their bulletproof vehicles, their eyes locked dead in the direction of the mountainside. They waited for the moment the sniper fire stopped, and then they would all swarm around and rip the damn criminal to shreds. Rorschach threw away the emptied Barrett with no expression, and with a flick of his toes, dead Ghost Lean's gun pouch landed firmly on his shoulder. "Dude," he looked down at the exuberant silver and white sheepdog at his feet and inquired earnestly, "will you join me?" Woof dash. As if he actually understood, Brian lunged up, his front paws resting on Rorschach's bloodstained chest. It rubbed its head affectionately against his chest, revealing its blood-stained fangs from time to time, and a bloodthirsty wariness burning in its eyes. "Good boy." Rorschach lowered his head and pressed his forehead against it, burying his fingers deep into the silver-white fur. "From now on, you and I will be brothers in life and death." After the words, Rorschach held an automatic rifle in one hand, pulled the bolt to load the gun and then quickly rushed down the mountain with firm steps. Meanwhile, the special agents in front of the farmhouse finally noticed something strange on the hillside. That deadly sniper disappeared. With the sniper rifle in, they would still throw in the towel, now that the threat is gone. So what are you waiting for? The originally cautious special agents were suddenly furious, quickly spreading out in tactical formation in 5-man squads and advancing toward the mountains. Soon, the first few special agents had entered the woods, advancing in tactical formation, their bulletproof helmets reflecting a blinding white light in the sunlight. They cautiously examined each bush, their muzzles sweeping with their sight. Rorschach half-crouched behind a rock, breathing steadily. Brian crouched at his feet, his silver-white fur stained with dew and blood, a suppressed low growl rolling from his throat. His index finger tapped the trigger guard, and after hearing a slight crack of a dead branch, Rorschach whispered, 30 meters southeast, team of 5. Brian's muscles suddenly tensed. The gun went off. The 7.62mm rifle rounds penetrated the dead foliage and toppled the foremost special agent to the ground. Before the body could fall, Brian had swooped out with lightning speed, taking a bite out of the second enemy's wrist. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out and 3 helmets exploded in blood. In the moment of flying close, the rifle spun in Rorschach's hand as if it were a living thing, and the butt of the rifle violently smashed the knot of the last man's throat. Immediately after that, without the slightest pause, his body violently sidestepped. A bullet fired from a distance grazed his ear and whistled past. The enemy's second bullet followed the trajectory and shot in midair, but by then the rifle in Rorschach's hand was already raised. In the disbelieving gaze of the enemy in the distance, Rorschach's surprisingly barrel grated away the second bullet. Sparks erupted. Turn around. Trigger pull. The special agent who was holding up his gun blossomed a bloody hole in his eyebrow. To his left, Brian suddenly barked furiously. Rorschach immediately stomped on a tree trunk to the side and rose up into the air. The bullets chased his residual shadow and chiseled rows of bullet holes in the tree trunk. With a twist in the air, his rifle spat fire and the bodies of the 2 special agents were instantly repelled by bullets. The moment he landed and rolled, the pistol slipped from his leg holster into his palm, and in his kneeling position, 3 point-blank shots were fired forward. The backs of the heads of the 3 special agents who had just arrived exploded at the same time. Catching dash. Hang on to the short position. Rorschach flung out the magazine, and while the new magazine was still in midair, a dagger had already shot out of his hand, pinning precisely into the eye socket of an enemy a dozen meters away, and the moment the magazine jammed into the gun, Brian's yelp sounded again. The faithful dog had lunged out from behind a tree and had a death grip on the ankle of a special agent. Just as the other man was about to shoot Brian with his gun, a bullet had gone through his wrist and blood splattered. This was followed by 2 more point-blank shots that blasted him in the face with tragic precision. At this moment, Rorschach felt like he was back in the Middle East years ago. The same mountains, the same hot sun, the same smell of blood, the same being under siege. But this time, he was faster, stronger. Upgraded gunfighting burned through his veins, the trajectory of each bullet clear as slow motion. Rorschach could see the fluttering of his enemy's muscles as he pulled the trigger, and even the rippling of the warhead as it spun and tore through the air. Sideways, the bullet grazed the forehead. Stepping forward, the rifle barrel once again deflected the bullets fired at him with precision. Raising his arm, the bullet struck out of the muzzle surprisingly in the air, intercepting the incoming slug in the air. How is that possible? The enemy's cries of alarm were completely drowned out by the sound of gunfire. Rorschach picked up a blood-stained rifle from the ground, and the man quickly rushed into the bushes in front of him. Brian followed close behind, his growl guiding the way to the kill. A minute later, when the last of the special task force entered the mountains, the sight they saw made their hands shake with their guns. Only 1 man and 1 dog stood amidst a field full of corpses. You should check my combat record in Kandahar, Afghanistan. Click dash, bolt pull. The blood-red leather jacket was blowing in the wind, and Rorschach, who was keeping his head down, slowly raised his head. In the thick bloodstain, only 1 pair of eyes bloomed with a cold, chilling aura. A squad of 50 isn't even enough to warm me up. Washington. Inside the capital, Parali and Old Joe sat opposite each other in a stiflingly oppressive atmosphere. Both of their faces were incredibly grave, their eyes glancing from time to time at the phone on the table. They are anxiously awaiting word from Chicago. Suddenly, the phone rang. Parali couldn't wait to get through, and immediately following, the color of anticipation that had originally filled her face instantly disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by an undisguised fear and fury. When he hung up, Old Joe looked at her face and didn't need to think about what the outcome would be. After a few seconds of silence, Parali said in a deep voice, "If I remember correctly, Scott Air Force Base should be about 100 kilometers near Mount Gary. Are you crazy?" Old Joe snapped, standing up and immediately blocking. "This kind of battle plan. Don't you see the situation, Joe?" Parali lost his temper and yelled down at the other man. "If we don't run him down completely in the mountains, it'll only be harder for us to kill him when he gets out into the city." Old Joe was slightly stunned, his brows furrowed, and he stopped talking. "I need your Secretary of State's encryption instructions." With a frantic face and bloodshot eyes, Parali gritted his teeth and shouted, "Send out the F-15S. I want to make sure with my own eyes that Rorschach Butcher is completely crushed before the sun goes down." Chapter 103, If You Don't Go to Hell, You're Not a Sharp Soldier. Requesting for monthly tickets. In the backyard of the farmhouse, 2 short mounds had crept up on the open land. After gently patting the last of the yellow soil tightly and compacting it, Rorschach stood in place, gazing at the mound in front of him in silence. Although time was now running out, he would rather put himself at a few more risks than expose the Logans to the wilderness. During the time he had been digging, images of the Logans as they were dying had come back to him like a walk in the park countless times. He stood here at that moment, his gaze seeming as if he could penetrate the dirt to see the 2 inside, could touch their last breaths. At his feet, Brian was lying on his back in front of the mound, whimpering lowly, his silver fur already stained with the color of blood. But it was as if he had returned to a time when he had been carefree and followed his master around, even though he knew his master was no longer alive. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After a long silence, Rorschach finally couldn't help but curse fiercely. To this day, he still didn't understand why the enemy was able to find him so quickly. With the two abilities of Master of Sneaking and Master of Traces, he was able to be 100,000% certain that he was definitely not exposed to any surveillance. This isn't downtown. With the prevalence of surveillance facilities in Chicago's suburban mountains, it might be possible to walk a dozen miles or so before seeing a camera on the highway. Moreover, last night he had used full speed to run away for a few hours, plus the explosive fire in the prison as a cover. In his calculations, the enemy would need at least 24 to 36 hours to confirm that he wasn't among them from the corpses of the prisoners in those prisons and to find out his escape route, as well as arranging for his pursuers. But this time the enemy came so quickly, and it's still a way to send in a stakeout before calling in a follow-up unit. This can only mean that the enemy is very sure of his location. Even with Rorschach's brainpower arithmetic after being enhanced by the Infiltration Master and Trace Master, he was completely unable to imagine how exactly the other party had managed to do this. There was also the sniper just now, and behind the guy's earlobe there was the same numerical number. Unlike the 3 killers in the prison before, the other guy's number was 16, which looked quite a bit more forward. It was an organization that Rorschach had never known before, and what made him even stranger was that these guys all seemed to be killers through and through. The 3 men in the prison, for example, were able to hide steel needles, pistols and wires in their body parts in order to kill themselves. He'd been in contact with the CIA, and those guys were far less ruthless and determined. 1,000 things at once. Rorschach now only felt that the situation was becoming more and more unfavorable to him, and that once the power of the state apparatus was unleashed, he himself could only be exhausted at the moment. Most importantly, he had to figure out why the other party was able to find him so easily, or else he would have to be exhausted like this, let alone going to Washington. I'm afraid I can't even get out of Chicago. Click. A pendant in his palm gently opened. Rorschach looked at the girl named Liz on it, pursed his lips. The confidence that specialization had brought him had killed the kind old couple, and all he could do now was find the granddaughter they had longed for and had been abducted from for years. Perhaps such a gesture paled, but it was the only thing that could give him the slightest inner relief now that his actions had some meaning. Brian. Rorschach squatted down and gently rubbed Brian's head. Now this man and dog were covered in dried blood. If an ordinary person saw them, I'm afraid they would be scared out of their wits and turn around to run. Let's go, man. Rorschach loaded up some of the guns and weapons and threw them into the pickup. Getting into the driver's seat, he stuck his head out the window and yelled toward Brian. Next time we come over to pay our respects, Logan and Jean brought their granddaughter with them. Brian craned his head to look at Rorschach before woofing a few times towards the 2 graves in front of him before whimpering and turning to run towards the pickup. Without having to open the car door, the boy jumped straight through the window with a leap and flung himself into Rorschach's arms. Good boy. Rorschach smoothed its fur hard, then put it in the passenger seat. Gathering himself, he took a deep breath and turned on the radio to a hard rock song from AC/DC from the last century, and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. In the early morning mist, a roar of power accompanied by the roar of the engine roared out. Highway to hell. Washington, D.C., somewhere in a command post deep underground. Lead the men outside of Central Park and you will be met at the gate. Be careful. There are 36 of them, all wearing self-destruct undershirts. If you can't control them, stun them first. Not one of them can be left behind. When it's over, take them all to base 3. I want to interrogate them one by one. A few seconds later, a cheer went up in the command center as a go dark response came over the voice. Jack put down the communication device in his hand, his face not showing the slightest bit of joy despite having successfully prevented a terrorist attack that was about to play out in New York's Central Park. He calmly lit a cigarette and gazed deep into the wall in front of him, wondering what he was thinking about. Seeing this, the surrounding Counterterrorism Bureau employees looked at each other and gradually stopped their celebrations. It's not clear exactly what's going on, but lately their boss, Jack, always seems to seem distracted. Many people speculated whether the other's baby girl had talked to some unseemly boyfriend, which made the middle-aged man so depressed. The slight silence was soon broken by the intrusion of a woman. The visitor's features were clearly defined, with a head of chestnut-colored short hair, and cold eyes, bringing with it a unisex beauty. Despite her petite figure, her posture was as straight as a pine, revealing a sharp and capable temperament. Of course, the most important thing is that behind the woman's earlobes, which are half hidden by her hair, there is still a clearly visible 9 number. Many of the staff immediately pretended to be busy at the sight of the visitor, unwilling to make any eye contact with her. because the other party was none other than the Crisis Stifle Team, S-Agent 9, Sam Shaw. She's one of only 3 women in the top 10 agents on the Strangulation Team, a top assassin agent who's done nearly 100 counter-terrorism operations on her own. Jack. As soon as the woman saw Jack, who was smoking a cigarette, she directly complained, "Why don't you let me take the latest extreme danger mission released by the machine? Instead, you net me some petty counter-terrorism missions. Are you questioning my ability?" Jack glanced at her faintly. "You're questioning me?" "Me." When the originally aggressive Shawi heard this, he was a bit deflated. She squeezed a smile out of her otherwise somewhat disgruntled face and slowed her tone a bit. "You know me, Chief. I just don't understand how you could forget about me when this is the first time our Strangulation Team has been given an extremely dangerous mission so far. Something so challenging." Jack slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke and calmly responded, "This is my decision after conferring with the machine. Not only you, but from 1 to 10, none of them have been given this mission this time." "What?" Shaw wrinkled his brow in disbelief and looked at Jack skeptically. "Why is that? You know that target? Don't overthink it, Shaw." "I do know him, but that won't cloud my judgment on the counter-terrorism mission. So if the other side is so dangerous, why don't they send their most elite agents?" Jack didn't answer her words for a moment, and after a few seconds of silence he spoke slowly. "You want to know why, don't you?" He stubbed out his cigarette, gazed at the other man, and spoke earnestly, "Because I don't want to see you go to your deaths." Shaw's pupils snapped, not waiting for her to finish digesting the words, only to hear Jack say again gruffly, "You can check Rorschach's file. This person was just an ordinary soldier with relatively accurate marksmanship as a recruit. But after a few battles he looked like he was transformed. Tactical instincts as sharp as a knife, and his ability to fight single-handedly has grown geometrically. All those seemingly impossible missions, he accomplished them alone. He morphed from ordinary soldier to tactical expert in just a few battles. All 10 of you once had battlefield accomplishments combined that don't compare to what he gained in Operation Red Wing. And the number of times Rorschach has taken such a battle in the anti-terrorist battlefield can't be counted on one hand. Know what the motto of the Sharpshooter Eagle Squad he used to be a part of was? Not in hell. Not a Sharpie. This is a warrior killed from hell. By not sending you guys, he's actually protecting you." Shaw's expression changed from disgruntled to shocked. She hadn't expected Jack to push that Rorschach so hard. As for skepticism, that's not true, because the slightly balding, middle-aged man in front of her was, a few years ago, the #1 captain of the Strangulation Team. In the early days of the Counterterrorism Bureau's founding, he accomplished countless counterterrorism missions on his own and hardened the Bureau to the legendary status it has today. And you won't get a chance to touch him now if you want to. Jack glanced at his watch. 5 minutes ago, Scott Base took off an F-15 and 3 Blackhawks targeting Rorschach in the mountains. Walt Fark? Shaw's mouth dropped open in shock. The use of fighter jets within the territory to fight terrorism was the first time she had seen it since she joined the Counterterrorism Bureau. Wouldn't he be dead then? Shaw muttered. Jack didn't say anything. He clutched the back of his head wordlessly and tilted it up to the ceiling. After a long time, he snorted. Who knows? The pickup truck sped down the mountain road. Rorschach gripped the steering wheel with one hand and tapped the edge of the window unconsciously with the other, his mind going over every decision he had made since his release from prison. What went wrong? He still couldn't figure out how the enemy had locked onto his position so quickly. In the passenger seat, Brian curled into a ball and let out an even snore. The voice inexplicably relaxed Rorschach's taut nerves a little. "Anyway, find a way to get out of Chicago. Wait till we get to Washington." Suddenly, an emergency announcement plugged into the car radio interrupted his thoughts. The Air Force Command issued an emergency circular today that temporary airspace control is now in effect over the Gary Mountains due to tactical maneuvers. Z-dash. The harsh sound of brakes snapped. Woo! Thrown forward by inertia. Brian awoke with a start and looked in confusion at his owner who had suddenly stopped the car. Rorschach looked up through the windshield at the overcast sky, and an unsettling sense of foreboding was surging through him. Mom messing with Fark, playing this big? Chapter 104 Falling. The Black Eagle fell, requesting for monthly votes. Fark. Rorschach slammed his fist down on the steering wheel, his brows knitting together in a deadly frown. Brian on the side also seemed to have sensed his master's difference, and it tilted its head uneasily, those eyes full of doubt and worry. Scott Air Force Base in Chicago? Rorschach's mind was like a computer running at high speed, quickly dissecting every ounce of information revealed in the party's radio news. The Air Force maintains several bases in the eastern region, but the only one closest to the Gary Mountains is Scott AFB. That's where the North American Air Force Transportation Command, the headquarters of air transportation, is located. As far as Rorschach knew, the most there were large transport planes like C-15s, C-17s, and C-130s, but on top of that, Scott Air Force Base also had mainstay fighters like the F-15 and F-22. There are even bombers such as the B-15 Ranger and the B-2 Phantom, which have a strategic deterrent mission. Ha! Rorschach couldn't help but chuckle to himself. I really did not expect that the treatment that Al-Qaeda had not enjoyed in those years was actually hit by myself this time. Yes, he was very sure that this so-called tactical exercise was definitely aimed at him. As a veteran who had been in the airborne forces for many years, Rorschach was all too aware of how cumbersome and complicated the process of applying for this kind of Air Force tactical exercise needed to be, not to mention that it was still being executed within the territory. How is it possible to issue a no-fly notice on the same day as it is now? He forced himself to calm down quickly and quickly lit a cigarette, his brain working as fast as it could under the stimulus of nicotine. Analyzing. A bomber? It is not even necessary to think that such warplanes, whose main mission is strategic deterrence, could never be used for exercises within the territory, and the F-22 being an air-to-air fighter, it's better suited for air combat. Therefore, if the other side really sends fighter jets, the ones that will come will only be F-15 Hawks with strong weapon mounting capabilities, air-to-surface Hellfire missiles, infrared-guided bombs. Rorschach's mind quickly flashed through the F-15's combat performance, advantages and disadvantages, and he did his best to analyze a response. As for running away, don't dream about it. Even if he was driving a transformer instead of a pickup truck, there's no way he could outrun his opponent's Mach 2.5 speed. The announcement was just made. It will probably take about 4 minutes to come from the airbase at fighter speed. No, maybe a little longer. After all, there's still room to reroute some of the airplanes in the air. With that thought, Rorschach reached out and opened the armrest, and after rummaging around inside for a few moments, he pulled out a map of the Gary Mountains from it. He carefully discerned the mountain infrastructure and mountain routes, and soon found what he needed. After retrieving the map, he reached for the M16 at his side and pulled the bolt to load. At this moment, the shock and uneasiness he felt when he first learned the news was gone from his face, replaced by a tenacity and exuberance to survive in a desperate situation. How could he fall first when he hadn't yet killed his enemy with his hands? According to U.S. military statistics on the F-15's combat experience, the fighter still maintains the airborne myth that it has never been shot down. And now, Rorschach is going to break this so-called undefeated myth. Half an hour later, residents of the town near the mountains heard a booming sonic boom. They looked up to see a weapons-laden fighter jet in the air rapidly weaving through the clouds at supersonic speeds, trailing a trail of sonic boom clouds behind it. The residents of the town did not show too much surprise. After all, more than 100 kilometers away is the Air Force Base. In the past, those guys have not often in the mountains near the Gary test flight exercises. However, it wasn't long before another unusual sound came from the air. 3 Black Hawk helicopters equipped with M230 30mm chain guns with rocket nests on the wings and 70mm rocket launchers were also flying over them, heading for the mountainous area. This scene, on the contrary, made the residents look at each other with puzzled faces. I've seen fighter jets flying with us. What is this helicopter gunship flying with us? That's a lot of speed to keep up with a fighter jet. Soon, over the mountains, a silver-coated F-15 began flying on a predetermined patrol course. Radar beams were constantly exploring each mountainous lump, and as soon as they spotted a suspicious target, the fighters quickly lowered their altitude and used their multispectral sensors for close reconnaissance. The infrared imaging system showed all the heat sources on the ground clearly on the display, which was littered with numerous red dots. Falcon 1, any sign of the enemy? An inquiry from the base came over the comm. He replied in a low voice. No, there was quite a bit of heat on the infrared, but other than a few beasts, no humans were seen. What about the Blackhawks in the back? Any luck finding the enemy? Unlike the high-flying fighters, the 3 Blackhawk helicopters in the back are equipped with highly integrated low-altitude reconnaissance systems with higher sensitivity and resolution. But the other's answer was no different from his. There was not a single sign of a human being to be seen at all, except for the beasts. Terrorists. Counter-terrorism? The driver shook his head darkly as he recalled the base officer's words as he departed. It's ridiculous to deploy such firepower against a target that escaped into the mountains. Even if the other party escaped into the mountains, let the bombing units search the mountains is not enough. Even to deploy F-15. This is not a cannon to hit mosquitoes? But the operation was said to have been authorized through the joint approval of the Secretary of State and the Speaker of the House, and he had no choice but to go ahead with it. Hold on, there is an anomaly in the C6 area. The communication channel suddenly rang out. The pilot immediately turned on the weapon safety and hovered his finger above the firing button. The upper face of this mission is very important, so his F-15 is not only loaded with cluster bombs, and even Hellfire and Maverick missiles, the range of attack is very huge, and when the target is found, just press the button. You can directly end the battle. But before he could lock onto the direction, another communication came from the Blackhawk helicopter. No, it's not an enemy, it's a sheepdog. Hell, Why is this for red? It looks like a genetically mutated mutt. Ha ha ha, don't say that, dude. My favorite fairy tale can be Red Dog. The sound of his partner's jokes and laughter came from his ears, and it was obvious that everyone didn't take this mission seriously, and each of them was very relaxed in spirit. What they didn't know was that the terrorist they were searching for, Rorschach, was hiding underneath these fighters. In the ground covered by dead leaves, Rorschach's face was deathly silent, his hands steadily resting on the M16 in his hands with a multiplier, like a lifeless corpse, staring at the target in the lens. Stalking Master, environmental integration, can automatically adjust breathing, step rate, and body temperature according to the surrounding environment, making it difficult for thermal imaging, night vision, and other equipment to capture. Technically speaking, he's really no different than a corpse now, as the heat source belonging to him is nowhere to be seen in the infrared imaging. Rorschach couldn't figure out if he was even human nowadays. The previous gunfighting technique can barely be explained as a superb nerve and muscle response, as well as an extraordinary degree of precision, but this one can change the body temperature, is a little too much. However, this ability was not without its drawbacks. The current Rorschach only felt a coldness in his body, and it was obvious that this state could not be maintained for too long. The situation was tougher than he had expected, and there were surprisingly 3 Black Hawk helicopters in addition to 1 F-15. With this combination of high-altitude and low-altitude ground search, without the bonus of Stalking Master, I'm afraid he would have been discovered on the spot. For that reason, he'd made a point of having Brian run down the mountain, and in today's situation, it was just too risky for the little guy to stay here. Holding his breath, Rorschach's body stood still, his quasar firmly locked on the distant target. He's waiting for a chance to disrupt the opponent's infrared guidance system. Areas C-18 and C-19, all cleared, no sign of any enemy. The F-15 pilot's voice came over the radio. I'm heading to Sector D now. You guys finish up your closing patrols in Sector C. Copy that. As the roar of the fighter's engine went away, Rorschach's index finger decisively pulled the trigger. Boo! A bullet sliced through the air, hitting the insulators of a distant high-voltage tower with pinpoint accuracy. Hyperthermia. Enemy tracks detected. Hyperthermia in C-18 area. The alarm systems of all 3 Blackhawks went off at the same time, but just as they attempted to lock onto their target, an invisible electromagnetic pulse spread out from the top of the mountain, and all electronic equipment instantly malfunctioned. Immediately afterward, without waiting for them to react, another round was fired from the ground, striking the propeller of a Blackhawk with precision. 1 shot, 2 rounds, 3 shots, bullet after bullet hit key parts of the propeller of the nearest Blackhawk. Boom! The out-of-control Blackhawk fell straight out of the air and bombed into the middle of the mountains without firing a single shot. Rorschach believed that if he had an RPG in his hand, he might be able to easily destroy a flying eagle with his current precision use of standardized weapons, but now he could only take the great risk of shooting the Blackhawk's propellers continuously with his rifle. Halfway through, but if the other party locked on to his position at the first opportunity, he would instantly be torn apart by bullets. But fortunately, the gunfighting technique, which had been filled with a large amount of justice value, still didn't let him down. After firing his gun as fast as he could, Rorschach stopped hiding and brought his speed to the extreme, darting towards his pre-selected counter-oblique position in the rocky mountainous ground. Originally, this tactic of shooting the insulation of the high-voltage towers, causing a localized short circuit to generate an EMP, was something he had left for the F-15S, but at the moment, compared to that fighter, these 3 Blackhawks were the biggest threat, and at that moment, the other 2 Black Eagles also discovered Rorschach's position at the same time. Instantly, the artillery hissed dash. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bullets poured down like a rainstorm. Rorschach stayed close to the slope as the rain of bullets whizzed past his head. He clenched his teeth and caught the roar of the propellers with all his concentration nearer and nearer, nearer and nearer. The moment the helicopter was about to skim overhead, Rorschach drew his pistol as fast as lightning and aimed it at the oil drums hidden in the pile of dead leaves that he had specifically turned back to the farm barn to bring in. Rumble. Smoke rolled up from the deafening explosions. The nearest helicopter was violently shaken by the shockwave, its propeller speed plummeting and its fuselage slamming. Just as he was about to crash, the pilot desperately pulled up on the joystick and managed to bring the helicopter back up. However, in the next second, a black shadow stormed up from the smoke and clasped the helicopter's landing gear with both hands in a death grip. Number 2. Watch the landing gear. Manned, the rear helicopter pilot yelled sharply, his finger already hovering over the rocket launch button, but it was too late. Aha dash! Rorschach roared and twisted his waist to launch. His body drew a thrilling arc in the air, directly smashing the cockpit glass and tumbling into the cabin. The driver whipped his head around in horror, and before he could finish his sentence, Rorschach pounced on him with a quick step, his arm strangling his throat in a death grip. The rear Blackhawk never dared to fire for fear of the safety of friendly aircraft. Ka-ching! The sound of bone cracking was heard as the driver's neck was snapped raw. Rorschach pulled the joystick violently with one hand, and the helicopter climbed dramatically, and when it reached a safe altitude, he took a big step into the pilot's seat. Drip drip drip. The beeps of the weapon systems all activating sounded one after another. Rorschach listened to the roar of the propellers behind him and the sonic booms approaching in the distance, and a frantic battle intent flared up in his eyes. Game on. Chapter 105, Myths Fall. Hearing aid boy, begging for monthly votes. Number 2, come in, please. Number 2. The shouts from the Blackhawk helicopters in the rear became more and more urgent on the communication channel, but they never received any response. As far as the pilot could see, the Blackhawk in front of him had been hovering after pulling up, and he had no way of knowing anything about what was going on inside. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang through the headset. If I remember correctly, the Wookiee needs to pull up to 120 meters to counteract the recoil of a rocket nest launch, right? The pilot on the third Blackhawk's face suddenly changed, his mouth wide open in shock. The Blackhawk helicopter in front of them jerked up into the air, then dropped back down sharply, its nose aimed straight at itself. At this moment, he could even see the cold gaze of the other party in the cockpit buried under his long hair. The low roar of the motors became louder and louder. The hissing of the hydraulic system was clearly audible, and the rocket nest spun wildly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Blazing flames shot out from the tail of the rocket launcher, trailing a long tail flame across the sky. Water facts? The pilot of the third Blackhawk cursed in despair as a dozen rockets struck the fuselage with unerring accuracy. The moment the fire from the explosion caught his pupils, he swore to himself that if he could turn back time, he would have fired on that guy first, instead of caring about his teammates. In the distance, the pupils of the F-15 pilots who were arriving from other areas slammed. The moment he noticed the heat source, he had turned the plane around and was ready to return. But how long had it been? By the time he was able to pinpoint his opponent's position, the guy had already boarded the helicopter and had instantly destroyed the last of his fellow armed forces. Fark, are you kidding me? 3 armed forces just got done? The pilot cursed, opened the weapon flap, and gritted his teeth. Game over now. ING asshole. As the electromagnetic shock caused the guidance system to fail, he had to manually maneuver and aim at the other side. But as an experienced fighter pilot, these are but basic operations. The moment he was sure he had a lock on his opponent, he pressed the launch button heavily. A barrage of machine gun shells whizzed out. In front, Rorschach inside the helicopter only felt his scalp tingling, even though he couldn't see the situation behind him. With his danger warning ability, he violently tilted the Blackhawk helicopter sideways by 45 degrees, and the body instantly let out a groan of twisted metal. The shells grazed the rotor blades and whizzed by, blowing up a blazing fire on the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The pilot cursed angrily, but at the moment, he was in no hurry. At the end of the day, it was nothing more than a Musudan, and in the air, there were countless ways he could play each other to death. Rorschach maneuvered the helicopter in the direction of flight with all his might, knowing full well that he was countless times slower than an F-15, but he didn't need to be much faster, and this area was one that he had carefully picked out in advance. Not far away, there was a gully-shaped canyon where he was going to finish off his opponent. Behind them, there was suddenly a series of booming air-braking sounds, just in time. At this point, the opponent's guidance effects had all but failed, which gave him a sliver of room to maneuver. Rorschach grinned and jerked up an altitude while pressing the heat trap bomb button. Dozens of decoy rounds bloomed into golden fireworks in the rising sun as the first missile was successfully deflected and exploded into a mushroom cloud over a distant ridge. But this F-15 pilot was obviously skilled and a veteran, and the second missile blasted into his wing at a tricky angle. Rorschach quickly pushed the joystick hard to dive, and the Blackhawk helicopter zipped almost vertically into the canyon. He could even make out the scaly ripples of the tail flame as the missile skimmed 10 meters overhead. Rumble! Even though he had quickly moved away, the shockwave of the explosion nearly toppled him. Inside the cockpit of the F-15, the pilot looked at the faltering Blackhawk helicopter in front of him, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a disdainful sneer. Luck is good, but unfortunately, it ends here too. In the next second, the war record quickly climbed to 1,000 meters in the air. The bomb bay opened and the CBU-105 cluster bombs unfolded like death plumes toward the bottom, raining down toward the canyon. While boom boom boom, the fire from the explosion instantly engulfed the entire canyon. The Blackhawk Rorschach was piloting shuddered violently from the blast wave, the dashboard sparking. The entire helicopter had reached a point where it was close to falling apart. A piece of shrapnel smashed through the hatch and skimmed narrowly over his head, cutting a bloody swath across his cheek. In the thick smoke, the F-15 has readjusted its angle of attack, this time locking directly onto the canyon exit. His opponent was clearly no longer prepared to play around with him, and went straight for the simplest of chases to bring him down. Instead, Rorschach suddenly grinned and the joystick jerked back to the bottom. The Blackhawk's engine let out a dying roar, and the fuselage actually climbed vertically on a trajectory that defied common sense physics. The iron began to flake off in the atmospheric friction, but he was oblivious to it, just staring dead ahead at the approaching F-15. The distance between the two planes is 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. The pilot, who had been prepared to see what tricks Rorschach was going to pull, suddenly realized with horror that the Black Hawk had no intention of turning at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Crazy. The pilot cursed and scrambled to pull up his altitude, at his speed. There was no way the other guy could touch him if he wanted to, but just then, tons of fire suddenly erupted from under the belly of the Black Hawk. The roar of the machine guns was deafening, and the cannonballs accurately predicted the F-15's climbing trajectory. The pilot sneered disdainfully and turned his nose in preparation for a sideways dodge, while the Hydra 70 rockets under his wings had locked on target. It took more than 10 seconds to finish off the opponent, but it was good that it was all over now. However, in the next second, a scene that he could never forget in his life appeared. Knowing that there was nowhere to run, the Black Hawk, after sharply reducing its altitude, actually fired its last round of rocket nests in reverse. With the help of the surge of low-altitude air currents, the Black Eagle's speed instantly skyrocketed, and it actually crashed hard into the rocket it had fired. Rumble! The explosion went off in front of the F-15, and a blown rotor wing split precisely into the F-15's right air intake. Shat! With a curse, the right fuselage of the F-15 instantly exploded into a ball of fire. The pilot scrambled to press his ejection seat in the blast shock before he could even think about whether the battle was a disgrace or a nightmare for him. Boo! He was physically catapulted high into the air the moment the fighter plane crashed. Just as he was glad that he had at least taken care of his target, a parachute figure dead-ended into his pupils. A man covered in shrapnel and blood was staring straight at himself. Fark! You stepped on a horse and this isn't even dead? Fark 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 fark. The pilot instantly collapsed, frantically pulling out his belt-mounted gun and firing indiscriminately in front of him, but the bullets were all off target in this violent airflow. Bang! The next second, a bullet passed precisely through his chest cavity. Floating in the air, Rorschach gasped violently, his body already tensed to the limit. Although he escaped in time, a dozen pieces of shrapnel from the explosion had embedded themselves deeply in his body, and blood continued to gush out from the wound. Boo! After landing heavily, he braced himself to get up from the ground. At this moment, his face was as white as paper, and the bloodstains all over his body made his eyes cloudy. Every time he breathed, his chest cavity looked like a big hole had been broken, constantly leaking air. In the distance, the faint sound of a dog barking came faintly. Brian was waiting anxiously by the car. After a few seconds of silence, Rorschach slowly took off his dark red leather jacket and tied a dead center to his chest that kept bubbling blood. He clenched his teeth. The blood froth that welled up was swallowed back hard as he moved step by step out of the valley. It's not time to go down yet. Hammond Town, as an industrial town on the Indiana border, it once had its prosperous years, but as the center of industrial gravity shifted southward, all that remains today are crumbling streets and abandoned factories. The school bus slowly pulled up to the edge of town. A boy of about 10 years old stepped out of the car with a backpack and a blank face. He had hearing aids hanging from his ears and his school uniform was covered in footprints and stains. Behind them in the compartment, the tirades of their classmates rose. Wesley, remember to copy my homework, or you'll be in trouble tomorrow. Ha ha, what's the point of telling him that? This punk can't hear you. That smell on him is disgusting. It's like a garbage dump. It's not all the snot you guys rubbed on him. I heard that his father is also ashamed of him and beats him up every day. Ha ha ha. Even with his hearing aids, the boy could only hear intermittent, fragmented words. He pursed his lips and quickened his pace. Through a deserted factory building, home is not far away. He had to make dinner before his father returned, or another belt and fist awaited him. Suddenly, he paused in his tracks. A faint barking was coming from a short distance away. After hesitating for a moment, the boy cautiously entered the abandoned factory and peered over the wall. The heavy odor of blood hit the air. A man covered in blood was unconscious beside a pickup truck. Next to it, a large dog with blood-stained fur was making low whimpers. Chapter 106, Pain Leads You to Kill. Request for monthly tickets. Get out! Get out of here! All of you! Inside the Capitol, hysterical screams penetrated the heavy oak doors. Not long after, a special agent covered his face and walked out from inside, and compared to when he went in, there was already an extra piece of deep red blood mark at his forehead, obviously left by some kind of hard object that was smashed hard. The other Secret Service agents and employees in the corridor saw this and bowed their heads in silence, not even daring to glance more than once in the direction of that door. Behind the door in the Speaker's office, Secretary of State Joe Sr. bent down to pick up the blood-stained brass ashtray from the floor. The Secret Service are federal employees, not your house slaves. He sighed softly. I'm afraid you won't be in too good of a position when the next party elections come around if you keep losing control of your temper like this. Underwood's got his eye on you and me. Who am I to care about that man-loving redneck now? Behind her desk, Parali's well-maintained wrinkles piled up hideously at the corners of her eyes, and the Madam Speaker's entire face twisted in anger. Even old Joe had never seen the Speakeress, who was always elegant in front of outsiders, show such an exasperated posture. But when you think about it, it makes sense. Instead of turning into a corpse as expected, the man she'd gone to great lengths to send to prison had escaped with a shocking explosion. Even more ironically, the F-15s and helicopter gunships sent in were single-handedly defeated by the other side instead of being able to tackle the target. That's right, single-handedly. That Rorschach actually broke the myth of the F-15's zero combat losses since the Gulf War with just one ING helicopter. It all sounds absurdly like a third-rate Hollywood hard-boiled movie. Unbelievable. Hard to understand, and likewise, sickens them. Actually, there's one thing that I haven't understood from the beginning. Old Joe sat back down across from Parali and snapped in a calm tone. It's true that Rorschach still clutches the blackmail scandal that could bring you and me, the president, and the party dignitaries to their knees. But so what? He shook his head slightly, pointing his finger at Palari. You know in your heart that with him alone, he doesn't have the ability to expose these black materials. But even so, you're still biting at him like a mad dog. Forgive me for being blunt, but what you've done in the past is a far cry from your once cautious demeanor. Is it possible that you still have a personal vendetta against him? In fact, old Joe had been holding that question from the moment Parali had first requested that he deploy the CIA for help. After all, those original CDROMS were certainly important, but even if they were exposed, they had plenty of countermeasures in their position. Taking action to eliminate the risk is fine, but getting so angry as Pele did that he sent out F-15s for internal bombing under the pretext of counterterrorism is simply too outrageous for him to comprehend. Parali didn't respond, just flicked his eyes unconsciously to the left shoulder position. Under the cover of his clothes, a scar torn open by a piece of iron seemed to still ache. At the same time, she secretly disdained old Joe's words inwardly. By age, old Joe is basically cut out to be president. Even if the black information is exposed, the big deal is to step down. And with the exchange of resources, you might even get an amnesty and not even have to go to jail. But she's different. Her goal is to become the first female president in America's history. With such an ambitious goal in mind, how could she allow a time bomb to hang around in the outside world? Palari snorted coldly. What's the point of talking about this now? If you tell Rorschach to reconcile with him now, will he obediently hand over the CD and continue to be his cop? I'm afraid that this kid would hate to eat us alive right now. That's what I'm most upset about. Old Joe shook his head and said in a deep voice, in my decades of political career, the last soldier who made me so scared was still old Hammer. But look at what's become of the military bases in East Africa now. It's simply Hammer's word. Once he heard the name Hammer, Parali, who was still angry, calmed down a few points. She frowned and asked, the observers sent by the military council and the garrison prosecutor from the Ministry of Justice should have been in East Africa by now. No news has come in the last few days? Here we are. In fact, I came over this morning to talk to you about it. Old Joe replied with a grim expression. At 3 o'clock this morning, a telegram came in from the Lemonier base in Djibouti, East Africa, saying that the 2 officers sent by the parliament had been attacked by armed members of the House of Representatives, and that all of them had been killed. Waterfax? Parali snapped to his feet and asked incredulously, Hammer is treating us like cuties, playing with us? He's bulldozing East Africa now. Where's the house armed anyway? Ha! Old Joe sneered. Speaking of Frank Hammer, his story is arguably more legendary than Rorschach's. Old Joe remembers a few years ago when Hammer was just the commander in charge of a special unit specializing in dark operations. But just as the change of government was about to take place, the former president suddenly promoted him to commander of the East African military base. This is a pawn planted by the Elephant Party in the African Armed Forces. Originally neither Old Joe nor the current president took him seriously. After all, an old man doing the dirty work, albeit with a general star, trying to take control of multiple military bases throughout East Africa was basically an impossible task. What I didn't realize was that in just 1 year, Hammer had taken care of all of East Africa, 6 garrison bases, a full 24,000 troops, including not only several special operations units, but even 2 air bases, all of which became Hammer's sphere of influence. This guy is now on the verge of becoming the emperor of East Africa. Even the observers sent by Congress to hold him hostage had the audacity to assassinate him midway. Such behavior is tantamount to rebellion. In Old Joe's opinion, Rorschach was tricky, but the level of trouble was nothing compared to Hammer. Old Hammer is a man I have dealt with before, and although he is a bit cold and hard, he is definitely patriotic. Parali spoke after a moment of silence. Old Joe shook his head. I don't question his patriotic fervor, but if he doesn't back off, our party's forces won't be able to intervene in East Africa. You have to realize that the military bases in East Africa control 12 oil fields and several mineral resources, and now that he is kept out of questioning by the military commissions and the Congress, he is obviously treating East Africa as his own self-imposed territory. And, his eyes narrowed slightly as he said, last year, when there was just a change of government, he had applied to the Congress for a pension of up to $200 million to be used for the soldiers who died in various black operations. At that time, it was rejected by me without even being discussed by the parliament. I'm worried that he's been plotting some kind of revenge plan because of this. Parali glanced at old Joe with a sniff and some disbelief. The U.S. military has more than 400 large permanent military bases around the world, and almost every one of those garrison commanders is worth more than $1 billion, not to mention the military bases in East Africa, which are in control of many oil fields and minerals. It's a wonder the old man was willing to back out. As for retaliation, she didn't believe that a 70-something-year-old man could play any tricks. As soon as the other party enters the country, it's no different from a fish on a chopping board. Better think about how to get rid of Rorschach. I can't sleep a day without getting rid of that kid. As for Hammer, Parali said lightly, if you can't, just send the CIA to assassinate him. It's not like garrison commanders haven't died before anyway. Upon hearing this, old Joe's face turned odd. He suddenly felt that the woman in front of him was so stupid at times that it practically took his breath away. Who is Hammer? A commander who has done his country's dirty work for decades is feared to have been assassinated more than triple digits. And now that he's surrounded by special ops units like the Rangers and Delta who are clustered around him, what's the point of sending killers over there other than to get them killed and enrage the other side? After closing his eyes with a tired heart, old Joe was ready to leave the capital. He had decided that from now on, he would not get involved in Rorschach's affairs. In his experience, it would be a waste of time to send more people after the kid since he managed to survive the fighter's guns. It's a swampy cesspool, and no one who gets involved is going to do well. When his figure disappeared into the office, Parali took a deep breath in silence, the veins in her neck looming beneath her wrinkled skin as a wave of turmoil brewed in her mind. Rorschach! Rorschach! In the hazy glow, Rorschach struggled to open his heavy eyelids. Ginny, Commissioner Griffin, General Hammer, the Irish brothers, the Logans. The faces of those who had helped him loomed in the void. They reached out toward him, their voices long and melodious, as if calling through time and space. He stumbled forward, but no matter how hard he tried, the figures remained out of reach, and their words were pouring into his ears. You still owe me a dance. Rorschach, don't fall down here. Rorschach, get up. Damn it, you're nowhere near as good as old me was on the battlefield back in the day. I'll be waiting for you in Africa. Son, I have a plan to do right by all the fallen men, a plan to bring down the White House. Boss, you're the judge, we're the executioners. Wherever you go, we'll follow. Son, live. Rorschach suddenly froze in place. The last figure came from the light, a woman in a thick cloth dress with a perpetually kind smile. Mother. Rorschach's lips parted and he murmured, looking to the other man, I'm sorry, son, that I wasn't there with you. The woman in front of her reached out her hand and gently stroked Rorschach's scarred face, her eyes filled with sorrow. The future must have made you suffer a lot. Rorschach's throat rolled and his eyes suddenly burned. Remember what I taught you, boy. Mary cupped his face, her thumbs gently wiping the wetness from the corners of his eyes as she gazed at him and said seriously, a real man only sheds tears when it's all over. Me. Rorschach tried to say something, but then suddenly a gunshot rang out in the distance. Bang! Blood spurted from the woman's brow like a spring. Mary's eyes opened and she looked straight at Rorschach before falling helplessly into a pool of blood. Immediately afterward, bullet after bullet whizzed out of the darkness behind him, and Ginny, the chief, and General Hammer, all of them were mercilessly penetrated by bullets, and fell in a pool of blood. One by one, people who had helped him had died tragically in front of him at the moment. Each one struggled, making faint murmurs at him in the blood. Intense pain instantly filled Rorschach's entire body like a raging tide, and he hissed and growled, no! In the next second, inside the abandoned factory, a man covered in blood slashed his eyes open. The horrible scene just now had disappeared. He looked up and saw that the ground was covered with broken glass and all sorts of miscellaneous junk, and he himself, at the moment, was lying on a worn-out mattress. Rorschach heaved a ragged breath, and in his ears, a familiar bark sounded. A silvery white figure quickly scurried through the door and dove onto him. Brian stuck out his tongue and licked his head cheerfully, his tail wagging fast, obviously in an excited mood. But Rorschach wrinkled his brow tightly, not because the wound was pressed raw, but the fur on this little guy's body had actually returned to its previous silvery white color, and it also carried a faint smell of shower gel. Suddenly, he jerked his head around to glance at the factory entrance. A boy younger than Carl was timidly probing outside, looking at him fearfully. Rorschach wordlessly gazed at the other man, and when he looked down at the blood-covered toilet paper on the ground around him, he realized what was going on. Woof woof. Brian turned back towards the boy and barked twice, as if he was happy to be introducing his new friend to Rorschach. However, the next second, "Get out!" Rorschach suddenly glared at the boy with a death glare and a menacing whimper. The boy froze, and before he could react, the man across from him followed with a vicious curse. "Didn't you hear me? Get lost!" Wesley pursed his lips and gave Rorschach a deep look before turning and running away without looking back. Woo! Brian held his head against Rorschach as if he disliked the attitude the other man had just taken. Rorschach was silent as he looked down at the wounds on his body that were roughly bandaged with duct tape, cotton and toilet paper, and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 107, Men and Boys, Request for Monthly Tickets. Aha! In the abandoned factory building, Rorschach held onto the mottled wall and moved with difficulty step by step. He'd taken a careful count, and while he'd removed a good deal of shrapnel, there were at least 4 more deeply embedded metal fragments about to lodge in the organs. Without taking these out, even with the Eye of Judgment S physique bonus, there was no way to recover quickly. Time was the thing he lacked most right now. How exactly the enemy pinpointed his position, Rorschach still hadn't figured it out, but since he was able to locate it once, there was bound to be a second and third time despite relying on Sneak Master to avoid all the surveillance. He still didn't dare to be the slightest bit lax. Must treat the wound and get out of here as soon as possible. Phew! Rorschach exhaled a cloudy breath. His teeth clenched, the legs were as heavy as lead, the head was groggy, and an inflammatory reaction had evidently set in. However, when he thought of the several consecutive battles he had experienced in the morning, Rorschach was secretly glad that he had really sort of picked up a life. Close-range helicopter explosions surprisingly did not even blast himself to death. In the case of ordinary people, it is estimated that it would have been blown into dozens of cutoffs. Now he had to get to the pickup to get the toolbox. This guy, Brian, is resourceful when he's in danger, but usually he's stupid. Let it go to the toolbox and make several trips back and forth without bringing back the right objects. Now it's gone somewhere. It was a short 10-second journey, and the severely injured body moved hard for 5 minutes. Master Logan's pickup truck was parked quietly in front of the factory. Rorschach leaned against the door of his car, rummaging for tools, when he suddenly heard Brian's cheerful barking from beyond the wall, interspersed with a subtle ah sound, like a whimper being held in a chokehold. He pressed himself carefully against the wall with his toolbox and peered in, only to see that the boy he had scolded away earlier was throwing chicken nuggets in the air, and with each one Brian would leap up and catch them with a wagging tail. It was as if he was playing some kind of game, and a smile covered the boy's face, and it was only then that Rorschach noticed that there was a hearing aid hanging from the other's ear, plus the sound coming out of the boy's mouth. Deaf and dumb? Rorschach's heart sank. This damn world is always extra cruel to good people. The playful Wesley suddenly realized Rorschach in the corner and his smile instantly froze. He panicked and gestured a few times before finally giving up on communication and turning to run, his tiny back full of fear. Rorschach sighed softly, calling back a fond Brian ready to leave. At that moment there was a ho-ho sound from behind. The boy returned, pulled out a compacted plastic bag from his pocket, gently placed it on the ground, and quickly ran away. Inside the bag were flattened rice, breadcrumbs and fried chicken pieces. Rorschach stared at the humble kindness for a long moment of silence before finally letting out a low curse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Night. Rorschach lay on his side on the broken mattress, with the help of the moonlight from the window, the screwdriver in his hand probing carefully in the wound on his side of the waist. He clenched his teeth in death, fine beads of sweat covering his forehead. On the ground beside him, 3 blood-stained pieces of shrapnel lay still, while the last piece of metal, deeply embedded in flesh and blood, refused to show itself easily. Finally, when the tip of the knife finally touched the stubborn piece of shrapnel, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Rorschach's eyes. He lashed out and churned out the shrapnel hard. Tinkerbell. The metal shrapnel landed on the ground with a metallic crunch. Fark! Rorschach suppressed his voice to the point of cursing. He quickly grabbed the green foaming liquid from the iron basin and roughly applied it to the wound, then wrapped a piece of linen found from the trash and boiled to death around his waist. That was the boiling liquid he had boiled with pine needles and turpentine, which contained a turpentine sterilizing ingredient. And although the sterilizing effect might only be half of that of alcohol, It was already considered to be the best sterilizing alternative in this scenario now. As for the extreme method of using gunpowder to cauterize the wound, he would never try it until he had to. After cleaning all the wounds, Rorschach finally breathed a long sigh of relief. With his unusual recovery ability, within a few days, he would be able to recover 70 to 80% of his battle strength. Lighting a cigarette, Rorschach looked at Brian, who buried his head and licked the plastic bag, and said helplessly, "Is it that hungry, man? At least half of it can be shared with you." Woof woof woof. Brian made a few perfunctory noises without looking up, not really knowing what stuff he was talking about. Rorschach smacked his lips, his thoughts drifting to the boy with the hearing aid. The pursuers could come at any moment, and he really didn't want to involve the already unfortunate enough child. But right now, to quickly recover their strength, they had to rely on each other's help. A few appearances here by an unfamiliar face of his own was bound to arouse the suspicion of the residents, and he couldn't afford to have Brian go out and steal some food and drink back. Brian was smart, but not that smart. Looking out the window at the bright moon, Rorschach involuntarily gulped. How he looked at the moon now. It looked like a bun. Time passes. At noon the next day, Wesley still walked woodenly off the school bus, deaf to the jeers that rose up behind him. Perhaps he had gotten used to all this, so used to it that he could already be numb to the malice of those around him. But, except for that man, the thought of the blood-covered man from yesterday scared Wesley internally, and at the same time there was some small anticipation. Having no friends, what he looks forward to most these days is being able to play with the big, silver-white dog. He ran quickly in the direction of the house, as his father would not be home for lunch today, so he could bring more food for his new friend. Woof! A familiar bark suddenly sounded. Wesley looked around at the sound, and Brian was spitting his tongue at him in the woods not far away. Before he could get close, the silver-white figure deftly scurried inside the forest. Wesley sees this and rushes after him, and after turning around in the bushes, he actually comes to an abandoned wood mill. The big white dog that he had longed for was crouching under the wooden shed, wagging his tail happily. Wesley was just about to step forward when a lean, bandaged figure suddenly appeared from the shadows. Upon seeing the other party, the boy was so scared that his neck shrank and he took a few steps backwards to escape. "Wait!" Rorschach called out to him hastily. Looking at the boy's frightened look back, he tried to squeeze out a kind smile. "Hello, you can call me Rorschach." Rorschach had a whole lot of opening lines prepared and choked on them just as they came out. He suddenly remembered that the other man was deaf and dumb and couldn't even call his name. Anyway, Rorschach shrugged awkwardly. "Thank you for bathing Brian yesterday and for bandaging my wounds, albeit with a rough hand. Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Wesley's expression changed and he cocked his head in surprise. He originally thought that the other party would teach him a lesson because he didn't listen to him, but he didn't expect that it would be to thank him. "This is the place I came out to find last night. It's a lot more private than that factory. If you want to play with Brian later, just yell outside." Fark! Rorschach suddenly wanted to raise his hand and slap himself. He felt that the fever must have made his head dizzy. Why did he open his mouth with all these brainless words? The boy, however, didn't seem to care about any of that. After listening to Rorschach's words, he raised his smile and excitedly made a series of gestures. Rorschach and Brian looked at each other in bewilderment, not understanding what it meant at all. Wesley saw this, and his eyes flashed with loss, and his head dropped. Soon, though, after hearing Brian's yelp, he was happy again, grinning and hugging the head of the pouncing Brian as he rolled in a ball on the floor. As Rorschach watched this scene, the corners of his mouth also involuntarily rose. Like he said before, even if he was framed and hunted, he still felt quite lucky. Lucky enough to still be helped by the kindness of strangers even in desperate situations. "Can you tell me your name?" Rorschach asked toward the boy riding Brian. When the boy heard this, he froze for a moment, then pulled out a book and pen from the book bag behind him and quickly wrote a few notes before trotting over to Rorschach and handing him the book. "Wesley?" Rorschach looked at the neat letters on the book, smiled and complimented. "It stands for courage in Old English. It's a good name." It was the first time Wesley had ever heard that explanation, and he blinked as if he had thought of something, and with a somewhat lowered mood, he nodded and turned to continue playing along with Brian. And that's when Rorschach saw the sticky snot-like stuff on the back of the boy's head and the footprints on his butt and back. He frowned slightly. Had this little guy been getting bullied by his classmates? Deep inside an abandoned Victorian building in Lower Manhattan, New York, the dusty, years-old book storage room reeks of mold and electronic equipment running. A short, middle-aged man wearing glasses sat quietly in front of his computer, his eyes glued to a segment of the screen. Rorschach, Rorschach, Rorschach. The hero of every scene is Rorschach. At the trial, he stood at the defense table and loudly criticized the filth of the world. In Fox River Prison, he was drenched in blood and killed his way through the narrow corridors. A pinhole camera records his angry face in a sneak peek from the cellar of Pop's estate. The most bizarre thing was that there was also surveillance footage of the F-15 that only the military could possibly have on the screen, with Rorschach's maniacal grin clearly visible on the screen. The man wrinkled his brow at times and rubbed his temples as if he were wrestling with something important. But it didn't take long for him to take a deep breath and make an internal decision. The command bar of the open computer system, in which he entered a string of codes. Immediately afterward, the system suddenly automatically popped up a line of words that seemed to be tinged with emotion. "Are you sure? Okay." Harold nodded heavily, his eyes revealing a hint of determination under his lenses. "From this moment on, erase all traces of electronic messages about Rorschach Butcher. He deserves to be saved." Chapter 108. He's disappeared from every electronic message in America, begging for monthly votes. "So, your father is a factory worker, your mother is a restaurant waitress, and you have a sister a year younger than you? In the wood mill." Rorschach, who had been changing his own medicine with boiled pine needle boiling liquid while having a piece of hot dog Wesley had smuggled in from home stuffed in his mouth, looked at Wesley, who was scribbling and drawing in his book, and asked. The boy nodded when he heard it, then shook his head, his pencil rustling on the paper. Soon, when he saw what he had written, Rorschach roughly understood. This father was really just a stepfather, and Wesley's biological father passed away not long after he was born. Rorschach didn't know how to respond for a moment. He's not good with kids, and even worse at comforting people. So, he deliberately changed the subject and pulled a smile. "How is this stepfather treating you? Better than a stranger, I suppose?" Wesley was silent, suddenly closing his book and turning to tease Brian. Rorschach looked at the boy's back and grimaced to himself. Sure enough, talking to your child by yourself is like a walk on a minefield. He could feel his body in the midst of a rapid recovery, and his wounds were healing amazingly. Perhaps in less than 2 days, he would be able to completely regain his mobility, and then he would be able to leave this town. At that moment, Wesley, who was frolicking with Brian, suddenly remembered something. He pulled a book bag aside and took a chessboard out of it, his eyes looking expectantly at Rorschach. "Checkers?" Rorschach raised an eyebrow and asked. "You want me to play this with you?" Wesley nodded repeatedly and raised his hand to gesture sign language, but halfway through he lowered it in frustration and began scribbling in his book. Rorschach looked at what he had written and shook his head and laughed. "So you win every time you play chess with your mother and want to come and have some fun with the rest of the people besides your mother. Is that it?" Wesley nodded, setting the board on a worn barrel and flashing an expectant look toward Rorschach. Rorschach shrugged. "Okay, I can't do anything else but play chess now anyway." It didn't take long for the two to sit down on the floor and begin a simple game around the board on the trash can. For playing chess, Rorschach didn't have any knowledge, just a simple knowledge of the rules. But nowadays, because of the deduction ability brought about by the infiltration master and trace analysis master, Rorschach was still confident that he would be able to get down past this little guy on the opposite side. However, he soon realized that something was wrong with the situation. It wasn't that Wesley was a great chess player, quite the contrary. The boy was practically a beginner's level, requiring half a day's thought for a simple move. Thinking of the words the other party had just written on the book, Rorschach would smile. The boy had a mother who loved him. So then, Rorschach wasn't in a hurry to play chess. He asked carelessly, "At noon, I saw that your back was covered in footprints and your hair was covered in snot. Who did it? Was it your classmate?" Wesley glanced up at him, then lowered his head again and continued to stare at the board. There was no sign language or text response. Rorschach continued, "They bully you because you're deaf, right?" Wesley remained unresponsive. "Just because you're deaf, they know in their hearts that even if they beat the crap out of you, you can't run to the teacher and tell them off, so they don't even have to worry about getting punished. In class, you were like a freak out of place, the only one in a room full of chattering students who couldn't talk, with an obtrusive hearing aid in your ear. This place is a remote town. There are not many decent entertainment places around, but your classmates don't find the days boring. Why? Because their greatest pleasure is to bully you, to make you go home every day with boogers, snot and footprints. Your mom must have felt as bad as a knife in her heart when she saw you in this state, but she didn't stand up for you. It's not that she doesn't love you, it's that she's afraid that if she does, it'll make you even more ostracized at school. She hoped that you can calmly look at these things, learn to go against the grain, put your mind on learning, learn more book knowledge, do not move to swing fists and fight with classmates." Wesley's hands were clenched in a death grip on his pants leg, and though his eyes were still fixed on the board, the excitement on his face was long gone, not only because of what Rorschach had just said, but also because the black checkers belonging to him on the board had almost all been eaten. "How long has it been? 30 seconds? A minute?" At that moment, the voice of the man across the street came back to his ears. "You learned to get along with people the way your mom taught you, and what happened? No one but your mom unleashed her kindness on you. What you got in return for your concessions was increased bullying, even some classmates, directly in front of female classmates. No, in front of your most precious sister, smeared snot on your hair. Whoa dash. Wesley blew a gasket and flung the chessboard, which had no pieces left on it, to the floor. He was angry both at what Rorschach had said, and even more so that he would lose to his opponent so quickly. Theboe rose to his feet, his eyes full of impatience. He stared dead at the pieces on the floor and his breathing became rapid. What? Rorschach suddenly spoke coldly. He stared straight at Wesley and asked seriously, just because you're deaf and dumb, I have to let you win on purpose? Wesley kept his head down and didn't say a word, his lips pursed tight. Alas. Rorschach sighed and said to him sincerely, Wesley, this world isn't as gentle as your mom. This world is cold and cruel. If you want to win, you have to win on your own. Now, pick up the board. He pointed to the scattered pieces. Wesley stared at Rorschach for a few seconds, then crouched down and nimbly picked up all the pieces. When he finished picking them up, Rorschach pointed in front of him and said with a smile, Continue. A whole new game of chess begins. But it didn't go down for long before Rorschach opened his mouth again. Isn't that boy quite a bit taller than you? Wesley lifted his eyes to his and nodded slowly. So, in your heart, you actually wanted to fight back, but could never muster the courage. Could you? Because you're afraid that you won't be able to beat him, and instead you'll have to be humiliated again in front of the whole class. The boy stared woodenly at the board, unable to tell what he was thinking. Rorschach suddenly put down the chess piece in his hand and said with a straight face, Do you know the difference between a warrior and a coward? Seeing the other party shaking his head, Rorschach continued to speak. That is, there is no difference. Dissecting two people to see, warriors and cowards are the same. They are both afraid of death or injury, but the reason why a warrior is because even if he is afraid he will still act. Know why? Wesley gazed into Rorschach's eyes and shook his head blankly. Because he has a weapon that cowards don't have, and that is courage. He had the courage to act, to fight, so he became a warrior. Rorschach looked at the boy who was in deep thought and suddenly pointed at him. Let's make a pact. I'll teach you a way. If that guy bullies you again tomorrow at school, you have to be brave and fight back. If you do, He thought briefly and flashed a smile. I'll learn sign language from you so you don't have to write and draw in a book all day. Wesley's eyes lit up for a moment. Yeah, the world sucks and life is a piece of. But the good news is that neither Rorschach nor Wesley is alone. An old Dodge Challenger is speeding along the Indiana interstate. In the driver's seat, the man in the cowboy had held the steering wheel in one hand and followed the phone with the other. The machine can't find any electronic messages from the other side? How is that possible? Is the target dead? Jack's recalling us? To hell with Jack. I'm going after this target. I've got a lead. A farmer has seen the pickup truck belonging to the deadbeat couple at the farmhouse, and I'm on my way to track it down. Just wait and see. I'm going to be the first agent in the bureau to complete an extremely dangerous mission. Let's see if those top 10 ranked assholes still dare to underestimate me. After saying that, he impatiently took out his cell phone card and casually threw it out of the car window while drawing the revolver on his waist. Bang! The bullet shattered the phone card, fluttering in the wind with precision in the air. The man whistled, and the gust of wind lifted the hair on the back of his head, revealing the number 11 in his earlobe. Chapter 109, Specialization Selection. Upgrade. Requesting monthly votes. The kidneys are located on either side of the waist, roughly between the ribs and the spine, a little back on the lumbar side. After making a fist, twist and slam with the peak of your fist, the knuckle that protrudes from your raised fist. Remember, attack from the side and diagonal rear, and always with a ringing amplitude, so as to increase the power of your attack. This area is completely unprotected by any bones, not even larger muscles, and at the moment of the violent kidney, the opponent will instantly experience a tearing and severe pain, and the body will unconsciously appear to curl up. At this point, you have two choices. In front of a tree trunk, Rorschach handily teaches Wesley what to do to properly fight back against a bully. The little boy listened with rapt attention, occasionally swinging his fists in the air to practice his movements. First, lift your knee and hit your nose. As the opponent bends down at the waist, step forward and lift your knee in a smooth motion to ram it into the opponent's nose. Second, a bit of a challenge is to chisel your forehead hard into the bridge of the guy's nose the moment he's just about to look down. While the bridge of anyone's nose is made up of cartilage and thin bone and is extremely fragile, the forehead is one of the hardest parts of our body. With the increased force from the forward pressure, you can smash the little bastard's nose and face in one fell swoop. No matter what, the headbutt is the most effective way to surprise at close range. And after knocking your opponent back, you can still pick up follow-up attacks like knee strikes to the crotch. Rorschach relentlessly practiced one move at a time on the trunk of the tree. In addition to that, he additionally taught Wesley how to fight back with eye pokes and throat tops. Of course, he always kept a sense of proportion. Advanced techniques like using tools like pencils, pencil sharpeners, and round gauges as weapons were not continued to be taught by Rorschach. After all, it's only a bunch of elementary school kids that Wesley has to deal with. The principle of resistance of the weak. No entanglement. Disengage immediately after a quick attack on a weak point. No hesitation. Once you decide to counterattack, your movements must be decisive and ferocious. Not being passive. Taking full advantage of all available tools and circumstances around you. Rorschach crouched down and looked levelly into Wesley's eyes, which were much brighter than when he first met them, and said in a serious tone, "Remember, the key isn't how hard you can hit, but how much of a blow you can take and still have the courage to keep swinging." Wesley froze slightly, as if trying to digest the meaning of the words. Quickly, he nodded vigorously at the man in front of him, whom he had known for only a day but who had taught him like a father, and then began to sign again. Rorschach laughed at the sight. "Don't worry, little fighter. I'll learn sign language as long as you can beat up those kids who are bullying you." When he finished, he patted Wesley on the head and limped into the woodshed on the crutch, which was made of sharpened wood. "The wounds are recovering faster than expected, so maybe we can get out of here tomorrow." He looked back at Wesley in the woods. The little boy was wearing 2 pieces of burlap to act as boxing gloves, practicing carefully with one punch against the tree trunk as Rorschach had taught him. Brian was surrounding his feet, wagging his tail and barking softly, as if he was cheering for his little friend. The corners of Rorschach's mouth involuntarily rose. There is still some good in this world. New York. Inside that deserted book depository. Gather all electronic messages from Rorschach Butcher for the next 3 days. No, 5 days. As if talking to himself, Harold entered the text into the command box where the code should have been entered. Instantly, a string of text popped up from the system. The target possesses magic anti-surveillance skills and has traveled through the surveillance area several times without leaving any trace. It doesn't have to be limited to surveillance information. Any electronic traces on cell phone calls, social media, traffic choke points, financial transactions, collect them for me. I'm going to meet him. Finishing the last sip of green tea on the table, Harold picked up his cane from the table and slowly rose. As he put on his coat from the coat rack and prepared to leave, another line of text flashed on the screen. Harold was silent for a moment and shook his head. "I don't think he's dangerous. Quite the contrary. I think he might be the partner we've been looking for. Strong, decisive, and paranoid. Perhaps only someone like that can accomplish what we've been trying to do." Before leaving the door, he suddenly remembered something and said to the computer again, "Allocate $20 million to set up an anonymous fund for compensating the families of the victims of the Fox River prison explosion." Harold sighed softly. Hate is about to blind him. All we can do now is try to minimize the guilt he carries. The door closed, leaving only the computer screen glowing with an eerie blue light in the darkness. The stream of data rolled like a waterfall, searching for traces of Rorschach in all the electronic messages across America and anticipating his next move. As the machine of the Counterterrorism Bureau did not long ago. By the time he got out to the floor, Harold had just locked the first floor door, and before he could turn around, he heard a clear shout from behind him. "Move over." Looking back, a black man grabbed a lady's handbag and ran down the road, with a blonde policewoman in a dark blue uniform in hot pursuit. This policewoman is not only fast, but also has amazing stamina. From the end of the street all the way down, the purse snatcher has been panting almost out of energy, but the policewoman's speed has not decreased at all. "Stop right there." With a stern cry, the policewoman leapt up and heaved her knee into the robber's waist. After knocking her opponent down, the policewoman skillfully took out the handcuffs from her waist side and cuffed her opponent tightly. Getting up, she flung backward her long hair that had been scattered because of her running. The valiant temperament paired with that sweet look instantly attracted the attention of many passers-by. Harold also stopped where he was and stared at the other man. It was only a few minutes later that the policewoman's chubby partner arrived from the rear, panting. "Kim Ginny, you're not being too observant. You can see a robber for the effort of buying a cup of coffee." The bloated, fat officer propped his hands on his knees and gasped. He looked at his partner in front of him, who hadn't even shed a few drops of sweat except for a slight blush on his face, and asked in disbelief, "Have you practiced marathon before? How can you run so fast and have such a good endurance?" Ginny smiled sweetly as she sniffed at something she didn't know what to think of and cocked her head. "I had a good teacher when I served in Chicago." "Here we go again," the partner teased. "You've been chanting about the guy who's both a teacher and a boyfriend a dozen times a day. So who the hell is he?" "I'm not going to tell you." Ginny winked playfully and escorted the prisoner to the police car. As she passed Harold, seeing that the other man was a disabled man on crutches, Ginny politely smiled and nodded. Brushing past him, Harold returned the same smile. looking at the back of this new New York policewoman, Harold as if he knew her relationship with Rorschach very well. A hint of a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the wooden shed, Rorschach was lying on his back on the haystack with his arms resting on his back, seemingly resting with his eyes closed. But in reality, his consciousness had sunk into the eye of judgment. 2 days ago, in the early morning of the Logan's murder, in response to the Secret Service's siege, he had invested all of the justice value he had gained in prison into improving his gunfighting skills. Gunfu Mastery, 580/1000. Looking at the number behind this skill, Rorschach actually had some regret in his heart. After all, even if all of it was invested, this skill could not be upgraded, so it would be better to use it to upgrade those specializations that were about to break through. But then again, although it was a bit impulsive at the time driven by anger, the nearly 600 points of proficiency did produce a qualitative leap in gunfighting skills. Now he could even catch the trajectory of a bullet while shooting. It certainly greatly enhanced his ability to survive and counterattack when under siege. At the moment, in addition to these skills, there were also some blood awnings that could be converted into justice values that were going up and down in his mind. These are the trophies of his kills through the mountains of Gary. He counted carefully, and there were a total of 34 blood awnings. This amount seems to be enough to upgrade a specialization. Rorschach put his attention to those specialization skills that were on the threshold of upgrading. Cold Weapon Specialization, 70 out of 100. Tactical Sniper Specialization, 60 out of 100. Explosive Specialization, 84/100. And Medical Specialization, 70/100. First Explosive Specialization was the first thing he ruled out. With his own hand rubbed dust explosions in the prison boiler room, 84 proficiency was perfectly adequate. As for the others, Medical Specialization. This specialization is indeed very useful. Rorschach was able to quickly stop the bleeding and take out the shrapnel to reduce the inflammation in the past few days, all relying on the medical experience brought by this specialization. But remembering the situation he was facing today, Rorschach pondered for a moment before first putting the 4 blood-ons into tactical sniping. Finally, he slammed all 30 of his remaining blood mantle streams into cold weapon specialization, 70 out of 100. Although the tactical sniper specialization was also very powerful, 34 blood mantles were not enough to upgrade it, so it would be better to upgrade the cold weapon specialization to the point of a skill first. In an instant, the familiar electric current ran from the soles of his feet, down his spine and straight to the sky. Rorschach's muscles twitched uncontrollably, and his unhealed wounds were stimulated by the electric current, which was as acidic as rubbing salt into the wounds. When a moment of buffeting passed and the pain slowly subsided, he gazed at his already upgraded cold weapon specialization and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. Arsenal Flow Mastery, 1 out of 1000. Upgrade effect. Become proficient in the basic usage of all cold weapons and become a mobile arsenal. Additional capabilities. Weapon memory. Commonly used weapons will record combat data and automatically optimize the grip and swing angle. Instant mastery. Master the basic moves of any unfamiliar cold weapon within 10 seconds after picking it up. Weapons bullet counter. Block bullets or arrows with your sword/knife, and you can instantly trigger the counter-strike burst after a successful block. A generous gift. Thanks. Chapter 110, Killer 11, requesting for monthly tickets. 303,132. Under the wooden frame, Rorschach was gripping the 2-meter-high crosspiece with one hand. With one hand you do what in the military is called a hanging pull-up, but is also known as a pull-up. This action is a regular item in the physical fitness test in the Army, and it is one of the hard indicators for selecting special soldiers. Rorschach vaguely remembered that when the Tsunami Eagle Special Forces came for selection, being able to do 3 one-handed pull-ups would be enough to get full marks in this test. Back then, he was just barely up to par, and now, 40. Phew. After his physical quality had been strengthened many times, even though the injuries on his body had not yet healed at this moment, he was still able to easily complete more than 30. Rorschach had an inner guess that nowadays, he was afraid that his relative strength and the strength of his tendons' pull resistance had reached an inhuman level. After forcibly pulling up the last one, Rorschach landed back on the ground somewhat exhausted. He looked down and examined himself, the naked upper half of his body resembling a tattered garment, with linen wrapped around it to bandage his wounds, and underneath the burlap, a burst of tingling sensation was coming through. This is a sign of a rapidly healing wound. How long has it been since he was injured? Not even 3 days had passed, and this injury, which was enough to cause ordinary people to either bleed to death, hemorrhage their organs, or cause intense inflammation, was surprisingly close to being healed. Rorschach wiped the sweat from his face, and his eyes couldn't help but cast in the direction of the north. The moment of vengeance is approaching step by step. Aha! Not far away. Wesley, who had just hurried from home, saw this scene and suddenly came flying, jumping up and down trying to grab the wooden bar and do a set in Rorschach's mold. Looking at his adorable appearance that he couldn't touch the horizontal wood even with all his efforts, Rorschach smiled and bent down, lifting him up with one hand. Hold it with both hands. No, don't do what I do with the front grip. Hold it with the back hand. Hold on tighter. Seeing that Wesley had a death grip on the bar, Rorschach carefully and gently let go. Wesley followed Rorschach's lead and opened his mouth wide, crying out silently as he struggled to pull his body up. But even though his face was screwed up, he quickly fell off the top. Ha ha ha, don't get too frustrated, little one. This move is still a bit too hard for you right now. Rorschach pulled Wesley to his feet and gave him a light pat on the ass, dusting it off before sitting on his butt on the haystack. He patted the seat beside him and gestured for the little boy to sit down. Are you scared about going to school tomorrow? Rorschach asked softly, looking over at him. Wesley didn't answer right away. He first lowered his head and looked at his fists that had worn out their skin in the past 2 days of vacation, then raised his head and gazed at Rorschach with a firm gaze, shaking his head frantically. Ha ha ha, that's more like a man. Rorschach grinned broadly as the two of them fell backward together into the fluffy haystack. The sun shone through the cracks in the wooden shed, shedding warm spots of light on them. You know what, Wesley? Rorschach patted the boy's head gently and looked at the wooden roof of the shed. Actually, I'm not the nice guy you think I am. As if on a whim, he suddenly wanted to talk to someone, and spoke slowly. Have you seen the news? I was the one who did the Chicago prison bombing 4 days ago, and although a few hundred guys who deserved to die died, just as many innocents also died. But honestly, son, I have no regrets. This is a war, not a game, and there will be no bloodless victories. If, in the future, their parents and children, their friends and associates, come to me for revenge, I will take them all. It's harsh, but that's my choice. Wesley turned his head to look at Rorschach at his side, blinking his somewhat confused eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend the deeper meaning of the other's words. If I survive in the future, I'll leave you a sum of money. Well, probably just under $1 million. It's not much, but it's the last of my family's money, hidden away in a place where only I can find it. When the time comes, you can take that money and go to college, meet a girlfriend, get married, and oh yeah, you can use it for surgery too. I've heard that for kids your age, there are chances that you can be cured of deafness if you have surgery. In that case, the money might be a bit short, but that's okay, as long as I can survive. I'll squeeze some more money out of those sinners for you. Listening to Rorschach's rare gentle words, Wesley seemed to have a hidden guess inside, and tears began to well up in his eyes. I've got to leave first thing in the morning, kid. Rorschach looked down at the boy who was gripping his arm tightly and smiled somewhat bitterly. Hell, I'd really like to take you away with me if that's possible, but I just can't. And while your stepfather may be an asshole, you have a mother who loves you dearly, and right now, I'm not fit to take anyone on the road with me. Wesley pursed his lips tightly and stared at Rorschach without a word, his eyes filled with sadness and dismay. Hold your tears back, don't be a sniveling pussy. Rorschach suddenly snapped. Remember, real men only shed tears when it's all over. He squeezed the boy's shoulders tightly. You have to study hard in the future, get into a good university, and chase after the girl you like. Wait until sometime in the future, when you look at your wife and children playing in the yard, holding a cold beer in your hand, recalling the hardships you've suffered and gritted your teeth through. Only then will you possess the qualifications to shed tears as a man. The knots in Wesley's throat rolled as he forced back the urge to shed a tear and nodded vigorously at Rorschach. Rorschach gave a pleased smile, his eyes suddenly glancing over the boy's bulging book bag. A few pieces of still-thawed steak were revealed in the crack of the untightened zipper. If I stay any longer, your mom should call the police and say the house is being burglarized. Ha ha ha. Rorschach rubbed the boy's head and whistled a course towards the outside. In the next instant, Brian darted from the woods and pounced cheerfully on the haystack, licking the two men's faces enthusiastically with his wet tongue. Split the wood and make a grill. Tonight we'll have a barbecue party. Woof dash. After Rorschach finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something else and looked at Wesley, who was smiling. He coughed lightly. That little tough guy. Can you go home again and steal a case of beer and bring over 2 more boxes of cigarettes? Half an hour later, deep in the woods in an abandoned wood mill, a barbecue party with just 1 large and 1 small plus a dog is buzzing with excitement. Rorschach used his dagger to cut the steak into small pieces and lay them on the barbed wire removed from the broken window. As for the pile under the simple grill, it was not coal either but a piece of split wood. At this moment, Rorschach was carrying a beer bottle in his left hand, half a cigarette in his mouth, and his right hand was skillfully flipping the beef that was rattling with his dagger. It was only the cheapest seasoned steak spliced with ground meat from the supermarket, but for Rorschach, who had been eating crumbled bread and fried chicken pieces for days, it was unbeatable. and Wesley cherished this time of impending separation so much that he stopped practicing the fighting techniques Rorschach had taught him against the wood as usual. He was riding on top of Brian, his hands clasped tightly around Brian's big head, while turning his face sideways, and couldn't take his eyes off of Rorschach for a moment, as if he wanted to carve this man deep into his heart. Beef should be cut into half the size of a finger. Fry and grill the side first, and when the side is browned, then press it with a spatula to press out some of the grease inside, so that the grilled beef will be charred on the outside and tender on the inside, with an excellent flavor. Rorschach roasted the meat while patiently teaching the little guy how to sear the beef. In the middle of his speech, he suddenly looked at Wesley and spoke seriously. One more thing, in a family, only the head of the family can use the grill during the party. Remember, in the future, if your daughter gets married, and that new guy dares to touch the grill in front of you, then he is challenging your authority as the head of the family. Don't show any mercy, just give the kid a punch. When Wesley heard this, he grinned, and a ho-ho laugh escaped his lips. These life lessons that should have been taught by his father were now naturally filled in for him by Rorschach. Okay, come and taste it. Rorschach stuck a piece of almost roasted beef with his dagger and handed it to him. Yet Wesley didn't rush to open his mouth, instead pointing to Brian, who was sticking his big, slobbering tongue out underneath him. Okay, Brian must be more grateful than I am to have met you here. Rorschach smiled and tossed the meat to Brian. This little guy didn't even chew twice. He just swallowed it in one gulp and then happily wagged his fluffy tail like a broomstick. But just as Rorschach was about to insert another piece of meat, Wesley suddenly tugged at his pants leg. Looking down, he saw that the boy had spread his palm out and handed it to him, and inside was lying a hand-strung monogrammed bracelet, with a squarely folded note next to it. Is this for me? Rorschach raised an eyebrow and picked up the bracelet, the knot in his throat rolling as he read the letters on the beads. After unfolding the note, he was silent for a moment, a genuine smile slowly lifting the corners of his mouth. This is the best gift I've ever received. Wesley blushed and scratched his head, smiling coyly and contentedly. The crackle of burning firewood, the sizzle of beef, the occasional outburst of laughter and the barking of a dog intertwined as time flew by. As the door to the house was about to open, Wesley waved towards Rorschach and was about to leave in 3 steps with his backpack. He had the first sip of beer of his life today. Likewise, I felt the warmth of a father for the first time. These past few days had been like a bonfire that had suddenly lit up in the dark of night in his life. Warm and hopeful. It's just a shame that sooner or later the bonfire will go out. Rorschach and Brian are leaving first thing in the morning. At the thought, the boy's otherwise happy feet grew heavy as he took a step in the direction of his home with his head bowed. Suddenly, a pair of feet in cowboy leather boots got in his way. Chapter 111, The Most Precious Gift, Requesting Monthly Tickets. ****** in FARC. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into finding this ING place? The cowboy-dressed killer grabbed Wesley by the back of the neck with one hand and lifted him in midair, cursing as he headed deeper into the woods. Damn, the machine, for having to strike at this most critical time. And damn Jack for trying to summon me back. One or the other of these guys was a stumbling block for me to get promoted to Agent 10. But that's okay, I'm still looking for it now. He glared down at the boy who kept struggling in his hands and said in a harsh voice, in the middle of the night, a 10-year-old boy doesn't go home obediently. Instead, he goes inside the forest. It can't be that there's something unseemly in this forest, right? Wesley stiffened, staring in horror at the face before him, hidden in the shadows. Ha, don't be afraid, the man sneered. It's not you, it's the stupid dog. The deadbeat couple's car is gone, and even the sheepdog they've had for 3 years is missing with it. But guess what? The dog suddenly showed up in town during the day today. Silver and white-coated sheepdogs are a rare sight. Let's just say that this Rorschach is a stupid egomaniac. It's really hard to imagine how in the world such a dumbass managed to hide from the machine as surveillance. Wesley froze at his words. He didn't know who the other party was, but by the man's words, he must be Rorschach's enemy. Thinking of the first time he saw Rorschach, the other party's blood-covered appearance, Wesley's heart tightened, struggling even more violently, and a hoarse and dull sound came out of his mouth. However, the handicap he was born with prevented him from making any effective sound. Just be a good boy and be dumb, kid. Killer 11 carried him on light but quick footsteps towards the deep wooden shack. He had ambushed his opponent most of the way ahead of time, relying on the position of the smoke and fire to pinpoint their location. It didn't take long for an abandoned woodlot littered with debris and trash to come into view. He threw Wesley to the ground. His hand dabbed at his waist, and a revolver suddenly appeared in his hand. Give you a chance to live. The corners of Killer 11's mouth turned up slightly in a cruel smile. Now, walk up to that wooden shack and just give the outside wooden post a firm tap, or make some random noise to lure someone to the door. If you can do it, I'll let you go. If you dare to play tricks. The cold muzzle of the gun was pressed dead center on the boy's forehead. Trust me, I'll definitely shoot faster than that man can come out and save you. Wesley's body kept trembling as he felt the strong killing intent of the man in front of him. After a moment of silence, he nodded softly. Then he turned around and took one step toward the wooden shed. This place had been visited more times than he could count in the past few days, but not once had his feet been as heavy as they were now. Killer 11 watched the boy's back, his guard up to the max. The 2 revolvers at his waist had all been given a death grip, and as soon as the target appeared, he would empty all the bullets at the first opportunity. Soon Wesley was standing not far from the front of the wooden shed. His chest rose and fell violently as he trembled and looked at the dark doorway before him. There was a burning aroma from the end of the barbecue all around him, and the familiar, reassuring smell of tobacco. The boy suddenly straightened his spine, and something stronger than fear broke through the shackles of his vocal cords. His mouth opened as wide as it could go and he shouted the first words of his life. "Dad, run!" In the back, the killer's pupils shrunk violently, and violent anger instantly distorted his face. "You stepped on a horse looking for death." Bang! Without hesitation, he raised his gun and the bullet broke through and shot dead center into the boy's head. Suddenly, a silver light shot out from the forest. With uncanny precision, he chiseled away the revolver bullets he had fired into midair. Waterfax? Killer 11 didn't have time to be shocked. His body had already reacted instinctively. He did a tactical roll, his twin guns spinning twice in his palms as he poured bullets wildly into the darkness. Bang! 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 The intense gunfire illuminated the entire forest with light and darkness. A cascade of sparks suddenly exploded into the darkness like fireworks. With a bark, a man holding an axe slowly stepped out of the shadows. The slayer's mouth dropped open slightly in shock, and his eyes had involuntarily glazed over to their fullest extent. Every single one of his own bullets had been deflected by this man with a broken axe? Killer 11 was slightly stunned before quickly firing the last round of his revolver into the man's head again, but unfortunately this one ended the same way as any of the previous ones. Bang! A spark exploded, and Rorschach raised his hand with an axe, crisply cleaving the bullet that was coming at his head. Are you a human or a ghost? Fear spread across Killer 11's face like a tidal wave. Even the top 10 agents at the Bureau simply couldn't have pulled off such an unthinkable maneuver. At this moment, he suddenly realized why Jack had recalled them. It doesn't matter what it is. Rorschach looked at this guy with an expressionless face. He had already known about the other party's presence through Brian's early warning when the other party had just ambushed him outside the woods. He had just followed Wesley all the way, expecting more enemies, but he didn't realize it was just the other guy. Rorschach first nodded towards Wesley, who was not far away, and gave him a reassuring look before his gaze turned abruptly and coldly towards the assassin in front of him. What matters is what will happen next. He swung his axe and slowly pressed forward, while Killer 11, who had already quickly changed his bullets, continued to pull the trigger on him. However, with the skill enhancement of 100 soldiers performing martial arts, Rorschach was easily able to block and even cleave through every bullet shot by his opponent. "I'll chop off all your arms and legs first, and then I'll split that dirty hand of yours that just dared to touch that kid into 100 pieces alive." At this moment, the killer looked at Rorschach getting closer and closer to himself, and after each of his attacks seemed so pale and powerless, he cursed in horror and directly twisted his head to escape towards the outside. A cold light flashed. One of the killer's legs was chopped in two directly from the knee by the flying axe. Ah-ha-ha! He fell violently to the ground, clutching his broken leg and wailing in agony, but soon a tall shadow stood in his way. Just as Killer 11 was trembling and trying to beg for mercy, Rorschach suddenly twisted his head to look at Wesley, a small smile pulling at his face. "Hurry up and go home. If you don't go back, your mom will be worried." Wesley gulped as if he knew what was coming next, and after nodding heavily, he flashed the same smile towards Rorschach before darting off in the direction of the house. Brian followed him, escorting the little guy all the way. When the boy's figure disappeared, Rorschach pulled out the axe that had split in the dirt. He stomped his foot on the hand this assassin had just carried Wesley in, and gazed expressionlessly into his fearful eyes. "Remember to mentally count how many more times you can scream. Ah-ha-ha!" The screams rang out instantly in the woods in the dead of night. Early morning, a yellow school bus sputtered to a stop in front of the school. As Wesley got out of the car with his backpack, his eyes couldn't help but turn his head to gaze into the distance behind him. He'd gone back to the mill early this morning, and there was nothing there but a hanging guy who could still be considered a corpse. Rorschach and Brian had disappeared. In a moment of intense loss, Wesley walked towards the campus with his head down. "Hey, what's the mute looking at?" A familiar sneer came from behind him. Three boys a head taller than him were pushing and shoving and hurling insults around him, which had become a regular program in the old days. Even the teacher at the school gate saw it as if he didn't see it, and deliberately sidestepped it. But this time, Wesley slowly put down his book bag. He gritted his teeth, his gaze fearless as he looked at the three men in front of him. "Damn, are you glaring at me?" A boy saw this and froze before suddenly becoming irritated. He angrily stepped in front of Wesley, pointing his nose at him and about to curse. Bang! Wesley snapped out of it. He grabbed the other man by the collar and pulled down hard, his forehead hitting Tom hard on the bridge of his nose. The moment blood splattered, he bent his knee to his opponent's crotch and blasted him in the face with another knee strike as he bent over and screamed in agony. The two remaining boys on the sidelines tried to come up to help, but Wesley had already taken the lead. Like a raging bull, he swooped down, grabbed his opponent by the waist and slammed him to the ground, then got up and delivered a soccer kick to the boy's head. Hoa! Wesley let out a beastly roar, a sound that startled himself. In this moment, he suddenly realized that what had originally plagued him had turned out to be so unbearable. The fear and inferiority complex that had once pressed down on him like a mountain collapsed in this instant. Something called courage was growing wildly in his body, growing unchecked like a weed. It was the gift Rorschach had left him, and the only thing he could leave Wesley. This courage will stay with Wesley for the rest of his life, giving him the courage to face all of life's difficulties and challenges. Off to the side, the only child still standing stared dully at the very different Wesley in front of him. He looked again at his two companions who were rolling around on the ground in pain, and with a sour nose, he sat down on his butt and cried out in direct fear. The teacher who was at the entrance of the school immediately frowned when he saw it, and with his whip raised, he was about to go forward and give Wesley, who dared to start a fight, a good lesson. His eyes were full of disgust, as if Wesley was a bad boy who was 10 times worse. But the next second, an unfamiliar voice rang out from behind him. Turning his head, he saw a man leaning in front of a pickup truck looking at him. "You're a teacher at this school, aren't you?" "That's right. And who are you? A student's parent?" Rorschach smiled as he moved his wrist to slowly approach. "Yes, I am the student's parent." Car. Rorschach carefully wiped the blood on his hands with a paper towel, especially the string on his wrist engraved with the word Daddy, and wiped it clean. He rubbed Brian's head, then started the car and stepped on the gas, ready to leave the town. Through the rearview mirror, he could still vaguely see Wesley running furiously in this direction, that small figure looking so persistent in the sunlight. But Rorschach didn't stop, and after a soft sigh, he simply reached out and waved his hand towards the boy in the back. A note hanging from the rearview mirror swayed in the morning breeze. At the top of the note, written in pen, was a row of clean English. "No matter what others say, you're my hero." Chapter 112, Guns. Lots of guns. Requesting for monthly tickets. Washington, D.C. Many people who have never been to the United States, or who lack knowledge of the northeastern United States, may have a stereotypical image. In the conventional perception, the more the city is labeled as a political or economic center, the lower the crime rate should be. After all, it is concentrated in the country's most adequate police resources. The crime rate is often higher in places that are remote, deserted and difficult to access. There is a saying in the Orient that poor mountains and bad water produce unruly people, and this is the truth of the saying. But if in Amelika's words, it's a complete reversal. Over the past decade, the national average violent crime rate has been 4%, while Washington, D.C., has been as high as 15%, not to mention fellow eastern metropolises New York and Chicago. And as for California, which has the largest number of immigrants of color in the country, it has been called a hotbed of crime. In contrast, southern states that are economically more backward relative to the north, such as Texas, North Carolina, and Tennessee, have crime rates well below the national average of 1-2%. Franklin, Tennessee even holds the record for 0 robberies in the historic downtown area. In the United States, this is nothing short of a miracle. Of course, policing in the capital city of Washington is not really that bad, at least in the northwest side, where Capitol Hill, Georgetown, the Judicial Building, the Federal Law Enforcement Center, and other government agencies and upscale, wealthy neighborhoods are located. The security situation is still quite good, but just a few blocks across the street to the northeast and southeast districts, and it's a very different story. Any visitor who takes a casual stroll through the area will see countless streetwalkers and junkies. It's like being in Raccoon City, with Walking Dead all over the place. Sometimes it's really hard to imagine that such a city could be the capital of what is known as the #1 power in the world. In these shadowy corners, the East D.C. Metro station at night is more of a cluster *******. Late night, a group of young people had just finished a wild party, with blue bandanas tied around their heads to represent the Crips, collapsed jeans showing half their asses, and hip-hop hand gestures. They drunkenly barged through the ticket gates in droves and into a subway that was running in the dead of night. It's already 2 a.m., and the only people still in the subway, other than these drunken gang members, are the homeless and the underclass immigrants who stayed up late working overtime. At this moment, after seeing these guys who were not to be messed with at first glance, the few citizens who had stayed scattered in the compartment cautiously got up and switched to another compartment. The group of young people in the mixed gang were talking and laughing, their expressions looking around from time to time in a bratty manner. obviously enjoying the way others feared them. But soon, they found an outlier. In the corner of the wagon, a man was sound asleep with a large white dog in his arms. He wore a dark red leather jacket underneath and a tattered dark overcoat over it. His beard was scraggly and his hair was messy and covered his eyes. In his right hand he held a half-drunk bottle of high vodka, while in his left he cradled a shepherd dog with silver and white fur. Apparently, this guy is a stray with a dog that can be found everywhere on the streets of Washington. But now that the empty compartment with only their gang members was filled with such a guy who had relied on them not to hide, it stung beyond belief. Crab not meat. The gang of thugs looked at each other, pulling up the corners of their mouths in bad humor as they walked toward the man in the corner. That's a nice leather jacket. Looks a little like the one Brad Pitt had in Fight Club. I like his boots. Fark, a hobo wearing cowboy leather boots. Looks like this dude was abroad before he went broke. Ha ha. A Cockney punk reached out to force the man's boots off and take them away. But no sooner had he done so than a low, suppressed roar rang in his ears. The big white dog had woken up at some point and was glaring at him with its teeth bared and its expression full of ferocity. Fark, cockatrice took a few steps back in shock, drawing a laugh from his buddies beside him. Conscious of his face, he directly took out a dagger from his pocket and viciously was about to rush up to get some face back for himself. Just then, a low voice rang out in front. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Rorschach opened his eyes and looked at the dozen or so gangsters surrounding him, and said in a calm tone, "Stay honest, I still have one more stop to get off." Waterfax. The gangsters looked at each other, seemingly not understanding why the other party was so calm. They sized up the hobo in front of them, who didn't seem to be anything different from the norm other than being a little taller. But because of Brian, who had been grimacing towards them on the side, none of the guys were willing to risk being the head bird at the risk of being bitten by a dog, even though they were upset. Soon the announcement of the arrival station sounded in the carriage. Rorschach tucked the unfinished vodka cap tightly into his arms and patted Brian on the head before ignoring the gang of punks about to get out of the car. However, just as the car door was about to open, one of the gangsters deliberately revealed the pistol on his waist and hurled curses towards Rorschach's back. "Get lost if you don't want to die, asshole. Don't scare him, man. Can't you guys see? This guy's got plastic strings on his hands that only elementary school kids wear. He's just a pussy. Yep, probably just got kicked out of her own boyfriend's house. Ha ha ha." Seeing that one of his partners had flashed his gun, the rest of the gangsters got bold and abused towards Rorschach. After all, those with guns are certainly not afraid of bare hands, unless the opponents themselves are weapons. Ding dash. The subway doors slowly opened, but Rorschach was in no hurry to step out. He sighed helplessly toward Brian, who was off to the side. A few seconds later, Rorschach stepped out of the subway door. Click, click, click. He withdrew the bullets from the magazine one by one and casually tossed them into the trash. A man and a dog slowly walked up the steps leading to the ground, while behind them in the compartment a bunch of guys with twisted arms and legs were sprawled on the floor wailing in agony. Inside a bar in the East End, drunken men and women were swaying their bodies to the sound of a loud DJ on the dance floor, plastered with aliens. At the card table, a balding man in a floral shirt with a blue suit, who at first glance had a lot in common with the sultry lawyer Saul, stood out. He was hugging two dancers left and right, chatting with his minions and bragging about his valor on the battlefields of Afghanistan back in the day. It was a raid, and I was targeting one of the big Al-Qaeda leaders. The other side keeps thousands of militiamen and even more heavy firepower. Know what the staff said about the raid at the time? They thought it was a suicide attack. There was almost no hope of success. But who am I? I'm an Army ace, an elite member of the Tsunami Eagle Commandos of the Air Assault Division. There were just 23 of us, all airborne behind the target position, trekking noiselessly for dozens of kilometers. I remember it well. It would be 3 in the morning. The bald man colorfully bragged with the brothers. "We have already solved all the guards on the periphery of the villa, but just because of an omission that is a bit careless but really a good soldier. It attracted the attention of the guards inside. The other party directly carried a rocket launcher and shot at him. The result, you guys guess what?" The minions looked at him wide-eyed and expectant. Seeing this, the bald man raised his eyebrows in triumph and was about to open his mouth to continue bragging when a voice suddenly interjected. "The result was that I used the barbed wire on the fence to help deflect that rocket so that you would live to be discharged safely and then go on to inherit from a distant relative and open a bar in Washington." Hearing this familiar voice, the bearded man first froze, then his mouth opened to its maximum. His eyes rounded, and he quickly turned his head to look. Behind him, a scribbly dressed, bearded man was looking at himself with a smile, and at his feet sat a large white dog with its tongue hanging out. The bald man was incoherent with shock. "Rollo, row." Something suddenly occurred to him, and immediately he forced down the cry that almost came out of his mouth, and sprang to his feet, holding the other man in a tight embrace. A few minutes later, Rorschach was already sitting in a hidden booth with this fellow comrade in arms from back in the day. The bald man took Rorschach's shoulder and lamented. "When I saw the news at that time, my scalp exploded on the treadmill. False accusations. Definitely a false accusation. I was planning to visit you in Chicago prison in the next few days, but suddenly the news broke again about the prison explosion. Fucker. I was anxious for days. I thought you died in that explosion. By the way, where are you going now? If there's anything I can do for you, just tell me. If it wasn't for you, Captain, I would have been blown to smithereens by the rockets. Rorschach just smiled faintly and didn't answer. To talk about feelings, the two did have a lifelong friendship, but after so many years, the middle almost broke the contact, and compared with the friendship on the battlefield back then, it was ultimately rusty for a few points. Philip, don't worry, I won't be with you for long. Rorschach spoke seriously. Upon hearing this, the bald man, Philip, was a little embarrassed, but still tightly wrapped his arm around Rorschach's shoulders, with an appearance of having any need to just ask. Rorschach continued to speak. Since my people are already in Washington, what I'm going to do is actually something I think you should know well. You, Philip couldn't help but advise. Why bother? Rorschach, those guys who set you up are big shots. We're retired. Long gone are the GIs who were on the battlefield back in the day. I have connections in Panama and can arrange for you to leave tonight. With your skills, you can go to any country in South America and have a very good life. Why bother? Philip, Rorschach suddenly spoke, interrupting the other party. He twisted his head to look at his comrade in front of him, who he had saved no less than once, and said with a serious expression, I never came down from the battlefield. My war never ended. Philip froze as he gazed into Rorschach's determined eyes and sighed heavily. I know that you made a decision that no one can shake. Is there anything I can do to help? If you still consider me a brother, just ask, and I'll do my best if I can help you. Rorschach smiled and patted him on the shoulder before pointing to Brian, who was sprawled out on the floor tearing into his steak. Take care of Brian for me for 2 days if I'm not back in 2 days, take it, along with my gray pickup truck parked in the West Side Walmart parking lot, to the Upper East Side Police Department in New York City, to a policewoman named Ginny Bauer, and tell her. Rorschach was silent for a few seconds before speaking slowly. I missed my appointment. Philip opened his mouth and finally just nodded heavily. And, what else do you need? He continued to ask. Rorschach took a heavy drag on his cigarette before craning his head to gaze at Philip, the eyes hidden behind his messy hair glinting icily as the smoke billowed. Guns. Lots of guns. Chapter 113, the so-called machine, seeking monthly tickets. Brassel R93, produced in Germany. High-precision tactical sniper rifle that can fire a number of different caliber rifle cartridges. 233 Remington, 308 Winchester, 300 Magnum, depending on requirements. Of course, the most interesting part is that, compared to a traditional bolt-action rifle, this one is a straight-pull action shooter, which not only allows for nimble handling, but also continuous shooting. Full gun length 1,130 millimeters, 5.4 kilograms empty, muzzle velocity 1,008 meters per second, effective range 1200 m, nickname European Sniper King, late night, the rooftop of the bar. On a table several meters long, all kinds of guns and ammunition were neatly arranged. Philip held a German-made large-caliber sniper rifle and was full of excitement as he explained it to Rorschach. Of course, the main meal is not the only thing. Philip put down the sniper rifle and picked up another shotgun from the table. Remington 870, magazine capacity 7+1 rounds, effective range 40 meters with 12-gauge shotgun shells. He pulled down on the bolt and a crisp cocking sound rang out instantly. The god of pump-action shotguns, and just as much your favorite. Saying that, he tossed the gun to Rorschach and lamented. Thinking about the battle for the Kandahar city district back in the day, you used this Remington 870 and led your brothers all the way through the alley battles, beating the TL class to a pulp and successfully rescuing the besieged 75th Ranger Regiment. Rorschach smiled and didn't say anything, just stuffed the gun and a couple boxes of bullets into the gun bag in one fell swoop. As for assault rifles, there's not much to say. You used the 416 Hong Kong dollars the best back in the day. I've got 2 of them for you. Philip carefully helped place one of the guns, which glowed coldly in the moonlight, into the gun bag. Of course, in addition to a gun, a tactical jump knife is an essential piece of equipment. 2 Microtech Halo tactical straight jumping knives are held steady at Rorschach's waist. For body armor, Rorschach didn't pick one with ceramic inserts, but instead picked a Kevlar-based, lightweight PSGT body armor. Honestly, Rorschach drew and pulled the pistol's bolt, flirtatiously smiled at Philip and asked, your kid isn't planning some kind of terrorist attack, is he? There are so many guns hidden in the bar. Don't tell me that you have a license to carry every gun. Philip heatedly smiled, smashed his mouth and sighed. When you retired from the army, most of you went to the Naval School or the Federal Academy. And when you came out, you either became a police officer or did something else. I was unlucky to inherit a few $1,000,000, and I could only open a bar to do some small business. Since I can't enjoy the thrill of shooting the enemy on the battlefield, I'll collect some of our favorite guns, right? Ha ha ha, you lucky bastard. Rorschach smiled and waved his hand at him, then picked up the sniper rifle on the table, briefly adjusted the magnifier, and directly loaded it. He walked to the edge of the rooftop and steadied his sniper rifle on his chest with both hands. What fa? Don't tell me you're going to test your gun here? Philip stared wide-eyed at Rorschach, who was putting his eyes behind the multiplier. Don't worry, it's silenced. The nearest police patrol is blocks away and can't hear it. Rorschach held his breath, his eyes scanning the streets nearly 1,000 meters away through the multiplier. Soon, he locked on to his target. 3 hooded, pistol-gripping gangsters were ganging up on a man who had brought his girlfriend out for pleasure. The man stepped in front of his girlfriend and tried his best to protect her from the punks. However, faced with a mobbed boyfriend, this woman won't even call the police except to scream. Still, she didn't run away. At least, the corner of Rorschach's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and the gun's aim steadily locked onto the target. The next second, boo, a dull gunshot rang out, and a punk's paw instantly exploded. Blood splashed violently into the faces of those around them. FACK. The fell to the ground, clutching what was only half of his paw and screaming. His 2 companions panicked and looked around with their guns raised, but they couldn't even find the shadow of their target. But Rorschach wouldn't give them a chance to catch their breath. He quickly pulled the bolt and fired 2 more rounds in quick succession. The other 2 gangsters who were looking around in horror had their feet blown in 2 by high-caliber bullets. Philip. Rorschach put down the sniper rifle and shook his head helplessly. Not only is the ballistic trajectory off to the left, but the barrel also has some wear and tear. You have time to spend some effort to take good care of these babies. Don't spend all your energy on women's bellies all day long. Philip didn't say anything. He looked at the screams that were faintly heard in the distance and his eyes turned back to Rorschach. At that moment, the man in front of him was expressionlessly stuffing all his weapons and ammunition into his gun bag. The bar owner couldn't help but gulp. He suddenly felt as if the once formidable captain of the sharpshooting eagle on the battlefield had disappeared. Today's Rorschach is more like a cold-hearted killer. It didn't take long. Outside the back door of the bar, Rorschach, a bulging gunny sack slung over his shoulder, knelt down and rubbed Brian's head hard with his big hand. Stay here and have fun. I'll be back to pick you up in 2 days tops. Woo. Brian let out a low whimper, his head nudging against Rorschach's chin, his eyes looking a little anthropomorphically lost. In the past few short days, he has first lost the Logans who raised him so lovingly, and now his new, recently recognized owner is leaving him. Don't worry, Rorschach. I'll take good care of Brian. I'm naturally relieved that you're doing your job. Rorschach nodded slightly toward Philip, and after gently patting Brian on the head, he got up and headed out of the alley. Behind him, Brian slumped dejectedly to the ground, his chin pressed against the ground as he stared blearily at Rorschach's distant back. Philip, with a cigarette butt in his mouth, looked equally dumbfounded in the direction in which Rorschach had disappeared. It wasn't until the ashes were about to burn his lips that he snapped back to his senses. Looking at the moody sheepdog at his feet, he couldn't help but ask, "Do you think Rorschach he'll ever come back, Brian?" Woof dash. Brian raised his head and barked twice at the top of his lungs. Philip grinned when he heard it and snapped his hands together. Ha ha ha, coincidentally, I think so too. Suburbia. Rorschach casually found a somewhat sketchy motel. Even though he might be wanted nationwide at the moment, he still hadn't chosen to live in the wilderness, or in some abandoned park or crappy building. It wasn't that he was worried about catching a cold or running into too many homeless people. It was purely because most motels on this side of the old United States were anonymous and you could check in with just any name. However, one thing is quite strange. Since leaving the mountains of Gary, he hadn't encountered a single pursuer along the way, except for that 11th killer. It was as if the federal department's means of locating him had suddenly failed. After walking into a room where the sheets were yellowed, Rorschach was about to close the door when his hand on the doorknob suddenly stopped. Up ahead, on the first-floor parking lot, a middle-aged man on crutches, short glasses, is standing next to a Bentley, staring at himself with deep love in his eyes. Rorschach frowned, then slowly raised his left hand and raised a middle finger toward the other. Party. Fark, treating me like a male or female branch? What AI-eyed, perverted rich broad. He shook his head, closed the door and got ready to go to the bathroom to take a shower. But it wasn't long before a footstep suddenly sounded outside the door, followed by a knock on the door of the room. Listening to the sound of the cane, and the location of the door being knocked on, Rorschach, who had just taken off his shirt, sighed helplessly. He grabbed a fruit knife from the table, ready to open the door and teach the broad a lesson. But the man with the glasses seemed to know Rorschach's temperament very well. The door had just opened, and without waiting to see Rorschach he couldn't wait to shout, "Mr. Butcher, I'm here to provide you with help." and don't mean to jeopardize your safety in any way. Buzz. The fruit knife stopped in midair. It was only a centimeter away from piercing Harold's ear. Oh, Rorschach looked down at the man who had recognized his identity with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Half an hour later, inside the hotel room, with a cup of instant coffee in hand, Harold quietly looked at the man who was sitting on the edge of the bed with his back turned. He had told the other party all about what had happened, and had not hidden the fact that he had covered up the machine signal for the other party. After a long silence in the room, Rorschach slowly spoke. That is to say, after September 11th, in order to avoid a similar terror attack from happening again, the main government made an AI called Machine to listen in on the entire United States. To say it's listening in is actually somewhat underestimating the machine's capabilities. Harold shook his head slightly. He put down his coffee cup and explained seriously. The machine has an extremely wide range of eavesdropping, covering encrypted lines of telephone communications, emails, social media, financial transaction records, and transportation systems. Not only that, but it also pulls up all surveillance probes across the U.S. in real time, including civilian ATM cameras and in-vehicle cameras, for face recognition, motion recognition, and lip reading. But those aren't the machine's real strengths. What it's best at is being able to do big data backtracking and AI extrapolation through a person's spending history, travel trajectory, and social network over the past 2 decades, as a way of determining whether the other side will pose a threat to the stability of the country, so that it can be nipped in the bud before the other side can act. Of course, it has more incredible capabilities. After hearing him speak, Rorschach also understood. In that case, this machine was simply a top-notch defense facility at the level of Skynet, so it was no wonder that he had been quickly located after his release from prison. He then turned his head to Harold and asked in confusion, "What did you mean when you said you just helped me cover up the machine's search for me? Are you from the federal government?" "Me." Harold pursed his lips and shook his head. "You can consider me as a third party. The current me has a part of the machine's permission to use it, even though I don't have any relationship with the main government." Rorschach's eyes narrowed slightly as he sized up the middle-aged man named Harold Finch, and after a quick thought, he returned, "You're well-dressed, with a peculiar aura of a scientific researcher, as well as some sociopathic tendencies in your demeanor, and are obviously more accustomed to being alone. Plus you know, the machine, like the back of your hand. You're the maker of the machine, right?" Harold froze slightly, the palms of his hands on his lap squeezing involuntarily. In fact, before he came, he was ready to be honest with the other party, but he didn't expect Rorschach to see through his identity so quickly. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "Yes, I am one of the makers of the machine." "Interesting." Rorschach looked at him and laughed softly with intent. "With the virtue of the federal government, the machine didn't silence you after it was built?" "No." His gaze fell on Harold's immobile right leg. "Perhaps they tried to silence you, but you escaped, or perhaps with your low profile, you may have never been exposed to the government, and you have a puppet as a shield." "You guessed wrong. He's not a shield." Harold suddenly sounded heavy. "He's the most important friend I've ever had in my life." "Then what do you mean by looking for me now?" Rorschach continued to ask. "Is it hard to believe that you want to use the backdoor in the machine to help me blend into Capitol Hill?" "No." Harold's voice suddenly drew up, shaking his head repeatedly, his eyes looking at Rorschach with sincerity. "I'm here to persuade you to let go of your hatred. With my help, you can go incognito in the future and continue to live in this country without anyone interfering with you or put, ha 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 ha." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a joyful laugh. Rorschach pointed at him with a hilarious grin, and that gaze was like looking at a Chapter 114, May my mercy prevail over my wrath, requesting monthly votes. Ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed through the Spartan hotel room. Under Harold's puzzled gaze, the laughter was at first high-pitched and impassioned, and then became more and more maniacal. Until now, it was already permeated with a creepy flavor, especially when he saw Rorschach's eyes that revealed a strong coldness even though he was laughing. "Harold." Rorschach suddenly got up from the edge of the bed and stood naked in front of the guy. "Tell me." He looked at the other man coldly and asked in a deep voice, "Who do you think you are?" Harold frowned in confusion. I didn't understand what you meant." The next second, a large hand slammed down on his neck. Rorschach directly lifted Harold from his seat with one hand, gazed at the guy's terrified eyes behind the lenses, and lowly roared in a suppressed to the extreme. "You think you can persuade others to let go of their blood feuds with a light sentence just by putting on a look of compassion? What kind of saint do you think you are? And what kind of coward do you take me for?" Harold's face turned red, but stubbornly didn't beg for mercy, just squeezed a hoarse voice out of his throat. "Believe me, Rorschach, I've lost people in my life who are incredibly important, just like you, but killing with revenge doesn't solve anything at all. This is cold reality, not a cliched Hollywood revenge movie. Boo. Rorschach let go violently, and Harold fell heavily into place. I appreciate your help along the way, Harold, and I'm afraid that without your help in covering up the information, more innocent people would have lost their lives along the way. But that's about it. Rorschach slowly turned around and gazed out the window. Outside the motel late at night, the debauched laughter of truckers and ladies rose, but none of it had anything to do with him. From the moment he walked out of prison, the word revenge was the only thing on his mind. Rorschach. Harold's brow was furrowed, still bitter. I used to be just like you. After the death of my best friend, I frantically tried to avenge him. I tried to stop the Department of Justice from passing the machines wiretapping bill, and I spent a fortune hiring assassins from unheard-of organizations to assassinate that murderer, and the Attorney General at the time. But what's the result? So what if the murderer is dead? This short man was so emotional that his voice trembled a little. The wiretapping bill still passed without a hitch. I originally created the machine to protect the country, but now it has become a tool for them to eavesdrop on the entire United States. Even though the murderer is dead, those behind the scenes are still at large. This society works like a law of nature. Do you understand, Rorschach? You simply can't kill enough. You killed Pirali, and you think the Negro Grand President and Old Joe will let you off easy? That's a Speaker of the House, third in line to the presidency. Looking at the other party's excited appearance, Rorschach couldn't help but laugh out loud and shook his head helplessly. He absently played with the coffee cup on the table and said in a flat tone, "You're too cowardly, Harold. You're in possession of such a powerful weapon as the machine, yet you can only act like a thief, sneaking around and doing things you think are righteous when the Federation isn't looking. You and I, we're not even on the same page." Rorschach's tone was icy. "No one can stop me from killing her, and you know why? Because the entire Federation is rotten from the roots. The law has become a plaything for politicians, and justice a fairy tale for weaklings like you. Pirali must die, not because she deserves it." Bang! Rorschach violently crushed the mug in his hand, his voice low. "Rather, it's because only with her blood can those scums forever remember. Blood debt must be paid in blood." He craned his head to the silent Harold and pointed to the scars that marked his body still. "Look at those scars and think of the innocent children in those cellars and that kind couple in Gary Hill. You want me to let go of my hatred? Fine. Wait until I hang her intestines from the flagpole of the Capitol. Wait until I shove her eyeballs in the mailbox of every one of her co-conspirators." Rorschach grinned, a bloodthirsty grin. "When the time comes, I might consider your suggestion." He gently patted Harold's shoulder and said sincerely, "You're a good man, Harold, although I'm not sure why you want to help me, but I think you need my help in some difficult situation. If you're willing, I'll come to you after I come back from slaughtering Pirali." Harold gazed into the other man's determined eyes, and after an inward sigh, he asked quietly, "Do you think you'll ever be able to come back?" "Ha ha, who knows?" Rorschach smiled and shook his head. Harold looked at the other party's sprightly appearance and inwardly resisted the urge to tell him about Machine's assessment of the success rate of his vengeance operation. "There's a white Benetti triple-decker yacht at the Potomac Marina tomorrow night, and I'll be waiting for you there, if you make it back. Ha ha ha, then you'd better prepare me a seafood dinner paired with top-quality whiskey and cigars. And oh yeah, a generous portion of premium dog food." Early morning, outside the Capitol. A row of bulletproof Escalades parked firmly and imposingly at the gate. Pirali was dressed in a blue knit suit, with her curly blonde hair slicked back and radiant, under the tight escort of the entire 50 Secret Service agents. She walked into the building with her head held high and her strides fast. Ever since Rorschach disappeared without a trace from the mountainous region of Gary and the machine began to fail to collect any electronic messages about Rorschach, she had to take a large team of special agents with her almost every day when she went out in order to feel a shred of peace of mind. With the tactics of that Chicago redneck, it would be easy to figure out that she was behind all of this, so she had to keep her guard up to the highest level until the other person was caught for a day. Inside the building, Jack suddenly emerged from it in a hurry. He couldn't help but snort inwardly after seeing Pilari's cautious look, and then he planned to ignore the other party and cross straight over. But in the very next second, his cell phone suddenly rang. After picking up his cell phone and realizing it was an unfamiliar number, he frowned and answered the call. "Are those killers with numbers behind their earlobes your counterterrorism bureau?" As soon as he heard this familiar voice, Jack's heart instantly tightened, and after glancing at Pirali, he lowered his voice and returned, "Rorschach, these agents are not under my control. I know, it's the machine that's in control, right?" Rorschach's unhurried voice came out from the other end of the phone. Jack froze, a little unsure of how to respond. This kid even knew about the existence of the machine? "Jack, I have no ill will towards you. On the contrary, I am grateful for some of the help you have provided me in the past. So, your name is not on my revenge list. You're in Washington already?" Jack bit his lip and frowned as he advised, "Son, if you really appreciate me, then you should get the hell out of here. Go to Latin America. Go to the east, or go to your old boss in Africa. Hammer's all but the emperor of East Africa now, and won't treat you badly. I'll be there, but not now. Rorschach. Jack couldn't help but aggravate his tone. Do you have any idea how much what you're about to do will affect this country? Do you really want to be defined as the #1 criminal on the federal most wanted list, just for the sake of me being Ginny's father? Leave Washington first, okay? I'll come find you a few days later and we'll have a chat. Then you'd better start praying well now. What? Pray that my mercy will prevail over my wrath. Rorschach. By the way, remember to inform Pirali that I will be there at 8 o'clock tonight, on time, to collect her debt. Jack sniffed and glanced at Pirali, who was being surrounded by a large number of Secret Service agents, and said softly, I'm going to California on a mission soon, so I guess I won't have time to remind him. The next second, Rorschach's voice came out of the microphone. Don't bother, because she's with you right now. Jack jerked around, his pupils contracting suddenly. The streets were lined with traffic, pedestrians were in a hurry, and the glass of the high-rise buildings reflected the harsh sunlight. There was no sign of Rorschach, only the busy sound of the phone hanging up echoing in his ears. Chapter 115, you just start the group and your teammates are automatically matched. Requesting for monthly votes. Speaker, the president is. Get out of the way. White House, outside the Oval Office. Pirali pushed away the chief of staff who was in her way, always prone to moodiness. Her face was even more somber at this point, and a rare hint of panic could even be seen between her eyebrows. Pushing open the oak door, the Negro Grand President was discussing a paper with Party Whip Underwood. The sudden noise made the two men frown. Your Honor, Speaker, do you need me to remind you of the process of entering the Oval Office? Leaning against the back of the couch, Underwood twisted his head toward her and teased. Or do you think you've gotten so powerful that you can ignore the rules and just barge in? The Black Grand President looked at Pirali with an expressionless face, obviously very upset by her rude behavior. I don't have time for you right now, you INGT narcissist. Pirali didn't give Underwood the slightest bit of face, opening her mouth with a straight-faced retort. Of course, she didn't have to show her opponent any mercy. Since last year's change of government, himself and Old Joe teamed up to take away the original belongs to Underwood's Secretary of State position. Although the two sides belong to the same party of the real power of the top, but has long been the same as the fire, both holding back to try and bring the other down. Mostly, though, she was in an extremely angry mood right now, and Underwood, who was usually a pain in the ass to look at, looked more and more obtrusive in this moment. When Underwood heard this, his face, which was still wearing a smile, instantly darkened, but he didn't continue to dislike him back. Instead he stared at Pirali with a sneer on his lips, staring sorrowfully. He didn't bother to get smart with this woman. He wanted to see how much longer this arrogant would be able to bounce around in the speaker's position. The party elections a year from now are the opportunity. When, ahead, Pele, who walked briskly to the president's desk, told the most outrageous joke he'd heard this year. No, since he'd been in politics, I'd like to request access to the bunker, POC. What? Walter Falk, the great black president, who had been annoyed at Pirali's insolent behavior, stared in astonishment. A nuke hit from the east? What news did you receive? The black president immediately placed his hand on the black telephone on the desk. White, black, blue and green. The black telephone represents the military command line, used to connect directly to the Pentagon's military intelligence room. Nuclear handbag officers. Underwood also jerked up from the couch and gave Pirali a deadly stare. As the top leadership of this country, every official in the cabinet is willing to consider that ideologically opposed country in the East as a hypothetical enemy. They'd be happy to circle the wagons and the two families each play proxy war, but it would be a bit much for you to just lift the table. However, what Pirali said next almost didn't make Underwood laugh alive. It's Rorschach Butcher. Pirali cursed shrilly. That ING bastard has arrived in Washington. Jack got a call from him this morning, and you know what the bastard said? He said he's coming to see me at 8 o'clock tonight to collect his debt. Fark, that's only 3 hours away now. And, Jack, that bastard must be in cahoots with Rorschach. The call in the morning, and he's only telling me now. This ING-G.I. Joe is delaying on purpose. He wants to watch me die. After hearing her words, the black president was silent. His mind raced for a good 10 seconds before he finally digested Pirali's words. Looking at the cabinet's hefty iron lady in front of him, the black president pursed his lips and asked, "Let me reconfirm that there is now an escaped convict who has escaped to Washington and is seeking revenge on you. And you, as Speaker of the House, are going to apply for a White House bunker that can only be used if NORAD confirms an approaching nuclear warhead, a biochemical attack on D.C., or an armed ground invasion of the White House, in order to hide from him alone?" Exactly. Pirali nodded heavily. While I know it's hard to understand, for my safety, puff, ha ha ha. Before she could finish her sentence, a hoot of laughter rang out behind her. Applying for access to the White House bunker to hide from an escaped convict. Ha ha ha. Underwood laughed so hard he had tears in his eyes as he rushed to the black president and asked, "Belloc, Is this really not a Saturday Night Live neat trick? You can't tell me there's a Comedy Central camera hidden in here, haha. The black Grand President pursed his lips tightly, but it was still hard to hide the smile in his eyes. It wasn't because he had a low laugh track, it was purely because the fact that it was so damn bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Just now, he almost thought World War III was about to break out. As it turns out, all it took to make the speaker panic enough to hide in the White House bunker was a single escaped convict. This is not a common criminal. Parali took a deep breath. Others might not be aware of it, but she, who had led the framing, assassination, and siege of Rorschach from the beginning to the end and even deployed the warplanes, knew in her heart clearly how terrifying this man was. From the time he escaped from prison until now. Don't you guys see how dangerous he is? She gritted her teeth and explained to the two men in front of her. This guy's level of danger far exceeds that of any criminal on the federal wanted list. He even destroyed an F-15. Don't tell me that you guys are still underestimating him now. I see that you are overwhelmed by fear. Underwood sneered disdainfully. Even if he's a god of killing, it's impossible for him to kill a high-ranking cabinet member in the D.C. area. When you go out these days, you're followed by dozens of special agents. Do you think they're just for show? The black Grand President followed suit and shook his head, helplessly saying, I'm well aware of Rorschach's level of danger, but moving the bunker just for him is too much. Not only will I not agree to your application, the Vice President will even less. Just forget about it. Then I need to go on the doomsday plane. Reluctantly, Parali continued to make demands. No way. This time, the black president's expression was even more disgruntled. That's the White House in the sky that can only be activated in case of nuclear war and national emergency, and every takeoff has to be approved by a military commission. So do you think you can apply for it with that ridiculous reason of yours? On the side, Underwood mocked. At the first sign of danger, your first thought as speaker is either the White House bunker or a protected place like the doomsday plane, which only the president has authorization to enter. You don't seem to have put yourself in the right position. He's right, pointing to Parali, who was about to lash out at Underwood. The Grand President suggested, if you're really worried about Rorschach, you can absolutely use the underground bunker on Capitol Hill, which is not only resistant to a nuclear strike, but is also equipped with an independent communications system. You, as speaker, can order it activated at any time. You think I haven't thought about it? But there's only one entrance and exit to that place, and it's been a whole day since Rorschach called Jack, and 9 times out of 10 the guy is waiting for me near the bunker with a gun, Parali said in a no-nonsense manner. The Grand President and Underwood couldn't help but look at each other as they listened. They were now even more certain that the Madam Speaker was truly stunned by fear. If you suspect that the other side has an ambush, wouldn't you just send the Capitol Police and Secret Service to scout ahead? It's amazing that such a simple solution doesn't even cross Parali's mind these days. In that case, why don't you just find an FBI or Secret Service safe house? Fighting back his impatience, the president suggested, if you're still not sure, go to Jack and ask him to give you the address of a CTU safe house. And with the level of secrecy that CTU has, you should always feel at ease, shouldn't you? Reassured? I now seriously doubt that Jack and Rorschach are in cahoots. Parali was furious. A phone call in the morning, only to alert me in the evening. He's being deliberately vindictive. The Grand President and Underwood shook their heads darkly, neither of them heeding her words. If Jack was really in cahoots with Rorschach, I'm afraid Pele would have been taken out by a cruise locator missile on his way to the White House. At this point, seeing that all his proposals were rejected by the great president, Parali, although indignant, could really do nothing. Now that I've calmed down and thought about it, the safety measures I just mentioned are indeed a bit outrageous. Then I need the close protection of the Federal Protective Service, FPS, and the FBI Hostage Rescue Team, HRT. No problem. These can be mobilized with your authority. There's no need to apply to me. Also, have the 3rd Infantry Division and the 902nd Military Police Battalion at Fort Belvoir staging 2 blocks away, calling in Avenger air defenses at any time to block the airspace. The great president took a deep breath and finally waved his hand impatiently. Stop talking about these requests that I can't possibly agree to. Rorschach is no more than a man. He's not Al-Qaeda, not TL class. It seems our honorable speaker has been scared out of his wits. Underwood sneered. Parali closed his eyes slightly, and without another word, took a direct step and turned to leave the Oval Office. As pushed the door open again, she listened to the harsh laughter behind her and suddenly stumbled to her feet, speaking slowly without looking back. You'd better pray that I can take care of this mess tonight, or else sooner or later, he'll have his gun trained on you. Bang! The thick oak door closed heavily. The night was getting dark. Back at home, Underwood was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, smoking a cigarette alone. He hardly ever smoked on a regular basis, and only borrowed tobacco alone in his home to calm down when he had violent mood swings. It wasn't long before there was another woman at the window, a woman who also smoked cigarettes and had short, sharp blonde hair. She's the wife of Mr. Whip, also a business partner. Still having trouble with the military spending cut bill? Claire asked softly. No, the president has decided that he wants to cut back on military spending next year, and as soon as Congress passes it, the entire military will be the enemy of this president of ours by then. The corners of Underwood's mouth turned up and he said coldly, "This is my first big gift to the president to punish him for reneging on his promise and taking the Secretary of State position that should have been mine. So what are you still struggling with?" Claire raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. After a few seconds of silence, Underwood laughed softly. "I'm thinking about a second generous gift, such as the body of our great Speaker of the House, His Excellency." Chapter 116. Listen up. The people you're going to face this time aren't just ordinary people who step on horses, requesting monthly votes. Night. The sky was drizzling. The streets of the North End, on an overpass, a man clad in a tattered overcoat and a black duck-tongued hat, with a heavy backpack over his shoulder, marched steadily through the rain. At this time when the evening rush hour, the center of the road traffic, a car back and forth. At that moment, a car suddenly pulled over. A little boy bounced out of the car and hurried to the bridge with little steps, the helpless urging of his parents in the car behind him. When he had leaned against the bridge wall, the boy unzipped his zipper and the new pump burst into a high-arching silver arc. Just as the boy was twisting and playing with the silver thread, there was suddenly a crisp click that reached his ears through the rain. The boy craned his head to look, and his mouth fell open uncontrollably. All that could be seen was a man shaped like a hobo holding up a stubby muzzleloader from his arms, and without looking at it, firing two black objects into the streetlights lining the road below. When that was done, Rorschach slowly turned his head, put up a finger to his mouth, and smiled at the peeing little boy. Shoo! Messy emanations, stray stubble, and that icy smile. The boy cried out of fear straight away halfway through the pee and fled back to the car, drawing a tirade of abuse from his family. When the car drove away, Rorschach smiled, slung his gun bag, and once again searched for a target location. At this time, a dozen kilometers away from here on the road, a convoy of 6 Cadillac Beasts is speeding through the rain. 2 tactical SUVs escort the front and back, with the speaker's car in the center. What's the situation on the decoy side? All 3 temptation convoys, none of which are in any condition at the moment. Where's the Federal Protective Service? It's on its way to the safe house, probably about 10 minutes away from arriving. Has the hostage rescue team arrived yet? It's in the rear, and they're getting there fast. Very well, all of you put your guard up to the max as well, and when we get to the safe house, with my authority immediately mobilize the Capitol Police to blockade the 3 streets in the vicinity, and be sure to dig up that damned criminal for me. The special agent in the front seat, who was reporting information, sniffed and eventually asked, "Blocking off the street requires prior contact with the city proper. Where's the time to go through all those processes now?" Pirali interrupted impatiently. "This is an emergency. I must see Rorschach Butcher's body stuffed into a shroud before dawn tonight." Understood. Without further ado, the special agent looked around intently, trying to rule out any contingencies. Behind them, on the other hand, Pirali always felt a little distracted. She gripped the armrests tightly and looked impatiently at her watch. She now suddenly regretted not taking the helicopter directly to the safe house. However, I'm afraid that even if you get into a helicopter, you'll be worried about encountering handheld anti-aircraft weapons on the ground. It's just one lucky ghetto bastard. Pirali shook his head, trying to calm down. She'd seen too much blood and gore in her long political career, but scenes like today's, being announced in advance by an escaped convict coming to kill himself, that's a first. At that moment, the front pager suddenly rang. What happened? Pirali asked in a rush. The Secret Service frowned slightly. There's been a crash 5 kilometers ahead and the road is being diverted. Ha! A car accident? I think it's a deliberate attempt to lure us into his trap. This kid is afraid he doesn't think we're cuties. Up? Pirali sneered and said in a deep voice. Keep driving forward and don't change course. The Secret Service nodded and gave the speaker's instructions over the pager. In fact, not only Pirali, but even he himself, as the task force leader of this escort operation, felt that the route should not be changed. First of all, they had sent a total of 3 seduction caravans this time, and it was impossible for the other side to lock down the true route in advance in such a quick time. Secondly, they were traveling in high-standard bulletproof vehicles that were second only to the president's car, and even if they were recognized, he was confident that the other side would not have a quick means of attack that would be able to stop them. The convoy continued traveling. On the road ahead, the traffic was but diminishing. Because of the crash, most of the cars were diverted from the overpass ahead. At this moment, looking through the car window, in the drizzling rain, they were almost the only ones in the row of convoys speeding along the road. Pirali's mind grew more and more agitated. She raised her hand again and glanced at her watch, the second hand now crossing the 0 hour, and the time advancing stoutly forward by 1 frame. It's 8 o'clock. Bang dash. A violent burst of fire suddenly exploded from outside the car. The two streetlights, like branches broken off by a giant, exploded in two from the center, the upper half drooping, but the steel bars are still attached to the roots. The task force leader's eyes swept over it quickly, and when he got a good look at the break, he understood instantly. Aluminum thermite plus microblasters. The target has appeared. He shouted toward his pager. Be careful and ready, and be alert all around. However, even though he had the first warning and the car in front of him slammed on the brakes, the front wheel still pressed up against the fallen light pole because of the huge inertia of the bulletproof car. The brakes in the light poles looked like hooks and claws, stabbing into the gaps in the armor underneath the car and being dragged forward as the wheels rolled. The top half of the streetlight rubbed frantically against the asphalt, bursting into a trail of blinding sparks in the rainy night. Encountered this unexpected situation. The first car can only be forced to brake sharply. The rear of the second car could not react. Bang, a rear-end collision. Fark, tail car to front car. Get on the overpass and change lanes. Seeing this, the task force leader no longer hesitated and shouted towards the rear vehicle. His job was to get the speaker to the safe house safely, and as far as tangling with targets on the way, that's for the Capitol Police to do. However, Parali balked at the directive. No way, not on the bridge. As she snatched up the pager, she yelled down in some alarm, "Listen up, you're not dealing with common criminals this time. This Rorschach butcher has created multiple terrorist attacks in the past week. The death toll is countless. No bridges, absolutely no bridges. This asshole definitely rigged the bridge with high-yield explosives. As soon as we get on the bridge, we'll all be buried alive by the broken bridge." The special agent couldn't help but urge, "Speaker, the amount of explosives needed to blow up the broken bridge is huge, and the target can't get them and load them up in one day without a sound. No way. This asshole can even handle an F-15. How do you know he can't get that much explosives?" At the moment, in Parali's mind, Rorschach's image was nearly demonized, and she would never allow herself to be drawn into a possible crisis. The special agent gritted his teeth helplessly, ignored the lead vehicle at the front, which was being dragged by the light pole, and instructed the rest of the vehicles to continue on their way. Suddenly, bang! A gunshot rang out suddenly. Ahead, on the crown arch of the overpass, a figure was lying on its back, setting up a sniper rifle, firing round after round in succession towards the target. Not the tires. The blowout-proof tires can be driven as usual even if they blow out. Nor is it glass. Multiple layers of thickened bulletproof glass are difficult to penetrate quickly even with armor-piercing bullets. The only thing Rorschach had in his sights were the engine cooling covers of these bulletproof cars. Bang bang bang! 338 Lapu Magnum armor-piercing rounds were fired at the same target one after another. His purpose was to punch through the front cover with the goal of overheating the engine and stopping it. Damn it! How the hell did this asshole find our line of travel? The special agent cursed, glanced at Parali in the back seat, who was already hunched over behind her seat, and instructed the driver to ignore the bullets and make a quick dash straight across the overpass ahead. At this point, the three bulletproof cars in front of them were almost completely incapacitated and were coming to a crooked stop in the middle of the road. The special agents in the car looked more nervous than one another, but none of them dared to get out of the car because of the presence of the sniper. The car skimmed over the light pole, which had been dragged a dozen meters, and drove quickly ahead. Just then, the sniper rifle on top suddenly stopped after missing the hood of the defense-driven bulletproof car several times in a row. By now the rain was picking up and it was difficult to observe movement on the bridge through the windshield. Seeing this, the special agent opened the window of the car slightly by a hair and listened intently. Immediately after that, a violent friction hissing sound suddenly reached his ears. At the top of the bridge's crown arch, Rorschach leapt downward. Behind him a high-strength Kevlar wire rope, prearranged and pinned to the concrete with hydraulic anchors, was hissing madly in the speeder. By using inertia, Rorschach's legs curled up, and his whole body was flung towards the center of the convoy like a pendulum. The sunroof of a bulletproof car zoomed sharply into view. When he was 2 meters away from the roof, Rorschach suddenly let go of the speeder and twisted his stance hard with his waist and belly strength. Boo! He slammed both knees hard into the hood of Parali's car, and the bulletproof steel plate groaned with the weight of the unbearable burden. By the time the Secret Service realized what was going on, it was too late. The wire rope still swung behind Rorschach, like a noose suspending in execution. The corners of his mouth grinned slowly as he gazed at Parali, who was hunched over in the back seat. As for how they found each other, the tires of the decoy convoy showed light wear, the undercarriages showed no signs of reinforcement of the mine-resistant suspension system, and the batches of ballistic coatings varied slightly. Not only that, with the Trace Analysis Master's blessing, Rorschach was even able to identify more than 3 subtle breaks that didn't match Parali himself from those doubles that only showed half of their bodies under the umbrella cover. Fark, when Parali saw Rorschach, the angry hatred within him could no longer be suppressed. She pounded the seat in hysterical rage. Run him over. Run him into the ground. The bulletproof car accelerated forward violently, but Rorschach's clenched palm on the rearview mirror didn't budge. No, not only was he not thrown off, but he used the force to do a cartwheel and deftly leap to the side of the body. Under Parali's horrified gaze, Rorschach pulled open his tactical satchel, took out the pre-prepared aluminum thermite and magnesium strip fuses, and taped them to the bottom of the car, the windows, and the roof, respectively. With a skilled hand, aluminum thermal reaction can produce a high temperature of 2,500 degrees Celsius. When the U.S. Army dismantled abandoned tanks on the battlefield, it used aluminum thermite. 30 seconds. It only takes 30 seconds for the heat to burn through a 10-centimeter thick steel plate. Bulletproof glass is impact resistant, but sustained localized heating above 800 degrees Celsius can cause delamination and bursting. Soon the beast will be a leaky metal coffin. The molten iron pulled a long line on the ground, making a snorting sound of burning. Rorschach stared dead-on through the bulletproof glass that was vibrating violently in the heat, at Parali, who was pressed against the opposite side of the car door. Begin your penance and pray that your penance will reach heaven faster than my wrath. Otherwise, Rorschach's fist slammed hard against the glass, gritting his teeth and growling low. When the cops pick your carbonized head out of the ashes, they'll have to use a microscope to tell which piece is the burnt skull and which is your rotting conscience. In the light of the bursting fire, his face was as hideous as a demon of judgment. Parali broke down and screamed, her trembling hand fumbling for a customized pistol from her briefcase and aiming it at Rorschach outside the window, about to pull the trigger. But in the nick of time, she gritted her teeth and resisted the urge. At this point, the bullet not only fails to penetrate the glass, but only bounces into the car. Bang! A sudden gunshot. Rorschach jerked his head as a bullet grazed his ear. The special agents in the 3 rear escort cars had all poked out their windows, and a dense network of firepower instantly enveloped them. And at that moment, the 2 Parali seats he was grabbing had slowed to a crawl. Apparently having developed internal problems in the heat and unable to continue, Rorschach decisively let go and rolled to the ground. While nimbly dodging in the rain of bullets, his right hand had already probed into the gun bag at his waist. In the next second, he was holding a rifle, shooting with precision at point-blank range in succession, his gun exploding his head, instantly killing the special agent in the nearest car. He stopped ducking, straightened up, single-handedly hand-pressing, pull the trigger. The bullets fired by the Secret Service hit him and couldn't even make him take a step back before they were firmly held against his body armor. And those bullets shot at his head had been dodged in midair by his quick sideways head. He took it in stride, leaping up in a single step, and after stepping on the hood of the car in front of him, he aimed his gun dead center at the Secret Service agent below, who had only his head peeking out of the car. Bang! 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 With the addition of highly skilled gunfighting techniques, it was as if each round was supposed to grow on these guys' heads, shot from the muzzle, pinpointed and penetrated. Soon there was only one of these special agents left. As he attempted to retract his head back into the car, the cold muzzle of the gun was already pressed against the side of his head. No, don't. The special agent raised his hands shakily, a sob in his voice. I still have my children. I still have my wife. My parents are still. Coincidence. Rorschach pulled the trigger. Me too. Boo. Skull fragments mixed with brain matter exploded violently against the car window. Rorschach returned the empty magazines without expression and walked nonchalantly towards Parali's car in front of him, which had stopped motionless in its place. Suddenly, the sound of a violently urgent engine came violently from the rear. It was accompanied by the sound of densely packed blast tires rubbing the ground. Rorschach craned his head to see that 5 Ford Explorers with all black paint jobs for the FBI were coming this way with great vigor. Chapter 117 Paratroopers, born to be surrounded, requesting for monthly tickets, getting closer and closer. Not only were these speeding vehicles spray-painted with eye-catching FBI logos, but through the windshield, Rorschach could vaguely see the emblems of the Black Emperor's golden eagle and lightning on the chests of the uniforms of the people inside. FBI Critical Incident Response Team, Hostage Rescue Team, HRT. Before the creation of the Counterterrorism Bureau, this team was the most elite counterterrorism and hostage rescue force on U.S. soil. Elite tactical unit at the national level with operational files forever sealed in black volumes. Ha! Rorschach sneered. Discouraged? Pity? These emotions are not his concern. Being able to lock onto Parali's convoy ahead of time and complete the interception before the other party escaped into a safe house has honestly carried a bit of luck with it. There's nothing he won't be satisfied with. It's just a matter of buying a few more minutes. The afterglow swept over Parali's car behind him, the occupants of which had apparently noticed the approaching HRT convoy as well. The people inside had their eyes fixed on Rorschach, and were already a bit dumbfounded. But what Rorschach cared about wasn't this elite squad at all. If he expected correctly, it might not take long for the Capitol Police to arrive. That armed force, which is directly under the orders of the cabinet, will never be mobilized on a scale of less than 200. In this open area, as long as one was surrounded, one would absolutely only end up being shot indiscriminately. Zira, with a violent scuffling sound, several interceptors simultaneously swung to a stop. The entire 18 HRT members, all armed, even wore quadruple vision night vision devices that provided a 120-degree all-around field of view. They were in perfect formation, spreading out noiselessly, using the bulletproof car still dripping blood outward from the highway as cover, their guns locking down every inch of Rorschach's retreat. The captain at the forefront, holding a bulletproof shield, first swept his eyes over the distant Pirelli's car whose roof was appearing to burst into flames. He immediately picked up his megaphone and pointed it at Rorschach, who was sidling up behind a bulletproof car in front of him, and threatened in a cold voice, "Target confirmed, one and only warning, drop your weapon." Instead, he was answered by the roar of the $416 Hong Kong semi-automatic rifle. Boom 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 boom. Rorschach only extended a hand outward, but the muzzle bullets all blasted into the opponent's bulletproof shield with unerring precision. "Fark!" The captain clenched his hands against his shield and roared towards the intercom. "Negotiations have failed. Commence assault." In a flash, at the moment this order was given, the entire highway was completely transformed into a shooting gallery. A volley of bullets bombarded Rorschach's position like a torrential downpour, but he didn't stay nestled behind cover as he quickly judged the position of the approaching shots through the sound of gunfire. In the next second, he quickly rolled hard from the side, muzzle growl. 3 point-blank shots accurately toppled a sniper who was just probing. At this moment, both the high-intensity arithmetic power brought by the Trace Analysis Master and Infiltration Master, and the neural reaction and vision capture granted by the Yi gunfighting technique and Extreme Fighting Technique, were all catalyzed by Rorschach to the extreme. He could see the trajectory of the bullet. HRT's crossfire network was flawless, but Rorschach was faster. A 5.56 bullet grazed his neck, but Rorschach didn't even duck, letting the blood flow. He weaved back and forth between the two bulletproof vehicles, then whirled around and threw out an M76 grenade, which had been calculated to explode directly in the air, the shockwave toppling the two nearest members of the hostage rescue team. Detour left. Suppress him. The captain's sharp order came from the tactical channel of the crowd. However, without looking back, Rorschach quickly drew the Glock 34 at his waist and shot the raider attempting to come from the side. "Walt, Fark?" The tactical channel was filled with exclamations of shock from the hostage rescue team. They had never seen such an opponent before, and it was only a photo fight, but they had already lost 4 members, and the moment Rorschach drew his gun, 3 members of the team had already assaulted at the same time, and Rorschach's rifle bullets were already empty. He didn't change the bullets and didn't continue to respond with his pistol, but directly drew out the 2 straight jumping knives at his waist. The blade popped out with a cold flash of light. The foremost member of the team still holding the gun didn't even get a good look at anything before a linear column of blood was already jetting outward from his throat. The bullet from the second team member's MP5 sweep grazed Rorschach's ribs, and in the next second, the blade swung back and plunged right into his carotid artery. Immediately after that, Rorschach violently leaned back, and the other blade was instantly thrown out by him, the blade directly penetrating the forehead of the rear raider. The rest of the HRT players were already red-eyed. They had never seen such a monster before, able to anticipate ballistics, able to weave through a hail of gunfire as quickly. It was clear that this asshole's body armor was riddled with bullet holes, but the other guy hadn't even taken a step back from stepping on the horse. Bang, bang, bang. Rorschach didn't have the time to pay attention to the shock of this group of so-called elites. He single-handedly set up the team member on his side with a knife still sticking out of his neck and set him up in front of him, while maneuvering the other side's submachine gun. The bullets were constantly being declared on the enemy hiding behind the bunker in front of him. He was declaiming all his bullets as fast as he could, and his pace was quickening. Rorschach knew very well that the only way to quickly get rid of the gang with his own abilities was to get into a close-quarters tussle. At this moment, after this hostage rescue squad saw Rorschach getting closer and closer, the leader's captain was already furious to the extreme. He violently got up and set up his bulletproof shield with one hand, while holding his M416 in his other hand and sweeping it fully automatically. Behind him the rest of the team members are also the same kill red-eye, have no regard for their own safety and security of the same towards Rorschach venting bullets. The bullet penetrated Kevlar, splattering a mist of blood. This body armor would have hated to rot in the factory if it knew it was going to take so many shots after coming off the assembly line. Although he was already dodging in a hurry, Rorschach was still inevitably hit by 4 or 5 shots one after another. The side of his waist, his thighs, his arms, and even his belly were all bubbling with uncontrollable blood. But at this point, Rorschach had no time to care about any of this. He pushed through the pain and quickly removed the Remington from his gun bag. Kata dash. Crisp cocking sound followed. Boom! A single round penetrated the captain's bulletproof insert, blasting him several meters away. Under the rain curtain, inside the bulletproof car in the distance, the fierce firefight in the rear was reflected in Parali's wide eyes. The hiss of submachine guns and the roar of shotguns rose and fell in the rainy night. Her hand was already pulling on the door. The temperature inside the car was climbing dramatically, the heat of the burning aluminum thermite making her sweat like a pig. She had to get out of the car before it completely burst into flames, or the only thing that awaited her was being burned to a dry corpse. However, when the gunfire stopped, Parali's hand froze. The highway was strewn with bodies and burning vehicles reddened the night sky. The fine rain mingled with the blood and snaked into scarlet streams on the pavement, where the rescue team was originally standing. There was only a black and red figure standing in a pool of blood. He bent down and picked up an HRT badge, looked at it, and casually tossed it into the fire. Hostage rescue team? Pity. You can't save yourselves. Rorschach snorted, then looked up at the bulletproof car in front of him. An icy gaze pierced coldly through the dense curtain of rain to Parali behind the glass. Despite not being able to hear the voice, Pelari clearly read the other's lips. Her heart sank completely. Your turn. Chapter 118. I'm not here to negotiate, not to seek justice. 500 monthly votes plus more. Move. Cover the speaker. The temperature inside the car had climbed to suffocating levels, the heat of the burning aluminum thermite causing the metal frame to groan with an unbearable weight. The two Secret Service agents kicked in the car door violently, then pulled open the backseat door and yanked Parali about to flee the dead zone. Now, even 1 second later. No, maybe half a second. The doors would then lock completely due to the heat distortion, baking them alive into charred corpses. Speaker, the task force leader roughly shoved Parali, who was frozen in place. We must evacuate immediately. However, at that moment, the only thing in Parali's gaze was the figure in the distance that was stumbling in a pool of blood. Rorschach. The dark coat was soaked with blood, the dark red leather jacket inside was dyed more and more bewitching, and the beads of blood that kept dripping from the cuffs dragged a piercing track on the scorched black road surface. But the damn monster still hadn't fallen. Fark. The string Parali had been tightening snapped. The woman who had graduated from a prestigious school and had risen through the ranks and eventually made it to the cabinet on the back of her husband's political resources had a complete meltdown. She raised her pistol and hysterically pulled the trigger frantically toward the figure. Yet after years of being pampered, she couldn't even see her alignment in her collapsed state. Bullets spattered futilely on the asphalt around Rorschach, doing nothing to slow his approach. The special agent on the side also drew his gun and aimed at Rorschach when he saw this, but the next scene completely solidified his thoughts of escaping. Bang! The bullet that was shot at Rorschach's face was actually split down in the air by the body of a shotgun. Shatter! Without saying a word, the Secret Service saw this and roughly yanked up Parali. He didn't care how much the crazy woman was still struggling to shoot backward, shouldered her and ran wildly into the distance. The other special agent beside him was crouched behind the front of the car, covering the duo's absconding with bullets. But each shot was just like the previous one, and despite the accuracy of the shot to Rorschach's torso, the other party always had various means to be able to dodge it. He now suddenly regretted why he hadn't brought a machine gun with him when he left the house. Bang! Rorschach is tired of this game of catching up with you. He raised his hand casually, and the bullet pierced through the brow of the covering special agent with precision. A second round whistled out. The special agent who was carrying Pelari wildly suddenly exploded in blood at the knees and stumbled, throwing the woman on his back out of the way. Parali tumbled several times under the inertia and eventually fell heavily to the ground. Speaker, you've got to hurry. A third round lifted his canopy, choking the loyal special agent's last words completely out of his throat. At this point, Parali had long since lost his former majesty. Her meticulously short hair clung in disarray to her wrinkled cheeks, and her flame-scorched skin was even more hideous. The cold rain washed over her wretched face. Where was any semblance of the Iron Lady's majesty left? Living, breathing, dying old hag. You. Parali's lips quivered as he finally gave up the idea of resistance altogether. She held back her fear and squeezed the threat through her teeth. Do you know what it means to kill me? Do you until what consequences you will face? You will be wanted worldwide. All of America. NATO. Interpol. Your name will be at the top of all the most wanted lists. The entire civilized world will banish you. You won't survive. Never. After saying that, she squeezed out a sickening smile on her twisted face. Now there's still a chance to negotiate. I can pretend I never saw you. You leave now. Now. Bang! The The cold sound of a gun interrupted her nonsense. Parali's wrist instantly had a bloody hole in it, blood quickly staining her signature blue knit shirt. Listening to this old hag's mournful screams, Rorschach suddenly felt that those prepared words of judgment were meaningless. For such bloodthirsty villains, perhaps there is only destruction. Tell you a secret. He looked down at Palari with an expressionless face, beads of blood dripping from the ends of his hair hitting the woman's horrified face one after the other. I'm not here to negotiate. Not here for justice either. Clank. The dagger's blade popped out. Rorschach indifferently gazed at the old demonist's desperate eyes and said word for word, I'm here to perform an anatomy lesson. For this country. Ah! Sharp screams instantly echoed throughout the highway. Blood continued to splatter across Rorschach's cold, hard face, and with each wail, the dagger in his hand grew another point faster. It didn't take long for a fresh masterpiece to be born in front of him. Phew! Rorschach shakily fumbled for a cigarette and lit it. The loss of blood had caused his vision to begin to blur, and just standing had become incredibly difficult. Slowly exhaling smoke, Rorschach limped and moved toward the vehicle driven by the hostage rescue squad. Halfway there, he suddenly looked up into the distance with some confusion. Why haven't the Capitol Police shown up yet? 5 minutes ago, Capitol Hill. A dozen teams of heavily armed Capitol Police officers were keeping their heads down, taking a reprimand from a city councilman. Not only is there no directive from the bicameral security officers or the police commission, and without even a threat classification or response level, you have the audacity to go all out? But it was the speaker's orders, and she said she was being terrorized. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This is Washington, not Somalia. How can Ms. Parali be attacked by terrorists when she is under 24-hour close protection by the Secret Service? The FBS is out in force. Is this even a lie? FBS is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Homeland Security, and they naturally have the right to respond or not. But what about you guys? What happened to the D.C. emergency response protocols? How dare you mobilize 200 armed forces without checking with the city? Who knows if you're trying to fight terrorism or a coup? These words instantly changed the face of the originally indignant sergeant. He tried to argue, but was dumbfounded. It's true that they acted out of order, but the point is that it was an order from the speaker, and the Speaker of the House has full authority to move them. But what the city councilor in front of them said was indeed all on point, and even though they were resentful, they could only grit their teeth and listen to the other party's reprimand. Humph, it's really lawless, you guys. The alderman was about to continue his reprimand when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. After answering the phone, his face bristled with misery and he hung up violently, yelling at the police force, "Rush to the Georgia Avenue overpass immediately. The speaker has been caught in an airstrike there. The HRT hostage rescue team is all but wiped out. Get thee out there." Hundreds of Capitol Police officers who were supposed to have left long ago looked at each other as if they hadn't reacted for a moment from the speed with which the other side had changed its face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you deaf? The city councilman's veins flared. 1 second later and I'll skin you all. Go arrest that terrorist named Rorschach immediately. The police officers then woke up as if in a dream and rushed to the police car in a chaotic manner. A number of people passed the alderman with unclean curses on their lips. Looking at the distant convoy, the anger on his face gradually faded, replaced by an icy calm. Our Mr. Washington City Councilman quickly pulled out his cell phone and sent out a missive. In the meantime, inside one of the serialized villas in the North District, Frank Underwood, who was flirting with his wife, had his attention drawn to a cell phone screen that suddenly lit up on his nightstand. He grabbed his cell phone and just glanced at it, a sickly flush rising to his face. Ha ha ha. The parliamentary whip looked down at his wife and a grin of unprecedented excitement spread across the corners of his mouth. Claire, what do you think of the title, Speaker Underwood? Claire felt the soft collapse in her hand suddenly erect and returned an equally frenzied smile. That title is practically tailor-made for you, my Lord Speaker. Ha ha ha. West End, Potomac Riverfront Marina. Harold was waiting anxiously on the deck of a yacht. In the past time, machine kept transmitting messages to him through his cell phone, but there was no relevant news about Rorschach's location, and the guy had dodged countless surveillance cameras along the way. At this point even he didn't know where the other side was exactly, life or death. Just then, the roar of an engine suddenly sounded in the distance. He jerked his eyes up in anticipation as FBI? The smile on Harold's face suddenly stalled, but the black SUV with the FBI logo right behind it actually leapt off the edge of the 3-meter high pier. Rumble dash. The first deck of the yacht was torn apart on impact, with the bar, sofas, and surveillance equipment all reduced to pieces, and it didn't finally come to a stop until the front of the car was embedded deep in the cabin. Harold couldn't care less about these small losses and stumbled down the spiral staircase. By the time he had just descended the stairs, a pungent odor of blood had rushed into his nostrils. Puff! The warped door slowly opened and a bloody man planted himself out of the driver's seat. Harold instinctively took 2 steps back, but he immediately recognized the plastic string on his wrist that had Daddy engraved on it. Rolosha? He shuddered as he stepped forward and finally finally got a full view of the bloody man. The body armor had been torn open by bullets in 5 or 6 hideous lacerations, and blood was gurgling from every one of them. A half-broken dagger was embedded in his left shoulder. The deadliest part was the abdomen. The intestines were slowly sliding out of the breach in the Kevlar fiber. Har Harold. Rorschach's bloodstained fingers clasped his wrist in a death grip. I'm here. I'm here. Don't worry. I'll cure you. I've prepared the surgeons in advance. They, my dog. With the last of his strength, Rorschach squeezed this hiss from his throat. Remember, pick up my dog. After the words, his head lolled and he fell directly to the ground. Harrow couldn't help but stare as if he hadn't heard the other party. Dogs, heavy rainfall. The highway that had experienced a bloodbath was now surrounded by densely packed police cars, and the cordon was stretched for thousands of meters. When old Joe, already in his 70s, arrived, a body had been stuffed into a body bag and was being carried out. His heart grew heavy as he remembered the message on the phone. Secretary of State. Upon seeing him, the faces of the belatedly arriving Capitol Police around them instantly became tense. The sergeant in the lead panicked and blocked the way. Sir, I think it would be best if you would recuse yourself for now. I will. The exact situation on the scene. Get out of the way. Old Joe took a deep breath and pushed the sergeant in his way. When he entered the scene, the original sad expression suddenly froze on his face. Ahead, Parali's body was suspended by wires under an overpass, the flesh of his arms and back cut with precision, fluttering like a broken feather in the torrential rain. Paschal Angel, the most profane trial ceremony in Western religion. Old Joe's teeth clenched, his eyes red as blood. Who does that Chicago scumbag think he is? Notify all federal law enforcement immediately. He turned to the secretary and growled, his voice overpowering the thunder. List Rorschach Butcher as the most wanted man. All information shared system-wide. Notify NATO. Activate Allied manhunt protocols. Notify the Department of Justice and authorize a transnational special operation. Understood. Chapter 119. He's not a villain. He just has a broken heart. Requesting monthly votes. Location, Washington, D.C., Washington. Time, October 21, 2010, 8:09 p.m. October 21, 2010, 20:09 Eastern Standard Time. The moment Parali's body was found, the entire Washington, D.C. area went straight to a state of emergency. It was a sleepless night for all law enforcement agencies in the city. The city is under martial law. A directive is being issued from the White House. In addition to the garrison, all the armed forces that the president can directly mobilize have been deployed. Department of Homeland Security, DHS, Counterterrorism Unit, CTU, Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, Secret Service, USSS, Customs and Border Protection, CBP, D.C., National Guard, DCNG, Marine Corps Embassy Guard Regiment, MSGR, Capitol Police, USCP, City Police, State Police, County Police. Even the NSA's electronic warfare team had been deployed, and all civilian communication signals were forcibly cut off for 5 kilometers in the vicinity of Capitol Hill. The machine, controlled by the Counterterrorism Bureau, is scanning the state for any information related to Rorschach. Tactical submachine guns, blast shields, and breaker hammers. A cold-faced law enforcement officer flooded the streets. Overhead, multiple Black Hawk helicopters were traveling low to search the area. That's what the citizens of Washington are witnessing tonight. And all this just to catch a wanted man. According to an internal briefing, this individual assassinated Speaker of the House Pele, who is third in line to succeed the president, in public on Georgia Avenue. Of course, most members of the public simply do not believe such news. In ordinary people's perception, those dignitaries are always surrounded by a wall of Secret Service men when they travel. So how can they be easily gotten at? Until all the mainstream TV stations are simultaneously plugging the emergency news. NPR, Public Radio, ABC, American Broadcasting Company, CBS, NBC, National Broadcasting Company. Every news story repeats the same fact. Speaker Pelletier, known as the Iron Lady of Capitol Hill, who had been in politics for more than 30 years, was indeed killed in the motorcade attack. The authorities are careful to use the word assassination, but anyone who has seen the scene knows how absurd it is. 27 Secret Service elites, plus HRT hostage rescue teams, elite tactical units, all turned into morgue numbers. The bullet holes were concentrated in the brow and heart, and the close combat wound cut the carotid artery with precision. It wasn't even an assassination. It was a one-sided execution-style massacre. In order to save the face of the government, the authorities revised the cause of death of the speaker from a painful death due to loss of blood to an on-the-spot cardiac arrest. But Rorschach's file was made public without reservation. Until this moment, they didn't realize that the criminal who assassinated the congressman was the same Chicago police officer who had saved multiple children at Pop's estate at the time. Not only did the other guy escape from that blasted prison after he was convicted and sent to jail, but he made it all the way to Washington and actually slaughtered the Speaker of the House. In a small cottage in Chicago, the director, who had just finished his shower, took out a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and opened it, and just took a sip when he heard the news broadcast on the TV and suddenly sprayed it all over the place. The old boy wobbled and staggered his fat ass over to the TV and waited to make sure it was really Rorschach being reported on it. He couldn't help but swallow heavily. Mom Jack, Fark, so action-packed? Upper East Side, New York. Having just returned home from a busy day, Ginny sullenly paralyzed on the couch after a long shift, casually flipping through the TV channels. The atmosphere of the NYPD made her uncomfortable compared to the Chicago PD. The reason is simple: black police. Of course there are black cops in Chicago, but compared to these guys in New York, the black cops in Chicago are pretty much reserved. At least they know how to hide it. But New York? She witnessed her fat partner today accepting envelopes stuffed with bills from a violent crime syndicate. She tried to stop it, but her partner said that was the way to survive in Metropolis. The police officer's meager salary alone is simply not enough to support his family. More than 70% of the entire police department officers have received black money, and if they don't receive it, they will be regarded as deviants and ostracized from the core circle. Ginny suddenly missed Rorschach immensely. If his partner was still him, I'm afraid the gangster who dared to hand over the money would have been punched out by him. Well, given Rorschach's personality, he'd probably take the money for granted and shove it into his arms before punching the other guy away. Ginny couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Feeling slightly better. As promised, Rorschach had left Fox River Prison. Right now, he's probably holed up in a small town somewhere, waiting for the wind to blow over, then coming back to New York to find her, and her thoughts suddenly froze. On the television screen, an emergency news insert was scrolling the news that House Speaker Pelley had been attacked and killed, and in the center of the screen is the suspect photo taken when Rorschach was first imprisoned. The photo shows him with his hands holding up the entry registration card, his head held high, his knife-sharpened jaw a disdainful coldness. Lemonnier Military Base, Djibouti, East Africa. As the largest military base in East Africa with 6,000 U.S. troops, it's almost like a small town. In addition to barracks and training grounds, there's even a mall, a gym, and a McDonald's. Yes, Big Macs are still available on U.S. military bases in Africa. It was 8 o'clock in the morning and the soldiers were in the middle of their morning training, and General Hammer, the commander of all the multiple military bases in East Africa, was sitting in front of a television set, his rough fingers rubbing his chin as he stared at the news coverage of the attack on Parali. His eyes were deep and unreadable, until Rorschach's picture appeared on the screen. The corners of the old general's mouth lifted slightly as he shook his head and murmured, "Still as crazy as when he was in Afghanistan." Despite the flirtatious tone, the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. He had his own sources in both the military and the FBI, and knew better than anyone what was really going on at the scene, single-handedly killing through 50 elite combat units. This kid, when did he become so inhuman? To recall Rorschach? A cool female voice came from behind her. The blonde female officer, who couldn't hide her delicate figure even in her standard combat uniform, propped her hands on the back of her chair and stared intently at the unruly entry photo on the screen. She unconsciously bit her lower lip lightly as the image settled on a close-up of Rorschach with her head held high. The risk factor and tactical difficulty of the New York operation in your previously deployed Washington, New York, and Los Angeles battle plan required a commander with the ability to fight single-handedly in extreme environments. She leaned forward slightly. There's no one better than Rorschach. A flash of anticipation flashed in the female major's eyes. How about I contact him in North America? General Hammer gave her a sidelong glance and flirted. Where do you plan to meet for contact? In bed? The female officer shrugged her shoulders matter-of-factly, not hiding her special relationship with Rorschach in the past. The boy has his own difficulties to overcome. Since he dared to do it, he must have already prepared an evacuation route in advance. Let's wait for him to take the initiative to contact us. A brief silence fell over the command room. Hammer suddenly changed the subject. Helena, have those nuclear weapons experts in Eastern Europe been located? Seeing the conversation get down to business, the lady officer put away the smile on her face and nodded. The ops team has departed and is expected to be back at the base by sundown. But, she frowned slightly, one of the weapons experts who was involved in the entire YD nuclear test seems to have gotten wind of it ahead of time and has escaped. Didn't manage to intercept it midway? Hammer asked lightly. The interception program failed, and a suspected female KGB agent popped up. What do you mean by suspected? Because instead of sending the expert to Moscow, this obviously KGB-style female agent took the person to New York. Hammer narrowed his eyes, then snorted out a laugh. Probably already been turned a long time ago. Old CIA trick. Do we need to send someone to follow up? What's the rush? The general got up to straighten his uniform. Isn't Rorschach recuperating in North America? Are you sure Rorschach will help? After all, we haven't helped at all since he was framed. General Hammer instantly shook his head and laughed. You still don't know that boy well enough. With his temperament, I'm afraid that nowadays, if it's anything that can cause trouble for the people in the White House, even if we don't look for him, he'll find himself asking to participate. After saying that, the old general was ready to go out and inspect the drill situation of the troops under his command. This bunch of overseas garrisons have one or the other. All of them are the ones who just slack off and strike without cracking the whip or giving candy. By the way, General, Helena suddenly raised her voice. Congress has sent 2 more commissioners to check the books. This time, what did they come in? Specialized aircraft. Then let's set off a firework for these S in East Africa. Understood. Washington, CTU Interim Command Center. Jack Bauer, who had just returned from a counter-terrorism mission in California, nodded expressionlessly as he listened to his men's briefing on the attack on Pele. When the last agent exited the command room, a quick smile finally appeared on the face of the highest leader of the CTB other than the Attorney General. Although he didn't agree with Rorschach's approach, he had to admit that he had also long looked at that old hag who abused her privileges and did whatever she wanted. Only, Rorschach is still too rough. If it was him, he would have chosen to poison or create a perfect accident instead of using a tactical wire rope rappel and then attacking head-on like Rorschach did. It's a gamble on life. What's even crazier is that the kid had the nerve to stay at the scene and complete a bloody execution with a dagger. What a desperate lunatic. Jack glanced at his wristwatch. It's been 3 hours since the murder and the police still have no sign of Rorschach. Knowing the man as he did, he was afraid he'd be long gone from Washington, D.C. By this point, he relaxed into the leather seat and lit a goshbuck. The brunt of a major event like an attack on the cabinet is borne by the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, and he was out in the field in California at the time of the crime, so he had absolutely nothing to fear from being implicated. Phew. Just as he exhaled his first smoke ring and was about to call his daughter in New York, the door to the command room was suddenly pushed open. The female agent, Shaw, stuck her head out first and immediately piled on a smile and came over after seeing that Jack looked like he was in a good mood. Chief, don't call me director. The director of the Counterterrorism Bureau is held by the Secretary of Justice. I'm an operations supervisor at best, Jack said back in a huff when he saw it was her. Hey, it's only a matter of time. Shaw grinned broadly and waved his hand, suddenly lowering his voice. Chief, did you see the scene of the attack on the speaker? I went to check it out earlier. Fark, that Rorschach butcher is simply not human. Single-handedly killed through 50 elite units in the open. I can understand an alley battle, but that's a highway. How the hell did he do that? Jack laughed without saying a word. Something like this, which was beyond the pale, could ultimately be attributed to only one explanation: Rorschach was simply a monster. Hey, Shaw flipped through the piles of case information on his desk and couldn't help but smack his lips. This guy is like a movie villain. Every person who goes after him gets killed back, and he really ends up walking in front of the pinnacle of power. Jack was silent for a long time, shaking his head slowly. He's not a villain. He's just heartbroken. Chapter 120, You Right God. I'll play the Grim Reaper, request for monthly tickets. The heavy eyelids slowly opened and the blinding white light of the surgical lamp instantly zapped into the pupils. There was the clash of metal instruments in his ears, and the sound of a few men talking and laughing. God, this guy is bleeding like a punctured red wine barrel. Stuff his intestines in there, it's fine. Just pour it right in. It'll recover itself anyway. Sutures, quickly. Not that embroidery thread, the kind that can bind a rhinoceros. The bullet passed through the stomach, pancreas, and also stepped on the left kidney and said hello. This Mr. Rorschach used to be in the circus to practice swallowing the tip, and just like that he is still alive. For the record, 5 slugs removed, 6 fragments, 3 shirt buttons. His stomach is practically a mobile hardware store. Ha ha ha. What the hell? Rorschach couldn't help but curse. Where did Harold hire a doctor? Black market slaughterhouse? Why is it full of jingles? In the next second, he suddenly remembered something. Now that his own should have been anesthetized if he was undergoing surgery, how could he suddenly wake up? No sooner had this thought arisen than a mountain of intense pain surged from every part of his body. The pain far exceeded all of his past injury experiences combined, and it hurt so much that he arched right off the operating table. Fark! This roar instantly startled the doctors who were still chatting and relieving their boredom while operating. The operating room was instantly cock-a-hoop. Walter Falk? How did he wake up? No anesthetic? Hit it. Use twice the usual amount. Damn. This guy is physically a stepping stone monster. Re-anesthetize. Use 5 times the amount. Soon, with the sound of the syringe twitching, Rorschach's face, twisted in pain, slowly calmed down. The moment he closed his eyes, he carefully scanned the 3 masked doctors, and if it was possible to find them in the future, he would have to kick their asses himself. Mom messes with Fark's anesthetics all wrong. I don't know how long it took, but when he woke up again, he could no longer see the harsh lights of the operating table. Warm sunshine, salty sea air, while the familiar sound of barking dogs can be heard in your ears. The corner of Rorschach's mouth lifted slightly. It seemed that Harold had promised himself that he would pick Brian up after all. He struggled to open his eyes and found himself lying in a panoramic glass sunroom. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows is an endless expanse of azure sea, with half-open windows blowing a salty sea breeze. It seems to be on top of a yacht. Looking down, he was wrapped in bandages from neck to ankle like a mummy. Rorschach let out a bitter laugh. This time it hurt worse than the time the helicopter exploded, but there was nothing he could do. In that environment, facing the dripping tactical formation of the HRT squad, he could only exchange his wounds for his life and crack the opponent's firepower advantage with close combat. Otherwise, the opposite side will be exhausted. Listening to the sound of barking dogs ringing outside, Rorschach craned his head to look around. When he saw the two crutches leaning against the wall, he took a deep breath and forced himself to brace his body, which hurt when he moved. Deck. Harold huddled in the corner, looking cautiously at the big white dog wagging his tail happily in front of him. He tossed the dog food in his hand, pellet by pellet, into the distance, but Brian was always agile enough to leap up and catch each pellet with precision. Good boy, really good boy. Harold laughed dryly, but never dared to take his eyes off the bloody mouth. However, looking at the big dog's witty and lively appearance, Harold actually wanted to bend down and rub the other's head. But looking at Brian's head, which was bigger than his own, and his body, which stood upright and taller than his own, he couldn't muster the courage. Suddenly, Brian's ears perked up. It turned violently, its tail suddenly wagging as fast as it could, and rushed toward the spiral staircase like a bolt of white lightning. Harold looked up, only to see Rorschach on his crutches, watching him with a smirk. You didn't tell me before that you were afraid of dogs. A little bit, just a little bit. Harold tugged awkwardly at the corner of his mouth, hiding the dog food in his hand that he had been planning to use to romp with Brian. A few moments later, Rorschach reclined in the deck lounger, his palm caressing Brian's head as he craned his head to look around at his surroundings. They were now out at sea, and this yacht was nothing like the one that had met him at the pier before. Not only was it several times more luxurious, but the deck was even equipped with a small helicopter landing platform. The previous one was so obvious in its tracks that I left it at the dock. Harold explained softly. Right now this Fedship is registered to a shell company in Monaco worth hundreds of millions of dollars. No one will suspect you're on it, and I blocked all scanning signals in these waters with the machine. Rorschach nodded slightly as he gently stroked the dog's head that was lying beside him and asked curiously, So, are you an invisible super rich man? Harold raised an eyebrow at that and said with deliberate jest, It's okay, it's just that he invested in dozens of tech companies before the internet bubble. Okay. Rorschach realized that the unimpressive-looking guy in front of him should be richer than anyone he had ever seen. The ocean breeze whipped through and Brian sneezed comfortably. Are you really okay with the injuries you sustained? Harold suddenly asked with a somewhat odd look on his face. You were bleeding from your intestines and all over your body. The doctor said that you had to recuperate for at least a month before you could get out of bed. But now, it's only now that you've gone over to the past? I'm afraid it hasn't even been 20 hours and Rorschach is surprisingly mobile on crutches already. Harold surveyed Rorschach's body in disbelief. It was almost as if the man's flesh and blood were made of steel. I remember when you said that. Rorschach was instantly struck by a black line. Where did you find those doctors? Mom messed with Fark. They even managed to get the anesthetic dosage wrong. Almost didn't let me die of pain on the operating table. Harold's mouth opened wide in shock as he scratched his head in disbelief and returned. They got off the ship and were picked up after doing the surgery overnight. Impossible. I remember that these doctors are quite skilled. They were experts I hired from a hotel and spent a whole $3 million just on the consultation fee. A doctor from a hotel? And spent $3 million? Rorschach lapsed into silence. Although he had just awakened, he was in a trance thinking he had traveled to the land of kimchi. People here talk in millions. That hotel was contacted when I was looking for an assassin to avenge my best friend's death, and it's said to specialize in serving assassins and top tycoons. It cost me $20 million just to get a membership, Harold explained. Ordinary doctors don't even have the guts to board the ship, let alone operate on you. Only they dare to operate on you, a terrorist who just finished assassinating the speaker. For money. Hotel? Rorschach frowned slightly, but didn't care too much. At best, it's an assassin's organization, which isn't all that rare. Harold. He looked the other man straight in the eye and opened the door. What exactly is the favor you want me to do? Murder or revenge? Me. Don't be too busy denying it. Rorschach raised his hand to interrupt and said with a straight face, First you helped me cover my tracks when I was in a difficult situation, and then you picked me up and retreated when I was dying. Don't say any nonsense about you having no claim on me. So no matter who your vengeance is, even if he lives in the White House, I will do my best to help. That's my promise and a reward for your many helping hands. Harold looked dismayed. He did have a reason for saving Rorschach, but it wasn't so he could help him kill someone. He frowned and contemplated for a moment, organizing his words before speaking slowly. Rorschach, do you remember me telling you before about the back door I left in the machine? Aha! Rorschach looked over at him. Harold continued. The Federation uses machines to predict terror attacks and target national security threats. But as the creator, my terminal backdoor generates numbers and targets as well. After a quick thought, Rorschach couldn't help but ask, "You don't think you want me to come with you to work on counterterrorism, do you? Then all I can say is sorry. Man, you've overestimated my moral standards a bit. What about ordinary people?" Harold suddenly asked rhetorically. "I know you hate politicians and powerful people with a passion, so I hadn't expected you to save them. The back door I left in the machine. She won't give out any terrorist information. She pushes a simple social security number every 2 or 3 days, and the owners of those numbers will be in a death threat for the next 72 hours. They are loving couples, ordinary students, hard-working immigrants and even children. Can you stand idly by knowing that these innocents are about to die a horrible death?" He stared dead into Rorschach's eyes, attempting to see a hint of faltering in the other man's eyes. However, Rorschach remained unchanged, and even the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Dude," Rorschach looked at the idealist in front of him and smiled helplessly. "I admire your skills, and I appreciate your character. But honestly, if it was half a year ago, I might have agreed to you. But now," he shook his head gently, his tone calm, "it's a world of the weak and the strong, survival of the fittest. Like you once said, it's like a law of nature. You and I, we can't save everyone, but didn't I just save you?" Harold looked straight at Rorschach and said seriously, "Do you know why I came to Washington? Besides wanting to invite you, the main reason is that my machine backdoor spit out your number. She predicted you would be dead within a week. I came to save you, and you're the first number I've personally saved." Rorschach was silent. Truth be told, he did come to Washington prepared to die. Where would he be right now if Harold hadn't picked up the slack? Probably hiding in some dark corner, operating on himself with rudimentary tools, and eventually either bleeding to death or dying of an infected wound. "I actually communicated with the machine more than once before coming here." Harold sighed softly. "She thinks you are extremely dangerous and not fit to be involved in a rescue, but I've studied all of your files, including police enforcement records. While you have the shortcomings of having a short temper, fluctuating moral standards, and carrying certain prejudices, I see more strengths, the most important of which is this: you treat money like dirt, and hold fast to an insurmountable moral line." Rorschach, he gazed at the other man sincerely. "I can't save that many numbers on my own. I need someone like you who has both strong actions and a moral compass to help. It may be a bit mean to say this, but if you ask me what I want in return, this is what I want. I'm not asking you to help me kill people. I'm asking you to save them with me." Rorschach stared silently at the seagulls circling in the sky for a long time. According to the original plan, after recovering from his injuries and helping Harold settle things, he was to leave for East Africa. But now, 1-month trial period. He suddenly turned to Harold and said, "In the course of the month, if I don't think it's a good fit, or if we don't get along, okay, it's just a 1-month trial." Before he could finish, Harold couldn't wait to say yes. The nerd already had a geeky, delighted smile on his face, as if he was certain that Rorschach would be staying in a month's time. "Ha ha." Rorschach shook his head and lost his smile, then asked with amusement, "So our mission is to run all over the world to save the numbers that get spit out?" Harold pushed up his glasses and explained, "At the moment, I'm limiting machine S number range to New York. A metropolis of 10 million people is enough to keep us busy. This way even the two of us can focus on saving those who have been sentenced to death by machine." New York? The corner of Rorschach's mouth lifted slightly as he seemed to think of something. "Understood. The machine you built is in charge of prophesizing people who will die, and I'm in charge of taking out the guys who are trying to get them killed. Actually, we do have the option of calling the police anonymously after we catch the killer." Harold rubbed his nose, but didn't retort directly. After all, he was standing in front of the god of murder, who was wanted by law enforcement agencies all over the United States. "Then it's decided. 1 month's time." Rorschach suddenly stretched out his hand with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. "You write God, and I play death." Harold smiled coyly. "Actually, the machine isn't quite as omnipotent as God, but," he clasped Rorschach's hand tightly, his eyes behind the lenses sparkling with excitement, "wish us a happy cooperation. Nice working together." Rorschach returned the grip with vigor. After successfully recruiting Rorschach, Harold pursed his lips in excitement and limped off to his cabin to fetch the high-end champagne he had treasured at the auction to celebrate. Looking at his somewhat limping back, the smile on Rorschach's face gradually faded. Harold is definitely a good guy. There's no doubt about that. It's a good-hearted idealist. But, machine, this super AI that can monitor the entire United States and analyze and predict anyone's behavior is undoubtedly a weapon worse than a nuclear bomb. Rorschach wouldn't take the machine away from Harold, but he intended to make good use of this powerful tool to do something he had always wanted to do. Chapter 121, Logan's Granddaughter. Depths of Sin, Request for Monthly Tickets. New York, Manhattan, downtown, compared to the Upper East Side, which is known as the wealth center of the nation, and Midtown, which is full of commercial buildings, the Lower East Side, although developed later, exudes a unique cultural atmosphere. It is home to several institutions of higher learning, museums and cultural centers, and even Chinatown has its roots here. Of course, it's not really as good as it looks. After all, Lower Downtown has always had a less than flattering reputation for being the backyard of Wall Street's elite by day and the playground of gangsters by night. Rorschach, however, didn't care about any of this at all, and he was now most satisfied that he actually lived near Chinatown. No, trust me man, Mexican hot sauce is spicy enough, but it's nowhere near as good as Szechuan hot sauce at enhancing the flavor of your food. Coco, they're both hot sauces. What's the difference? Of course there are. One is simply spicy and the other is tangy. Well, I just knew you loved Chinese food, but I didn't realize you were a Chinese person. The two were sitting across from each other at a table piled high with takeout in the book storage building that Harold used as a base. Kung Pao chicken, mapo tofu, boiled fish, roast duck, smoked chicken, shrimp dumplings, shoo mai. There's even a big plastic tub of rice. Harold had never seen such a sumptuous Chinese meal before and put down his chopsticks after a couple of bites. For him, the dishes were just too heavy in flavor. But Rorschach didn't care about that, and was wolfing down the rice doused with soup without stopping his mouth. His mouth, which had been fading out of the bird since his incarceration, was finally able to fill up on a good meal with a vengeance. Under the corner of the table, Brian also buried his head and pounded his dog food, looking up at Rorschach from time to time and whimpering twice in anticipation of getting a few bones. Watching the scene, Harold couldn't help but smile. He and Rorschach drifted in the sea for 3 days. Originally he thought that with Rorschach's injuries at least need to recuperate for a month to be able to move around, but the result was 3 days. 1 day no more and 1 day no less. 3 days later, after the guy took off his bandages, not only did he recover from all of his injuries, but he was able to swim 10 nautical miles in the ocean following the back of the yacht. Harold, who had watched with trepidation all the way, was then sure that the other man was truly healed. So then, with machine covering him all the way, he took Rorschach ashore ahead of time, and the two of them made it back to New York without too much effort. Of course, the main reason was Rorschach's shaggy messy hair plus a full half-finger-long bushy beard dressing. This is simply a poor, albeit well-built, homeless man, who no one can see would be the #1 criminal wanted nationwide on TV. Harold looked at Rorschach in front of him, who was still looking like a vagabond even though he was cleaned up, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you're not going to fix your hair and beard?" Rorschach refused without looking up. "I'm wanted by nearly half the countries in the world. Do you think I'll ever get out of the house after cleaning up like I used to?" After scrutinizing it carefully, Harold suggested, "You've been wearing a Beckham-esque beard since you enlisted, and in fact, if you shaved it all off, it would have a very significant impact on your appearance. Not to mention, at the very least, you'd look years younger than you do now. And your hair. I noticed that you love the 90s back haircut, but actually your facial profile is more suited to a high flat fade side parting with a few wisps of bangs in front of your forehead. This not only highlights your handsome features and unique facial angles, but also contrasts with the old image. People who don't know you well won't even recognize you." Rorschach was confused. All the pieces of meat he was chewing in his mouth suddenly stopped. He looked across the room at Harold, who was gesturing toward his hair and dress sense, and a sudden sense of foreboding grew within him. "Ahem dude, looks like there's something I need to tell you in advance." Rorschach raised his grease-stained index finger, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "First, I'm not a T-sexual. Second, I discriminate against male T-sexuals. Third, I won't discriminate against you if you are, but if you dare to hit me over the head with attention, even if it's a lifesaver, I'll beat you up." Harold froze, then burst out laughing in exasperation. You cut the crap, Rorschach. I have a favorite and it's a female through and through. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You didn't say so then. Rorschach rolled his eyes and continued to bury his head in dry rice. Harold shook his head helplessly and continued to explain. You don't have to worry about surveillance after changing your appearance. Now whenever your face appears in any camera, the system will automatically replace it with another face. He pushed up his glasses. I can also get you a dozen real, usable identities and bank accounts ready to go. Of course, all of this will have to wait until you've completed your image makeover. Rorschach didn't rush to shave and cut his head. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and asked seriously, "There's something I've never been able to figure out. The Federation can manipulate the machine. You can also manipulate the machine. The federally manipulated machine captured me, and you manipulated the machine to save me." He spread his hands and said in disbelief, "Is it hard to believe that this intelligent AI called machine has a split personality? One wants to capture me and the other wants to release me." Harold furrowed his brow as if pondering how to explain this complex issue in a simple way. "You can think of it as a Siamese." He gestured earnestly. "The main body of the machine is in the hands of the Federation, but that body has two brains that can function independently, one of which is in me." I suddenly realized there's something otherworldly about this analogy, but just understand it this way. The federally controlled part is primarily responsible for predicting terrorist activity, while my side predicts death threats to ordinary people, and the two don't interfere with each other. "And does the Federation know about this back door of yours?" Rorschach asked. "Of course not." Harold smiled confidently. "This head is covered underneath the dress and no one knows but me and you." Rorschach nodded thoughtfully. He was actually a little surprised that Harold would be so honest with himself, but strangely enough, he hadn't seen Harold contact machine once on his own initiative in the few days he had spent with him, so it was clear that the other party still had reservations. "When you're done eating, I'll arrange for a tailor to come over and customize a few outfits for you, all hired from that particular hotel. Absolutely reliable." "No," Rorschach decisively refused. He pointed to the dark red leather jacket that had been torn and tattered underneath his trench coat and said earnestly, "Just ask the tailor to mend this leather jacket for me." Harold, though a little surprised, didn't continue to insist, but only urged Rorschach again to remember to shave and change his hairstyle. When he finished, he took an envelope out of his bag. "This is the owner of that social security number that the machine spit out when we first arrived in New York this morning, and let's analyze it. This lady." Suddenly, a hand pressed heavily on the envelope. Harold looked up in surprise and met Rorschach's serious eyes as never before. "I'll do my best to save this one in the envelope. But, Harold, I'm also asking if you can do me a favor." "What?" "Find out where a girl is for me." Rorschach removed the necklace around his neck that he had been wearing since the mountains of Gary, and opened the pendant to reveal the smiling girl inside. "Lizzie Logan, abducted at the age of 12 in the mountains of Gary. I'd bet my life that there's definitely a dirtier evil hiding behind this case." Chapter 122 gives Metropolis some Windy City greetings, requesting monthly votes. Cassandra Davina, New York District Attorney, specializing in juvenile, property and violent crime cases, with a 96% conviction rate in 8 years of practice. Also known as the Venus of the courtroom because of her always defending the poor and beautiful appearance. She was the star prosecutor of Brooklyn. Harold continued to dissect the star prosecutor's vein of social connections on a whiteboard, while Rorschach's eyes were already focused on the photo on the table. In the photo, a female prosecutor wearing a lady's suit and carrying a briefcase is exchanging warm pleasantries with her colleagues. It was a female prosecutor, but it was also a woman with blonde hair, a curvy figure, and outstanding looks that could not be hidden even though she only wore light makeup. She was one of the victims spit out by the machine after Rorschach arrived in New York. Unsurprisingly, this Ms. Davina will experience a life-threatening death threat within 48 hours, and, according to the machine's analytical prediction, if no one intervened, she would die for sure. Rorschach? Harold, who was trying his best to analyze the source of the danger Davina might be facing, called out to him several times. "I know that this prosecutor lady is very beautiful and attractive, and if you want to develop a relationship with her, it's absolutely fine with me. But right now," Harold said helplessly, "can't you at least hear me out first about the source of some of the threats she's facing?" Rorschach grinned and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Okay, my Mr. Gold Master, you continue." Harold then held up the information and analyzed it. "According to the information I found on the internet, our lady prosecutor has been working on 2 cases recently, a domestic violence case and a D-product crime case. We're going to focus on that drug offense. And the information is that Davina is charging a 19-year-old with D-trafficking and murder, and the black teenager who was indicted was a member of the notorious Brooklyn gang, the short-tailed cats of hell." When he had finished speaking, Rorschach tapped his fingers on the tabletop and nodded thoughtfully. "That's a good analysis. In that case, we'll just split up." He looked to Harold. "You follow up with the couple in that domestic violence case and see if either of them have any inclination to harm the prosecutor. By the way, remember to bring our 4-legged bodyguards. That way, you'll have a countermeasure if you're attacked by someone." Woof woof. Brian, who was lying on his back playing with the ball, immediately perked up his ears and called out, Hey, show some respect, man. Rorschach kicked the bowl with his toe. Do you want to see how expensive this dog food is that you're eating? Mom's messing with Fark. It's almost as much as a blue-collar worker's weekly paycheck. If you've got enough to eat, you've got to work. Brian raised his head and looked over at Harold, who was grinning awkwardly, and whimpered a few times in aggravation. To be honest, Harold was quite happy with the arrangement. He could neither use a gun nor know how to fight, and it was more or less reassuring to have a big, well-trained dog at his side. Do you have a plan already, Rorschach? Harold asked curiously. Rorschach shrugged. Normally, what this investigative strategy requires is to first cultivate a relationship with this female prosecutor or that black teenager to gain the trust of those in the know. Isn't there a faster way? Harold glanced at his watch in embarrassment. You know, we only have 48 hours at most. Rorschach didn't answer immediately. He got up and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows, his refreshed image reflected in the glass, with a cleanly shaved chin, backward-combed bangs revealing part of his forehead, and the mended-as-new dark red leather jacket. The whole person looked a lot younger, but with a bit more of a calm temperament after the vicissitudes of life. Surely there's a faster way. Rorschach looked at himself in the mirror, a meaningful smile grinning from the corner of his mouth. But first, I'd like to bring a little Windy City greeting to this metropolis. When he finished, he grabbed his new ID, driver's license and credit cards that were ready on the table and walked to the door without looking back. Harold frowned at his back and stared at Brian at his feet. Woof dash. Okay, I'll take you out for a walk now. Harold was startled by the sudden barking and rushed to find the leash. Downstairs, Rorschach toyed with his car keys, surveying the four-story Victorian-style library. According to Harold, from the time he decided to save the numbers that were spit out by the machine, he used the bank in his name and bought the whole building. From the moment it was purchased, the library was immediately declared bankrupt and the place became a non-existent place on the map. A rich man with a conscience. He suddenly felt that his relationship with Harold was a bit like Batman and Robin in the comics, although it was unclear who played which role for the moment. Pushing the door open, he held down the car key, and not far down the street, a car's headlights flashed twice. Rorschach was silent when he saw the transportation tools Harold had prepared for him. Maybach GLS 600. He looked back again at the 100-year-old library behind him, which was worth at least $50 million, and shook his head helplessly. Well, it looks like I'm the Robin. Late afternoon, in a small, dilapidated building in the slums of Brooklyn, over the deafening sound of rap music, 24 gangsters with blood-dripping catspaw bandanas are partying. Their bare arms are covered with hideous tattoos. Some of them are paralyzed on the sofa swallowing clouds of fog, and some of them are going up and down on the unclothed standing girl beside them. Boss Kumas, those chicks we got in Queens still won't take customers. A horseman came out of the back room and reported toward the gang leader who was hugging him left and right in the center of the couch. Kumar snorted disdainfully with his cigar in his mouth. First a beating, then the brothers will take turns going from one to the other, and then finally control with the D products. He exhaled a smoke ring and said confidently, let's see how dare they disobey when they get addicted. Got it, Fark? Boss, you're a genius. The horseman tugged at his crotch excitedly and turned to head for the house. Wait, Kumar suddenly called out to him and asked with a frown. Who's the guy the prosecutor is suing in court? Is he tight-lipped? You said Howard Ah. The horseman patted his chest and assured, he joined us when he was 13 years old. He knows very well the methods of our Hellcats, and he definitely won't say anything he shouldn't. Besides, it's not like there aren't any of our brothers in prison. So what if he really gets convicted? Kumars nodded grimly. Ever since that cop in Chicago took out Puff Daddy, the biggest black gangs in New York have been falling apart, each eyeing the fat of the drug market. Although the Hellcats are small, they have made a name for themselves in the slums with their business of human trafficking and streetwalking. He had planned to take advantage of the chaos to get a shipment from the bigwigs in Manhattan to distribute in Brooklyn. But the deal turned out to be an unlucky encounter with a blackmailer. Not only did millions of dollars go down the drain, but the goods didn't arrive, and Howard was the only one left alive of the men sent there. To make matters worse, this idiot is looking at a conviction. But fortunately, he was tight-lipped enough not to expose the names of himself and others. Damn the prosecutor's female biatch. Kumars cursed viciously. If it were possible, he'd like to send his minions to shoot that bull star prosecutor in the face. Of course, such words were just words. After all, even if he really wanted to do so, no one in the gang would dare to take on such a dirty job that would lead to a lifetime in jail. The door to the house was suddenly pushed open. A skinny with hip-hop hand gestures swung in playfully. Boss, I'm coming. Marcus just nodded casually when he heard it, but immediately following, his expression froze. Only a tall man followed his little brother into the house as well, and the other man wasn't black. Fark, Who are you assholes? Marcus immediately drew his pistol and aimed it at the visitor. Rorschach couldn't see any panic on his face in the face of the gun. He had followed this Hellcat member all the way to this Hellcat lair, witnessing the other man being a street sneak for a couple hours. Scanning around, the room reeked of pungent cheap perfume and sweat and was crowded with black punks and heavily made-up stand-up girls. Take it easy. Rorschach pushed the still dazed in front of him out of the way, and with a dozen guns in his sights, he slowly and methodically reached into his pocket. Just when everyone thought he was about to pull out his gun, his finger already on the trigger, Rorschach fished out a stack of papers. I'm whoever I am. He rummaged around carefully. Found it. Holding up one of the credentials, Rorschach smiled professionally. I'm a senior FBI agent, Logan Goodman. FFBI? The room erupted in a chorus of cold breaths, and the muzzles of those guns aimed at him drooped involuntarily. A few moments later, Rorschach sat in a fairly clean chair. He had one arm resting on the back of his chair, his legs crossed over the edge of the table, a cigarette butt in his mouth, and his eyes narrowed as he scanned the group of gangsters who were sitting on pins and needles. After exhaling a mouthful of smoke, he asked lightly, that is to say, even though that captured black boy was a member of your gang, you have no thoughts of avenging him? Fakey. Of course not. Marcus waved his arms excitedly. That woman is a prosecutor, not a ghetto cough, and there's no way we're going to kill a prosecutor anyway, even if we have the guts to do it. We're gangsters, not professional killers. Well, that makes sense. Rorschach still had some faith in his words. Even in Chicago, the only people who dared to kill the D.A. were the dead soldiers trained by the big crime syndicates, and small black gangs like whatever the hell short-tailed cats are that sound like they're not up to snuff. At best they're doing a little extortion and D-trafficking. What about the gang in Manhattan that sold you guys the D-goods? Rorschach then asked. Since they dared to go dark and swallow your money, they must be quite a bit more powerful than you. Marcus bristled in displeasure. All I know is that the other guy was second in command of Blowhard's old gang, and that he struck out on his own after Pops died, and that he's got power in Manhattan and Brooklyn, and I've heard that there's someone from the government covering for him. What's the name? Rorschach continued to ask. His name is Bumpy, and like Puff Daddy, he's from Harlem and nicknamed the Godfather of Harlem. Asterisk. Rorschach snorted disdainfully when he heard it. You New Yorkers are really good at putting gold on your faces. Is it true that as long as you become a gang leader in New York, you have to add a Godfather to your name? With that, he flicked his cigarette butt away and got up, ready to leave. These one more cowardly than the other, really don't look like killers who would dare to go after a female prosecutor. Seeing that he was finally leaving, Marcus was secretly relieved. He thought the other party was here to arrest them, but it turned out that they were only here to ask about the female prosecutor. Looks like the movie was right. The FBI guys never mind their own business. However, just as Rorschach was about to reach the door, his footsteps suddenly stopped. His eyes went to a room down the hall. The sound of furniture toppling over was coming from there, interspersed with cries from the girl and curses from the man. The next second, several weeping teenage girls with bloodied faces and white powder on their noses stumbled out and were yanked back in by a thick black hand. Click! Marcus jerked the pistol's holster to cock and aimed the gun dead center at Rorschach's back. It's not your business. Dead cop, leave now if you know what's good for you, or else. His index finger was tight on the trigger, a fierce glint in his eye. The significance is self-evident. Rorschach scanned back as a dozen guns in the room were aimed at him in unison. His face was expressionless as he took a step to the door of the house, just when everyone thought this FBI was going to run for the hills. Bang! Rorschach backhanded the door hard and slammed it shut, screwing in the lock in the process. Then, slowly and methodically, he took off his leather jacket and hung it carefully on the coat rack by the door. Just now, Rorschach bowed his head calmly and rolled the sleeves of his wrists upwards. What did you call me? He raised his eyes to the room full of gangsters, his mouth curling into a dangerous smile. Dead cops? NM. Marcus cursed and jerked the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the pedestrians on the entire street stopped in their tracks, startled by the sudden gunfire. Through the window, gunfire could be seen flashing and bullets flying in this room. After 10 seconds or so, the gunfire came to an abrupt end. Squeak dash, the door to the house reopened. Amidst the horrified stares of passers-by, Rorschach calmly put on his leather jacket and even nodded politely around. He lit a cigarette and was ready to leave first. Suddenly, a timid voice rang out behind them. 5 girls who had been tied up here from nowhere were standing in a field of bodies looking cautiously at him. Can you tell us your name? Rorschach stopped and turned back with a gentle smile. Logan. With the roar of the engine, the luxury SUV, out of place in the slums, faded away. The girls stood frozen in place, repeating softly the name that had saved them. Logan. Chapter 123, I hate twists, begging for monthly votes. The entrance to the magistrate's court. Rorschach sat in his car, his eyes sweeping over the flow of people in and out. Harold had said that in the machine's statistics, out of the 10 million people in New York, an average of one person is killed every 3 hours. This was not a sudden crossroads, but a murder that had been planned for days or weeks. That's still what the machine can count as officially recorded, and doesn't include the poor bastards who disappeared so quietly they couldn't even make it onto the death list. What he and Harold are doing now is finding these dying people ahead of time and then stopping the deaths from happening. This job, the significance is certainly there, but there's always something missing than when you were a cop. Rorschach had roughly mulled over the fact that although Harold, a man who was ridiculously generous, couldn't move without spending millions of bit units, the nature of the job might still be a bit too low-key. The most immediate effect is this: now he doesn't have the right he once had to legally punch a black man. Think of it as playing nice guy for a month with your savior. Rorschach thought as he did. In his hand he played with a gold coin that Harold had once exchanged for $50,000 from that killer's hotel, and though his expression was somewhat careless, his eyes kept a close sweep on the courthouse door, waiting for his target. Soon, the target appears. A blonde beauty from the car and down, carrying a briefcase in hand, temperament competent and sharp, footsteps a pair of high heels wrapped in black stockings, wind and fire toward the court door. Cassandra Davina, the woman prosecutor who was about to face a death threat. Rorschach quickly pushed open the door and got out of the car, clutching Harold's cell phone that he had prepared in advance in his hand, and followed the other party with great strides. When about a meter or so away from the other man, he aimed his cell phone at Davina's briefcase, and soon the phone vibrated slightly. From that moment on, he would be able to eavesdrop on the entire content of any calls and text messages coming out of the other person's cell phone through his own cell phone. As for the principle of it, Rorschach pressed it. However, that's what Harold told him. Maybe it's some kind of black technology. After all, this nerdy tycoon can even develop a super AI like the machine that transcends generations. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the female prosecutor on the side seemed to have noticed Rorschach not far away from him, especially after seeing Rorschach's handsome side face. Davina couldn't help but raise her eyebrows gently and took the initiative to make conversation. Am I mistaken? Or have I been so busy lately that I've even forgotten that there's such a handsome colleague like you in the criminal court? Rorschach's footsteps slowed down and he looked back at the gorgeous and attractive prosecutor, smiling and asking rhetorically, "Do I look like a prosecutor or a lawyer to you?" Davina couldn't help but chuckle softly as she surveyed the other woman's leather-clad ensemble. Perhaps it's because I'm so desperate for young, fresh blood like you in the office to wash down the old vibe. She extended her hand and introduced herself with a bright smile. Davina, I'm the prosecutor for this courthouse. Yeah, Venus in the courtroom. At first I thought there was some exaggeration, but now it seems. Rorschach deliberately looked the other party up and down. Under Davina's expectant and curious gaze, Rorschach rubbed his chin and said with a serious expression, I think I should create a word that is even more beautiful than Nation to aptly describe you. Puff. You look like you know how to please a girl. It would be my honor as a New Yorker to make you happy. Rorschach smiled and held her hand tightly. Logan Goodman. You may not believe it when I tell you, but I'm here just to borrow a restroom. Yes? Davina blinked at him, as if certain that Rorschach was deliberately waiting here to strike up a conversation. Soon after exchanging a string of cell phone numbers, the female prosecutor made a phone call gesture toward Rorschach, then walked into the courtroom with light footsteps. When her figure disappeared, the smile on Rorschach's face gradually dissipated. Something doesn't seem right about the situation. Hermes Kelly cowhide briefcase, Prada square buckle heels, Dolce & Gabbana embroidered fur coat. The luxury brands that the chick had rambled on about when she was cruising the streets with Ginny were all coming back to Rorschach's mind at the moment. Our star prosecutor doesn't seem to come from a wealthy family, so where does she get the money to dress up? Harold. Rorschach tapped his fingers on the miniature headset hidden in his ear, waking it up and telling Harold on the other end of the line what he had found. He then asked, Didn't you check this information before? This MS prosecutor doesn't seem to be ordinarily wealthy. It's really not that hard to understand. Rorschach, I bet you didn't go through the information I handed you about Davina. Harold's voice came out. Davina's ex-husband was a well-known building contractor in Brooklyn, worth tens of millions of dollars, and she was divorced with a sizable amount of property. Then why not include her ex-husband in the suspicion? The reason is simple. Her ex-husband passed away tragically in a traffic accident 5 years ago. Oh, Rorschach, who had reached the car door, glanced back at the court behind him. Pretty widow? Interesting. On the other side, Harold listened to Rorschach's playful voice in his headset and coughed lightly and awkwardly, trying to remind Rorschach to focus on the suspicious elements that were jeopardizing the safety of the target. However, the next second, a busy signal came directly from the headset. Harold froze slightly, then took a hard, deep breath. From the moment he decided to invite Rorschach to join him, he was mentally prepared that the other party might not get along too well. but it seems that getting along is pretty good. It's just that the other person's behavior is a little hard to control. He sighed helplessly, his gaze going to an ordinary house not far from the car. There, a woman with a still bruised face was numbly carrying several heavy bags of garbage, with occasional angry curses coming from behind her. This is a woman deep in the mire of her marriage. Harold pursed his lips, while he sympathized with the wife's situation. It seemed that the other man had little to nothing to do with Davina's death threat at the moment. Beside him, Brian chewed on a doll and tossed his head vigorously. As a sheepdog, he has almost nowhere to release his energy in this bustling metropolis. Night. It was getting dark, but Rorschach still hadn't seen the prosecutor come out of the courthouse door. If he hadn't been able to hear her talking to someone on the phone from her cell phone, Rorschach would have even worried that something bad had happened to this chick. Soon, a call dialed from Davina's cell phone caught his attention. After listening to the content of her call, Rorschach started his car and arrived early at the place mentioned in the call, the Juvenile Delinquency Detention Center. Davina wants to talk to the black kid named Howard and do her best to persuade him to be a tainted witness. It wasn't long before, parked outside the detention center, Rorschach met Davina, who was driving a Prius and had come alone to talk. There was a hint of exhaustion on the woman's face. Obviously a busy day had left her somewhat exhausted. Seeing this, Rorschach thought for a moment before dialing a call. Not far away, Davina's mouth curled up into a surefire smile after seeing the caller ID. Good evening, Venus. Hey, don't call me that. I prefer to be called Davina, but I don't want to be someone else. Ha ha, Logan, you're crossing the line a bit with your words now. How about this? Tonight at 9 o'clock, Time Warner Center, 10th floor, Purse's restaurant. I have a reservation there waiting for you. Purcell? You need a reservation there 3 months in advance, and it's 7 o'clock. Are you sure you can get a reservation? How should I put it? Maybe you can't tell, but I'm actually a bit of an asset, and it's not that hard to increase the price tenfold to book it in advance. In the distance, after Davina heard this, the words that she had originally intended to hang the other party for a bit longer instantly got stuck in her throat, and she gently licked her lips as she agreed in one bite. When he hung up, Rorschach couldn't help but gently rub his chin for a moment as he looked at the woman's shapely ass under her tight tube skirt. He didn't have to wait long before the sound of Davina and Howard's conversation rang out from the already bugged cell phone. As a prosecutor who specializes in fighting for the poor, Davina knows exactly what Howard's concerns are, even as she presses on to find out what gang is behind Howard. But alas, even though she had promised witness protection measures and generous treatment, the black boy Howard, who had been brainwashed by righteousness, was still unwilling to give up the boss and junior leader of the Hell Shorthairs. Listening to the cell phone, the black kid perked up. At this moment, Rorschach really wished he could learn from the other Howard in the NBA. A little while later, not long after the voices on the phone had stopped, Davina left the detention center with a somewhat displeased look on her face. She made a point of looking down at what she was wearing before getting in the car, then shook her head as she got in and quickly drove off this way. It looked like 9 times out of 10, she was ready to go home and change into a more satisfactory outfit for her date with Rorschach. Over here, just when Rorschach thought he was going to have a fruitless day, 3 SUVs suddenly sprang out of the alley at the end of the road, following Davina in a neat line. Through the window, Rorschach saw that the car was almost entirely clear of black men and had the same tattoo tattooed on every arm. Harold. Rorschach engines the car and wakes up the headset. Found the murderer who endangered Davina. Who is it? The short-tailed cat from hell? Harold asked eagerly. No, it looks like there's a good chance it's one of the Harlem gang, the same gang that used to brag about Papa. How can you be sure it's them? Because the short-tailed cats of hell went all to hell a couple hours ago. Rorschach stepped on the gas and followed the guy's car without haste. Although his car skills were never considered outstanding, with the master of infiltration, whenever the other party was suspicious, he was always able to slow down and disappear at just the right time, and then quietly appear from another intersection. He had memorized all the streets, alleys and landmarks of the target area before he set out. How many lessons in good policing has this been? Davina up ahead seemed to notice the trailing vehicle. Instead of going straight home, she weaves back and forth through the neighborhood, trying to shake off the trail. Unfortunately, a female prosecutor's car skills were ultimately limited, and after a few rounds she was cornered in the dead center of an abandoned factory. One by one, a dozen menacing black men got out of the SUV and stared intently at the lone Prius. Up ahead, Davina slowly pushed open the car door and confronted them without fear, and Rorschach had long since gotten out of the car, nimbly dodging behind a corner. The pistol he'd fished out of the short-tailed cat's lair in passing was already loaded, and he held his cell phone in his other hand, listening in on Davina's side of the conversation. After only listening for less than 10 seconds, Rorschach's originally calm face suddenly became odd. Harold, I'm in. What's going on over at Davina's now? Looks like I'm going to have to apologize to you first. Man. Rorschach's gaze peered out at the group of people in the middle of a conversation in front of him, and there was already a bit of playfulness in his voice. I said before that this job was boring, and now I take that back. What's wrong? His cell phone was placed to his ear, and Davina's furious rebuke came clearly from it. Not only does that black boy refuse to testify against Hell's short-tailed cat, but he's also trying to give us, the Harlem gang, up. Finish him off before dawn. I don't want to see him in court tomorrow. Hear that, Harold? Rorschach sneered. This Venus of the court of ours is not a victim. She's a stepping stone perpetrator. Chapter 124. To love someone, you have to be a stranger, requesting for monthly tickets. You guys really should have left a few more people alive when you played that black-on-black trick, instead of just catching this one unlucky guy. Fark, now that it's so screwed up that you can't even get a couple of tainted witnesses to come out and set the Brooklyn mob forces straight, you guys are ready to just take your guns and go with the short-tailed cats from hell. Trying to grab their territory without a single soldier is out of the question anyway. At this moment, Davina, which still had the same elegant look when they met before, this woman pointed her finger at the gang members in front of her, and her high-pitched voice seemed particularly harsh in the dark night. Surprisingly, the group of Harlem gang thugs all kept their heads down, and no one dared to refute the blonde prosecutor's reprimand. When the curses of the woman in front of her had temporarily ceased, a black man at the head of the group finally caught a chance and rushed to speak. Davina, you've misunderstood. We've come to find you so late in the night just to tell you that the Hell short-tailed cat is finished. What? Davina frowned in confusion. You guys raided their gang today. Why didn't I get the news? Nothing to do with us. I heard it was a rich broad in a Maybach. The little brother explained. Just this evening, a passerby saw a broad enter short-tailed cat boss Marcus's house, followed by gunshots from inside. And in just a few minutes before and after, the entire short-tailed cat's big and small leaders were all wiped out in one fell swoop. The Godfather sent us over specifically to tell you not to bother with that Howard. Davina froze as she listened. A rich man running into the slums and slaughtering all the leaders of the short-tailed cats? This isn't Gotham. Where do you get all the cocky guys with nothing better to do? But that would be nice. Davina shrugged. Alright then, I have a date tonight. Talk to you next time. She turned around and tried to get back to her car for her date with Rorschach. It's not easy to find such impeccable looks and body, and also rich family kaiju. Now when she thought of that face of Rorschach's that always had the slightest hint of a smile, Davina couldn't help but feel the urge to write his face. But before she could get into the car, the black men behind her spoke again. Davina, Godfather wants to see you tonight. Davina stumbled to her feet, her face instantly grimacing. Fuck, she cursed inwardly. Going to be with a bloated was no more comfortable than dating a handsome white boy. I have an important date tonight, and the other person is very helpful to my career. Davina whipped her head around to look at them with a difficult look on her face. You guys talk to Bumpy and tell him I'm going to see him tomorrow night and tonight will be excused. But as soon as she spoke, the gang of black men surrounded her one by one, with no intention of letting her go. The black man at the head of the group sounded off. Don't make it hard for us, Davina. Don't forget how you worked your way up from the ghetto to the position of star prosecutor. Without your godfather, you wouldn't even be able to pay off your student loans right now, much less inherit a large inheritance from that deadbeat ex-husband. Need I remind you how he died? Davina's face became more and more ugly, thinking of the fierce methods of the Harlem Godfather. She did not insist. Wait for me to make a call first. She pulled out her cell phone with a grimace. I'll have to reschedule with the other person. However, in the very next second, an ear-piercing cell phone ringtone suddenly exploded in the abandoned factory. Everyone jerked their heads around, only to see a tall figure slowly emerge from the shadows. Rorschach turned off the cell phone that kept ringing in his hand, looked up at Davina, who was looking at him in shock from the front, and smiled. No need to reschedule. If there's anything you want to say, why don't you say it in person? Why are you here? Davina pointed at Rorschach incredulously. At this moment, the Harlem gangsters who were surrounding her also reacted, pulling out their guns and preparing to shoot down Rorschach here. Davina was a member of their Harlem gang, and this news must not be leaked out. Unfortunately, compared to their clumsy and sluggish drawing movements, Rorschach's bullets had already been discharged. Bang, 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 bang. Rorschach walked forward idly, occasionally inclining his head to dodge the sporadic bullets that came his way. After many bloody battles with federal agents, the gangsters in front of him were like children with toy guns in his eyes. The shooting is just too damn bad. When Rorschach finally stood in front of Davina, there were only twitching bodies left around. Davina gulped, her body unconsciously taking a few steps backward, not stopping until she was backed up against the wall behind her. Do you know who they belong to? Davina's back pressed against the wall, her voice trembling. Harlem Godfather Bumpy won't let you go. Rorschach laughed suddenly, the muzzle of his gun nudging her forehead. That, my dear, may be the cutest threat I've heard in a while. Davina looked at him in disbelief. Out of earshot, Harold was anxiously dissuading, but Rorschach turned a deaf ear. As the cold barrel of the gun was pressed against Davina's head, the woman used her greatest advantage as a beautiful woman. She suddenly fell to her knees and ran her slender hands up his thighs. Logan, she tilted that well-groomed face up with tears in her eyes. Believe me, Logan, I was forced to do what I did. I'm yours from now on as long as you want me to be, and I'll draw a line in the sand with the mob. Just as she shuddered and went to pull on the chain of Rorschach's pants, an ironclad hand cupped her chin. That's a shame. Rorschach looked down at her without a trace of warmth in his eyes. I'm not interested in the women Nico used. Logan. Shoo. He raised his index finger to his lips. A prosecutor who tramples on the justice of the law doesn't deserve that name. The gun went off. One more beautiful body on the ground. Rorschach wiped the pistol slowly and methodically, tossing it aside casually. Looking around at the blood-colored energy pouring in, he squinted contentedly. The job, it seemed, wasn't as boring as he thought it would be. The other side. Harold was sitting in his car when a piercing gunshot suddenly came through his headphones. He closed his eyes and sighed deeply. It doesn't take much to figure out what happened on the Rorschach side. According to his plan, he should have videotaped the evidence and then called the police to deal with it. There was no need to kill everyone. But on second thought, this was indeed an oversight on my part. Who would have thought that Davina, known as the Venus of the court, would be the scum of the earth who collects black money and serves as a mistress to a gangster's godfather? Harold shook his head, forcing himself to think no more about it. At least, they kept Howard alive, though the thought of it being a gangster, de-trafficking punk still made him feel diabolical inside. He was about to start the car and leave when he suddenly heard another heated argument coming from the house not far away. Through the window, a burly man in an undershirt could be seen choking his wife to death, spewing unpleasant obscenities. Harold slammed on the brakes and turned his head to look at Brian in the passenger side. The shepherd's ears perked up keenly, and there was a leaping light in his eyes. Harold pushed open the car door after a good deal of internal agonizing. Soon after, when they got back to the car, Brian's snow-white fur was stained with a few strands of bright red. A man's murderous wail came from the house. Harold rolled down the window and shouted to the stunned woman in the yard, "Don't forget what I told you. It's not scary to run away. It's scary to stay." The scarred woman stared blankly at the stranger. Just now this good Samaritan persuaded her husband a few times, and after realizing that it didn't work, she went so far as to just let the dog bite. After a moment of silence, she gave a slow smile and nodded vigorously. The corners of Harold's mouth rose involuntarily at the response. The car started slowly, moonlight spilling through the windows onto Brian's bloodstained fur. He hesitated, reaching out for the first time to gently rub the big white dog's head. "Good boy." The night breeze brushed his face, and Harold suddenly thought that maybe fighting violence with violence wasn't as bad as it seemed. The next day, inside a park on the Upper East Side, Rorschach and Harold were each holding a cup of coffee and leading Brian on an aimless stroll. The rising sunlight gently poured over the lawn and the surroundings looked wonderful. "I saw an anonymous video that came into the paper this morning of Davina and the Harlem gang talking in secret. Saving a black kid who deserved to die made me feel bad, and exposing the DA's dirty dealings with the mob would at least make me feel better." Harold laughed, then squared his shoulders. "I'm not going to talk you out of fighting violence with violence again, but seriously, some things are more securely left to the police. Neither you nor I can expose our identities." Rorschach didn't answer. His gaze crossed over the morning crowd and landed on a policewoman in the distance who was climbing a ladder to save her cat. Harold followed the line of sight and after recognizing the familiar face, he said lustfully, "Rorschach, she has a special status, if she knows you're in New York." "I understand," Rorschach interrupted softly. Without a word, the two men looked at the policewoman who always wore a sweet smile. Harold lamented, "Sometimes, if you love someone, you have to be a stranger to her." A stranger. Rorschach was silent for a moment and raised his coffee cup. "To strangers." After taking a sip, he looked at Harold curiously. "Your identity is even more special than mine, but I've heard you say before that you have a lover, and you can't grow old with the one you like. How does that feel? It must be very hard, right?" Harold shook his head slightly. "You're wrong, Rorschach. I'll be white with her, just days apart." "Fark, I'm sick of your kind of words with your literate accents." Rorschach rolled his eyes and sat down on the bench. "How's the machine, looking into Liz's affairs?" Harold's eyes twinkled for a moment. "Checking on it, should be soon. Systematic search in progress. Search instruction, missing persons file hashtag Lizzie ROG 114A, decrypting federal databases. Biometric matching completed, 98.7% confidence level. Target identified, Lizzie Logan. File status, open/frozen, last updated, 11 years, 4 months, 16 days ago. Physiological parameters, height 152 centimeters per weight 41 kilograms, estimated current age, 173 cm plus or minus 3 cm. We're pulling surveillance records. Confirmation of last place of appearance. Warning, warning, access to restricted files insufficient permissions. Harold, level 9, is not authorized to access. Data forced erase in progress. File locked. Connection interrupted. Inquiry terminated. Chapter 125 The Law-Abiding Citizen. Requesting for monthly tickets. Open the till. Hurry up. Open the till. Now. I want cash. Cash. Give me all the cash. In an all-too-ordinary convenience store in Brooklyn, a robbery scene that plays out every day in this neighborhood is taking place. A middle-aged man masked in stockings and dressed in outdated clothes was pointing a revolver at the shopkeeper behind the counter. He kept looking from side to side, his whole body in a state of extreme exuberance. Typically, robbers are hyperactive for no more than two reasons, either the thrill of the crime or the fear of their situation. And this Mr. Robber in front of me undoubtedly falls into the latter category, because he even forgot to turn on the hammer safety on his revolver. But how could the store owner, who was being held at gunpoint at the moment, have the heart to pay attention to such details? Faced with the blackened muzzle of a gun, he chose to do what most robbers in this country do, which is to honestly hand over all the cash in the counter. The robber looked around nervously, fearing that, like in the movies, a brave passerby would suddenly come out of nowhere at a critical moment. However, fate is a huge Murphy effect, and he really stumbled upon such a coincidence. Bruce, I would never choose to do that if I were you. An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. Bruce, the robber, jerked around and aimed his gun at the source of the sound, a man who was leaning against a shelf, lazily eating ice cream. Who are you and what do you do? How do you know my name? Bruce shouted in horror, his finger on the trigger tightening involuntarily. The man's low voice with its distinctive magnetism rang out again. Good question. The old me was a police officer, specializing in lecturing guys like you who don't follow the law. But now, Rorschach popped a scoop of vanilla ice cream into his mouth, then looked over at the raw robber and smiled. Maybe it could still be called a cop, but more accurately, it would be considered a vigilante. Police cop. Hearing the word made Bruce take a few involuntary steps back, the knot in his throat rolling up and down from the tension. Rorschach took a step closer to him and noted in an easy tone, as a robber, you've made at least 3 mistakes. First, you're masked and you're not wearing gloves? Man, your fingerprints are all over the doorknob. Second, the tattoo of your daughter's name on your neck is showing. I'll bet the shopkeeper saw those letters in Lisa. Thirdly, there are only 2 kinds of people who would choose to rob a convenience store, desperate ordinary people, and scumbags who deserve to die. Now tell me, Bruce. Rorschach walked up to the other man, looked him straight in the eyes, and asked word for word, are you really willing to go to jail for just a few $100s and let Lisa, who is only 8 years old, face this cold and cruel world alone? Aye. Bruce's lips trembled as he suddenly threw his pistol to the ground and turned to flee. But then, Rorschach called out to him again. When he looked back, a wad of bills tied with a rubber band had been tossed into his arms. Pay what you owe. Get a good job. And, Rorschach pointed at him and added seriously, remember to buy your daughter the teddy bear she's been longing for months on the way home, as a birthday present in 2 days. Bruce froze in place, looking at the banknotes in his arms and nodding gratefully. Thank you, really thank you so much. When the guy left, the shopkeeper behind the counter breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at Rorschach thankfully. Thanks a lot, bro, you saved my life. From his hand, Rorschach stooped to pick up the revolver, skillfully unscrewed the nest of bullets, and displayed the empty chamber to the shopkeeper. He shook his head. It's just a dumbass who's being taken advantage of. And of course, so are you. Rorschach pointed his chin at the snow-covered surveillance screen on the wall. Haven't you noticed that the supermarket's surveillance has been out of order since 3 minutes ago? And, his gaze turned to the flustered clerk who had just come out of the storeroom. Doesn't it strike you as odd that this immigrant fellow, who you've employed for a couple of weeks and who is usually a good-for-nothing, should suddenly come to work so diligently and early today? The shopkeeper scratched his head in confusion, not seeming to fully understand the situation. But the Mexican clerk had jerked out the pistol in his waistband. The pop, an ice cream bowl hit him in the face at a much faster rate. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain came from the man's wrist. Bang! With a gunshot, the man's knees shattered in response. Rorschach finished wiping the pistol slowly and methodically, casually threw it on the ground, and said to the still-frozen shopkeeper, grow a pair in the future. Even if you want to sympathize with these stowaways, you should hire more diligent Asians. Forget it, there's nothing good about the Orientals who have to come over here for stowaways these days. After placing a dollar coin on the counter to pay for the ice cream, Rorschach turned to leave. Wait! The shopkeeper suddenly came back to his senses and cried out hastily, can you tell me your name? Logan Goodman. Without looking back, Rorschach waved his hand, pushed open the door to the store and walked out. The shopkeeper looked at the clerk moaning in pain on the floor and muttered and repeated the name. Good man, Logan Street. Rorschach pulled open the door of a black Land Rover and got in. Since he complained to Harold yesterday that the Maybach was too high profile, the other man had traded him in for this stretched Land Rover. For the price in North America, this is really quite a bit more understated than its predecessor. How about that? Rorschach, another innocent life saved. Harold's voice came from the headset. Rorschach responded with an expressionless face. Man, you know what I've been fighting for the past month? It's like a game that's now suddenly dropped from hard gift to easy difficulty. In the library, Harold stroked Brian's doggy head and smiled. Maybe, the machine, heard your complaints. This time she provided the owner of the social security number. The identity is quite special. Who? Clyde Shelton. The Pentagon bought hundreds of patents on weapons he invented. Sounds rather like a geeky genius like yourself. Harold stroked the dog's head slightly and replied helplessly. On the contrary, our Mr. Inventor here is a former Marine and possesses not only a genius mind, but a robust physique as well. USMC? Rorschach, who was driving the car, remembered his experiences on the battlefield, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Among the various branches of the U.S. military, the Marines, despite their outstanding individual qualities, have always been at the bottom of the chain of contempt, doing the hardest and most exhausting work. There are many enduring jokes about USMC in the military, such as, why are the Marines always the first to land? Because someone has to help the Army test the mines. Why do the Marines have the neatest graves? Because they're used to lining up to die. So this genius GI is suffering from PTSD and is ready for an indiscriminate massacre in the downtown area? Rorschach asked with a cigarette in his mouth. No, it's the exact opposite of what you think. Harold stared at the information displayed by the machine and explained with a somewhat heavy tone. 6 years ago, 2 thugs broke into Shelton's home one night and raped and killed his wife and young daughter. Shelton, who had been shot several times in the body without defense, could only watch, but instead of dying, he braced himself and called the police. But the subsequent trial resulted in a chilling sentence of only 6 years for the main culprit, who was converted to a tainted witness, and lethal injection for the accomplices. Shelton, for all his displeasure, has repeatedly hit the wall with his appeals over the years, and has not succeeded once. A day ago, that main culprit was released from prison, while the accomplices will be executed tomorrow. Rorschach let out a disdainful snort. Sounds like this softy, Mr. Shelton, sounds like a law-abiding citizen. Until yesterday, indeed. Harold's voice suddenly tightened. But since the machine spit out his number this morning, I've searched for a lot of information on him, and I've come up with something creepy. What? For the past 6 years, Sheldon has been plotting revenge, and his target is not only those 2 thugs, but the entire New York judicial system. The lawyers, prosecutors, judges, police officers, and even the mayor involved in the case back then are all on his death list. The car gradually slowed down, and on the rack seat, Rorschach's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of excitement flickering in his gaze. Send me his address and identifying information. Listening to Rorschach's giddy voice in the headset, how could Harold not understand what he was thinking, and hastened to discourage Rorschach. Those 2 thugs did deserve to die, but the prosecutor and the judge, they are innocent. I think there may indeed be some errors in the judicial process here. But, relax, Harold, Rorschach interrupted, relighting a cigarette, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. I just wanted to have a little chat with this tough guy. Maybe we'll have something in common, right? Harold was speechless. Rorschach's voice continued in the headset. And, by the way, find out another address for the Harlem gang and send it to me. What do you want? The trunk of this Land Rover is so big that it would be a shame not to have a bit of weaponry laid out. I don't like weapons. Rorschach, I don't like it either. But if someone's always going to use it, then why don't we? Harold on the other side, after a moment of silence, sighed softly. Let's change places then. We're not in a position to face off against one of New York's biggest gangsters as enemies. After saying that, he gave an address of a hotel. I'm the top VIP of this hotel. Just give my name directly when you arrive. What a hotel. The Continental. Chapter 126, The Continental Hotel. The God of Killers meets the God of Killers, begs for monthly votes. Manhattan. Rorschach followed the address provided by Harold to an oval-shaped building. Above the front door is a classic-style metal sign that reads, The Continental. Cigarette butts crashed through the car window and the door slammed open. Rorschach pulled the collar of his leather jacket, whistled in his mouth, and entered the so-called Killer Hotel in a leisurely manner. The interior of the hotel is decorated in understated dark colors, surrounded by walls inlaid with exquisite stone murals, with vintage clocks and marble domes, looking very low-key luxury. There didn't seem to be much business at this hotel, and even though it was situated in Midtown Manhattan, you didn't see many people in the lobby. The few guests were also sitting far away from each other, either holding a newspaper or following Rorschach with eyes full of vigilance and mischief. Rorschach, on the other hand, passed by these guys without looking at them, put his hands in his jacket pockets, whistled the whistle he learned from some movie in his previous life, and walked straight to the front desk. There, a black man in a suit was watching him intently. Good noon, guest. Cajon gazed at the man in front of the counter, and although his insides had risen in shock, he still held back his uneasiness and maintained his professional smile. "What can I do for you?" Rorschach casually shrugged. "I heard that the quality of your arms here is good. I came to purchase some weapons and ammunition." Cajon smiled slightly and instead of responding directly, asked, "Do you have any vouchers? Or perhaps gold coins?" Rorschach shook his head. "There is that, but I have a friend named Harold who said all I had to do to come here was give his name, and he seems to have pre-deposited quite a bit of money at your hotel." The black receptionist's smile immediately became a few points more sincere. "Mr. Finch is indeed our hotel's top VIP, with $20 million, equivalent to 4,000 gold coins, reserved on his account. Are you sure that all of today's consumption will be deducted from Mr. Finch's account?" Upon receiving an affirmative reply, a suited waiter immediately stepped forward to guide Rorschach. Just as Rorschach was about to leave, Cajon suddenly owed a slight bow and spoke in a respectful tone. "It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Mr. Rorschach Butcher." Rorschach glanced at him and asked with a smirk, "You know me?" "Sure." The Cajun maintained just the right amount of humility. "In the underworld, your exploits over the past month have become a legend for all to hear." The corner of Rorschach's mouth rose slightly. He didn't know that he was already so famous in the assassin world. As for how the other party recognized him, this was not difficult to understand. A hotel receptionist who specializes in hosting killers has a naturally venomous eye. After all, aside from shaving his beard and changing his hairstyle, there was basically nothing else that had changed about the current Rorschach. Finally, enjoy your shopping. Cajun brings out the best in homage. After Rorschach's figure disappeared into the depths of the corridor, the black receptionist, Cajon, contemplated for a moment and finally picked up the dedicated phone line that led directly to the manager's office. "Mr. Winston, that judge has just arrived at the hotel." "Rorschach Butcher?" "Yes, that's him." Inside the luxurious office on the top floor of the hotel, an old man with gray hair bounced violently from his seat at the words. He eagerly shouted into the microphone, "Examine immediately. Immediately find out who among the hotel's current residents has offended him, and then kick that unlucky bastard out." "He dared to kill someone at the hotel?" Cajon asked hesitantly. "Nonsense. What wouldn't he dare? He even dares to kill the Speaker of the House." Winston fumbled to put on his suit jacket, his voice dripping with tension. "Never let this god of killing break the rules in my territory. The iron law of the Continental Hotels forbidding the use of force must not be broken in my hands." Listening to the panicked voice on the other end of the phone, Cajon frowned slightly and explained, "Mr. Winston, perhaps you are overly concerned." Rorschach clearly stated that he was only here to purchase weapons. "Buying weapons? Sure, that should be correct." He used Mr. Finch's account. Hearing this, Winston's taut expression finally loosened a bit. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead from the shock in the process. Meanwhile, inside some hidden room on the first floor of the hotel, Rorschach, who had been led here by the waiter, was looking around with glowing eyes. Under the precise illumination of recessed spotlights, the firearms displayed in bulletproof glass showcases and on the walls give off a fascinating cold, hard sheen. Instead of the mass-produced, standardized weapons found in ordinary gun stores, here was a carefully modified, purpose-built killing weapon on display. This one, Logan. "Mr. Logan, welcome to the weapon store." A gentleman in a tailored suit with white gloves courteously inquired about Rorschach's needs. Considering the nature of the work in the near future, Rorschach pointed to the display wall full of pistols behind the other. "Let's look at the pistols first." The man in the suit nodded knowingly, removing a handful of treasures in turn with his white-gloved hands and describing them as if they were his own. Heckler & Koch P30L pistol with a 9mm bullet type and 15-round capacity, with an extended barrel to enhance the sighting baseline, an aluminum alloy muzzle compensator and non-slip grip. This elite police model offers the ultimate balance of accuracy, reliability and ergonomics. Glock 26 micro pistol, same 9mm caliber, 10-round capacity, excellent concealable firepower option. Only downside is the compact grip design may not be suitable for users with larger hands like yours. Walther P99 semi-automatic pistol that maintains the 9mm caliber while achieving a 16-round capacity. Lightweight design with exceptional reliability. After detailing a range of classic models, the other party highlighted customized models exclusive to the hotel. According to his explanation, these modifications are derived from the real-world feedback of the hotel's senior customers, and each change is designed to make the bullet hit the target faster and more accurately. Click, click, click. Rorschach played with a P30L in one hand, smoothly pulling the sleeve to test the feel, then suddenly raised the gun and took aim. From the sighting baseline, the line of sight is straight and unobstructed, and the grip is surprisingly comfortable. This and these and, yes, this wall. Fork it all down and pack it up for me. The professional smile on the man in the suit's face was suddenly much more sincere in the face of such a bold buyer. Not long after, when Rorschach came out of the weapon store, he was already followed by 2 attendants, each carrying 2 heavy weapon cases in their hands. Rorschach surveyed the interior of the hotel as he walked, and had to admit that the layout of the place was unique. In addition to the weapon shop, there are several exclusive areas with different functions. He had just left his room when he spotted an open-door tailor's store not far away, with multiple floor-to-ceiling mirrors neatly lined up inside. He subconsciously slowed down his pace and looked down at the leather jacket on his body, which had accompanied him in many bloody battles, and after a moment of silence, he still turned around and walked into the store. Old Logan had left him this leather jacket, which he intended to treasure for the rest of his life. But the reality of the matter is that the days ahead are destined to be filled with fierce gun battles. He couldn't bear to see it beaten up again like the last time. Soon, 2 old tailors in their 60s were already holding leather rulers and carefully measuring Rorschach's dimensions. One of them was taking careful note of his various requests. What style is needed? Italian. A couple buttons. 2. Where are the pants? Narrow feet. Lining? Combat style. Rorschach voiced all the knowledge he had learned about suits from Ginny and Maria, while referring to the style atlas on the wall and picking out the design he favored. After confirming all the details, an old tailor pressed the hidden button on the desktop. With the soft sound of machinery running, the wall on Rorschach's side slowly flipped over, revealing a hidden space similar to a shooting range. The old tailor raised his hand toward Rorschach in a gesture of invitation. 10 meters away stood a plastic mannequin in a suit. Rorschach raised an eyebrow, and in the next second, the HKP-30L pin to his waist was already sheathed. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out. Even though they were used to seeing killers of all stripes shoot, the 2 old tailors were still stunned by the lightning-fast shot. By the time they came back to their senses, 15 rounds had already poured out, leaving only smoke curling from the muzzle. On the suit model in the distance, bullet marks are precisely distributed in key locations such as the shoulder, cuffs, waist side and collar. Amazingly, the model was intact inside except for the impact. Rorschach tossed the pistol to the attendant and nodded in satisfaction. Looks good. What's it made of? Silicon carbide discs, ceramic matrix, accompanied by laminated material, absolutely cutting-edge body armor. The old tailor hurriedly returned. Make 5 sets to my size. And, Rorschach pointed to the old man and made a point of saying, I'm not used to wearing those pretentious formal dresses, and I don't like ties, so it's best to do it casual. Of course, Italian casual tailoring, your satisfaction is guaranteed. After leaving his delivery address, Rorschach left the tailor's store satisfied. The purchases made at the Continental Hotel today were very enjoyable to him. Just as I walked down the hallway, an elderly man with gray hair greeted me with a big smile. Mr. Butcher, I've heard a lot about you. I'm the manager of this Continental Hotel, Winston. Seeing this no-frills attitude of the other party, Rorschach smiled and shook his hand. Your hotel is very nice. I will come often when I have time in the future. Hearing this, a big stone fell to the ground in Winston's heart, and his smile became even more sincere. I'm buying all this stuff and charging it to Finch's account. Is that a problem? Rorschach pointed to the gunny sack the waiter behind him was straining to carry. Winston sniffed and immediately said politely, these items you are shopping for, consider them as a small token of appreciation from this store. For a legend like you, all Continental hotels around the world report the highest courtesy. Rorschach surveyed him with some surprise. Speaking of which, starting with the black receptionist and continuing through to the manager of this hotel, all seemed to be extraordinarily polite to themselves. Yeah, then I'm welcome. Rorschach smiled at the old man, and as he said goodbye, the hotel manager uttered the same salutation as the black receptionist. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Mr. Rorschach Butcher. Good, and I'm honored to know you all. He shook his head helplessly. Earlier, when he heard Harold describe this as a hotel full of killers, he expected to encounter a group of unruly outlaws. Turns out not only were they all suits when they came in, but they were all polite and respectful. Eyeing Rorschach's departing back, Winston secretly sighed in relief. His biggest fear was that this bogeyman wanted to register as a killer at the Continental Hotel. It wasn't that he was questioning the other party's strength, it was purely because the trouble Rorschach had incurred was just too tricky. Even the huge power behind the Continental Hotel would inevitably think twice about facing such a calamity. However, just as he was about to go back to his office and breathe a sigh of relief, his expression suddenly froze. A man with long hair and a black suit walked into the hotel holding a beagle and met Rorschach head-on. Just at the moment when the two were about to brush shoulders, Rorschach suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked down at the naive puppy and couldn't help but smile. Nice dog. What's its name? John gave him a slightly surprised look and replied softly, Daisy. Wow, sounds like a girl's name. Rorschach knelt down and gently teased the little beagle with his fingers. Winston, who witnessed this scene not far away, already had fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. If these two killers clash here and have a big fight. Fortunately, his most feared scenario did not occur. Rorschach got up and smiled at John. I have a dog too, named Brian, a silver and white shepherd. By the way, where do you usually walk your dog? There are so many rules in this hellhole of New York. It's not easy to find a proper place to walk your dog. Tompkins Square Park. John returned with an expressionless face, not really knowing how to react to the selfsame stranger. Seeing how uninteresting this guy was, Rorschach nodded and then said no more before finally rubbing little Daisy's head and leaving the Continental Hotel on the wrong side of John. John looked back at Rorschach's distant back and frowned slightly before thinking no more. He walked up to a sweating Winston and dropped one of the Hitman World's bombshells as soon as he opened his mouth. As of today, I'm ready to retire. Winston, outside the hotel. Rorschach tossed the 4 heavy gunny sacks into the trunk and couldn't help but glance again at the long-haired suited man with the dog who was walking out of the Continental before starting the engine. Damn it, Fark, you're so handsome. Chapter 127. So, how about letting me in on this as well? Requesting monthly votes. Brooklyn streets. A rooftop chase is on. A dozen bailiffs from the Brooklyn Criminal Court were chasing a burly, bald, topless man with thick chest hair. Darby, we're not here to arrest you. It's an urgent case that needs to take you back for questioning. You've got to be kidding me. I've just been out of jail for 2 days and you guys sent a bunch of cops to surround my house. Clearly you want to take me back to jail again. Fatty, who was running wildly across the roof of a building, turned around and gave a middle finger to the prosecutor on the ground, who was holding up a bullhorn and shouting, while pulling out a pistol and firing indiscriminately behind him. Surprisingly, no one from the pursuing bailiffs returned fire, as if there was really something important he needed to cooperate with. Darby clipped the cell phone to his ear as he ran wildly and asked in a panic, "Now what? Where do I run to?" Cold commands came from the other end of the line. Run forward another 20 meters. There's a ladder set up under the eaves of a blue house. Go down it and run across the bridge. Darby nodded repeatedly, not suspecting the person on the phone. It was because of this phone call to the prison guard that he was able to escape from this group of police officers just now, no matter who was on the other side. He never wanted to be put in jail again now anyway. Guided by the mystery man, Darby quickly shook off his pursuers and disappeared from the sight of the bailiffs and prosecutors. Find out who he was talking to. Nick, the black prosecutor, had his brow furrowed, obviously in a very bad mood. The man, who looked a little like Django from Quentin's movie, crossed his arms and tried to think about the events of the last 2 days. Just yesterday, the accessory to the murder case of the strong woman 6 years ago was executed by lethal injection. As a public prosecutor, Nick was there to supervise in person. Yet the supposedly painless execution takes an appalling turn. The agents have been switched. Death row inmates who are supposed to die painlessly struggle for dozens of seconds in extreme agony, eventually hemorrhaging internal organs, embolizing blood vessels, and bursting open even their eyeballs. That bloody scene is still a little creepy for Nick to think about now. To add to the horror, the wardens also found a tape recorder in the dead man's locker. Press play and a familiar voice rings out. This is the first one. Nick was instantly creeped out. It was the voice of Sheldon, the husband of the wife and daughter who had been tragically murdered by a female 6 years ago. This man has been haunted by the outcome of the trial for 6 years, and now, taking advantage of the release of the main culprit from prison, he decides to throw the law out the window and exact his revenge himself. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the police rushed to Darby's residence in a hurry, trying to protect the main culprit of the year. Who knows that this idiot even mistakenly thought that the police were here to arrest him, and no matter how much he explained, he didn't believe it and directly escaped. Clyde Shelton. Nick, the black prosecutor, closed his eyes in agony. Why is it that there are always people who feel that lynching is more effective than the law? The other side. Wearing only a pair of large pants, Darby was freezing and rubbing his arms, but his strong desire to survive prevented him from resting. After running continuously for more than 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the location indicated in the phone call. There's a police car under the bridge. The cop inside has been dazed by me. You get in, you just drag him straight out and escape in the police car. Darby cautiously approached the police car and laughed in ecstasy when he saw that there was indeed an unconscious policeman slumped in the driver's seat. Damn cops, nobody in the world can catch me if I want to run. He was just pulling away and preparing to drag the cop out when suddenly a cold electric baton was pressed against his neck. Crack dash. The next second, a violent blue current struck, and Darby fainted as his body convulsed. In the driver's seat, the cop, pretending to be dizzy, removed his mask to reveal the face of a cold, middle-aged man. Looking at the unconscious Darby on the floor, the flames of vengeance finally ignited in the eyes of the man who had been numb for 6 years. Half an hour later, Darby slowly awoke to find himself in a dark, damp place that smelled of rust. To his horror, he realized that he was being held firmly to the metal workbench by a steel hoop. He desperately wanted to struggle and shout, but found that every cell in his body felt like it had gone on strike, and he couldn't even move his fingers. Tetrodotoxin. A voice repressed to the core rang out. Darby rolled his eyes to see the face of an expressionless, middle-aged man with only his eyes glinting luridly looking down at him. Extracted from the liver of a Caribbean puffer fish. It paralyzes your body. But don't worry. The man suddenly raised the scalpel and gently cut across Darby's forehead. The intense pain hit instantly, but Kodayabe couldn't even scream. The man revealed a cruel sneer. Your nerve functions are still active and intact. In other words, he leaned over to Darby's ear, his voice like a demonic ghost. You can't move, but you can feel everything. It can't minimize any of the pain you're experiencing, and you're about to feel torture you can't even imagine. At the end of his words, the man's roar exploded in Darby's ears. At this moment, Darby finally recognized the man in front of him, Clyde Shelton, the man who was once the most envied man in the neighborhood. He comes from a military background, owns a number of invention patents, and has a wealthy family along with a beautiful wife and lovely daughter. Darby hated everything this guy had, so one night he joined forces with his minions, raped his wife and daughter, and finally, he looked in horror at the man who was wrapping a tourniquet around himself, wanting to beg and wail, but his already paralyzed body couldn't spit out any words. By the way, I think you're going to love this. Sheldon suddenly picked up a syringe from the table, looked over at Darby, and laughed excitedly. Adrenaline, just inject this, no matter how much it hurts. You won't pass out. I've prepared 20 of such a good thing. We have plenty of time to play slowly. He picked up another dagger all the way to Darby's eyes. Don't be afraid, man. I can't afford to blind you. This is to cut your eyelids open so you don't close your eyes in the middle of the process. With that, Sheldon jerked his hand up to point to a spot of glass a meter above, where a photo of a mother and daughter was sitting. Look at them, my wife and daughter. This will be the last image you will ever see in your life. Shelton set up the camera, put on a medical mask, and finally picked up a rusty chainsaw. He leaned over to Darby's ear with a creepy smile. Your heart is beating so fast, just like mine did back then. The video camera on the table faithfully recorded it all. A few hours later, the night is low. Sheldon removed his bloodstained mask and took a deep breath. He forced himself to calm down. 6 years of waiting for a lot more than just revenge on a dam. Just as he was putting away the VCR and preparing to dump all the bodies into the trash, a sudden round of applause erupted from the corner. Snap, snap, pop. Shelton's heart tightened and he jerked the pistol at his waist to where the sound was coming from. Ahead, in the shadows, a young man claps and walks out with a smile. TSK, TSK, TSK. Rorschach looked over at Sheldon, who was covered in blood. That's some amazing craftsmanship. Paralyzing the body with tetrodotoxin and then using saline with a tourniquet and an epinephrine hangnail farker. Man, you're really impressing me. Who are you? Sheldon narrowed his eyes at the other man. He didn't mind killing one more person for his revenge, but at the same time, he felt darkly alarmed that the other man had been sitting in the shadows watching him for hours without him noticing a thing. Rorschach Butcher. Rorschach didn't hide his identity. Looking at the other party's shocked expression, Rorschach looked straight into Sheldon's eyes and continued. I've heard that you have a deep distaste for the justice system in this country. The corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Coincidentally, so do I. Chapter 128. Yes, I'm not alone. Requesting monthly votes. Do you know what plea bargaining means? That's the dirtiest trick in this country's justice system. 6 years ago, Brooklyn Criminal Court. In an ordinary conference room, the air was frozen and suffocating. Nick, the black prosecutor, loosened his tie and tapped his fingers impatiently on the desk. This was all because no matter what he said, the man across from him refused to accept his offer, which made his attitude turn fierce. Didn't you understand what I said? The judge used the exception clause to exclude the two pieces of evidence, the DNA and the blood on the clothes. But that's DNA evidence. So why even exclude DNA? Rule 403 of the Federal Rules of Evidence authorizes a judge to exclude evidence when it is more prejudicial than probative. You haven't read the law. I can't explain any of this to you. Clyde. And witnesses. I am the witness. I saw those two in front of me. Clyde. You were shot and bleeding and in a semi-conscious state. Your testimony won't even be admissible. Clyde's hands began to shake. His eyes were red and he was staring at the tabletop. DNA, murder weapon, eyewitnesses. All the evidence is there, but you can't convict the murderer of his wife and daughter? Nick looked at the man on the verge of a breakdown inside, his tone easing. While there's no hard, ironclad evidence at this point to convict both men of capital murder, there is good news. The murderer who did the killing, Darby, has accepted my plea bargain. He'll identify his accomplices as tainted witnesses in exchange for a reduced sentence. This will ensure at least one death sentence. Clyde snapped his head up and stared incredulously at the prosecutor representing justice, his lips trembling. Coco Darby is the main culprit. I saw with my own eyes that he was the first to rape my daughter and the first to use a gun. It doesn't matter what you saw or heard. Nick interrupted sternly. What matters is what we can prove in court. He stood up and looked down condescendingly at Clyde. I've made the best choice for you, and if I don't, you're going to be spending a lot of time and money on this case for the next few years, and you won't necessarily be able to convict both men together. Clyde suddenly clutched Nick's hand. Please don't deal with him. That's my wife and child. I'll do anything to get them convicted. Nick gently broke his fingers. I'm sorry, Clyde. A plea bargain has been negotiated. What? How could you? That's the way the justice system works, and I know you're not happy about it, but it's for the best. After saying that, Nick pursed his lips, tried to avoid the other man's gaze, picked up his briefcase, and left the place. Outside the door, another colleague had been waiting for some time. When he saw Nick nodding slightly at him, the corners of the other man's mouth immediately lifted into a smirk. He patted Nick on the shoulder and congratulated him. With this case, you've got a 98% conviction rate, which is a remarkable statistic. As soon as he heard that, the gloom cleared from Nick's face and he raised an eyebrow triumphantly. Call everyone in the office. It's on me tonight. Where's Sheila? That new assistant is your little crush. A coworker teased. Ha ha ha. Sure, call her along. At this point in the conference room, listening to the laughter outside, the tears in the eyes of the man who had lost everything were drying up. Unsolved. Despair. Eventually, it turned into a bone-chilling ferocity. Time to go back to the present. The warehouse door was pushed open from the inside by a hand, and Rorschach couldn't help but look back after taking a deep breath of the still fresh air outside. Under the dim light, a man who remained absolutely calm even though his heart was burning with boiling murderous intent was meticulously wiping each and every piece of murderous weapon. He moved with mechanical precision, ticking off each vengeful name on a yellowed list. Perhaps it was because he knew it was impossible to stop or report him in Rorschach's position, or perhaps he needed an audience to vent his pent-up desire for revenge after many years of being alone. So just now, Clyde had told him everything that had happened, even including his plan for revenge. When the narration ended, Clyde looked at Rorschach with an expression of a few moments of anticipation, like a student completing a masterpiece waiting to be appreciated. After all, with his former military background and access to dealings with the Pentagon, it wasn't hard to learn what the man in front of him was doing under the cover of the media. This is a man who is even more paranoid and crazy than he is on the road to revenge. And Rorschach did give an affirmation. The plan devised by this vengeful husband for his wife and daughter is perfect. In less than 3 days, he'll have the entire New York justice system in the palm of his hand. And more than that, he'll bring about the demise of the city's politicians. There was really not much Rorschach could do in the face of such an avenger with both strategy and execution. He just needed to make some simple checks and balances to help this kindred spirit, to burn the flames of vengeance to perfection. The next day, early morning, the NYPD finally apprehended Clyde in a remote cabin in Queens after canvassing multiple properties in his name. At the scene of the arrest, Clyde was not wearing a single piece of clothing, and when he saw the police, he directly bounded to the ground with his hands on his head, kneeling on the ground. There was not the slightest resistance. Let the cops have no excuse for wanting a little American Gunther. Inside the interrogation room, Prosecutor Nick looked at the man in front of him, his heart slightly in his mouth. Who would have thought that the law-abiding citizen of the day would now have the audacity to steal and exchange death penalty agents in prison and kidnap Darby, who has been released from prison? You disappoint me, Clyde. Nick sighed. You have a wealthy family, a brilliant mind and a fit body, and you could have started a new life. But instead you actively let yourself walk into the mud. He looked straight at the other man. You switched the drugs during the lethal injection, didn't you? And Darby, if I'm not mistaken, he's been murdered by you now. Ha! Clyde smiled slightly and nodded his head in acknowledgement. I do want to kill them the most in the world. Every night in my dreams, I kill them 1,000 times. So you planned these 2 murders, did you? Nick retorted coldly. I planned it 1,000,000 times. In my head, over and over again. And it took a full 6 years. Good. I think our conversation is over. Nick gathered up the transcripts and prepared to leave, but was stopped by Clyde. Nick, suggest you cancel lunch with the judge today, the next 2 days as well, because soon, you'll be especially busy. I don't think you figured it out yet, Clyde. Nick whipped his head around to look at him. I've got your guilty plea on tape, and you're going to be thrown in jail after court this afternoon. Yes? Clyde shrugged and returned flatly. I simply said I wanted those 2 criminals dead and had made plans to kill them. Is that a crime? I haven't said a word admitting to a crime. Nick pointed violently at him. Don't disguise it, Clyde. We all know you did it. A wry smile suddenly appeared on Clyde's expressionless face. He looked up slowly, gazing at the prosecutor who had kept him in his thoughts for 6 years, and asked softly, remember what you said back then? What? Nick frowned. It doesn't matter what you see or hear. What matters is what you can prove in court, Clyde suddenly bellowed, his voice exploding in the interrogation room. Nick clenched his teeth and pushed down his anger. You can make a deal. Tell us the terms of your plea. Po ha 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 ha. Clyde suddenly laughed. See, Nick, if I'm not mistaken, this is your favorite charge defense deal? To preserve your nice conviction rate? You may not mention it, but sooner or later we will find evidence that will convict you, Nick said with a grimace. Clyde raised an eyebrow. Okay then, just get a Simmons mattress ready now. Prison hardboard beds. I'm not used to sleeping on them. In the hallway, the officers immediately gathered around. The next second, they heard the prosecutor with the highest conviction rate in New York coldly order, "Prepare a Simmons mattress." The people looked at each other in disbelief, but they were forced to carry out this ridiculous order. Nick, Sheila, the tall female assistant, couldn't help but ask, "If we back down like this, when the next interrogation? Don't worry, next time I'll come to him with evidence that will nail him." Nick twisted his head to look at his assistant and said seriously, "Prepare the materials. When the court meets in the afternoon, even if there's no evidence, we can't let him post bail. We'll lock him up first. It shouldn't be a problem." Sheila frowned back, judging by Clyde's attitude. He seems ready to go to jail. Nick took one last look at Clyde, who had his eyes closed behind the glass, and years of prosecutor's instincts gave him pause. He always had a feeling that something unexpected might happen in the afternoon's trial, and it was, indeed, as he had expected. In court, Clyde in handcuffs is making an impassioned speech. Under the Fourth Amendment's illegal evidence exclusion, there is no chance whatsoever of convicting me with the evidence the prosecution has today. Under the Fifth Amendment's presumption of innocence, the prosecution bears the entire burden of proof, and if it cannot be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, the jury must find not guilty. I am a law-abiding citizen, a husband who lost his wife and daughter. This is the first time I have ever been charged with a crime, and I didn't even resist at all when I was arrested. To forcibly hold me without bail without any valid evidence today is an outrage and a step backwards. Haven't we learned our lesson from the Dave McDonald case? File number 041325? The judge and jury fell silent. Nick and Sheila, both at the next table, also looked at each other in shock. When did this guy become so familiar with legal texts and cases? Clyde laughed softly at Nick's stunned expression. Relax, Mr. Prosecutor. 6 years ago you told me I didn't know the law, so I've been studying some law books along the way these past 6 years. It turned out to be easier than I thought. The judge, after interacting with the jury, also rendered a final verdict. Because the prosecution has no compelling evidence to restrict Mr. Shelton's personal liberty, I will grant bail in the amount of snap. Just as Nick was getting frustrated, applause suddenly broke out beside him. Clyde applauded while looking directly at the judge with a sneer. "So, you're letting me go? Even though I obviously killed those two bastards, you're letting me go? That's the judge's decision? What did you say? Excuse me." The female judge frowned at Clyde. "Farking squid." Clyde suddenly burst into a rage and cursed directly. "Do you think I've forgotten about you? You were the one who judged my wife and daughter's case 6 years ago. 6 years later, you're still a blind punk. I just made up a few cases and you believed me. Are you worthy of wearing this robe?" This statement completely stunned everyone in the courtroom. Dang, dang, dang. Reacting, the female judge angrily banged her gavel. Bail denied, but Clyde remained where he was, cursing her angrily, until the bailiffs came out to escort him back. Listening to Clyde's fading curses, Nick looked curiously at his female assistant. This guy isn't going to try to escape justice by going insane, is he? It's not without precedent. There have been too many cases in this country where mental illness has been relied upon to escape conviction. Sheila looked in the direction Clyde had left and shook her head slightly, equally uncertain. It's also strange to be on a tirade of contempt of court for a change when you've clearly been granted bail by a judge. At that moment, Nick's cell phone suddenly rang. After answering the phone, his expression changed abruptly. Inside the prison cell, Clyde was lying comfortably on his Simmons, nodding politely to his cellmate before closing his eyes and swaying lightly on his toes, as if waiting for something. Soon came the man for whom he was waiting. Nick burst in with a gaggle of cops in tow. "You sang Torford bitch." Nick cursed harshly. "The lawyer who defended Darby and the others disappeared 6 years ago. Wasn't that you too? You're not just one man, you're an accomplice." Clyde gave him a lazy, impassive look and said, "Want to know? Then why don't you use your prosecution and defense deal bit to ask, what do you want?" Nick forced down his anger. "Prime rib from Dennis's, 20 ounces, medium rare, charred a little, served with fries, asparagus, creamy cucumber," Clyde said absently. "Have it delivered by 1:30 p.m., and I'll tell you where he is." Although Nick and the others were angry in their hearts, they could only do their best to fulfill the other party's demands in today's situation. Just as the crowd turned away in outrage, Clyde suddenly spoke up. "By the way, Nick, you just asked me if I had an accomplice." He looked straight into Nick's turned-back eyes, a chilling smile curving the corners of his mouth. "That's right, I'm not alone." Chapter 129. Starting to panic when it's your wife and kids' turn? Requesting for monthly votes. A dozen shovels dug frantically through the wooded wasteland. Nick stared intently at the widening mound, sweat sliding off his forehead mixed with dirt. but never saw the target they were looking for. While it wasn't long before there was a sudden sound of metal clashing in the dirt. With the concerted efforts of the policeman, a rusty iron box was dragged out of the mound. Nick entered the code Clyde had provided and the electronic lock opened on cue. Curled up inside the box was a body with a grimy face from lack of oxygen. Even creepier was the fact that several empty oxygen tanks were scattered around the body. ******ing crazy. This treadmill is just abusive. Neither the police nor the bailiffs in the room could help but let out a torrent of curses. Except for Nick, who wore a look that said it all. The steak that was supposed to arrive at 1:30 was a full 15 minutes late due to a cumbersome approval process and a tussle with the warden. And it took another 20 minutes to get from the prison to these woods. Nick didn't have to think about it to realize that the oxygen tanks must have been timed by Clyde to stop the oxygen supply at a certain time. If the steak had been delivered sooner, maybe the lawyer wouldn't have died. Nick, who had quit smoking for years, asked his coworker for a cigarette and gazed in silence at the face in the box, twisted by pain. Nick, Sheila held up her cell phone and walked quickly, her voice shaking. A minute ago, Clyde stabbed a fellow housemate to death with the steak T-bone we sent him, and now he's in solitary confinement. What? Why would he do that? Nick scratched his hair in disbelief. Every move the other man had made since he captured Clyde in the morning had been completely unexpected. Killing a fellow prisoner? Is this guy trying to get into the brig on purpose? Suddenly, Nick thought of something else and, no longer caring about the body in the box, jerked around and was heading back to the car. It's not enough that Clyde killed 2 murderers, now he's killed all the lawyers who defended the murderers back in the day. This guy is clearly seeking revenge on everyone who was involved in the trial back in the day. Then the judge, who is the final pronouncer of judgment, is no doubt on his revenge list. Half an hour later, when Nick and Sheila stormed into the judge's chambers, the 80-something lady was peacefully reviewing papers. After listening to Nick's speculation, she grimaced. Isn't the criminal already in jail? It's good that it's in jail, but based on what's going on, it's clear that the other guy has 1 or more accomplices. Nick eagerly explained. Clyde has been planning this for 6 years, and just killing the killer is far from enough to quell his anger. The female judge sniffed and took a deep breath, closing her eyes slightly. I'm Jewish and I know better than anyone what it's like to be persecuted. After a moment of silence, she shook her head and said, therefore after becoming a judge, I ask myself that I have never once rebelled against a wrongful conviction. If he feels that there's something wrong with my verdict, it only means that this criminal called Clyde is not fit to live in a civilized country. He should go to Africa, Asia, places where there are no laws to survive. Sheila frowned a little uncomfortably at that, but seeing as Nick aside didn't say anything, she could only bow her head and remain silent. Since he has accomplices outside, let's just cut off his connection with the outside world. The female judge pulled her cell phone out of a drawer. Release him from his power of attorney for 1 week, so that he no longer has the right to see a lawyer or any visitors for the next week. Sheila couldn't help but sniff. But doesn't that infringe on the human rights he still has even as a criminal? According to the Constitution. She had just opened her mouth when Nick stopped her by pressing the back of his hand. Just as the judge was about to dial the phone, Nick suddenly yelled, "Wait!" He carefully took the phone away from the judge. Clyde is a military genius with hundreds of patented inventions and has modified weapons systems for the military. He's in the slammer now, and unless his accomplices do it, he'll have to rely on those inventions he used to have if he wants to get his revenge, which include micro-implanted bombs. Nick, who had spent last night analyzing Clyde's data, put his phone in the distance and said breathlessly, "To be safe, it would be best to have the marshals search your office first." The judge snorted disdainfully at that. I didn't even give in to criminals back in the day when my mother and I were in the NC concentration camps. And he thinks, boo, wow. In the flying broken glass, the judge's head exploded in front of Nick and Sheila. The warm red and white mixture splashed across the stiff faces of both men. They looked ahead in stupefaction. And under the broken glass, a headless body was spread out on an office chair, convulsing silently. In the distance, the rooftop of a building. Rorschach put down the German customized AWMF sniper rifle in his hand and removed the cigarette from his mouth to exhale a wisp of smoke. After resolving his target, he slung the big sniper over his shoulder and left with ease, just as he thought he would. It's just helping Clyde fill in the gaps. Rorschach, I just heard gunshots. What the hell are you doing? Harold's questioning voice rang out over the headset. Relax, man, Rorschach blandly returned, just adding bricks and mortar to a project that's been rotting for decades. In less than 2 days, 5 people had died in a row. Among them was a fellow prison inmate who had been stabbed to death by Clyde for some unknown reason. Nick felt his temples jutting as Clyde's every move felt like an elaborate chess game. Why do you have to volunteer to go to jail? Is it simply to tease yourself face to face? On the way to the holding cell, Nick spoke rapidly and ordered Sheila, find out all of Clyde's contacts over the past week. Focus on his military background. Any associate who can snipe a judge remotely is definitely professionally trained. No response. He looked sideways, only to see his assistant. Sheila, looking a little dazed, as if she hadn't recovered from the day's several murders. Nick, the girl looked up at the boss beside her, who had the highest conviction rate in New York, and asked earnestly, "Have you ever thought that maybe 6 years ago we shouldn't have used the plea bargaining tactic of striking a deal with a murderer in order to increase the conviction rate?" Nick took a step and pursed his lips. "This is a problem of the judicial system. It has nothing to do with us. An agreement with the murderer will enable a quicker finalization of the case and increase efficiency. But wouldn't that also result in the evil of miscarriage of justice? Just like today, the victims have not gotten justice and they are now left to themselves." "That's not a victim. That's a criminal," Nick interrupted her angrily. He calmed his breathing and his voice was husky. "When I was younger, I wanted to change the system as much as you did, and I was ready to fight then. But guess what happened back there?" Nick looked down at the dark, damp corridors of the confinement room and smiled helplessly. "You give in a step here, a step there, and slowly, you begin to join the game yourself. And then you realize that the system you tried to think of changing has changed you. Then why didn't we let a step go by in the first place?" Sheila asked. Nick shook his head. "In that case, you won't even get into this power play." "Sheila, don't tell me you took out over $100,000 in loans for law school and managed to become a prosecutor just to get out into the service industry." He patted Sheila on the shoulder. "9 times out of 10 we're going to have to stay up all night working in this prison tonight, so if you're in shape get some rest." With those words, he no longer cared about his assistant, who was still in a daze, and took large strides towards the confinement room in front of him. Behind her, Sheila, the young female assistant, stood thoughtfully, her eyes twinkling. Inside the confinement room, hearing the footsteps approaching in the hallway, the corner of Clyde's mouth curled into a sneer as he leaned against the wall. "You crossed the line." Nick stood outside the cell door, watching him coldly. "You can kill a murderer, and we can arrest you, but you shouldn't kill a judge or a lawyer." "Yes, but in my experience, only the lessons of blood last," Clyde blandly returned. "And Nick, if I were you, I'd be more worried about myself right now. Don't forget, you were the one who took the liberty of making a plea deal with the killer in the first place. You're the one who deserves to die." Instead of flinching, Nick roared, "Want to get back at me? Feel free to come. You know, Nick, you and I actually have a lot in common." "Like?" Clyde looked up with a creepy smile. "You have a wife and daughter just like I once did." Upon hearing this, Nick's expression, who had been fearless, stiffened. He slammed the bars, his voice hoarse. "What do you want? Do you still want to take revenge on my family?" At that moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Nick's heart sank to the bottom when he saw the caller ID. He gave Clyde a vicious glare and shuddered as he picked up the phone. The moment he heard his wife's voice, he just breathed a sigh of relief. But what she said made his heart clench again. A package arrived at the house half an hour ago containing a bag of rotting meat and a videotape, and his daughter had already watched the gory content. Bang! Nick slammed heavily on the steel door and snarled, "What the hell are you trying to do? Intimidate me?" Clyde gave a satisfied smile. "See, when it's your wife and child's turn, you're just as likely to go into a frenzy." Nick looked at the other man's face and a chill ran down his spine, and he couldn't help but take a few steps backward, hitting the wall of the hallway hard. Early the next morning, after staying up all night in the prison office, Nick and his colleagues still found nothing, neither Clyde's accomplices nor his whereabouts prior to his incarceration. Physically and mentally exhausted, Nick feels a strong sense of unease, even though he has instructed his wife and daughter to return to their small-town home for a while to avoid the storm. "Don't think about it too much, Nick. Go back and get a good night's sleep first," the co-workers advised. Nick reluctantly nodded and was about to get in the car when Sheila came hurrying up. "Nick, look at this." She pointed to the address on the document. "I asked a friend at the IRS to find out about the warehouse Clyde bought under an alias near the prison." "Great." Nick looked at the address on the profile and a smile finally appeared on his face. He felt like he had the other guy by the tail. "It's been hard work. Sheila, hurry back and get some rest." "Aha." Sheila nodded wearily and returned to the car. Just as she was about to turn the key, boom, 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 a series of deafening explosions rang out, and one after another, the vehicles of his colleagues in the Department of Justice were turned into fireballs. Sheila shuddered and let go of the key, looking in horror at the sea of fire and wailing all around her, and at Nick, who was frozen in front of her. Chapter 130, Rorschach, with blood and fire, gain shock and awe, begging for monthly votes. Outside a remote warehouse, Nick was swinging a shovel and slamming the lock on the gate. Beside him, Bill, a good friend from the police department, remained dissuasive. "We don't have a warrant or any hard evidence, and what we're doing now is illegal." "Shut up." Nick uncharacteristically grabbed Bill by the collar, his eyes bloodshot. "Hear the explosion at the prison in the morning? Hear that? 6 of my co-workers were all blown up by that ING demon, just because he was unhappy with a sentence handed down 6 years ago. You're talking to me about the law now? Why don't you go talk to him?" Bill sighed helplessly and did not try to persuade the other man further. 2 hours earlier, 6 Department of Justice prosecutors and assistants had all been killed by under-vehicle bombs, with only Nick and the female assistant, Sheila, surviving. Sheila has been hospitalized for mental trauma, and Bill thinks Nick should get a psychiatric evaluation as well. Since Clyde's incarceration, the once calm and collected prosecutor has become increasingly emotional, even going so far as to act illegally. "Trust me, Bill, this is what killed that asshole. I found it," Nick muttered as he frantically smashed the iron lock. Finally, after more than 100 heavy blows, the iron lock should break. Whoa dash. The roll-up door rises and a precision-arranged warehouse is revealed. The walls were covered with unidentified electronics, and the table displayed guns, monitors, and spreads of photo clippings. Pictures of Darby, the judge, and even Nick himself were among them. Nick's mouth twitched into a sardonic grin as he finally found Clyde's lair. This is where this guy plotted a murder. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to the object on the table, next to the City Hall floor plan. The newspaper carried the news that the mayor would be honoring outstanding judicial officers at the Hall of Justice. The time is exactly noon today. This guy, Nick examined the drawings carefully, and his face changed abruptly when he saw the bomb markings spread across multiple locations in the Hall of Justice. Fark, he planted a bomb in the Hall of Justice, to blow up the mayor and every prosecutor and judge in New York. Fark. After a few frantic curses, Nick was about to call the Department of Justice for an early warning. That's when Bill noticed something unusual in the corner. "Nick, check it out." He pointed to a deep hole. "That maniac actually dug a tunnel." Nick sniffed and walked over, and when he saw the hole that resembled a mine, he squinted his eyes before bending right down and climbing in. As he climbed to the end, a subterranean space filled with pipes appeared above him, while the voices of prisoners and guards could be heard above him. Seeing this scene, he instantly understood everything. Clyde entered the prison on purpose to let their guard down, and also killed his fellow inmates in the holding cell on purpose. It was all because the other side had dug a tunnel right through the prison confinement cell. I don't know how many years ago. He could slip out of the tunnels at any time and remotely manipulate those killing devices via surveillance. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** but suddenly let out a laugh. Now that he had discovered the secret, Clyde had no more cards to play. All he had to do was to immediately warn the mayor, and then present the warehouse as evidence in court to completely convict Clyde. Go! Nick gave Bill a triumphant smile. Get out there and bring this to light. That ING guy is going to get what's coming to him. Speaking of which, thanks to Sheila, I didn't expect the usually quiet little assistant to find such crucial evidence. However, as they climbed out of the hole, Nick's smile froze instantly. A few minutes ago there was an empty warehouse, but at this moment there were two more people sitting at the table watching the surveillance. One of them was a strange young man, and the other was clearly Clyde, who was supposed to be in the brig. You guys. Bang! The gun went off. Bill, the policeman who was about to draw his gun, was suddenly bleeding from his wrist. Rorschach, with his legs on the table and playing with his pistol, asked with interest, "How does it feel to realize the truth?" This Nico, oh no. Prosecutor Nick, isn't it very enjoyable? Nick's chest rose and fell violently, and without opening his mouth to answer Rorschach's question, he violently grabbed Bill's sidearm and tried to counterattack. But unfortunately, 2 bullets penetrated his hands much faster. Damn! Nick fell to the ground in agony as he glared angrily at Rorschach and turned to Clyde, who was always watching him indifferently, and begged bitterly, "Are you crazy, Clyde? I know that your wife and daughter's deaths were unjust and the verdict was unfair, but isn't it enough that you've already killed so many people? Don't make another mistake. Don't worry, it's almost over." Clyde pointed to surveillance footage that showed New York's first black female mayor speaking at a meeting of justice officials. In 1 minute, all those in this city who have desecrated justice will be reduced to ashes in the flames. What will killing them change? Nick roared. You think you can re-establish justice by killing people? Clyde shook his head gently. For me now, justice or not doesn't matter anymore. Nick fell silent, knowing he couldn't convince the man, but a terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, sending chills down his spine. You guys lured me here on purpose, just to make me watch this happen with my own eyes? He shuddered in disbelief as he asked, Is Shishiro one of your associates too? Rorschach didn't answer the question, and Clyde remained silent. Both had their eyes locked on the TV screen. The black woman mayor, who was elected on the politically correct wave of the black chancellor's rise to power, was giving an impassioned speech, bragging about the dramatic drop in crime in New York over the year, taking all the credit for it. Yeah, crime is certainly down. More than half of the felonies were reduced to misdemeanors through plea bargaining, and many more misdemeanors were simply dropped. It stands to reason that a politician who exonerates criminals should be reviled by voters, but the reality is just the opposite, because this woman mayor is black, and it is the black community, which has the highest crime rate, that supports her. The more she uses these underhanded tactics to lower the crime rate, the more black people will vote for her. That's the ugly truth beneath the city's shiny exterior. But soon, it's all about to be completely liquidated. Inside the warehouse, apart from guttural moans of pain, only the hypocritical speeches of the female mayor echoed from the television. Rorschach's fingers tapped rhythmically on the tabletop, and suddenly, his movements stopped. A deafening explosion rang out suddenly on the TV screen. This was followed by the sounds of wailing, screaming, and building collapses as the entire venue was thrown into chaos. Nick closed his eyes in despair, his body trembling uncontrollably. Until this moment, he didn't really understand the true purpose of these two people in front of him. They're not getting back at individuals, they're getting back at this country. Looking at the Hall of Justice that was caught in flames in the picture, a satisfied smile appeared on Rorschach's face. Clyde slowly got up and took a deep breath before shaking his head at Nick. You should be thankful that I'm more principled than those two thugs from 6 years ago, or your wife and daughter would have been on the live feed as well. When he finished, he nodded to Rorschach. The two men stopped paying attention to Nick, who was wailing on the floor, and walked towards the warehouse door without looking back. Just as Nick was confused, a cigarette butt popped out of the mysterious man's hand. The next second, the fuel tank was ignited and tongues of fire instantly sprang up. The entire warehouse was in flames in no time. Clyde, Nick hissed in horror. You can't do this to me. I have a wife and kids. You can't. Clyde looked back at him coldly. I had it once. Wow dash. The warehouse roll-up door was pulled down heavily as Nick looked on in despair. Phew. Outside the door, Clyde let out a long breath, stumbling and nearly falling. Beside him, a strong hand held him steady. He looked up into Rorschach's stoic, cold face and couldn't help but ask in confirmation, are we really doing the right thing, Rorschach? Rorschach smiled lightly. I used to be like you, self-doubting every time I did something that was considered out of character in the eyes of onlookers, but not anymore. Why? Clyde wondered. Because the treatment of unscrupulous politicians, people like us, must be met with blood and fire in order to gain shock and awe. Inside the Brooklyn criminal courthouse, Sheila, dressed in a professional suit, walked slowly into the hall. Unlike in the past, the bombing that shocked the nation 2 days ago left today's courthouse overcrowded. Almost all of the top officials of the Department of Justice were wiped out, and the mayor was killed instantly in the explosion. The tragedy left the D.A.'s office severely understaffed, and with a large number of investigators from the Counterterrorism Bureau, the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI mixed in at the scene. The Washington investigation arrived late. Sheila looked down and flipped through the case file information in her hands. 3 days ago, 5 gang members broke into a local home and brutally murdered a husband and wife before ransacking it, leaving only a 12-year-old girl hiding in a closet to survive. Pushing open the door to the conference room, she saw the girl looking up at her with red eyes. Sheila, the girl immediately got up, her voice trembling. They still won't confess? Is there still not enough evidence? Seeing Sheila shake her head, the girl dropped to the floor in despair. 2 offenders have offered plea bargains to identify the other 3 as tainted witnesses. Sheila crouched down and softly explained the progress of the case. If we accept the offer, all 5 can be convicted, but the 2 criminals who turned witnesses will probably only get a few years in prison. But they're all murderers. The girl looked up tearfully. I watched them kill my parents with a knife. Sheila, should we accept the offer? Looking into the girl's tearful eyes, Sheila was suddenly in a trance, as if she had seen some scene of déjà vu 6 years ago. No. She gripped the girl's hand tightly and shook her head with a firm gaze. We're going to fight them to the end. Chapter 131, You and I are civilized aliens, begging for monthly votes. Unlike the West Coast, which maintains high temperatures almost year-round, many cities in the East see temperatures plummet as soon as summer is over. Therefore, in movies or American dramas, if the hero or heroine wears a sweater coat throughout, the story is most likely set in a city in northeastern North America. Like right now, late at night on a rooftop somewhere in New York, in the bitter cold wind, Rorschach was wearing a leather jacket underneath and an overcoat, and he looked indifferent. And beside him, Clyde, dressed only in his prison uniform, had long been freezing, but Rorschach seemed oblivious, just resting his arms on the edge of the wall, quietly overlooking the night view of New York. After seeing it too much, that's really all there is to it. The only difference from Chicago is just an extra rectangular piece of Central Park in the middle of the city. There are even 2 110-story, identical-looking square skyscrapers missing from what was once New York. Rorschach. Clyde looked at the man beside him with desire to speak. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the other party, not only would the judge who sentenced him back then not have died, but even his secret base would have been discovered by Nick and his group, ultimately leading to the explosion plan being undone. That's right, the female assistant named Sheila wasn't even one of his people, and it was pure luck that the other had found his most hidden warehouse. If not for Rorschach's early watch, at this moment, not only is his revenge not yet avenged, but he may even have been nailed to death in prison by the conclusive evidence. I appreciate your help, he said seriously to Rorschach. Do you have any difficulties that you need my help with? I have some channels in the military, so if you want to leave the U.S. quietly, We can go together. Rorschach couldn't help but laugh lightly and shake his head as he listened to the same words as when he first met Harold. Don't think too much, Clyde. I'm helping you purely because I want to see this country burn more than you do. Clyde narrowed his eyes. If someone else had said something like that, he would have just thought it was a poor excuse. But the man in front of me, thinking back to the other man's encounters and those astonishing actions over the past month or so, the only conclusion he could come to was that this man hated those who were corpses and fly tippers even more than he did. Any thoughts on what you're going to do after that? Rorschach asked softly toward him. When he turned his head and realized that Clyde was already freezing in the cold wind, he was stunned, then quickly took off his coat and draped it over the other man. The temperature in New York dropped faster than I thought it would. Sorry, ha ha. Clyde wrapped his coat tightly, took a long breath, and laughed bitterly. Who knows? According to my original plan, it should be smuggled into Latin America or Southeast Asia. Rorschach couldn't help but shake his head as he sniffed. Those places are all the backyard of the United States of America. It would be fine if you just killed a few prosecutors or lawyers. But now that you've wiped out the entire New York judicial system and even the mayor, do you really think that you can live out the rest of your life by escaping to those places? He really didn't mean to scare Clyde with this statement. In terms of what the other party had done, it was already enough to be among the top 5 most wanted criminals in the Federation, and would definitely receive the attention of all agents within and outside the Federation. What's more, Southeast Asia and Latin America are themselves dotted with CIA agents. In Rorschach's opinion, despite his superior planning and execution, Clyde's counter-surveillance and infiltration abilities were only mediocre, limited by his Marine Corps experience. I'm afraid that within a few months, the CIA will have locked down his whereabouts. Yet Clyde seemed unusually calm. In fact, back when he was planning his revenge, he had already considered these consequences. Now that his revenge has been avenged, life and death are no longer important to him. Simply put, if he can live, he can live. If he can't, he'd rather swallow cyanide and kill himself before he's surrounded by the CIA. Anyway, his family is waiting for him on the other side. Death, for him, is not scary. But Rorschach's next words changed his mind. Clyde, I won't interfere with your decisions, much less hold them hostage. Rorschach pulled out his cigarette case and lit one for himself before handing him another. Clyde, who had quit smoking since his wife's pregnancy, looked at the cigarette in front of him and with only a slight hesitation took it with a smile and lit it. I can even send you to Africa if you want to pull out completely. General Hammer, the commander of the U.S. Army in East Africa, was my old superior for 7 years, and we have a great friendship. I can recommend that you go there and live incognito. Rorschach exhaled a smoke ring and continued. East Africa has become a no-go zone for the CIA, and except for a few top soloists, few intelligence agencies have a foothold there, so you don't have to worry about being harassed. Clyde smiled without saying a word, just watching Rorschach quietly. Seeing his thoughtful look, Rorschach smiled. But I prefer you to stay. I admire your ability and character, and I think we'll make great partners in the future. That's the only reason? Clyde asked with a raised eyebrow. Rorschach was silent for a moment and spoke slowly. Man, have you ever thought about the fact that we're actually aliens in this civilized society? Clyde frowned in disbelief. Just because we bypassed the law and chose to lynch for revenge? Phew. Rorschach exhaled a mouthful of smoke and looked at this prosperous city that prided itself on being the center of civilization with a sound rule of law, and said in a deep voice, the so-called civilization means that we treat criminals more mercifully than they treat their victims. We can't degenerate to the level of criminals, otherwise we can't call ourselves a civilized society. But we are the exception. You and I have believed in the laws of this country and trusted those politicians and officials. And what happened? Rorschach slowly shook his head, a cold smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. From the moment we chose revenge, you and I no longer belong to the civilized world. We are more primitive and dare to do things that civilized people would not even dare to think about. He turned to Clyde, his eyes burning. I am looking for more of my kind, corrupted as I have been by this false civilization, to join me in destroying this rotten system. Clyde didn't respond immediately, the cigarette in his hand brightening in the cold wind. Just you and me? He asked, looking over at Rorschach. No, I think there will be more and more in the future. Rorschach gave a meaningful smile. Clyde nodded, then grimaced. I'd be interested in what you have to say, but in my current situation, I'm afraid that if I continue to stay in New York, I'll be arrested by the FBI within a few days. New York really can't stay in the near future, so let's go to the southern states first. I can see that the state of Mexico would be good. Rorschach patted his shoulder and suggested, I have a hacker friend who can automatically modify your facial features in the national surveillance footage. When I go back and ask for his help, you'll only need a simple disguise to move around safely. Clyde's eyes widened in shock. Automatically modifying national surveillance footage? Is that something a hacker could do? I'm sure there's a way for you to get out of New York, and I'm not worried about that. Rorschach smiled as he rested on his shoulder. Next time I have a big plan, I'll let you know in advance, and then you'll have to design a plan for me that's even more perfect than your revenge plan. Sure, Don't keep me waiting. Clyde patted Rorschach on the back. After saying goodbye, he straightened the collar of his warm overcoat and turned toward the stairway. Just the moment he pulled the door open, Rorschach's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Actually, there's one thing I've never been able to figure out. Rorschach looked at his back and asked, when we first met, even though you knew that I was a globally wanted criminal, why did you still trust me so much? Clyde took a step and slowly raised his left arm. Under the sleeve of his shirt, a plastic string with the word Daddy engraved on it was revealed in a twisted manner. For the simple reason that, Clyde turned back with a playful smile, a man who wears a string like that as much as I do, how bad could it be? With that, he pulled the stairway door open and left the rooftop. Rorschach looked down at the string Wesley had left for himself on his wrist, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The early hours of the morning. Tossing and turning, Harold strolled through the streets of Manhattan holding Brian. His face was grim, his inner dissatisfaction with Rorschach almost overflowing. No one is heard from for 3 full days, and the first contact is to ask him to help a criminal cover up all electronic traces, and that criminal is also responsible for blowing up the Hall of Justice, killing the mayor and numerous officials. Harold is now genuinely regretting inviting Rorschach to New York, as the guy has clearly brought that Chicago style of violent law enforcement with him. Not only are the rescue tactics extreme, but now those who see what's good for them are not only rescued, but helped to get away with it. We're just guardians, not judges, and with killing and violence, we can't bring justice. Don't you think so, Brian? Harold looked down at Brian. However, the big white heartless dog just wagged his tail and charged forward, completely ignoring him, his leggy master. Half an hour later, Harold walked into a convenience store, panting and holding Brian. He was sweating profusely from chasing the dog all the way and desperately needed to buy some ice to cool off. Hi, do you have any ice packs specifically for sports people? Harold questioned the young female cashier behind the counter, only to find the other woman absent-mindedly holding her cell phone with red eyes. Hello? Is something wrong? Harold couldn't help but ask with concern. The girl looked up, incoherent with excitement. I'm sorry, I'm just so happy. I just got accepted into college. She handed her cell phone to Harold and couldn't wait for someone to share her joy. Harold took a closer look and heartily congratulated. Wow, Columbia, you must be a very dedicated student, he said sincerely. Your parents would be proud of you. The girl pursed her lips to hold back her tears. My mom died many years ago, but my dad, he's working the night shift at the factory now, so I'll have to tell him soon. By the way, the ice is in the back freezer. Thanks and congratulations, kid. Harold returned the phone and led Brian toward the shelves. Looking back at the girl who was still immersed in joy, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose. We'll have to buy some gifts for this girl to celebrate. Columbia University isn't something that just anyone can get into, let alone a girl like her who still needs to work part-time at a convenience store at night. How about champagne? She's old enough to drink now, don't you think, Brian? Harold's otherwise somber mood was washed away quite a bit by the girl's joy. There's nothing more gratifying than seeing a work-study kid realize a dream. Just as he was about to pick out the most expensive champagne, the door to the store was suddenly pushed open and a masked robber burst in with a gun. Put the cell phone down. Put it down right now. The robber aimed his gun dead center at the girl behind the counter and snapped, take all the money out of the cash register. Hurry up, me. The girl didn't seem to have recovered from her shock, and looked at the robber in horror, standing at a loss for words. Mom messing with Fark, don't you understand me? The robber's finger tightened on the trigger and he roared hysterically at her. Just then, a calm voice suddenly rang out from the corner of the convenience store. I have money here, but don't hurt anyone, okay? I can give you a lot more money than is in the cash register. The robber jerked his head around only to see a man with a cane and a dog on a leash looking at him with his hands up. Encountering such a scene for the first time, Harold forced himself to calmly pull his wallet out of his pocket and carefully unfolded it to reveal a thick stack of bills inside. There's $2,000 here, which is definitely a lot more than a cash register at a late-night convenience store. Harold tried to keep his voice as smooth as possible. All this money is yours, and as long as you don't shoot me, you can take it and leave. I promise I won't call the police. With that said, he gently slid the wallet toward the robber's feet while passing a reassuring look to the girl behind the register, signaling her to remain calm. He wasn't Rorschach, he didn't have that lightning speed to draw his gun, and he could only talk his opponent down with money. The robber sneered, clearly having taken Harold for a cowardly broad. However, just at the moment he bent down to pick up the money, the girl suddenly pressed the silent alarm button under the counter. But fatally, the scene was just in time to be captured by the robber who got up. Fark, what were you just doing? I didn't. The girl shook her head in a huff, but the reacting robber was already in a state of rage. How could he listen to the girl's explanation? Not only did he not run away in a hurry as the other party expected, he instead aimed directly at her and pulled the trigger. No, Harold shouted anxiously. Bang, bang, bang. At the deafening sound of gunfire, Brian, as if remembering the scene in the mountains of Gary, barked furiously and lunged up, taking a bite out of the robber's gun-toting wrist. Ah! With a scream, the pistol fell to the ground. Harold immediately rushed forward and kicked the gun away. He couldn't even be bothered to check on the robber, who was in Brian's death grip, and turned in a panic to the cash register, and then his whole body froze in place as if he'd been struck by lightning. Behind the counter, the girl who had been shot several times had fallen into a pool of blood. The screen of her cell phone, which she clutched tightly, was still lit up with a text message of acceptance from the university. Harold closed his eyes in despair. The machine can predict all premeditated murders, but not crimes of passion like this. Even after creating a super artificial intelligence comparable to God's, he could still only watch a life that should have had a bright future fade away in front of his eyes. At this moment, he only felt great pain and anger inside. Chapter 132 New Target Princess Diary, Request for Monthly Tickets. Early the next morning, Rorschach pushed open the door to the library, and before stepping in, he looked down to confirm the breakfast bag and teacup he carried in his hand. These could have been specially prepared for the other man to appease Harold. Breakfast was that footloose rich guy's favorite cheese crepes and tacos without salsa. As for the tea, it was Harold's beloved Darjeeling green tea. For these, Rorschach even woke up an hour earlier than usual to stand in line. Shatter. Rorschach couldn't help but curse under his breath. He's never been this attached to chasing a girl, and he's buying the other guy's favorite breakfast? Dream on. You know that in Chicago, it was always Ginny who took the initiative to get up early and go to Chinatown to stand in line to buy him fried dumplings and fried spring rolls. Hey, people under the roof, have to bow their heads. Rorschach smiled flirtatiously, closed the door, and ran quickly to the third floor with a plastic bag. Although partners with Harold, the two men live in very different places. Upon arriving in New York, Harold gave him dozens of keys, each corresponding to a different apartment. These days, Rorschach checks in with a randomly selected key each night. As for Harold, Rorschach hadn't intentionally followed the other man. Anyway, only knowing that he seemed to have multiple hidden identities out there. Having just pushed open the door to the third-floor library, Rorschach's brows suddenly tightened, and the matching gun on his waist was instantly sheathed. Inside the house, Harold, who should have been reviewing information or operating a computer, was now sitting stiffly on the couch, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Rorschach eased his footsteps and pressed himself against the wall to listen carefully for movement in the room. Yet no matter how much he watched, there was no sound in the room other than Harold and Brian's breathing. At that moment, Brian seemed to have caught Rorschach's scent and immediately rushed over from the kennel. Okay, don't pounce so hard every time. Rorschach rubbed its head, and when he saw the blood-stained fur on its neck, his eyes sank steeply. Harold, he barked down at his still-dazed partner. What happened last night? Did someone attack you guys? Why didn't you inform me immediately? Harold shuddered before he noticed Rorschach's arrival. Assault? He shook his head. No, Brian and I weren't attacked in any way, except, the genius tycoon sighed heavily. Under Rorschach's puzzled gaze, Harold broke off to recount last night's convenience store encounter. When he finished, he looked up at Rorschach, expecting some comfort, but to his shock, his partner's face did not see half of the grief or sorrow, but instead sat straight to the computer, like a no one biting the fried bread to play Minesweeper. Rorschach? Harold's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't you want to say something? Say what? Without looking up, Rorschach returned. Say you're so unlucky that you can go out to buy ice and come across a robbery and murder scene. Or are you so naive that you're sentimentalizing over a dead guy all night? You think I'm naive? Harold pointed to himself, his voice trembling with rage. That was a fresh life. Rorschach. She had just received her college acceptance. She should have had a bright future, but she died working the night shift at a convenience store to earn her tuition. Then why didn't you do anything to stop it then? Rorschach's tone was so calm that it was almost cold. The guy didn't even notice you when he entered the store. What a great opportunity. Why didn't you do it? Me. Harold choked on his words for a moment, not knowing what to say. If I had been there. Rorschach finally looked up and said in a single word, that girl would never have gotten hurt. Know why? He made a shooting gesture. I'll use the violence you loathe most and blow that asshole's head off before he pulls the trigger. Ugh. After saying that, Rorschach shook his head helplessly. Harold was good at everything but that. Like his mother, Mary, always treat everyone in the world as communicable, and even have good intentions towards. I actually agree with you, Harold. He got up and handed the steaming green tea to the other, his tone turning serious as he sat down. It's true that violence isn't the optimal solution, and killing won't solve the problem. But there are some people that you can never communicate with reason. They have blood flowing in their bones, and the only way to end the evil is to remove it completely. Saying that, he slapped his waist-mounted gun on Harold's lap. Take this with you when you go out from now on, and I'll teach you to shoot when I have time. Think about it. If you had a gun in your hand last night, would that girl still be dead? Rorschach looked Harold straight in the eyes. Remember the saying, good people die too soon in this world because they think too much and shoot too slow. Gazing at the cold pistol in his lap, Harold was silent for a long time. This time, he didn't flatly refuse, as he usually did. Seeing his partner in deep thought, Rorschach said no more. He would need Harold's assistance with many of his future plans, and if the other man was always so naive, it wouldn't really be good for either of them. Well, it didn't take long for Harold to seem to gradually emerge from the gloom. He picked up his green tea and blew on it, taking a light sip before turning to Rorschach. I've hidden all of that Clyde's electronic messages. Also, don't come back to me for this kind of thing in the future. Do you know how many people that guy actually killed in one explosion? Don't worry. It's just one time. Rorschach smiled perfunctorily. Harold shook his head and stopped pursuing the matter, turning to hand over a document. Here's the new number owner that, the machine, spit out this morning. Over to you. He paused, wanting to say something. Rorschach, you're theoretically free to do whatever you want, but I'd like you to not do anything to the target this time. Well, I think you understand what I mean. What's the mess? Puzzled, Rorschach flipped through the document, then raised an eyebrow. Mia Thermopolis, 18-year-old graduate, princess and heir to the throne of the small European nation of Genovia? He laughed and teased. So the goal of our rescue is escalating? From civilians to soldiers, now jumping straight to royalty? Immediately afterward, when his eyes caught sight of the photo of the target below, he instantly understood the meaning of Harold's words just now. A fake gift, Shatter? The girl in the photo is as beautiful as a genie coming out of a classical painting. Night. The sky was just getting dusk. Rorschach pushed the car door open and straightened the tight NYPD uniform on his body, looking up and frowning as he surveyed the most luxurious apartment building in the heart of Manhattan in front of him. Are you sure, Harold? Those chicks really called the cops? 100% sure. Harold's cutting reply came over the headset. I tapped into the communication devices in their apartment. 20 minutes ago, one of the girls repeatedly emphasized that they wanted uniformed police officers at their door. They must be in some kind of trouble. He emphasized, be careful. Rorschach, there's a bar mitzvah party for the girls being held in the house. Maybe 5 or 6 of them. This is the perfect opportunity to get close to the target, and it's important to find out who's trying to turn on that princess of a small country. These are minor things. The main thing is that this police uniform you found for me is too tight. Rorschach moved his shoulders and said confidently, being a cop is my old job, and this time I'll show you the gold of Chicago's #1 detective. He walked into the apartment lobby with his head held high, arms crossed over his tactical belt as he had done back in the day when he was on duty, his full pecs holding his police uniform taut. The elevator quickly reached the target floor, 926. Meditating on the door number, Rorschach paused briefly in front of the door to think of an opening line before ringing the doorbell. The moment the door to the room opened, a freckled young girl came into view. Rorschach cleared his throat and squared his shoulders. Hello, miss. I'm Officer Goodman with the Upper East Side Police Department in Manhattan, and I heard the call to the police saying, "Hey, aha dash." Before the words left her mouth, the girl suddenly erupted into a piercing scream. Before Rorschach could react, the other party had already yanked on his tactical belt and dragged him hard inside. Sisters, look, that club actually has such a superb piece of ass, the girl excitedly shouted towards the living room. Can you believe it? I can't believe there's such a handsome stripper. On the living room couch, several young girls holding up champagne stared at the same time. One of the blonde girls covered her mouth in exaggeration. Fantastic. Only a handsome man like that is worthy of our bat mitzvah party. Mia, who said not to call the dancer just now? Now that you've seen the real thing, are you still willing to back out? I don't care. I'm going to be the first to lick his pecs. No one is allowed to take it from me. With all the screams that followed, Rorschach finally realized that something wasn't right. He lowered his voice and gritted his teeth into his headset. Harold, you better tell me it wasn't some uniformed dancer from a strip club they were calling. Maybe I misheard you. Harold's voice carried an undisguised gloat. But since we're all here, why don't we make it work? This is the perfect opportunity to get close to the princess. Rorschach took a deep breath and resisted the urge to curse. Mom messed with Fart. Now he finally understood why the police uniform was so tight. But although he was upset, his gaze quickly scanned over the few people in the room, a total of 5 girls. By the looks of it, they should all be young girls who had just reached adulthood not long ago, and presumably they were all rich people's daughters. But they even organized some kind of bat mitzvah party, and even had the audacity to call the uniformed dancers. Soon, Rorschach's eyes locked onto the young girl with long hair like a waterfall and snowy skin, Princess Mia. At the moment she was shyly keeping her head down, only daring to sneak glances at him with her afterglow. Even with Rorschach's vision, he had to admit that this girl was very pretty, and compared to Ginny, forget it. It's better not to think about Ginny on this kind of occasion, so as not to feel guilty. Rorschach raised an eyebrow and his gaze turned back to the last girl sitting in the corner, and when he met the others' playful eyes, he couldn't help but curse. How come this chick is here too?